I was actually played by the game company. It was supposed to be the strongest profession as a necromancer, but when I entered the game, I found out that summoning combat units required corpses as a medium. However, I couldn't find a single corpse in the entire newbie village, and the village guards at the entrance wouldn't even let me out, mocking me that it was too dangerous outside and going out without skeleton guards would be suicide. Hearing this, I was furious. Are you playing a dead-end loop with me here? So I turned the newbie village upside down and finally found 2 corpses behind the church bookshelf. I thought it was the day I would shine, but I ended up recruiting 2 rebellious guys. Did I time travel? How did I become a skeleton? Is it you, the talking skeleton over there? Are you also a time traveler? I was puzzled on the side. How could I hear the thoughts of summoned creatures? And they are all time travelers. What's going on? Before I could figure it out, another conversation came to my mind. Are we becoming someone else's summoned creatures? Could this idiot be our master? If we kill him, will we regain our freedom? It's useless. I tried. He's an unattackable target. And from my deduction, if he dies, we will likely die too. Sister, am I supposed to be his servant for the rest of my life? A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he live under others for a long time? Cheer up, brother, at least we are resurrected and reborn. In other books, only the main characters have this treatment. I was already sweating profusely when I heard this. The one on the right is full of bad intentions, and the one on the left is even more ruthless and speaks less. It has already tried to make a move, but as of now, these 2 guys don't know that I can hear their conversation. After some thought, I decided to see if they would follow orders. Having 2 high-intelligence skeletons as subordinates is cool, but having 2 rebellious ones who don't follow orders is worse than having none. Can you refuse his orders? No, even if I subjectively refuse, my body will still follow the instructions. The 2 skeleton soldiers chatted while standing up and turning around. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw this. It seems that these 2 guys are under their own control. From now on, you will be called Big White, and you will be called Little White. The square in Shibei Town is still crowded, with players of various professions coming and going. I was about to follow the procedure to go to the mayor's office to pick up a quest, but I heard the voice of the skeleton soldier Dubai again. Isn't this Shibei Town? I won't mistake the statue of the hero Sag. No, buddy, you also know Shibei Town. Are you also from the Human Federation? Well, I am Song Wushuang, the captain of the first elite team of the Holy Light Special Forces. Wushuang old dog? No, Wushuang teacher. Xiaobai was surprised to hear this name and called out, "You know me?" Dubai was a bit surprised. I am Gui Dao. When you were an instructor in Vanguard City, you led me. Unfortunately, when Vanguard City fell, our team did not escape. Ah, it's you, Adeo? I never thought I would meet you here. Dubai was also slightly stunned. You, the formidable Master Wushuang. Xiaobai's tone suddenly became very desolate. Isn't the Holy Light City also? Ah, Dubai sighed, non-committal, and looked around at the crowd. We'll meet again, unexpectedly in this form. Judging from the surrounding environment, it seems we have traveled back 120 years. That's right, according to historical records. 1 month later, this game will become the source of the apocalypse. Half of the people will die in this disaster, and those players will become the first group of actively awakened professionals. Hearing the conversation between the 2 skeletons, I found it hard to believe. The end is coming. A global catastrophe? But I can't ask what exactly happened. After all, I have to pretend not to hear them now. Otherwise, with my current weak strength, won't I be killed by these 2 ambitious guys? If it's the newly opened West Bay Town, that artifact should still be in the hands of the mayor. What do you think about helping this fool get the artifact? Dubai glanced at the mayor and said lightly, "Ah, how can we help him get it? He can't hear us talking." The key difficulty is how to accept the task. You have to cancel the novice task several times in a row to accept it. Okay, when he accepts the task, we attack the players next to him, enter the battle state, and the conversation will be forcibly cancelled. Right? Makes sense. Indeed you are Master Wushuang. It has to be you. Xiaobai couldn't help but praise. Hearing the conversation of the skeleton soldiers, I remained expressionless. What is the holy object? It sounds very powerful. These 2 guys are really clever, actually coming up with such an idea to help me pick up the task. Squeezing through the crowd, I arrived in front of the mayor. Isn't this Bull Daily? I heard that you have already summoned your own skeleton guards, possessing the power to control the undead. The situation outside is not very peaceful. Can you help me with something? Just as I was about to speak, a system prompt flashed before my eyes. You have entered combat mode, canceling the task dialogue. I pretended to be puzzled and shouted, "Who hit me? Are you not letting people pick up tasks anymore?" My acting was superb. 20 seconds later, I exited combat mode and spoke with the mayor again. but Big White stabbed another player in the leg with a knife, interrupting my task again. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. After the 10th time, the mayor finally changed his mind. It seems that daily, you are not interested in ordinary tasks. I was delighted to hear this. When Wang Yuan heard this, his heart was happy, knowing that this was a trigger for a hidden mission. So he pretended to be bewildered and said back, right. To kill a chicken. I am a dragon and phoenix among the people. Mayor, you'd better send me some tasks that are worthy of me. This calf is shameless. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, if the 2 skeletons had mouths, their mouths would be able to skim to the back of their heads. Hey, good boy. The town mayor, Hagrid, glanced appreciatively at Wang Yuan and said, now that the world has been invaded by demonic energy, the demon race that has been sealed by the gods for 1,000 years is stirring up, and yesterday there was even a spy who broke into our town. System alert, you have triggered the hidden quest spy of the demon race. Do you want to take it? Yes. Wang Yuan decisively nodded yes. Really? Can you tell us what's going on? Wang Yuan was curious. Our Shibei town is a border defense town. Last night someone even sneaked into my study to try to steal the border defense map. On the way I found out. When we exchanged blows, he used the dark magic of the demon race. Although we let him run away, his hand was wounded by me. Now he should still be lurking in the town. I hope that you can help me to find him out. System alert, you have taken up the S-rank hidden mission Demon Infiltrator. Mission content, find out the demon spies in the town. Reward, unknown. It's the manifestation pill. Immediately after, Mayor Hagrid took out 3 bottles of potion from his pocket and handed them to Wang Yuan. This is the manifestation potion made by Grand Alchemist Clydesdale, which can break the disguise of the demons. There are only 3 bottles in total, so you have to be careful in using them. 3 bottles? Wang Yuan frowned. I thought to myself that this task is really hard. Let's not talk about the trigger condition, which requires refusing the town's mayor's newbie quest 10 times. The process of this task alone is a bit ridiculously difficult. Although Town was a newbie area, there were less than a few thousand NPCs in the town, thanks to the fact that he now knew who the spies were. Or else where would he find them with just 3 bottles of medicine? The quest was received. Now how do we get him to go to the tavern? Xiaobai saw that Wang Yuan had gotten the quest item and asked anxiously. Later he should pass by the tavern. Then we pretend to be stuck and pause there for a while. Then it will just depend on his enlightenment, Big White said. However, before Big White could finish, he only heard Wang Yuan mutter to himself, the tavern is the place where the most NPCs gather in the town, so someone suspicious will 80% be at the tavern. With that, Wang Yuan walked straight towards the tavern. Geez, this guy is a lot smarter than he looks. Yeah, a lot more perceptive than I thought. The 2 skeleton soldiers sniffed with a burst of excitement. They could not imagine that Wang Yuan was so uptight. A few moments later, Wang Yuan brought the skeleton soldiers to the tavern. The tavern was not as lively as Wang Yuan had imagined. After all, the game has just opened and players are busy doing quests. People don't have time or money to spend at the tavern. So it's no dolly. Do you want a cup of the newly arrived hellfire? Just 1 gold coinyo. Brew. The tavern owner stood behind the counter to greet Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan glanced at the name on Brew's head and muttered in his heart. Didn't we say the spy was Riker from the tavern? This guy's name isn't Riker either. Are these 2 guys' memories skewed? That's not Riker. Is it? Could it be that the historical record is wrong? Xiaobai was also very surprised. Big White, on the other hand, said with certainty, it can't. It's only been 120 years. And the history books can't be wrong about every big event that affects a point in history. The book said that the tavern was named Riker. It didn't say that the owner's name was Riker. Hearing this from Dabai, Wang Yuan frowned and casually pulled out the only 10 coins from his pocket and threw them to the tavern owner, saying very boldly, have a cup of the cheapest malt liquor and send it over to me. I want to inquire about something. With that, Wang Yuan sat down in the corner of the tavern. Seeing the copper plates on the bar, the tavern owner revealed an expression of disgust, and while putting the plates away, he loudly commanded, Lei Ku, bring the wine to the guests. Sure enough, Wang Yuan smiled faintly. The 2 skeletons also froze for a moment when they heard this, and Wang Yuan could even feel the appreciation that the 2 skeleton soldiers had for themselves at this moment. However, the next moment there was a voice of contempt from the duo in his head. This guy is so stingy and pretentious. Yeah, come to the tavern for 10 coppers and still want to ask about things, but it's kind of like a blind cat ran into a dead rat and drew out the rightful owner. Stingy and pretentious? Blind cat? Your honor. Wang Yuan was speechless for a while. A few moments later, Leica came to Wang Yuan's table with a glass of malt liquor, only to see this guy named Lake, with a thin, clean-cut look, wearing a tavern waiter's overalls, with a bitter look on his face. Growing up like this, If it weren't for these two skeletons popping the answer early, Wang Yuan would probably never suspect this guy. Of course, even if Wang Yuan knew the answer now, he still had to pretend to ask, how should I expose him? Would it be too abrupt to just point it out? If these two guys know that they can hear, their hearts will be bad food. I have to perform naturally. Martyr. The old man is now going out to shoot a movie. Not to get a movie star are sorry for themselves. Wang Yuan secretly spat in his heart. Just as Wang Yuan was pondering how he could unintentionally reveal Leika's identity, suddenly the great white behind him took a step forward and crashed into Riker's hand. Buddy, brother will help you here. Big White looked at Wang Yuan with anticipation. Oops. Being touched by the great white in the wound. Riker flinched his hand in pain. Ha! Wang Yuan instantly pretended that his eyes fell on Leika's hands, while his face revealed an unexpected expression without the slightest trace of performance. Without waiting for Leika to react, Wang Yuan flung his right hand and a bottle of manifestation potion was sprinkled on Leika without any reservation. Stab! With an eerie clang, a cloud of smoke rose from Riker. In the next moment, the whole of Riker cracked open, with black spikes sticking out of his back, and his head took on the appearance of a vicious demon. Demon Spy, Silver. Rank, 10, Weak. Life value, 5,000. Magic value, 1,000. Skills, Disguise. Demonic Flame. Background, an intelligence gatherer of the demon race lurking in the human world, whose strength has been drastically reduced due to being wounded by Mayor Hagrid's sword energy. System alert, you've discovered a demon spy. Report back to Mayor Hagrid. Death in the mission will be judged as mission failure. Successful escape. Mission success. Boss death player will get the highest reward. I said, Silver Boss. Seeing the attributes of the monster in front of him, Wang Yuan was shocked. Tap. These two pitiful skeletons. They only said that the spy was Riker. They didn't tell themselves that Riker was a silver boss. In Dawn of the Dead, bosses are categorized into 7 classes: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. The higher the grade, the stronger the strength. Even for the lowest level bronze boss, it would take a fully armed and configured 10-man squad of the same level to handle it. The silver boss, in the novice village, was simply an invincible existence. Not to mention that Wang Yuan was merely a level 1 necromancer. Without the skeleton it was 1 whiteboard super soldier. With the skeleton it was 3 whiteboard super soldiers. Gah! Despicable human. Since you've recognized it, you can't stay alive. Leika let out a strange cry. His right hand stretched forward, and a black flame coalesced in the palm of his hand. Are you stupid? I'm a player. I can resurrect drops when I die. If you give me some favors, maybe I can help you keep it a secret. Do you have to do it? Wang Yuan took a step back and exclaimed. Ha! Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Leika obviously froze for a moment. This guy, he's so unprincipled. Human traitor. Traitor, Xiaobai sniffed with righteous indignation. Calm down. Now in his eyes this is a game. Of course whoever gives benefits will help whoever does the work. Big White was however very calm. That's right. What about that? What can we do? Get on it. We can't let them collude. With that, Great White came around behind Riker and stabbed his sword in Riker's leg. Wang Yuan. Asshole, how dare you lie to me? When Leika saw Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers attacking him, he immediately became furious, and the flames in his hand were flung at Wang Yuan without hesitation. Seeing that the black fireball was going to smash on his head, suddenly Xiaobai on the side lifted the table and blocked in front of Wang Yuan. Bang! The flames exploded, and the table was instantly burned to ash. The wave of air from the explosion directly blew Wang Yuan and Xiaobai out, and Wang Yuan landed heavily in front of the tavern. Isn't this skeleton soldier still able to fight on its own? Wang Yuan asked knowingly, his acting skills exploding. The two skeleton soldiers, however, didn't have time to pay attention to him, only to hear Xiaobai exclaim, "Wipe, like is stronger than inside the replica secret realm we used to fight. He almost fucked me to death." Nonsense, right now we're all level 1 trash skeleton soldiers, and I'm a mage who can only slash with a sword, so of course I'm no match for him. Great White was also anxious. Finished? We won't die here, right? Xiaobai said in a depressed manner. We just got reborn and have to hang up. This is too sad. Come on people, the tavern is painting a boss. However, while the two skeleton soldiers were waiting to die, Wang Yuan had already rolled and ran outside the tavern, shouting out to the players in the square. As we all know, the game has just opened and there are as many players as dogs in the newbie zone. The town square in particular was absolutely packed, and the tavern, just across the square. Hearing Wang Yuan's shout, almost everyone was attracted at the same time. Boss, hey, that's synonymous with superb equipment, high-level skills, and tons of money. In online game novels, how many people took off in place because of a boss in the novice area and went to the peak of their lives? and their legends are still circulating in the player community. Now that the opportunity was at hand, the mood of the crowd was palpable. Good guy. It didn't matter if Wang Yuan shouted this. All the players were mountainous and tsunami-like, scrambling to rush towards the tavern. Wang Yuan summoned the 2 skeleton soldiers back in his hand, then turned his head and ran, deep in his heart. Holy shit, there really is a boss. Still a silver boss. Everybody go. Behind Wang Yuan, there were exclamations of shock from a group of players. The enthusiasm of the players to fight the boss is high. If Riker was on the street, just this group of Tier 1 trumpets would surely not even be able to touch the corner of his coat. But the bad luck was that Riker was stuck in the tavern, and just outside the tavern is the resurrection point. What stands out about level 1 players is that they are not afraid to die. That's what they call it. Even if Lei Ku, a level 10 silver boss, took seconds out of his hand, he couldn't resist the ocean of people's war. A mouthful of spit from one man, and in less than 10 minutes, Riker was killed on the spot. Wang Yuan's side also received the alert that the demonic spies had been killed. Shit, how come the silver boss didn't explode anything? What kind of explosion rate is this crap game? Complain. The sound of players cursing floated up on the public screen immediately afterward. Quest boss, popping my ass. Outside the tavern, Wang Yuan had a sinister smile on his face. What a dog. This guy is a bitch, isn't he? Surprise, I thought he was a fool. Better a bitch than a fool. The 2 skeleton soldiers looked at this one in front of them, their heads full of black lines. Good guy. Looking at Wang Yuan's thick eyebrows and big eyes with an honest look, his behavior was so obscene. Even the 2 travelers in front of him couldn't help but marvel. When really, you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Cursing returned to cursing, but at this moment, the 2 skeleton soldiers obviously had some recognition of Wang Yuan as their master. After all, if it wasn't for Wang Yuan just now, these 2 goods would probably have been reincarnated again by now. I have to say, this cheap master still has a little something in him. I've found the spy. He was Riker from the tavern, and he's dead now. In the square, Wang Yuan found the town's mayor, Hagrid, to deliver the mission. I can't believe it's him. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Mayor Hagrid was obviously a bit surprised, then added, thanks to you this time, or else the consequences for the entire town, and even the entire empire, would be unimaginable. You are truly a warrior of the empire. System alert, you've earned the special title Imperial Warrior. Imperial Warrior. Category, title. Full attribute +6. Title description, a title that can only be earned by those who have made special contributions to the empire. Lord Mayor, you don't know. That demonic monster is very ferocious. I almost couldn't come back. Glancing at the title attributes, Wang Yuan revealed a pitiful expression. LMAO. It's not going to be just a title. Didn't they say there was some kind of holy relic? Is this thing a holy relic? OMG. This guy is disgusting. Load. Keep pretending. Both skeletons were about to puke. Lucky you, kid. I won't let you risk your life for nothing. Mayor Hagar unhurriedly pulled out a box from his arms and handed it to Wang Yuan. This is the hometown of Hero Sag. You are the second person after him to hold the title of Imperial Warrior and the successor of Hero Sag. This is Hero Sag's relics, so please make sure that you take it. Is this the legendary holy thing? Wang Yuan excitedly received the box in the hands of the town's mayor, Hagar. The box was black in color and densely engraved with inscriptions. Opening the box was a book with a black cover. Above the cover, a bizarre phalanx was outlined in gold. The phalanx seemed to be spinning. It has appeared. The holy relic left behind by the legendary Hero Sag, the heroic history book. So this is the first time I've seen a holy relic that looks like this. Me too. But I've seen illustrations in a history book in the Commonwealth Library once. Is this thing really as powerful as the legends say? I don't know, but let's hope so. After all, we had a hard time getting him the book. It can't be in vain. The 2 skeleton soldiers looked at the black book in Wang Yuan's hand and exchanged words. At the same time, a prompt message flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. System alert, is it a denial of the master's holy relic, the book of heroic history? Yes. Wang Yuan nodded okay without hesitation. System alert, heroic history book binding is successful. You have obtained the necromancer's holy relic heroic history book reincarnation. History of heroes reincarnation. Category, deputy. Grade, gold, upgradable. All attributes +10. Evolution passive skill. Equipment level with the player level up. Every level up. All attributes +1. Graveyard, passive skill. Open up independent undead space. Player death or offline summoned units automatically return to the graveyard. Summoned units will no longer disappear and resurrected in the graveyard. Past life, passive skill. Player summoned units will gain the ability to use equipment and learn skills. Current item level, LV1. Current status, recognized. Holding player, Nyo Dolly. Utilization level, 1. Required profession, exclusive to necromancers. Item description, the ultimate artifact held by the hero Sag. Possessing it will gain the power to turn the tide. This. Seeing the attributes of the heroic history book, Wang Yuan's eyes went straight. Gold equipment. Surprisingly, it's gold equipment. Dawn of the game's low explosive rate can be said to be outrageous and heartless. Forums are everywhere because of the explosive rate of the problem of cursing the players. A full 3 days into the game so far, the vast majority of players in the game are still wearing their newbie outfits, in the early stages of not charging money. To be able to put together a white plate players are a handful, not to mention the attribute equipment. The Rakshasa battle axe, the number 1 weapon on the forums, is only a bronze suit. This shows the high value of a gold equipment in the game at the current stage. Of course, the reason why Wang Yuan was surprised was not just because it was a gold equipment, but the attributes attached to this equipment. In the setting of Dawn of the Dead, undead holy relics such as the necromancer's skeleton soldiers don't exist forever after being summoned. Whether the necromancer dies or the summoned unit itself is mortally wounded, the undead creature disappears completely, and summoning it again requires a new leveling exercise and a new search for corpses all over the place. Arguably one of the major drawbacks of necromancers, and the biggest reason for necromancers to curse, other than the fact that summoning skeletons requires corpses. However, the graveyard attribute of the heroic history book directly made up for the flaws and deficiencies of the necromancer, which was equivalent to giving Wang Yuan's undead army its own resurrection point. What shocked Wang Yuan even more was the attribute, past life. The main reason why players, as weak humans, can challenge powerful monsters over the levels is because they can strengthen their panels with powerful equipment and martial arts. Dressing the undead legion in equipment and learning skills is basically the same as bringing a group of player skeleton minions whose panel attributes are no weaker than. Imagine, with a wave of the necromancer's hand, a group of skeleton soldiers wearing heavy armor and driving cyclone choppers brazenly rushed into the crowd. What kind of horrifying scene would that be? Under the contrast of these two attributes, evolution, which was clearly a strong attribute, all looked dim. No wonder the two skeleton soldiers valued this hero's history book so much that they tried their best to get their hands on it. Although I don't know what attributes other professions will gain by binding the heroic history book. However, in the hands of Wang Yuan, a necromancer, this thing was definitely a bug-like existence. This was only the gold grade. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying artifact this hero's history book would be when it was upgraded to the ultimate version of the myth grade. Holy shit, it's really as powerful as the legend, Xiao Bai exclaimed. With this, we'll be able to revive indefinitely like players. Big White was also excited. Praise be to the hero Sag. Praise be to the god of death. Praise be to the master. Ox power. Hey, have some bottom line, will you? You're praising this bitch. Great White was speechless. He. Of course we have to praise master. We can wear equipment Xiao Bai heatedly laughed. Holy shit, you're not praising him so much because, that's right, the warrior's novice artifact set Shaun's revenge is in West Bay Town. Ha, Xiao Bai said proudly. Back then, I had to go through a lot of trouble to get it all together in the secret realm of Sea Bay Town. Nima, shame on you, Great White raged. Hey, if he buys me a set of divine artifacts, I can be a bit more shameless. Wang Yuan, artifact set? Listening to the duo's conversation, Wang Yuan secretly rejoiced. There's still this stuff in this novice area of Shibei Town? The broken game is quite pitiful, hiding treasures in the newbie zone, but now it's all mine. Immediately, Wang Yuan touched the heads of the two skeletons and said, following me you guys are considered to be enjoying your blessings. Let's go. Dad will buy you some equipment. With that said, Wang Yuan led the two skeleton soldiers straight to the blacksmith store. Ha, he really went to buy. Praise Ox power, my master. Ugh, no good guy. Inside the blacksmith store, blacksmith Sean was banging iron. What are you doing here again? Seeing Wang Yuan walk in, Xian grunted coldly and resisted the urge to whack Wang Yuan with a hammer. Because of the reason for finding the corpse a few days ago, Wang Yuan had offended Xian, and at this time, Xian's favorability towards Wang Yuan was at the disgust stage. Of course I'm here to buy something, Wang Yuan playfully said. Don't be so petty, I'm just joking with you. Do you have any warrior wear equipment here? Give me 2 sets. Although Xian loathed Wang Yuan, he was still a functional NPC in the end, and coldly said, 50 silver coins for the steel armor, 50 silver coins for the steel greatsword, and 25 silver coins for the steel helmet. No, is that expensive? Wang Yuan hurriedly interrupted Sean. Good lord, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins equals 10. 000 coins equals $1,000. 50 silver coins, that's $500 apiece. $500 for a white plate in a novice village. What kind of injustice is that? I remember when I came here a few days ago, the clothes and weapons on the whiteboard were much cheaper than this, and that's all that was left for no one to buy. Alright. Of course it's not that expensive for someone else to buy it, so I'll give you 20% off if you do. Sean didn't have the heart to say, Big brother, as far as that goes, I am at least an Imperial Warrior. Wang Yuan depressively pointed to the badge on his chest. Imperial Warrior? Sean saw the badge on Wang Yuan's chest and stared slightly in thought. Are you really an Imperial Warrior? Sean seemed to be a bit in disbelief as to how this asshole in front of him had gotten mixed up as an Imperial Warrior. As good as fake. Wang Yuan patted his chest. Can you help me get revenge? Sean asked with certainty after a few moments of contemplation. System alert, you have triggered the hidden quest Sean's Revenge. Do you accept it? Another hidden mission? Wang Yuan was delighted. Of course, if you have anything to help, just say it. I want to avenge my wife and son. If you can help me kill that evil wolf, I'm willing to give you a set of equipment. Zian looked at Wang Yuan with tears in his eyes. System prompt, you have accepted the hidden mission Sean's Revenge mission level, A. Mission content, kill the Silver Moon Wolf King. Reward, Sean's Revenge. Character description, Sean's son and wife were killed by the Silver Moon Wolf King in the Shattered Rock Wilderness. Sean wants you to take revenge for him. Now can you give me your set of equipment? Wang Yuan pointed at his skeletons and said, look at them. They're pathetic, and they're no match for the Wolf King. After being nibbled on by the Wolf King is afternoon tea. No way. Sean shook his head. It's out of order. So you'll give me your white plate gear for cheap? Okay. Sean nodded. Hey. Wang Yuan shook his head helplessly, opened the recharge link and angrily rushed $1,000 to purchase 2 sets of white plate equipment for his 2 skeletons. In other online game novels, the protagonist is all about making money, and the one who fills up on the opening is afraid to be the only one. Wang Yuan secretly guessed. However, thinking about being able to get a set of artifacts, Wang Yuan still felt that he had earned it. After all, if we follow the 2 skeleton soldiers, the real world and the game world would become one in a month's time, and any currency would be a pile of waste paper by then. Spending money now is like investing in advance. Mud. This isn't a game company baiting spending, is it? Steel armor. Quality, black iron. Armor, 5. Magic resistance, 5. Physical fitness +1. Equipment requirements, none. Item description, armor made of fine steel. Steel helmet. Quality, black iron. Armor, 3. Magic resistance, 2. Physical fitness +1. Equipment requirements, none. Item description, a helmet made of fine steel. Steel boots. Quality, black iron. Armor, 3. Magic resistance, 2. Physical fitness +1. Equipment requirements, none. Item description, shoes made of steel. Steel gauntlet. Quality, black iron. Armor, 3. Magic resistance, 2. Physical fitness +1. Equipment requirements, none. Item description, a gauntlet made of fine steel. Iron sword. Quality, black iron. Attack, 5. Strength +1. Equipment requirements, none. Item description, a longsword made of fine steel. A set of equipment slammed down, and the 2 skeletons directly completed their metamorphosis. Fong was still 2 weak bones, at this time by a full set of armor wrapped tightly, as 2 steel knights. That is called a formidable. See Wang Yuan excited. You know, at this stage, even players don't have a lot of money to spend on such a set of white plate equipment in the novice village, while their own skeleton soldiers enjoy the treatment that ordinary players can't even enjoy. Compared to the other necromancer's skeleton soldiers, his own 2 armor-wearing skeletons were simply not on the same level as anyone else. TSK, our master is really good. I would like to saddle up for him. After putting on his armor, Xiaobai stroked the big sword in his hand and bragged to Wang Yuan for a while. Ugh, you unprincipled guy. Great white burst of contempt. Marred. Let me a mage play with a sword. This guy is too stupid. This shit is not smooth at all. Saying that, Dabai even clumsily swung the longsword in his hand. Great white. You don't seem to be very good. It feels like you're struggling to hold the sword. Wang Yuan heard the conversation between the 2 and saw Great White's clumsy sword-playing movements and looked at Great White with a flirtatious face. Mud. He said I can't. Great White's lungs exploded at the words, staring angrily at Wang Yuan, the fire of his soul pulsating in his eye sockets. Dog. Dare you give me a staff? Teacher Wushwang, don't be like this. Don't be general with him. Xiaobai frantically discouraged from the side. Wang Yuan would like to get a staff for Big White, but that thing belongs to magic weapons. And according to the setting of Dawn of the Dawn, magic weapons are all high-end goods that can only be purchased in the main city, so he can only commit to it for now. Properties. After giving the 2 skeletons birdshot, Wang Yuan once again opened the attribute panel. Name, Nyo Dali. Profession, Necromancer. Grade, 1. Life value, 460. Magic value, 460. Attack 23. Magic 23. Armor 23. Magic resistance 23. Strength, 23. Physique, 23. Intelligence, 23. Mental, 23. Agility, 23. Skills. Summon Skeleton, LV1. Active skill. Consumes 5 magic points to revive the dead as skeleton soldiers. Up to 2 summoned. Equipment, Broken Wood Staff. Heroic History Book Reincarnation. Pets, Heroic History Book Reincarnation. Great White, not converted. Attribute Growth, Strength C. Physique C. Intelligence A. Spirit A. Agility C. Race, Skeleton Soldier. Grade, 1. Life value, 390. Magic value, 390. Attack, 20. Magic, 20. Armor, 32. Magic resistance, 28. Skill, Cleave. Equipment, Steel Armor. Steel Helmet. Steel Gauntlets. Steel Boots. Steel Greatsword. Background, a heroic spirit recorded within the Heroic History Book, with unlimited growth potential. White, not converted. Attribute Growth, Strength A. Physique A. Intelligence C. Spirit C. Agility C. Race, Skeleton Soldier. Grade, 1. Life value, 470. Magic value, 270. Attack, 26. Magic, 16. Armor, 36. Magic resistance, 20. Skill, Slash. Equipment, Steel Armor. Steel Helmet. Steel Gauntlets. Steel Boots. Steel Greatsword. Background, a heroic spirit recorded within the Heroic History Book, with unlimited growth potential. Character description, a chosen one with the title of Imperial Warrior. Bull. Seeing his attribute panel, Wang Yuan couldn't help but lament. In Dawn of the Dawn, Necromancer is positioned as a mage, but doesn't have the kind of powerful output ability of an elemental mage, so the attribute panel is very mediocre. The attributes of the Necromancers summoned by the Necromancer are also inherited from the Necromancer's own attributes, and usually, the higher the Necromancer's summoned Necromancer's rank, the higher the percentage of inherited attributes. For example, the lowest level First Order Skeleton Soldier could only inherit 50% of the Necromancer's attributes. The higher level Second Order Skeleton Warrior could inherit 70%. The Third Order Skeleton Warrior would be able to inherit 90% of the attributes, and so on and so forth. The Ninth Order Skeleton Dragon could inherit 210% of the Necromancer's attributes. Because of this, the Necromancer is evaluated as the strongest profession in the later stages, while the early stages are miserable. Summoning a skeleton soldier is not easy. However, Wang Yuan, who possessed the Hero's History Book, not only could his skeletons inherit Wang Yuan's panel attributes, but under the effect of the Hero's History Book, the skeleton soldiers could not only wear equipment and learn skills, but even possessed their own attribute growth talents. At this time, the 2 skeleton soldiers under Wang Yuan's command had attributes that were directly comparable to a level 10 player, worthy of being the legendary holy weapon that can influence the survival of human beings. It is indeed ridiculously strong. Thank you for the 2 skeleton big brothers. Otherwise, if this thing falls in the hands of others, Lao Zi may be more envious and jealous, Wang Yuan secretly said in his heart. After the preparations were completed, Wang Yuan led 2 skeleton soldiers in iron armor straight to the outside of the town. Crap, what the hell? A skeleton soldier? Why is this skeleton soldier still wearing armor? Mutated, right? Is it the legendary steel armored skeleton? A steel armored skeleton? Does the official profile have this? No. My own wild guess? Along the way, the 2 skeleton soldiers behind Wang Yuan caused gasps of surprise. After all, in this era where players couldn't even get equipment and necromancers couldn't even summon skeleton soldiers, the visual impact of 2 armored skeletons armed to the teeth could definitely be called unparalleled. Those necromancers who had been complacent because they had managed to find corpses to summon skeletons, when they saw the 2 mighty and dominating skeleton soldiers behind Wang Yuan, and then looked at the white bone skeletons with rusty iron swords behind them, they immediately felt the jaggedness of the world. Come to the outskirts of town. It's been 3 days since the game opened, and the newbie area is still overcrowded and filled with players. A wild dog brushed at Wang Yuan's feet and lunged at him. Don't even think about hurting my Nyo. Before Wang Yuan could give the order, Xiaobai had already taken a big step in front of Wang Yuan and kicked the wild dog to the ground, followed by a sword slash on the wild dog's neck. Ooh-hoo. -54. The blood bar on the wild dog's head instantly cleared, turning into a corpse, bursting out a copper plate, a ball of dog hair. The surrounding players all marveled and looked sideways. To doggone you. Big White's tone was filled with contempt. That's right. I'm my brother Nyo's lapdog, Xiaobai said. After all, This mission of my brother Nyo is to get me equipment. Too realistic. Wang Yuan was speechless for a while. Just now this Xiaobai the son of a bitch still wants to get himself killed. But now he is already willing to give himself as a lapdog. Moonlit Plains. Newbie area level 5 to 10 practice area. The monsters that refreshed here were level 5 coyotes, level 8 wind wolves, and level 10 silver wolves. It's different from the gravel wilderness. The leveling area for levels 1 to 5. Not only were the monsters in the Moonlight Plains high level, they were also all in groups of 3 or 5, making them very difficult to deal with. Even high-level players had to team up to barely survive here, and the efficiency of upgrading was needless to say. So even though the game has been open for 3 days, the Moonlight Plains are still very cold and there aren't many people. The occasional player you run into is still a studio treasure hunting group. A player like Wang Yuan who dared to sneak into the Moonlight Plains single-handedly was considered a unique player. Of course, only Wang Yuan himself knew that he was not alone. It's still a game world after all. These monsters are just like idiots. That's right. Look at these wild wolves. They're too sluggish. It's not at all the same concept as when you took us on field training. Mr. Song. Nonsense. That's a real magical beast. Right now it's just a set of data. The two skeletons chatted in boredom as they slaughtered the coyotes in front of them. Wang Yuan just followed them to rub experience and pick up things. These two guys were worthy of being elites who had fought their way out of the future post-apocalyptic world. Strong men who had truly experienced more than 10 years of life and death combat and stood out in a sea of corpses and blood. The high-level monsters on the Moonlight Plains couldn't even be compared to what they experienced in the eyes of these two skeletons. It's as if a professional player who has been playing Hell mode for over a decade has suddenly dropped to the easy low end of the game. That's still not a crushing presence. The wolf monsters on the Moonlit Plains were no different from moving targets in their eyes, and as they hacked and slashed their way through, Wang Yuan's experience bar skyrocketed. In a morning's work, Wang Yuan had risen to level 6. What makes Wang Yuan feel unhappy is that a morning of leveling up and fighting monsters, a piece of equipment did not fall. The pitiful explosive rate of Dawn of the Dawn is really not a nonsense cover. In Dawn of the Dawn, for each level, the player will get +1 to the 5-dimensional attributes and 5 free points to add attributes according to the needs of the profession. Warriors add strength or constitution, mages add intelligence or spirit. As for what a necromancer should add, there was no set standard, because the necromancer, although belonging to the mage line, is a non-mainstream mage. Due to the setting of attribute inheritance, it makes the necromancer's way of adding points elusive. Add intelligence like other mages? All undead creatures are physical until the necromancer summons a worm. If you simply add strength, a necromancer is still a mage after all, with many curse-type skills. Because of this, there isn't a proper necromancer add-on guide on the forums. Currently there are two main schools of thought. Those who main skeleton soldier output add strength and constitution, and those who main necromancer insta-curse-based magic add intelligence and spirit. The two major schools of thought are at odds with each other and are at each other's throats every day. Wang Yuan, however, did not hesitate for a second and directly added the free attributes to the 5 dimensions on average. After all, with the Book of Heroic History in place, Wang Yuan's main output from now on will definitely be the undead army. Moreover, Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers are not the same as other necromancers' skeleton soldiers. Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers have their own growth talents under the effect of the hero's history book, and they are able to transfer to various professions. So any occupation Wang Yuan has to take care of, adding points on average in order to cover all the bases. Furthermore, the hero's history book has a growth attribute, and every time Wang Yuan rises 1 level, his 5-dimensional attributes will be +1. In this way, even if Wang Yuan adds points on average, he will still have 5 more attributes than other players, and he will not become a jack of all trades who can't do anything. Besides, if it was really like what the two skeletons said, the end times would come in a month, and saving one's life was the main thing. Under the premise of guaranteeing output, physical fitness, agility and other attributes related to the ability to survive are also essential. Thinking about it, an average addition is the way to go. Level 6 Wang Yuan's life value and magic value reached 760 points, and his attack and defense attributes reached 38 points. The attributes of the two skeletons naturally followed suit, and with the addition of their growth talents, Big White's magic attack and Little White's physical attack reached 43 points, and their defense attributes reached around 50 points. What kind of concept is that? A warrior with a full prime plus is only 800 points of blood and 40 points of armor. At this time, Wang Yuan, putting aside other attributes, was already completely inferior to a warrior in terms of survivability alone. Not to mention that Wang Yuan had 2 fully armed skeleton soldiers with stronger attributes than himself. One man is a team. Definitely not just words. Ow. With 2 gold medalists at his side, Wang Yuan went deep all the way. When he came to the middlemost position of the moonlight plains, suddenly a wolf howl came from the distance. Immediately afterward, a prompt flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. There are powerful magical beasts appearing in the vicinity. Please pay attention to the safety of adventurers. It is not easy to practice leveling and walk and cherish. It's the Silver Moon Wolf King. Someone is one step ahead of us, Kahaku said excitedly. Are you so sure? Great White wondered. Haha, Xiaobai said proudly. Back then, for the sake of Xian's revenge, I squatted in the secret realm of Shibei Town for half a year, and slaughtered him more than 50 times. As soon as he puckered his ass, I knew what kind of pants he was wearing. What's more, the girl screamed so flirty. Must be someone is beating him. As expected, Wang Yuan followed the sound and looked over, only to see that not far ahead, a team of players had surrounded a 2-meter-tall giant wolf. The giant wolf was silver-white in color, glittering under the moonlight, making it even more powerful and domineering. Precisely the legendary Silver Moon Wolf King. Wang Yuan casually threw a detection spell over. Silver Moon Wolf King, Silver. Grade, 15. Life value, 8,000. Magic value, 1,500. Skills, Wolf King Impact. Silver Light Blade. Background, the Supreme Lord of the Moonlight Plains, with powerful magical abilities. Nice guy. Seeing this Silver Moon Wolf King attribute, Wang Yuan was slightly stunned. A level 15 silver boss, 5 levels higher than a demon spy. It was thanks to the fact that he had 2 skeleton soldiers of the Children of the Dimension. Otherwise it wouldn't have been easy to single-handedly take on this guy. Of course, the group of players who dared to surround the Silver Moon Wolf King were also quite extraordinary. The assassin in the lead was a female player. A black leather armor that outlined perfect curves, and the dagger in his hand emitted a green glow, just like a bronze equipment. The other 4 were also fully armed and professionally configured. The fit is pretty good too, especially the warrior next to the assassin. A novice village steel suit. The whole thing in Wang Yuan's 2 skeleton soldiers were like blood brothers, and at this time was attracting the Silver Moon Wolf King's hatred. Even Big White was conspiratorial. Hey, dagger, that warrior is your own brother, right? Fart. I don't have this kind of waist brother. Look at the position he's standing in. He'll be dead soon. Xiaobai was very disdainful. Bang! As soon as Xiaobai's words fell, the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly took a step forward and slapped a claw on that warrior's long sword. The steel greatsword in the warrior's hand was slapped away. At the same time the Silver Moon Wolf King's mouth opened and a silver blade of light landed on that warrior's neck close to his face. Brush! The warrior was beheaded on the spot and split in 2. Crap, so tough? Seeing that warrior being killed by a skill in seconds, Wang Yuan was startled. Several of the warrior's companions were also alarmed. That was a level 10 warrior, the main tank of the team, the player with the highest defense. At this moment, he was actually seconded by a skill. This Silver Moon Wolf King's attack power was also a bit too outrageous. Yoo-hoo! This beast can. Big White was very surprised. That's right, Xiaobai said. The Silver Moon Wolf King has a hidden characteristic. That is, when standing more than a certain distance away, he can store up power to release the breaking power attack, making the target lose all defense, stance, and dodge attributes within 5 seconds. And he can't store up power until the distance is stuck within half a meter. No way. Mr. Wushwang, you don't even know? I'm playing a high-end game. I don't have the time to spend a month circling around with a low-level boss like this that can be solved with a single fireball. Shit, White was depressed. Hearing the conversation between these two goods, Wang Yuan almost didn't laugh out loud. These two guys, on the surface, brother and sister, secretly fight each other, yin and yang. Especially the big white kid who manages to get White depressed every time. At this moment, it was hard for Xiaobai to have a chance to show off, but he was dumbfounded by a single sentence of dislike from Dubai. After all, being a few years older and a mage, Great White was clearly much higher in the segment. On the other side, the warrior who was resisting the monsters and pulling the hatred was seconded, and several other people immediately lost their defense ability and were exposed to the Silver Moon Wolf King. Oh, the Silver Moon Wolf King let out a long whistle. His mouth opened, and a blade of light flew out, hitting the mage right in the face. Then he leapt to the archer and clawed him to death. Before the priest could react to what was going on, the Silver Moon Wolf King turned around and took a bite, biting into the priest's neck. In less than 10 seconds, the 5-member squad was instantly wiped out, leaving only the female assassin alone. The female assassin turned and ran without saying a word. Offending the boss and still wanting to run? How could it be so easy? The Silver Moon Wolf King rose up to chase after him. Sisters, need a hand? Seeing that the assassin was about to be caught up by the Silver Moon Wolf King as well, Wang Yuan suddenly drilled out and stood not far in front of the assassin, waving his hand in a loud greeting. Want? The assassin first froze when he saw Wang Yuan, and then directly returned. Hey, 1 gold coin, Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed. There is no such thing as a free lunch and dinner and snack. We came all the way here to do the task is also a cost drop. Just 2 skeletons on the equipment are worth a gold coin. Since the sword to help naturally have to be reimbursed, the weapons in this chick's hands were all attribute equipment, and at a glance, she was not a poor person. And even more so, she couldn't help for nothing. No need. The assassin snorted coldly and blankly glanced at Wang Yuan. Then I'll help the boss. Wang Yuan's smile gradually lacked morality. Sister, the weapon you're holding is more than a gold coin. What a pity to drop it. With that, Wang Yuan stopped in front of the assassin. You're shameless. The assassin was shocked and angry. Even the 2 skeletons behind Wang Yuan couldn't help but spit out. Holy shit, isn't our brother Nyo a bit shameless? How dare he take advantage of the fire? Ha, I kind of appreciate him. A man of great accomplishments. No way, mister. Wushuang, are you serious? You know shit. Under the end times, it's people like that who can tenaciously survive. Wang Yuan, I don't know if that's a compliment or a curse. Sister, you still have a second to think about it. Wang Yuan glanced behind the assassin. The Silver Moon Wolf King was already less than 10 meters away from that assassin. The assassin snorted coldly. Stop him. Although reluctant, that assassin still threw a gold coin over helplessly. After all, shelling out money was nothing more than losing a gold coin. And if you didn't shell out money, the son of a bitch in front of you was obviously going to help the boss screw himself. As you said, it would be more than 1 gold coin to drop a random piece of equipment on yourself. What to choose is self-evident. Wang Yuan received the gold coins, and the Silver Moon Wolf King had already chased after the assassin and clawed at the back of the assassin's heart. Boys, on! Wang Yuan directly gave the 2 skeleton soldiers the command to attack. Xiaobai has long been on the sidelines of the hand, itchy and eager to try. After getting the order to step forward, rushed to the Silver Moon Wolf King underneath. A sword split in the Silver Moon Wolf King chest. Bang! -74. The Silver Moon Wolf King's attack was interrupted as his body swayed from a sword slash. The assassin came back from the dead, rolled forward on the ground to distance himself from the Wolf King, and ran off without looking back. The Silver Moon Wolf King's hatred was also pulled over by Little White. Ow! The Silver Moon Wolf King hissed and slapped his paw fiercely at Little White. This was a level 15 silver boss. Xiaobai was just a level 6 skeleton soldier, and without a healing profession was not going to be able to carry the boss this far anyway. As per normal operation, one would have to back up and dodge to do so. However, Xiaobai did not dodge and took a step straight forward. Pop! The Silver Moon Wolf King slapped a paw in the air and slapped it on the ground, and immediately opened his mouth to bite Little White. Just then, White's shoulders jerked forward. Bang! -88. There was a muffled sound against the Silver Moon Wolf King's throat. Vital attack. Gah! The Silver Moon Wolf King whimpered, revealing a pained expression. Xiaobai then took the opportunity to burrow underneath the Silver Moon Wolf King and stabbed the Silver Moon Wolf King in the stomach. -258. Ouch! The Silver Moon Wolf King was in pain. A large blood drop number floated up from the Silver Moon Wolf King's head. The key Blitz. In Dawn of the Dead, the monsters are realistically designed, and all have vital parts. Attacking a vital area triggers ignoring defense and is known as a vital attack. An attack on a vital area resulting in a critical hit causes triple damage and is known as a vital blast. The game has a skill axe. It's not difficult for players to hit the target, but to hit the target's vitals, it requires a high degree of precision, which is a pretty high skill. Xiaobai was worthy of being a ruthless character who claimed to have squatted the Silver Moon Wolf King for more than 50 times, just like he had already taken the Silver Moon Wolf King's fighting style completely, and his strikes were extremely precise, with all his moves going for the vitals. The Silver Moon Wolf King was furious and turned his body around to bite Little White, and Xiaobai seemed to have expected it. Before the Silver Moon Wolf King turned around, he took 2 steps to the side, and when the Silver Moon Wolf King turned around, Xiaobai just happened to come underneath the Silver Moon Wolf King's body again, and the upper sword in his hand once again stabbed upwards violently. Put! -258. Another vital blast. After stabbing the sword, White didn't stop and once again moved a few steps in the other direction. The Silver Moon Wolf King moved his body above Xiaobai again as if he was cooperating with him, and Xiaobai once again stabbed upwards. -258. It felt like a botched TV show where one side jumps up first and the other is using a sweeping leg. Extremely bizarre. Seeing this bizarre scene, Wang Yuan was confused. As a skeleton soldier, Xiaobai didn't move very fast, and at the very least, he was far worse than a level 15 silver boss like the Silver Moon Wolf King. However, no matter how the Silver Moon Wolf King turned around and turned his head, Xiaobai was able to calculate the position in advance, as if he was anticipating the enemy and walked underneath the Silver Moon Wolf King. With the Silver Moon Wolf King's huge body, finish the jam and hit the vital blasts. Every step was perfectly separated, and every sword was precise. Is this the elite expert who has been fighting with magical beasts in the post-apocalyptic battlefield for many years? In the grass in the distance, the assassin who had already managed to get out of the battle and enter the sneak state was also jaw-dropped when he saw the scene. Originally, she just wanted Wang Yuan to help her pull some hatred so that she could take advantage of the opportunity to escape. She didn't think that Wang Yuan would be able to stop the Silver Moon Wolf King. Never did he expect that not only did Wang Yuan really stop the Silver Moon Wolf King by himself, but he also clearly had the upper hand, using a single skeleton soldier to suppress the Silver Moon Wolf King to death. It was well known that the necromancer skeleton soldiers could only inherit 50% of the player's attributes, and although Wang Yuan's two skeletons looked a bit different, skeleton soldiers were just that, skeleton soldiers, and couldn't be any stronger. Furthermore, this kind of low-level undead creatures such as skeleton soldiers do not have the slightest AI intelligence to speak of. Attack and defense need to be personally controlled by the necromancer to give orders. But Wang Yuan manipulated a trash skeleton soldier to suppress a level 15 silver boss. What kind of operation level is this? I thought this guy was just a scumbag who took advantage of the situation. But I didn't realize he had something. For a while, the assassin's eyes looked at Wang Yuan with a few points of admiration from his previous disdain. Of course, what that assassin didn't know was that within Wang Yuan's two skeleton bodies were the souls of two elite experts who had crossed over from the end of the world. And with the enhancement of the heroic history book, they were completely incomparable to the ordinary skeleton soldiers. If the unusual necromancer's skeleton soldiers were bicycles, Xiaobai was an automatic limousine. With just a single command from Wang Yuan, Xiaobai was free to play, completely foolproof. As an elite warrior who had killed the true magical beast Silver Moon Wolf King more than 50 times, the district data body in front of him at the moment wasn't even worth mentioning in Xiaobai's eyes, only to see him continuously walking under the Silver Moon Wolf King's attacks, idly dodging all of the Silver Moon Wolf King's attacks while launching counterattacks, and even hitting critical blows every time. -258, -258, -258. A large blood drop number floated up on the Silver Moon Wolf King's head. The Silver Moon Wolf King's blood bar, at a speed visible to the naked eye, fell down one by one. In a moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King's blood bar turned red and dropped to 30%. Xiaobai suddenly made a sideways turn and took a few steps back, pulling away from the Silver Moon Wolf King. Question mark. A question mark popped up on Wang Yuan's head. Right at this moment, the Silver Moon Wolf King suddenly transformed into a shadow and brushed past Xiaobai. Wolf King impact. This. Wang Yuan was somewhat speechless. Wolf King impact, that was the Silver Moon Wolf King's big move, and it was dodged so easily? Okay, dagger. Dabai couldn't help but applaud. That's right, just this thing I can dodge with my eyes closed. Xiaobai was not modest. After the Silver Moon Wolf King unleashed the Wolf King impact, his movements before him were much slower than before. Xiaobai once again raised his sword to follow. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. The sword is not far from the point. Finally, after stabbing 7 more swords, the blood bar on the Silver Moon Wolf King's head completely emptied. Ow! With a scream, he turned into a corpse. Wow! A large pile of loot shone brightly as it fell from the Silver Moon Wolf King. System alert, you have killed a Lord-level silver boss. Completing your first kill, you have gained 100,000 points of experience, plus 150 reputation, and have been awarded the title Wolf King Killer. Wolf King Killer. Category, Title. All NPCs in Cybertown have plus 100 favorability. Title description, obtained from the first kill of the Lord-level silver boss Silver Moon Wolf King. Brush it off. Several consecutive golden lights burst out from Wang Yuan's body, and Wang Yuan directly rose 4 levels in a row to reach level 10. The 2 skeleton soldiers followed suit and rose to level 10. The white skeleton has also been upgraded with the upgrade to a black color with a metallic sheen that looks very textured. You have completed the first kill of the Lord-class silver boss Silver Moon Wolf King. Do you disclose your game ID? No. Wang Yuan nodded no without hesitation. What's the point of playing games? It's all about making a name for yourself. If it was a pure game, Wang Yuan would not have missed the opportunity to pretend. However, Wang Yuan knew that the current game was not a pure game, and it was better to keep a low profile as a human being in reality. System announcement, player of novice region number 3225, Shibei Town, has successfully killed the Lord-level silver boss, Silver Moon Wolf King, completing the first kill, and his deeds will be recorded in the history books. System announcement, 3 times in a row. The players in the game were in an uproar. The game has only been open for 3 days. The vast majority of players are still struggling in the survival line. No equipment and no skills in the early stages of the game. Playing the same level of small monsters are struggling. And now there are people who can kill the silver boss? This Nima. It's really a case of people getting killed. Of course, these are all vanity names. What was really practical was still the loot exploded by the Silver Moon Wolf King. Wang Yuan quickly stepped forward and pocketed all the things on the ground, worthy of being the first kill of a silver boss. Even in the world of Dawn of the Dawn with its pitiful explosion rate, the Silver Moon Wolf King's loot was considered quite generous. A total of 1 skill book, 3 pieces of equipment, and a blackened token, as well as a wolf head that had been packed. The wolf's head is a quest item, needless to say. The token is called Proof of Death and is also a quest item without much introduction. Skillbook is an assassin skill. Sneak attack. Category, martial arts. Grade, D. A surprise attack skill that attacks a target from behind. Occupational requirement, assassin. A D-rank output skill. In this era of universal F-rank initial skills, D-rank skill books were considered precious, and were conservatively worth 1 gold coin when thrown onto the market. Equipment, on the other hand, is a pair of boots, a ring, and a staff. Wolf foot. Quality, bronze. Armor, 9. Magic resistance, 8. Agility plus 7. Shadow of the Wolf, passive skill. 15% increase in movement speed. Occupational requirements, general purpose. Level requirement, 10. Item description, shoes imbued with wind magic. These boots were clearly an equipment of the agility profession, and the attributes were very good, especially the 15% increase in movement speed, which made Wang Yuan a bit in love with them. What's most important under Armageddon? Stay alive. Run fast to save your life. It doesn't matter if you can outrun the Wraith, as long as you can outrun the other players. This 15% speed that is a life-saving attribute. Wolf's teeth. Quality, bronze. Attack, 7. Magic, 4. Agility plus 4. Strength plus 2. Wolf kiss, passive skill. 10% physical damage is converted into your own blood. Occupational requirements, general purpose. Level requirement, 10. Item description, cast from the teeth of a wolf king with bloodthirsty power. The ring is also the equipment of the agility profession, with moderate attributes, and the additional attribute is also the highly practical bloodsucking attribute. However, this thing is used by physical professions, and it is completely incompatible with his own profession of dogfighting and relying on minions to fight. Wang Yuan casually equipped it on Xiaobai. Praise my lord. Ox power, great necromancer. I will be your eternal believer. Xiaobai was so excited that he was about to pump over. Shameless. No talent. Don't say you were brought up by me. Great White once again let out a contemptuous sentiment. Ha! Wang Yuan smiled darkly at his words and displayed the attributes of the staff in his hand. Seeing the staff in Wang Yuan's hand, not only Big White, but even Little White on the side froze. This is Silver Moon praises. Quality, silver. Attack, 17. Magic, 29. Intelligence plus 9. Mental plus 6. Moon God's Blessing, passive skill. Magic value is automatically restored by 10 per second. Magic Guide Secret Silver, passive skill. 15% magic increase. Occupation requirements, wizard. Necromancer, cleric. Level requirement, 10. Item description, a wand made of secret silver by the great alchemist Clydel. Once blessed by the moon, the wearer will have a constant flow of magical power. Silver equipment, it's still a weapon class. In Dawn of the Dawn, weapons and clothing and armor belong to the big pieces, compared to other loose parts to be much more expensive, especially the weapon class. That is absolutely the most important equipment for players without one. Players can go without any equipment, but never without a weapon. At this stage of the game, the vast majority of players can't even put together a white plate, and the players who use bronze weapons that are top stream. The value of a silver weapon was self-evident, although the staff's attributes were not that outstanding in Wang Yuan's eyes. After all, the 15% magic increase wasn't too high, and the 10 points of magic recovery was even more like chicken feed. Knowing that the lowest level magic potion in the store could automatically restore 15 points of magic value per second, this attribute would just save some money on magic potions. It's magic recovery. This staff actually has a magic recovery attribute. However, right at this moment, Wang Yuan remembered Big White's excited voice in his mind. Isn't it just magic restoration? Worth getting so excited about? Wang Yuan secretly wondered. In the games that Wang Yuan had played, but wherever there was the setting of magic potion, magic recovery was not considered a superb attribute. Big White was also considered an elite expert in the future, so it would not be so uneducated, right? Is it possible that there are no magic potions in the future? Fruity. Just as Wang Yuan was full of doubts, Xiaobai also said excitedly, holy shit, this luck is too good. Surprisingly, it's a magic recovery equipment. Put it in our time, it's definitely considered a divine weapon. That's not true. If I had this staff before, I wouldn't have run out of magic. Great White's tone began to be heavy, obviously remembering what happened before he was reborn again. If only Clydesdale and his Magic Potion Association hadn't been slaughtered, we humans wouldn't be so miserable. Xiaobai's tone also became mournful. Yes, Big White sighed. According to the course of history, a year from now the Magic Potion Association will cease to exist, and mankind will be in a passive state due to the lack of medication supplies. If only the disaster could be prevented. Seeing the two optimistic and lively guys suddenly become like this, Wang Yuan was also a bit uncomfortable in his heart, listening to the meaning of the duo's words. 1 year after the Doomsday, the Alchemy and Magic Potion Association had disappeared for some reason, and mankind had gone into decline because of this incident. Thinking about it, why are players able to push bosses without any problems? Aside from equipment, skills, and other things that strengthen themselves, it wasn't because there were ample supplies. Drinking medicine while hacking monsters. As long as you have a blood bar, there's no boss you can't get rid of. Without an adequate supply of magic potions, the bug-like recovery ability of humans would disappear, which would be an absolutely annihilating blow to the human race. It's a pity that this guy is also a mage. Otherwise, how good would this staff be for me? Great White regretfully looked at the staff in Wang Yuan's hand and muttered. Hey, Xiaobai heatedly laughed. I have told you, let you praise my lord. Now regret it. Ugh, you think I'm as worthless as you are. Are you looking at me like that? Is it because you want this staff? The two were despising each other when Wang Yuan suddenly turned his head and asked Dabai with a smile. Ah, Great White trembled. The soul fire in his eyes jumped a little, looking at the staff in Wang Yuan's hand and nodded with infinite longing. You who? You can understand words outside of battle commands? Wang Yuan pretended. Didn't I say that skeleton soldiers don't have high AI? Looks like you two follow me and are as smart as I am. What if I want to get him killed? Great White gritted his teeth. So shameless this. Here you go. It's more useful in your hands than in mine. Wang Yuan casually shoved the staff into Great White's hand. Crap. Wang Yuan's behavior directly confused Big White. He froze for a full 3 seconds before squeezing out the words. Praise my lord. Ox power. I will always be your believer. Shameless. No talent. Bah. Xiaobai was madly contemptuous from the side. Plan pass. Hearing Big White's praise, Wang Yuan smiled faintly. The great philosopher Zen Mind Taoist Bone was right when he said that less pie and more favors make the men loyal. The previously unruly Great White student was now bought off with a staff. Hey, thanks for earlier. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wang Yuan was about to return to the city when a familiar voice suddenly came from beside him. Looking back, he only saw a distortion in the air, and a shapely and extremely beautiful-looking assassin appeared behind him. It's the same girl from the party. It is Yua. Thank you. Take money to do things. Wang Yuan waved his hand and said, a gold coin also picks up a boss. How profitable. Assassin. Mud. This grandson can really talk. My name is Xue Linglong. What about you? The assassin resisted the urge to whack Wang Yuan and handed Wang Yuan a friend request. To be able to single brush a silver boss. This guy was definitely an expert. It's not intolerable, though it owes some beating. Nyo Dali. Wang Yuan responded faintly through the application. And the two skeleton soldiers at his side are restless again? Xue Linglong? She is Xue Linglong? That super rich person who influenced the world monetary system and history? Surprisingly, it's her. That rich person who charged a large sum of money in before the game fused with reality. I can't imagine that she was born in Xibei Town as well. So it's a rich man. No wonder. Wang Yuan sniffed and frowned. This chick is equipped with a full set of equipment, plus a bronze-level dagger. In the pre-game conservative value of 5 figures, the general public does not spare the pre-game so big investment. What about more than $10,000? 2 months' salary. Buy a set of newbie outfit that can be eliminated at any time. Not a rich person who has a lot of money to zap will definitely not do so. Nyo Dali. You name. Hearing Wang Yuan's name, Xue Linglong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Yuan was offended. That's not true. Water Linglong held back her laughter and said, what did the boss explode just now? Is there anything I need? I'll pay a high price to receive it. How high? Wang Yuan skimmed Xue Linglong. This girl is quite good looking. A pompous posture belongs to people a little bit like it. Is it a big deal to be rich? Whatever it is, I'll start at 10 gold coins. 1 piece 10 gold coins yo. Xue Linglong pulled out a money bag. Okay, being rich is great. Upon hearing Xue Linglong's offer, Wang Yuan immediately replaced it with a fawning smile before handing over the copy of Sneak Attack, D-rank skill book. Good stuff. Is there any more? Xue Linglong took the book and glanced at it, tapping her hands together to learn it directly. Nope, I'm useful for everything else. Wang Yuan stared at Xue Linglong dead in the face and said, you haven't paid yet. Don't ever think of running away. Cut. Shui Linglong casually threw a money bag to Wang Yuan and said, "Virtuous? How can I be poor in money? Look for me when you have something good in the future." After saying that, Shui Linglong's figure disappeared before Wang Yuan's eyes. Praise be to His Excellency Nyo Dali, the warrior of the empire. My wife and son's revenge has finally been avenged. After Wang Yuan handed over the Silver Moon Wolf King's wolf head to Xian cried snotty tears and was grateful to Wang Yuan. "I'm sorry for your loss. Don't forget to thank me when you're crying." Wang Yuan comforted from the side. "I almost forgot if you didn't tell me." Xian stopped grieving at the sound of his voice in a heartbeat, then took a rummage under the shelves behind him. "Can you even fucking forget that? Thanks to my old man for mentioning this shameless NPC. Wang Yuan secretly bristled. Quickly, Xian rummaged under a shelf and pulled out a worn wooden crate. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Yuan knew that it was something good inside, seeing this wooden box, Wang Yuan would have flipped out on the spot. A newbie artifact just fucking thrown in here? It's too pushy. This is a set of equipment that I spent my life's work to build for myself for the sake of revenge. Xian said, "Now that you, warrior, have helped me avenge my wife and son, I can't use this set of equipment anymore, so I'll give it to you, warrior." System alert, quest completed. You have been rewarded with Xian's gift. Got it. I got my gear. White rubbed his hands together in excitement, impatience visible in his hollow eyes. Is it better than my staff? Dabai was a bit curious as to how good the newbie equipment could actually be. Wang Yuan was also very puzzled and opened the box. Brush. The moment Wang Yuan opened the box, a light burst out from the box. The light dispersed and 3 pieces of equipment appeared in front of Wang Yuan's eyes. A long sword, a shield, and a suit of armor. Xian's rage, set 1/3. Quality, bronze. Attack, 20. Magic, 20. Strength plus 10. Physical fitness plus 10. Vengeful flame, passive skill, 10% damage increase. Occupation requirements, warrior, knight. Level requirement, 10. Item description, equipment forged by blacksmith Xian, who spent his life's labor to avenge the deaths of his wife and son. Xian's guardian, set 1/3. Quality, bronze. Defense value, 500. Strength plus 10. Physical fitness plus 10. Guardian heart, passive skill. Armor magic resistance increased by 10%. Occupation requirements, warrior, knight. Level requirement, 10. Item description, equipment forged by blacksmith Xian, who spent his life's labor to avenge the deaths of his wife and son. Xian's persistence, set of 1/3. Quality, bronze. Armor, 20. Magic resistance, 20. Strength plus 10. Physical fitness plus 10. Soul of perseverance, passive skill, 10% increase in lifesteal limit. Occupation requirements, warrior, knight. Level requirement, 10. Item description, equipment forged by blacksmith Xian, who spent his life's labor to avenge the deaths of his wife and son. From the attribute point of view, the 3 pieces of equipment main attributes are full value. Quite good. Additional attributes are also considered moderate. The pre-game can be called a small extreme, but it would indeed be a bit of an exaggeration to say that this thing is an artifact. However, Wang Yuan also knew that the reason why a set was called a set was not because of his own attributes, but rather the hidden set attributes that were activated after putting together a set. So Wang Yuan casually equipped the 3-piece set on Xiaobai. As the 3 pieces of equipment were worn, the set attributes were activated. Xian's revenge, passive skill. For every 1% reduction in blood volume, the player's attack and defense attributes will be increased by 1%, and when the blood volume drops to 30%, the blood rage attribute will be activated, restoring 1% of the life value every second during the battle. Crap. Seeing the set attributes, Wang Yuan's eyes flew out and he directly screamed 3 times in a row. The reason why a warrior is because of its high attack and defense, and it is the core tank position in the team. As long as the warrior can carry it, there is no boss that can't be pushed back. So the more survivable a warrior is, the more valuable he or she will be in the team. Whether it's attack and defense increasing as blood decreases, or automatic blood recovery in battle, it drastically improves the survivability of the warrior. Xian's revenge, this set attribute directly elevated the set from a small extreme set, to a height that did not belong to this quality. It's not really an exaggeration to say that it's a newbie godsend. Properties. Wang Yuan's mind moved and he couldn't wait to open the attribute panel. Name, Nyo Dali. Profession, necromancer. Grade, 10. Life value, 1060. Magic value, 1060. Attack 53. Magic 53. Armor 62. Magic resistance 61. Strength, 53. Physique, 53. Intelligence, 53. Spirit, 53. Agility, 60. Skills. Summon skeleton, LV1. Active skill. Consumes 5 magic points to revive the dead as skeleton soldiers. Up to 2 summoned. Equipment, broken wood staff. Heroic history book reincarnation. Wolf feet. Pets, heroic history book reincarnation. Great white, not converted. Attribute growth, strength C. Physique C. Intelligence A. Spirit A. Agility C. Race, skeleton soldier. Grade, 10. Life value, 560. Magic value, 660. Attack, 43. Magic, 83. Armor, 45. Magic resistance, 62. Skill, cleave. Equipment, steel armor. Steel helmet. Steel gauntlets. Steel boots. Silver moon complements. Background, a heroic spirit recorded within the heroic history book, with unlimited growth potential. White, not converted. Attribute growth, strength A. Physique A. Intelligence C. Spirit C. Agility C. Race, skeleton soldier. Grade, 10. Life value, 1232. Magic value, 480. Defense value, 500. Attack, 104. Magic, 51. Armor, 124. Magic resistance, 51. Skill, slash. Equipment, Sean's persistence. Steel helmet. Steel gauntlets. Steel boots. Sean's fury. Sean's guardian. Wolf's teeth. Background, a heroic spirit recorded within the heroic history book, with unlimited growth potential. Character description, a chosen one with the title of Imperial Warrior. The two skeleton soldiers, with Wang Yuan's attribute addition, had attributes that were no better than those of players of the same level, especially Little White. With the set's bonus, the armor value had directly broken through the 120 mark. At the current stage, even a full Prime Plus tank was a step behind compared to buy. Close the properties panel. Wang Yuan pulled open the menu and tapped down. After spending so much time in the game, Wang Yuan had long been hungry. Taking off his gaming helmet, Wang Yuan stretched and casually turned on the TV, then went to get food. Just then, a newscast came on the TV. According to the news of this station, the Jiangbei region found unknown creatures. The creature is extremely ferocious, hurt people and then escaped. The experts have not yet been in the known literature to find the creature information. I hope that residents of the northern region of the Jiangbei region to lock the doors and windows. Go out and do a good job of protection. Unknown creatures? Extremely vicious? Wang Yuan's heart thumped at his words. It seems that what the two skeleton soldiers said was true. If nothing else, the game world will merge with the real world in a month's time, and the end will come on that day. Countless magical beasts invaded the real world and madly slaughtered human beings. The player in the game, as a transcendent professional, will lead the human race to resist the invasion of magical beasts. The end times were preceded and foreshadowed. Nowadays, the magical beasts of the game world have begun to run into the real world one after another. And when the end comes, half of the world will die from this sudden catastrophe. Since he knew about this in advance, he must prepare himself as soon as possible before the end comes. Wang Yuan opened his bank account and looked at the balance. As an unemployed, homebound older youth, Wang Yuan was not wealthy to begin with. Hearing people say that being a professional player in the game can make money, Wang Yuan just spent $10,000 to buy a helmet, ready to go to the game to put up a fight. As a result, he wandered around the game for 3 days without even going out of the newbie village. Then the news of the impending end of the world was learned. This day was like a joke. Thanks to Wang Yuan is now very sober. Otherwise he would have to doubt if it was a hallucination. This morning another $1,000 was charged into the game. And now Wang Yuan only had $2,000 left on his card. The last of his living expenses. Thinking that a month later, the $2,000 would become waste paper, Wang Yuan went straight downstairs to the kiosk. Under the post-apocalyptic world, naturally, food and fresh water are the most important. Although $2,000 couldn't buy much in the way of supplies, it was enough for Wang Yuan to last a while in doomsday. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Buying so many instant noodles and water? Xiao Zhang, the kiosk owner, was a bit surprised to see Wang Yuan buying so many instant noodles and water. The kiosk is right downstairs. You can come down anytime you want food. Why are you suddenly buying so much? The world is going to end. Wang Yuan glanced at Xiao Zhang and said seriously. On weekdays, Wang Yuan and Zhang relationship is not bad. This kid also often give themselves some of the expiration date of the ham and sausage and so on. Can pull a hand when the natural to pull a hand. Ha ha ha. When Xiao Zhang heard Wang Yuan's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Brother Wang, you're really good at joking. I haven't heard of any apocalyptic prophecies after 2012. Wang Yuan can see. Now if you say what the end of the world and other bullshit, certainly no one will believe. Really, if you insist on proclaiming this thing, light will be treated as a mental illness. Heavy will be hat uncle to disturb public safety detention. It doesn't look like it's going to be easy to save a few more people before the end. although he was not a bad person. He was not the kind of person who was uptight, so naturally he would not say anything more to get himself into trouble. Ha ha. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan laughed and changed his words. I recently played a game and plan to stay at home for a month. I know. Breaking Dawn. Right. It's rumored that so many people are addicted to this game. Xiao Zhang said with understanding. I'll get someone to carry the stuff upstairs for you later. Thanks. Wang Yuan finished the checkout and was just about to go out when he suddenly stopped again. Xiao Zhang, you'd better stock up on more goods lately too. I understand, Xiao Zhang said. There must be a lot of people hoarding grain like you lately, so I'll fill the warehouse to the brim. Aha! Wang Yuan nodded in relief. One can only help so much. After a long time, Wang Yuan looked at a living room full of buckets of water, as well as half a house full of instant noodles, and his sense of security improved a lot. Although he spent all his savings, Wang Yuan did not feel any regret. After all, these were the necessities of life, and even if doomsday didn't come in a month, it wouldn't be a waste. At least it would be enough for a few months. Now these money in hand can only do these preparations. When the game earns money to save more other supplies, even if the end of the day every day to eat noodles will vomit. After doing this, Wang Yuan went back to the bed and put on his helmet. However, Wang Yuan did not enter the game directly, but logged into the forums. After level 10, players will have to enter the main city to transfer. Have to read the guide in advance. Open the forums and all sorts of nonsense posts are flying around. There's pretending to be an expert. There's asking a girl out. There's begging a brother to take you. And there's guild recruiting. The hottest or trolling the game burst rate of a post, said what killed the silver boss. Even hair did not burst. Dog then the game hurry to destroy it. Wang Yuan finally found the transfer strategy post he wanted in a pile of trash. The official website of the game only has information on the 8 professions. The transfer will have to be explored by the player. It is said that there are a large number of hidden branches in the game, so each player has different encounters with different direction of the transfer is also different. As it stands now, however, the main regular occupations are divided into 16. Warriors can be transferred into output-oriented weapon warriors and defense-oriented guardian warriors. Fighters can be transferred to the internal-focused Qigong master as well as the stance-focused fighter. Wizards are categorized into ice and fire according to their chosen element. Necromancers are divided into necromancers, who focus on curse magic, and necromancers, who focus on undead legions. Assassins have stalkers and assassins. Bowmen have snipers and hunters. Priests are divided into divine and dark shepherds, and paladins are divided into guardian knights and disciplinary knights. With the heroic history book in hand, the current Wang Yuan was definitely going to choose the necrotic summoner route. Have you noticed anything strange about your bodies? Wang Yuan exited the post and was just about to log into the game when suddenly a newly brushed title attracted Wang Yuan's attention. Different? Wang Yuan curiously clicked on the post and took a look. The poster is a magician called C Infinite. This guy claims to be a magician. After getting offline today, he suddenly felt a wave of energy fluctuation in his head, exactly the same as the magic fluctuation in the game. And now he's posting for help to see if other people are in the same situation. The post was written honestly, but the replies below were very forum style. You-hoo, you're a bit of a refreshing bee. I'm convinced. Yeah, those douchebags who show their gear are nowhere near the owner. I'd like to call you the king of pussy, and I hope you'll pretend to be better in the future. Looking at the comments below, Wang Yuan couldn't help but want to laugh. It's true that game forums, there are all kinds of people who pretend to be whatever they are, but it's just about which boss they killed, which copy they passed, what equipment they exploded, and so on. How can you not run out of game? This guy said something about how he felt a magic wave. The genius pretended to be unexpected. It's natural to be shamed. Laughing was laughing, but Wang Yuan didn't question it like the others. After all, he's clutching 2 reborns in his hand, and it's natural to see it as even more bizarre than the posters. The appearance of this post made Wang Yuan even more convinced that the words of the 2 skeletons were true. The end is really coming. The world is really going to change. The only way to have a greater chance of surviving the end times is to stock up on supplies and improve your strength. Logging into the game again, the town of Saib was bustling as usual. Level 10 players can teleport through the village chief, directly to the main city area closest to the novice area. The scene in front of his eyes turned and Wang Yuan was teleported to a magnificent main city gate. Thunderstorm City is discovered and you gain 1000 experience points. This main city was Thunderstorm City. Unlike the delicacy of Northwest Town, Thunderstorm City's towering walls and rugged architectural style gave it an atmospheric and epic feel. Newbie area delayed for 3 days. At this time there have been many players rose to 10 levels into the main city. All the way into the city everywhere are players. Without saying a word, Wang Yuan took the 2 skeleton soldiers and walked straight towards Thunderstorm City's cemetery. That's right, The place where necromancers transfer is the cemetery, also known as the buried bones, LMAO. The game designers and necromancers definitely have a grudge. Wang Yuan's head was full of black lines. Fighters have camps, fighters have martial arts halls, archers have firing ranges, assassins have assassins' unions, and priests and paladins have churches. Wizards, who were also of the law profession, occupied the best feng shui and most expensive magic tower in the middle of the main city like nobles. The only place where necromancers are transferred is in this dark, dirty and putrid-smelling cemetery. Wang Yuan felt deep occupational discrimination. Even the two skeleton soldiers couldn't help but start spitting. No wonder necromancers became the rarest profession in our time. With these conditions, it's no wonder no one chose this profession. That's right, because no one chose the necromancer. The necromancer line was thin, so no one could awaken the necromancer at that time. If there were a few more necromancers, those spirits who died in battle could be resurrected. And with the power of the undead legions, a single necromancer would be able to defend a city. One necromancer can defend a city? Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It seems that the game information didn't lie. The necromancer is really ridiculously strong in the late stages. No wonder it's so nasty up front. Listening to the duo, Wang Yuan's heart was much more balanced, and the race of the game designer in Wang Yuan's mind changed from canine to primate. God is going to give you a big job. With a profession as strong as the necromancer, the early stages will certainly not be too smooth. However, from the words of the duo, Wang Yuan can learn that after the game fuses with reality, human beings who want to become professionals will not be able to choose on their own as they do now, but will have to rely on the awakening of their bloodline later in life. This bloodline should be related to the profession that the player chooses now. The more players who choose that profession, the more bloodlines the game fuses with reality and the higher the awakening rate. The later the player chooses that profession, the thinner the bloodline becomes and the lower the awakening rate. It was because the necromancer's setting was so pitiful that it resulted in too few players playing necromancers nowadays. So by the time the generation after more than 100 years had passed, necromancers were already a legendary profession. Blame it on those fracking big guilds. Wang Yuan skimmed his mouth in dissatisfaction. The setting of summoning skeletons requiring corpses is disgusting, but the game company still has corpse refresh points. The reason why ordinary necromancers like Wang Yuan couldn't summon skeletons was because those big guilds had hijacked the corpse refresh points and simply didn't allow necromancers outside of them to get close. So much so that most necromancers choose to delete and retrain without ever seeing what their skeletons look like. Wang Yuan was more tenacious in his temper before he persisted, and then summoned Big White and Little White in the church basement. Adventurer, are you here to transfer? When he came to the cemetery, an eerie voice suddenly rang in Wang Yuan's ears. When he looked up, he saw a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and a gray cloak standing in front of him. The middle-aged man's face was thin, with no semblance of blood on his face, the same as a zombie drilled out of a graveyard. The head bears his name, Gravekeeper Wayne, Necromancer Vocational Instructor. Right, I am. Wang Yuan nodded. Anyway, it's not a tourist trip. Who would come to this place if they had nothing to do? Please choose your profession. Wayne said. Necromancers are divided into two professions, Necromancer and Necromancer Summoner. The former focuses on curse magic to strengthen their own cultivation, and the latter focuses on summoning to strengthen the undead army. Necromancer. Wang Yuan did not think twice. Although the necromancer's curse magic wasn't weak, the heroic history book in one's hand existed for the undead legion. Not to mention that there were also the two children of the realm, Big White and Little White, as minions, so it was natural to choose the summoning route. May the great Razma always shelter you. Wayne raised the staff in his hand and a black light enveloped Wang Yuan. Brush. However, right at this moment, the black light suddenly drilled into Wang Yuan uncontrollably and disappeared without a trace. Ha! A surprised expression appeared on Wayne's cold and icy face. You actually have a powerful force of death in you. The power of death? Wang Yuan had a puzzled look on his face. That's right. You are the hero chosen by Hero Sag, the son of destiny who owns the hero's history book. Forgive me for not being able to transfer you with my limited abilities. Wayne nodded and resumed his ancient expression. Can't transfer? What then? Wang Yuan frowned. It's not that I can't transfer. It's that I can't transfer for you. Wayne said. Who can? Wang Yuan asked again. Ha! Wayne laughed and ignored Wang Yuan. Well, Wang Yuan was silent. Wouldn't it be a waste of time if you didn't know where to transfer? Is our brother no brain problem? He still knows not to give others help for nothing. How to change him to ask for help? So ungrateful? White's puzzled voice rang in his ears. Our Ox is such a brazen guy. The main fight is a lenient and strict one. Big White chimed in from the sidelines. I'm fucking. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment, buckled and swished and pulled out a copper plate from his pocket and said, Big brother, make it easy. Gee, not bad. Quite perceptive. He's just shameless. He's not stupid. But taking a coin and begging for an errand. Can this be done? The two skeletons started whispering again when they saw Wang Yuan pull out the copper plates. Humph, you're insulting me? Wayne snorted coldly. Got the wrong one. It's a silver coin. A silver coin. Wang Yuan hurriedly pulled out another silver coin. Wayne, am not so easily bribed. Wayne disdained. This. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment and asked. Go ahead. What conditions? 1 gold coin. Didn't you say you weren't bought so easily? Wang Yuan was furious. A gold coin is quite a lot. How is it considered easy? Wayne revealed a treacherous smile. Good. You're awesome. Wang Yuan was speechless for a while. So far, this Wayne is still very much in line with the GameStop style, featuring a money in the eye. You go to the church's Yingling cemetery. There is someone there who can help you. After receiving the gold coins, Wayne gave a word. With Wayne's guidance, soon Wang Yuan arrived at the cemetery behind the church. And in the cemetery stood an NPC that was thinner and whiter than Wayne, more like a zombie. Among a group of light NPCs, this necromancer in a gray cloak was particularly conspicuous. I am Zur, High Priest of Razma, and a necromancer. Seeing Wang Yuan come to his side, Zol looked Wang Yuan up and down and said, My child, I heard that you possess the heroic history book and are a heavenly destined child recognized by Hero Sag. I think I can help you complete your transfer. Zul? He's Zol? That great necromancer Zol who held back the Wraith army at Thundercliff for 16 years with his own power? I can't believe I can see the legendary hero here. Upon hearing Zol's introduction, the two skeletons stirred and let out an inexplicable gasp. ? Just then, Zol was suddenly stunned for a moment. His eyes fell on the two skeletons, and finally said to Wang Yuan in a serious tone, Child, the first rule of the necromancer's code, you may not summon a dead creature that possesses a soul. Crap. Fuck. When Zol said this, Wang Yuan and the two skeletons' gazes fell on Zol in unison. This guy, he can sense us. We're not going to be taken by bull and ground into bone meal for starchy sausages. Shit. I should have known to keep a lower profile. What to do? We have a world to save? It's not going to just get us killed, is it? Both skeletons' voices trembled a little, obviously terrified. As two reborn people, Big White and Little White have only two goals, and that is to live well and save the world. By the way, not to mention that Wang Yuan is still good to them, and they are now satisfied with their situation. It would be really sad if he was really unsummoned or gotten killed by Wang Yuan just because of one word from Zol. Of course, no one was more shocked than Wang Yuan at this moment. Naturally, he wasn't shocked that his two skeletons had souls, but he was shocked that this guy, Zul, was able to detect his secret. This guy is unfathomable. No wonder he could be called a legendary hero by two latter-day skeletons. You said that they have souls? Wang Yuan asked, feigning uncertainty. That's right, my children, I can feel the soul fluctuations in them, Zul said, and the intensity is far higher than yours. It's evident that they were also powerful warriors in their lives, and if you don't have the ability to control them, you're bound to suffer a backlash in the future. Brother Bull, Father Bull, you mustn't listen to his compulsion. Brother Nyo, we're good brothers, how could we possibly turn against you? The two skeletons glared angrily at Zul. They had never hated the legendary hero so much as they did now. Doesn't that mean I'm the main character of the legend? Upon hearing Zul's words, Wang Yuan not only did not get scared, instead he pretended to be excited and shouted, Truly strong people are meant to be different, to be able to summon a skeleton with a soul. I am truly a dragon among men. Ha! Zul froze slightly, shocked by Wang Yuan's brain circuitry, worthy of being our brother Nyo, still so brazen. It's all connected to himself. He's really a man among men. The two skeletons that had escaped from death sniffed and breathed a long sigh of relief, and their favor towards Wang Yuan skyrocketed. So you prefer undead with souls over ordinary undead? Zul asked as he stared at Wang Yuan. Exactly. How cool is that? Wang Yuan shook his fist in excitement. Great. Hearing Wang Yuan's answer, Zul's originally serious expression suddenly stretched. You passed my first test. You are indeed the chosen son of heaven by Sag. Unlike those ordinary guys, you are a natural necromancer. Speaking of this, Zul then added, I have dedicated my life to the study of necromancy, and found that the strength of undead creatures is closely related to the strength of their souls, and the more powerful the soul, the higher its growth potential. So I guarded this place, wanting to summon undead with the souls of warriors, but for some unknown reason, no matter how powerful the warriors are, they all return to nothingness after death, and their bodies are also unable to summon powerful souls. Wang Yuan, hoping that the old boy was fooling himself, thanks to his own two skeletons, have long known that his two skeletons are not ordinary. In other people, by him so fooled, but also not self-defeating martial arts. The dog system, It's so pitiful. However, listening to Zul, it seemed that he was also working on summoning undead with souls, but had been unsuccessful. I feel like I've stepped into the wrong place. Clinging to their physical bodies should be a mistake. I should try to lead their souls, but now I can't find a clue. Zul said to himself, I heard that there is a white bone altar deep in the thunderstorm forest, and on the altar there is a soul-leading lamp. Can you fetch it for me? System prompt, you have triggered the second ring of the hidden transfer mission. Lead the soul. Mission level A, mission content, retrieve the soul guide lamp. Reward, unknown. Ah, this. Wang Yuan's head was filled with black lines. No, is it so troublesome to change jobs? Looking at the guides on the forums, transferring is as simple as talking to a career tutor and then choosing a career and you're done. How is it that when you come to yourself, you have to do a quest, and not just one quest, but a chain of quests? In the first ring, the girl fooled herself into scrapping her own skeleton. The second ring, you obviously lulled yourself into a death sentence. The third ring is probably going to be a lot more pitiful. This big lug is just a bellyful of bad news. You are different from ordinary people. Zul said indifferently. You are a heavenly ordained who possesses the heroic history book. A dragon and phoenix among men. And since I'm willing to accept you as a personal disciple, I naturally have to give you many tests to see if you're qualified enough for this. Really? Wang Yuan asked questioningly. You can disbelieve my words, but you can't disbelieve that you're a man among men. Zul said with certainty. Just look at my serious expression and you'll know that I don't lie. That's true, what you said makes sense, and I also feel that I am bound to be a dragon amongst men. Wang Yuan nodded. Before doing a quest, you must always learn the skills. Sure, take your pick. Zul instantly and enthusiastically pulled back his lapels, his clothes covered in skill books, like the ones that used to sell plates under the flyovers. Wang Yuan spent 20 silver coins to learn the Necromancer level 5 skill Curse and level 10 skill Return to Life. Curse, active skill. Consume 20 MP points to cast a curse on the target. Within 60 seconds, all attributes of the target are reduced by 10%. Status cannot be stacked. Cooldown, none. Return to Life, active skill that consumes a corpse to replenish the blood of summon units. Cooldown, none. 1 mitigation skill. 1 recovery skill. Reduction skill is okay. Belongs to the dark curse system magic. Consume magic can be cast. Reply skill is more pitiful. Surprisingly also need corpses. Wang Yuan is sort of C. Necromancers take the summoning route. Corpses that are essential consumables. After learning the new skill, Wang Yuan spent another 5 silver coins to raise Summon Skeleton to level 2. Summon Skeleton, LV2. Active skill. Consumes 10 magic points to revive the dead as skeleton warriors. Up to 3 summoned. As the main skill of the Necromancer, Summon Skeleton could be considered the most central skill. The higher the skill level, the higher the grade of the summoned skeletons and the greater the number. However, Dawn of the Dawn in the skill cultivation method is relatively pitiful. Generally the first 3 levels can be in the tutor to spend money to learn. 3 levels later will have to rely on their own brush proficiency. In other professions, brushing skills is just a matter of consuming a little bit of blue. There's no telling how many corpses you'd have to consume if you summon skeletons to swipe upwards. No wonder those big guilds were hogging the corpse refreshment spots. Those were cultivation resources. After leaving the cemetery, Wang Yuan came to the warrior camp and magic tower and bought the warrior's level 5 heavy strike and level 10 charge, as well as the mage's level 5 fireball and level 10 resist fire ring for the 2 skeletons to learn. Resist fire ring for the 2 skeletons to learn. After doing this, Wang Yuan went straight to the outside of the city. Outside of Thunderstorm City, it was a level 10 to 15 practicing area. There were level 10 slimes everywhere, and level 15 wandering kobolds. Unlike the beast monsters in the novice area, these belonged to the low-level magical beasts, and could explode magic crystal cores and other things on their bodies, which could be exchanged for money in the main city store, and were the current economic source of the players. Outside the city gates were filled with groups of players chasing and slashing at monsters. The entrance to the stray area under the city wall is the Thunderstorm City Corpse Refresh Point. Wang Yuan's summoning of skeletons had risen to the 2nd level, and in addition to the 2 skeleton soldiers, Big White and Little White, he was able to summon another skeleton warrior. So he went straight to the corpse refresh point. Dude, what do you guys do? Just as Wang Yuan approached the corpse refresh point, a few warrior players blocked in front of Wang Yuan, and the bald head at the head stared at Wang Yuan as well as the 2 skeletons and asked, "Recruit the baby." Wang Yuan displayed his identity as a necromancer. This corpse refresh point is occupied by our Black Dragon Society. It's now 1 silver coin a time, no bargaining at all. Baldy took another look at Big White and Little White behind Wang Yuan. Yes. Wang Yuan casually flung out a silver coin and entered the corpse refresh point. The main task now was to transfer. There was no need to waste time on fighting with this bunch of frackers. Yoo-hoo! Seeing Wang Yuan pulling out a silver coin so painfully, several warriors could not help but look at each other, especially the bald guy who showed a greedy look. It was important to realize that level 10 players were fresh out of the newbie area and didn't have much money in the first place. You have to spend a fortune to learn all the skills, and a silver coin is definitely not a small amount. A guy who can take out a silver coin so easily must be rich. Arriving inside the corpse refresh point, Wang Yuan saw 7 or 8 players standing in the middle of the refresh point. However, there was only one necromancer within these players. With a wave of his hand, the mage summoned 4 tall black skeletons with battle axes. A few other players went up and hacked the skeleton to pieces. Seeing the skeletons summoned by that necromancer, Wang Yuan could not help but be shocked. Skeleton warrior. Surprisingly, it was a 3rd-ranked undead skeleton warrior. Was this guy already level 20? Skeleton warriors, as 3rd-ranked undead, could only be summoned after level 20 when they had learned a 3rd-rank summoning spell, which meant that the guy in front of them was at least level 20. To know, the game had only been open for 3 days, and the current first-tier players were only 15 or 16 levels. This necromancer in front of him had actually risen to 20 levels. But what are they doing? Wang Yuan was a bit uncertain. I can't imagine that in this era. There is still such a primitive way to brush skills. Xiaobai let out a sigh. It's good to still be in the game and be able to card this bug. When the worlds merge, you won't be able to do this anymore. Great White also lamented at the side. Brush up on your skills? Wang Yuan drifted off. Good lord. So that's how it works. How many corpses must be wasted? What a waste. But looking at them, they should be in the same group as those guys blocking the refresh point. Martyr. The big guild is bull. Other necromancers have to spend money to get a corpse. They use it to brush their skills. As expected, at that moment, only a player was heard saying from the side, "Boss, if nothing happens, today you'll be able to train up to level 4 summoning skeleton, and then you'll be able to summon the skeleton general. Summon the skeleton general and boss will be the #1 necromancer in the entire service." You know shit, right now the boss is the #1 necromancer in the entire service. Look who can summon a skeleton warrior. Those trash can only summon a skeleton warrior at best. Ha ha, there's a sky beyond the sky, and there's a man beyond the man. That necromancer also smiled and said, "There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the game. Nowadays, the skeleton warrior doesn't see no one who can summon it, but as long as I can summon the skeleton general, I will definitely be able to steadily overwhelm all the necromancers." Tramp. Rubbish. Wang Yuan skimmed his mouth and casually made a summoning spell. The corpse in front of him faded into flesh and blood. A white skeleton holding a round shield in its left hand and an iron sword in its right hand climbed up and came behind Wang Yuan in a mute manner. Ha ha, look how silly that skeleton warrior is. Seeing Wang Yuan's skeleton warrior, the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, went out of the refreshment point without looking back. "Hey, buddy, a word? Dude, are you born again too?" Little White and Big White looked up and down around the newly summoned skeleton warrior. However, the skeleton warrior did not have the slightest thought and followed behind Wang Yuan like a machine. It was clear that the skeletal warrior did not possess a soul. Although Wang Yuan was a bit disappointed, he was not surprised. A great mage like Zol couldn't even summon a skeleton with a soul, and he was already lucky to summon 2 of his own, and it made sense that the third one didn't have a soul, so how could he be insatiable? With the newly summoned skeleton warriors, Wang Yuan headed deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, several players followed from behind. If Wang Yuan saw these guys, he would definitely be able to recognize them. It was the same guys outside the corpse refreshment point, and apart from a few of them, they were followed by a few players of other professions. Gunny, this guy doesn't look like he has much equipment either. We're not going to go short, are we? One of the assassins frowned and asked the bald warrior. You don't know shit, this guy is so generous. He doesn't even blink at a silver coin. He must be rich. The bald guy who was called Brother Gun said. Besides, although the equipment on his body is trash, didn't you see his 2 teammates? All of them have good equipment on their bodies, especially which one is holding a staff. It must be at least a bronze outfit, with a high probability of being a silver outfit. A silver suit? Really? Our boss doesn't even have a silver suit. There was a rush of excitement from the crowd. He. If we snatch it and give it to the boss, don't we also have benefits? Brother Light heatedly smiled. When the time comes to fight the boss and drop the equipment, aren't we still free to pick? It makes sense. It makes sense. The crowd nodded. Go after them. Don't lose them. Say, do you two really have souls? It sure looks like you're a lot smarter than Mysaner. Along the way, Wang Yuan also intuitively felt the gap between the 2 reanimator skeletons and the ordinary skeletons. Although the skeleton warrior was a second-ranked undead, in terms of intelligence and combat skills, it was many times worse than the 2 battle-hardened reborns. It was like the difference between a top-tier professional player and an ordinary small monster. Even if Big White and Little White didn't have any equipment, trying to defeat a soulless skeleton warrior was a breeze. No wonder Zul had dedicated his life to summoning skeletons with souls. The advantage was too obvious. Zul's earlier nonsense wasn't without merit. With Zul pointing out the soul thing, at the very least Wang Yuan and the two skeletons could stop pretending to act. In the face of Wang Yuan's doubt, the two skeletons were unanimously stunned. Mr. Wushuang, how do we answer? Don't act too smart. He'll be scared. Let's just show a little. With that said, Big White nodded with a dumbfounded look on his face like a fool, and Little White followed suit. Well, although it has a soul, it doesn't seem to be particularly intelligent. It still needs to take its time. Wang Yuan pretended to talk to himself. The two skeletons looked at each other and said triumphantly, "Fooled them, we acted too well." Whoosh! Just as several people were racing each other's acting skills, a sudden crack sounded behind them. Not good. Sneak attack. Big White and Small White, two corpses in the sea of blood killed out of the strong reaction is how sensitive. Heard the wind behind the moment. Small White did not think. A turn in the hands of the shield raised. Duck! A soft thud. An arrow was stopped by a small white shield. At the same time a message flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. If you are attacked by the team of player Bald Dragon, you have 180 seconds to defend yourself, and killing your opponent during this period will not increase your PK value. Wang Yuan turned back violently, only to see a group of players surrounded from behind. The leader of the bald head is a bit familiar, is looking at himself with a fierce face, head with the ID Bald Dragon. In Dawn of the Dawn, players initiating PK will automatically display their names, and carrying props or equipment that hide their identities is the only way to hide their personal information. The Bald Dragon was followed by 6 players. They were an archer, 2 mages, a priest, and 2 warriors, and several of them were fully equipped, with their professions fully equipped, and they looked like experienced veterans. Mud, it's a mugging party. It seems there are scum in any era. The two skeletons exchanged a look and immediately reacted to what was going on, and a murderous aura that made even Wang Yuan feel a chill on his back burst out from the throbbing soul fire. In the future era, the most hated in the 100-year war between humans and magical beasts was not the magical beasts, but those who took advantage of the opportunity to stab their fellow countrymen in the back to make a disaster fortune. The robbery party is one of them. The first rule of the post-apocalyptic law explicitly states that when a professional encounters a looting party, he must kill and not leave an inch of grass behind. As elite powerhouses in their professions, the two skeleton soldiers instinctively rose to kill when they saw these looters. Ha ha, man, we meet again. The Bald Dragon looked at Wang Yuan in front of him with a very lewd smile. It's you? What can I do for you? Wang Yuan frowned slightly, also recognized the guy in front of him, and immediately also reacted to the fact that he was showing his wealth. So he thought to give his skeleton soldiers the order. Prepare to fight. Nothing much, just seeing that you are generous, brother. I want to borrow some equipment. The Bald Dragon glanced at the weapons in the hands of Big White and Little White with greed in his eyes. The heart had already made a calculation. The warrior's weapon belonged to himself. The mage's weapon went to the boss, and the money from the explosion was divided among the others was simply perfect. What if I don't borrow it? Wang Yuan asked rhetorically. Ha ha, he said he won't borrow it. The Bald Dragon turned his head at his words and laughed at the crowd behind him. The others followed suit and couldn't help but laugh indulgently. This guy is stupid, isn't he? Being polite with him and taking it seriously. Hey, are you out of your mind? Our boss means to spare your life by letting you leave your equipment and money behind. Do you understand me this time? Oh. Wang Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, so you guys are robbing. Exactly. Dude, you generalized it correctly. Bald Dragon said, I don't like fighting and dipping into PK value, so you guys might as well take off your equipment yourselves and save us the trouble. Then you're still weirdly good. Wang Yuan laughed. Since you guys came up here on your own to send yourselves to death, I'll make it happen for you. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the Bald Dragon guy suddenly froze and then laughed even more exaggeratedly. Did you hear that? He said he was going to kill us. 3 of their level 10 trumpets are trying to kill 8 of us. Ha ha, the game just opened. Players are still in the initial stage of no equipment and no skills. Players PvP, level and number is everything. In the eyes of Bald Dragon and the others, Wang Yuan's side was nothing more than 3 level 10 trumpets, while there were 8 people on their side with the lowest level being level 15. It's a crushing presence in both class and numbers. Wang Yuan had actually clamored to kill them all. Everyone had simply heard the funniest joke. However, right at this moment, Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he gave orders to Big White and Little White. Go on, leave no one behind. Good job. Nyo. I appreciate you more and more. The two skeletons received the command and without saying a word, they directly launched an attack. The great white staff was raised. Phew, the sound. A ball of fire flew head-on to smash the foremost bald dragon. Crap, he really dared to do it. The bald dragon was startled and hastily raised his shield in his hand in defense. But the moment the bald dragon's shield was raised, White had already charged to the bald dragon's side and heaved on top of it. Bang! Baldur's dragon is sent flying from the top, and his blocking maneuver is interrupted. Boom! At the same time that the block was interrupted, Great White's fireball had smashed into the bald dragon's face without any reservation. -182. -277. One red and one blue, two huge blood drop numbers floated up on the bald dragon's head. The bald dragon's blood bar plummeted by half. Without waiting for the bald dragon to land, Xiaobai slashed horizontally with the longsword in his hand. Cleave, slashing at the bald dragon's leg. Duong! The bald dragon was slashed to the ground on all fours with a sword, followed by a heavy strike from White down the line. And a sword was stuck in the bald dragon's throat. From the time Wang Yuan gave the command to the time Xiaobai used heavy strike to end the battle, it was less than 3 seconds, and the bald dragon was transformed into a corpse on the spot. Even everyone hadn't reacted to what was going on. Seeing this scene, everyone directly froze. We were all teammates in a guild and naturally knew each other's strengths by heart. As their boss, Bald Dragon was naturally the strongest one within all of them. Moreover, as a warrior, the equipment on the Bald Dragon was the best in the team. Not only was it high in attack and defense, but it also had thick blood, making it the core of the team. But at this moment, he hadn't even lasted a single round before being killed on the spot. This Nima, even Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel that it was worthy of being a ruthless character who had actually killed and slaughtered magical beasts on the battlefield. And compared to ordinary players, it was simply not a different dimension. The tightness of their cooperation and the simplicity and brutality of their strikes are unheard of by geeks like Wang Yuan. Tramp! Dare to kill me, kill them! On the other side, the Bald Dragon had already returned to the resurrection point when he reacted, and immediately gave his men the order to attack in a rage. The Black Dragon Society crowd rushed towards Big White and Little White. The next moment, the two warriors as well charged in front of the duo, seeing that White was going to be toppled off. Ha! Only to hear the Big White laugh a walk blocked in front of the Small White, the staff in the hand down. Phew! A ball of dazzling flames centered 360 degrees on Great White and spread out in all directions, colliding solidly with the two warriors charging over. Bang! The two fighters were directly pushed out. Xiaobai leaped forward and flew forward, striking two swords in a row, accurately and unerringly inserting them into the vitals of the two warriors' throats, hitting the vitals with a bludgeon. The two warriors couldn't dodge in time and directly turned into two corpses. White landed on the ground with his shield raised in his hand. Bang! The fireball from the opposite mage, along with the arrows flying towards Great White, smashed into the shield and exploded. The powerful impact blew Xiaobai back half a step. At the same time, Great White's fireball also landed on the opposite mage. With a loud bang, the opposite mage was blown to the outside and scattered. 3 people, the whole 3. If the first round of 2 skeleton soldiers seconds Bald Dragon is unexpected, then the second round directly second 3 people is absolutely appalling. After all, there was still an element of bullying the lesser by the greater number just now. Now this is a real case of doing more with less, especially Xiaobai's 2 swords, directly seconded 2 warriors, which really made everyone a bit shocked. Warrior, hey! All professions and the most resistant to beat one of the 2 major professions. Players PvP, any profession can be seconds. Only the warrior knight, these 2 professions will not appear to be killed in seconds. At this moment, the crowd watched as the 2 warriors were taken away by one person with 1 sword. The visual impact was simply amazing. What the fuck kind of counterattack is that? But it was 2 rounds. Less than 10 seconds. A team of 8 was cut in half, leaving no one in the front row of professions or the back row of mages. The few remaining people were in a state of shock. I said, run! With a gasp of surprise, he twisted his head and ran. Those 2 archers, they ran the fastest. But before they could run out a few steps, 2 dark green rays enveloped the 2 archers. The archers' speed wilted right down. Curse! Only to see Wang Yuan holding a broken wooden staff in his hand. He laughed coldly. You want to leave after offending me? How can it be so easy? Good job, Ox! Seeing Wang Yuan controlling the 2 archers in time, Great White complimented and swung his staff continuously. Bang! Bang! 2 fireballs then flew in and smashed the 2 archers into flying dust, leaving only a priest shivering. Don't kill me. I'm from the Black Dragon Society. You can't be unaware of what happens when you mess with the Black Dragon Society, right? Then doesn't your Black Dragon Society know what happens when you mess with me? Wang Yuan waved his hand. Xiaobai slashed his sword on the priest's head and the priest was cut alive. Bah! Wang Yuan viciously spat at the priest's corpse. Mud! Who are you playing with? What the hell is the Black Dragon Society and the White Dragon Society? I'm not afraid to die playing a game, even if the game fuses with reality in the future. With the two Sons of the Realm in hand, can Lousy, the protagonist among protagonists, still be bullied by you? Occupy capital body source card other necromancer neck also even if it is not worth it because of this money trouble. Now robbery or robbing the old man's head, but also think of scaring the old man. Really give you face. Wipe, not a single piece of equipment explodes from so many people? Looking at the empty ground, the two skeletons were somewhat dissatisfied. The equipment on these guys are not bad. I thought that the counterkill can also give themselves some equipment and so on. But the result is that this group of people are really lucky. A piece of equipment did not fall. It's still good in our time. We can just pick equipment off corpses. Xiao Bai began to miss the past. Wang Yuan. Good lord. I can't see that these two skeleton soldiers are still the masters of killing people. Put. Just as Wang Yuan was spitting on the two skeletons, there was a sudden chill at the back of his heart. -42. A faint damage floated up from Wang Yuan's head. Question mark. Wang Yuan turned his head back, only to see a distortion in the air behind him. A short assassin slowly revealed himself behind Wang Yuan. The assassin's eyes were dull and confused, obviously unable to understand why a mage wearing novice cloth clothes and holding a novice wooden staff had only lost 40 or so points of blood after taking this hit from himself. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yuan was averaging his points and had the artifact heroic history book in his hand. At this point, Wang Yuan's armor value had already exceeded 60 plus. The assassin belonged to the min power points, and his attack power was but 60 or 70 points. Being able to do 40 plus damage with the skill sneak attack from behind is already pretty impressive. The assassin reacted quickly. Seeing that the blow managed to break the defense, he turned around and was about to run. Wang Yuan, however, yanked on the assassin's collar. Surprisingly, there's still one. Don't try to run. Wang Yuan that was 53 points of strength, no less than the assassin. After yanking the assassin's collar, he actually controlled it in place, while the skeleton warrior beside him slashed at the assassin's head. Skeleton warrior doesn't have the AI of Big White or Little White though, but also the undead of the heroic history book plus. Equipment aside, the attribute panel was a bit higher than Xiao Bai's, and this sword went down and directly cut that assassin over. At this time, Xiao Bai also rushed up, stepping on the assassin's back and piercing him with a sword to the back of his heart. Snap! As the assassin turned into a corpse, a ring fell from the assassin's body. Exploding equipment. It's finally exploded. Xiao Bai rejoiced. With the same melee profession, assassins had a lot of equipment that was common to warriors. Mage equipment. Mage equipment. Great White recited the spell, wondering why a wizard as sensible as him would have the illusion of an assassin bursting with mage equipment. Wang Yuan casually picked up the ring. Concealed Mirage Ring. Quality, Bronze. Attack, 17. Magic, 10. Agility plus 6. Strength plus 5. Illusion, passive skill. Sneaking enhancement plus 15%. Occupational requirement, Assassin. Level requirement, 15. Item description, a mysterious magical ring that makes the holder's whereabouts unfathomable. Holy shit, excellent. Treadmill, what's with the assassin costume? Why not mage gear? Seeing the ring attributes, Wang Yuan and the two skeletons let out a gasp at the same time. The skeletal warrior by Sanner on the side was full of dullness, out of place in this world. Like the necromancer's summon skeleton, sneak is the assassin's core skill, and it is even more central than the necromancer's summon skeleton. After all, necromancers have a warlock branch that uses cursed magic and doesn't rely solely on the undead army, while assassins, whether they're stalkers or assassins, have stalking magic at their core. Assassins without sneak status can drop 80% of their combat power. That's why the equipment that strengthens sneaking is one of the most expensive equipment for assassins no matter what, even higher than weapons. Moreover, the assassin profession due to the characteristics of stealth, in the dawn of the dawn accounted for a very high proportion of the current one-third of the players are assassin profession, so the assassin equipment is more than twice as high than the other professions. An assassin's ring with sneak enhancement was worth more at the auction house than the staff in Big White's hand. Pull open the friend bar, open Water Lily's dialogue box, take a screenshot, and send it. One and done. 50 gold. 3 seconds later, Shui Linglong sent a message. Where are you? I'll come to you to trade. Don't sell it to anyone else. 50 gold. When he saw Shui Linglong's message, Wang Yuan's hands were trembling. That's $50,000. In the past, he only earned 50,000 or $60,000 a year without eating or drinking. But now a ring in the game can be sold for $50,000. This fucked up world deserves to be destroyed. Thunderstorm Forest. Wang Yuan casually sent a coordinate over. Come quickly. I have a mission to do. On my way. Shui Linglong sent over a message. And the next moment a light flashed in front of Wang Yuan's eyes, and Shui Linglong's concave and convex figure appeared in front of him. 100 gold a teleportation scroll. Martyr. The world of the rich is simply incomprehensible. Bring it. Shui Linglong took the ring and slipped a 50 gold money bag to Wang Yuan in her hand. Wang Yuan took the money bag and carefully counted the gold coins with a miserly look. Country bumpkin. Will I be less of you? Shui Linglong looked contemptuous when she saw this. What's your mission? Do you want me to help you? Transfer quest. Myself. Wang Yuan was just about to refuse. Shui Linglong added. Don't worry. I don't want money. That dares to be good. Wang Yuan hastily changed his words. Thunderstorm City. Inside the resurrection point. The bald dragon gang looked at me and I looked at you. Incredulity written all over their eyes. How come you guys are dead too? Nonsense. If you can die, can't we die? The crowd was in a bad mood after the regiment was destroyed. And they didn't care about the identity of the bald dragon captain. They disliked it with their mouths open. We're not losing any equipment. Are we? Equipment? Holy shit. The crowd rushed to check their gear, then breathed a long sigh of relief. No. Thankfully not. At that moment a white light appeared at the resurrection point and an assassin appeared in front of the crowd. And you didn't run away? Tramp. This guy is too evil. I couldn't even slaughter him with my backstab. The assassin cursed. What are you guys doing? Check your gear. Did you drop your gear? Ah. The assassin sniffed and hastily glanced at the equipment bar, his face instantly darkening. What's wrong, old Seven? Seeing this expression on the assassin's face, the others followed suit and tensed up. Naya, I dropped my gear. For a few seconds, old Seven froze before he gritted his teeth and screamed out. Dropped what? The crowd panicked even more. The ring didn't fall off. Did it? It's the ring that fell off. Old Seven was in tears. How am I going to explain this to the boss? This. The crowd was all in awe. Day, why did you step on the horse and drop the ring? The bald dragon's face also changed. In a commercial guild like the Black Dragon Society, everyone's equipment belonged to be guild property. Black Dragon players only have the right to use, not ownership, equipment in the hands of whoever lost. Will have to spend money to make up. So the first thing the Bald Dragons group did after they were resurrected was to check to see if they had dropped any equipment. As an assassin's jewelry and with the sneak enhancement attribute, the concealment phantom ring is definitely the best of the best. It couldn't be said to be worth a fortune, but at the current stage, it was considered one of the most valuable equipment in the guild's equipment store. As a result, it's now being blown out of proportion. The mood of the Bald Dragon guys at the moment was predictable. If it's a boss fight, a guild war, if it explodes, and the president won't pursue it. Now it was a few people who had taken the guild's equipment to hack and slash and were killed in return, which would be a private loss. What's more, a few people or 8 people fighting one to be countered. Not only losing equipment, but crucially, spreading the word is also fucking humiliating. How can we still be in the guild? How the hell did I know that the ring would drop? If I knew that I wouldn't have gone out with this thing. Old Seven also roared sharply. It's all your fault. If you hadn't led us to rob that kid's equipment, could I have died? The bald dragon sniffed and hurriedly said, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. The key is how to snatch the ring back. Still robbing? Hearing the bald dragon's words, the crowd all changed color. The people who have fought with Wang Yuan know the power of Wang Yuan's several people. Although Wang Yuan didn't make a move, the 2 guys beside him are simply too strong. It's just as well that the 2 of them work together seamlessly. And when they strike, it's a vital blitz, as if they were professional soldiers coming down from the battlefield. And not a single move is superfluous. 2 guys holding down 7 or 8 guys without even getting hurt. Things come in groups, and to be together with 2 such strong experts. Wang Yuan's strength was definitely not weak either. 3 psychopathic masters. How the fuck do we fight? Grabbing it again would just be giving away a few more pieces. Then what do you say, old Cloud? The bald dragon was also helpless and looked for help to the mage by his side. Yun Zhongyi, I think it's better to tell the president truthfully. A crane in the clouds thought for a moment and said, now that the matter is out of our control, it's better to find someone who can resolve the matter, or else we won't be able to take it in our stride when that kid throws the ring and sells it at the auction house. Hiss. Sold out. Hearing what one crane in the cloud said, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Now everyone at least knows where the equipment is. If it hangs on the auction house and is bought by someone, then it will be completely stone cold. Okay. The bald dragon nodded helplessly and said, it's better to leave it to the chairman to solve. On the other hand, Wang Yuan and Shui Linglong had already passed through the thunderstorm forest to the depths of the forest marked by the quest. As expected, as Zul had said, deep in the forest was a huge clearing. The clearing was covered with white, ghastly corpses. Right in the middle of the empty space stood a huge altar that was more than 2 meters tall. Old ox, there's not a ghost here, is there? Looking at this scene, Shui Linglong was so shocked that her little face turned white and she could not help but lean towards Wang Yuan. Crap, know what buddies do? Wang Yuan was speechless and directly pushed Shui Linglong aside. Is this woman having brain problems? What's a ghost? Aren't they the undead? A necromancer was a profession that relied on the undead to fight, and she actually asked if there were any ghosts. Necromancer is really an evil profession. Shui Linglong looked contemptuous. Wang Yuan. Women's logic. It's incomprehensible. White bone altar. No approach. Just as the two were approaching the altar, an empty voice suddenly rang in their ears. Looking up, he saw a figure standing on the altar. The man was wearing a tattered vestment with a cloak wrapping himself tightly, and he was carrying a green lantern in his hand, which made him look extremely bizarre. Wang Yuan flung over a detection spell and Zhang Ji's information appeared. Witchkeeper, Django, Gold. Grade, 20. Life value, 50,000. Magic value, 10,000. Skills, Undead Summoning. Spirit Drawing. Background, once a necromancer in the land of the buried bones, he reincarnated himself as a witch demon in pursuit of the supreme soul of the undead, and was imprisoned at the altar of white bones to lead the spirits who died in battle in the forest of thunderstorms. Holy shit! Seeing Zhang Ji's attributes, Wang Yuan couldn't help but skim his lips. Sure enough, it's just as one would expect. That Zul kid wasn't holding back any good farts, and was really just asking to get himself killed. A level 10 player to challenge a level 20 gold boss. What was this game designer thinking? So it's Django the miser. Just as Wang Yuan was spitting out the designer's pitfalls, Big White's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Yuan's mind. You know him? White asked. Of course we know each other, Big White said. Back then, our mage graduation trial was to go to the Thunder Cliff Secret Realm to help Zul defend off the magical beast army. Jiang Gu is one of Zul's disciples. This guy is in charge of the magical medicine materials, and he didn't pit me for money. Whoosh Wang old dog. You've had your moments when you've been screwed out of money too, haven't you? Yeah, well, that's why I screwed you over, that's why I was ripping you off. You don't seem to feel shameful about your behavior. Don't think so, it's all social experience. Well, hearing Big White's words, Wang Yuan pondered. It turned out that Jiang Gu was also Zuer's disciple, and he himself was Zuer's future disciple, so wouldn't that be family? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan was overjoyed and hastened to get close. Mr. Django, I was sent by my mentor Zul to let me borrow your soul drawing lamp. Since we are senior brothers, even if we don't bow to each other, borrowing a lamp should not be a problem. Zuer, however, when Jiang Gu heard the word Zuer, his aura instantly changed, and his entire body emitted a burst of murderous intent as he said viciously, Zuer, this old thing, imprisoning me here for more than 30 years, and now letting his disciple come to strike at the attention of my soul drawing lamp, simply hateful. Wang Yuan was instantly filled with black lines. Well, what kind of information did this retard give us? Didn't he say that Django is also Zul's disciple? How come he's still an enemy? Now the proximity didn't work, but instead angered the boss. However, if you think about it, there is no problem. Dabai said that Django was a disciple of Zuer. That was when he was guarding the Thunder Cliff, and that was decades later. Now the two people should still be enemies. It's a case of misunderstanding yourself. Vile necromancer, if you want to get the spirit guide lamp, defeat me first. Wang Yuan was thinking wildly when Jiang Gu on the altar suddenly hissed. His empty right hand grasped in the air, a bone spear appeared in his hand, and he condescendingly flung it at Wang Yuan. It's over. Shui Linglong, who was on the side, was shocked at the sight. She never expected that this boss would attack without warning. At this moment, Wang Yuan was standing right below the altar, and Jiang Gu on the altar was only 3 to 5 meters away from each other. And Jiang Gu was attacking from above, and the speed of the bone spear was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had flown in front of Wang Yuan. Django is a level 20 gold boss. Wang Yuan is just a necromancer. If he gets hit by this, he will die on the spot. Clang! However, just when Shui Linglong thought that Wang Yuan would surely die, suddenly a black figure charged right in front of Wang Yuan at an extremely fast speed, and with a shield in his hand, he blocked in front of Wang Yuan. It was none other than Wang Yuan's skeleton soldier, Xiaobai. Pop! The bone spear hit the shield with a soft thud and turned into pieces. The powerful impact of the bone spear knocked Xiaobai backward, and Xiaobai's right foot violently stomped backward, stepping out a crater in the ground to stabilize his stance. Seeing this scene, Shui Linglong directly froze. Blocked? Surprisingly, you blocked it with a skeleton soldier? Although necromancers were despised by Shui Linglong as an evil profession, Shui Linglong did understand the mechanics of necromancers. The summoning necromancer needs to manipulate the skeletons under his command through various commands to go through the action of fighting against the enemy. Because the skeleton soldiers need to receive orders first, and then complete the orders. Compared to warriors, mages and other professions of the combat mechanism to be more a command step, so no matter how timely the necromancer orders, the skeleton soldiers are slower than the player half a beat. Regarding the distance between Wang Yuan and Jiang Ge just now, even for Shui Linglong, an assassin whose agility was much higher than that of a necromancer, she was not sure that she could dodge the bone spear before it hit her. Instead, Wang Yuan maneuvered the skeleton soldier to block the bone spear. What kind of reaction speed must one have to be able to maneuver a skeleton soldier to block in such a situation? Even though Shui Linglong had seen Wang Yuan single-handedly challenge the Silver Moon Wolf King in the novice area, it was still unbelievable to her that Wang Yuan was able to block Zhang Ji's sneak attack. This guy's reaction time is as good as open. Shame on you, boss, and sneak attack. Eat my curse. While Shui Linglong was surprised, Wang Yuan, who had blocked Zhang Ji's sneak attack, had already backhanded a curse and thrown it on Zhang Ji's head. Brush. The curse landed on Django and the green glow bounced off. The curse is null and void. Ha ha, ignorant scions who try to curse a great witch demon. Django froze for a moment, then laughed. As a necromancer who transformed himself into a witch demon, curses were of no use to Django at all. After all, he was the product of a curse. Bang! However, before Jiang Ji's words fell, a large fireball solidly smashed into Jiang Ji's face and exploded. -385. A large blood drop number floated up from Django's head. I only heard Dabai cursing and grinning. This grandson's laugh is still as unpleasant as ever. I'll let you screw me out of my money. Asshole, how dare you? Jiang Ge, who was blown up with a pitch-black face, was furious. Duong. As a result, in the middle of his words, a shield had already slapped him head-on, smashing heavily into Django's face. -167. Django's figure swayed as he was slapped and nearly fell over. Damn it! Jiang Ge stabilized his stance, and with a stretch of his right hand, a bone sword appeared in his hand, and he backhanded at Xiaobai. Xiaobai's head lowered, dodging Django's ground slashes, and then once again made a charge. Django just tried to dodge at the sight. Boom! Another fireball exploded in his face and Django's dodge was broken. -444. Immediately after bang, the sound of the ground, White's charge had crashed into Django's ribs in this opening. -199. Charge is one of the strongest judged skills of a warrior. Although Jiang is a boss, but ultimately a mage, how can the fragile body carry this? Directly hit a stumble, staggering backward. White took a step forward to follow up and slashed his sword, cleave, at Django's knee. -384. Put. Jiang Ge, who was already unsteady on his feet, was slashed by the sword and lost his balance and fell to the ground. Xiaobai followed up with a heavy blow from his sword, plunging it into Django's head from top to bottom. -770. The large blood drop numbers were shocking to the eye. A set of moves from the two skeletons knocked out nearly 2,000 points of Jiang Ji's blood, and Shui Linglong under the altar was dumbfounded. Although necromancers could summon legions of undead to crush their opponents with absolute numerical superiority, usually, once the number of undead became too large, the necromancer would not be able to maneuver them finely. After all, manipulating the undead is like manipulating a game character in a keyboard and mouse game. Being able to manipulate a skeleton to perfection is already very rare. No matter how talented you are, you can't be distracted by manipulating one more. But this necromancer in front of him not only manipulated the skeleton soldier to suppress the boss, but even managed to manipulate another skeleton soldier to remotely fight with it, and it worked together seamlessly. This Nima, if she didn't see it with her own eyes, Shui Linglong couldn't believe her eyes. It's like playing League of Legends, where a person plays both top and mid accounts, and fucking starts his own group to capture the field and press the other team for a whack. Anyone else would be messed up. This is much more awesome than the legendary left hand drawing a circle and right hand drawing a square. Is this a human being? What's even more outrageous is that Wang Yuan not only looked relaxed and casual, but also yelled from the sidelines, "Good job! Beat him to death! Beat him to death! A turtle grandson!" This makes it incomprehensible. Is there really a multitasking genius in the world? The Django in the game is not the Django in the secret world of Doom after all. The strength displayed by Big White and Little White, two comrades who had once fought side by side with each other, was no longer as simple as 1 + 1. Even if it was a level 20 gold boss with crushing level panel attribute suppression. However, under the seamless coordination of the two, they were still beaten without any power to fight back. Every time Django tried to use a skill to counterattack, Xiaobai or shield strike or charge would always be able to interrupt his skills at the critical moment. When Django tried to dodge Xiaobai's control, Great White's fireballs always blocked Jiang Ji's evasive space at just the right time. In Big White's words, these data monsters had no combat intelligence at all. Except for their panel attributes, they simply had no combat power to speak of. Even the lowest level magical beasts of the end times were inferior. The two of them were one after the other. One close-up suppression, one long-range harassment, one defense counterattack, and one seeing through, so it could be said that they were flawless. Even as a necromancer who was proficient in undead summoning, Django currently hadn't even managed to summon a single skeleton soldier. -359, -621, -314. A series of blood drop numbers floated up on Django's head. The blood bar on Django's head dropped rapidly, and in a matter of moments, it fell to 30% and turned red. Does he really need my help? Shui Linglong stood by the side, already shocked and speechless. That is a level 20 gold boss, and in front of Wang Yuan, he didn't even have the ability to resist. In the end, who is the boss? Ah, damn it, how dare you hurt me? Just the moment Django's blood bar turned red, Django suddenly roared, and a green light erupted from his body. Xiao Bai, who was pressing Django to frantically output, was directly bounced off by the green light and fell heavily on the edge of the altar. At the same time the prana lamp in Jiang Ji's hand suddenly shone brightly. Not good, it's a soul attraction technique. Dagger run. Seeing this, Big White hurriedly reminded Little White, but at this point, it was too late for Bai to dodge. After all, what about the attribute limitations? The reaction speed was even faster. The level 10 skeleton soldier's body couldn't keep up with his reaction. Kata. Just as Xiao Bai was about to be attracted by the green light, a white skeleton carrying a shield and a long sword blocked in front of him. It's you? Seeing the skeleton in front of him, Xiao Bai was obviously a bit surprised. This skeleton was the silly skeleton warrior that Wang Yuan had summoned at the city gate, which he called White Saner. Xiao Bai never expected that it was Wang Yuan who saved him at the critical moment. Big White also gave Wang Yuan an incredulous look. To be reasonable, although these two skeleton soldiers had identified with Wang Yuan as their master, in terms of strength, these two guys did not have much regard for Wang Yuan in their hearts. In their eyes, Wang Yuan was in the end just a bitchy gamer. And there was a fundamental difference between them and the elites like them who had fought and scraped their way out of the post-apocalyptic battlefield in a bloodbath. At this point, however, the two suddenly realized that they were underestimating this master of theirs. This guy even had unparalleled battlefield insight ability, realized the change of the battlefield situation when the boss was red-blooded, and appropriately dispatched the skeleton warrior, who was originally filling in on the side, to Xiao Bai's position and helped Xiao Bai take on the boss's skills. The essence of a summoner was command and command. And a necromancer was called the commander of the undead army in the end times. Strong battlefield insight is the foundation for commanding battles. For Wang Yuan to be able to use such a keen battlefield insight, it was obvious that even if he failed to summon two skeletons with souls, he would still be a terrifying necromancer in the future. Phew! Wang Yuan in the distance pinched his sweat. Luckily I caught up. Brush! As the skeleton warrior blocked in front of Xiao Bai, the soul flames in its eye sockets flew out of the eye sockets as if they were being tugged by a tug, fluttering and transforming into two blue rays of light that were sucked into the lantern and fused with the green rays of light. Wow! The soul flame disappeared, and the skeleton warrior crumbled to a skeleton. Nima, so shameless? Seeing how horrible this broken lantern was, Wang Yuan was speechless for a while. Follow the background setting of the game. Soulfire is what undead creatures are made of. Wang Yuan had the heroic history book in his hand, so as long as the soul flames of the skeletons under his command were not extinguished, he could be resurrected indefinitely just like the players. As a result, this thing in Jiang Go's hand can actually directly draw away the soul fire of undead creatures. Genuinely a bit shameless. Question mark. Seeing that Xiao Bai's soul fire was not collected by the soul drawing lamp, Jiang Go froze for a moment, then began to chant loudly. O dominated undead! Follow the light before you and pass through the river of eternal sticks until you reach the great eternal life. Brush! The light of the soul guide lamp surged once again, enveloping the entire altar. However, Xiao Bai was not at all moved, and was even a bit uncertain. Is this the soul drawing technique? I already thought how awesome it is. Scared Dad to death. It shouldn't be. Big White was also confused. I remember that the soul attracting technique is quite terrifying. Any undead creature will have their soul fire taken away by the soul attracting technique. Why are you fine? You're hoping something will happen to me? Is that the point? You two timer. The two are at each other's throats again. Wang Yuan stroked his chin as if he was thinking. Just now. Bai Saner obviously had his soul fire taken away. Why is Xiao Bai okay? Both of them are undead creatures. Is it because the soul drawing technique can only take away the soul fire that has no autonomous consciousness? Django froze completely. How could this happen? Could your undead possess a soul? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In order to summon undead with souls, I even turned into an undead creature myself. So far without success. You are just a mole cricket. A freshly initiated necromancer. How can you summon undead with souls? Sure enough, hearing Jiang Ji's words, Wang Yuan confirmed his suspicions. Although the soul fire of undead creatures possessed the word soul, it was not a true soul. It was only the undead fire that dominated the undead creatures and had no consciousness of its own. It would only be dominated by virtue of instinct. Only the higher undead creatures would derive intelligence and autonomous consciousness, and such undead creatures would possess a true soul. The soul drawing technique is just a skill used to collect the immortal flame. For soul fires that possess self-awareness, the soul drawing technique was useless. At this point, Django was clearly in a bit of a broken state of mind. From his backstory, we can tell that this guy is also a fanatic who studies necromancy. In order to summon undead creatures with souls, he has gone so far as to transform himself into a witch demon, a living dead person, hoping to summon the undead as an undead person. Spare a thought, it didn't even work. While Wang Yuan, a level 10 beginner, had summoned undead creatures that he couldn't even summon in his entire life. Jiang Ji's feelings at the moment could be imagined. It's as if you're a mathematician working on a math problem for the rest of his life, and it's being solved by a kid who just graduated kindergarten. It's a little too much for anyone to take in. What the heck? Haunted it? No more fighting, it's no fun. Django waved his hand and sat on his ass. In his eyes, he was full of disheveledness, and the soul-attracting lamp in his hand was thrown aside, and he screamed in a hopeless manner, "You guys kill me!" Ah, this. Xiaobai looked at Big White. Should we kill him? This is an NPC on the side of the late humans. Why are you looking at me? You're looking at Nyo. He told you to kill, can you not? Dabai said without a trace of anger. Indeed, the two of them were from the future, so they knew the history, and Django was not a villain, but instead was still a disciple of the heroes, having contributed to the defense of the homeland of mankind. But now, Django was completely on the opposite side of Wang Yuan, or a boss, an existence to be pushed by the players. If Wang Yuan wanted to kill him, the two skeleton soldiers under his command would definitely not be able to stop him. What the hell am I doing killing you? I came to get the lamp, not to kill you. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and said, give me the lamp and I'll spare your life. Although Wang Yuan is not a good person, he is not a villain, and with the end approaching, those who are able to guard mankind are heroes and are worthy of respect. We still have the basic values. No. However, when he heard Wang Yuan's words, Jiang Gu directly refused. This lamp is my treasure. I won't give it to anyone, especially that old bastard Zuer. Hey, you're getting excited, aren't you? Can't I pop it if you don't give it to me? Wang Yuan's eyes stumped, and with a wave of his hand, Xiaobai's long sword was pressed against Jiang Ji's throat. I've transformed myself into a witch demon. Do you think I'm still afraid of death? Jiang Gu sneered. Don't worry, even if you kill me, you won't be able to get the soul guide lamp. You stepped on a horse. Wang Yuan's head was full of black lines. Good man, this guy is still a roller. Soft and hard. Either you guys kill me, or you get the hell out of here. I don't want to live anyway. Django had a lifeless look on his face. What's this picture? White was a little confused. Nonsense. He studied the subject for his whole life, and was confused by Nyo. His mind broke down. Big White, on the contrary, saw it clearly. It seems this guy is indeed not afraid of death. This kind of paranoia is afraid of not achieving its goal. Great White said. Well, Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. And after a moment of contemplation, he said, Xiao Jiang, we are at least half a peer. It's not that my buddy is looking down on you. You haven't mastered the profound summoning technique yet. Isn't it regrettable to die like this? Django froze for a moment, then whirled around and said, so what can I do? Do you know the purpose of teacher Zul asking me to borrow the soul drawing lamp? Wang Yuan asked again. How would I know? Django said, that old thing. What kind of good intentions can he have? Ha! Wang Yuan laughed and said, actually, Mr. Zul is also researching on how to summon undead with souls, and now it's already in the final stage. It's just short of your soul-inducing lamp. Really? Django's eyes lit up. That's right, Wang Yuan nodded. If you take out the soul-drawing lamp at this time, the research results will definitely have your share as well. Won't you be able to share it then? If you don't take it out, you won't be able to research it in your lifetime. Speaking here, Wang Yuan continued. Don't worry. I won't kill you either. Just let you live like this. Let you watch with your own eyes that all necromancers can summon undead with souls. Anyway, you are a witch demon, and you have eternal life. Who will be hard to deal with at that time? Who knows clearly? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Jiang Ji's face changed. Wang Yuan was right. Although Django didn't like Zul, Zul was definitely the supreme existence in the field of necromancers, second only to Razma, the god of the undead. When Wang Yuan said that Zul's research had reached its final stage, Jiang Ge naturally wouldn't doubt it. After all, Wang Yuan himself could summon skeleton soldiers with souls. As Wang Yuan had said, as long as he handed over the soul drawing lamp, Zol would have his share of the research results. If you don't hand it over, surely the results of this research will be kept secret from yourself in the future as well. Jiang Ge had been pursuing advanced summoning techniques for many years, and now that the results were right in front of him and close at hand, Jiang Ge was unable to resist the temptation. Hey! Seeing this expression on Zhang Ji's face, Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed. A philosopher called Zen Mind Taoist Bone once said that it's easy to pin down a person. Just think about what he wants and then think about what he fears. What does Jiang Ge want? Naturally, it's a summoning spell that can summon undead with autonomous souls. What is Jiang Ge's greatest fear? Of course it's the fact that everyone else can summon undead with autonomous souls but themselves. Seeing these 2 points, Wang Yuan had no trouble holding Jiang Ge to death in 3 words. Even the 2 skeletons couldn't help but spit at this point. How bad do you think this guy has to be? Jiang Ge was just fooled by him? That's right. The life of a witch demon is eternal. If Jiang Ge were to see other necromancers summoning undead with souls, he'd die of frustration. No, he wouldn't even be able to die. It'd be worse than death. Too dark, the heart is too black. No, I refuse. After freezing for a full minute, Jiang Ge finally shook his head. Ha, are you serious? Seeing that Jiang Ge was so insistent, Wang Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. The words of a great philosopher were useless on him? What kind of transcendent fellow must this be? Aha! Jiang Ge said, Zol may not be able to succeed without the soul-drawing lamp. Besides, your conditions are not enough to make me yield. Say, you're really greasy. Wang Yuan was frantic. How did you come across one of these? Hard and soft won't work on ya. Neither will soft and hard. However, just as Wang Yuan was at a loss for words, Water Linglong walked up under the altar and asked curiously, what's going on? This grandson is a roller. Wang Yuan gave a general account of the matter. Cut the crap. Hearing Wang Yuan's narration, Shui Linglong's face changed and she directly pulled out a money bag from her bosom and questioned Jiang Ge. 100 gold coins to do or not to do? Wang Yuan sniffed and froze. What? Is there for you to tell him about money with a person like him? Before Wang Yuan finished speaking, Jiang Ge was staring at the money bag in Shui Linglong's hand and said, less, right? Do you want to add some more? Wang Yuan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out. Well, I really think of Jiang Ge as profound, and thought he was how heroic, how he fooled our not on the road. It turned out that the horse's girl is just a money-minded lord. He thought he was on the 18th floor, but it turned out that he was on the 1st floor. If I had known the girl was so low-end, I would have just spent the money. 90. I'll even lower it if I cut the price again. No one else is looking for you anyway. Shui Linglong domineeringly took back 10 gold coins from the bag. Don't. 100 is 100. Deal. Jiang Ge hurriedly got up and nodded to Shui Linglong. Wang Yuan and the 2 skeleton soldiers looked dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Is this the legendary money power? It's true that money can make things happen, and even a witch demon has to submit. I have one more condition. Jiang Ge then added. 80. Wang Yuan roared sharply and abetted Shui Linglong. This guy, how dare he make conditions? Don't. You can do it. Jiang Ge was really taken this time, waving his hand repeatedly, fearing that Shui Linglong would lower the price. Talk. Shui Linglong hugged her shoulders and said, I have to witness Sil's research results with my own eyes, so you have to bring me back as well. Speaking of this, Jiang Ge carefully asked Shui Linglong, is this okay? No problem, right? Shui Linglong looked at Wang Yuan. Aren't you imprisoned here? How can you go back with me? Wang Yuan asked vigilantly. Yet others get themselves a mission to get him out. What if you let him out and he backs out? I'm just keeping my promise with Sul. What ability does he have to imprison me? Jiang Ge snorted coldly, exuding an aura of an expert. All you need to do is promise me in Zul's name, and I'll be able to leave this place. That's fine. I promise you in the name of my mentor Zul that you can come back with me. Wang Yuan casually agreed. Good, let's go then. Actually, only I can use the soul drawing lamp. If you don't promise me you won't be able to take the soul drawing lamp. Wang Yuan, I have to say, Jiang Ge, this guy is also a pitiful goods. Thanks to his own promised him. Otherwise the task is still not finished. I owe you 50 gold first. Wang Yuan counted 50 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Shui Linglong. Wang Yuan has always emphasized the importance of the brother's account. This money cannot let the girl out. 100 gold is not a small amount. Wang Yuan is now in the hands of more than 60 gold to learn skills to buy equipment and so on. Can only pay back the first 50 gold? The rest of the future earned money to make up for it. Did I say for you to return it? Shui Linglong skimmed the money bag in Wang Yuan's hand with disdain in her eyes. It's like the sight of money makes you sick. Let it be or not is still your business. It's still not still my business. I don't like others to take advantage of me. I also don't like to take advantage of others. In the future you have a task I can also help for free. Saying that, Wang Yuan stuffed the money bag into Shui Linglong's hand. Shui Linglong looked at the money bag in her hand. Her moth brows knitted lightly. This guy in front of me is a bit of an enigma. As a rich person, Shui Linglong was surrounded by all kinds of people who wanted to take advantage of her in every way possible, but all those who approached her were trying to get benefits. But Wang Yuan was completely different. This guy didn't think highly of himself or treat himself like an ingrate just because he was rich. The equipment sells for a high price, and that's if you bid high. Now this 100 gold was out of his own pocket. He had every reason to take advantage and not pay it back, but he still paid it back in a disciplined manner, and it was not enough to make an IOU. Let Shui Linglong feel very new. Of course, if Wang Yuan knows that Water Linglong's thoughts will definitely scold her for being cheap, and the debt is paid back. Not to take advantage of that is not the character of a normal person should have? How can it still make you feel new? Is this what society has become? Yo, I really can't tell. Our brother Nyo is still a man of honor. TSK, 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 out of the blue. Such a shameless person is so sophisticated. It's no wonder we can summon the likes of us amongst people. To be our boss, he must not be an ordinary person. It makes sense, but how come your tone of voice has become so shameless too? Blah, 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 bullified. Wang Yuan. Thunderstorm City, Church Cemetery. Mr. Zul, look who I brought back. Wang Yuan led Django to Zul. Shui Linglong had wanted to go practicing, but she heard that Wang Yuan was making big news with the NPCs, so she followed to join in the fun. Are all you necromancers so evil? Seeing Zul, Shui Linglong couldn't help but spit. No, I'm just very amiable. Wang Yuan pointed at himself. Compared to those half-dead, skinny and dry NPCs, Wang Yuan's wide and fat body, tall and sturdy guy, obviously doesn't look like he's in this line of work. Hey, Shui Linglong glanced at Wang Yuan and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Shit, what do you mean? Wang Yuan was furious. Django, my boy, you're finally back. Zul was obviously old friends with Django and greeted him very warmly. Humph. Django grunted, not really wanting to pay attention to Zul. I heard that you have found a way to summon undead with souls? Django got straight to the point. That's right, but I still need to use your power. Zul nodded. Then hurry up and get started. Django pulled out the soul-attracting lamp. There's no rush. Zul said. We're still missing one important prop. What props? Django wondered. Proof of death. Zul said. Possessing the death proof. Your soul drawing lamp is what allows you to extradite those high-ranking earth spirits. A death certificate? Where do I get that? Django frowned. Hey, Zul hemmed and hawed. That's not for you to worry about, said Zul as he turned his head and dropped his gaze on Wang Yuan. No way, let me go again? Wang Yuan was speechless. Is this old bastard treating himself as a free laborer? Who is so troublesome to change jobs? No way, Zul said. This is the heroic Sag's examen. Only the chosen one can do it. Who made you a man among men? You do have a point. Upon hearing the words dragon and phoenix among men, Wang Yuan nodded solemnly, agreeing with Zuer's words. Then go ahead and get the death proof. Zul smiled slightly. System alert, you have triggered the third ring of the hidden transfer mission proof of death. Mission level A. Mission content, find the proof of death 1/1. Mission reward, unknown. Seeing the information in front of him, Wang Yuan could not help but stare. Normally, quest props are shown as 0/1, but now the quest is showing 1-1, which means that this quest prop is in your possession? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan hurriedly checked the package, and as expected, a dark token was casually lying in the far corner of the backpack. No quest hints either? Wang Yuan asked with a frown. No, Zul said. If it was that easy to find, I wouldn't have asked you to find it. Wouldn't that be a needle in a haystack? It'll take a monkey's time to find it. Wang Yuan put on a difficult expression. Aren't you a player? You can't find it on your own. You can go to the forum or auction house to find someone else to collect it. Zul hemmed and hawed and smiled. His pale old face was full of big folds. Just like the treadmill chrysanthemums, they are real chrysanthemums. The kind that go to the grave on the Qingming festival. You still know about forums and auction houses? Wang Yuan was stunned. What level of AI is this motherfucker Zul? Not only do you know the difference between yourself and a player, but you even know there are forums. According to the game's settings, this Nyan had to be at least a level 180 or higher top-level big boss to have the AI. Just kidding, the old man is the high priestess of the necropolis, possessing the highest AI in the game, and has long since awakened his autonomous consciousness to gain insight into the true meaning of the world. Zul said proudly, Otherwise I could tell that you are a dragon among men? This stuff costs a lot of money and a lot of time, and it's especially hard to find at this stage of the game. That's why I let you find it. Zul said, Your Excellency Nyodali, you are the warrior of the Empire, the son of heaven's destiny recognized by the hero Sag, my future successor, the legendary dragon and phoenix among men. The hope of the necromancer lineage rests in your hands. You have to take up this responsibility. I don't mean that. The main thing is that you're making me take the time and trouble to spend money. Don't you have anything to say about that? Wang Yuan simply said bluntly. He sort of rushed out that Zul was a trickster, and as long as you didn't spell out the claims, he'd rather be there chanting the various titles he'd put on himself, and pretending that he knew what he was talking about. So it is. Zul feigned a tone of understanding. Tell you what, if you can find a death certificate within 3 days, I will give you a necromancer's artifact. Really? You're not going to lie, are you? Don't worry, I swear in the name of Father God Razma that I will never lie. Zul patted his chest. That's great. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and pulled out a token from his pocket. The token was dark and engraved with odd inscriptions. Right in the center, 4 words were inscribed, death proof. Seeing the proof of death in Wang Yuan's hand, Zul first froze, then his face turned green. He had never thought that Wang Yuan would still be able to do this. Ha ha ha, Zul you old man, you have your day too. Django was happy as a child hooking shoulders with Wang Yuan. Good brother, you really are not an ordinary person. Put, ha ha ha, boss is so mean. Ha ha, I like this guy. Big White and Little White burst out laughing as well. It's a bit interesting. Shui Linglong became more interested in Wang Yuan. Well, this guy can even fool NPCs, and really is not at the same level as the people he has seen before. What a funny guy. Good, now we can summon the spirits. Zul quickly adjusted his mindset and reached for the death certificate in Wang Yuan's hand. Wang Yuan shrank his hand back. Where's the artifact? You're not going to cheat, are you? Artifacts? Did I say that? Zul was really trying to be cheeky. What do you think? Wang Yuan made a gesture to take the token back, then added, with this kind of behavior, wait for me to sue the game company. Don't. I'm just kidding you. Zul hurriedly pulled out a white bone ring from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yuan. This ring is Lord Razma's relic, and it is now passed on to you. Holy Ring of the Undead, artifact, mutilated, quality, bronze, attack, 10, magic, 10, full attribute plus 10, undead evolution, passive skill, 10% chance to summon an undead 1 rank higher than the skill level. Occupation requirement, necromancer, level requirement, 10, equipment description, an ascension crafted from the finger bones of Razma. The necromancer, with powerful undead power, damaged in the ancient battle, can be repaired and upgraded. Materials required for next level, Bone of the King, Heart of the Prophet. Shit, this is considered a divine artifact? Seeing the ring properties, Wang Yuan was furious. Although this thing was called a divine artifact, it was a broken divine artifact and was currently only of bronze quality. Zul even fooled himself with this thing. Wasn't this a pure pitfall? Just tell me if it's an artifact. Zul reasoned. Don't look at him as a piece of junk now. When you fix it, it's a real artifact. Ro, I'll remember you. Wang Yuan gave Zul a vicious glare and hung the ring on his hand. What should be said or not said? Although this ring was not a divine artifact, its attributes were not bad. Moreover, the additional attribute was considered an excellent attribute for necromancers. After all, with the current level of Wang Yuan, he could only summon second-order undead. With this ring, there was a 10% chance of summoning a third-order undead. Be aware that the later you get, the harder it is to upgrade your skills. Other necromancers needed level 10 summoning out in order to summon a 10th order undead, while he only needed level 9. Something was better than nothing, and although this ring wasn't as good as the heroic history book, it was at least much better than the novice outfit he was wearing. With the proof of death in hand, Zul began his summoning ritual. As Zul cast, Summon Skeleton, a skeleton soldier crawled out of the graveyard and stood staring blankly. Then, Jiangge performed the soul drawing technique with the help of the death proof, and a golden soul fire was summoned in the void. Zul reached out and grasped the soul fire in his hand, and with a gentle push, implanted the golden flame in the skeletal soldier's eye socket. The blue soul fire in the eyes of the skeleton soldier was instantly engulfed by golden flames. In the next moment, the skeleton soldier became animated and seemed to possess a new soul. It's a done deal. I did it! Zul, who had been successfully summoned, screamed out in excitement. Jianggu also looked at the skeleton in front of him incredulously and muttered, "It was really researched by him. My talent is really one step behind him. Thanks to you, my student." Zul excitedly took Wang Yuan's hand and said, "Without you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to complete a high-level soul summoning. So, Can you transfer me now? Wang Yuan said helplessly. It's so hard. It was too much trouble to go around in a big circle just to summon an undead out for him. Can. Of course you can. From now on, you are my personal disciple. And this, soul drawing, technique has your share of credit. Zul casually waved his hand and a ray of light drilled into Wang Yuan's body. At the same time, a series of information flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. System prompt, you have gained the approval of Necro High Priest Zul, and have successfully transferred to the hidden profession of Necro Sacrifice. Necromancer Ritual, a high-level necromancer who possesses both the power of curse and the power of summoning. Able to learn all necromancer skills. Death magic proficiency, you can practice high-level death-based magic. Summoning mastery, undead creatures you summon gain an additional 20% attribute inheritance. Soul draw, you have practiced a new type of summoning art researched by High Priest Zul, which draws on the souls of the dead for soul fire, which can be placed inside the undead to make them your own undead battle pets. Cooldown, none. Higher growth, you have been blessed by Razma, the necromancer, and have opened the fountain of potential. For each level you gain an additional 2 free attributes. Hidden professions. Surprisingly, it's a hidden profession. Looking at the introduction of his profession, Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Regular necromancers who transfer can only choose one major branch. Necromancers cannot learn high-level summoning spells. Necromancers cannot learn high-level curse spells. Wang Yuan's profession, on the other hand, allowed for 2 faculties of refinement, allowing him to practice high-level curse magic as well as learn high-level summoning techniques. When a normal necromancer transfers, the undead can only inherit an additional 10% of their attributes, while a necromancer high priest can inherit an additional 20%. The most crucial thing was that Wang Yuan had 2 more free attributes than other necromancers. This gives Wang Yuan more room to grow. Of course, the most special of all was the soul draw technique. To be reasonable, this soul drawing technique was not the same kind of magic as Wang Yuan's direct summoning of Big White and Little White. The summoning technique used by Wang Yuan to summon the 2 skeleton soldiers is the most common, summon skeleton. As for why he was able to summon the 2 sons of the realm, Wang Yuan doesn't know right now, but this belongs to the innate souls, and is a proper technique for summoning the spirits. Soul drawing, on the other hand, draws on an independent soul and places it on the summoned skeleton, and is an acquired creation, not very authentic in comparison. There is a big difference between the two. It's hard to tell which is better or worse for now, but at the moment, soul extraction is really more convenient and quicker than random summoning. However, the soul drawing technique also had a bit more limitations. Summoning skeletons, it's fine to have corpses. Soul extraction requires not only ordinary corpses to summon skeleton soldiers first, but also the souls within the corpses of high-level monsters. For the current Wang Yuan, it was still summon skeleton that was more practical. System prompts. The transfer is successful, and the skeleton soldier you summoned also meets the conditions for transfer and advancement. Do you want to transfer and advance? Just as Wang Yuan was studying the hidden profession he had transferred to, a message flashed before his eyes once again. Skeleton soldier advancement transformation. Seeing the information in front of him, Wang Yuan was suddenly startled, then immediately thought of what was going on. Normally speaking, the skeleton soldiers summoned by ordinary necromancers could not be transferred. Skeleton soldiers rank high and low. All depends on the necromancer's summoned skeleton level. The higher the summoned skeleton level, the higher the summoned undead rank. Although the summoned undead also have upgrade settings, but the highest can only be upgraded to level 10. As for Wang Yuan, since he possessed the Holy Weapon Hero's History Book, Big White and Little White were given the same privileges as the players. Not only could they upgrade infinitely, wear equipment, learn skills, but also transfer and advance like the players, with unlimited growth. That's how powerful the heroic history books are. The undead legions of ordinary necromancers were nothing more than a description. The existence of the heroic history book, on the other hand, truly made Wang Yuan an adventure group all by himself. Advance. Wang Yuan decisively clicked OK. Brush. As Wang Yuan nodded to make sure, 2 rays of light visible only to Wang Yuan burst out from the bodies of Big White and Little White. Big White and Little White couldn't help but gasp. Crap, what the hell? We're actually able to transfer our jobs as well. Xiao Bai's words were filled with shock. Obviously, although he came from the future, he had only heard of the legend of the Book of Heroic History, and did not know the specific properties of the Book of Heroic History. And as a mage, Big White's brain turned obviously just as fast. It's the Heroic History Book. It's worthy of being a holy weapon. Not only does it allow us to wear equipment and learn skills, but it even allows us to change professions. Is this the power of the Heroic History Book? Does that brainiac Sikat even know what kind of treasure he's lost? If the Heroic History Book hadn't been lost, we humans would have definitely won that war. Speaking of which, Big White actually brought on a sobbing tone. Wang Yuan understood the feelings of the duo at this moment. If there is a heroic history book for the future post-apocalyptic world, mankind will be able to use this book to reconstruct reincarnation and guard their home for eternity in another form of existence. What are you going to turn? After all the excitement, Big White asked Little White. Shield warfare? Of course. Weapon warfare has no future, Xiaobai said with certainty. Very well, I'll be pyromancy then. Great White also made his choice. Why not ice spells? Bai wondered. Wang Yuan was also curious. After all, as far as the setting is concerned, although the output of the ice method is not as good as the fire method, the strength is much higher than the fire method due to the nature of the many control skills. Wizards that have been converted at this stage are basically ice spell starters as long as they aren't dedicated turrets for the big guilds. Ha, you're shield fighting, so I'll just play fire. Why waste the output? Great White hammed and hawed. Shit, schwanless old dog. You're so treacherous. Specialization advancement succeeded. You gain battle favorites, shield armor skeleton, flame skeleton. The two skeletons finished their transitions, and their appearance changed along with them. Xiaobai was originally just an ordinary skeleton soldier wearing armor and holding a sword and shield, looking like a malnourished warrior player. After transforming into a shield armor skeleton, Xiaobai's originally white skeleton directly turned into an iron-cast black color, shining with a metallic luster, and his entire body became extremely sturdy. Foot more than 2 meters tall body, left hand a black tower shield, right hand a black giant sword, body black with lines of heavy armor gives people a sense of immovable as a mountain of security. Great White's previous appearance wasn't much different from Little White's, both were covered in armor, the difference being that Great White's weapon was a blue staff. Now after transferring to the flame skeleton, the appearance of the body armor has become a black magic cloak style, but covering his skull head. From a distance can only see two groups of soul flames flickering under the cloak, appearing mysterious and powerful. Are your skeleton soldiers mutated? Seeing that Wang Yuan's skeleton soldier appearance had suddenly turned into this, Shui Linglong's jaw dropped in shock. Originally, Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers were very different from other people's skeleton soldiers, and now they were two creatures altogether. Knowing that even a third-order skeleton warrior was nothing more than a dumb and silly-looking simpleton with a giant axe, Wang Yuan's two skeletons gave off a powerful and high-end feeling from top to bottom, inside and out. Advanced, Wang Yuan faintly replied back without saying much. Water Linglong also knows to play the game. Everyone has their own little secrets. Wang Yuan refused to say more. She did not pursue the question. The transfer was successful and Wang Yuan could learn the skills after the transfer. In addition to curse and rejuvenation, necromancers can learn life enhancement and bone spear after level 10. After learning the two skills, Wang Yuan opened the attribute panel with a thought. Name, Nyo Dali. Profession, Necromancer, Necromancer High Priest. Grade, 10. Life value, 1260. Magic value, 1260. Attack 73. Magic 73. Armor 72. Magic resistance 71. Strength, 63. Physical fitness, 63. Intelligence, 63. Mental, 63. Agility, 70. Skills. Summon Skeleton, LV2. Active skill. Consumes 20 magic points to revive the dead as skeleton warriors. Up to 3 summoned. Equipment, Broken Wood Staff. Heroic History Book Reincarnation. Wolf Feet. Holy Ring of the Undead. Pets, Heroic History Book Reincarnation. Great White, Wizard. Attribute Growth, Strength C. Physique C. Intelligence A. Spirit A. Agility C. Race, Flaming Skeleton. Grade, 10. Life value, 1220. Magic value, 1320. Attack, 83. Magic, 122. Armor, 75. Magic resistance, 92. Skills, Cleave, LV1. Fireball, LV1. Ring of Fire Resistance, LV1. Explosive Flame, LV1. Equipment, Steel Armor. Steel Helmet. Steel Gauntlets. Steel Boots. Silver Moon Complements. Background, a heroic spirit recorded within the Heroic History Book, with unlimited growth potential. Xiao Bai, Warrior. Attribute Growth, Strength A. Physique A. Intelligence C. Spirit C. Agility C. Race, Shielded Skeleton. Grade, 10. Life value, 2376. Magic value, 1254. Defense value, 500. Attack, 134. Magic, 86. Armor, 157. Magic resistance, 124. Skills, Cleave, LV1. Pound, LV1. Charge, LV1. Shield Strike, LV1. Block, LV1. Equipment, Sean's Persistence. Steel Helmet. Steel Gauntlets. Steel Boots. Sean's Fury. Sean's Guard. Background, a heroic spirit recorded within the Heroic History Book, with unlimited growth potential. Character description: a personal disciple of the High Priest of the Necropolis, Zur, and an Imperial warrior recognized by the hero Sag. Originally, Big White and Little White only had 50% inheritance. After Wang Yuan's transfer, the two skeleton soldiers' attribute inheritance reached 90%, and their attributes followed a qualitative leap. At this point, the attributes of the two skeletons had far surpassed those of players at the same level. Moreover, the two skeletons after the transfer had automatically obtained professional skills, which was a qualitative metamorphosis compared to before. The only thing Wang Yuan regretted was that the skeleton warrior by Sanner that he had summoned outside the city was completely dead due to the soul flame being taken away, and none of the heroic historical books graveyard could resurrect it, and now he was one short of a battle pet position. Now Wang Yuan needed to recruit all the skeletons before going out to practice, but this time Wang Yuan couldn't just recruit. The corpse refresh point outside the city was occupied by the Black Dragon Society, and Wang Yuan had just killed a few players from the Black Dragon Society, so going to the refresh point outside the city to recruit skeletons now was purely looking for trouble. Furthermore, the skeletons summoned from the refresh points outside the city do not possess a soul like the Great White. Why is it that skeleton warriors don't have souls when they're also skeletons? What's the difference? Wang Yuan frowned and fell into deep thought. The corpses. There's really no difference. The only difference is that when the two guys, Big White and Little White, are summoned, it's not at the corpse refreshment point either. It's in the church basement. Could it be the environment? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan suddenly seemed to have grabbed something. Mr. Zul, why aren't you at the necromancer's graveyard? Wang Yuan suddenly asked Zul. Ha ha, Zul laughed and said. Every city's church is the burial place of the city's heroes, the closest thing to a temple of the spirits of valor, making it easier to summon powerful spirits. Sure enough, hearing Zul's reply, Wang Yuan trembled. Yes, one's guess was right. Heroes are buried in church cemeteries, and churches are where the souls of heroes reside. That's why he himself was able to summon powerful hero souls in the church. Where is the Yingling Temple? Wang Yuan then asked again. I don't know. Zul shook his head and said. According to the canonical records left behind by Father God Rasma, the Hall of Spirits is located in the place where heroes are buried, and it is only open to selected people, and only those who carry the mission are allowed to enter it, and ordinary people cannot see where the entrance is even if the Hall of Spirits is in front of him, and it is rumored that only those who enter the Hall of Spirits are able to summon spirits with powerful souls, and they can even cross the time and space limitations to summon those powerful spirits from the Epic of Ages. Only those with a mission on their back can enter, across time and space. The more Wang Yuan listened, the more alarmed he became. With all the necromancers in Cybertown, why was he the only one who found the church basement? Across time and space? Doesn't that say something about the little white man and the big white man? Is it hard to believe? That dilapidated basement wasn't a basement, but the legendary Yingling Temple? That's right, definitely. The church is where the heroes are buried, and that dilapidated basement is the Temple of the Spirits. Or maybe the basement of every church is a temple of the Imperium. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan turned around and quickly ran into the church without saying a word. What are you doing? Shui Linglong chased after him, following Wang Yuan all the way to the back of a bookshelf in the church's library. Immediately afterward, only a flash of light was seen, and Wang Yuan disappeared behind the bookshelf. No matter how much Shui Linglong searched, she couldn't find any trace of Wang Yuan. A necromancer can still be invisible? Shui Linglong was a bit messed up. How come there were still string professions? And at this moment, Wang Yuan had already arrived inside the basement of the church in Thunderstorm City. Looking at this familiar environment around him, as well as the corpse lying on the bed, Wang Yuan could no longer contain his excitement. This basement was exactly the same as the basement where he had summoned the two skeletons in Cybertown before. Not even the bed on which the bodies were refreshed was half as different. As one might have guessed, this dilapidated basement was the Temple of the Spirits, and behind every church bookcase, there was an entrance to the Temple of the Spirits. Awaken, my child. Wang Yuan raised the worn-out novice wooden staff in his hand and recited the spell, Summon Skeleton. The body on the bed faded to flesh and blood, and a white skeleton slowly rose to its feet. The newly summoned skeleton wore a straw hat with an arrow pouch on his waist and a longbow on his back. Standing up, his head first turned 360 degrees, then he let out the standard traveler's questioning triad. Where the fuck is this? What the fuck is going on? I'm alive again? Very well, treadmill, you really possess a soul. Wang Yuan's hanging heart finally let go when he heard the skeleton in front of him doubt 3 times. It seems that this is the correct way to open the summoning of the infernal skeleton. That so-called soul draw of Zul is simply weak. Ha ha, another newcomer. Big White and Little White gathered around excitedly when they heard the voice of the skeleton in front of them. Tramp, you guys are travelers too? Seeing the two skeletons in front of him, The soul fire in the eyes of the newly summoned bow and arrow skeleton visibly pulsed. Yeah, you'd better not make such a big move. If Nyo finds out you're a traveler, he'll still take you to make soup, Xiaobai warned the new guy with the experience of a traveler. Hiss. The archer student sniffed and gave Wang Yuan a wary look and said, "Who the hell is this trooper?" "This is Nyo, our master." "Bullshit, what kind of person has such a big face to be my master? This guy is so ugly, he doesn't deserve it." The archer cursed, clearly a violent temper. Sabo. Hearing the archer's comment about himself, Wang Yuan resisted the urge to beat him up. "Dude, what's your name? From which main city?" Big White asked curiously. "My name is Zheng Yusen. I'm from Lining City and I'm under the Elven Escort Guard." The archer reported his number. "Zheng Yusen. Lining Chang. Do you recognize Zheng Yulin?" Big White asked. "That's my second brother," the skeleton archer exclaimed. "Which one are you?" "He Song Wushuang from the Holy Light Special Warfare Team," Little White said back for Big White from the side. Song, you are the legendary Xuanless old. Xuanless teacher?" Hearing Big White's name, the skeleton archer was clearly as excited as Little White was at first. It's not hard to see that the Great White was also famous when he was alive. It's me," Great White nodded. "My brother talks about you a lot," skeleton archer said. "What do you say about me?" "He said the animal wasn't human," the skeletal archer said truthfully. "Ha, your brother is right." Xiaobai laughed out loud. "Marred. This beast." Big White gritted his teeth. "When are we going to do it?" the skeletal archer turned to ask. "Move your hand?" "Move what?" Arbai was confused. "Of course it's to slaughter the one surnamed Nyo." The skeleton archer gave Wang Yuan a murderous look and said, "Aren't you guys preparing for it?" Big White and Little White were speechless. Wang Yuan wanted to cry. Sinning. What's so great about summoning spirits? These sons of bitches have different personalities, but their first thoughts after being resurrected by themselves are all surprisingly consistent. Every one of them wants to put himself to death. "Are you going to be slaves to others for the rest of your lives?" Archery Skull asked sharply. "Actually, Brother Nyo is quite good," Arbai urged. "Look at what we're wearing. He's the one who organized it all. That little favor bought you guys off? Where is your bottom line?" The skeleton archer's words were filled with contempt. Just as the skeleton archer continued to abet Arbai, Wang Yuan slapped the skeleton archer's head. "Young man, I'll give you a name in the name of your master. From now on you'll be called Ma Saner." "Ma Saner? Why am I called Ma Saner?" The skeleton archer was flabbergasted. "Yeah, why aren't you called by Saner?" Arbai was also wondering. What makes the law of naming change when it comes to skeleton archers? Of course, they could never guess that the reason why Wang Yuan named the skeleton archer Ma Saner was because the first 3 sentences of this guy were stepping on a horse, with a shocking amount of horse content. "Since Brother Nyo named you, that's what you're going to be called. Don't feel aggrieved. After all, his name is quite hard to hear." Arbai at the moment resembled the old kiln sisters in the brothels in ancient times who advised newcomers to go to the sea. "What are your names then?" Ma Saner asked. It's a nice day." "Yeah, it's pretty breezy." After naming Ma San, Wang Yuan casually opened Ma San's attributes. Ma Saner, Archer, Attribute Growth, Strength B, Physique C, Intelligence C, Spirit C, Agility S. Race, Arrow Guard Skeleton. Grade, 10. Life Value, 1140. Magic Value, 1140. Attack, 67. Magic, 57. Armor, 57. Magic Resistance, 57. Skills, Basic Shooting, LV1. Focused Shooting, LV1. Triple Shot, LV1. Dodge, LV1. Equipment, Bone Bow, +1 attack. Background, a heroic spirit recorded within the heroic history book, with unlimited growth potential. Oops. Seeing the Ma San attribute, Wang Yuan was slightly stunned. This guy who didn't look very reliable was actually a skeleton with S-rank attribute growth. According to the current attributes of Big White and Little White, Wang Yuan roughly understood the addition of skeleton soldier growth levels to their attributes as well. For C-rank and below talents, upgrades do not add attributes. B-rank talent, adding 1 point of attribute per level. A-rank talent, adding 2 attributes per level. By analogy, an S-rank talent adds 3 attributes, although Ma Saner, like Debai Xiaobai, was adding 4 points of attributes for every level. The game was not reality after all, and the higher the single attribute addition in the game, the higher the strength of the occupation. An S-rank talent is naturally that much stronger than an A-rank. Still need to get him a kit, too. Wang Yuan was secretly depressed in his heart. Own this skeleton master to fight a fee. I'm so sorry, but I've given all the money to this group of white wolves who want to kill themselves to get equipment, and I'm still wearing the equipment that was given to me when I created my character. Closing the attribute panel, Wang Yuan sighed and exited the Yingling temple. Just as he went out, he met Shui Linglong who was skulking around the library. What did you go for? Shui Linglong could not help but be curious when she saw Wang Yuan's sudden disappearance and sudden appearance. Nothing. Went and summoned a skeleton. Wang Yuan pointed at Ma San. Yoo-hoo, this chick is not bad. Ma Saner saw Shui Linglong and immediately rubbed up against her, not forgetting to mutter to her bye. I think she's my master. Ouch, you're such a cute skeleton. What's with the straw hat? Shui Linglong couldn't help but scream in excitement when she saw Ma Saner come up to her body with a friendly look. Hearing Shui Linglong's voice, Ma Saner became even more excited and stretched his head for Shui Linglong to jerk it, all the while not forgetting to show off. See, Missy likes me. I'm going to be a skeleton for her. She's an assassin. Our bai's head was full of black lines. Who says assassins can't have skeleton babies? Later on we'll slaughter the one surnamed Nyo. Share his inheritance. You guys regain your freedom. I'll follow Miss Sister to the ends of the earth. TSK. One person and one skeleton. What a beautiful picture. Nima. Wang Yuan's lungs were about to explode at the words. This dog thing, they are resurrecting him to his biological parents. Yet 3 words not away from the slaughter of their own share of luggage also even if, and now even have to follow a strange woman who is not related to the 8 poles, who is a necromancer of the skeleton loyalty is so low looks like his needs to get a whip and whip him a few times if he's not doing anything, so he realizes who's the real dad. Player Dragon World has requested to add you as a friend. Just as Wang Yuan was gnashing his teeth in anger, a friend request suddenly popped up in front of him. Dragon Walk? What an earthy name. Wang Yuan didn't even think about it and casually clicked reject. Now that he was at least considered an expert, he naturally had to remain mysterious, and couldn't add any friends of anyone. After all, when the game blends into reality later on, who knows if you have a human or a dog in your friend bar. Besides, the guy's name carries an air of thuggishness that doesn't make him a good person. Inside the Black Dragon Guild's guild office, Dragon Walker looked at the prompt that his friend request had been rejected by the other party, and his head was filled with question marks. That's not right. Why don't you follow the script? The Black Dragon Society was the biggest guild in Thunderstorm City by far, and Dragon Walker was still very confident in his name as the Black Dragon Society's president. It was always others who cried out to add his friends to apply for membership, and it was the first time he took the initiative to add others. According to Dragon Walker's script, the other party should gratefully accept his friend request, then respectfully apologize to himself, and with a magnanimous look on his face he would say that it was a misunderstanding, and finally the other party would then bow his head, hand over the ring, and then request to join the Black Dragon Society. How perfect everything is. But who had thought that this guy called Neo Dali had so decisively rejected his friend application? For a while, Dragon Walker was a bit confused, giving the whole thing a miss. How's it going, boss? Did you add it? Is he still giving back the ring? Seeing this expression on Dragon Walker's face, Bald Dragon and Old Seven on the side asked with nervous expressions. He's scared. He's definitely scared. Dragon Walker said with certainty. When he saw my friend request, he didn't even dare to pass it. No way. At this time, the priest who was killed by Wang Yuan and called towards the light said, that kid is wild and crazy. Will he be afraid? Bald Dragon and Old Seven also looked skeptical. Of course when Wang Yuan killed them, but he knew that they were from the Black Dragon Society and didn't have the slightest look of fear, and even went even darker. This guy's gonna be scared? Why don't you say you're buying equipment, boss? One crane in the clouds, who hadn't said anything, cautiously suggested. I'll try. Dragon Walker sent another friend request, this time with a note about buying equipment added to the back. Seconds through. Immediately afterward, a message from Wang Yuan was received. Dude, what equipment to buy? Wang Yuan's side also wondered how the other side knows that he sells equipment, and now he has no equipment in his hand now. Is it possible that he is looking at the staff in the hands of Dubai? That is indeed a good thing. Just don't know if Dubai is willing to buy. On the other side, Dragon Walker's face went black. Good guy. Together with his own Hall of Black Dragon Association president, in the eyes of this guy are not as valuable as the equipment. Too presumptuous. Can we meet face to face? Dragon Walker resisted the urge to curse and inquired. At this time, the Dragon Row world is still giving himself back to the compliment. If this grandson does not dare to meet, is afraid of the old man. Where? But the next moment, Wang Yuan's news mercilessly hit his face. Han's Tavern. Dragon Walker sent the address with trembling hands. On my way. Wang Yuan closed his friend bar and headed straight out of the church. Hey, what are you doing again? Shui Linglong asked in a puzzled manner as she followed behind. To the tavern. Say, what are you doing following me around all the time instead of practicing? Wang Yuan asked in disbelief. This chick doesn't know what's wrong with her. She's just selling her something. She followed her from the wilderness until she returned to the city, and now she's following her again. Could it be that she was afraid that she wouldn't return her 50 gold coins? Wang Yuan takes his own advice, and secretly decided that this time, after selling the money, he had to pay back this girl's account first, or else he would not be able to follow him every day, and his skeleton would be abducted by her. Following you is always fun. Much more fun than practicing. Water Linglong heatedly smiled. The bitch is still a lessee. Player transfer venues are all located on Central Street, with stores such as the blacksmith store, apothecary, and tavern just next door on Commercial Street, a short distance away. A few moments later, Wang Yuan brought Shui Linglong to the tavern. As soon as he entered the tavern, Wang Yuan sensed that something was wrong. The game has only been opened for a few days. Players do not have much money on them, and now it is the peak time of 8 to 10 p.m. The vast majority of players should be in the field practicing leveling. There shouldn't be many people in a place of consumption like a tavern, but at that moment, the tavern was filled with players. When these players saw Wang Yuan, they all looked fierce, and Wang Yuan looked around and realized that all the players in the tavern were carrying a Black Dragon badge on their chests. Black Dragon Society. Wang Yuan was instantly alert. This is a situation where any fool knows what's going on. Hey, did you offend the Black Dragon Society? Seeing this situation, Shui Linglong asked Wang Yuan with some surprise. The Black Dragon Society is still quite infamous in Thunderstorm City, circling the land for leveling. Malicious PK. Even the refresh point of the corpse of the necromancer recruitment skeleton is occupied by them, and the forum of Thunderstorm City is opened with posts cursing the Black Dragon Society. However, the Black Dragon Society was so numerous and overbearing that no one dared to mess with them in Thunderstorm City. Even rich people like Shui Linglong are not willing to contact this kind of people. Good shoes don't step on stinky shit. But at this moment, seeing that Wang Yuan was actually targeted by the Black Dragon Society, Shui Linglong couldn't help but marvel a little. This guy could really cause trouble. Only out of the new hand area had he provoked this group of hooligans. Aha! Wang Yuan nodded. That ring of yours is what exploded them. Crap, bull. Shui Linglong couldn't help but lose a thumbs up. Good guy. In this Thunderstorm City, it is always the Black Dragon Club that explodes other people's equipment. This dude even explodes the Black Dragon Club's equipment. Really is a man. Where? Wang Yuan had a modest face. Even the skeletons were mingling at the moment. Bull is being sought for revenge, isn't he? There's no running. Look if those aren't the ones we cut up earlier for the robbery. So exciting? Let's drop him later and run. We'll be free when he's dead. Wang Yuan. Which one is Dragonwalker? Wang Yuan ignored the trash that was Ma Sanner and directly asked out loud. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's question, everyone in the tavern turned their heads in unison and looked at one of the players at the most prominent table. The player was about 40 years old, wearing a black armor and a warrior's outfit. There were a few players sitting around Dragonwalker, a bald warrior, a mage, an assassin, and the priest. It was the same brothers who had previously been massacred by Wang Yuan. I am. Seeing Wang Yuan looking at himself, Long Xingwei faintly returned. Wang Yuan walked straight over and sat across from Long Xingwei, and dragged a seat for Shui Linglong in his hand. Shui Linglong also sat next to Wang Yuan very nonchalantly, while the three skeletons stood behind the duo. Little White stared at the door of the tavern. Big White stared at the Dragonwalker in front of him, and Ma Sanner protected Shui Linglong to the left and right. These guys had planned ahead and were ready to kill and run. Long Xingwei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw Shui Linglong. Mud. There were already few female players in the game, and there were even fewer beautiful female players like Shui Linglong. Although he himself had brought a group of minions that were already quite rowdy, I can't imagine that this guy had brought a pretty girl. All at once, he was out of breath. Boss Dragonwalker still brings so many people to buy an equipment. Is he afraid of people robbing your equipment? Wang Yuan looked around and couldn't help but flirt. Ha! Dragonwalker laughed. No one dares to rob our Black Dragon Society's equipment. Not exactly, right? Wang Yuan smirked. It's like saying, there's one sitting right in front of you. You stepped on a horse. As soon as Wang Yuan said this, a few people beside Dragonwalker couldn't help but pull out their weapons, especially Bald Dragon, who even stood up and aimed his sword directly at Wang Yuan. The Black Dragon Society was also considered a local snake in Thunderstorm City, and no one had ever dared to provoke them to their face. Put! Shui Linglong didn't hold back and burst out laughing. After exploding someone else's equipment, he still came out to fool around in front of them. Wang Yuan is no one else. Brother Nyo. Let's cut the small talk short. Dragonwalker, on the other hand, asked with a bashful face, you should recognize this one, right? Saying that, Dragonwalker glanced at the bald dragon. Well, recognize. Killed. Wang Yuan was unapologetic. You. The bald dragon's hand shook with anger and he almost didn't dislike Wang Yuan's face with his sword. What about these guys? Dragonwalker asked again. Well, recognize. have killed them all. Wang Yuan's chatting level was just as high. Oh, so you also know the purpose of us inviting you here, right? Dragon Walker had a you-know-what expression. Got it. Wang Yuan nodded his head, then rushed to the bar. Bring 2 bottles of the most expensive wine and hang on to Boss Long's bill. Dragon Walker froze, and immediately said in irritation, I didn't find you here to buy you a drink. Then what's it going to be? Wang Yuan pretended to be confused. Cut the crap. Where's the ring? Assassin 7 Knights of Hearing Snow slapped the table and called out. What ring? Wang Yuan asked rhetorically. Of course it's my hidden illusion ring. Be sensible and hand it over. 7 Knights Hearing Snow exclaimed. He's the one who lost the ring. The responsibility is on his head. And he's the one who can't wait to get it back at this point. So how come your ring is in my hand? Wang Yuan asked back with a smile. You. 7 Knights listening to Snow gasped. Dragon Walker said in a deep voice. Brother Nyo, I think you just came to Thunderstorm City. You don't know our Black Dragon Society's style of action yet. If you were anyone else you would have disappeared in Thunderstorm City by now. Since I called you here to talk, it's considered to be a face to you. I hope that you'll hand over the ring or else. You're not giving me face either. Are you afraid that you won't be able to pop it if you kill me? Long Xingwei spoke in a grandiose manner, but Wang Yuan saw it clearly. In the game, players will explode their equipment when they die, but the chances are not high. Even if they kill Wang Yuan, they may not be able to explode it. That ring was worth a lot, but if Wang Yuan died once and hid in the safe zone and didn't come out, the Black Dragon Society would never get the ring again. Since Brother Nyo knows everything, I won't beat around the bush. Let's bring the ring and we'll talk about everything. But if we don't bring it, we, the Black Dragon Society, have plenty of time and patience to spend with you. Dragon Walker said as he stared at Wang Yuan. You're late. I've already sold it. Wang Yuan spread his hands and revealed a smug expression. Shit. I don't know who these sons of bitches are pretending to be with. You robbed and got counter-killed and exploded the equipment. If you apologize properly, it's not like there's no de-escalation in this case. As a result, Dragon Walker had turned around and threatened himself. Is Wang Yuan the kind of person who's afraid of things? Sold? The faces of the Black Dragon Society's people darkened in unison as they heard this. Bullshit. So quick to strike. Who believes that? The bald dragon roared. Bought by me. Shui Linglong gave the bald dragon a middle finger. Bought for 50 gold coins. See? I'm not lying. Wang Yuan said. That's better. Girl, return the ring. Long Xingwei looked at Shui Linglong. 100 gold. No second price. Shui Linglong smiled faintly, revealing the same beaten expression as Wang Yuan. The moment Shui Linglong said this, several people on the table rubbed their heads and stood up. They can kind of see. These 2 people in front of them are here to amuse themselves, not taking the Black Dragon Society seriously at all. And even a little girl dared to take themselves as a Sunday over. 100 gold coins. Why don't you want 10,000 gold coins? What kind of thing dares to talk about money in front of the Black Dragon Society? Clam? Even Wang Yuan couldn't help but glance at Shui Linglong. This chick, she's a wonderful filler. You're looking for death. I'll give you a face, right? Grumpy as the bald dragon, he directly roared and slashed his sword at Shui Linglong. The 2 of them were only a table's distance away, and the bald dragon's sword instantly slashed in front of Shui Linglong. Seeing that Shui Linglong was going to be cut on her face by a sword, a shield reached diagonally over, separating Shui Linglong and the bald dragon's greatsword. The one holding the shield was clad in heavy armor, tall and sturdy, with 2 soul fires dancing in his eyes, and was none other than Wang Yuan's #1 gold medal fighter. Xiao Bai. Just hear clang, the sound. Baldur's attack is blocked. The bald dragon was shaken and stumbled backwards. At the same time Xiao Bai's right-hand longsword reached out and a sword, heavy strike, was inserted into the bald dragon's throat. Put. -750. A large critical blast damage floated up, and the blood bar on the bald dragon's head directly turned red. Seeing the damage of this sword, everyone was instantly shocked. Although the bald dragon was not a shield battle, a level 17 weapon battle also had more than 1,000 blood. At this moment, it was actually cut into bloody skin by a sword. The high damage of this damage had exceeded the crowd's cognition, especially when a few people were shocked to see the soulfire in Xiao Bai's eyes before realizing that this guy was not a player, but a skeleton warrior. What a nifty concept, which meant that the bald dragon had been cut into a bloodless state by the necromancer's skeleton soldier with a single sword. Something so unthinkable is truly unbelievable. Whoosh! However, the crowd was in shock, and before the bald dragon could stand still, 3 white bone arrows had already flown in, accurately shooting at the bald dragon's 2 eyes and throat. The bald dragon didn't even grunt and died violently on the spot. Dang! The bald dragon's longsword was exploded out, landing on the ground. Wang Yuan's eyes were quick and his hand reached out and picked up the sword. Warrior sword. Quality, bronze. Attack, 22. Magic, 14. Strength plus 7. Physical fitness plus 6. Warrior's Soul, passive skill. Every attack that hits the target will stack 1% damage, up to 30%. Required profession, warrior. Knight. Required level, 15. Item description, a weapon that can only be worn by powerful braves. Great stuff. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and casually stuffed it into his backpack. Bronze weapons are considered high-end goods at this stage, and selling them for a gold coin is no big deal. 1 gold coin. That's $1,000. Seeing Wang Yuan pick up the bald dragon's weapon and throw it into his backpack, the line went on and on. Everyone froze. Immediately afterward the fire rubbed off on his head. Shui Linglong on the side couldn't help but give Wang Yuan a thumbs up once again. Good guy. They just amuse a few stupid dogs of the Black Dragon Club. Wang Yuan is more ruthless. The girl even killed in the face of exploding equipment. Dragon Walker was even more furious and almost exploded. Who are the Black Dragons? That was the premier guild in Thunderstorm City, an existence that had been greeted by 18 generations of ancestors on the forums. It has always been their Black Dragon Society that kills and steals other people's equipment. And now there is someone who kills his own men and steals their equipment in front of his own face as the president. If this was rumored, how would the Black Dragon Society still be able to mix in Thunderstorm City in the future? If this is spread to the world forums, the Black Dragon Society will become a joke in the future. In the future, however, whenever there is another equipment grab, the Black Dragon Society will have to be pulled out and flogged. Give face, kill them, explode the equipment on them until they're empty. Thinking of this, Dragon Walker could no longer suppress his anger and directly gave the kill order. Hula hula. The Black Dragon Society people in the tavern stood up without saying a word. You run. Seeing this, Wang Yuan immediately turned his head and signaled Shui Linglong to slip away. However, Wang Yuan turned his head but realized that Shui Linglong had already disappeared, only to hear Shui Linglong's voice ringing in his ears. Fool, old lady can sneak. I'll go and get you some help. You hold on first. Wang Yuan. No wonder there are so many assassins playing in the game. The sneak skill is just so damn buggy. As Shui Linglong ran away, Wang Yuan naturally had no more scruples and immediately pointed at the Black Dragon Society crowd and gave the order to attack. Kill at will. Go! The nearest mage to Wang Yuan, Yunzhong Yish, and the priest, toward the light, raised their staffs, and a fireball and a holy light ball, one red and one white, were thrown at Wang Yuan. Assassin July Hearing Snow also stabbed at Wang Yuan with a dagger in his hand. Wang Yuan had his back to the trio and did not notice the attack from behind. However, just when the trio thought that Wang Yuan would surely die, suddenly Xiaobai lifted the table with a pick of his right-hand long sword. Bang bang! First, the fireball and holy light ball smashed on the table and exploded with a bang, followed by the table smashing on July Hearing Snow's head and shattering with a sound. July Hearing Snow was smashed, and before she had time to react, she saw a big foot stomping against her chest. In the next moment, July Hearing Snow was taken away by Xiaobai's foot on the ground. Then a sword was inserted into July Hearing Snow's mouth from top to bottom, and the long sword was inserted into the floor through the back of his head. Walking towards the bright hand holding his staff, he looked at the scene in front of him with a blank look in his eyes. A priest himself, he didn't even have a chance to heal. After killing July Hearing Snow, Xiaobai took a big step forward, and a shield strike from his shield slammed into the head of Dragon Walker, who was about to charge with his head down. Duong! Before Dragon Walker's skills were released, he was stunned in place by Xiaobai. Then Xiaobai stabbed a sword in Dragon Walker's heart, and Dragon Walker turned into a white light and went straight to the resurrection point. One crane in the clouds and toward brightness turned around and ran when they saw this. White turns, flies his shield, and smashes a crane in the clouds. At the same time, he took a step forward and slashed the back of his head with a right-handed sword towards Bright. Even a warrior couldn't carry a sword from Xiaobai, let alone a priest. Walking towards the light stifled a grunt and went to meet the god of light. Xiaobai reached out with his left hand and grabbed the flying shield that bounced back, and resumed his sword to understand a crane in the clouds. It was only a blink of an eye from the time White struck out to the four-man regiment. The ruthlessness of the strike and the speed of the strike. Wang Yuan didn't even react to what happened behind him, and the several people in the back of Dragon Walker already had a hate value of plus 50 for himself. Chop up that ox power, can't let him get away. The resurrected Dragon Walker was just as anxious as he could be, hissing loudly in the guild channel. Whoever kills him will be given a gold coin directly. A gold coin? The Black Dragon Society people in the tavern had originally seen Dragon Walker being hacked to death with a single sword and had already felt the desire to retreat. After all, you get paid to muck about. The rank is your own, and the boss is dead, making a show of it to whom. However, when they heard the reward of 1 gold coin, the crowd was like playing chicken blood, scrambling to be the first to pounce on Wang Yuan again in a swarm. Boom! The moment the Black Dragon Society crowd surrounded Wang Yuan, there was a sudden loud bang, followed by a heat wave that came and engulfed everyone in it. Explosive flame, wizard advancement skill, an enhanced version of fireball. Not only is the power much higher than the fireball spell, but also has a range of explosive attack effect, is the most important output skills of the magician in the early stage. As the fire dispersed, a blank space was blown out directly around Wang Yuan, and a dozen players were taken away in a wave. Humph. At the same time only Big White coldly snorted, rushing up in a swarm, simply not putting me as a magician in your eyes. Sub-oh, explosive flames are so terrifying? Wang Yuan was a bit confused, although he also knew that Great White was fierce, even more so than Little White. The skill stats were there. Explosive flames blast range damage is only 50%. 50% ranged damage for seconds too? That would be outrageous. Not only did Wang Yuan not understand, Ma Saner on the side couldn't help but say, worthy of being teacher Wu Shuang, this bursting flame of yours is much fiercer than the other magicians I've seen. Hey, Big White hammed and hawed, you know why I put them so close? Why? Ma Saner was unsure. Great White said, because the distance is within 3 meters. They'll be able to take another wave of damage from the ring of protective fire. Doing damage with a ring of protective fire? That's even possible? Ma Saner marveled. Wang Yuan was also shocked. According to the bursting flame setting, there is only magic base damage and the explosion damage inflicted upon hitting the target. However, when explosive flame is released, the magician will automatically open a 3x3 ring of protective fire, which can deal damage to targets within 3 meters around them, preventing melee professions from getting close, and is a mere protective skill. I didn't realize that by using this mechanic, Great White would be able to make the target take another wave of damage from the ring of protective fire by using bursting flame the moment the target got close to him. With the triple damage stacking, its damage effect was terrifying to the extreme. Keep in mind that normally mage professions don't let their targets get close. The fact that Great White was able to work out a triple damage hit on explosive flame showed that not only did he have this magic completely figured out, but he also had absolute confidence in his own strength. As the wave went on, the Black Dragon Society players in the tavern were slaughtered. The remaining players were also in a crippled state, not daring to take half a step forward. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, was still in a full-blooded state, and his skeleton soldiers were all alive and well. But Wang Yuan knew that he was not safe now. The Black Dragons have over 2,000 people, and that's just where it's at. Go! Without saying a word, Wang Yuan led the skeleton soldiers to rush through the door of the tavern and onto the street. As expected, at this time, the Black Dragon Society's players had already gathered from all directions. Wang Yuan stood at the entrance of the tavern and looked far away to see the Black Dragon Society players who were pouring over in the direction of the tavern. Ha! Wang Yuan smiled slightly and took the 3 skeletons back into the undead space, then dove headfirst into the crowd of people watching, then pulled out the menu and tapped exit game. 10, 9, 8, 7, 2, 1. By the time the Black Dragon Society players flooded over, Wang Yuan had already managed to go offline. The internet cable is unplugged and the grudge goes to hell. If you're any good, you can still come down the line to see me now? Boss, that kid disappeared. The Black Dragon Club player arrived at the tavern and realized that Wang Yuan was missing, so he hurriedly sent a message on the guild channel. Bullshit, it's not like he's an assassin. How could he disappear? Find him, play hard to find. I don't believe I can't find him. Bald Dragon shouted back within the guild channel. Dragon Walker frowned and pulled up the friend bar, only to see that the name Neodali had turned gray in the friend bar. Grr! Seeing Wang Yuan go offline, Dragon Walker couldn't help but curse out. What's up, boss? The bald dragon guys panicked and asked, where is that kid? He's offline. Dragon Walker was furious. Down the line? Son of a bitch went offline? Upon hearing the news that Wang Yuan had gone offline, not only did Dragon Walker, but Bald Dragon's group was also angry enough. Well, this grandson is also too cheap. Right. After loading calves kill people even directly offline. This Nima. It's like reading a novel where the protagonist has been abused by the villain for a million words, and it's not easy to open up a great deal to be able to take revenge, but it turns out that the villain himself has ended his life. No one knew that Dragon Walker's group was actually holding back at this time. Scared. He must be scared. Long Xingwei consoled himself with a dark face. That's right, otherwise it wouldn't be offline. Goon dog, garbage. Looks like we won after all. Others chimed in. Should we keep squatting him? The bald dragon then asked. No need. Dragon Walker waved his hand and said, being so scared by us, he won't dare to come online for a while. Practicing is important. Let's disperse first. It had to be said that Dragon Walker's face was still very resistant as a president. Obviously, he was the one who was destroyed by a wave of the group. and those who didn't know thought that it was Wang Yuan who was destroyed. At this moment, Wang Yuan had already quit the game. First he went to the bathroom, then ate a piece of fruit without slowing down, then went back to bed and put on his helmet. Instead of going straight into the game, I skipped over to the Thunderstorm City forums first. The forums are incredibly lively at the moment. Big news! Big news! The Black Dragon Society has suffered this time. The Black Dragon Society's equipment being blown up. On the Black Dragon Society as a paper tiger. The dragon's journey to the world. This time you're dead. One post after another. Brushing up. The tavern bit. The matter was added to the rumor. And the more rumors spread, the more exaggerated it becomes. That dude killed his little brother in front of Dragonwalker and exploded his weapon. Brave batch. That's right. I was right there. That dude destroyed a table of Dragonwalkers with one person and one sword. Exploded their equipment cleanly. And Dragonwalker was all naked on his bare ass. Bullshit. That dude is a mage. My friend saw him take out dozens of people from the Black Dragon Society with a single burst of flame. An archer. Right? I heard that he also has a big bow. Taking someone's head within 100 meters is like picking up a bag. Grass. An archer who knows fire magic and can melee? You guys have read too many online game novels. Wash your brains. The Black Dragon Society already had a bad reputation. And now that it had suffered a loss, it had been publicized in various ways. Under the praise of the forum crowd, Wang Yuan has become a chivalrous man who punishes the wicked and removes the evil. With a staff in his left hand and a sword in his right, and a bow behind his back, he single-handedly kills the corpses of the Black Dragon Club, leaving no one behind in the sea of blood and armor. Wang Yuan looked so dumbfounded. He couldn't even dare to imagine that the Nyo Dali that the players on the forums were talking about was actually the same person as himself. After slipping through the forums for a while, Wang Yuan switched interfaces and logged into the game. Wang Yuan didn't like to cause trouble, but he definitely wouldn't be afraid of it. In this case, it was the Black Dragon Society's people who robbed in the first place. If the Black Dragon Society admitted their mistake with a good attitude and spent some more money to show it, Wang Yuan might not have a problem with them. As a result, these guys not only wanted to take the equipment back without spending a penny, but also intimidated and threatened Wang Yuan in a heck of a way. Obviously thinking of Wang Yuan in a simplistic way, Wang Yuan has always been a vindictive person. When he was bullied by the principal's grandson when he was in school and was told by the principal that he was uneducated, Wang Yuan smashed the glass of the school office cleanly that day and found the principal's house and urinated in front of his house. The principal's grandson was so frightened that he transferred to another school overnight. After work because the boss owes himself half a year's wages and arrogant attitude, directly carrying a bucket of gasoline thrown in the factory floor, to let the boss know what is called barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. The boss was scared to send his wife and children to other cities to live. Even later when he went back to his hometown to farm, because the village chief occupied his family's land, Wang Yuan lifted a box of 2 kickers and threw it at the village chief's farm, causing the village chief to still have nightmares. Children should not imitate Wang Yuan in this life. The main fight a temper big hard eyes small and hold grudges. It's all the same in reality. It's not even illegal to kill people in the virtual world. Old Ox, are you alright? I found a few friends from the outer cities. They're on their way to Thunderstorm City. I'll help you take revenge when they arrive. As soon as Wang Yuan went online, he received a message from Shui Linglong. Seeing Shui Linglong's message, Wang Yuan's heart warmed. I didn't expect that this chick had really gone to move help, and she had specifically gone to other main cities to move ground help. Given Shui Linglong's character, I'm afraid she spent a lot of money. To be honest, Wang Yuan was still quite moved. After all, he and Shui Linglong had only met twice, and she was just a guest of his. When it counts, this chick has a favor to do that's a real help. One must know that Wang Yuan's enemy at the moment was not an ordinary person, but a notorious big gang. Anyone else would have been lucky not to draw a line in the sand, let alone help. No need, I can take care of this myself. Wang Yuan thought about it and casually returned a message. Money is easy to pay back. Favors are not. Shui Linglong was already happy that Wang Yuan had this heart, so naturally he wouldn't involve her in it. Besides, Wang Yuan had his own way on how to solve this. Hey, don't charge you. Seeing Wang Yuan's refusal, Shui Linglong hurriedly said. With her understanding of Wang Yuan, she should just be afraid that she would ask for money. It's not about the money. Wang Yuan said. It's a bit more convenient for me to be alone. And it's troublesome to get you guys involved. Shui Linglong froze at his words, then became furious. You mean, you're afraid that we'll pull back? Ha ha, this is what you said. Wang Yuan laughed and said, don't worry, if I can't, I will naturally look for you. Ugh, arrogant dog man, Shui Linglong cursed. Sister Ling, we'll be there soon. Have your friend wait for us outside the city? It's been a long time since I've had this much excitement. Wang Yuan's side of the message had just hung up when Shui Linglong received another message from her rescuers. No need. Shui Linglong replied back with an unhappy message. He said he can solve it by himself. A person? I thought he offended a pretty big guild? The rescuers were a bit uncertain when they saw the message from Shui Linglong. They had heard that Shui Linglong's friend had offended a big guild, so they had traveled thousands of miles to come over to help. It turns out that it says one person can fix it. These two pieces of news together give a distinctly contradictory and cutthroat feeling. It was a man. It's true that he offended the big guilds, and he said that he was afraid of us pulling our leg. Shui Linglong nonchalantly repeated Wang Yuan's words before cursing. This arrogant and cocky dog. Sabo, defying us? Hearing Shui Linglong's words, the group of rescuers also froze. Apparently after playing the game for so long, it's the first time I've heard such a statement, followed by a curse. Say, what an arrogant brat. Today we'll have to go to Thunderstorm City specifically to see what kind of expert this is that dares to be so arrogant. Tramps, I've seen calf loading, but I haven't seen such calf loading. I see him taking a cow on an airplane, bullish to the sky. I suddenly feel that what guild is going to mess with him is not without reason. I want to get him killed. Why don't we go help the Black Dragon Society? Gee, that makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? You guys behave yourselves. Shui Linglong's head was filled with black lines. How no one you know is normal. On the other side, Wang Yuan directly sent a message over to Dragon Walker. Hey, where are you? ? The Dragon Walker who received the message was first in a trance. He thought he was hallucinating. According to previous experience, those who were surrounded by their own people to go offline basically had to wait for at least a few days before they dared to come back. And Wang Yuan went offline for just 10 minutes, and surprisingly came back up. What shocked Dragon Walker even more was that the guy sent a fucking message asking where he was after he came online. This is clearly an act of naked provocation. How dare you go online? Dragon Walker immediately returned. Nonsense. What wouldn't I dare to do? It's not me who gets slaughtered. Wang Yuan was nonchalant. What do you mean ancient Greece specialized in mocking the gods? Poke where it hurts. Row, you kid has guts. Dare you explode your coordinates? Dragon Walker's fire rubbed up against his head. I'm right in front of the tavern. Just now I went offline to the forum to open a live post. Now the whole forum knows I'm going to chop you up. If you don't come you're a grandson. Wang Yuan casually sent a post link over. As expected, clicking on it was exactly what Wang Yuan had posted. Post as proof. Today live Cut Black Dragon Club President of the World of the Dragon. The current coordinates of Commercial Street 77454, 22,131. Support all players to come to watch the battle. Sitting and waiting for the President of the Black Dragon Club to death. Do not dare to come to him as the head of the turtle. The Black Dragon Club renamed the Turtle Club. Crap, dude is awesome. Opening a post to declare war on the Black Dragon Society. Convinced, even if dude you get painted into a blank slate by the Black Dragon Society. I'm still convinced, you're the first one with the courage to do this. The Black Dragon Society hijacked the practicing Go and occupied the resource points. It is simply human and God's indignation and heaven's justice. Brother, you are also considered to do justice for heaven. No matter if you can make it or not, we will give you a helping hand. Most of the players saw the post and were upholding a supportive attitude. After all, the Black Dragon Society had been doing a lot of evil, and the Thunderstorm City players had long been annoyed with them. There are also players who support the Black Dragon Club. Spraying Wang Yuan there, replacement my ass. What is he? Can he beat the Black Dragon Club? Don't you know how many people are in the Black Dragon Club? There was also a group of smart people who prided themselves on seeing through everything who replied back. This guy is going to be famous. Hype. Absolutely hype. To be able to get the Black Dragon Society to help him put on a show. It looks like it might be one of the great young masters. Sabo. Nima. Of course, at this time, the one who was angriest at seeing Wang Yuan's post belonged to Dragon Walker. Just kidding. Since the game opened, the Black Dragon Society has gathered thousands of people to dominate in Thunderstorm City, and it's always been them naming others to make it impossible for them to mix in Thunderstorm City. Today, the Black Dragon Society was even publicly named by a nobody on the forums and sent coordinates to cut themselves. Who can stand this shit? As the boss of the Black Dragon Society, if he just pretends he didn't see it, wouldn't he really be a grandson? Good, you wait. Dragon Walker dropped a sentence and headed straight for Commercial Street. At this time, the Commercial Street was already surrounded by Thunderstorm City players who were watching. Though everyone didn't believe that anyone could really name the Black Dragon Society. But this is a hilarious one that people can't help but watch. What if it's true? To be able to see Dragon Walker suffer defeat with his own eyes, even if he didn't do it himself, his heart was still cool. Coming, Dragon Walker is coming. The shameless one has brought someone with him. Seeing from afar that Dragon Walker was walking in the direction of Commercial Street with a dozen or so minions, the onlooker players were all sighing. People point the list of grass dragons traveling around the world, but the result is that this Bowie also brought people, and even before the beginning of the technology and character fell off a level. Of course, Dragon Walker wasn't retarded. He had seen how powerful Wang Yuan was, and if he came single-handedly, it would really be a death sentence. If you don't come, it's embarrassing to be a shrinking violet, but if you do come, it's even more embarrassing to be hacked to death in public. Where's that dude who's going to chop up Dragon Walker? Why hasn't he come yet? Seeing that Dragon Walker was already in place, everyone was also watching the fun and began to look around for Wang Yuan's figure. Boss, that kid hasn't come yet. The little brother beside Dragon Walker looked around the week before whispering, "Humph." Long Xingxin snorted coldly, then triumphantly shouted, "This kind of shrunken head turtle also dare to open mouth on the forum. Give him 100 guts, he also does not." Bang! Dragon Walker's words didn't speak. Suddenly a black figure rushed out from the crowd, and a charge slammed heavily into Dragon Walker, who was directly sent flying. One could only see that the man was extremely stout, with a shield in his left hand, a huge sword in his right hand, and two blue soul flames shining in his eyes, just like an undead. Seeing that familiar undead warrior, Dragon Walker's heart thumped. This fellow was none other than the skeleton warrior under Wang Yuan. Holy shit! Seeing this sudden scene, everyone couldn't help but let out a gasp. What balls, he's really coming. Bull, a real slugger. In fact, for this kind of thing, even if Wang Yuan didn't come, people wouldn't say anything. Everyone knew what kind of opponent the Black Dragon Society was, and even if Wang Yuan was just getting high off of his mouth, it made sense that everyone was mentally prepared. After all, this kind of thing is usually just talk. Who would actually come to die? But to my surprise, Wang Yuan really came. Holy shit, isn't that the guy who reunited the Black Dragon Society in the tavern? That's when someone in the crowd also recognized White. The image of White is still quite visually appealing. A more than 2 meters tall, stoutly built heavily armored warrior. The eyes will also glow, and his or her Terminator T-800-like look at a glance can be carved in the heart of the impression. Ha, this is the ruthless guy who slaughtered the Black Dragon Society's group of trash bursting with equipment at the tavern? I second that. No wonder. No wonder. Brave. So brave. After learning that the person in front of them was the ruthless character who had destroyed Dragon Walker's group in the tavern, everyone became excited. After offending the Black Dragon Society, the average person was either wheeled white by the Black Dragon Society or went offline to hide. Never thought there would be a follow-up to this. Not only did this guy not get hunted to death by the Black Dragon Society for robbing their equipment, he instead positively named the Black Dragon Society. It's as if they are specifically targeting the Black Dragon Society and are going to press them to beat them up. I'm Nima. What bravery, what self-confidence, and what a wild and domineering hangover this is. This kind of thing, not to mention doing it, normal people would not even dare to think about it, regardless of the outcome, just by virtue of Wang Yuan's operation. Even if he was really wheeled white by the Black Dragon Society, he would become a legend in Thunderstorm City in the future. Crap, get him. When the dozen or so players brought by Dragon Walker saw Xiao Bai who suddenly drilled out, they immediately pulled out their weapons and rushed up. From the equipment they were wearing, it was easy to see that these players could be elite experts of the Black Dragon Society. Dragon Walker had brought them out and was obviously prepared, but Xiao Bai didn't even look at the others, raising his shield and ruthlessly smashing it on the head of the already flying Dragon Walker. Duong! Dragon Walker was slammed to the ground. Xiao Bai stomped on Dragon Walker's face to make him unable to move, and at the same time, his right hand's huge sword was heavily inserted on Dragon Walker's neck. Charge, shield strike, trampling, pounding, a set of skills in motion. -312, -278, -466, -824. As 4 large blood drop numbers floated up, Dragon Walker directly scattered and flew towards the warrior target range once again. Dragon Walker was killed, and the attacks from the Black Dragon Society players behind Xiao Bai had also landed. Seeing that White was going to be grilled on the spot, suddenly Xiao Bai's figure shifted and disappeared in front of the crowd. Everyone was confused. Isn't it said that this guy is a melee archer who knows fire magic? Is it hard to believe that it's also an assassin? Pass it out. This guy is not only a melee archer who knows fire magic, but also an assassin's invisibility. Yeah, it's a full-time hanging wall. Nyo Dali is nearby. That guy just now was his skeleton soldier. At this time, the guild channel of the Black Dragon Guild resounded with the roar of Dragon Walker. The Black Dragon Society players immediately looked around in the crowd of onlookers, and it was as if Wang Yuan had disappeared into thin air. It was impossible to find him at all. The forum post has been updated again. At that moment, A scream came from the crowd. Everyone rushed to open Wang Yuan's post. As expected, after killing Dragon Walker, Wang Yuan popped out a second coordinate, Central Street. In front of the warrior target range. Dragon Walker, don't stay at the resurrection point. Come out and die. I said, blocking the resurrection point. Wang Yuan's update was brief and concise. Just one sentence. I'll block you at the entrance of the resurrection point. All the players who saw this message once again boiled over. Block the resurrection point. It's the most atrocious thing in the game. As a notorious big guild, the Black Dragon Guild hadn't done this much either in other games or in the game Dawn of the Dawn. I don't know how many players who offended them were blocked by them in the resurrection point. Those with a wimpy temperament were never seen again down the line. And those with a hardened temperament were wheeled into a whiteboard. Who would have thought that the wind and water would turn around? And that the boss of the Black Dragon Society, Dragon Walker, would be blocked in the resurrection point? And broadcasted live. What do you mean? The cycle of heaven. Other people were blocked at the resurrection point. And everyone's heart was filled with sympathy. Dragon Walker was blocked from the resurrection point. And everyone was excited, thrilled, and bloodthirsty. 1,000 words in one word, yes, tramp. At this moment, inside the warrior range, the newly revived Dragon Walker's face was green. It's only been less than half an hour and I've died twice myself. Now it was being blocked at the resurrection point in the presence of players from all over the city. There's no shame in anyone else being blocked at a resurrection point and going offline to hide. And he himself was the boss of the Black Dragon Guild. The president of the #1 guild that could make Thunderstorm City tremble with a stomp of his foot. Not to mention going offline and hiding. Even if he hid in the resurrection point and didn't go out, he would be reduced to the laughingstock of everyone. How can we still be in the game? Even if the Black Dragon Society mixed into the world's #1 big guild, this black history would nail itself to the pillar of shame. Like picking up lanterns in the shower, being repeatedly brought up as a terrier and rubbed back and forth. In this situation, going out is a death sentence. Shame on you. Not going out straight to disgrace. This was so damned bad that Dragon Walker was on the verge of collapsing, with a fatalistic feeling of being at his wit's end. Don't worry boss, that grandson skeleton warrior is a melee fighter. As long as there are enough fighters to protect you well, you definitely won't let him get close. Just when Dragon Walker was at his wit's end, unable to make a choice, suddenly a message from one crane in the clouds flashed through the guild channel. Makes sense. Seeing the message from one crane in the clouds, the others chimed in. Dragon Walker was also brightened up. Indeed, as strong as White was, he was still just a warrior. As long as you don't get close to him, can he still play skills across the air? Warriors come to the camp to protect me. Thinking of this, Long Xingwu gave a direct order. The Black Dragon Society's warrior players rushed towards the camp and surrounded Dragon Walker, vastly walking out of the resurrection point. Put, ha ha ha. The players watching outside the resurrection point were about to pull a laugh when they saw Dragon Walker's demeanor. If Dragon Walker came out of the resurrection point single-handedly, everyone would still respect him as a man. The result is a high show that has the word from the heart written all over it. Playing games. Everyone gets infinite resurrection. Getting slaughtered is at best a lack of strength, not a disgrace. But if you concede, it's a disgrace and an embarrassment. Not to mention the fact that Dragon Walker still had the identity of the Black Dragon Society's president hanging over him. It simply shows the colorfulness, the external strength, the bile and the tactlessness to the fullest. Ha ha, after stepping out of the resurrection point, Dragon Walker laughed. This cow vigorously no bragging, and now cannot put himself how to do it. Boss, what are you laughing at? The bald dragon on the side was very puzzled. Nothing, nothing. Long Xingwei waved his hand. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he was close to blurting out something like Zhuge has no strategy, Zhou Yu has little wisdom, or something like that. Whoosh! Just when Dragon Walker thought he was safe and sound, suddenly a white bone arrow flew head-on. Bang! The sound hit Dragon Walker squarely in the center of his brow, sticking in his head like a lightning rod. -322. Red blood drop numbers floated up, and the blood bar on Dragon Walker's head slammed down a notch. Crap! There are archers! Protect me! As this arrow went down, Dragon Walker turned around as if in stress and ran into the resurrection point. The group of warrior players around him scrambled to raise their shields and looked over in the direction the arrows were coming from. Dragon Walker was less than 5 meters away from the resurrection point. Suddenly a tall skeleton with a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, wearing heavy armor, blocked the entrance to the warrior camp. Being killed twice in a row by Xiaobai in public, Long Xingwei's fear of Xiaobai had been engraved in his bones. Now Long Xingwei's scalp went numb at the sight of the guy with the fire in his eyes. He instantly put on a brake, panicked and turned his head to yell angrily. He's in the back, in the back. But all the other warriors went after the archers, and no one paid attention to the back. By the time the crowd turned their heads when they heard Dragon Walker's roar, Dragon Walker's corpse had already been stepped on by Xiaobai. In the next moment, Little White disappeared once again. Naya. The warriors immediately scattered in all directions to search for Wang Yuan again, but just like last time, they had failed to spot Wang Yuan. Where the hell is this guy? Dragon Walker was on the verge of breaking down. In fact, Dragon Walker is not someone who is afraid of death. The key is how you die. It doesn't matter if you fight a boss and get chewed up by it, or fall in the water and drown, or even get hacked up in a one-on-one fight with someone. But what was the situation now? Dragon Walker was named in front of the entire city's players, and then he was executed in public in front of the entire city's players. Even more terrifyingly, so far, Dragon Walker had not been able to see Wang Yuan's form. That's nifty and makes people creepy. This guy was a necromancer. Had he even turned into a ghost himself? The post has been updated again. Dragon Walker was at his wit's end in the resurrection point, and on the other side came the news that Wang Yuan had updated his post. Looks like you don't dare to go out of the resurrection point again. It's okay. Isn't there someone else in the Black Dragon Society? From now on, if there's one in the Black Dragon Society, as long as you dare to take your badge out on the street, I'll see one and kill one. Living hell this is. Seeing the third post updated by Wang Yuan, the players in the whole city were so excited that they were about to pee. Playing the game for so long had never been so exciting, and it was still watching others PK. I've seen bulls, but I've never seen such bulls. First, he single-handedly challenged a guild alone, then blocked the guild's president at the resurrection point to chop, and now he directly let slip that as long as you as the president don't come out, I'll slaughter your guild's players. And not only did this guild not do anything at all, they don't even know where the other side is until now. They haven't even been able to touch the corner of their clothes. This trample, and then think about the shit that the Black Dragon Society did in Thunderstorm City. This generation into, directly lit up, especially the Black Dragon Society's players, who had now also turned from their previous anger to fear. Martyr. Has this King of Hell stopped naming names and started randomly harvesting? By naming and killing Dragon Walker, everyone at least knows who he's going to kill and has a target. Now it's a straight random draw, so it might just come to you at some point. For a while, it was as if a thundercloud was hanging over the Black Dragon Society players' heads, and all of them were terrified. Holy shit, I got killed on Commercial Street. That kid is trading 2nd Street now. He's back on Central Street. Soon the Black Dragon Guild's guild channel kept flashing messages of being killed by Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers. The Black Dragon Society players watched the message float by and became even more frightened. Wang Yuan was really like a ball of ghosts. His movements were erratic, and he wandered around all corners of Thunderstorm City. One moment he was on Central Street, this moment he was on Commercial Street, and the next moment he was running to Exchange Street. It's completely baffling to find a pattern. What's even more annoying is that he doesn't show up when you have a lot of people, and he immediately shows up when there are fewer people. 7 or 8 people are not his opponents, and dozens of people are still ignoring you. The entire Black Dragon Society was led by the nose as if they were completely in fear of being dominated by Wang Yuan. What to do? What to do? Dragon Walker, who was the president, was at a loss for a while. They had never met such a fucked up opponent before. In the past, those who dared to mess with the Black Dragon Society were directly hacked to death, and then blocked the resurrection point round white. Simple, brutal and effective. Now this goods. Can't even see people, let alone cut? The key is still cut, but cut dead is only a skeleton. Where this lord does not know, but also trampled on goddess ghosts to fight gorilla. What the hell? Now even he, the president, was hiding in the resurrection point and didn't dare to go out. Not to mention the others. We can only defeat magic with magic. We have necromancers too. One crane in the cloud started to come up with another note. Right, where's my brother? Hearing one crane in the cloud's suggestion, Dragon Walker finally remembered that his guild also had a necromancer coming in, and it was still the no. One necromancer in the national service. The vice president is off practicing. You know, he doesn't like to get involved in this. We're being blocked and killed. Can he not care? I'll send him a message. Dragon Walker pulled open the friend bar and clicked on a chat box called "Don't bother me. Brother, I'm being bullied." No one returned the message for a long time. Brother, there's a really awesome necromancer after me. A very awesome necromancer? Where is it? I'm on my way. Dragon Walker. Sister Ling, this friend of yours is kind of interesting. Outside the Thunderstorm City resurrection point, the friends of Shui Linglong who witnessed the whole process couldn't help but have an emotional occurrence. It is quite interesting. This guy is bold and strong, Shui Linglong said. In her eyes Wang Yuan could be described as an artist. No, he's not just strong, but this guy has a brain. A player dressed as a priest stroked his chin and faintly said, "There is? Does someone like him still need to have a brain?" Shui Linglong was very surprised. Aha! That priest nodded and said, "Don't you realize that the Black Dragon Society has been following his rhythm now? This guy is using a young strategy. Masculinity? What do you mean? It is just obvious to give you a trap. You have to jump into it. Not Ling sister. How do you know this kind of friend with this IQ? Isn't it said that people are divided by groups? I'm so smart. It's normal to know smart people," Shui Linglong said. Then again, how did he lay the trap? The priest was speechless for a moment and said, "Can't you see what's going on? This guy knows that he definitely can't do it alone with everyone in the Black Dragon Society. That's why he directly named Dragon Walking World to kill him to establish his authority. Do you think that with Dragon Walking World's identity, he can't not go? Once he goes, he'll be led by the nose by your friend." This. Water Linglong's head began to smoke. It took a long moment of freezing to respond to the meaning of the pastor's words. Indeed, the Black Dragon Guild's 2,000 or so people were all veteran players above level 15. Wang Yuan was only a level 10 necromancer. His ability to manipulate skeletons was even stronger, and the attributes of the skeleton soldiers were even higher. Facing a sea of more than 2,000 people would be certain death. That's why Wang Yuan was smart enough to play a sneaky game, naming Dragonwalker in the forums for a one-on-one fight. Dragonwalker that was the president of the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, and he definitely couldn't not answer the battle after being named. As soon as he answered the battle, it went from being a matter of more than 2,000 players of the Black Dragon Society to a matter of him alone. And naturally, he was rubbed on the ground by Wang Yuan, so was being blocked by Wang Yuan at the resurrection point. It could be said that from the moment Wang Yuan posted his name, every step of Dragonwalker was within Wang Yuan's calculations. What is even more outrageous is that the reasoning here is also understood by Long Xingwang, but he is not in a position to do so, and he has to follow Wang Yuan's calculations and be led by Wang Yuan step by step, one pit at a time. What do you mean by young conspiracy? It's when I tell you what I'm up to, and you can't refuse, and you have to be carried away by me when I fight you with open cards. Gee, now there's something I can't understand. The priest also showed a puzzled expression when he saw Shui Linglong slowing down. Why don't you understand? There is also a limit to how far a necromancer can control a baby, so why has no one been able to find out where he is so far? The priest rubbed his chin and frowned. Then who knows? Shui Linglong shook her head. Suddenly she realized that she didn't seem to know Wang Yuan very well either. Of course, the reason why Shui Linglong and his friends didn't understand was because Wang Yuan wasn't an ordinary necromancer at all. According to the system setting, necromancers have their own necrotic space. The necrotic space can receive the summoned undead. Due to the existence of the necrotic space, the necromancer controls the undead to keep the distance of about 20 meters. This distance will be increased as the necromancer's level is raised. The higher the level, the further the distance. However, Wang Yuan had the Holy Relic Book of Heroic History in his hand, and the undead he summoned possessed an independent cemetery and could be resurrected indefinitely as long as the fire of the soul was not taken away. So the undead summoned by Wang Yuan were equivalent to the players who survived in a different way, and they only maintained a spiritual link with Wang Yuan and were not bound by the space of the undead. Theoretically, as long as Wang Yuan wanted, his undead could appear anywhere. Therefore, Wang Yuan only needed to hide in a safe place and could command his subordinate skeletons to appear in any location. The players of the Black Dragon Society, naturally, couldn't find him. I really can't see that your boss is quite despicable. On the roof of the church, Ma San is chatting with her by. Wang Yuan's set of operations had convinced Ma San. He was never expecting that Wang Yuan, alone with 3 soldiers, would be able to play chicken with a big guild, and now he is even more afraid to even go on the streets. Cut the crap. Talk as if Nyo isn't your boss. Keep an eye on the good resurrection point. Have any Black Dragon Society people appeared on the street? Xiaobai disliked back in a bad mood. Everyone was a real warrior and knew the importance of a good commander in a war, and after experiencing this battle, Xiaobai was even more convinced of Wang Yuan, not just because Wang Yuan had made him stand out, but because Wang Yuan was indeed gifted at the level of commanding battles, using the rules, centering on himself, maximizing what little resources he had, and doing nothing to play a large guild of over 2,000 people into the palm of his hand, let alone in the era of the game that had not yet entered the end times. Even in the apocalyptic world 120 years later, Wang Yuan's tactics were top-notch. All of them came back from the end times, and everyone recognizes the strong. Previously, when Wang Yuan had gotten himself equipment, Xiaobai had only recognized Wang Yuan materially, but now after this cooperation, Xiaobai could be said to have completely recognized Wang Yuan on a spiritual level as well. Never again dare to underestimate the players of this peaceful age. There. Masana was disliked by Xiaobai and got bored, so he could only open the eagle eye technique and look around with his hand on the cooler. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a guy in gray vestments skulking down Commercial Street. On Mr. Song side, 115, Commercial Street. CCC. Great White turned around in a hurry at the command, only to see a Black Dragon Society player heading their way. That player saw the big white on the street and couldn't help but laugh. He, still really a necromancer, ah? Come out, don't hide. I've seen your undead. If Wang Yuan was on the street, he would definitely be able to recognize that this guy was the very same necromancer that he had seen earlier when he was recruiting skeletons at the root of the city wall. The guy who claimed to be the #1 necromancer in the entire service. This person is called Don't Bother Me. Not only is the vice president of the Black Dragon Society, but also Dragon World's own brother, and a super leveling maniac, is the only level 22 player in the game, ranked first in the ranking list of the ruthless people. This guy was usually only interested in practicing leveling, and if it wasn't for Dragonwalker saying that there was a powerful necromancer, this guy would never have shown up. At this moment, seeing the black skeleton in front of me, nothing to bother me full of black lines. Black skeletons? Obviously just second-order skeleton warriors. What the hell is a powerful necromancer? Does this idiot Dragonwalker have shit in his head? The wind, blowing across the street, rolls up a leaf. There was no answer and no one appeared. Only a black skeleton standing across the street as the two looked across the street. The skeleton slowly raised its empty left hand, then gave a middle finger to nothing's bothering me. See Big White giving himself the middle finger. Don't bother me if it's okay. A series of exclamation points popped up on my head. A look of anger crossed his face. Sabo, what the hell? How dare you give me the middle finger? This skeleton warrior is downright rude. Ha, it's not right. Necromancer's undead this provocation command? Soon the nothing don't bother me expression went from angry to puzzled again. It's okay, don't bother me is not only a necromancer, but also the only necromancer in the current game that is level 20 or above and has a level 3 summon skeleton. It's not too much to say that it's the #1 necromancer in the whole service. No one understands the profession of necromancer better than Don't Bother Me if nothing else. Yet even the third-rank skeleton warriors under his command couldn't make the gesture of giving the middle finger to anyone else. It is important to realize that the higher the undead level, the more complex their commands become. The opposite side was just a second-order skeleton warrior, but to be able to make a move that a third-order skeleton warrior couldn't even make, this made it very surprising. Phew, just when it's okay, don't bother me to wonder. Big White's middle finger suddenly turned into a sword finger, pointing at leave me alone if nothing else. At the same time, a fireball the size of a basketball flew right at Don't Bother Me if nothing else. Crap, it's a mutant skeleton. It's fine, don't bother me. Seeing the fireball flying head-on, he couldn't help but show a surprised look. This necromancer on the other side was something, actually summoning a mutated skeleton. Mutant skeleton is a rare species in the undead battle pet, different from the regular necromancer, a water of skeleton warrior, and other physical undead. Mutant skeletons have a chance to mutate into other professions. Must skeleton archer, skeleton assassin, or even the extremely rare skeleton mage. Although the attributes of the mutant skeletons were not much different from the same rank skeletons, their combat ability was greater than ordinary skeletons. So for a necromancer, being able to summon a mutant skeleton would drastically increase their combat power. It's as if a 3-man team of all fighters is less combat effective than a 3-man team with a battle magic manager configuration. The singularity of the skeleton profession is the biggest drawback of the necromancer's pre-existence. Since Wang Yuan had a mutant skeleton, he was obviously slightly stronger than what Don't Bother Me if nothing happens imagined. However, even the strongest mutated skeleton was only a second-order undead after all, and was a dish in front of a third-order undead. Besides, there's only one on the other side. Ha! Don't bother me if it's alright, laughed and lifted the wooden staff in his hand. 4 skeletons appeared in front of nothing to bother me. These 4 skeletons are tall and sturdy, and Xiaobai is no less. Although they do not wear armor, but the bones on their bodies are as black and shiny as iron paint, and the giant axe in their hands shines with a sharp light. It was none other than the necromancer's third-order skeleton, the skeleton warrior, facing the flying fireball. Don't bother me if there's nothing else. Defense. One of the skeleton warriors crossed its giant axe in its hand and blocked in front of nothing to bother me. Bang! The fireball smashed into the giant axe and scattered with a bang, turning into bits of fire. The huge impact pushed the skeleton warrior back half a step. Ha ha, that's it? Taking a look at the skeleton warrior's blood bar, it had only dropped by about 1/5. So don't bother me if it's okay, can't help but tilt the corner of my mouth. I thought how much damage this mutant skeleton mage had, but it turned out to be just like that. Under the crushing attributes of a third-order undead, any so-called mutations were just fancy. The skeleton warrior was even more ordinary, that was a third-order undead. Go! After hard catching a fireball from Great White, nothing Don't Bother Me didn't give Great White the slightest chance to continue releasing magic. and pointed the wooden staff in his hand. The 4 skeleton warriors lowered their heads and attached themselves in unison, turning on their charge and charging right at Great White. The soulfire in the Great White's eyes danced slightly, and took a gentle half-step backward. Pulling from his arms, pulled out a blue staff. Looking at the 4 skeleton warriors that were getting closer and closer to him, the staff hilt slammed into the ground and opened the chant. Bursting flames, release. At the same time the chanting finished, the 4 skeleton warriors had already rushed to within 2 meters of Great White, raising their giant axes in their hands high and slashing at Great White. Phew! A ball of flame burst out from Great White, and the crimson ring of protective fire engulfed the 4 skeleton warriors instantly. Bang! The huge fireball with a diameter of 2 meters crashed into the 4 skeleton warriors at the same time. Boom! An explosion followed, and the fireball exploded. Regular necromancers are different from growing skeletons like Great White that have the heroic history book bonus. Even a 3rd order skeleton warrior, with the addition of summoning proficiency, only had 100% of the attributes inherited from the necromancer's main body. In other words, these 4 skeleton warriors in front of us looked mighty and domineering, but in fact, their blood volume and defense were comparable to that of the necromancer who was okay with not bothering me, and their attributes were not as outstanding as those of Erbai and Masan. Necromancer was a law profession in the end. Even at level 22, how much defense and blood bars could there be? Great White's fireball spell without a staff could knock out 1/5 of its blood, and this set of triple damage bursting flames was self-explanatory. In just an instant, the 4 skeleton warriors turned into ashes on the spot. All your undead warriors are killed. A system alert flashed in front of "Don't bother me if nothing else's eyes." Don't bother me if it's okay. The smile on my face momentarily froze and then disappeared, replaced by bewilderment, disbelief, confusion and shock. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's okay, don't bother me obviously can't believe what's happening in front of me. One must know that he was known as the #1 necromancer in the entire service, and the 4 skeleton warriors under his command were definitely the premier 3rd order undead. 4 3rd order undead against 1 2nd order undead. Don't bother me if it's okay, I don't know how I'm supposed to lose. But the fact in front of him was that his skeleton warriors were all killed by the skeleton mage in front of him with a single skill. This Nima. It's okay to leave me alone. I can't believe it anyway. Bug. It must be a bug. The system is fucking wrong. I'm going to report someone utilizing a system bug. It's okay, don't bother me secondhand. Just open the game feedback to write a small essay. And Great White has rushed forward. A staff smacked on the face of the no-skull guarded "Nothing doesn't bother me." Smacked "Nothing doesn't bother me" stumbling. And then a fireball to the face, blasting "Nothing doesn't bother me" to the dregs. Looking at the "Nothing don't bother me" that was easily killed by himself, Big White couldn't help but spit out. This guy is brain dead. If the skeleton guard dies, does he just give up? Game era players really do not have a sense of combat. Old me empty blue with a staff can still knock down the magic beast. A flash of light and "Nothing to bother me" was reborn in the Thunderstorm City Cemetery. At the same time feedback from the system flashed before his eyes. Bug submission is invalid. The player's data is all normal. Thank you for your feedback. I wish you a happy game. Thank you for your cooperation. Sub O. It's okay to leave me alone and just crash. It's okay, boss. How are you doing? Is Nyo Dolly dead yet? The Black Dragon Society's channel flashed with information once again. Nonsense. Boss Nothing is the #1 necromancer in the entire service. That grandson of Nyo Dolly can be considered to have kicked the bucket when he met Boss Nothing, the #1 necromancer in the entire service. It's okay, don't bother me. Looking at the 8 words in front of me, that's extraordinarily harsh. His own 4 3rd order undead were instantly killed by someone else's 2nd order undead. Is there such a weak first in the whole service? Big brother, how's it going? Even Dragonwalker couldn't help but ask. It's okay, don't bother me. Not saying a word. Just get off the line where you are. Seeing that Nothing don't bother me's name suddenly turned black, everyone in the Black Dragon Society was confused. What is it? Can it be that Boss Nothing was also killed by Nyo Dolly? Oops. It's okay, boss's level dropped. It's now level 21. A player opened the leveling charts and took a look. Don't bother me if it's okay, although it's still firmly at the top of the list. It's dropped a level. Say, Dragonwalker was completely helpless. Everyone knew that a practiced necromancer's single unit strength was the strongest of all professions. Don't bother me. Although he said he didn't like to play with other people in the guild, but his summoned skeletons also consumed a lot of resources of the Black Dragon Society, and is now about to level 4. For skeleton warriors plus Don't bother me if you're okay are almost the equivalent of a 20+ level squad, the same as a necromancer. Wan Yuan is just a low level 10 player. Whether it is the quality or quantity of skeletons, it's okay, Don't bother me is a crushing level of existence. Yet with such an advantage, the one who died was Nothing to bother me. Even Don't bother me if it's okay was hit with autism offline. This heck. Not only did Dragonwalker panic, Even the other players of the Black Dragon Society began to panic, coupled with the fact that Wang Yuan was still godlessly hunting Black Dragon Society players all over the streets. The entire Black Dragon Society was shrouded in a shadow of death for a while. Until now, so many people have died in the Black Dragon Society, but no one has seen Wang Yuan's body. Visible enemies are scary. The unseen enemy is fear. Commercial Street, kill 6 players of the Black Dragon Society. Trading Street, kill 3 players of the Black Dragon Society. Central Street, kill 2 players of the Black Dragon Society. On the forums of Thunderstorm City, Wang Yuan's posts were constantly updated, with each update being accompanied by a screenshot of the kill record, all the while not forgetting a wave of mockery. Dragon walks the world, your minions are going to be killed by me. You still shrink in the resurrection point, do not come out? How can you still be a hero like you? Change your name to Turtle Shrinking Taro. Put, ha ha ha, this guy's got a mouth on him. Forum up and down, the players are watching the fun, all the way to follow over. Looking at the Black Dragon will be killed, even the street do not dare to go on that call a shoo shoo. Now that he saw Wang Yuan mocking the insulting nickname of the Black Dragon Society, he was even happier with his back teeth coming out. Dude, not only is this dude ruthless and fierce, he's also pretty good with his mouth. Physical damage isn't enough, but also mental output. The sword cuts the flesh, the heart cuts the soul. Every word poked into the heart of the Black Dragon Society players. The Black Dragon Club players froze in the face of Wang Yuan's taunts and couldn't let out a single fart. It's all over. What are you talking about? You're saying that people win? He picked on one of your guilds alone. You're saying people are cheating? People exploded the coordinates to fuck your president 3 times in a fair and square manner. Saying anything was a disgrace. So it would be better to hide his head in his pants and honestly bear the taunts from Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan's hunt for the Black Dragon Society lasted until the early hours of the morning. This night Wang Yuan live broadcast killed hundreds of people from the Black Dragon Club, slaughtered Dragon Walker 3 times, and even sprayed and chopped and beat the Black Dragon Club's group of experts who shrunk in the resurrection point as a grandson. The fire in Wang Yuan's heart was only slightly calmed. Playing the game is all about a clear mind. It's a good thing I let Wang Yuan out of this bad breath today, but any overnight, the Black Dragon Society can only end up worse than this. I'm tired. I'll go to bed first and come back tomorrow. As long as the Black Dragon Society still dares to be in Thunderstorm City, I'll be able to find them anytime. At the very top of the Magic Tower in Thunderstorm City, Wang Yuan went offline after making his last post. A sound revenge. Halftime. Wang Yuan went to sleep, but the players of the Black Dragon Society and those who were watching didn't sleep. The Black Dragons are too scared to sleep because they don't know what to do now. The players who were watching were too excited to sleep and kept forwarding Wang Yuan's live post to their friends. Not only Thunderstorm City players, even other main city players were all famous for running Thunderstorm City's forums to see the fun. The great names of the Black Dragon Society and Neo Dali became famous all over the world at the same time. Overnight, everyone in Thunderstorm City knew the 2 nicknames. One is King of Living Hell, Neo Dali, and the other is Turtle Shrinking Taro, Dragon Walker. Sub-O, what's next? Can't really change the main city. Inside the resurrection point of the warrior camp, Dragonwalker's face turned white with anger as he looked at the forums full of posts humiliating him, but there was nothing he could do about it. LMAO. It's trivial to get insulted yourself on the forums. The key now is what to do tomorrow. Wang Yuan had already put out the word that he would continue tomorrow until he had killed everyone in the Black Dragon Society until they dared not show up in Thunderstorm City again. This Nima, the Black Dragon Society can't really quit Thunderstorm City just like that, right? That's a guild's bottom line. Now that the Black Dragon Society was being hunted by Wang Yuan, everyone was just watching the fun and symbolically laughing at the Black Dragon Society. But as long as the Black Dragon Society was still in Thunderstorm City, then the resources were still there. It can't really do much substantial damage, other than stinking up the reputation. But if you really want to be beaten to change the main city, then you are really a grandson. A big guild of yours being single-handedly beaten by a single player in the district and not daring to hang out in the main city. If this were to spread out, it would be an absolutely devastating blow to the Black Dragon Society's reputation. With this black history, in the future, even if the Black Dragon Society became the #1 guild in the national service, expert players who wanted to add the Black Dragon Society would have to hesitate. What's more, all the main cities now have their respective groundhogs entrenched. It's not so easy to change the ground and start everything from scratch. Definitely can't change the main city development. A crane in the clouds hurriedly advised at his words. This kind of pros and cons was something that Dragonwalker could think of, and other people naturally saw it as well. Then what do you think we'll do after we're targeted by this asshole? We can't just go out and practice leveling with 2,000 people every day. Dragonwalker smoothly dumped this question on one crane in the clouds. A crane in the clouds was also helpless. Boss, I don't know if there's a word to be said or not. Go ahead and say it. Dragon Walker said. It's already this time. What else is there to say when it's time to say it? Do we have to make an enemy of that ox power? Nonsense. He's the one who made us enemies. But it was us who started it, right? A crane in the clouds whispered. He also needs to upgrade. There's no need to spend every day with us. So you mean to find him and apologize? Dragon Walker frowned. It's not impossible, but I have to be decent. Just apologizing is probably not enough if you want to be decent. What more? Pitch in. What does he like? I don't know, but surely I like money, said a crane in the clouds. The supreme god of this world, Zen Mind Tao Bone, once said that talking nicely solves 50% of things and spending money solves 90% of things. Talking nicely and spending a little money at the same time solves 99% of things. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan went online and received a message from Dragon Walker. Brother Nyo, this is a misunderstanding. Can we sit down and talk about it? Seeing the news from Dragon Walker, Wang Yuan was not the least bit surprised, because that's the way it's been since I was a kid. Whenever those bullies tried to bully themselves, they directly lifted the table themselves, and soon those bullies would change to look like what Dragon Walker looked like now without the slightest difference. Tolerating an inch at a time makes it worse. The bully will never feel guilty for putting up with you, but will instead gain a sense of accomplishment for backing down. Endless forbearance is far better than giving him a brick in the head. After all, the cost of bullying the wicked is much higher than the cost of bullying the honest. Good people deserve to have guns pointed at them. If you sat down and talked about it early, you didn't have to lie down and talk about it yesterday. Wang Yuan faintly returned a message. Dragon Walker's face was pitch black. There has to be a time for this to be resolved. Dragon Walker forced down the urge to curse and said again. Just like what one crane in the clouds had said, the Black Dragon Society and Wang Yuan couldn't afford to wear out their welcome. Wang Yuan is alone. How to play is not play. Every day blocking the resurrection point all over the city to chase and kill the Black Dragon Society can also kill time. But the Black Dragon Guild, as a big guild, they were going to develop and the players in the guild were going to upgrade. As the saying goes, a boat sails against the current. The competitiveness between guilds can be much more than between casual players. A day without Black Dragon Society players practicing and developing, the other guilds would already start to want to catch up, and 3 days of inactivity would result in someone jumping on the bandwagon. In a week's time, the Black Dragon Society's territory was afraid that it would be divided up by the other guilds. This is the reality that the Black Dragon Society has to face. They were now more than simply being killed by Wang Yuan and not daring to go out on the streets. So, this matter has to be resolved as soon as possible. Tell me, how can I solve it? I'm being chased by one of your guilds, and it's scaring me to death. You can solve it when you say so? Wang Yuan said with the look of a victim. Ha! Long Xingwei looked at the message sent by Wang Yuan and almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. This guy, he's too brazen, isn't he? Who's after who? Yesterday was only a few hours. The Black Dragon Society players were cut down by Wang Yuan by more than 100, and he himself alone was killed 3 times. Now the bastard was saying something about being hunted and in shock. I've seen shamelessness, but I've never seen such shamelessness. Although he was speechless, Dragon Walker still directly opened the door and returned. Name your price. He could kind of see that if he kept inking, he would have been the one killing people all over the streets yesterday. Ugh, that's right. Wang Yuan was pleased. As expected of a big guild boss, he is just reasonable. In that case, you can give 1,000 gold. $1,000? Are you serious? As soon as Wang Yuan said this, Dragon Walker directly jumped up. What's up, boss? Seeing Dragon Walker's appearance, the other players of the Black Dragon Society were startled and thought the Dragon Walker was having another nightmare. He asked me for 1,000 gold. Dragon Walker gritted his teeth. Crap, $1,000? This guy's crazy, right? Everyone froze when they heard Dragon Walker's words. At the current official exchange rate of the game currency, 1 gold that could be $1,000. Even if you pay for gold with the studio, it's still about 900. 1,000 gold. That's almost $1 million. Playing a crap game and blackmailing people for $1 million. Has this guy never seen money or is he dreaming? What? Seeing this tone from Long Xingwei, Wang Yuan faintly returned 2 words. Brother Nyo, aren't you a little too dark? Dragon Walker said with a dark face. Black? Wang Yuan laughed and said. How much have you invested in this guild? How many resources does the Black Dragon Guild occupy in Thunderstorm City now? You guys are not asking for a low price for the corpse refresh point at the gate? Wang Yuan had dared to ask for $1,000 and had definitely thought it through. As the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, the Black Dragon Guild occupied various resource refreshment points and leveling areas in Thunderstorm City. Far not to say, just say the corpse refreshment point at the entrance of the city. Once a silver coin. Necromancer players again less. A main city of a few thousand people are still there. A lone corpse refreshment point a day income conservatively have dozens of gold coins. By allowing the Black Dragon Society to exploit other players, Wang Yuan was allowed to exploit the Black Dragon Society. It's the way of heaven. 1,000 gold. That's money to the Black Dragon Society? This, Dragon Walker was dumbfounded. If you think I'm asking for a high price, then let's just take our time and wait for the other guilds to grab your resource points. I'm afraid it won't be a matter of 1,000 gold. Wang Yuan sent another message, directly silencing the Dragon Walker. Fuck. How about 800,000 in cash? Dragon Walker asked after a moment of contemplation. 1,000 gold coins. The Dragon World spends money to recharge to 1,000,000. Gold coins from Wang Yuan hands out for cash. Even if the studio sells gold single, deducting the handling fee to the hand is only about 800,000. With an offline transfer, Dragon Walker could save 200,000, and Wang Yuan could still get cash directly. Professional players play the game to cash in on it. Cash trading is the fastest way for any professional player to cash in. However, Wang Yuan said with certainty, "No, I only want the game currency." Just kidding. Trading in-game currency in a game is playing a game. In reality, private transfers, that is involved in large assets of unknown origin. As long as the Dragon World backhanded a charge of extortion, Wang Yuan at least have to sit in jail for 10 or 8 years. Why gamble your freedom on the humanity of someone like Dragon Walker? Not to mention that in a month's time, all that money will be wasted paper. Wang Yuan currently had sufficient reserves of food and fresh water. The demand for money in reality was not very great. Instead of asking for cash, he would just ask for game currency. With sufficient game currency, Wang Yuan could stock up on real resources. It has to be play money? Dragon Walker was at a loss, completely unable to understand Wang Yuan's brain circuit. It's not like the game isn't open for recharging, and the game currency is getting cheaper by the day. So what's the point of you hoarding game currency? It has to be game currency, Wang Yuan repeated. Okay. Dragon Walker sighed and helplessly transferred 1,000 gold coins over to Wang Yuan. I've already transferred the money. Now Brother Nyo shouldn't continue to chase us, right? As long as you guys don't mess with me, I definitely won't mess with you, Wang Yuan said. Don't worry, only a grandson would mess with you. Dragon Walker patted his chest and swore. Are you kidding? One time is enough for something like humiliation. The current Dragon Walker didn't dare to doubt that Wang Yuan alone could bring down one of their guilds. How's it going? Seeing Dragon Walker's tightened brows stretching out, the Black Dragon Society players in the warrior camp rushed to Dragon Walker's side. It's alright, we can go out on the streets as much as we want from now on. Dragon Walker got up and walked towards the outside of the resurrection point, as if being able to sneak out into the streets was good enough for him. As a result, just as he exited the resurrection point, he saw a familiar figure with a sword and shield blocking the doorway. Dragon Walker was shocked and rolled back to the resurrection point. Brother Ox, what's going on? Your skeleton is still there. Sorry, forgot to tell them. Wang Yuan recalled Xiaobai with a faint smile. Looking at the direction where Little White disappeared, Dragon Walker palpitated and touched his neck. In his heart, he secretly swore that he would never be able to mess with this guy again. With 1,000 gold in hand, Wang Yuan went straight to the Alchemy Association. The Alchemy Guild, also known as the Magic Potion Research Society, was the place in the game where potions and concoctions were developed, commonly known as a pharmacy. Potions are the most consumed props by players in the game. The vast majority of players to fight monsters burst the money are used to buy medicine. Folk have always had robbing the road is better than opening a pharmacy said. But in terms of income, the Alchemy Guild far surpassed even an equipment store like a blacksmith's tailor store. You can see how important potions are to players in everyday situations. Yet it is such an important prop that will disappear completely in a year's time. According to Big White and Little White, due to the fatal blow suffered by the Alchemy Association, not only would the potions disappear, but even the discipline of magic pharmacy would be lost. And from then on, mankind would lose the props like potions. The disappearance of the potion also completely reversed the situation of the war between humans and magical beasts, with humans going from active to passive. For the time being, Wang Yuan would not be able to use the potion, but in the future, as his level increased, the more undead he would have under his command, and it was inevitable that there would be casualties when he challenged the high-level bosses. Something like a potion that you can't use yourself doesn't necessarily mean that others can't use it. If you could save a batch of potions now, it would be an extremely expensive resource a year from now as well. Come and see warrior. There is something you want. As soon as he entered, a female NPC in a revealing dress greeted him. Goo, if it isn't alchemist Lillian, it turns out that the real person is also this big. Seeing the oncoming NPCs, Masaner's classmates were the most excited. Big? White looked puzzled. Nonsense, it's 36 feet. It's not too big? Not really. I'd say it's only in my 20s, Kahaku retorted. Are you stupid? Did I tell you my age? I said 36D. Tramp. Who knew you were so lewd? You're a history book character. Virgin. Aren't you? Say that again? The two of them were at swords drawn. And if it wasn't for Wang Yuan standing next to them, they probably would have fought on the spot. Two idiots. Big White spread his hands helplessly on the sidelines. Wang Yuan. They've been reborn in the last fucking world once. And these guys are still so childish. I want to purchase some potions. Wang Yuan ignored the two skeletons that were spraying each other and explained his intentions to Lillian. Take your pick. Lillian opened the counter. However, after glancing at the counter, Wang Yuan couldn't help but skim his lips. Low-grade life potion. Blood recovery, 20 per second. Duration, 30 seconds. Price, 5 copper. Low-level magic potion. Magic recovery, 15 per second. Duration, 30 seconds. Price, 10 copper. Low-level antidote. All of the ones in the first water are low-level potions. Wang Yuan was speechless. Now that Wang Yuan was not at a high level, using the lowest level potions was actually enough. But as his strength increased, he naturally had to get some high-level potions just in case. In addition to potions, combinations that can boost attributes will have to be bought as well. These can be lifesavers when put into the future. I thought that Thunderstorm City, as the main city, the Alchemy Association should have high-level potions and concoctions. But who knew that Thunderstorm City's Alchemy Association was the same as the pharmacy in the Novice Zone? All of them were low-level medicines. This left Wang Yuan speechless. Is that all there is? Wang Yuan couldn't help but spit out. I can buy these in the Novice Village as well. Aren't there any more advanced ones? Oops. Now there is a strange shortage of medicinal herbs, and some of the more advanced potions have not been developed yet, Lillian said. So, Wang Yuan nodded in understanding. The game has just been open service. Certainly a lot of high-level props have not been released. After all, in other games, magic pharmacy and blacksmithing and tailoring are known as the three main side professions for players. In Dawn of the Dawn, the magic potion technology is only in the hands of the Alchemy Association. So it can be seen that the magic potion technology in this world is still a very high-end secret, and has not developed to a level where everyone can learn it. Now that I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. Wang Yuan waved his hand and spent 15 gold coins on 100 groups of blood and blue pills, filling the backpacks of the three skeletons to the brim and then setting up automatic use of medicines. Holy shit, these are all ours? Great White was dumbfounded. Fat chance of getting rich. This is a potion. Xiao Bai was excited. Naya, is this guy interested in me? I'm a pure little skeleton. I feel like I'm going to compromise. No, he hasn't used the beauty trick on me yet. Ma Saner was also dumbfounded. I had long heard that Wang Yuan was generous, but I didn't expect him to be so generous. Potions are the stuff of legends in the future, and the vast majority of people have only heard of them. Even a captain of the Holy Light Special Warfare Team like Big White had only had the honor of seeing it once. Now that Wang Yuan had given the three skeletons a backpack each, the mood of the three skeletons was imaginable. Ma Saner, who had always wanted to get rid of Wang Yuan, couldn't help but feel moved at this moment. Remember to let me know if you have any advanced medicines in the future. Wang Yuan greeted Lillian and turned around to leave the Alchemy Association. However, right at this moment, suddenly, only Ma Saner cried out with an ow. Holy shit, Teacher Wushuang. Little dagger. Am I mistaken? Why does this old man look so familiar? ? Hearing Ma San's words, Big White and Little White simultaneously looked in the direction of Ma San's eyes, only to see that in the corner of the Alchemy Association, there was an old man with a flowery white beard shrinking, and that old man was holding a test tube not knowing what he was studying. Isn't this the great alchemist Clydesdale? Why is he here? Seeing that old man, Xiaobai couldn't help but exclaim. Not strange, Big White said. According to the history books, this time period Clydesdale should have been persecuted by the church and had just fled the Holy Light City. It was only after the world fusion that Clydesdale became famous for his magical pharmacology in the world, and I can't imagine that he's now hiding in this small place. Worthy of the level of a teacher, Big White's knowledge base was much better than the other two guys. Does this guy have a mission? Ma Saner wondered. No, Xiaobai decisively said. Magic pharmacy was completely erased, and the future Human Federation Professionals Academy does not have any secret trials on magic pharmacy. It's too bad, Ma Saner lamented. If there was a quest, we might have gotten a high-level potion. Advanced potions? Hearing Ma San's words, Wang Yuan frowned slightly. Slowing his pace, he turned abruptly back to the counter. What else do you need, warrior? Lillian was still as enthusiastic as ever. You said that there is a lack of medicinal herbs here. Is there anything you need help with? Wang Yuan asked. You'll have to ask my teacher about that. Lillian smiled and looked at Clydesdale in the corner. Indeed, Wang Yuan sniffed and revealed a smile. NPCs don't reveal information that doesn't make sense. Since Lillian told the player that there was a lack of materials right now, there was bound to be a quest to find them, and Clydesdale, who was doing scientific research in the corner, was naturally the quest publisher. Of course, the most important thing was that the three skeletons recognized Clydesdale, otherwise Wang Yuan wouldn't have been able to associate it with triggering the quest. Crap, a real mission? Good luck, bull. It's called the Chosen One. Get it? To be able to follow Brother Nyo? We win hemp. The three skeletons could not help but look at each other when they saw that Wang Yuan had received Clydesdale's quest. Go away. Don't disturb me. I'm in the middle of a very great study. Seeing Wang Yuan walking over with a few skeletons, Clydesdale waved his hand very impatiently, signaling Wang Yuan not to annoy him. This old man really is as eccentric as the legends. Seeing Clydesdale rushing around so much, Xiaobai couldn't help but spit. Big White was calm and said, "It's normal. People with abilities have bad tempers. I've seen quite a few of these people in the past when I was in Holy Light City, but he has a good eye for accepting students. I wonder when your brother Nyo will be able to summon a few beauties over as well." He. Ma San smiled lewdly. You stepped on a horse. Our Bai was speechless by this grandson. This guy is really thinking about women all the time. Even if Wang Yuan could summon a beautiful woman over, it would still be a skeleton. What's the point? Your Excellency Alchemist, I heard that you are lacking the materials to refine magic potions. I think I can help you. Wang Yuan said sincerely. Oh, you can help me? Really? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Clydesdale stopped his work and looked at Wang Yuan up and down and said, that group of fanatics in the Church of Light. They even denied all the power that is comparable to the God of Light, and banished me from the holy city. Otherwise this research would have been completed a long time ago, and I wouldn't have to look for others to help me. Young man, are you sure you want to help me? Helping me would risk making an enemy of the Church of Light. The Church of Light? Isn't it those people from the church? Wang Yuan asked with a sniff. According to the backstory of Dawn of the Dead, the Illuminati is a religion in this world. Paladin and priest are both professions of the Church of Light. They can use the power of light to power magic and martial arts, both to strengthen the attributes of their teammates as well as to use light magic to help heal their wounds. In the future, human professionals will have no more magical pharmacology, and will mainly rely on the priests of the Church of Light to treat injuries and illnesses. Because of this, the Church of Light had grown rapidly after the destruction of the Alchemy Guild, and had directly become the largest religion of the end times. The city of Holy Light also became the capital of the Human Federation, the largest sanctuary for humanity. That's right, that's them, Clydesdale said. Magic pharmacy is a very great discipline. Powerful drugs can boost the attributes of adventurers and restore their strength and energy. My first batch of low-level potions got a lot of adventurers in all the main cities before the Church of Light initiated an excommunication against me. It's clear that they don't want anyone else to get hold of this power. Well, Wang Yuan's brows furrowed in some incomprehension. Magic is magic. Magic potion is magic potion. One is a religion and the other is a prop. Both of them are not part of a track. Is the Church of Light so sensitive? Helping Clydesdale would offend the Church of Light. Why did the Church of Light do this? Xiaobai also didn't quite understand, just like Wang Yuan. 4 players, Game World medicines are indispensable props. Why would the Church of Light have trouble with the Alchemy Association? Competition. Great White pondered for a moment and said with certainty, it must be that the appearance of the potion has created competition for the Church of Light, and the God of Light is the only God. So naturally, he does not allow competition to exist. You mean the potion robbed the followers of the God of Light? Xiaobai was even more bewildered. This thing was not a track at all. What's the involvement of buying medicine and practicing and being religious? It's not necessarily robbing the believers. It's giving them an additional option, Great White added. Rather, it directly affects their evangelization. Think about what the core technology of Illuminati propagation is. This. Upon hearing Big White's words, Wang Yuan and Little White were immediately dazed. The reason why the cult of light spread in this world infested with magical beasts was because they could use light magic to heal the sick and improve the adventurer's attributes in battle. And that's why people believed in the God of Light. And Clydesdale's study of magical pharmacology, which also heals wounds and adds attributes, produces the same effect. So that a portion of the population will choose to use magical potions and abandon their belief in the God of Light. So as long as he helped Clydesdale research advanced magic potions, it would be like breaking the monopoly of the light divine religion. And he would even develop props that were even rarer than light magic. Naturally, they are also on the opposite side of the Illuminati. The future erasure of magic pharmacy wouldn't have anything to do with the Illuminati, would it? Wang Yuan couldn't help but think secretly. After all, without the potions under the end times, the biggest vested interest was the Illuminati. Damn the Illuminati. Thanks to me trusting them so much, it turns out that they are the ones restricting the development of magic pharmacology. Xiaobai was filled with righteous indignation. That's right, Great White also summarized. If it wasn't for the Church of Light suppressing magical pharmacology, but if there were a few apothecaries in the future, humanity wouldn't have been suppressed so badly by the magical beasts in the 100 Years' War. Ha, Ma Sanner laughed. What? You have another opinion? White asked. No, what are you guys talking about? Ma Sanner was bewildered. What are you laughing at? I'm reminded of Claire, the Holy Virgin of the Illuminati. With that ass, hey. Get out. Arbai's head was full of black lines and he couldn't wait to slap himself. It was really redundant to ask this bitch. Apothecary? Wang Yuan was thoughtful when he heard Dabai's words. These two skeletons had reminded Wang Yuan. The disappearance of medicines is one reason why humans are being suppressed. The root of the problem is the disappearance of magical pharmacology. Being able to learn magic pharmacy to become an apothecary would be more useful than stocking up on a bunch of medicines. After all, the end of the world does not know when is the end. Hoard the medicine again. Can be used for 1 or 2 years, 10 or 8 years, but also can be used for 100 years? Well, young man, have you decided? Seeing Wang Yuan's silence, Clydesdale asked with some anticipation, and there seemed to be a bit of disappointment in his eyes. Decision made, I'm going to help you. Wang Yuan immediately clapped his hands and said decisively, magic pharmacology is a great discipline, a study that can benefit mankind. Of course, if it was just getting some high-level potions, Wang Yuan was really considering whether or not to offend the Church of Light. But if he could take advantage of this opportunity to become a pharmacist, what the hell is the Church of Light? Isn't that just a bunch of hot chickens? Very good, worthy of the Empire's warriors, the hope of humanity. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Clydesdale was thrilled and burst into tears. Say, what materials do you need now? Shadow Wolf's Tooth, Blood of the Blood Clan, Heart of the Dead, and Soul Restoration Grass? If you can find these 4 materials, I will be able to complete my current research, and you will certainly not be spared any benefits at that time. Clydesdale casually issued a task to Wang Yuan. System alert, you have triggered the hidden storyline Alchemy and Pharmacy. Mission level, A. Mission content, search for Shadow Wolf's Teeth 0/20, Blood of the Blood Clan 0/5. Heart of the Dead 0/1, Soul Restoring Grass 0/1, Shadow Wolf's Tooth and Blood of the Blood Clan. Wang Yuan knows that level 15 copies of the Shadow Castle can be brushed, and the auction house occasionally has people listed for sale, and the price is not low. However, Wang Yuan had never heard of the Heart of the Dead or the Soul Restoring Grass. Oops, Heart of the Dead, isn't that the prop dropped by Skeleton King Leoric? Xiaobai was surprised. That's right, Great White followed suit. The Soul Restoring Herb is what makes Leoric's spirit immortal. So it looks like this is going to be a fight for Shadow Castle. Ha ha, Shadow Castle Old man spring has come. Ma Sanner followed suit with a hefty grin, yelling excitedly, is there a woman at Shadow Castle? The two whites looked at each other. Bah, you guys underestimate me too much. Am I the kind of guy who only has women in his head? Aren't you? Ma Sanner was speechless for a moment and said, did you guys know that Shadow Castle has a hidden armory where you can find weapons for all professions? And one of the undead crossbows is exclusive to archers. A weapons cache? How come we don't know about that? Arbai was very surprised. Ha ha, how many rangers are there in the vocational training academy you're known for? The weapons vault would have to require the stalker's lockpicking skill to open it. Ma Sanner said smugly. Arbai was suddenly silent. This is not to be barred. The Vanguard City focuses on the warrior profession. The Magic Energy City where Dubai graduated produces mages. And later on, Dubai serves in the Holy Light City as a training base for priests and knights. The main city for the training of the assassin and bowman ranger professions is Forest City, where Ma Sanner is located. Sneaking through doors and picking locks is the specialty of the ranger profession. And many of the secret treasures and treasure chests in the secret world have to be opened by the ranger profession. Other professions are naturally outmatched. Is that all the material Shadow Castle has? Hearing the conversation of the 3 skeletons, Wang Yuan was a bit puzzled. If it's in the copy, why isn't it on the market? Could it be that the Shadow Castle here is different from the future Shadow Castle secret? When he thought of this, Wang Yuan suddenly froze. That's true. A copy of the game is not really the same as the secret world of the future. Arbai had more than once spat out that the monsters Wang Yuan had come into contact with at this stage were all on the game difficulty, and although they looked the same as the magical beasts they had seen, their strength was worlds apart. Because the magical beasts they encountered, those were real monsters with powerful and terrifying strength. Even if it was a secret realm for training, the difficulty wasn't the slightest bit different from a real magical beast. That is to say, the secret realm they fought put into the game corresponded to the highest difficulty of the copy. In other words, It is the highest difficulty Shadow Castle that can only spawn both Heart of the Dead and Soul Restoring Herb. If nothing else, it must be. Wang Yuan secretly guessed. According to the game settings, the copy must be played in a group. Shadow Castle is the first copy of the player's contact. The difficulty is not high. Is a 5-player book. A minimum of 5 people group can enter. However, every time the difficulty of the copy is upgraded, the upper limit of the number of people in the team increases by 5 people, and the upper limit of the team of the highest difficulty of the hell level is as high as 25 people, which is an uncompromising group of people, and the difficulty of the copy is imaginable. Of course, it didn't matter how difficult it was for Wang Yuan, the key was that he had to go and find people to make up the team. Wang Yuan pulled open the friend bar, and there were only 2 people in the friend bar. Water Linglong, Dragon Walking. After thinking for a while, Wang Yuan casually sent out a message. Is there anyone coming to Shadow Castle on Hell difficulty? Crap, Hell difficulty. So exciting? In the next second, Shui Linglong returned the message. It seems that this girl is very idle. Her words were 3 parts excited and 7 parts unbelievable. In Dawn of the Dead, there are 5 levels of copies: normal, elite, hard, nightmare, and hell. The higher the level, the higher the difficulty. Keep in mind that at this stage, players are still in the opening phase. Players above level 15 are among the phoenixes, with a strange lack of equipment and skill pull across. Even for normal difficulty copies, the vast majority of players were afraid to try it, and even the elite teams of the major guilds had to be careful about opening up. So far, only a handful of teams have cleared Castle of Shadows. None of the top 100 rankings on the official copy clearance speed charts are filled. In other words, there are less than 100 teams in the entire game that are capable of beating the normal Shadow Castle. Instead, Wang Yuan sent a message that he wanted to play the highest difficulty Dark Shadow Castle. Shui Linglong's mood was predictable. This man, always able to find some new fun out for her. Aha, you're calling for a few more people, so we'll start a group when we have enough people. Wang Yuan casually dumped the task of shaking people to Shui Linglong. Wait, Water Linglong put down a sentence and directly pulled open the team channel. Is Shadow Castle fighting? At all. Played today. It's no fun. No farts exploded. No more fighting, no more fighting. Sad. Soon, the team channel flashed with a message. Hell difficulty. Shui Linglong dumped a message over again. Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. As Shui Linglong's message was sent over, the team channel instantly brushed a screen full of question marks. Hellish difficulty? Are you sick again? Sister Ling, what's gotten into you? Which man broke your heart and made you so crazy? Do you want us to help knock him out and stuff him under your blanket? Nima, what a crazy woman. Obviously, it wasn't the first time that Shui Linglong had done such an outrageous thing. Bullshit, my friend wants to brush the hell difficulty copy and asked me to find someone. Water Linglong said. Your friends? You have other friends besides us? Everyone wondered. It's just that bull power. I second that. That's understood. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's name, the crowd was instantly relieved. Good guy. A person dared to take on a guild alone, but also can beat the guild dare not go out on the street. Cruel person. Proposed to brush the hell difficulty Shadow Castle. This idea is also in the reason. This guy is just as crazy as Shui Linglong with a missing brainstem. Playing the book is not playing PK. His Yangji intrigues and whatnot won't work against the monsters in the copy. At this time, a guy named Ren's enemy said back. It's true that monsters are not players and don't have that much mental activity. Wang Yuan could pinpoint Dragonwalker, but he might not be able to pinpoint the monsters in the copy. A hellish difficulty copy is not something you can just beat. He said that if you guys are scared, he'll find someone else. Facing the questioning of the benevolent one, Shui Linglong replied back. Scared? As soon as Shui Linglong said this, the crowd in the channel boiled up. Good guy. This kid is quite arrogant. He really thinks he is the only one who is bullish, right? Where is he? Just meet us at the tavern. I'll be there soon. Shui Linglong said. Let's see who arrives last. The one who arrives last is afraid. Screw you, we're on our way. The crowd immediately went straight to the tavern without saying a word. On the other side, Dragonwalker was about to burst out laughing as he watched Wang Yuan's message. He meowed. This guy's brain was kicked by a donkey. Right, boss? What are you laughing at? The Black Dragon Club player couldn't help but be curious when he saw how happy Dragonwalker was smiling. Ha ha, saw a funny thing. The inner bull Dolly actually wants to play a copy. Long Xing Tian smiled and laughed. Playing copies? What's so funny? The crowd was very confused. Although the difficulty of this copy of Shadow Castle is quite high, it's not an unbeatable book for experts. The vast majority of large guilds the size of the Black Dragon Guild were able to pass. Wang Yuan's strength of the Black Dragon Club players or seen to his level want to play a copy cannot be said to be easy. It is also considered to be hand in hand. What is so ridiculous? Has the boss been kicked in the head by a donkey? Has he forgotten that he was blocked at the resurrection point? He's going to play the Shadow Castle on Hell level difficulty. Dragon Walker couldn't help but laugh, and asking me if I want to join him. Hell difficulty? Crap. Ha ha ha. Holy shit, this guy's crazy, right? Really think you're invincible. There's no place for him to hide in a copy. Hearing Dragon Walker's words, the Black Dragon Society's group of players couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Especially the bald dragon and the one crane in the clouds were laughing even more exaggeratedly. Don't look at the Black Dragon Society being tossed around by Wang Yuan. In fact, bald dragon and one crane in the clouds were not quite convinced, because in their eyes, the reason why the Black Dragon Society cannot help Wang Yuan, mainly because this kid hides too bizarre, their side simply cannot find him. Just commanded a few skeleton soldiers skulking all over the street to find a single soft persimmon is really disgusting. The big guilds couldn't afford to spend time with one person before choosing to compromise for the time being. In terms of true strength, how could so many people from the Black Dragon Society not be able to defeat a single player in the area? Now this Neodali is obviously floating, do not know how many kilograms of their own, and even dare to clamor to fight what hell Ben. This is not looking for death? The copy is not a field. Such a big map for him to just zip around. Into the copy. The player is locked in that drop map. Any you hide in the tight, but also cannot run out of the copy of the map, unless the failure to exit the book. Shadow Castle copy. What difficulty? Big guilds naturally know best. Everyone has rated normal difficulty. Are not at this stage players can easily manage. As for the hell difficulty, simply do not even dare to think well. Even if the number of people in hell difficulty was capped at a whopping 25, none of the big guilds that had attempted normal difficulty so far had the courage to dare to challenge it. You are a casual player. How dare you clamor to play the hell book? Can only be described as self-importance. It seems that if you don't die a few times, you really think you can again. Boss, did you promise him? A crane in the clouds couldn't help but ask. Do you see me ignoring him? Dragon Walker said happily. Respect other people's choices. Laugh at other people's lives. We can just watch the joke, but also really take it as a joke. Ha ha. A crane in the clouds laughed and said the most powerful in Thunderstorm City is our Black Dragon Society. We are not promised to him. Then he is even more of a joke. No, this can't be left for me to laugh alone. Dragon Walker said. Old Cloud, hurry up and go to the forums and make a post saying that he's going to play Hellborn. I want everyone to watch him laugh together. Dragon Walker had been humiliated by Wang Yuan by pressing his head before, and now that he was going to see a joke for once in a while, he definitely wouldn't let go of the chance to make it bad. LMAO. If I'm allowed to be humiliated, you have to be allowed to show your face. This is not good, right? One crane in the cloud was stunned for a moment. Somewhat hesitant. Why is it bad? Why didn't he say so when he made us lose face? Dragon Walker said viciously. I just want everyone to see him laugh. It's not. Mainly that we just made up with him. What if he pursues it? A crane in the clouds had palpitations. Just because you're not convinced doesn't mean you're not afraid. This living king of hell come and go without a trace. Under the hands of those skeletons and life-saving impermanent like, who see not liver trembling. If they really pressured the Black Dragon Society into blocking the resurrection point one more time, then the Black Dragon Society wouldn't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Stupid you, will not open the vest? Let the trumpet to each forum posting. Tone touting this point, know what is called cudgeling. Dragon Walker laughed badly. Get it, understand, I understand what you mean. One crane in the clouds also revealed a treacherous smile at his words. Thunderstorm City, Han's Tavern. Wang Yuan sat in the most conspicuous position and opposite him sat Shui Linglong. Next to them on either side sat 5 players of various shapes and sizes. On Shui Linglong's left-hand side was a middle-aged priest who looked about 40 years old, and although his expression was serious, he couldn't hide the lewdness in his eyes. On the right-hand side was a warrior. The warrior had red hair and was wearing a shining blue armor with a shining blue sword on his back. His silver-level weapons and armor had revealed his strong wealth, but his smiling appearance gave people a feeling of closeness. Next to the warrior was a tender child of 14 or 15 years old. The child was carrying a bow, looking around and muttering to himself, such a big tavern, not even a chick. What a failure. In the future I'll open a tavern and surely look for a girl to accompany me. The mage opposite the bowman was wearing a black vestment, fiddling with the wine bowl in his hand with his head lowered, and once he raised his head, he almost didn't scare Wang Yuan. Good guy. He looked more abstract than the 3 skeletons under Wang Yuan. The last one is a very handsome-looking paladin. The armor on his body is ridiculously clean and looks spotless. Which of the players in the game is not dusty? This kid is so tawdry that Wang Yuan doubts his orientation. This is benevolent. Level 17 Holy Priest. Shui Linglong pointed at the priest and then pointed at Wang Yuan. He is Nyo Dali. Long time no see. Like thunder, the benevolent one arched his hand at Wang Yuan and revealed a smile. A smile that was even more obscene. This guy's smile is even more bitchy than our Nyo's. He must not be a good person. Xiaobai couldn't help but spit. This is brave unrivaled. A level 18 weapon warrior. Shui Linglong pointed at the red-haired warrior again. Good day, brother Nyo. I heard that you're also a professional merchant? The red-haired warrior smiled and said, we'll have to contact each other often in the future. Crap, he dares to call Wuxuan? Big White spoke excitedly. This kid is the son of all of us. Called Casual Messy Shot, level 18 Divine Archer. Shui Linglong turned her head to look at the kid. A few others had smiles of satisfaction. I'm your dad. I am your father. Bowman jumped up and down. Looking at his ID, it seems that all bowmen have the same temperament. Arbai turned his head to look at Ma-san. Roll 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 roll. Ma-san was exasperated. And more similar to randomly shooting around. My name is Reaper. I've heard of Brother Nyo. Level 20 Ice Mage. The mage greeted Wang Yuan and continued to lower his head. Probably because he was afraid of scaring Wang Yuan. My name is Hope. Level 17 Holy Light Knight? Hello Brother Nyo. The Holy Knight nodded at Wang Yuan as well. When he saw these people, a phrase flashed through Wang Yuan's mind. Things come in groups. People like Shui Linglong really didn't have any rookies around them. Although these guys are tall, short, fat, thin, male, female, old, young, beautiful, ugly and strange. But the strength is just like quite not weak. Not only were they well equipped, but the lowest leveled ones were already level 17. Especially the mage called Death, who was just like he was already level 20. This was the second level 20 player Wang Yuan had ever seen. These are your friends, huh? Wang Yuan looked at Shui Linglong on the opposite side and could not help but be a little touched. Wang Yuan knew that these friends of Shui Linglong's were the ones she called from other main cities to help her fight with the Black Dragon Society. This level of experts, that is not casually to find people to help. Water Linglong something she is really out of it. We are just meeting each other. Water Linglong can help. This favor Wang Yuan is remembered. Yeah, these are all buddies I met in other games. They're all my own people, so there's no need to be polite. Water Linglong was very bold. Sister Ling is right. We're all good brothers. Sister Ling's business is our business. It's not just a hellburn fight. We've wanted to try it for a long time. The benevolent one concurred. That's right. In the future, Brother Ox will also be our brother. Brave Unrivaled also said at the side. That, bull. When will the others arrive? Hopefully. It's more pragmatic and gets straight to the point. The others? Wang Yuan froze for a moment. Yeah, you didn't call out to anyone else? Death asked in wonder. No, a few of us are enough. If not for the number of people limitation, I will open it alone. Wang Yuan's words were very sincere. Wang Yuan was not blindly arrogant. Those few skeletons under him were all elites who had experienced the baptism of the end times. A copy of the difficulty of the Shadow Castle was merely a secret test in the vocational academy for them. Even if it was a hellish copy, Wang Yuan had the confidence to clear it with 3 skeletons. No, it's being carried through by 3 skeletons. However, once these words came out, everyone was stunned, looking at Wang Yuan in front of them as if they were looking at an alien again. Even Shui Linglong, who was most familiar with Wang Yuan, stared with jaws dropped. Good guy. Before Water Linglong just think Wang Yuan is a good at looking for excitement. Now she found out that she still underestimated this goods. The girl even wanted to open the hell of the book alone. This guy is not looking for excitement. He is definitely stimulated by something. Not, brother, you mess? Casual Messy Shot somewhat couldn't believe his ears. After all, these few friends of his are quite not things, but compared to this one in front of him, he is just like a much more restrained The average person who hasn't had 2 pounds of alcohol to burn their brains out wouldn't dare entertain the thought. Nope, I'm not kidding. Wang Yuan shook his head. What level are you? Casual Shot asked again. Could it be that this is a fierce person with a level of up to 50 who is coming here to bring a trumpet? Level 10. Wang Yuan displayed his personal information. The crowd was silent again. After a long time, all of them gave a thumbs up in unison. Awesome. Although the level 15 Shadow Castle, the minimum entry level was level 10. The players who dared to raid the Shadow Castle were all elite experts who were level 15 or above and well equipped. This level 10 player in front of him was not only challenging the Shadow Castle on hell difficulty, but he was even going to solo it. I've seen arrogant, but I've never seen such arrogance. 1,000 words could only converge into the word bullish in the hearts of all the people, and they didn't know what words to use to describe Wang Yuan now. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Yuan had single-handedly challenged a large guild of 2,000 people like the Black Dragon Society, these people would have gotten up and left. After all, no one would want to play with a brainwashed person who had water in his brain, even if this person was Shui Linglong's friend. Nyo, the fact that you're going to brush the hellbook is on the forums. Just as the crowd was surprised by Wang Yuan's counterintuitive thinking, suddenly Brave Man Unrivaled yelled. What? The crowd couldn't help but sniff. Didn't Brother Nyo only call out a few of us? I don't know. I just went on the forums to look for a copy of the guide and opened it and pushed it. Brave and the Bold said. Others have also opened the forum. As expected, Thunderstorm City's forums bristle with posts. Thunderstorm City's #1 expert, Nyo Dali, is going to challenge the hell difficulty Shadow Castle. Can Thunderstorm City's #1 man create a miracle again? Bull vigorously. The pride of Thunderstorm City. The courage to challenge the hell difficulty copy has already crushed all the big guilds. It can be said to be like no one before or since. What kind of bullshit vertical and horizontal? Huaxia Dragon. They are all younger brothers in front of our Thunderstorm City Bull. Do you dare to challenge Hellburn? Nice guy. Everyone looks at each other when they see a post on the forum. Although these posts were boasting about Wang Yuan's power, they were mean-spirited and arrogant in their words, targeting not only the major guilds in Thunderstorm City, but even those well-known veteran guilds in the national online gaming circle, with extremely arrogant words that made people feel very uncomfortable. Anyone with a clear eye can see that this is not touting Wang Yuan. This is clearly a cudgeling. Clearly making enemies for Wang Yuan and putting him on the fire. Challenging something like a hell difficulty copy. Winning was certainly a good thing, and losing was actually nothing. You still have to raid over and over again to beat normal difficulty. But now that you're posting things on the forums and provoking the world like this, it's straight up complicated. If this fails, Nyo Dali, the ID that just caught fire, will inevitably fall off the pedestal, swell up, float away, play badly. It will also be Wang Yuan's label for the rest of his life. I saw his building rise, I saw him feast, and I saw his building collapse. It's the kind of thing that people enjoy the most. How high you hold it before, how hard you fall when it fails. It's a nasty piece of shit with bad intentions. However, seeing the post Wang Yuan is a laugh. Very calm, as if everything is expected. There's someone else opening up a betting board. At that moment, Brave and the Bold called out again. The odds are currently 1 to 100, and they're continuing to rise. Odds of 100. People were not surprised in the least. Not to mention the other players, even they themselves had no idea in their hearts. Even people feel the odds are low. Press me for 1,000 gold for us to get through. Wang Yuan casually threw out a money bag and threw it to Brave Man Unrivaled. I can't tell. You're quite rich. Shui Linglong was surprised. Ha, Black Dragon will pay for it. Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed. Money comes easy and is spent without stress. Well, everyone is still curious. Why Wang Yuan and the Black Dragon Club thing suddenly no further. The end of the tiger's head and snake's tail. It turns out that the Black Dragon Club spent a full 1,000 gold to buy a stop. You've pressed for 1,000. So I mustn't press for 10,000? Shui Linglong casually threw out a red money bag. Her expression is calm as if she had thrown a pile of garbage out. People are even more speechless. These two guys, one is scarier than the other. What about you guys, not following some? Shui Linglong asked the others after throwing money. Everyone froze. Ha, so unconfident? Shui Linglong laughed. Are you guys scared? Fart, old Ling, you dare to look down on Dad? Casual Messy Shot was furious at his words and directly threw out 10 gold coins, saying, I'm pokin'. 10 gold coins and you dare to scream so arrogantly. Those who don't know think how rich you are. Brave Man Unrivaled couldn't help but taunt, then pulled out a gold coin and said, I'll press 1. The emphasis is on participation. He. Bah! Casual Messy Shot viciously gave a middle finger at Brave Man Unmatched. 1 gold coin could not be said to be less, but by only taking out 1 gold coin for this occasion, Brave Man without a doubt was clearly unsure of Wang Yuan's crazy behavior this time around. Of course Wang Yuan also knew that he was not strong enough to make others trust him unconditionally. I don't have any money. Lao Ling lend me a gold coin. The Reaper cried a face that was already abstract looking, but now it was even more abstract. Mages, all of them are drug users. The early stage is not enough to make ends meet. What about you, Hope? How much are you pressing? I bought all my money for fashion. Hope said embarrassedly, pulling out 10 silver coins from her arms. That's all I have right now. Fashion. Wang Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. No wonder this kid looks so tawdry. The original you wear fashion. Fashion. The equivalent of skin. Usually no attributes are added, and only female players spend money on fashion. Male gamers spending money on this stuff would be a real slut. Can't you have a little money to purchase some equipment? Brave Man Unrivaled couldn't help but spit out. I'll give you a 10% discount on the equipment here. You know shit, attributes are only temporary. Handsome is for life. Hope justified. Bitch, Death sniffed and glared viciously at Hope. Wang Yuan. I'm pressing 50. Just as Wang Yuan was speechless, the benevolent man on the opposite side pulled out a money bag from his arms. No, you're crazy, aren't you? Seeing this, the brave unrivaled at the side couldn't help but call out. Wang Yuan pressed 1,000 gold coins because that money came easily and was not a burden to spend. Shui Linglong pressed 10,000 gold coins. That was because there was not much difference between 10,000 gold and 1 gold to her. The benevolent one was not a rich man, and the priest was another legal profession that mixed teams and was notorious for its high consumption and low returns. But the benevolent one took 50 gold coins out directly, making the brave one a bit unbelievable. You know, at this stage of the players, not to mention playing the hell difficulty copies, even if they play elite difficulty that are not going to be able to return. The bet was also supposed to be something hilarious because anyone with eyes knew how it would ultimately turn out. The reason why the others followed and placed their bets was because no one wanted to fall behind and be despised by Shui Linglong as a coward. So they took a gold coin out to play casually. But now the benevolent one directly shelled out 50 gold. This is not a small amount, a full 50,000 it. If you have more money, lend me some, Death said. I'm dying of poverty, and you're taking money down the drain. I just looked at a fashion. Brother Invincible. Lend me some. Roll 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 roll. The benevolent one impatiently waved his hand and said, give up the child to catch the wolf. What if we get through? When you're old, you like to have some fun. Okay, you're ruthless. The others sniffed and were speechless for a while. Wang Yuan gave the benevolent one an interested look. The benevolent one smiled and said, Brother Nyo, you're not going to make me lose all my money, are you? I trust you. Ha ha. Wang Yuan laughed. Don't worry. How hard can it be for just one copy? Just wait to collect your money. Then I can wait. The benevolent one laughed even more. A few other people looked dumbfounded. These two guys are really one dare to say and one dare to believe. Go, get off the book. Wang Yuan greeted him and several people got up and left the tavern, heading straight to Shadow Castle. Here it comes, Nyo Dali is coming. When Wang Yuan and the others arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Castle, the entrance of the castle was already full of players waiting to see what was going on. Seeing Wang Yuan and his group walking over, the players in the crowd who recognized Wang Yuan could not help but get excited. Everyone looked over in unison, and the crowd erupted. Ah, Bull Power is a woman? You're blind. That big guy is Nyodali. So that's what Nyodali is like? He looks so ordinary. Look at that mage behind him. I said, what a monster. And look at Bull Power. Ho, that's pretty cool to look at. Shadow Castle is located in Thunder Bluff. In the backstory, it was the private residence of Leo Rick, the Lord of Thunderstorm City in ancient times. However, for some reason, King Leoric's family suddenly died violently all in one night, and the castle became a forbidden place in Thunderstorm City. 10 years ago, the castle was shrouded in a cloud of shadows, and every time the moon was full, eerie noises came from time to time, as if there were signs of life. Countless adventurers flocked to the Shadow Castle at the news, but none of the adventurers who went to explore the castle were ever heard from. Rumor has it that King Leo Rick, who died suddenly and violently years ago, has been resurrected by mysterious forces. This is a brief description of Shadow Castle. At this time, the Shadow Castle was an ancient castle that had been abandoned for many years, with mottled and dilapidated walls, and a gray mass of fog shrouding the castle. The tightly closed doors attracted countless players who came to explore. Wang Yuan's group passed through the crowd and arrived in front of the castle gate under the watchful eyes of everyone. As the captain, Wang Yuan reached out and pushed the door open. Whether or not to explore the replica Shadow Castle? Yes. Wang Yuan casually tapped OK. Please select the copy difficulty. Hell. Wang Yuan did not hesitate to choose the highest difficulty. Are you sure you really want to enter the hell? Prompt, hell difficulty is the highest difficulty of the copy. The player can experience the most realistic copy of the scene. Difficulty 500%. Death penalty 100%. Copy of 500% of the proceeds of the first pass reward 200%. The team is considered to be destroyed as a challenge failure. Cooling time, 7 days. 5 times the difficulty. Seeing the prompt in front of them, the water linglong several people couldn't help but look at each other. 5 times the difficulty. That's not just as simple as the monster attributes being greatly increased, but also the monster's fighting style and AI. The difficulty of the normal copy is already considered quite high for players at this stage, and the 5 times difficulty is self-evident. The most important thing is that in a normal copy, the player's death has no penalty other than dropping some equipment durability, while in hell difficulty, the player's death in a copy has the same death penalty as death in the field. Its cooldown time, moreover, is 7 days. In other words, if you fail today's challenge, The next one will be a week later. Okay. Just as the crowd was shocked, Wang Yuan had already chosen to enter. Everyone's eyes darkened and the scene shifted to the inside of the castle. What had been day had become night. A blood-colored moon hung diagonally in the sky, and the red moonlight sprinkled on the ground filled with an eerie atmosphere. Crap! It's going in. They're really opening Hellborn. Outside the Shadow Castle, a group of players from Thunderstorm City, a blood-colored light burst out from within the Shadow Castle's gates, bringing Wang Yuan's 7 people inside. And once again, they were restless. To be fair, the vast majority of players feel that the so-called challenge hell difficulty copy is a joke. In this period of time, all the normal difficulty have not been able to pass. Hell difficulty that basically belongs to the difficulty do not even dare to think about. Bragging about the mouth is over. Who the hell really fight? Hell difficulty copy def is a level drop. Don't you need to practice your rank? But who would have thought that Wang Yuan had actually opened a copy of hell difficulty? Is there really no cap on this guy? Everyone was shocked. The name No Dolly. No one had heard of it the day before yesterday. But yesterday he single-handedly swiped the Black Dragon Society's name all over the city. I thought that one person singling out a big guild was already the peak of Wang Yuan's life. But I didn't expect this guy to make a bigger job out of it. It really doesn't stop challenging other players' perceptions all the time. What? He actually made it into the book? On the Black Dragon Society side, Dragon Walker was also shocked and delighted when he heard that Wang Yuan's team had entered the capital. The shock was that Wang Yuan really dared to challenge the hell difficulty copy. Joyfully, it seems that his own ballyhooing has really racked this guy up. And after making such a mess of himself, Wang Yuan will have to challenge him even if he doesn't for the sake of his reputation. Everything is in its own plan. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Dragon Walker couldn't help but laugh out loud. It wasn't just Thunderstorm City. Wang Yuan's challenge for a hell difficulty copy had even caught fire on the general forum and spread to other main cities with the Black Dragon Society's push. Holy Light City. China Dragon Guild Office. What? A copy of hell difficulty? Which team? Huaxia Dragon's president, Long Tang Si Hai, frowned at the words. It's called something like Bull Power. Never heard of it. Cut. Me then, which big guild's team? It turns out to be a group of guys who have never even heard of. Dragon 4Cs waved his hand and said, do not pay attention to this kind of news. Are a group of not capable of low-level players in the hype? Claptrap only. Our team of copies of the progress of how it is? Already hit the second scene. Humph, Longting 4C sneered. It seems to be going well. If there are no accidents, our guild will be the first guild to pass the elite difficulty. Zongting 4Cs, what are you guys going to fight for the #1 guild in the national service? Holy shit, is this the Shadow Castle on hell difficulty? Should it be made so real? It's a bit eerie. It is not so. Scene have turned black. Look at the moon. Like dripping blood. At this time, within the copy, the Water Linglong few people couldn't help but sigh with emotion as they looked at the copy scene in front of them. These guys had all beaten the normal difficulty Shadow Castle and had seen the sights in the replica. But the scene now was like two worlds compared to the one he had seen before. In the hell difficulty copy, not only the scene has become more eerie, even players can feel the gusts of cold air, as well as the smell of rotting corpses, and the normal difficulty of the Shadow Castle compared to. At this time, it is really as if they are in the same place. Goosebumps all over my back. Even Wang Yuan, a bold fellow, had some scalp numbness. Instead, the few skeletons behind him were excited. Wow, it really is Shadow Castle, Xiaobai said excitedly. Ever since I graduated from the Professional Combat Academy, I haven't entered the Shadow Castle. I never thought that I'd come to this place again after reliving my life. Yeah, I haven't entered this secret realm in over 10 years. I've almost forgotten how to fight. Big White was also quite emotional. The so-called secret realm, a copy of the game that existed before the end of the world came to pass, had become a place of trial for the professional combat academies of the major main cities under the operation of the federal government's professionals union. Post-apocalyptic professionals can not only use the secret realm to improve their practical combat ability and obtain experience materials, equipment and other essentials for professionals, but also explore the secret realm to find fragments of history before the end of the world. The historiography of the aftermath of Armageddon is based on the secret world. This is why every professional is familiar with history, because before they graduated, they had already learned about the history before the end in the secret world. However, the secret realm only existed in the Professionals Combat Academy for new professionals to use for trials. When the professionals left the Battle Academy, they couldn't re-enter the secret realm. After all, the real battlefield could be much more terrifying than the secret realm. And when the professionals stepped into the battlefield, the secret realm's enhancement of the professionals was also very weak. Big White, as the oldest of Wang Yuan's 3 skeletons, had been the instructor of Little White and Ma Sanner's older brother, and had graduated more than 10 years ago. So naturally, He had not entered the secret realm for a long time. How hard can it be? Ma Saner said. The first act of the bridge into the jam. And the second act of the real-time attack that is not the basic tactical action. But also the last act of the Leo Rick is a little difficult to fight. But for us is also that. Also, these low-level secret realms don't have too many high-end tactical moves. Big White said with certainty. Jamming into the bridge? Return fire in real time? Wang Yuan was listening to a full head of water, completely unable to understand what their so-called tactics were. Could it be a copy of the strategy? Geez, why is there a bridge here? It's straight through the door in the normal book. Just as Wang Yuan was wondering only to hear casual messy shot yelling from the side, Wang Yuan hurriedly looked up, and as expected, he only saw a drawbridge hanging directly in front of him. The other end of the bridge faced two fenced iron gates. Several people walked across the drawbridge to the door, and through the iron gate they could see that a pack of black direwolves were pacing back and forth inside the courtyard. Shadow Wolf, Elite, Level, LV 30, HP, 10,000, MP, 1,000, Skills, Blood-Sucking Fangs, Shadow Attack. Monster description, the Shadow Wolf bred by Leo Rick, corrupted by magic and became an undead creature, possessing even more power than before he was born. Waterlinglone's few people stayed in cold sweat. Naya, the fucking difficulty was raised 5 times? How come the number of them has been raised 5 times as well? Brave Man Unrivaled looked at the monsters behind the door and sucked in a breath of cool air. In the normal difficulty copy, the courtyard was prowling with normal level 15 Shadow Wolves. The attributes were only 1/5 of these current monsters, not to mention the number was only 20. It's still pretty easy if you're careful with it. But now the Shadow Wolves pacing in this courtyard, one next to the other, a large black mass, at least 100 of them. That's a hell of a lot more than just numerical suppression. Monsters have their own hate ranges, and with 20 wolves the courtyard is spacious enough that the hate is spread out, and players can lure them over one by one to kill them. But now that the courtyard hadn't gotten any bigger, the number of Shadow Wolves inside had skyrocketed by 5 times, which naturally meant that it had become very crowded, and the Shadow Wolves' hatred was stacked on top of each other. In this case, however, whenever the player attacks one of them, it triggers all of the hate. By the time 100 elite monsters pounce, the consequences are unimaginable. The courtyard, the first act of the Castle of Shadows and the path to the final level. Now that it was blocked to death by hundreds of Shadow Wolves, how the hell could it pass? So it is. However, just as everyone was looking at the dense monsters in the courtyard without knowing what to do, Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed and instantly understood what Ma Saner meant by entering the bridge and jamming. Game designers don't design useless things for no reason. Every scene, every line could be the key to breaking the level. For example, in the current scene, the drawbridge that suddenly appears is the breaking point. You guys, Brother Nyo and the others won't die here, right? Xiaobai looked at the overwhelmed group of players in front of him and asked somewhat uneasily. For the professionals of the future end times, the Shadow Castle was nothing more than a very simple secret realm. But for the players of this era, facing hundreds of powerful elite monsters without knowing how to fight them would be quite a difficult challenge. That's hard to say. It's rumored that people in their era didn't use their brains much to fight the secret worlds because they could be resurrected indefinitely, and they had to die a few times to get the hang of it. Why don't I go and remind him? Ma San said as he was about to head for the bridge. Everyone, back up to the bridge. But Ma San had just taken 2 steps when he heard Wang Yuan give a loud command. Crap, Cao Can. Ha! Upon hearing Wang Yuan's command, the 3 skeletons couldn't help but froze. Is this guy so perceptive? Doesn't even need us to remind him to see this jammed terrain? Wang Yuan. Dude was exactly listening to you guys before he realized he could jam alright. Otherwise he would have had to die a few times to notice the bridge. Back to the bridge? What are you doing on the bridge? Shouldn't we go inside? Shui Linglong was quite puzzled. This bridge is wobbly. Are we going to fight on it? Casual Messy Shot was also filled with doubt. Can't even stand. Can you? Falling down is much more terrifying than being bitten to death by a Shadow Wolf. Brave Man Unrivaled also couldn't help but glance down the bridge at the bottomless abyss. The Death and Hope duo didn't speak, but instead glanced at the Benevolent One. Obviously, when Wang Yuan didn't come, the commander of this squad was the Benevolent One. Well, the Benevolent One, on the other hand, stroked his chin thoughtfully and walked to the bridge on his own. Seeing that the Benevolent One had gotten onto the bridge, the others stopped talking and followed suit. Not invincible. Why are you so obedient? Casual random shooting whispers. Even though the kid got on the bridge, he was still a bit unconvinced by Wang Yuan's command. Crap, the Benevolent One said. In my place, I would have to let you guys on the bridge. Ah, why? Casual Messy Shot wondered. Didn't you realize that this bridge is very narrow? The Benevolent One glanced at Wang Yuan and secretly lamented. Worthy of being a ruthless character who can hang a guild and fight alone. He can be so skillful at the level of terrain utilization. Jamming, a necessary terrain tactic for the master. The benevolent one was able to see Wang Yuan's thought process, but in his heart he also understood that if he were to take command, he would definitely have to fight a few times before he could notice the drawbridge as a terrain that could be used for jamming. And again, it was the first time he had played Hellborn, and Wang Yuan was able to notice that the drawbridge terrain could be jammed in such a short period of time. So it was evident that this person had skillfully utilized terrain tactics to the bone. Very narrow? Hearing this from the benevolent one, everyone reacted. Wang Yuan was very pleased. There was no need to explain too much between the experts. This group of experts were all very perceptive and understood at the drop of a hat. What happened to narrow? Xue Linglong was still confused. All. Wang Yuan secretly wiped his sweat. Except for this chick. Soon everyone was on the bridge. Wang Yuan pointed at the courtyard gate and said, Lingzi, go open the door. Open the door and hurry to back up and come back. Oh. Although Water Linglong still didn't really understand, she obediently sprinted over and used the unlock skill to poke open the large iron gate of the courtyard. Squeak! The iron door was backed open, and Xue Linglong turned around and ran backwards. Little shot! Open the monster! Wang Yuan commanded again. Little shot? A question mark popped up on the head of Casual Messy Shot. His face filled with irritation. Don't call me Little Shot. That pea? Wang Yuan scratched his head. You stepped on the horse. Forget it or call me Little Shot. Casually and haphazardly, he lifted his bow helplessly and opened it, aiming an arrow at the shadow wolf in the courtyard. Whoosh! The arrow arced and landed on the shadow wolf's head. In a flash, all the shadow wolves in the courtyard raised their heads in unison as if they had been kicked in the face. It was followed by a swarm of people heading for the bridge. Warriors resist monsters. Wang Yuan gave the order. The brave and the bold had long ago carried his greatsword to the front. Hope in the background raised her scepter and swiped it, turning on 3 auras. Brave aura, 5% increase in attack power. Steel aura, 5% increase in defense power. Aura of Thorns, 5% damage rebound. The aura was added to the entire group, and Shadow Wolf rushed to the bridge. This is also the time when the properties of terrain jamming come into play. Due to the narrowness of the bridge, only one unit is allowed to pass. So the Shadow Wolves surged onto the bridge and were lined up to charge one by one. The big warrior, brave undisputed, was blocking the front, and by himself, he blocked all the Shadow Wolves all the way to the other end of the bridge, using the drawbridge terrain to perfectly jam the position. At this moment, there were hundreds of Shadow Wolves on the opposite side casually, but there was only one that really formed a confrontation with Wang Yuan's group, although the Shadow Wolf was a level 30 elite monster. Brave unmatched. As a level 18 great warrior, even if it wasn't a defense-oriented shield warrior, the defense of all the armor on its body was extremely high, especially since Brave Unmatched was still wearing a silver-level defensive gear, while Shadow Wolf does a lot of damage. It doesn't do a lot of damage to Gutsless. Furthermore, behind Brave Unmatched were priests and paladins who added blood in status. Didn't even have to think about the defense blocking alignment thing, just stood there and hardened his flesh to carry the Shadow Wolf. With Brave and the Bold holding off the wolves, Wang Yuan casually threw out a curse, weakening the leading Shadow Wolf. Casual random shooting followed by an arrow to the Shadow Wolf's head. Shadow Wolf whimpered at the shot, and Death's fireball followed. Boom! The sound blew a chunk of the blood bar off the Shadow Wolf's head. The other's attacks fell, and in just one round, that Shadow Wolf was knocked down by a third of its blood. 10 seconds later, it was beaten to a pulp. Soul-drawing corpse found. Do you want to draw souls? As the Shadow Wolf fell to the ground, a prompt flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. Drawing souls? Seeing the prompt, Wang Yuan was stunned for a moment. He was reminded of the skill that Zul had imparted to him. Soul Draw, you have practiced a new type of summoning art researched by High Priest Zul, which draws on the souls of the dead for soul fire, which can be placed inside the undead to make them your own undead battle pets. Cooldown, none. Drawl. With a thought from Wang Yuan's mind, a blue flame floated out from the Shadow Wolf and coalesced into a thumb-sized flame that wobbled and flew into Wang Yuan's wide cloak. You have obtained Soul Flame *1. Soul Fire, Elite, Grade, 30. Gathering Soul, can be infused into undead units up to level 30 and generate new summoned units. Undead units. Should be talking about things like skeleton soldiers, Wang Yuan realized. But this thing doesn't seem to be of much use to myself, because his own skeleton soldiers were all elites who had traveled from the end times of the future and possessed advanced intelligence as well as unlimited growth capabilities. They were higher than this soul-breaking fire by an unknown amount. But it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. It doesn't take up much space anyway, and it's not necessarily useless now or later. While Wang Yuan was drawing on his soul fire, the second Shadow Wolf had also been killed by the combined efforts of everyone. Either that, or a good tactician can top a team of elite players yet. Hundreds of Shadow Wolves would be a devastating existence for any team at this stage. But with the drawbridge jamming, these elite monsters were a joke, and their only function was to line up for death. 1, 2, 3, going forward and backward, week after week, as one shadow wolf fell. Wang Yuan had more and more soul flames in his hand, and all of them were level 30 elite soul flames. The last shadow wolf wailed and emptied its blood bar, and Wang Yuan drew 100 soul flames. Yes, after clearing out all the shadow wolves, Brave Unmatched bellowed in an excellent mood. The others also wore very contented expressions. They never expected that the first act of the Shadow Castle, which was of hellish difficulty, would pass so easily. It's thanks to Brother Nyo, otherwise we definitely wouldn't be able to make it so easy, the benevolent one lamented. That's right, the others chimed in. The gaze that looked at Wang Yuan also had a few more points of recognition and trust. After all, before this they didn't even dare to think about how to deal with hundreds of elite monsters, but under Wang Yuan's command, the group easily took care of all the shadow wolves without any effort. Coincidence? Just coincidence. Wang Yuan humbly waved his hand. It wasn't a coincidence. If it wasn't for the fact that these skeletons of theirs knew the strategy, they wouldn't have been able to find the breakthrough so quickly. Just as a few people let their guard down, Wang Yuan's ears once again rang with the skeleton's voice. What are these guys still doing on the bridge? Don't they know that the Wolf King is going to be refreshed? Refreshing to the bridge would be you guys lining up to die. Just finished killing the little monsters. Let your guard down. How can you let your guard down until the last minute? How do these guys learn? They're players. Learn shit. A bunch of dead fat nerds. Do you think of them as professionals who go into battle as well? There are still bosses to be refreshed? Hearing the words of the skeletons, Wang Yuan could not help but be shocked. From the skeleton's words, you can tell that the Wolf King boss will be refreshed after the small monsters are killed, and the boss will be refreshed in the player's neighborhood. Nima, I have to say, the game designers are really doggone good. Challenging 100 elite monsters is definitely a big challenge for players, and the first thing players do after the challenge becomes a dog is definitely to let their guard down, and then they will clean up the battlefield, and they will definitely not leave the drawbridge. Brushing a boss out on top of a drawbridge in this situation is just sinful. On Inferno difficulty, the strength of the bosses was increased by 5 times, not something that could be compared to those elite monsters. The drawbridge has no room for maneuvering, and even the strongest players at this stage can't carry it. But how should I remind everyone to leave the drawbridge quickly now? Wang Yuan was a bit torn. If you just suddenly lead your team away from the drawbridge, wouldn't you be exposing your secret of being able to hear the skeleton's heart? If you don't leave, you're afraid you'll die here. Lead them through. Just when Wang Yuan was wondering how to reasonably lead his team down the bridge, suddenly the 3 skeletons ran themselves down the bridge. Mr. Wushwang, is this okay? Can he read it? Ma Sanner was worried about Wang Yuan's intelligence. Depends on Bull's enlightenment. Big White said faintly. Don't worry, Brother Nyo is a dragon and phoenix amongst men. He will definitely see the light. Xiao Bai was worthy of being Wang Yuan's #1 licking dog. That was called trusting Wang Yuan. Ha, what do you guys mean? And Wang Yuan lived up to his name at this time. When he saw the skeletons running towards the bridge, he first pretended to be puzzled for a moment. Then his face changed and he exclaimed, "Not good. Quickly leave the drawbridge." Hey, how about, I told you. Our brother Ox is highly enlightened. Seeing that Wang Yuan had comprehended his reminder, Xiao Bai was very happy. Oh yo, this guy has some brains. Ma San then sked. Or could we be summoned? Great White smiled faintly, indicating that he was used to it. Shui Linglong. Several people heard Wang Yuan's instruction, but their heads were full of questions. The corpse of the shadow wolf on the drawbridge has not yet been cleaned. How to suddenly get off the bridge? Held difficulty copy. Hey, the first pass burst rate up to 10 times. Even ordinary small monsters may burst equipment. Shadow wolf on the body of the materials are extremely expensive. Is it just don't want it? Wang Yuan had no time to explain and directly rushed forward with an arrow step. The others, though they didn't know what was going on, followed suit and quickly left the drawbridge. Ow! Just a moment after the last of the engines jumped off the drawbridge, a hiss sounded from behind everyone. At the same time, a black mist appeared behind everyone, and a huge magical beast appeared behind them. The magical beast was over 3 meters tall, black in color, and covered in scales. The 2 wolf heads were hideous and ghastly, one breathing fire, the other spitting smoke, and the large claws showing sharp nails. Hell-roaring Christian, gold, grade, 30, life value, 500,000, magic value, 5,000, skills, fiery burn, hellish spit, shattering heavy claws, nightmare raid. Background, the Wolf King bred by King Leoric, corrupted by the power of darkness, possessed a powerful and terrible hell power, very ferocious and aggressive. I'll be damned, why is the boss refreshed here? Holy shit, surprisingly gold boss. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the Wolf King that suddenly refreshed behind them. Then Chi gave Wang Yuan a heartfelt look. Normal people would never have thought that the game designers would be so despicable as to refresh the boss near the players. And it's still a gold boss. Knowing that the normal difficulty Shadow Castle, the final ultimate boss, was only a level 20 silver boss. This was only the first act. And heck, a level 30 gold boss was brushed out next to the player. He meow this copy mechanism to not point face ah. Surprisingly, it also brings players to dig a hole. Gold boss, hey. This is if you block everyone on the bridge. Good guy. Think about it as a cold sweat. Thanks to Wang Yuan's timely reminder. Or else everyone would have died on the bridge by now. Ow. Just as the crowd froze, Christian suddenly hissed and pounced straight at the benevolent one without even saying hello. Not good. Invincible dodge. Wang Yuan was shocked at the sight. Worthy of being a hell difficulty boss, the IQ was really no different from a real magical beast, coming up and knowing to cut healing. As he spoke, Wang Yuan casually struck Christian with a curse mark. However, Wang Yuan's curse did not have the slightest effect on Christian. After all, in the dawn of the dawn setting, beast bosses are 80% resistant to control, mitigating skills. In other words, the curse's 10% attribute reduction falls on Christian by a mere 2%. This was basically considered dispensable for a level 30 gold boss. Wang Yuan's 3 skeletons will be surprised to run to the yard. Want to come back to save the formation is already too late. I'm afraid it's going to be more difficult for Ben later in the game if he dies healing before the fight even starts. Bang! Seeing Christian's claw going down was going to slap the benevolent to death on the spot. Suddenly a figure slanted in front of the benevolent one and charged, colliding solidly with Christian. It's the brave and the bold. Christian's body was shaken by the impact. His attack was forcibly interrupted, and brave man Unrivaled was staggered back 4 or 5 steps before stabilizing his body, and the blood bar on his head had dropped by a full 1/3, but it blocked Christian's fatal blow to the benevolent one. Yes, Wang Yuan was very surprised. Having seen the hands of his 3 skeletons, Wang Yuan's vision was very high, and the general level of operation of the experts was not within Wang Yuan's eyesight. But this charge of the brave one, whether it was a reaction or timing, it was really just right. Of course, it wasn't just Gutsless who reacted quickly. At the same time that Braveheart stabilized his stance, Benevolent's healing spell had also fallen, and after a few consecutive white lights fell, Braveheart's blood bar was already back to full. Christian's blow fell short and his mouth opened, spewing a fireball at Braveheart. Brush! The benevolent one's staff was raised, and golden light spilled down to envelop the brave one. Boom! The fireball slammed into Braveheart Unrivaled and exploded, while Braveheart Unrivaled did not move a muscle. Holy Light Shield, Priest Profession Skill, releases Holy Light, immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Duong! Without waiting for Christian's skill backswing to end, Brave Man Unrivaled topped off his Holy Light Shield with a fatal strike to Christian's head. -654. Christian takes a shot to the head. Whoosh! At the same time an arrow with a white glow shot with unerring precision into Christian's eye. Focused shot. -1321. Ow! Christian let out a roar in pain, the right side of his head opening up about to unleash his skills. But just then, a fireball the size of a faceplate landed in Christian's mouth. Boom! The sound. The fireball exploded. Crimson flames enveloping Christian's head. -1571. Die for your mother. The moment the fireball exploded, Shui Linglong also circled around behind Christian, and a backstab dagger in her hand ruthlessly plunged into a certain soft part of Christian. Ouch! Christian's mournful hiss resounded through the sky. -9999. A large blood drop number floated up from Christian's head. Hiss. Wang Yuan sucked in a mouthful of cool air when he saw this and couldn't help but tighten his chrysanthemums. Several others were also sweating profusely. Even the 3 skeletons couldn't help but marvel at this scene at this time. Good guy, this group of players is quite ruthless. Yeah, looks like I underestimated this group of players. Obviously. What the big white trio marveled at wasn't just the slash that Shui Linglong had backstabbed Christian with, but the level of operation of all of them had already exceeded the 3 skeletons' perception of the current players. You know, these 3 guys are from the doomsday crawling out. The current stage of the player combat level in their eyes, and children playing is no standard. This was the case for players from big guilds like the Black Dragon Guild, let alone players who didn't even have a guild. But who would have thought that the battle coordination of the several people of Water Linglong in the party had given all 3 of these unseen skeletons a feeling of lightening up, although the level of these guys wasn't high enough to be at the level of an elite professional. If they were put into the future end of the world, with a little training they would be able to graduate from the combat academy, especially that last slash of Water Linglongs. It made the 3 skeletons secretly glad that they had to thankfully turn into skeletons and didn't have a soft crotch. The hard part of the first act of Shadow Castle is the hundreds of elite monsters. Although Christian was a level 30 gold boss, he didn't have many characteristics, just a moderate magical beast. This kind of boss for level 20 or so players, as long as the front row to carry, Milk Daddy pull stable, can easily pass. What's more, Water Linglong just that knife, directly felt Christian's weakness. Each knife can take away 10,000 points of huge fatal damage. In less than 10 minutes of work, Christian's blood bar was emptied by the crowd and he lay on the ground with a wail. Touch the body, touch the body. Seeing the boss fall, the crowd was so excited that they gathered around, but no one made a move to touch it. Why don't you touch it? Wang Yuan was curious. Brother Nyo, you touch. The benevolent one stepped aside, allowing Wang Yuan to come over. Touching a corpse is an honor, and only the one who contributed the most to the team is entitled to do so. Don't look at killing the boss. Water Linglong's output is the highest, accounting for 60%, but we all know in our hearts, if it wasn't for Wang Yuan, he wouldn't have been able to even get past the elite monsters in the party. Even if you were lucky enough to find the jamming terrain to get past the elite monsters, if Wang Yuan hadn't led everyone to run down the drawbridge, everyone would have been reunited and gone home by now. It is easy to see who contributes more and who contributes less. I thought that this guy was definitely a reckless person for doing the crazy deed of picking a guild by himself, but I didn't realize that this guy was a true tactical expert. At this time, the several people in Shui Linglong were already convinced of Wang Yuan. Then I'm welcome. Wang Yuan was not a pretentious person and directly squatted down and started to touch it. Soon, a hat in the shape of a wolf's head was yanked out by Wang Yuan and casually opened the attributes. Christian's roar. Category, helmets, leather armor. Quality, silver. Armor, 21. Magic resistance, 23. Agility +7. Strength +5. Aura of wildness, passive skill. Attack speed, movement speed increased by 15%. Beast King's roar, active skill. Within 30 seconds, the attributes of beast-type battle pets are increased by 15%. Occupational requirements, none. Level requirement, 15. Item description, a hat that seals the soul of the Beast King. Crap, Brother Nyo, you're my own father. Seeing the attributes of the hat in Wang Yuan's hand, Casual Shot jumped up directly in excitement. Mad, how come a good thing caught up with this grandson? When the others saw the hat in Wang Yuan's hand, they all gritted their teeth and it was a depressing experience. Although the hat was generic equipment, only archers and assassins in the 8 professions had leather armor proficiency. The most important thing is the Beast King's roar attribute, which is practically an exclusive attribute tailor-made for hunters. Bowmen are able to capture beasts as battle pets to aid in combat. After level 20, the hunter will get a talent called Beast King. Not only can summon 2 pets, but also can enhance the attributes of the pets by 30%. So level 20 hunters are also called Beast King hunting. A battle pet with a 15% attribute bonus was directly 50% more powerful than a battle pet of the same level of Beast King hunting. This one attribute alone. For Beast King hunting, it was a divine weapon. It's no wonder random shots get excited like that. Hey, it's a pity that such good equipment was taken by someone else. Xiao Bai lamented. What a pity. I'm not a Beast King hunter. Ma San'er was unconcerned and said, as long as that treasure in the armory can be obtained by me, this trip will not be considered a waste. Treasure of the arsenal? Wang Yuan frowned. There was no telling what treasures were hidden in that arsenal that could make Ma San'er so obsessed. Keep touching the bodies. The second piece of equipment was a vestment. Dark Silence. Category, vestments, cloth armor. Quality, silver. Armor, 11. Magic resistance, 33. Intelligence +11. Mental +13. Dark Knight Curse, passive skill. +1 to curse magic skill level. Silence of the Lambs, active skill. Cast curse magic to turn the target into a sheep. During the sheep changing period the target is silenced and unable to cast any spells. Duration 5 seconds. Cooldown 25 seconds. Occupation requirements, mage, necromancer, cleric. Level requirement, 15. Item description, a cursed vestment. The curse surprisingly made him more powerful. Judging from the attributes, this vestment was the exclusive equipment of the cursed necromancer. Not only does it have a powerful passive of +1 to cursed skills, but it also comes with a goat change control. Only Wang Yuan was a necromancer in the group, and the vestments were naturally put away by Wang Yuan. Unfortunately, Wang Yuan was only at level 10 now and could not wear it at the moment. The last piece of equipment was a dagger. Christian's teeth. Category, dagger. Quality, gold. Attack, 52. Magic, 37. Strength +11. Agility +14. Flame, passive skill. Attack with 15% flame magic damage. Broken Devour, passive skill. 15% chance to ignore defense. Blood Teeth, active skill. Next attack deals 300% bludgeoning damage. while gaining the bloodlust status. Duration 15 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Occupational requirement, assassin. Level requirement, 15. Item description, a magical dagger forged by Christian's teeth, possessing powerful magical properties, but his power seems to be able to affect the user's mind. Reiko, what a shitload of luck. The crowd was envious. A gold level weapon is definitely the first of its kind at this stage. Not to mention the attributes are pretty good. 15% flame magic damage, while seeming a bit of a cockamamie, makes up for the assassin's lack of magic damage. Broken Devour's ignore defense attribute had even raised the dagger's attributes directly by a notch. Assassin well, this is to play explosive output. A set of skills ignore defense. Think not even dare to think of how horrible it must be. As for Blood Teeth, although it only has a 300% damage bonus, the 15 seconds of Bloodlust also boosts the survivability of the already vulnerable assassin. It had to be said that this dagger was definitely the best of the best. Throwing it on the market would be worth at least 100 gold. However, Shui Linglong was worried. Wipe. Why is it a dagger? Is it a human word? Is it human? Is it human? Hearing Water Linglong's words, everyone was angry. How this model sister kind of got a bargain. Golden weapon, hey. She even looked disgusted. Martyr, isn't she human? Look at. Shui Linglong casually sent out the attributes of the dagger in her hand. Seeing Shui Linglong's dagger that came with sneak enhancement, everyone fell silent. Well, two excellent daggers. Who else would be depressed at this moment? Where did you get this sneak-enhanced dagger? The crowd was very curious as to where this sister bought this divine weapon. A high price to collect, Shui Linglong said, then showed the illusion ring again. Look, with this ring on, I'll have a 30% sneak enhancement. Holy shit, where did that come from? The old cow sold me, Shui Linglong pointed at Wang Yuan. Does Brother Nyo have any godly costumes for other professions? The crowd asked excitedly. No. I just grabbed this one from the Black Dragon Society. Wang Yuan spread his hands. You guys want it? Let me know who you have your eye on, I'll go grab it for you. No. Everyone panicked and waved their hands. Good lord. This master is really extraordinary. Directly using the Black Dragon Society as a weapons arsenal. You say how I am so unlucky. Shui Linglong wanted to cry. The dagger in my hand was bought yesterday, and I have to eliminate it today? I can't bear to part with it. There's nothing to be depressed about. Wang Yuan laughed. Assassins don't have dual-wielding weapons, so it's just a matter of collecting a book at that time. It's not like you don't have money. Yeah, it's not like I don't have money. Shui Linglong brightened up. Okay, you can shut up. Everyone glared angrily, not wanting to listen to this woman at all. As the first kill of the Hell difficulty boss, in addition to the 3 pieces of equipment, Christian also exploded an additional skill book, The Shadow Falls. Category, Skill Books. Grade, D. Attribute, Shadow. Cast shadow magic to create a blinding mist within a certain area. Item description, shadow magic comprehended by Christian, who was corrupted by darkness. Don't look at me. I can't learn shadow magic. Death waved his hand, indicating that he was a proper elemental magician. Don't look at me either. I'm a follower of the God of Light. The benevolent one looked disgusted. Okay, then I'm welcome. Wang Yuan casually tapped his hand, and the shadow cage transformed into a black light that drilled into Wang Yuan's body. System alert, you have acquired the magic shadow shroud. Hey, open the skill panel to take a look. Wang Yuan sighed. As a mage, attack skills are no. All are control skills. It seems that he was born to be a play assistant. After touching Christian's body, the group went back to the bridge and cleaned up the battlefield, not touching the equipment and gaining a ton of materials. Wang Yuan's Shadow Wolf's Tooth directly fulfilled the mission requirements. However, what made Wang Yuan a bit unfortunate was that Christian's soul could not be drawn on by himself. The reason given by the system was that he was too weak to handle such a powerful soul. Rub. It seemed that this skill Zol had researched still had a lot of flaws. A soul that was too powerful would not be able to be drawn upon, and it was nowhere near as bad as his own summoning technique. Through the courtyard, the group entered a hallway, and after clearing the hallway of the scattered guards, the group arrived at the second act scene. Shadow Library. The Library of Shadows. The residence of King Leoric's royal mage, Baal. In his quest for immortality, Leoric builds this magnificent and unprecedented library for Baal. The library has a collection of books that rivals the library of the Church of the Holy Light. Such a treasure trove of knowledge became history with that disaster. Immortality? Seeing the introduction of the information that flashed before their eyes, Wang Yuan's few people looked at each other. This Leoric is quite ambitious, actually researching the art of immortality. It is true that all those in power in ancient and modern times and at home are all of the same virtue, deluding themselves with the idea of eternal domination once their power reaches the extreme. It seems that Leoric's violent death is very much linked to the art of immortality. All of this information is something that isn't available on normal difficulty copies, and only on hell difficulty do players get the history pieces. This is very similar to the Secret Realm in the latter days. It should be just as Wang Yuan had guessed. The so-called hell difficulty copy was the Secret Realm after the end of the world. The Shadow Library was large, and the library was very spacious. Tall bookshelves lined the walls around them, but inside they were empty. In the center of the library, there was an empty space with a crucible, and a bunch of bottles and jars, which should be the place where Archmage Bar studied the art of immortality. Adventurers, you're finally here. Wang Yuan's group had just stepped into the library when they heard an empty voice ringing in the sky. The crowd rushed to look up, only to see nothing. That old thing, Bar, is still so fond of pretending to be mysterious. Who doesn't know he lives in the crucible? Miserable old mage, researching undead medicine, researching himself into the undead. Thwarted. There's no ash. The ashes are still in the crucible. The three skeleton soldiers couldn't help but spit in Wang Yuan's mind. It wasn't the first time these guys had been here. Everything was so familiar, so sad. Wang Yuan cried and laughed. The Hall of the Great Mage, but ended up in such a fate. Lying in the crucible to pretend is also enough bad taste. Ha ha, no need to look. I'm right in front of you. Seeing that the crowd failed to find him, the voice seemed very pleased with himself. There's a ghost. Shui Linglong's face went white when she heard this, and with a loud scream, she zipped into Wang Yuan's arms. Wang Yuan was startled and dodged sideways. Shui Linglong crashed headlong into Ma San behind Wang Yuan. Aya! Feeling the scent on Shui Linglong's body, Ma San yelled excitedly, "Praise me, brother Nyo. From now on you'll be my own brother." Eh? Wang Yuan's head was filled with black lines. Shui Linglong ran headlong into the past, feeling a bit off, and was busy looking up, only to see a skull grinning and looking down at itself. Two soul fires constantly pulsing in its empty eye sockets. A lewd and greasy temperament coming out of it. Ah! Shui Linglong screamed and almost didn't take her back. Ha ha ha! Seeing that Shui Linglong was scared like this, the empty voice laughed even more arrogantly. Great White couldn't stand to watch the staff lift. A fireball flew out and smashed into the crucible. Bang! The crucible was blown over and dust billowed. Ahem, you guys are so rude. An old man's silhouette coughed and slowly burrowed out of the ground. 9-star Mage Bar, Gold, Elite. Grade, 30. Life value, 300,000. Magic value, 200,000. Skills, Magic Mastery. Background, a powerful 9-star mage in life. His soul was imprisoned in the library after his death and could not be dispersed. A 9-star mage? Me Nima? Seeing Bear's message, not only Shui Linglong's group, even Wang Yuan could not help but be shocked. Mages are categorized into 9 stars from highest to lowest. Levels 1 to 10 are 1-star magic apprentices. Levels 10 to 20 are 2-star trainee mages. Levels 20 to 30 are 3-star junior mages. And so on. 80 to 90 level mage is the legendary 9-star mage, also known as the Great Magician. From the legendary God of Law is only a step away. How could one be so virtuous as to meet a 9-star archmage in a level 15 copy? Bullshit 9-star mage. Now this guy is only level 30, without a body. Where does he still have peak strength? The three skeletons, however, had a disdainful look on their faces. I don't know how many years it has been. Old me is dying of boredom. Finally waiting for you adventurers. Would you like to play with me? Without waiting for everyone to speak, this old den floated in front of the crowd with a flash of his body, a face of excitement, like an empty nester who hasn't seen anyone for a long time. Playing what? Wang Yuan asked curiously. Although this old man was a boss trapped in the copy, his IQ was no different from a human, and although he liked to play pranks, he wasn't very annoying to look at. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Bear's gaze immediately landed on Wang Yuan. Ha! At the same time, Bear revealed a puzzled look, and in the next moment Bear appeared in front of Wang Yuan, sniffing him hard with his nose. You guys actually have multiple soul fluctuations on you. Whose disciple are you? Bear asked with a surprised face. My mentor is High Priest of the Necropolis Zol. Wang Yuan said truthfully. No wonder. It was him. Did he make it? Great. Old me can finally get out in this hellhole. Bear suddenly became excited. Wang Yuan. Quickly, summon me, make me your undead. Ball tugged at Wang Yuan and ordered impatiently. Ha! The others froze and looked at Wang Yuan in front of them with admiration written in their eyes. Nima, it's a real people pleaser. At this stage of the necromancer's life, summoning a skeleton warrior at most would be great. But at this moment, a 9-star archmage tugged on Wang Yuan's arm and volunteered to become Wang Yuan's undead. That's a hell of a lot of bullshit that people wouldn't believe if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Even if it was happening in front of their eyes, random shots pinched themselves hard, wondering if they were dreaming. Although there is no pain from fighting in the game, there is still self-harm. as the system automatically determines that self-harming players have some kind of tendency to self-harm with up to 500% pain. After feeling 5 times the pain, Casual Random Shot finally realized that this was real. This was not a dream. Crap, Casual Messy Shot almost didn't kneel down for Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan is also confused, although he would like to, but cannot do. First of all, if you summon a spirit by yourself, you have to cast Summon Skeleton in the spirit shrine under the church. And secondly, the spirits you summon by yourself that are the elite of the future end times. It doesn't specify the summoning. What, you're not willing? Seeing Wang Yuan's indifference, Bear's expression suddenly turned angry. It's not that I'm unwilling, it's that I really don't know how to get it. Wang Yuan spread his hands. This was really difficult for him. Very well, how dare you prank old husband? Old me is not happy at all, Ball said angrily. Accept the wrath of old me. Come, answer my question. Answer the question? The crowd was again at a loss. No, this boss, how so outrageous it? Not directly to fight it? How also play up brain teasers? Don't listen to him, beat him, beat him. This old man is fooling people again. Later, when he grows up, everyone will have to die here. In the end, he is a 9-star mage. Upon hearing the answer to the question, the 3 skeletons yelled frantically. Wang Yuan's head was full of questions, but in the back of my mind, I also realized that this answer to the question is just a scam. What happens if you don't answer the question? Casual Messy Shot asked. Ha! Ball chuckled. You know, the noble mage doesn't like to use violence like everyone else, but if you upset him, you'll have to suffer his wrath. You mean do it without answering the question? You've summarized it correctly. Let's start with you for the first question. Ball smiled slightly. A hand pointed an array of light covered Casual Chaos and asked, may I ask you which is better, eternal life or a short life? Ha, how would I know? It's not like I've ever lived forever. Casual Glitch shot back without even thinking about it. Back to the error. Next. Ball smiled slightly as the light disappeared from his casually littered body. Crap, I dropped 5 levels. What's going on? Just then, Random Shot shrieked in alarm. The crowd froze at his words, and Wang Yuan threw a detection spell over. Bale's level became 35. Nima. Wang Yuan was greatly surprised. Good lord, can it still be like this? This Ball is actually using this method to loot players' levels. Don't answer his questions anymore. The benevolent one also noticed that something was wrong and raised his hand to throw a holy light ball at Ball. The ball of holy light wobbled through Bale's body. Ha! Injin's eyes flew out. Holy light is the nemesis of all undead. The holy light orb had an innate restraint against undead creatures, and Bar, as a ghost, would definitely be harmed by the holy light reaching him, but Bar was surprisingly unharmed, and the holy light orb didn't even manage to hit him. Rub! Brave Man Unrivaled also bellowed and slashed his sword. Like the benevolent one, the greatsword passed through Bar's body and landed heavily on the ground. This. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you with a look of horror. Any monster is meant to be pushed back by the player. And while there are certainly immunity attributes, either immunity to physical damage or immunity to magical damage, it's impossible to be completely immune. This bear doesn't eat magic attacks even if he doesn't eat physical attacks. Is this guy invincible? You reckless adventurers. What a bunch of ignorant ants. Instead of getting angry at the crowd's attack, Bear sneered, then faintly asked Brave Unmatched, may I ask you which is better, eternal life or a short life? Light that covered the brave and the bold. Eternal life, definitely eternal life. Brave Man Unrivaled thought about it and returned with certainty. Ha, have you ever lived eternally? How do you know that eternal life will be happy? How do you know that eternal life will not be boring? I'd rather be alive than dead right now. Wrong answer. Next, Bale's tone became menacing, and the light disappeared. The brave and the bold level was reduced by 5, and with a flash of light on his body, Ball reached level 40. Say, the crowd began to panic as they watched Bar's level increase. Wouldn't Bar go straight to level 60 in this round? A level 60 gold boss. What a fart. But now the problem was that the attack was ineffective against Bar, and could only answer the question, may I ask you which is better, eternal life or short life? Ball asked the question for the 3rd time, and death was enveloped in light. A short life. Very well. Wrong answer. Griffin. Ball sneered as death was also demoted 5 levels. You're not asking the right question. There's no right answer. At this point everyone reacted. Yeah, did I say there was a right answer? Bar asked rhetorically in a very roguish manner. Sub-oh, you're messing with us. The crowd was furious. That's right, ha ha ha. Bear laughed and reached out to point at Wang Yuan once again. However, at that moment, Wang Yuan raised his staff and threw a curse at Bear. Pop. The light that Ball shot dissipated while a curse mark was added to his head. He eats curses. Hope exclaimed. Too bad a righteous and handsome paladin like me can't curse. Only bless. Nothing to do with the curse. Wang Yuan waved his hand and said, he only eats damage when he uses a skill. Right when Bear asked everyone to answer the question, Wang Yuan had been watching Bear. It was discovered that although he was a shadow, he would turn from a shadow to a solid body every time he cast a skill to imprison the person answering the question, plus the forward strategy of real-time return fire that Ma Sanner had said before. Wang Yuan immediately gained insight into Bar's playing style, LMAO. So that's the pithy mechanism. It's a good thing the game designers thought of it. Filthy necromancer, you dare to curse an archmage? Bal blared angrily at Wang Yuan. His right hand reached out and a staff leapt into his hand, but he had no intention of attacking anyone. Archmage, you're nothing but a wretch imprisoned here. The ashes have been raised, and you're still an archmage. Wang Yuan directly disliked back. Asshole, how dare you anger me? Bal bellowed, and his staff coalesced into a ball of fire that shot towards Wang Yuan. Right now, gather fire. At Wang Yuan's command, the crowd attacked, already flying towards Bear. The benevolent one was quick and put a holy light shield on Wang Yuan with his hand. Boom! The fireball exploded on Wang Yuan, who was unharmed. Whoosh! An arrow had flown to Bar's face. Ha! Bal grinned and yanked with his left hand, grabbing the arrow in his hand. Boom! At the same time, Death's fireball had flown in front of Bear. Go! Without slowing down, Bal casually flung the arrow. Bang! The arrow stuck in the fireball and it exploded. Charge! Gutless dipped and slammed into Bar. Brush! Instead, Bale's figure flickered and flashed to the back of Braveheart, slamming his staff on Braveheart's head. Pop! Gutless was stunned by a mage. Daiyu! Just as Bar was attacking Brave and the Bold, the air behind Bar twisted, and Shui Linglong revealed herself, thrusting a knife backstab into the back of Bar's waist. Put! The moment the dagger plunged into Bear's body, Shui Linglong suddenly felt an emptiness under her hands, and Bear had already turned into a shadow. Not being able to collect her strength, Shui Linglong stumbled forward and staggered a few steps, almost falling to the ground. This, the crowd was shocked. Obviously, although the Bar in front of him was also a level 30, now 45, gold boss, his strength was not much stronger than Christian. Sure enough, the 9-star Archmage wasn't just talking about it. Even with their weakened strength, their combat skills were all still there, and they were definitely not something a group of low-level players could just take down. Of course, no one was more shocked than Wang Yuan. Originally, Wang Yuan thought that he had mastered the strategy to pass the level. Never thought that Bar could be strong to this point. Water Linglong, a group of people are all masters. A coaxing even Bar's clothes cannot even touch the corner. Is this what the 9-star Archmage suppression is for? Even the 3 skeletons were filled with confusion at this point. Is this old man Bar so strong? Those 2 strikes just now, even if a few of us went up there, it would be for nothing, right? Ma Sanner was surprised. Something's not right. This old boy wasn't this strong in the secret realm we fought. Xiao Bai was very puzzled. Bal and the others have fought I don't know how many times, and Bal here is not in the same league at all. Okay. Could it be because of the first pass? Big White said thoughtfully. It's said that the secret realm first pass will trigger a hidden plot. Hiss. It seems like there is this setting. Xiao Bai and Ma Sanner sniffed and suddenly realized. Hidden plot? Wang Yuan's heart thumped. Not bad, not bad. Old me was almost hurt by you guys. Bear laughed and said. It seems that you guys still have some strength. Well, I won't bully you guys. You guys set the rules. As long as you can win against the old man will let you guys pass. Ah. This. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you and was stumped. Don't look at everyone in all professions. But if we really let the players make the rules, we really couldn't think of any aspect that could compare to this old guy in front of us. Swordplay? Just now Bar's hands everyone has seen. This guy said mage. Melee level high is also a batch. Take the staff to swing people, a bit of mage's modesty or not. Then assassination? What kind of sneak can compare to a vanilla? More than archery. This guy can counteract a mage's burst of flame by throwing arrows with his bare hands. Compare spells. What kind of retard would compare spells with a 9-star magician? Ah. More than blessing, more than healing. The game magic that a 9-star magician is proficient in is not necessarily less than that of 2 low-level Illuminati. Is this a fucking dead heat? How do you compare? Good. Let's do rock paper scissors. Just when everyone didn't know what to do, Wang Yuan suddenly hammed and hawed. When they heard Wang Yuan's reply, everyone could not help but stare. No, that's fucking okay? Did he say he had to compare skills? Wang Yuan asked rhetorically. The crowd was silent again. Indeed, Bal only said for the players to make rules, not that they had to compete in martial arts and magic. In terms of reasoning, rock paper scissors is clearly within logic as well. The crowd looked at the Wang Yuan in front of them. His face was full of service. This guy is simply. The 3 skeletons almost spat out a mouthful of blood when they heard Wang Yuan's as well. Row. Worthy of being Nyo. More rock paper scissors than rock paper scissors. What was he thinking? Thanks to him for thinking of it. Even Bear froze for a moment, then laughed. Well, you despicable necromancer. You're really sinister enough. Don't you know that mages of my level are all proficient in telepathy? You think you can win me with rock paper scissors? Like this. Wang Yuan scratched his head. Then why don't we compare who pees farther? You step on the horse. Shui Linglong almost couldn't hold the knife. Put. A few others couldn't help but laugh outright. Asshole, how am I supposed to compete with you in my current state? Ball was furious. Well, then who has more weapons, more people than who? Then who has more occupations? Wang Yuan threw out 3 more rules in a row. You're here to make trouble, aren't you? Ball said viciously. At least be reliable. Don't pull this useless stuff. Dependable? Wang Yuan looked around and suddenly smiled and said, why don't we compare who is the most terrifying? Oh, comparing horrors with one of my ghosts. Lad, are you brave? Bar laughed immediately. Old deng, don't be so confident. Death, come here, show him your face. Wang Yuan greeted Death. Ha! Death came to Wang Yuan with a bewildered look on his face and looked up to lock eyes with Bear. Bear was directly stunned, subconsciously taking half a step back and pulling out his staff. He froze for a full 5 seconds before he came to his senses, and said with a despondent expression, the old man is deluded to have lived for so many years, and as an undead he was actually frightened by a human. Well, this counts as a loss for me. At the same time, the god of death also reacted and immediately pounced on Wang Yuan. You dog, I'll fight you. Don't do this. Don't do this. The crowd panicked and pulled back. Death. Casual gone shooting even lamented. It's still the lawgiver in a pinch. Sabo, I'll fight you too. The Shinigami started shooting random bright flying kicks again. You pick the equipment first later, Wang Yuan hurriedly said. Is it true, righteous father? Death immediately quieted down, and his expression changed from anger to fawning. Don't listen to him fooling you. We didn't kill the boss. Where did we get the equipment? The benevolent one was watching the fun. The god of death began to look at Wang Yuan angrily again. Wang Yuan asked Bar in an unimpressed manner. Old lamp, we've cleared the level. It's hard to say if you don't give some equipment, isn't it? By rights it should be given. Ball said. But you have not met my requirements. Didn't we beat you? My request is not to win me either. Bear said. The old man has been alone here for I don't know how many years. I'm very happy that you guys are here today, but I'm very dissatisfied when you can't take the old man out of here. And I still want equipment. Dream on. How can I take you out? Wang Yuan asked curiously. Summon me. Become your undead and I'll be able to get out. Although I won't be able to regain my freedom. At least I won't have to nestle here for eternity. Ball said pitifully. This guy thought it through. There was no freedom in becoming a necromancer's undead. But there was also no freedom in nesting here. Instead of being stuck here forever and being bored, it would be better to choose the former. And at the very least, you could still see the flowery world outside. I can't. Wang Yuan shook his head. I can't do it to summon the specified Yingling. Then you're talking shit. Bar was very upset. But I have another way. I don't know if it will work. Wang Yuan said. You're a 9-star mage. Or a gold boss. This trick may not work for you. What way? Turn your soul into soul fire. And then help you find an undead body. Wang Yuan said. But you're such a powerful soul. I simply can't. You're such a genius. What kind of brain can come up with such a genius idea? Before Wang Yuan finished speaking, Bear jumped up excitedly, drawing on the soul fire and becoming an eternally immortal creature with the help of an undead body. Why didn't I think of that? Don't worry, as long as I don't resist, you can draw on my soul fire. Really? Wang Yuan would be skeptical. Of course, Ball said. For the sake of the art of immortality, the latter half of Maya's life has been restudying the necromancy of the necromancer's undead magical jurisprudence, and there is no one who is more authoritative than I. The reason why the unleashed mighty souls can't be drawn and tamed into soul flames is because of the powerful instincts of consciousness, which resists to become a necromancer's slave. And as long as I don't resist it, you will be able to tame successfully to draw on my soul flames. Okay, I'll try then. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth and aimed the wooden staff in his hand at Bear, then cast Soul Draw. Brush! A blue light wrapped Bar's soul body and then contracted. Bale's soul grew smaller and smaller as it was wrapped in a blue glow. A moment later, it transformed into a purple soul fire. Soulfire Archmage Ball, Epic, Grade, 90. Gathering Soul, can infuse undead units up to level 90 and generate new summoned units. Item description, 9-star Archmage Ball has realized the power of immortality. His soul will become an undead spirit, and his spirit will live forever between heaven and earth. System alert, you have successfully drawn on the soul of 9-star Archmage Ball. You have gained 500 points of reputation, and your soul drawing technique level has increased. System alert, 9-star Mage Bar has successfully lifted the confinement. The system generates a new program. And after the copy is reset, the new program will overwrite the difficulty copy. As Ball was drawn into Soul Flame, 2 system prompts flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. Sure enough, it's just as Big White and the others said it would be. The first time you pass a hell difficulty copy, you will have a chance to encounter a hidden plot. Ball is an NPC that hides the plot. According to the memory fragments Wang Yuan had gathered now, Ball was supposedly invited by Leo Rick to study the art of immortality, and Ball eventually set his sights on necromancy. Only by transforming humans into the undead can we truly achieve immortality. Then Bar probably did some kind of experiment that made all the creatures in the entire castle lose their lives all in one night. Ball, who had realized the true meaning of immortality, had become an immortal undead, but he was also forever confined to this place where no one had set foot. The price of eternal life is endless loneliness. It wasn't until after Wang Yuan's arrival that Bar's soul was freed. Since then, the real bear had become a soul fire in Wang Yuan's hands. Instead, the copy of Ball becomes the sinister NPC they saw in Dubai who is nowhere near as strong as the real Ball. Ball disappears and a treasure chest falls to the ground. It was what was left of Bar. However, everyone's eyes were not on the treasure chest at this moment, but rather they were staring dead at Wang Yuan with doubts and incomprehension written in their eyes. Not, Bull, what did you just do? Where's Bar? Bear, who was still acting like a calf just now, just disappeared with a single finger from Wang Yuan. Such a bizarre scene, even in a game, is unbelievable. Nothing. Wang Yuan waved his hand and said, I superseded him. Although these guys in front of him were all friends of Shui Linglong, and Wang Yuan trusted them, but in the end, it was just a one-sided relationship, and they hadn't mixed up to the point of having nothing to talk about. Realize that in a few weeks, the end will come, and then reality and the game will be won. It's natural to keep your own secrets as secret as you can. Who knows if former close comrades will backstab you after experiencing life and death. Transcendence? Soax is a monk, casually shooting in disarray said in surprise. Can necromancers still be overpowered? Necromancer's brow furrowed. The benevolent invincible is also full of confusion. To overpass should also be his own priest. The turn of the necromancer? Alright, get your gear on. Reaper you're on. Wang Yuan pointed to the treasure chest on the ground and changed the topic. Really let me touch it. The god of death squatted on the ground with his fists, first drew a cross on his chest, and then put his hands together and recited, God of wealth blesses, Guan Urshi blesses, hands will be red, hands will be red, then ceremoniously opened the box. Compared to Christian, Bar isn't very rich. It could also be the reason why Bar isn't really killed by players. There are only 2 items in the box. Above it was a vestment. Ball's apprentice's flaming robe. Category, vestments, cloth armor. Quality, gold. Armor, 31. Magic resistance, 50. Intelligence plus 11. Spirit plus 14. Flame magic proficiency, passive skill, plus 1 to all fire magic skill levels. Fire magic resistance, passive skill, 30% fire magic resistance. Flame shield, active skill that releases a flaming magic shield that counteracts 30% of the damage taken and converts the damage taken into a magic damage bounce. Occupation requirements, wizard, necromancer, cleric. Level requirement, 15. Item description, a catastrophe has left Ball's body and bones intact, leaving him with this vestment he has treasured since his childhood, which he inherited from his most respected magical mentor. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Seeing the vestment's attributes, the crowd coincidentally said 3 times in a row holy shit. Also a gold equipment. This vestment could be much more bullish than that dagger of Shui Linglong. After all, of the 3 attributes of that dagger, the only truly perverse one was the 15% ignored defense. The other 2 attributes weren't exactly superb, especially the flame magic damage, which was nothing short of a joke. This vestment in front of him, however, was a true divine artifact. There's no need to say what the concept of +1 fire magic skill level is. It's definitely the best of the best. 30% fire magic resistance, just like a mage nemesis. Knowing that most of the output skills of the magicians in the game were fire-based, a 30% fire-based magic resistance was the same as lowering the output of all magicians by a third. The best part is still the flame shield. This thing combined with the 30% magic resistance makes the mage a straight-up stinky, hard tank. Not only can you ignore up to 60% of damage, but you can also rebound the output. This Nima. Imagine a scene where a wizard can not only cover long-range fire, but also resist damage like a tank profession. The shield warrior is silent, the paladin is in tears, and the wizard is silently comparing his middle finger. This vestment, it's practically priest-specific clothing. The benevolent one was so excited that he was about to grab it, and justified. I can survive so that you guys can survive. Bullshit, casually shooting couldn't help but say. Isn't it a waste for you, a priest, to wear this? Give me. Archers should wear cloth armor. As long as I live I can make others lie down. Shouldn't this vestment, with its bright, flirty red color, match the handsome me better? Hope pondered. Isn't cloth armor warrior gear? Who tanks don't wear defensive gear? Brave and the bold shook their fists on the side. Why don't we roll? Renegade, support. Random shot, agreed. Hope, top. Several sons of bitches have pulled out their dice to fight it out in the presence of the system. Top you. Are you guys still fucking human? This is what I traded my face for. Death covered his vestments and cursed. If he hadn't scared off Ball himself, he wouldn't have been able to open this vestment. This. Hey. Never mind. A few people looked at the French robe, then at the Reaper, and finally retracted the dice with a helpless show of hands, their faces filled with sympathy. Sabo, what do you guys mean? Death was even more depressed even though he had gotten the vestments. Wang Yuan. Well, these guys are really making a scene. Underneath the vestments was a black plant. Soul restoring grass. Category, mission props. Item description, this grass contains the mystery of eternal life. What is this? Death's head was full of questions. The secret of eternal life? My. Wang Yuan shared the quest. Quest item. Ow. Everyone immediately nodded their abandonment. Quest items are generally not grabbed by anyone. Let's go. It's gone. Seeing that the box was empty, the crowd was straight about to move on. Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes as if he was waiting for something. Don't go. The armory's still open. Just then, Ma Sainer yelled and walked over to a bookshelf, then pretended to intentionally bump into it. Boom! The bookshelf collapsed, revealing a closed iron door behind it. The corner of Wang Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. This skeleton is a relief. It doesn't even need to give orders. It just runs over and opens the secret door for you, and pretending to be oblivious. It was this poor acting that made Wang Yuan somewhat unable to hold back. Can you do it? Just crash through? It's too stupid. Xiaobai said with disgust in his tone. What else? Didn't Mr. Wushwang run straight away as well? Ma Saner asked rhetorically. This, I actually think you acted without a trace. Xiaobai hurriedly changed his words. Oops. There's a door here. At this time, the ever-alert casual random shot discovered the secret door behind the bookshelf and immediately yelled out. Door! At the sound of the crowd's voice, they were suddenly energized. Everyone was an old player, so they naturally knew what the concept of a door appearing in a copy was. This represents hidden maps, hidden scenarios, hidden bosses and hidden games, but anything that's hidden, that's a good thing. This door is still locked. Sister Ling, it's up to you. Everyone landed their gazes on Shui Linglong. The only profession in the game that has the lockpicking skill is the assassin, and the lockpicking skill costs money to upgrade. Shui Linglong was an inquisitive RMB player, and on the first day of her transfer her lockpicking skill had already smashed to the highest level. As long as the system didn't deliberately mess things up, there was no lock that Shui Linglong couldn't open. Thinking of my old lady at this time. Shui Linglong took 3 steps to the door and pulled out a golden shiny key and inserted it into the door. Snap, a bang. The door lock opened at the sound. You actually have a key? Wang Yuan was curious. Turtle up. This is the master key for the lock-picking skill, Shui Linglong said. The higher the level the more advanced the key. Wang Yuan. The skill set in this shitty game is so muddled. I can't imagine that the assassin's lockpicking skills are mostly in keys. I said. Upon entering, everyone was dumbfounded. Just in front of us was a warehouse with 2 weapon racks with weapons stuck in them. System alert, you have discovered the hidden scene. The dusty arsenal. Here is actually a weapons depot. Seeing the equipment on the weapon rack, the crowd instantly reacted to what they were finding. Weapons, that's the most important equipment a player can have. In the game, you can be without armor and defenses, but you can never be without a weapon, or you may not even be able to perform your skills. So weapons, not only are they big, they are also the most expensive piece of equipment bar none. Players, even if they purchase equipment, must first choose a weapon. Instead, there were now 2 weapon racks full of weapons in front of everyone's eyes, and these weapons shone brightly, just as if they were all extremely high-quality attribute weapons. It's okay Xiao Zhang, there really is an arsenal. A few skeletons couldn't help but marvel as well. That's right, are we the kind of people who cover things up? Unfortunately, I all have sets. Xiaobai is very depressed. His equipment 3 pieces to open the set attributes. Weapons are destined to have no relationship with him. I also have the staff that restores magical value now. Great White was also very sorry. If it was magical defense he might be interested. Weapons, no need to change them just yet. Hey, Ma Saner said excitedly, that's a bargain for myself. Ha! On the other hand, Big White laughed and said, "Don't be too happy. There are archers in the team. It may not be your turn." This, Masaner was stunned. Indeed, having been so excited to be able to find the treasure trove, Masaner had just forgotten his identity as a skeleton soldier, and thought that he was now a professional. If you were a player yourself, you'd be the first to part with a weapon you could use if you saw one here. But he was just a skeleton soldier now, the player's battle pet, and getting himself equipment when there were archers in the group wasn't just bullshit. Unless there are extra weapons, forcing a hack down would be shameless. Hacking equipment, and is to be despised by all. Ha ha. Deflated. White gloated. Mad. Masaner was directly depressed. While the three skeletons were bullshitting, Wang Yuan's group had already gotten the weapons they needed. The one that Brave Unparalleled got was a silver quality one-handed shield. Although Weapon Battle didn't have heavy shield proficiency and could only equip one-handed shields with lower defense, this side of the shield came with the Shield Warrior's signature skill, Shield Strike, which directly gave Brave Unparalleled an additional control skill. The Benevolent had finally gotten a Cleric's Silver Staff, with a 30% healing bonus and a 15% cooldown reduction, allowing him to drastically increase his healing ability and survivability. Reaper Face is ugly some. Hand is really red. Even got a Vice Weapon Magic Book. Magic Book not only greatly enhanced the magic damage, but also comes with a Thunder and Lightning. Thunder Magic. That is all magic in the highest output. The fastest magic attribute. The Thunder system skills are also the rarest skills in the game. Hope held a black scepter with a depressed face. Wipe, why is this thing so ugly? I still need to buy a weapon fashion. What attributes? Everyone was curious. Skill enhancement. Aura bonus. Comes with a serious injury aura. Hope said, "Tramp, you go to hell." The crowd pinned him to the ground and punched and kicked him. The most miserable is none other than Shui Linglong. This girl holding a dagger with a blue light is about to cry. How is it a dagger again? Ah, I have 2 daggers. Your ass. Why are my weapons so bad? Casual Messy Shot dropped one of the longbows in his hand hard on the ground. What's wrong? Everyone came over, their faces full of gloating. The broken bronze bow isn't as good as the one I'm holding. Casually Shooting picked up the bow and opened the attribute display. Plague Wanderer's Longbow. Category, Longbow. Quality, Bronze. Attack, 20. Magic, 20. Agility plus 10. Strength plus 10. Pestilence, normal attacks deal plague damage to the target. Movement speed is reduced by 10% while in plague state. Occupation requirement, Archer. Level requirement, 10. Item description, a worn longbow. No one knows where he came from. Ah, this. You're a sad one. Ha ha, Pee-wee. Delete your number and retrain. What kind of character is all this? Everyone laughed even harder at the sight of randomly shooting bows in their hands. In this arsenal, basically all of them are silver weapons. Only the unlucky guy who randomly shot around got a bronze weapon. Can everyone not be joyful? Being glad firstly that it was not you who stepped on the mine, and secondly that it was someone else who stepped on the mine. Seems to be one mentality, but is actually 2 states. Wang Yuan is also very strange. So a broken bow. Why can let Masaner so tend to rush? It is hard not to have any catnip in it. That. You don't want to sell it to me. Wang Yuan patted the back of the Casually Messy Shot. Ha, you're buying this? Casual Messy Shot froze at his words, his eyes filled with surprise. Bronze weapons are still rare on the market, but as players level up more and more, the equipment will become less and less difficult to obtain. It's basically hard to sell for a price at this stage. It may be worth $100 today and only 10 tomorrow, so the bronze suit's current market position is awkward. Call him rare, and he just doesn't sell well. Wang Yuan, an expert player, would be even more unable to look at this kind of thing, but now he wanted to buy this bow, which made people surprised. Old ox, you don't have to sympathize with him, he doesn't lack money. Everyone also said. The losers, all of them, are of the gloating variety. It's okay, I'm useful. Wang Yuan pointed to the skeleton behind him and said, my skeleton doesn't have a proper weapon yet. Everyone froze at his words. Your skeleton can still wear equipment. Yeah, you guys didn't see it? Wang Yuan asked rhetorically. How fucking obvious is this? Crap. I said how your skeleton is more handsome than the others. I thought it was mutated. I thought it was mutated too. So it turns out skeletons can still wear equipment. Everyone looked shocked. In their perceptions, the equipment on the skeleton soldiers were all self-contained when they were summoned, and the equipment of the mutated skeletons was a bit more handsome than the ordinary skeletons, and they never thought that skeletons could wear equipment. It's my skeleton that can wear equipment. I'm a hidden profession. Wang Yuan faintly replied back, speaking ambiguously. Hidden professions? No wonder. It dawned on the crowd. There are a lot of hidden branches in this game. And it's anyone's guess what kind of weird and wacky setups the hidden professions will come up with. You name your price. I'll take it if it's suitable. Wang Yuan turned his head to Casual Messy Shot. How about 1 gold coin? Casual Messy Shot asked carefully. The market price of bronze equipment was around 1 to 5 gold coins. Weapons were a bit more expensive. 1 gold coin wasn't that high. Are you crazy? You want 1 gold coin for this crap? 50 silver. The crowd beside him accused of shooting randomly. Okay. 50 silvers, Casual Gone Shooting said. Okay. Wang Yuan pulled out 50 silver coins and handed them over, taking the longbow and casually handing it to Ma Sanner. Ah. Ma San received the longbow and froze in place, the soul fire in his eyes trembling continuously. He actually really took it for me. The words were full of incredulity. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, smiled darkly. Not to mention that this was just a bronze bow. Even if it was a golden weapon, as long as Ma San wanted it, Wang Yuan would be willing to follow suit and shoot indiscriminately to compete. It wasn't because Wang Yuan liked this Airwa boy so much. It was mainly because Ma Sanner was a Ing spirit that he had personally summoned, and it was a safety guarantee for him to walk in the post-apocalyptic world in the future. Being able to use a weapon to gain his loyalty, Wang Yuan was not stingy. Xiao Zhang, are you still going to kill Niu? Xiao Bai asked with a bad smile. Bullshit, whoever dares to touch my brother Niu try it. From now on, brother Niu is my own brother. Touching him is touching me. Ma Sanner equipped his longbow and loudly expressed his loyalty. Bah, shame on you. 1 weapon and you're bribed. Great White despised. Aren't you? Ma Sanner scorned back. Old me, this is a silver weapon. Great White stated that his lower limit was a bit higher. I'm a suit. White was a little more smug. His lower limit a little higher. You think this is a bronze weapon? Ma Sanner laughed. Know what the plague is? Plague? Hearing Ma Sanner's words, Bai couldn't help but be stunned. Can the plague be contagious? That's right, infectious, Ma Sanner said. You guys think I want a weapon? I want attributes. When the level is high, find a high-level bow and synthesize it. It's a divine weapon. Marred. I can't imagine that this thing is this good. Bai couldn't help but curse at his words. Contagious? Wang Yuan's brows furrowed as he learned another new term. And from the reaction of the blameless man it seemed that this contagious attribute should be very perverted. Bull. Don't you have a weapon? Seeing that the wooden staff in Wang Yuan's hand hadn't been replaced, everyone was very curious. No. Wang Yuan had a depressed look on his face. How could he be so unlucky? A novice wooden staff used until now. Even the arsenal didn't have a weapon he could use. It's normal, the benevolent one said. If there were necromancers in the castle, Leoric wouldn't have needed Bar to study the so-called art of immortality. Makes sense, Wang Yuan nodded. It had to be said that Injin's deduction ability was still very strong. No wonder this group of unruly guys before himself listened to Injin's command. Passing through the library, Wang Yuan's group came to the last scene. The last scene is called The Lost Throne. In the normal difficulty copy, the scene is a throne, and the player kills Leoric, the skeleton king on the throne to clear the level. However, the final scene in the hell difficulty copy is a shambles. White bones were everywhere, and in the very center was a throne made of white bones, which was empty, with dozens of servants dressed as attendants surrounding it. The name of these attendants was called blood servants, and according to the system setting, these blood servants were the close guards that served King Leoric in the Shadow Castle back then. Corrupted by the darkness, he became a blood-sucking demon, and although he became a demon, he still maintains the grace of a near servant in life. Although they were all elite monsters, they were nowhere near the number of shadow wolves at the entrance, and there was no overlapping hatred. Under Wang Yuan's command, the group of vampires were all quickly killed. The teeth dropped by the vampire was one of Wang Yuan's quest items. As the last blood servant was killed, the lost throne suddenly shattered. A palm snapped out of the ground. Immediately after that, the ground began to shake, and a giant 3-meter tall skeleton crawled out of the ground. The skeleton's bones were dark gold in color. On his head was a crown, and in his hand was a greatsword that glowed a dark gold in the crimson moonlight. Skeleton King Leoric, dark gold. Grade, 30. Life value, 1,000,000. Wizard, 100,000. Skills, martial arts mastery. Background, once a supreme lord, a king with supreme power. He buried his kingdom in order to live forever and never die, and then corrupted by the power of darkness, he became the lord of the undead, and fulfilled his dream of immortality and eternal life. Dark gold boss. Leoric on hell difficulty is surprisingly a dark gold boss. This Nima. The several people in Shui Linglong looked at the skeleton king in front of them and had a feeling that they were out of this world. It was important to realize that on normal difficulty, Skeleton King Leoric was just a level 20 silver boss. Even so, the high difficulty of the combat mechanics has deterred many players. and only those elite players piled up by the big guilds and some not-so-difficult masters can barely get through. Instead, the one standing in front of the crowd now was a dark gold boss, and its level had been raised to level 30. Its difficulty naturally follows several times. Against a boss of this difficulty, the margin for error is extremely low, and I'm afraid that if you're not careful, you'll have to be killed in a group. However, when everyone looked at Wang Yuan, they realized that Wang Yuan had a very calm expression at this moment. Wang Yuan was calm because the three skeletons behind him were even more calm than him, and were even talking and laughing. It's been a long time, Li. I can't believe we're just like you. Miserable guy. I used to cut you every day, and now I have to do it again once I'm reborn. It's really too much. You'll be chopped up for 100 years afterward. These guys, are they really so chesty? Although Wang Yuan had a calm expression, at this moment, he was also not going to be whole by the mentality of the three skeletons. No matter how strong the three skeletons were when they were alive, they were just 3 level 10 skeletons with their attributes there. Leo Rick, however, was a proper level 30 dark gold boss, the first of its kind in the game at the moment. In front of the players at this stage, it is called the Absolute King. The three skeletons are too easy now, aren't they? I can't imagine how strong these three guys had to be in their time. Bull, are you sure? At this time, Brave Unmatched clutched the weapon in his hand tightly and asked Wang Yuan somewhat nervously, a level 30 dark gold boss, hey? It was important to realize that before once again, the most they had come into contact with was a level 20 silver boss. The difficulty of this special meow has directly skyrocketed from novice to extremely difficult, and no one has a bottom in their heart, even if Brave and Mighty is still an expert. The others also looked at Wang Yuan, hoping that he would deliver. After all, it was Wang Yuan who was in command all the way over here. From the Shadow Wolf Army in the first act to the Spirit of Baal in the second act, everyone simply couldn't get through without Wang Yuan. At this time now everyone was facing a level 30 dark gold boss. Whether or not they could beat it all depended on how Wang Yuan commanded. Although Wang Yuan was very calm at this time, everyone was still a bit weak, knowing that under the absolute strength suppression, all tactics were all in vain. Everyone's highest level was just over level 20, and facing a dark gold boss like Leo Rick that was 10 levels higher, it was basically the difference between a child and an adult. What kind of level would Wang Yuan have to be to command a few kids and defeat an adult who had practiced fighting? However, in the face of everyone's doubts, Wang Yuan scratched his head. I don't know. I've come all the way here, so I have to give it a try. When Wang Yuan said this, everyone froze. No, buddy, we followed you to fight here because we trusted your command. And you just came to say, come all the way, what the hell kind of tactics is this? Yo, don't be ridiculous. Everyone is serious. The benevolent one also said at the side. I really do not know. I am also the first time to see Leo Rick. Wang Yuan said, if you do not have a bottom in your heart, I will go to solo him. If I cannot do it, you guys directly retreat from the book. Do not die without dropping the level. I am only 10 levels or not afraid of death. Wang Yuan's tone was very serious. I second that. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, everyone stirred. Brother Nyo, I don't like what you're saying. It's like we're greedy and afraid of death. Brave Man Unrivaled was very upset. That's right. We wouldn't have come if we were afraid of dying. Death also skimmed his lips. The benevolent one even said, we are all friends. It's fine to joke around, but you can't humiliate us. That's right. The others nodded with certainty. We are all experts and we all need self-respect. Wang Yuan's words are obviously saying again, if you guys are afraid, then go away. I'm not afraid anyway. No human being can stand it. Although Wang Yuan did not humiliate them, but rather from the bottom of his heart. Humph, I'm not leaving. Grumpy as a random shot. He opened his bow and shot an arrow directly at Leoric's crown. Clang! The crown was shot slightly. Leoric slowly raised his head, the dark golden soulfire in his eyes shining like two bright lights. At the same time a rushing aura greeted him. Everyone subconsciously took a step back. Greedy adventurers, this is no place for you. Leoric looked around for a moment, his majestic voice ringing in the crowd's ears. The terrifying pressure that oppressed the crowd didn't dare to look directly at Leoric. Worthy of being the Skeleton King, although it was only level 30, the innate aura of a king, just from the sense of oppression alone, was stronger than other bosses by an unknown amount. However, at this moment in Wang Yuan's mind, the three skeletons were not affected in the slightest. Yoo-hoo, he's even pretending. It's the same skeleton. Why can't we talk? That's a nice sword he's got there. Wang Yuan, I will give you one chance to leave this place and not disturb the peace of the Eternals, or you will stay and become a part of what is between us. Leoric warned again, and drew the huge sword. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, looked up at Leoric, and finally at Wang Yuan. Seeing everyone's hesitation, Wang Yuan once again said, you can. Bah, Do you see us as people who are afraid of death? Wang Yuan didn't finish his words, and casual Messi shot directly opened his bow and shot another arrow. It wasn't clear if this kid's words were meant for Lioric or for Wang Yuan. The arrow instantly flew to Lioric's face. Seeing this, Lioric nodded his head and said, "Very well, you are true warriors, and I, King Lioric, accept your challenge." As he spoke, Lioric raised his long sword in his hand and blocked it in front of him. Clang! Random arrows were bounced off. Phew! The moment Lioric blocked, the death staff was raised and a large ball of fire had come out of his hand. I have to say, although the death of this guy does not say much, but he is ruthless and discerning. Extremely good at grasping the timing. Always able to attack when the opponent reveals a crack. Random attacks were just feints. The Reaper's magic was the real attack. Ha! Seeing that the fireball was about to smash on Lioric, Lioric was laughing. The long sword in his hand turned. The sword body was covered by a black light, while swinging horizontally. Put! The oncoming burst of flame was directly divided into two halves by Lioric's sword. Boom! Half of it landed on the ground, blowing a large crater in the white bones of the ground and stirring up a cloud of smoke. Boom! The other half flew diagonally into the sky, exploding in midair into points of flame, as brilliant as fireworks. Not waiting for the smoke to clear, a figure with its head down burst out of the smoke and headed straight for Lioric. It's none other than Brave and the Bold with Charge On. Lioric seems to have long been aware of the general. Gently backward half a step and Brave Undisputed to pull the distance, both hands holding the sword, a sword heavy chop to the head of Brave Undisputed. The benevolent one's eyes tightened as a golden light wrapped the brave one. Bang! There was a muffled sound as Lioric's sword slashed solidly. Brave Unrivaled Charge was forcibly interrupted by this sword, and his entire body was staggered back a few steps by the chop. Oh, seeing that his sword didn't cut down Brave Unsurpassed, Lioric couldn't help but show a hint of doubt, a hint of appreciation in the doubt. He was never expecting that these few weak adventurers would be able to fight themselves back and forth. Arrow feints, magic sneak attack, charge control. A few guys with a seamless and flawless, if not their own attributes, are far higher than theirs. I'm afraid that it is not already on the road, especially this holy light art, even in their own unexpected. Very well, you guys are qualified to challenge me, to show respect for your opponents. I will also show you the strength of the king, Lioric bellowed, his body erupting with golden fighting aura. Put. Just then, however, a dagger was plunged into Lioric's ass. Let's leave aside the question of whether or not Lioric the Skull has an ass as a skeleton. Anyway, the stab went in. Water Linglong revealed herself from behind Lioric, and the whole room was silent. Across a dozen meters Wang Yuan could feel the icy breath radiating from Lioric. It was quiet for a full 3 seconds. Lioric let out a pop. Asshole. Immediately after that, the fighting aura on Lioric's body turned a dark golden color. The originally tall body shrunk dramatically, shrinking to normal human size in a matter of moments. The bones on his body gave off a dark golden glow, and his soul fire became even more condensed. Ha ha, holy shit, I gave him a leaky blow at once. Shui Linglong screamed out in excitement when she saw Lioric become smaller. A few others were also surprised. What skill did Water Linglong use and how did she beat the boss like this? However, Wang Yuan was greatly alarmed, because while Lioric was getting smaller, Wang Yuan's ears rang with the spitting of the 3 skeletons. Holy shit, how did this woman get in there? Said, Lioric got hit with the 3rd transformation. Awesome, awesome. When we used to fight, we had to fight until we were red-blooded before we transformed. And Miss Pretty Lady stabbed him out with a single slash. Reiko, run! Wang Yuan immediately shouted a reminder. However, it was already too late. Lioric's left foot reached back and kicked Shui Linglong in the stomach. Assassin is not what blood-thick profession. Changed to other assassins. Suffered from this foot of Lioric. Afraid of not on the spot has been gone. But who was Shui Linglong? The #1 RMB player in the Word of Heaven. A rich person who could be recorded in the history books even after 120 years in the later world. It is self-evident how strong the equipment on its body is. An assassin stacks armor and blood strips thicker than a heck of a tank. Lioric's kick went down and froze her to death. Even the blood bar wasn't red. It just dropped a third of her blood. Nima. Everyone was stunned by the woman's unbelievable resistance to punching. Sure enough, only the profession that can't go against the sky. There is no RMB player that can't go against the sky. An assassin froze by Water Linglong played into an output tank. Simply sinful. Of course, Shui Linglong didn't feel good either. As Lioric's kick went down, Shui Linglong was directly kicked and bowed down. Lioric turned around, turned back. The long sword in his hand cut a light in the air, and in the next moment it appeared next to Shui Linglong's head. Bang! Just when Shui Linglong was about to be killed by a sword, suddenly an arrow flew diagonally with white light and shot at Shui Linglong. The powerful impact knocked Shui Linglong on her butt. Brush! Lioric's longsword grazed Shui Linglong's head. Water Linglong sweated, and immediately rolled back and opened her sneak. Bullocks ah piss! There was a gasp of surprise from the crowd at the sight. All of them looking at the random messy shooting in amazement. That arrow just now was a divine stroke. Using the power of the arrow's impact to help Shui Linglong complete the evasive maneuver. And due to the group mode, Shui Linglong was still unharmed. To be able to shoot such a precise and saving arrow in that situation just now, not only was one's reaction speed extremely fast, but one's combat IQ was also unimaginable. Simply absolute. It's not me. It's not me. Casual Messy Shot shook his head back and forth. Hey, is this still the arrogant and shameless bear child I know? The crowd was even more surprised. And right at this moment, Lioric, who had fallen short with his sword, turned his head angrily, his eyes looking viciously at the skeleton archer Ma-san behind the crowd. Beside Wang Yuan. Griffin, how dare you challenge me? As he spoke, Lioric's figure flickered and turned into a stream of light, instantly spanning a distance of more than 10 meters, arriving in front of Wang Yuan. Crap, what speed? Naya, is this guy that fast? Seeing this scene, the crowd was terrified. Although the party's Derek was tall and brave, he wasn't particularly fast, and was just about the same as a player. But now Lioric is a different person. Apparently, the guy's form changed from square attack and defense mode to speed mode. Protect Ox. Surprised as they were, the quality of everyone's mastery was still there, and the brave and the bold turned back, raising his shield and charging at Lioric once again. And Lioric had already raised his sword to Wang Yuan's throat. Clang! Seeing that Wang Yuan was about to be pierced through the throat by a sword, suddenly a shield protected in front of Wang Yuan. Ha! Everyone fixed their eyes and froze slightly, somewhat unable to believe their eyes. It was Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers. How? How is that possible? The brave and the bold was even more outright skeptical. As we all know, compared to players, the Necromancer skeleton soldiers have extremely low IQ, not to mention that their movements can only be completed on command. So the skeleton soldiers are generally half a beat slower than players. What's more, skeletons don't have strong attributes up front. They're brittle and weak. Under the copy, leveling and so on, the role of the skeleton soldier is only responsible for when the cannon fodder and brainless output simply cannot complete the fine operation with very low tolerance. So under the copy to fight the boss, the Necromancer skeleton is actually quite chicken ribs. The elite group will not let the Necromancer to summon the skeleton. Because of this, the three skeletons behind Wang Yuan after entering the replica were treated as a display by everyone. It didn't even occur to me that this thing could help in a boss fight as well. However, in the face of Lioric's lightning-fast strike, Wang Yuan's skeleton soldier actually managed to block it. That's right, it was blocked. Not only was Wang Yuan unharmed, but the skeleton didn't lose any blood even after blocking Lioric's blow. To know, as strong as the brave and the bold, Trench's Water Linglong hard to solve Lioric a sword that have to lose half of his life. This skeleton soldier, what virtue and how can? Unbeknownst to him, Xiaobai already has growth attributes, but also has Wang Yuan attribute bonus, wearing a suit called Newbie Artifacts Xian's Revenge or Defense-Oriented Shield Armor Skeleton. Offensive and defensive attributes, then nearly 20 levels of courageous and unparalleled. After Lioric transformed, his speed increased dramatically, but his offense and defense followed suit, and this sword still stabbed at the shield, naturally unable to injure Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai was also not easy to bear. Hard to carry a sword of Lioric, the shield's protection value directly cleared 0, almost about to lose durability. Go! After Xiaobai blocked Lioric's sword, his right-hand long sword was picked upwards. The soul fire in Lioric's eyes jumped slightly, and his body shifted backward in a flat move, dodging Xiaobai's long sword. Duong! Just then, White followed suit and took a step forward, tapping his left shield heavily on Lioric's head. Boom! At the same time a ball of flame exploded over Lioric. -778, -3456. Two large blood drop numbers floated up on Lioric's head. The few people who were originally going to come forward to help, brave and matchless, saw the scene and froze straight in place. Under his breath, he muttered, he is actually able to single brush the boss. Although from the beginning, the group of Benevolent One knew that Wang Yuan had challenged the Black Dragon Society by himself, and had made the Black Dragon Society so chicken-feathered that they didn't dare to go out on the streets. But they hadn't seen Wang Yuan's, the skeleton under him, strength with their own eyes. After all, a few of the engines were also experts, and knew better than ordinary players where the limits of expert players in the game were. No matter how strong a person was, they would not be able to single-handedly take on a large, established guild head-on. So in their thinking, The reason why Wang Yuan was able to rub the Black Dragon Society on the ground was mainly because of Wang Yuan's bullish tactics in comprehending the essence of specializing in the key points. It was only after pinpointing the psychology of Dragon Walker that he was able to successfully bring the Black Dragon Society into the trap with his Yang scheme. Its true strength in person was definitely there, but it wasn't much higher than his own group. The level of Wang Yuan's tactical command after everyone entered the copy also fully confirmed everyone's thoughts. However, it wasn't until now that the crowd had truly seen Wang Yuan's strength and understood why Wang Yuan had the ability to press Dragon Walker into the resurrection point all by himself and couldn't get out. Nima. It turns out that not only are this guy's tactics inscrutable, his strength is even more outrageous. Obviously just a level 10 necromancer. Hard to manipulate the skeleton soldiers under his command to suppress a level 30 dark gold boss. What kind of operation level is this heck? What was even more outrageous was that he was also able to dual operate at the same time, maneuvering the two skeletons to hit a matching output. That's a bit of a stretch. It is important to realize that manipulating skeleton soldiers is not like other professions to fight in person, and its mode is closer to the keyboard and mouse ARPG mode. Ordinary necromancer operation skeleton more similar to the red alert. Draw a circle under the command. A coaxing sea of corpses tactics. There is no primary and secondary can be said. The main fight in noble more than fine. The necromancer who can manipulate the skeleton like a hero in a MOBA game, with all kinds of meticulous skills, can already be called a top necromancer? And this kind of necromancer is generally more precious than precious, and will take one of the skeletons as the main object of manipulation, the hero, and the others are auxiliary, the pawns. Wang Yuan directly manipulated the skeleton out of the King of Fighters Street Fighter and other ACT pure fighting game fighting level, and it's still a one control too. Can you imagine one person simultaneously maneuvering Kusakage and Yagami at a pro level to one-up a character on the opposite side? And fucking with coordination. The first thought of seeing this scene was disbelief, and the second impression was that the treadmill was open. If it wasn't for seeing it with their own eyes, the group of people who killed the benevolent one wouldn't dare to imagine that someone could really be so outrageous. Of course, the more outrageous ones are yet to come. After taking a burst of fire from Great White, Leoric also slowed down from his dizziness and raised his sword to return fire. But at that moment, an arrow flew with a white light, and stuck in Leoric's eye socket without missing a beat. Duong! The powerful impact knocked Leoric's head back. A mosquito mark reappeared on his head. It's shock shot. Leoric just uncontrolled and was stunned again. Boom! There was another loud bang, and Great White's fireball followed it up by smashing into the back of Leoric's head. -774. -1247. Two more huge critical blasts of damage floated up. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. One control 3. Doesn't he have a ceiling? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. The expression on their faces had changed from incredulous to terrified. Two minds at once would be beyond normal human thinking and is existing in legend. This thing in front of me can even control 3 in 1. Nice guy. Is this still a person? Yeah, one person is a small team. Is this the top master? That's not true. Even top experts can't do one control 3. Even Xue Linglong, who had seen Wang Yuan's strength, was shocked. I already knew that Wang Yuan was perverted, but I didn't realize that this guy's perversion had no boundaries. No wonder. Looking at the three skeletons in front of him that had already suppressed Leoric, as well as Wang Yuan, who was holding a stick and constantly putting curses on Leoric, the benevolent one was already messed up. He now finally reacted to why Wang Yuan dared to challenge the hell difficulty copy. It turns out that Wang Yuan had the strength to do this from the start. Before Wang Yuan said something like, if not for the number of limitations, I will single brush alone. Everyone still thought that this kid is just chopping a few people and then drifted. Not to put the hell difficulty copy in the eyes. Now it seems, this fucking all from the heart of the sincere words, is their own misunderstanding of the cow brother? Only after learning that these were Wang Yuan's sincere words, everyone's hearts became even harder. After all, it's okay for a friend to brag. It's not okay for a friend to be really bragging more than they are. Of course. Now only Wang Yuan knew that the reason why he was able to suppress Leoric didn't have much to do with himself. It was purely due to the three skeletons that were reborn from the future. Although Wang Yuan's strength was not weak, his own insta-operation level was actually about as good as Xue Linglong's group. But it can't be helped by three battle-hardened minions. If you were to ask Wang Yuan if he would be embarrassed by being mistaken for an expert by others, then of course not. We are necromancers. We necromancers do not rely on the little brother to eat. This one. Which one is not a battle-hardened warrior? Which one is not an elite crawling out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? The district Leoric was not really a difficult task in front of Wang Yuan's three skeletons. Even if these three skeletons were only level 10, under the seamless cooperation of the three of them, Leoric had no room to fight back. The stun from Masaner's shock shot had just ended when White's charge and shield strike had cooled down. And the stun from White's shield strike had just ended when Masaner's shock shot had cooled down again. Poor Leoric. The mosquito coils on his head didn't even break. And he stayed stunned, and stunned again. Behind it, Great White's fireballs pick up bursts of flame. Bursts of flame pick up fireballs, one after another. Froze the ARPG game into a clear version of the shooting game. Shui Linglong's group looked dumbfounded. Holy shit, 10th level attributes just don't work. Consuming blue is a bit fast. Just then, Wang Yuan heard to Little White's tirade. I'm only half blue too. Ma Saner chimed in. I'm okay, but if you guys don't control him, I won't be able to deal with a triple transformed Leoric with my current attributes. Hearing the conversation of the three skeletons, Wang Yuan glanced at Leoric's blood level, which had only dropped by less than 1/5. So immediately, he shouted, Hey, are you guys here to watch the fun? Help! People are standing on the stage listening to comedy. These guys are standing in a copy watching themselves fight a boss. Ha, you still need our help? The crowd was speechless. Crap, I'm only level 10. What did you guys think? Wang Yuan's head was full of black lines. How can we help? We don't mess around. All high-level experts knew that when the boss was being suppressed, they couldn't easily make a move, or else they would interrupt the rhythm of the battle. Wang Yuan waved his hand. Don't worry about anything, just play with the output. Don't worry about anything, play with the output. The crowd sniffled with excitement. As an output player, what do you desire the most? That would inevitably be free output without any limitations. Nah, whether it was in a copy or in the wild. Bosses possessed a hate mechanism. So in order to prevent the boss hate transfer, players must calculate their own output data, and also cannot interrupt the front row and control the rhythm of the control of the boss. Because of this, the output professions can be quite stifling when it comes to fighting bosses. Don't worry about anything, play hard to output. That's definitely the sentence that output professions are most willing to hear. With Wang Yuan's order, the crowd, without saying a word, directly began to cover the stunned Leoric with unrelenting firepower. Even the two auxiliary professions, Hope and Benevolent, rushed up with their weapons. The pressure on Great White's output was instantly and drastically reduced. Thunderstorm City, Black Dragon Society Office. How is it? Dragon Walker excitedly asked the men around him. Ha ha, Nyo Dali's challenge for a Hell difficulty copy has caught fire on the forums. The whole game knows that he's going to challenge the Hell difficulty copy. The Black Dragon Society's group of players were in high spirits. We used the tone of bragging about him to post, to be more arrogant and arrogant. Scolding the building has covered tens of thousands of floors. Playing so high profile if it fails. The last name of the cow can be a big disgrace. Serves you right, son of a bitch. Dragon Walker said hatefully. If you dare to offend our Black Dragon Society, you know that you have to have today. Marred, even if we can't kill him, we have to make him notorious. Ha ha, you don't know. The game's official general forums are open for betting, and the odds have now flipped to 1 to 500. Fuck, so crazy? Dragon Walker's eyes lit up. Isn't it? The crowd said. I don't know what kind of bastard, even pressed 10,000 gold to buy them to pass, really have no place to spend the money. 10,000 gold. Dragon Walker's eyes glared. What's this grandson's origin? Even taking money to play with water? Who knows? There are still pressed 1,000 gold. The bald dragon said. It seems like there are still a lot of rich people. Dragon Walker couldn't help but lament. As a player who opens a business guild in the game, Dragon Walker is not a poor person. But at this time, compared with those who spend money kinda loud people with stupid money, he is obviously still a bit of a gap. Press. We press too. Dragon Walker gritted his teeth. Pressing them to lose? The odds are too low. It's not much fun. A crane in the clouds shook his head straight. No. Press him to win, Dragon Walker said. Ha, isn't this a waste of money? A crane in the clouds skimmed his lips. Those who press them to win are people with stupid money. Boss, you have money and are not a fool. Ha ha, it's okay. How much can you lose by pressing 1 copper? Dragon Walker, however, hemmed and hawed. It's also considered our friendly sponsorship. But, ha ha, after all, you're the boss, and you're the one who can humiliate people. Hearing Long Xingwei's words, the crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing. 1 copper coin. This is not a matter of more or less money. It is clearly a naked humiliation. Good good good, this will be pressed. I'll press a copper plate as well. The bald dragon was excited. The others also said. I also press 1. Humiliating the dog thing cannot be missing us. Holy Light City. Wasiao Longtang office. How's it going? Where are the raids at? Longtang Sihai was in the office and never forgot to care about the progress of the copy. The second boss has already passed, and the final Skeleton King will be wrapping up soon. Soon after, the sub-Ben came with happy news. Really? That's smooth? Dragon Totem 4Cs was thrilled to see the news. If nothing else, Huaxia Dragon will be the first guild to clear the Shadow Castle on elite difficulty. To know, at this stage through the normal difficulty of the Shadow Castle guilds are not many. Elite difficulty, but also no one dares to try the existence of the Dragon 4Cs. The only regret is the normal difficulty of the Shadow Castle first pass is not the Chinese Dragon Tang. As the number one guild in the national service, Dragon 4Cs missed the first opportunity to inform the entire service. And this time, they definitely couldn't lag behind. If the elite difficulty could get the first pass, then the other guilds would inevitably be suppressed head over heels by Huaxia Dragon. At that time, Huaxia Dragon Tang naturally sat as the number one guild in the national service. Well, the elite book is just a little more difficult. The number of monsters is a little more. The copy mechanism hasn't changed much. Luckily this time we brought enough medicine. Leoric is gone right away. And there's still 10%. Inside the copy, the leader of the Raider team, One Way, reported the progress to Dragon Tottering 4Cs. Great, way to go. Everyone work hard and come to me for a red packet when you pass. Dragon Tetsuya excitedly sent out encouragement. Thanks boss. One Forward received the news and immediately announced in the copy. Everyone, step it up. After we get through we'll go to the boss to collect the red packet. Yes, the crowd was encouraged by the real money. Their spirits were once again lifted. And the skills in their hands slammed down on Leoric like they didn't need money. Looking at your expression, your progress should be good. Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens on the side asked with a smile when she saw Long Tang Sihai's joyful expression. Wait for the full service announcement. We'll be on TV soon. Dragon Totem 4Cs hammed and hawed, overflowing with excitement. I also don't know how the progress of that guy playing Hell difficulty is going. Phoenix Dance Nine Heavens, however, frowned. What can I do? We're going to be annihilated. What's the point? That's Hell difficulty. Long Tang Sihai didn't even think about it. A bunch of nobodies. Still want to beat Hellburn. Dream on. Just to take the opportunity to hype. I know. Phoenix Dance 9 Heaven said. But the problem is, as far as I know they are not dead out yet. How do you know? Now the whole game knows about this. I don't know how many people are staring at the resurrection point. Once they die there will definitely be news on the forums. It can't be that after entering the book, it didn't fight, hiding at the entrance of the copy to drag the time. Long Tang Sihai pondered for a while and said, in the past, there were a few hype guys who did this. After entering the copy, they stayed at the entrance of the copy for a few hours before going out. And other people thought they had held on for a few hours. It makes sense, don't rule it out. Hearing these words from Long Tang Sihai, Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens couldn't help but see a light in front of her eyes, her tightly frowning brows stretching out. Indeed, in the age of big data on the internet, there are too many people who want to be famous, but very few who have the ability to do so. These guys are probably the same kind of assholes, or else they'd dare to challenge the Hell difficulty? Even big guilds like Huaxia Dragon Tongue only dared to challenge the elite difficulty. Could a few precariously named guys still be more bullish than the elite group of the first guild in the national service? No way, absolutely impossible. System announcement, Huaxia Dragon Guild player Unrelenting S team has successfully cleared Shadow Castle elite difficulty for the first time, and their deeds will be recorded in the history books for all time to come. System announcement, Huaxia Dragon Guild. System announcement. Inside the Shadow Castle on elite difficulty, as Leoric fell to the ground, the system announcement of a successful elite difficulty Shadow Castle first pass resounded over the entire game. The large, gold-colored font of the announcement was brushed across the sky 3 times in a row. The players who saw the announcement were all shocked. I second that. Elite difficulty was cleared? I haven't even cleared fucking normal difficulty yet. And someone beat business difficulty? It's worthy of being China Dragon. In the end it's the number one guild in the national service. It's just awesome. What's with the bull? Isn't there someone else on the forums who was playing Hell difficulty? There were those who bragged and there were those who barreled. And immediately someone raised the incident of the Hell difficulty copy that was festering on the forums. What the hell are you talking about? This stage through Hell difficulty? Do you believe that? Huaxia Longtang has only just cleared elite difficulty. How dare you believe that group of hype guys can clear Hell difficulty? Are you too stupid or have you never played the game? Brainwashed. Go through a normal difficulty first. Soon the curses drowned out the voice. Holy shit, scared me. I thought it was those bastards who had cleared the level. Inside the office of the Black Dragon Society, Dragon Walking World pinched a sweat. This sudden announcement was really a bit unexpected. Boss, you're really overthinking it. The bald dragon was also heartbroken. Grandma, Huaxia Dragon Tang really knows how to pick the right time. A crane in the clouds was cursing, going up and stepping on others while they are speculating on the heat. Now the heat is all for Huaxia Dragon Tang to speculate on. Wipe, it's still really hay. But letting this son of a bitch, Long Tang Si Hai, pick up a bargain. Dragon Walker stared at his words and became depressed. It's true that the hottest thing on the forums now is the challenge of the copy, and the heat has been pushed up. And the fact that Huaxia Dragontang has passed the elite copy for the first time at this time is undoubtedly treating Wang Yuan's group as a stepping stone. The point was that the heat from Wang Yuan's group was still fired up by the Black Dragon Society's players. In other words, the Black Dragon Society had been trying so hard to make a fool out of Wang Yuan that they ended up being used as a ladder by Huaxia Longteng. What a snipe! Luckily, the one who picked up the bargain was Dragon 4Cs. But think carefully, the Dragon World and relieved a lot. At least China Dragon is the first guild of the national service. They took this cheap to be reasonable. If a garbage guild, the Dragon World, that would be even more depressing. Ha ha ha, good. All good work. Everyone come back to my office and get your red packets. At this time, within the guild office of Huaxia Dragontang, Dragon Tang Sihai was already happy with his back teeth exposed. The Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, several people were also excited. Although the first pass of the copy doesn't have too much direct benefit, at most it's just a higher burst rate of equipment. But for the big guilds, it's very important. It is a direct performance situation for the major guilds to show their hand, whether a guild is strong or not. Naturally, it's not all about his copy rating ability, but if the guild doesn't have the strength, it certainly won't be able to clear the copy before anyone else. The fact that a guild can be the first to do what others can't is proof that the guild possesses the power to outperform other guilds. When the guild was strong, it would occupy more resources, and when there were more resources, it could recruit more experts, and when there were more experts, the guild would be stronger. Direct logic closes the loop. Virtuous circle. It's also true that anyone who plays guilds just likes to compete for first place. Things like being the first to establish a guild, the first to clear a copy, the copy speed pass record, and even the first to start a guild war are all up for grabs. After all, it's the first that will be remembered. Huaxia Longtang lost the first place on the normal difficulty copy, and now that they had recovered on the higher difficulty, the mood of Huaxia Longtang's group was imaginable. If there are no surprises, this record won't be broken by anyone for a week. Huaxia Longtang was complacent. Elite difficulty is followed by difficult difficulty, and at this stage, China Dragon's team is not sure about challenging difficult difficulty, and other guilds who want to challenge it will have to wait for at least a week or more. That's still just qualifying for the challenge. Whether or not you can get through it is another story. That's right, at that time, we are estimated to be level 30 as well. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens said, all of us can challenge the next copy. What do you mean the number one in the country? The other players of Huaxia Dragon on the side also chimed in, revealing smug expressions. System announcement, player Neodali's team has successfully cleared Shadow Castle Hell difficulty for the first time, and their deeds will be recorded in history. However, just as everyone in Huaxia Dragontang was celebrating that their guild had taken the elite difficulty first pass, suddenly a system announcement rang out in the sky once again. The system announcement was the same as the party, still swiped 3 times in a row, and the golden font glowed in the sky. The moment the system announcement rang out, all the players in the game were first slightly stunned, and then the entire game went silent. What did the announcement just say? It seems like the first pass for the Hell difficulty copy. Those hype guys? First pass? Bug. There must be a bug in the system. In an instant, everyone's mood went from puzzled to amazed, from amazed to incredulous, and then from incredulous to questioning. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huaxia Dragontang, known as the number one guild in the national service, had only just cleared the elite copy. So how could this group of precarious and nameless passers-by clear the Hell difficulty? What's the point? Exactly. It is by what? In the eyes of a normal player, this kind of thing just doesn't make sense without evidence. It's as incomprehensible and untrustworthy as if the author, a handicapped dog in some top online games S-ranked tournament, had taken 4 roadies all the way to the finals, stomped out all the world's experts, and got the championship. It's hard to believe that this isn't a bug stuck or a script on. Crap, what the hell? As for the Huaxia Dragon office, the Dragon 4Cs directly stepped into a blindfold. Hell's first pass? Are you kidding me? How come? Those guys aren't hype? Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens was even more confused. The Huaxia Dragontang players who were originally still celebrating directly wilted at this moment. How excited Fong was, how depressed he was at this moment, even a little skeptical of life. After all, Huaxia Dragontang was known as the number one guild in the national service, and the elite team of Huaxia Dragontang was naturally the top players in the national service. They had expended their energy to get through the elite copies with great difficulty, and they didn't even have time to celebrate before they were far surpassed by others. The mood was simply overwhelming. Completely no less than one's own cultivation for 1,000 years and ascension to immortality, only to be organized into a sequence of 100, heavenly soldiers to surround a demonic monkey that had been cultivated for only 3 years, and then to be dispersed with a stick. That strong contrast made everyone in Huaxia Dragon Tang question whether they were the number one guild or not. Of course, there was no one more confused than the Black Dragon Society's group at this time. Are they through? Inside the office of the Dragon Guild. At this time, the dead silence. The sound of a needle falling on the ground is very clear. Several people, including Dragonwalker and one crane in the clouds, looked at me and I looked at you, their faces full of incredulity and disbelief. Not how they got through. How is that possible? That's the Shadow Castle on Hell difficulty. How could it be passed by these few stragglers? What part of this nasty business is going wrong? The most unbelievable thing was that Wang Yuan's group still got through in one go. Open the copy is not an easy thing. Even the Shadow Castle, such a low-level copy of the open, but also need to players over and over again to continue to challenge. Go forward and back with the life of the pile out of the complete copy of the strategy in order to achieve the achievement of the pass. Far from it. Let's just say that for the elite level difficulty Shadow Castle, when Wang Yuan was still looking for corpses in the novice village, Huaxia Dragon Tang's copy opening team had already started to raid. It took a full 2 days and over 20 failures to complete the clearance today. What is the concept of hell difficulty? That's restoring the most realistic battles, with the difficulty going straight from gameplay to realistic play. It's like asking you to challenge the wolves with a knife in reality after you've cut down a few of them in the game. The level of difficulty across which it spans is unbelievable. Not only are the monsters' attributes boosted and their numbers elevated, but the combat AI is also dramatically improved. It's a downgrade from normal and elite difficulty. Even the top guilds like China Dragon Totem don't dare to easily go to open up hell difficulty at the moment, because they know very well how much resources they have to spend to open up Shadow Castle on hell difficulty at this stage. If you wanted to officially open the land, you had to have at least all of them level 30, after their skills and equipment had gone up. However, Wang Yuan's group not only went to open up the land, but also succeeded in doing so in one go. The impact of this Nima on the Black Dragon Society's group was self-evident. Why did Long Xingwu play around with publicizing this matter? Because in his thinking, the low chance of Wang Yuan's success in opening up the land was less than 0.001%, or even infinitely close to 0. That's why he was trying his best to boost Wang Yuan, so that when Wang Yuan failed the challenge, he would just roll over and be humiliated. However, he never expected that Wang Yuan would actually pass. The mood of Dragonwalker at this moment was indescribable. What does it mean to be dumb? What does it mean to swallow a broken tooth? What does it mean to lift a stone and smash your own foot? Shock, questioning, unwillingness, indignation, and remorse surged to the heart at the same time, converging together to actually derive panic and fear. What kind of demon is this bull dolly? Nima is not a walking humanoid bug? Compared to before, when he had been humiliated by Wang Yuanan in the resurrection point, Dragonwalker was even more fearful at this point. After all, Wang Yuan, a person to challenge the Black Dragon Society, a guild of discerning people, can see that the world of the dragon this is on Wang Yuan's when, was pinpointed psychological, so only in the trap to let Wang Yuan led by the nose. Although Wang Yuan's true strength was strong, it wasn't overly strong, but it was just that he had killed Dragonwalker a few times in single combat and killed some ordinary players of the Black Dragon Society in sneak attacks. But now that Wang Yuan had cleared the hell difficulty copy, that was a completely different concept. The monsters in the copy would not be counted by Wang Yuan. It takes serious strength to get through. In other words, Wang Yuan's group's current strength completely crushed all the elite battle teams that were configured out of the top guild's resources. It's not at all in the same league as the players at this stage. Previously, Dragonwalker's group was still depressed that they and Wang Yuan had sniped at each other, allowing Huaxia Longting to reap the benefits. Now see, which is a fisherman's profit. This dog said directly to the Chinese dragon, also even with the roll package braised. First, there was the Black Dragon Society that fired up Wang Yuan, and then there was the one guild in the national service stepping on a stone to get out of the circle to start another wave of climax. In the end, they were ruthlessly stepped on by Wang Yuan's group, and even Huaxia Dragon Tang was turned into a stepping stone. It's like winning, right? Dragonwalker was still trying to use the opportunity to suppress Wang Yuan's reputation, but he ended up giving someone a direct lift and flying out. Sub-O. Dragonwalker couldn't wait to ruthlessly slap himself twice. Now the only good news is that one person pressed the surname Kawa Copperplate. Net profit 500 times. A crane in the clouds is also a humorous person. This time also do not forget to find a fun to comfort themselves. Stop it. When Dragonwalker heard these words from Lizi Man Yunjoniha, tears came to his eyes. It's fine if you don't. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. It's a humiliating defeat at best. When it came to this, it was even harder for Dragonwalker. Treadmill might as well not have one. Not only did he not want Wang Yuan's group to succeed in opening the land, the key was that he had clearly won and ended up pressing a copper plate. It's like buying a lottery ticket and not winning. You spend $1 on a bet and win $500 and then you resent yourself for not buying more. It was already even more difficult for Long Xingwei to be successful with Wang Yuan's openings, but now Long Xingwei suffered a wave of mental blows from himself. 500 coppers. Clearly mocking himself in a stark way. Success? We really did it? Meanwhile, inside the Shadow Castle on Hell difficulty, the group of benevolent ones were staring straight at Leo Rick on the ground, who had already lost all signs of life, and had obviously not yet recovered their senses. Is it that easy to push the final boss? The brave and the bold was even more incredulous that such a ferocious boss in the party had been put down so easily by his own group. Nonsense. If it wasn't for Nyo controlling the field, do you think you could push so easily? Not only was the god of death a ruthless man with few words, his vision was also extremely venomous, and he got to the point with a single word. That's right. According to the 3 skeleton soldiers under Wang Yuan, the stage 3 Leoric was very difficult to deal with. Triple transformation Leoric's agility skyrocketed despite a drop in offense, defense, and resistance. The speed and reaction were beyond the level of a level 30 boss, not to mention the current stage of the player. Even if it is a level 30 player in front of the 3rd stage of the Leoric is like a paper mache tilted. All broken. The best way to deal with Leoric is to control, and it had to be controlled with precision. After all, it wasn't easy to hit Leoric with his speed. If it wasn't for the fact that the 3 skeletons were all great experts who had fought hundreds of battles and had plenty of experience in dealing with Leoric, it would never have been easy to control him. You know, even if the 3 skeletons it's on, but also just barely control it, the output are unable to keep up. No other people to assist in the output. 3 skeletons by Leoric counterkill is also just a matter of time. In the end, the level was too low and the attributes were too different. Experience and skill are starting to be stretched in this situation as well. Hiss. Upon hearing this from the god of death, the crowd coincidentally looked at Wang Yuan, as well as the 3 skeletons beside Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, however, was relaxed, as if it wasn't him who suppressed Leoric with 1 control and 3 in the party. That makes it all the more respectful. Regular readers who kill monsters know that it is very draining on the mind when one concentrates on fighting monsters. A high-intensity sparring match was more exhausting than brushing normal mini-monsters for a day. Necromancers had to manipulate battle pets to fight, and the intensity of their consumption was even greater than that of other professions, distractedly maneuvering 3 battle pets against each other at the same time. Its mind consumption was definitely just as simple as tripling. However, Wang Yuan had a frank and relaxed expression, showing no hint of fatigue at all. What kind of powerhouse is this guy? Of course, what everyone couldn't see was that the 3 skeletons were cursing madly. Mud almost got counter-killed by the boss. Ma San's heart palpitated. Crap, who knew that the attributes of a skeleton soldier at level 10 were so bad? Almost not enough fucking blue. By cursed. Comrades, must learn a lesson. Next time you encounter this kind of thing, do not dare to show off. First weigh yourself. Big White summarized the experience. Bullshit, the point is whether our ox can weigh himself. He probably thinks we're Superman, White said in dissatisfaction. Don't you dare talk about my cow brother. Ma Saner directly disliked him back. Hey, you dog, our Bai froze outright, hoping it wasn't before when this grandson was going to slaughter Wang Yuan and find a girl to be his boss. Bah! Wang Yuan sniffed and secretly despised. Each and every one of them brags that they are elites. The district Leoric almost flipped over, and they still say that they are masters. If this was heard by others, Wang Yuan, the guy who stood and talked, would have to be whacked on the ground today. Good guy, level 30 dark gold boss, even dare to use the word district to describe the 2 words, is really a toad. Yawning mouth is not small. Also do not know who gave him the courage to be reasonable. If you really want to talk about skill, Leoric is not really enough in front of the 3 skeletons. The key is still the level is too low. The skeleton soldier was not a powerful creature, but also Meow only level 10. Even if you can use skills to barely suppress the skeleton king Leoric, the magic value cannot keep up with the frequency of the use of skills. According to the game settings, the necromancer's undead level could not exceed the player's own. Why are the 2 skeletons so low leveled? That wasn't because Wang Yuan himself was low leveled. In the final analysis, it was still Wang Yuan's own problem. Look what exploded. The tone of the casually messy shot of excitement changed to a leap of faith. The others sniffed and showed expressions of anticipation. After all, playing a copy of this kind of thing, compared to other things, the boss give what loot is the most players want to know. Bull, touch it. The crowd urged Wang Yuan to touch the body. Ha, I can touch it then. Wang Yuan walked straight to Leoric and began to feel around. Out with a dead man's blade. Brave and the bold folded his arms. Pop a vice of the Holy Cross. The benevolent one made a cross on his chest. Come get a bow. Come get a bow. Casual Messy Shot clenched his hands into fists and mouthed the words. Although Death didn't say anything, he couldn't suppress the desire for the staff in his eyes. Hope stroked her chin and said, the Skeleton King's fashion isn't good. Can you pop a paladin's angel wings? Shui Linglong gritted her teeth. If you dare to explode the dagger, I'll get angry with you. Wang Yuan. Good lord. In the eyes of these bastards, Leoric is not a boss at all. That's the king of the wishing pool. Exploding sword, exploding staff and other wishes can still be justified. Skeleton King exploding cross this unreasonable request. Benevolent Invincible also really dare to mention. Benevolent Invincible also have their own crooked reasoning that what is the possibility of the dead creature is a cross inserted to death. Exploding cross out is not too much. Right. Especially Hope. The grandson is unbelievably slutty. The most outrageous one has to be Shui Linglong not even speaking in human language. While spitting, Wang Yuan fumbled around on Leoric's body, and soon a white smooth staff was pulled out of Leoric's body by Wang Yuan. Bone Jade. Category, Staff. Quality, Gold. Attack, 47. Magic, 59. Intelligence plus 15. Spirit plus 14. Whisper, passive skill that reduces chance speed by 30%. Skill cooldown reduction by 30%. And skill consumption by 30%. Jade Badge, passive skill. Skill power increased by 30%. Undead Monarch, passive skill. Triggers undead enhancement when blood level is below 30%. Lasts for 30 seconds. During the duration, damage is increased by 100%. Requirements, Wizard, Cleric, Necromancer. Level requirement, 15. Item description, an artifact refined from the bones of Skeleton King Leoric's spine, possessing the terrifying magical power to drive out the power of the undead. Ein yet. Sabo, God forbid. Why the mages again? Once Wang Yuan displayed the staff's attributes, the crowd almost didn't explode. The party had already produced an extremely high-quality gold vestment for mages, and now a gold staff had popped out. Is this shitty game so biased in favor of mages? On the sidelines, the Grim Reaper couldn't hold back his laughter. A twitch. The boy was already abstract looking, his face twitching. Emma. Even Wang Yuan couldn't help but wonder if this grandson had ordered all his face value on his character for fuck's sake. Their own open weapon rackhand read also even if other people open boss. Also all touch his equipment. In the future simply boss to this kid touch forget. The attributes of this bone jade were even more excessive than Baal's apprentice flaming robe. What is the most important thing about a mage? 1 is damage, 2 is blue consumption, and 3 is the speed of the shot. This staff directly brought together all the extreme attributes of a mage. Not only reduce the magic consumption, but also reduce the chanting and cooldown speed. The Undead Monarch is a direct enhancement to double the damage. Coupled with the flaming robes, the bloodshed directly transformed into a steel turret. There's no way. This is the protagonist's aura. As soon as Death was happy, he immediately revealed his hidden pretentious attributes. Ugh, I can use it too. The benevolent one gave Death the middle finger, getting a cheap shot, not letting him take it so easily. Air, invincible. You even have a staff, Reaper said sharply. I haven't yet. Wang Yuan raised the broken wooden stick in his hand. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Nyo has made such a strong effort. It's not right that the first piece of equipment doesn't go to Brother Nyo. The others excitedly began to coo at the sight. He. This equipment is obviously suitable for Bull as well. The benevolent one hemmed and hawed. This, me. Death looked at everyone and had a look at Wang Yuan are on the verge of tears. Indeed, reducing blue consumption, cool down, and chanting is something that all law professions need. And this staff gives Wang Yuan nothing to be ashamed of. The boss was killed by Wang Yuan, of the skeleton, and Wang Yuan still had the novice wooden stick with him. This piece of equipment, if Wang Yuan wanted it, wouldn't have been the turn of the Reaper. Wang Yuan was also hesitant to do so at this time. After all, the wooden stick is indeed a novice equipment. Bone Jade attribute is also really good, but they also do not play the output position. Want this staff is obviously a bit of a waste, and the clothes of the Death God with this weapon effect is better, but it can be messed with to give it to Great White, who has his own staff. However, just as Wang Yuan wanted to take the staff, suddenly the voice of the big white trio rang in his ears. What's so good about this crap? Don't know that Leoric is most famous for the King's Sword. That's a universal weapon. Does it work for archers? Epsilon, get lost. Barbarian. The King's Sword? Wang Yuan frowned slightly and casually handed the bone jade staff in his hand to Death. Ah, cow brother. You. Looking at the staff Wang Yuan handed over, the Reaper instantly froze, babbling and no longer able to speak. Not. Nyo. Is it really good for you to spoil him so much? The others saw that and pounded their chests. wishing they could snatch the staff. Gold level mace, hey. And it's still an extreme attribute. This Nima, not to mention the value of throwing it on the market. This thing is an irresistible temptation for anyone who needs him. Wang Yuan himself was still carrying his novice wooden stick, but he had given up such a superb piece of equipment to someone else. This act was even more shocking than Wang Yuan soloing a boss. You know, in the game, the value of the equipment is better than life. How many friends because of a piece of equipment to go their separate ways? How many people because of a piece of equipment to turn against each other? In the live room in full view of the hair equipment of the dog thing is also abound. Wang Yuan, however, gave up a piece of extreme equipment to someone else. What kind of spirit was this? Everyone was touched and in awe and with a hint of displeasure. Touched by Wang Yuan's character, admired by Wang Yuan's behavior, and upset by the fact that he was not a mage, especially the god of death. At this time, that expression is really like a god of death. Tears in the eyes. No brother. Brother does not say anything. In the future your business is my business. Bullshit. Wang Yuan waved his hand and said, in my current situation, there is no difference between being empty-handed and carrying a weapon. Shit. When the crowd heard Wang Yuan's words, they felt that they had suffered a heavy blow. But think carefully. Not well. Wang Yuan is a necromancer. All the skills are in the undead war pet. The staff to enhance the damage of the attributes of Wang Yuan is indeed not very meaningful. But the girl talk is also too straight some. The truth hurts everyone's self-esteem more than a lie. Wang Yuan continued to touch. The congregation began to pray again. Ha! At this time, Wang Yuan suddenly froze, and a crying expression appeared on his face. What's wrong? What did you feel out? Everyone gathered around at the sight. No, not a warrior weapon? Bullshit. By the look on Bull's face it's probably a cross. Fuck off. I think it's a mace. Death, do you want some face? Can't you just go die for a while? Couldn't it have been a bow? As long as it's not a dagger then anything. Shui Linglong's expression is grave. However, before she could finish her sentence, Wang Yuan had already drawn a dagger in Lioric's chest. Death Harvest. Category, dagger. Quality, gold. Attack, 60. Magic, 37. Strength plus 13. Agility plus 14. Soul Mark, passive skill. Each attack on the target will stack a layer of Soul Mark. Up to 10 layers. Soul Reaping, active skill. Activate Soul Reaping and the Soul Marker will be converted into the holder's life value. 5% per Soul Marker tier. Soul Martyrdom, active skill. Activate Soul Martyrdom. Soul Marker will be converted into damage. Each layer of Soul Marker converted damage blood is 5% of the target, not valid for boss. Occupational requirement, assassin. Level requirement, 15. Item description, a dagger refined from the ribcage of Skeleton King Leoric, containing powerful soul energy and possessing the mighty power to decapitate its target. Shit. Shui Linglong was going crazy. 4 daggers. A trip down to the copy. He directly from a knife into 4 daggers. And each dagger is extremely good. Are their own unique attributes? This nymphet still how to choose? Even if dual wielding can only bring 2 Shit. The others barely broke down. This copy is for sister money alone, right? Isn't it a typical waste of resources to pop daggers one after another? Even if the money sister is 15 level of the heart, you members cannot be so care of it. Is the rumors of money to fill the high rate of explosion is true? Oops. Wang Yuan was almost speechless. It was also hard to know what to say about Shui Linglong's luck. Call her good. All of them are daggers. Call her bad. Every dagger is superb. He's still got his little broken stick himself. It's okay, Reiko. In the future you'll put a double hold on your feet as well. Injin comforted from the sidelines. Feet can go on a double hold? Shui Linglong was just stupidly adorable. I can't. Then what the fuck are you talking about? Can't you see I'm jealous of you? Get lost, bitch. The two began a new round of defaming and insulting each other. Brother Ox, can't you touch a piece of equipment for warriors? Brave man unrivaled wanted to cry. No, the Skeleton King is at least a warrior. How come it's either a mage outfit or an assassin outfit? Is this guy so feckless? Bows are fine. Casual messy shooting is also looked forward to. I want angel wings, Hope began to demand irrationally. And everyone lazily ignored the bastard. Let's see. Wang Yuan casually touched it again. Brush. With a flash of light, a piece of armor appeared in Wang Yuan's hand. Holy Armor of the Dead. Category, Armor, Plate. Armor, 60. Magic Resistance, 60. Physical Fitness plus 15. Spirit plus 15. Undead Guardian, passive skill with 15% life bonus. Redeemer of the Undead, passive skill. Blood recovery increased by 20%. Undead, passive skill. When life value is 0, it will open the undead state, lasts 15 seconds, and dies after the undead state ends. Cooldown time 3600 seconds. Occupation requirements, warrior, paladin. Level requirement, 15. Item description, Skeleton King Leoric's personal armor, which had been enchanted with immortality magic and possessed the ability to transcend life and death. What a guy! It's a berserker artifact. Wang Yuan couldn't help but have a shock. As we all know, Weapon Chop's second turn is the Berserkers. Berserkers have a blood gas explosion skills. Open the blood explosion. It will continue to drop blood. The lower the blood, the higher the attribute bonus. That's why the Berserker's favorite thing to do is to get high while hacking away at people. This armor back to the blood bonus directly enhanced the survival ability of the Berserker's standing jerk, not to mention the last undead characteristics, but also directly to this equipment to sublimation. The lower the Berserker's blood level, the higher his attributes, and theoretically the strongest attributes when empty. Blood clearing and still being able to not die for 15 seconds was the same as directly giving the Berserker 15 seconds of extreme output time. The first two attributes could only be considered ordinary for warrior equipment, and the last attribute instantly turned this armor into a divine weapon. Seeing the armor's attributes, everyone was first stunned, and then they only saw Brave Man Unmatched directly jump up, bailing on Wang Yuan and kissing him furiously. I'm messing with it, Brother Ox, you are really my own brother. Fight! Beat me to death. Wang Yuan was furious and commanded the three skeletons to take off the Brave Unrivaled from his body and press it to the ground. Then he punched and kicked the guy, and the others also took the opportunity to kick 2 feet to solve the hatred of their hearts. At the same time, Wang Yuan pulled out another longsword from Leoric's corpse. Brush! As the longsword was drawn out, a dark golden light instantly burst out. This is out of dark gold. Seeing the equipment light effects, everyone was shocked. Even Wang Yuan couldn't help but tremble. Dark gold gear. Although at this stage players have reached the level of playing copies, but the players who can really pass the copies are few and far between. The equipment of players on the market is still dominated by the white plate equipment in the store. Players with bronze equipment are considered rare. Only the elite teams of those big guilds were capable of clearing the copies and obtaining silver equipment. However, Dawn of the Dawn, this pitiful explosion rate, even if it is a copy of the Silver Suit, explosion rate is also incredibly low. So far, no one had been able to put together a set of silver outfits, and even a supermodel sister like Shui Linglong, a tycoon who opened her mouth to collect equipment at 10 times the price, didn't have many silver outfits on her. Gold equipment. That's even more 1 in a million. As for how rare dark gold equipment of a higher rank was, it was conceivable. It was no exaggeration to say that this dark gold equipment in Wang Yuan's hand was most likely the first dark gold equipment in the game. What attributes? Bull. Everyone was getting anxious when they saw Wang Yuan's delay in displaying his attributes. In particular, Brave Man Unrivaled was even more excited. Show the attributes quickly. I can't wait. Get out. The crowd gave the middle finger in unison. Obviously, this was a sword that was 90% warrior equipment, and Brave and the Bold was naturally more anxious than anyone else. Well, Wang Yuan mused. Whoosh Wang, if anything really happens later, can you hold on? Can. Brave and the Bold nodded frantically. Really? 1,000 times over. Can one of you call us father? Injin asked from the sidelines. Shouting grandpa is fine. No, you hurry up. Brave Wushwan was even more anxious. Ha ha. Seeing this appearance of Brave Man Unrivaled, Wang Yuan laughed and casually displayed the attributes. King's Sword. Category, Long Sword. Quality, Dark Gold. Attack, 75. Magic, 75. All attributes plus 15. Monarch's Aura, passive skill. 20% attribute bonus for all summoned units. Aura of Unity, passive skill. All summoned units inherit an additional 20% of the player's attributes. Undead Aura, passive skill. When all summoned undead units have 0 blood, there is a 50% chance that they will resurrect in place after stagnating for 4 seconds, restoring 50% of their base life and 100% of their maximum mana. Cooldown 300 seconds. King's Command, active skill. Turn on King's Command. All your units' attributes are increased by 100%. 5% of max magic value is consumed every second. Cooldown time 3000 seconds. Occupation required, none. Required level, none. Item description, King Leoric's sword during his lifetime. Containing powerful magical forces. After being corrupted by the power of death, the sword was not damaged, but instead had a stronger boost to the undead race. It really is a divine weapon. Wang Yuan was secretly glad that thanks to Big White and Little White's reminder, this king's sword was really more suitable for him than the staff from the party. This is simply a necromancer exclusive matching sword. Not only does it boost the attributes of summoned units by 20%, but it also adds an additional 20% to attribute inheritance. Wang Yuan as a necromancer high priest already had 10% more attribute inheritance than other necromancers, and with this sword, there was once again an additional 20% inheritance, knowing that for a level 10 necromancer, the second rank skeletons only had 80% attribute inheritance. Wang Yuan's 3 skeleton soldiers directly reached 110% attribute inheritance, coupled with the growth characteristics of the 3 skeletons. At this moment, the attributes of Wang Yuan's 3 skeletons were even far more than the other necromancer's 4th rank skeleton warriors. What made Wang Yuan feel more practical was the immortal aura. Wang Yuan was not like other necromancers where the undead died and had to find a corpse to re-recruit. Due to having the Book of Heroic History, the undead under Wang Yuan could be resurrected indefinitely, but the resurrection also had a cooldown, and the skeleton would have to wait for 5 minutes to be resurrected after its death. 5 minutes isn't that long normally, and at the very least it's easier than finding a body to resummon. But if you're in the middle of a fight, it's a long 5 minutes. At this time, with the immortal aura, Wang Yuan's undead directly gained a chance to resurrect, and his battle endurance was directly boosted. As for the final King's Call, it's definitely a godly skill at this stage. Just one person may not be able to show the power. If it's a guild of thousands of people, imagine what a horrible scene it must be when the King's Order is on and the attributes are doubled in 20 seconds. Compared to the staff that increased spell casting speed and reduced spell casting cooldown, this King's Sword didn't know how strong it was. Grass. Seeing the attributes of the King's Sword, the face of the brave and the bold changed directly, and originally wanted to celebrate, but ended up holding back only 2 words. Ha 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 ha, great! The others couldn't help but begin to gloat when they saw Brave Man unrivaled in this state. Although the equipment didn't reach him, it didn't reach Brave and the Bold either. Mental balance. As for being taken away by Wang Yuan, people did not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. Along the way, Wang Yuan's team contribution can be well known to everyone. If there is no Wang Yuan the first act, everyone will have to be killed out of the group. Not to mention that Wang Yuan had his own skeleton with him in the back, and he had suppressed Leoric all by himself. No matter from the command, or from the personal strength, as well as the character and charisma of each level, Wang Yuan is a person to be respected. Even just before this sword was opened, Wang Yuan was still holding the novice wooden staff that was given to him when he created his character. There were objections to giving this sword to anyone. Except to Wang Yuan, everyone would not have the slightest objection. Even the brave and the bold felt that if he couldn't get this sword himself, no one out of Wang Yuan was worthy of it. After touching his equipment, Leoric's body began to dissipate. As Leoric disappeared, a blue heart appeared in Wang Yuan's hand. System alert, you have killed the Dark Gold boss Leoric and obtained the unique item Heart of the Dead. Heart of the Dead. Category, Mission Props. Item description, a body of energy containing a powerful undead force refined by the 9-star mage bear using undead magic. The only prop. Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this quest on himself was surprisingly a unique hidden quest. What's this? Just as Wang Yuan was putting away the quest items and preparing to leave the copy, suddenly random shot yelled, ? The crowd looked around and saw that a small box had been added to Leoric's throne at some point. The chest was golden yellow in color and inscriptions were carved all over it. Wang Yuan took 3 steps and reached over, taking the box in his hands. Brush. At the same time, the box opened automatically and a light burst out. The light dispersed, and a black token rested peacefully in the box. The token was cast in an unknown material, with 3 big words engraved on it, Thundercliff. Guild Residence Token, Thundercliff. Category, Special Props. Item description, Resident Token of Thunder Bluff and Thunderstorm City. My nigga. It's a guildhouse token. Seeing the token in Wang Yuan's hand, everyone recognized what it was without Wang Yuan even having to show the attributes. After all, the great name of the guild residence token was something that all players had heard of. In Dawn of the Dawn, players can register guilds by paying money, but the system doesn't give out residences to guilds after registering them. Players can only rent guild offices as temporary locations. Only when you get a guildhouse token can you go on a borrowed guildhouse quest. A guild with a guildhouse is considered a true guild. Because of this, the guild residence token is something that all the big guilds can only dream of. But where there is a certain size of the guild, which do not want to be the first to obtain the guild site, to become the first guild in the game to have the site. After all, as long as you're the first to get the guildhouse, no matter how big and powerful the guilds behind you are, their guildhouse will always be the second one, and you'll always be the first one to mention the first guild. The first. This is for the guild that is a lifetime pursuit. Nowadays, on the homepage of the game forum, there are already big guilds that have offered a high price of 10,000 gold to buy guild residence tokens, yet so far, no one has hit it. I can't imagine that the first guildhouse token appeared in a hell difficulty copy. It's Thunder Cliff. Surprisingly, it's Thunder Cliff. Not only were Shui Linglong and the others excited, but Big White couldn't help but get excited as well. Is it that undead Holy Land? Ma Saner asked in surprise. That's right, and also the most important fortress of the Human Federation. The terrain is dangerous and easy to defend and difficult to attack. When the necromancer Zur with his own strength and the Thunder Cliff blocked the magical beast army for 16 years, Xiaobai also cheered up and said, I can't imagine that the Thunder Cliff resident token is actually in the hands of Leo Rick. What's so unexpected? Leo Rick is the Lord of Thunderstorm City. Isn't it normal to have the resident token of Thunder Cliff? The key now is what Brother Nyo does with this token. Hiss. He won't sell it. Hearing this from Big White, Ma Saner and Little White couldn't help but look at each other. Not to mention, seeing Wang Yuan take out the resident token, Death and Hope immediately came up. This thing is useless even if we want him. Well, is not helpful. The benevolent one nodded and said, we don't even have a guild. And there's only 7 people on the treadmill. So what's the need for a guild house? Renting a 1 gold office won't even seat enough people. What about this thing? Casual Gone Shooting asked. What can I do? Sell it. The brave and the bold said. Let me go sell it. And we'll split the money after selling it. And I'll get 10% more in handling fees. Bah, what's the point of selling it? It won't sell for much money. Shui Linglong skimmed her mouth. 10,000 gold doesn't count as money. Ha! The crowd was filled with black lines. Count, Shui Linglong threw her voice. Okay, if you say it doesn't count, it doesn't count. There was nothing anyone could do. Shui Linglong turned her head and asked Wang Yuan. Old ox, what do you think? It's still up to you whether to sell or not. Who said that Shui Linglong has no brain? She is very understanding at this time. I don't think it's for sale either. Wang Yuan stroked his chin and mused for a moment. In fact, the moment Wang Yuan took out the token, his first thought was to sell it, send it to the forum, and then the pusher fired it. Buying at 20,000 gold is still no problem. But on second thought, Wang Yuan suddenly felt that this thing could not be sold because he did need a sanctuary of his own as well. With the end times approaching, strength is important, but a safe haven is even more important. There is a safe habitat for everything to thrive. At this moment, hearing the conversation of the 3 skeletons, Wang Yuan confirmed his thoughts even more. This Thunder Cliff was not only a sacred place for the undead, but it was also easily defensible and difficult to attack. It was just like a heavenly chosen place. So how could one turn over such a good refuge to someone else? Moreover, from the conversation of the 3 skeletons, it could be seen that this Thunder Cliff was also a key fortress between humans and magical beasts. It would be more worthwhile to give such an important fortress to someone else than to give it to yourself. Oops, Nyo is not for sale. Can, worthy of being our boss. Visionary, a talent. The 3 skeletons breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw that Wang Yuan was not selling the token. Not for sale? Could it be collected? This thing also has no collection value. Brave Unrivaled asked in disbelief. The others looked puzzled as well. I don't know what Wang Yuan wants to do. Guild houses? Those are things that only big guilds need. In an ordinary guild, an office is enough. Wang Yuan even guilds do not have. But to engage in a guild site token still cannot let go. Really wait until the future of other people also hit the guild site token. Their hands on this piece of the value of the first. We'll get our own guild house. Wang Yuan said with certainty. Us? Just us? Everyone looked shocked. I don't have any problem with Brother Nyo playing guilds together. The key is that it's just a few of us. Isn't it a bit of a waste to get a resident? Injin asked with a frown. A guild site can be more than just a site and that's it. It also requires regular maintenance, engaging in resident quests and making guild contributions, which is particularly troublesome. Wang Yuan was not the type of person who liked to be tied down. The benevolent few were also idle. We engage in a guild to contact feelings is nothing. Really, if you engage in a guild residence, the subsequent task of what can be tethered to everyone. Every day at work like brush tasks. That is not out of the original intention of playing the game. Besides, how valuable are guild residences? If 7 people get a residence, wouldn't that be a waste of resources? I think it's necessary. Wang Yuan said indifferently. Having a guild residence, you have your own private territory. You may think he is useless now, but he may play a key role at some point in the future. Wang Yuan wanted to tell them that the end times were coming in a month, but to say that now would surely be met with on-the-spot lunacy and would be unrealistic. One can only try to be as suggestive as possible. The benevolent one was bewildered for a moment when he heard what Wang Yuan said. Then he said, well, since Brother Nyo wants to use it, I'll surely support you. I don't know why. I always feel that you're right. I just don't know what other people what to think. I also agree with Nyo's proposal. Brother Nyo must take us with him when he starts the guild. Death was the first to raise his hand. He was now Wang Yuan's little fanboy. I agree. Casual Messy Shot raised his hand. Even though I don't think it's useful either. I just don't think Nyo would harm us. What about you guys? Wang Yuan asked Brave Invincible and Hope again. I still want to make some money to buy fashion, but having a guildhouse is even more impressive. Hope hammed and hawed. They'll beat me to death if I say I don't, and I certainly do. The brave and the bold was just plain honest. What about you? Wang Yuan looked at Shui Linglong again. Crap, you shouldn't even ask this. Shui Linglong whitened Wang Yuan fiercely. Well then, I'll take this token first. Wang Yuan nodded and put the token into his backpack. Then the scene turned before everyone's eyes and they left the copy. Miso miso miso. As soon as Wang Yuan's few people came out of their copies, a golden light instantly burst out from their bodies. The Shadow Castle of Hell difficulty, according to the system setting, was a copy that could only be rated after level 30, and all the experience value counterparts were also level 30 advanced copies, and the first pass is still double reward. Its experience reward is rich. Naturally, not normal difficulty Shadow Castle can be compared. Wang Yuan and the 3 skeletons behind him directly rose to level 15. Water Linglong and the others had also all risen a few levels in a row, and even the level 20 and above casual spamming had risen 1 level to level 21. Players outside of Shadow Castle were all in awe when they saw this scene. That many levels up in one copy? Crap, do you know who these guys are? Who? Bull Power. Fogweed, the one with the hell difficulty pass? No wonder. After learning about the identities of Wang Yuan's several people, everyone's astonishment turned into admiration again. People are more angry than people. Some people have already cleared the Shadow Castle on hell difficulty, and some people can't even beat it on normal difficulty. After level 15, Wang Yuan changed into Dark Silence and King's Sword. His attributes were greatly improved. Although Wang Yuan was a full attribute edition, but with all the superb equipment, and even the addition of the heroic history book, at this time, all the attributes were not inferior to other professional players. Really high offense and defense and still fast. The only downside is that it doesn't have much of an attack. Moreover, with the enhancement of the King's Sword, Wang Yuan's attribute inheritance was as high as 110%. Coupled with the enhancement of the equipment, the attributes of the 3 skeletons immediately took a qualitative leap. The 3 skeleton soldiers at this time, in terms of attributes alone, were completely no weaker than a fully equipped player above level 20, especially Little White, whose blood level directly exceeded 5,000 points. Keep in mind that a player with a full Prime Plus at the same level would have about 3,000 points of blood at most. Other attributes go without saying. If it was the current 3 skeletons that went to single-handedly challenge Leo Rick again, there would definitely not be the same dilemma as before, and I'm afraid that they would be able to suppress the whole thing. What does it mean to be an English soul? In addition to the substantial increase in attributes, the 3 skeletons automatically comprehended the occupational skills after rising to level 15. The skill that Great White comprehended was called Continuous Fireball, which was an advancement of the fireball technique, and could release 10 fireballs at once to attack the target. And the higher the skill level, the more fireballs would be released, making it the strongest single output skill of the early stage of the magician. The skill that Xiaobai had realized was Taunt, which was the other core skill of a shield warrior besides Shield Strike, and it could forcibly transfer the target's attack to himself. The one that Ma San had realized was Tracking Arrow. Although the damage of Tracking Arrow was not as good as Focused Shot, it could track the target and belonged to the Mending skill. Nice, not bad. Wang Yuan closed the attribute panel with great satisfaction. What about the real masters who are ostensibly one person, but are actually 4? Brothers, want to go have a few drinks? A trip down to the copy. Everyone gained quite a lot, and returning to Thunderstorm City Engine proposed to go celebrate. Let's go, Brother Nyo. My treat. The Grim Reaper warmly greeted Wang Yuan. Let's go, Brother Nyo. We'll all be brothers from now on. Brave Unrivaled also came over. Obviously, this time the copy came down. Several people's impression of Wang Yuan was called an explosion. It had to be said that everyone's impression of Wang Yuan before entering the replica was not particularly good. Although Wang Yuan had the record of single-handedly brushing the Black Dragon Society by himself, he spoke as if he was out of tune with his stepping horse, wildly upsetting people's hearts, especially this group of experts. Heard Wang Yuan say something like, "If not for the number of people limit I will single brush copy," and so on. The words of the calf, on the spot, almost did not curse out. Imagine how you would be guilty of nausea from someone who seems to be an amateur, pretending to be a big B in your area of expertise. For example, it's like a guy who hasn't even read a novel telling an author to write a novel and saying something about how the first book is going to crush the top platinum authors in the biz to become the top stream in the industry. Words of arrogance, the tone of flippancy, as if this line is how humble their own arrival will be cross-level crushing. This Nima is not only their own bragging rights, even with all the authors are stepped on the foot. When the authors hear this can look at him, will feel their own bitchy panic. The initial impression that the benevolent few had of Wang Yuan was also the same. To know, these guys are also all experts, and their temper is even more eccentric. If not for the face of Water Linglong, everyone would definitely get up and leave. But who would have thought that this stinking pretender would be a real bully? Not only tactical command can easily win with less, personal strength can also suppress the final dark gold boss, especially in the distribution of loot. It showed what it means to be a master, whether it was strength or character. It made the crowd feel bowled over. Everyone can be eye candy on a regular basis, and never have they recognized a player as much as they do now. Fine, but I have to turn in a quest first. Wang Yuan smiled and accepted everyone's invitation. The game, never a man's game. End times, and not the end times of a lone hero. Whether it was Shui Linglong or the several people in front of him, Wang Yuan's impression was very good. Although this group of guys are quite rowdy and love to attack each other when they have nothing else to do, you can tell that they are all a group of righteous friends. After all, to be able to rely on a single word from Water Linglong to rush from various main cities to help deal with a big guild, I'm afraid that it would be hard for friends in reality to do the same. In the future, these people would inevitably be their partners in the end times. Good, we'll meet you at the tavern. The crowd disbanded on the spot at the city gates. Wang Yuan went straight to the Alchemy Association. It was the peak time for leveling, and the Alchemy Association was bustling with people. Lillian was surrounded by a group of smelly players. Little sister, how old are you? You must not be 34. Look at your little eye candy. This is at least 36. Ah, little sister, let brother pull the little hand. Okay? Little sister. Good lord, the bulls have their own bulls. The color blanks are practically the same, and the tone of this group is practically identical to that of Masaner. Thanks to holographic simulation technology, this is much more exciting than watching a movie and playing with small butter. Old Grams, I'm back. Wang Yuan squeezed through the crowd and came to Clydesdale. In an age where 3 views follow 5 senses, the bad old man has a clear advantage over 30 SXS Lillian. Clydesdale cowered in the corner, living like a lonely old man abandoned by his children and grandchildren. It's a good thing this old man is happy to be quiet. It's Neo Dolly. How's it going? Did you find the materials I wanted? Clydesdale's eyes lit up when he saw Wang Yuan. Look! Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed and took out all the materials he had brought back from the Shadow Castle from his bag. Ah, this really is the Shadow Wolf's tooth. The magic power inside is surprisingly more abundant than I thought. Blood of the Blood Clan. What a stable blood source. This is Returning Soul Grass, the heart of the dead. Surprisingly, it really is the heart of the dead. Hiss. Seeing the materials Wang Yuan brought back, Clydesdale's eyes went straight. Ha, isn't this the material you wanted? Wang Yuan was also a bit bewildered. This old man asked for these materials by name, and he brought them to him with great difficulty, so why did he act as if he had never seen them? Yes, but you actually brought me back the real heart of the dead. Did you go to hell? Clydesdale said in surprise. Hell. Wang Yuan froze for a moment, then nodded. Sort of. The hell that Clydesdale was talking about would be the so-called Shadow Castle on hell difficulty. Sure enough, I said, how could this be? Clydesdale looked at Wang Yuan in front of him excitedly. I just asked you to go to the Shadow Castle to find some materials and come back. I didn't expect that you would actually go straight to hell and bring the real soul restoration grass and the heart of the undead. That's great. If it's one of those replicas with low energy, the most I can do is to break through the potion to intermediate level. Now with the real soul restoration grass and heart of the dead, my research can directly break through to a higher stage this time. It's crap. Hearing Clydesdale's words, Wang Yuan immediately understood what was going on. Hoping that these materials could be gotten in a normal difficulty copy. I was the one who thought too much about going to a hell difficulty copy to get them. However, according to the game settings, the materials in the normal copies are considered to be replicas, while the materials obtained under the hell difficulty copies are the real deal. The replicas are far inferior to the real ones in the hell difficulty copies, both in terms of energy sufficiency and stability. In particular, the two materials, the soul restoring grass and the heart of the dead, had vastly different effects. According to the original mission, the materials that Wang Yuan had gotten were only able to make Clydesdale's magic pharmacy breakthrough from low level to intermediate level, whereas at this time, the materials that Wang Yuan had gotten were able to make Clydesdale breakthrough to at least high level, or maybe even master level. Doesn't that mean that I'm overshooting the mark? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan was overjoyed. It's kind of a crock of shit on its own. Of course it's an overrun. Clydesdale looked at Wang Yuan in front of him, his eyes full of admiration. Then the reward has to be doubled as well. Wang Yuan rubbed his hands in anticipation. Put. Before Clydesdale could answer, Big White and Little White burst out laughing first. Arnyo is really a Sango catching a giant lizard with no holes in it. Ha ha. It's a pity that this time it's met its match. Old Clydesdale is a notorious cheapskate. And double his reward. It's good not to award him a mission failure. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded at his words. As expected, The expression on Clydesdale's face froze when he heard the words double the reward, turning directly from admiration to disgust. What are you thinking? When did I say that I would double your rewards if you over-delivered? It's your own willingness to do so and not me asking you to do so. Holy shit, you old thing. Wang Yuan was furious. Clydesdale continued. I want a replica. Who asked you to give me the real thing? By definition this quest can't be considered completed. It's good that I'm giving you a reward. Humph. See, knew the old thing would say that. Just get used to it. The older the man, the lower the quality. Zul is the same. The bad guys are getting old. The three skeletons were not the least bit surprised to hear Clydesdale's words, but instead took them for granted. It seems that the master alchemist recorded in the history books did have a bad character. Of course, if that was said against another player, the player might just admit it. But we Ox are not the kind of people who lose out. Row, good. Hearing Clydesdale's words, Wang Yuan laughed and said, then give me back my materials and I'll go find you a replica. When Wang Yuan said this, Clydesdale couldn't help but froze. Kid, do you know what you're saying? You gave me something and still want it back? What? I'm not going to hand in the mission. Do you still want to rob players? Wang Yuan's face darkened and he directly pulled out the king's sword and said, I've slaughtered all of Leo Rick, so it's not too bad for you. Ha ha ha. Clydesdale laughed and said, Kid, you're not going to fight me, are you? Said Clydesdale showing his rank. Looking at the LV-90 on top of Clydesdale's head, Wang Yuan fell into contemplation. Meow. Is the system brain dead? Giving a medicine refining tune such a high level. Humph. Clydesdale, the old rogue, sneered. You're not the first to get me killed. Good. You're very. Wang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, I can't beat you, but are you sure you're not afraid of anything? What you threatened me with just now has been videotaped. Now I'm going to go to the game company to complain. You probably don't understand what it means. It means that I'm going to tell Genesis God to just scrap you. If the game company doesn't care, I'll sue the game company. Big deal. I'll let the game company format you even if I don't play this game. Let's see who suffers. As a level 90 NPC, Clydesdale clearly has a high AI. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's words, Clydesdale couldn't help but freeze. The smug expression on his face visibly twitching before he instantly replaced it with a kind face. Ha ha, young man, the old man was just joking with you. You won't take it seriously, right? Clydesdale asked with a smile. What did you think? Wang Yuan sneered. Of course I was joking with you too. That's good, that's good. Don't worry, the old man will definitely not treat you badly. Clydesdale said. Let's put it this way. I'll count the mission as completed for you. As for the reward, you say what you want and I'll give you whatever you want here. Yeah, I was afraid you wouldn't give it. Wang Yuan laughed. You're asking me for money, which I certainly don't have. You have to ask for something I have. Clydesdale said. You definitely have what I want. Wang Yuan said with certainty. What is it? Clydesdale asked curiously. It's simple. Teach me your magic pharmacology after you break through the realm. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and revealed a treacherous expression. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Buying more high-level medicines, there will be a time when you run out of them. Learning magic pharmacy, that can be an endless resource. You greedy bastard. Hearing Wang Yuan's request, Clydesdale was obviously a bit angry. How dare you want to learn my magic pharmacology? Just tell me if this is something you have. Right? Wang Yuan asked rhetorically. Yes. So you give or you don't give. Clydesdale began hesitantly. Give? Surely do not give up. Do not give. This guy in front of you cannot be dealt with. Forget it. Since you don't want to give it, just give me back the materials and pretend we don't know each other. Seeing Clydesdale's expression, Wang Yuan directly said, I have always been humble and elegant and upright. I can't do that kind of thing that is difficult for people. And you don't have to be too difficult. Magic pharmacy is not the only thing that you will be able to. As long as the materials are in my hands, a different alchemist can break through just as much as he can with these materials. Good, I'll give it to you. As soon as Wang Yuan's words fell, Clydesdale immediately and decisively pulled Wang Yuan back and said, You mustn't go looking for someone else. Ha! Seeing Clydesdale in this state, Wang Yuan could not help but let out a sneer. I have to say that this game, Dawn of the Dawn, has really put in the work, and the intelligence of the high-level NPCs in it is no longer inferior to that of real humans. Clydesdale is not remotely different from those real-life crooks. A petty person will be greedy for money. A money-grubbing man like Clydesdale fears two things. One is that you can't make any money yourself, and the other is that the money is being made by your rivals. Although there weren't many magic pharmacology researchers in the Alchemy Association, Clydesdale wasn't the only alchemist. And as far as magical pharmacology was concerned, Clydesdale, the Grand Alchemist, might not be much higher out than the other alchemists. After all, They were all developing low-level potions. If Wang Yuan gave these materials to someone else, then Clydesdale would not only be behind others in magical pharmacology, but even the title of Grand Alchemist would have one more competitor. What's more, Clydesdale, who didn't have any intermediate or higher-level potions, certainly wasn't as lucrative as other magic pharmacy researchers either. Compared to imparting his alchemy to Wang Yuan, which was more terrifying, making no money or competitors making money, Clydesdale knew how to choose with his eyes closed. While saying that, Clydesdale pulled out a black notebook from his arms and handed it to Wang Yuan. The Alchemical Handbook of Clydesdale. Category, Special Props. Item description, The Alchemical Insights of the Grand Alchemist, documenting the results of Clydesdale's lifelong research. Holy shit, what the hell? Bull actually knocked the alchemy tips from Clydesdale? Seeing that Wang Yuan had knocked the alchemy tips from Clydesdale's hands, all three skeletons were directly dumbfounded. As future elites, the three skeletons still knew quite a bit about Clydesdale, the legendary Grand Alchemist. History books. This old boy, although alchemy is very powerful, but the character is extremely poor, not only mean and unforgiving, but also extremely selfish and keep money. To have the trait of greed for money go down in history shows how outrageous this old thing really is. It had only been a year since Armageddon, and only a year since the disappearance of Magic Pharmacy, but the number of celebrities who had been pitched by Clydesdale was in the triple digits, and it was also because of Clydesdale's stubbornness and single-mindedness to make money that had created a vicious competition amongst the researchers of magical pharmacology. Everyone is there doing their own research, refusing to communicate or develop teachings, so much so that later, when the Society of Magical Pharmacy was overthrown, magical pharmacy disappeared completely. The disappearance of magic pharmacy is what turned humanity from active to passive in the 100 Years' War of Magical Beasts, and finally until its demise. Clydesdale, the great alchemist, can be considered the root of all evil, but never thought that even such a miserly miser. Everyone disliked old Gramps was knocked out of his meal by Wang Yuan. Nima, what kind of talent this has to be. Luckily we are on Yo's side. The always arrogant Masaner couldn't help but squeeze a sweat after seeing this scene and let out a sigh of relief. Good lord, it's hard to imagine how you'd be pitched if this was an enemy. You old gentleman, how much better it would have been. Wang Yuan turned out the notebooks with a clap of his hands, and the notebooks turned into a ray of light that drilled into Wang Yuan's body. System alert, you have acquired advanced alchemy. Advanced alchemy, active skill, can refine advanced magical equipment as well as advanced and below magical potions. Currently unlocked magic equipment drawings, none. Currently unlocked potion recipes, none. I second that. More drawings and recipes? Seeing the alchemy introduction, Wang Yuan's eyes stirred. What he had learned was not the technique of refining potions. Why did he need drawings and secret recipes? How fresh nah. Clydesdale said with a sinister smile, I taught you alchemy, and I didn't say that I would pass my secret recipe to you. You didn't say that you want the secret recipe. You. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Clydesdale is right about that too. It's like studying medicine. Medicine is medicine. Medicine is medicine. These two are not the same thing at all. One learns only the art of healing, not the prescription. Of course, if one didn't learn advanced alchemy, even if there was a prescription one couldn't learn it. It seems that after all, I was too young to have overlooked this. In this round, the two were kind of tied. Neither one lost, but neither one could be said to have won. Want the secret recipe? Clydesdale's expression suddenly turned lewd as he asked with a smirk. How can I get it? Wang Yuan looked shocked. The reason he engaged in alchemy was not so that he could make medicine himself in the future, and the secret formula was the thing he wanted most. Ha! Spend money. Clydesdale pulled back the lapels of his robes, revealing the dense secret formula. Another fucking plate seller coming from God knows what state of mind the game designers were in when they designed these NPCs. Low-grade life potion, price 1 gold. Low-level magic potion, price 2 gold. Low-grade blight combination, price 5 gold. Low-level wisdom combination, price 5 gold. Low-grade titan hopper, price 5 gold. So expensive? Wang Yuan was shocked at the sight. 1 gold is $1,000. Learn a low-level secret recipe is a minimum of $1,000. This horse's loss of their own know that the end of the day is coming soon. Really, according to the game player thinking, Wang Yuan certainly turn around on the way out. Expensive? If you hadn't learned my alchemy, I wouldn't sell it if others begged me. Clydesdale sniffed. By the look on his face, it doesn't look like a lie. How come they're all low level? Wang Yuan added. If you want to learn the high level, wouldn't the low level be a waste of silver? I haven't researched the advanced ones yet. You wait for another month and I'll research it. Clydesdale said. Now I'm short of money. Why don't you invest 1,000 gold coins? For half a month and I'll be able to finish my research. You pay for it and I'll pay for it. And we'll share our academics together for a win-win situation. Wouldn't it be nice? Nima, but also not beautiful. This guy but can fool around. Learning also stepping horse quite mixed. Get lost you. Wang Yuan's face darkened as he casually spent 18 gold coins to learn all the low-level secret recipes. 18,000 ah. A whole $18,000 to learn 5 low-level recipes. If it was done before, Wang Yuan didn't even know if he counted himself as an ingrate. And now Wang Yuan was increasingly skeptical that the so-called future end times were actually the advanced kryptonite cheating tactics of the game company. Hey! Clydesdale collected the gold coins that Wang Yuan threw over and looked at Wang Yuan with a much more kind expression. Smiling, young man, come back to patronize next time yo. That expression was exactly like the little girl standing on the street in the Hudong. Wang Yuan suddenly had the idea of going to the Temple of Light to report him, and wondered how much bounty the Illuminati would be able to give himself for reporting this bastard. Leaving the Alchemy Association, Wang Yuan went back to the church cemetery and learned the level 15 skill of Necromancer from Zul. Skeleton Life Enhancement, passive skill of the Summoning Department. The life value of the summoned undead is increased by 10%. Soulfire, cursed active skill, condenses soulfire to scorch the target, dealing 120% magic damage. Finally, an attack skill. Looking at the soulfire in the skill bar, Wang Yuan burst into tears before arriving at Han's tavern. Nyo, we're rich. As soon as Wang Yuan entered the door of the tavern, he heard the excited voice of Casual Messy Shot. ? Wang Yuan looked puzzled. What, is there any lucrative business? Make money, and earn a 6 ah, you're a billionaire now Anyo, Casual Messy Shooting yelled. Come on and split the money. All of a sudden everyone's eyes in the tavern gathered over, only to see a bunch of money bags, red bags of 10,000 gold, hundreds of them, covering the entire table on the tavern. For a moment all the players in the entire tavern were abuzz, playing the game for so long, or the first time to see so much money. Everyone greedily looked at the bags of money on the table. Brother, let's go up and grab one. We'll have no worries about food and clothing in this life. Some players started to get stupid. Makes sense. Later, we'll grab it and run. Don't look back. I suggest you'd better calm down. At that moment, someone pointed to the door. Hiss. When the crowd looked towards the door and saw the necromancer with a big body and 3 even bigger skeleton soldiers behind him, their minds, which were originally swept away by the money, calmed down. What's wrong? There were young people who didn't seem to recognize Wang Yuan. You don't know who this is? Who, do I need to know? Bull power. I'll be damned. That Neo Dali who single-handedly challenged the Black Dragon Society yesterday and cleared the Shadow Castle on Hell difficulty today? Yes, that's him. Suddenly, I feel that it's just fine to live this life now. There's no need to be rich and famous. Seeing the bag of money on the table, Wang Yuan was even more bewildered. He came to the table and asked the benevolent one in a puzzled manner. Invincible. What's going on? The benevolent one was the most reliable looking of the bunch, much more organized in his speech than the randomly shooting around guy. Brother Nyo, do you know how much the odds have risen for the bet we pressed earlier? Benevolent one also asked excitedly. A bet? Wang Yuan leered. Suddenly, he remembered that he had also pressed 1,000 gold coins in the bet. Oops, I almost forgot. What are the final odds? 1,000 gold coins, you said you forgot. The crowd was speechless. However, there is nothing wrong with thinking about it. This 1,000 gold coins is someone else's free gift. Wang Yuan is easy to come, not to put on the heart is normal. People have to die ah. 500, a whole 500 times, the benevolent one said excitedly. You're now directly sitting on 500,000 gold. 500,000 gold? Wang Yuan's eyes directly widened when he heard this. The official exchange rate for game gold is 1 to 1,000. Black market prices are also above $900. 500,000 gold. That's $450 million. You know, 3 days ago Wang Yuan was just a jobless hobo who had just lost his job. The purpose of playing the game is also just to feed your family. I can't believe it's only been 3 days since I became a straight-up billionaire. Even if Wang Yuan had seen great storms and experienced great ups and downs, and even had 3 travelers as minions, he could not help but be shocked at this time. Ha ha ha, old me just got 5,000 gold into my account 2-0. Casual Messy Shot was smug to the core. Now it is even more very glad that he had a hand of pokies before, pressed all the cash on his body, and now 500 times to return. The old man only has 500. The brave and unrivaled mood is more complicated. It's kind of a small profit is one thing to be happy about, but again, it's pretty sad compared to others. This is the most pathetic kind of no high, and I guess I have to regret it for the rest of my life. Marred. Why did I spend so much money on fashion ah? What's so good about broken fashion? Hope pounded his chest, and for the first time began to question his own aesthetics. This kid was the worst, only pressed 10 silver coins. Hey, it's better to earn than to lose. We all know what's good for us. The god of death was in a good frame of mind. and pulled out a gold coin and threw it to Water Linglong. That's what Death said to me. The benevolent one said. Look, I won't say anything. Nonsense. You stepped on the horse and pressed 50 gold. The crowd raised their middle fingers in unison. There's someone else who presses 10,000 gold. The benevolent hatred shifted to Shui Linglong. You people, you really take money too seriously. What is money? Shui Linglong disdainfully skimmed her mouth. When these words came out of other people's mouths, they were definitely pretenders. But when they came out of Shui Linglong's mouth, they were extraordinarily loud and clear. After all, casually taking 10,000 gold out and pressing a bet that had no chance of winning. The average person definitely didn't have that kind of vigor. Quickly take your own money away. I can't look at this. Casual messy shooting was not depressed. But when I heard this from Water Linglong, I started to be depressed. Sister Ling, do you want me to share some of this for you? Stinky Braveheart Wushwang asked Shui Linglong. Fuck you all. My mother's money is my mother's money. Not a cent for you to spend. Shui Linglong waved her big hand. The money bag on the table emptied right out. 5 million gold. Is really worthy of being a woman who directly affects the world financial system. Looking at the empty desktop, Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel a burst of emotion. Although he didn't know exactly how rich the Water Linglong in reality had to be, but just this 5 million gold could already affect the economy of one side of the territory. To know that Water Linglong weekdays is not a petty person. Buy equipment to buy props are 10 times the shouting price. Teleportation scrolls as a running tool. 10,000 gold to say throw. Yes, so able to spend money. Money is not only not less, but more and more spent. This is born rich life. According to the original course of history, this woman is afraid that this is how she became the richest person in the world. Sure enough, some people are born to be born in Rome. Alright, old ox, what are you going to do with that resident token? Shui Linglong obviously really didn't like discussing about money too much, and before everyone could slow down on this matter, Shui Linglong directly changed the topic. Resident token. Before Wang Yuan answered on his side, the player not far away immediately pricked up his ears, while an excited look appeared on his face and pulled open his friend bar. Boss, there's something big. What a big deal. Dragon Walker was still immersed in the grief of Wang Yuan's clearance of the hell difficulty copy. Someone has a guildhouse token in their hands. The player who reported the news said. Resident token? Rip the flag downwind. If you dare to bullshit me, I'll rip your balls off. Hearing the news from his men, Dragon Walker was instantly energized. How could it be? I'm in the tavern right now. Shunde said as he pulled the flag. Ask him if he's for sale. Rob him if he's not for sale. Dragon Walker was still as domineering as ever. Rob? Boss, I suggest you'd better calm down a bit. This we reckon we can't rob. Shunfeng pulls the flag a bit, palpitating back. Bullshit, you call it pulling the flag with the wind. Not pulling it with the wind. Is there anyone in Thunderstorm City that we, the Black Dragon Society, can't rob? Dragon Walker was furious. Check it out. Rip Flag Down took a random picture and private messaged it to Dragon Walker. Soon, the Dragon Walker returned the message. This well. You must not provoke him. I'll go talk to him. You're forming a guild? No way. At this moment, the people in the tavern were shocked when they heard Wang Yuan's idea. That's so not fun. Casually shooting off his mouth, he said, he's going to be chained to the guild every day from now on. That's right, Brave and Matchless also said. With our strength, if we want to play in a guild, would no one still want us? It's just that we don't like the atmosphere of the guild. Yes, it becomes tasteless when there are more people. Shui Linglong was also deeply moved. Everyone's meaning was well understood by Wang Yuan. Although they had just met not long ago, Wang Yuan could also see that the guys in front of him were similar to his own character. A group of idle clouds, each one of them was an unfettered master. Guild this kind of thing, every day to go online to do quests, but also to participate in guild activities, in case of another guild war or something, and even have to get up in the middle of the night to fight PK. Enjoy the resources of the guild while being firmly bound by it. Most players are more than enjoying the atmosphere. However, for Wang Yuan, a group of players who preferred freedom and were not really lacking in resources, the guild was a cage. As the Brave and Unmatched said, with their strength, what guilds cannot be added? Why bother to make a guild by themselves? Besides, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest, and there are even more people with complicated minds. In a small group of 7 people like we have now, we all talk to each other about everything. We all trust each other, and we are definitely good brothers. When there are more people, there are immediately different cliques. It's even likely that the relationship between the 7 now will be divided by the sheer number of people. That's the last thing anyone wants to see. So when they heard Wang Yuan say that he wanted to start his own guild, everyone's first reaction was to be very resistant. Even the god of death, who had been supporting Wang Yuan, couldn't help but say, I hate guilds the most, but brother Nyo, you have to start a guild. It's not like I can't correspond. I just don't know how long I can stay. Don't worry. Seeing this reaction from the crowd, Wang Yuan smiled and said, I'm just looking for a place for us to stay. I don't intend to recruit many people, and for the time being, I don't want anyone else to join except for a few of us. A guild of 7? The crowd was even more confused. No brother Nyo. 7 people, let's just make a team channel and be done with it. Why waste the resident token? Don't you know how expensive the token is? Of course I know, but it's only safe to have your own place. Wang Yuan said. A sense of security? The benevolent one frowned. Brother Nyo, I know you mean to let everyone have a territory of their own, but the problem is that guild residences aren't issued when you submit a residence token. You still have to go and attack the residence yourself. Speaking here, the benevolent one suddenly thought of something like a look of awe. His eyes became dull. A face of horror. Brother Bull, you will not want to. That's right. Wang Yuan nodded. With 7 of us, we should be able to take down the guild house. The look on his face, it was one of certainty. What? 7 of us to attack the guild house? When Wang Yuan said this, everyone froze. Even Shui Linglong was shocked as she said, that on Nyo, are you really not joking? Attacking a guild house? That's no ordinary quest. According to the game settings, each guild site is guarded by monsters. Players need to clear out all the monsters in the site in order to occupy the site and become the new lord. You have to know that every guild that has the ability and qualification to intercept guildhouse missions is a top big guild. Even so, one would have to pay a great price to take the guildhouse. Even many big guilds were killed by the regimentation backlash in the mission to attack the guildhouse. That's a collection of an entire top-tier guild. From this, it can be seen that the difficulty of the task of attacking the guild quarters is so high that even a copy of the hell difficulty is a small thing compared to it. 7 people in the district are going to attack the just returned to the station. Wang Yuan dared to say that no one dared to think about what this concept was. Even if the guy in front of him managed to take himself through a hell difficulty copy. You can't be this crazy even if you're a bully, can you? What the hell is going on in this guy's head? Yesterday, one man soloed a large guild. Today, the challenge is to get a copy of hell's difficulty. Now it's talking about 7 people to attack the guild house. How much guts does this nifty guy have to do something like this? If there's no one to pull me along, I'll have to go and brush up on the godly bosses tomorrow to get through the game. Won't I? There's a limit to how far you can go. Does this asshole author know what he's writing? This is a documentary, not a YA novel. Don't you guys believe me? Wang Yuan asked rhetorically. Don't think so, Ox. Everyone hurriedly said. We don't dare to doubt your strength. We only doubt our own. Well, these guys are all top-notch experts, and it is unprecedented for Wang Yuan to let them say such words of conceding. But it is true. 7 people dare to attack the line of duty station. The difficulty is completely no less than Li Yunlong with 7 people to attack Ping'an County. Everyone couldn't help but doubt themselves. Martyr. How much does this bull vigorously have to look at himself? Even Shui Linglong, a guy who loved to watch, couldn't help but say, I'll drag you down again when the time comes. Instead, Wang Yuan waved his hand indifferently and said, Don't worry, I can bring it. A mouthful of blood almost spilled from the crowd. If there was cyber violence, Wang Yuan's words definitely counted as one. Of course, Wang Yuan was not blindly confident. The reason why he dared to attack Thunder Cliff with just 7 people was solely because at this time, he had Big White as a skeleton. Great White had helped Zul defend against the demonic hordes in the Thunder Cliff secret realm. The layout of Thunder Cliff could be said to be well known. When Wang Yuan had just gotten the Thunder Cliff's resident token, Big White had bragged with the other 2 skeletons that he had gotten the defense map of this Thunder Cliff's resident in order to assist in the defense of Zul's undead legion, and that he had not only memorized all of the hidden organs, but he even knew of a secret passageway leading to one of the council halls. It was also because of this that Wang Yuan was determined to take down this garrison. After all, in the discussion of the 3 skeleton soldiers, Wang Yuan learned that this Thunder Cliff was one of the top 10 fortresses in the future end times, and was the strongest fortress outside of the Dwarven Iron Furnace Fortress. Not only were there organs everywhere, but it was also an ancient divine and demonic battlefield with countless ancient remains, known as the Holy Land of the Undead. Zul was relying on those ancient remains of Thunder Cliff to quickly form the Undead Legion at the time of the Wraith invasion, and fought hard against the Wraith army for 16 years with his own strength in Thunder Cliff. You should know that the undead are immortal creatures that do not eat or drink, do not need any supplies, and unconditionally obey orders. If Zul hadn't been assassinated by demonic assassins, Thunder Bluff would definitely still be able to protect humanity for decades. Now Wang Yuan only needed to take Thunder Cliff and these ancient corpses would be his own. Brother Nyo, heard that you have a guildhouse token. You make a price. Just as Shui Linglong and the others were contemplating, Wang Yuan suddenly received a message from Dragon Walker. Ha! Seeing the news from Dragon Walker, Wang Yuan wasn't surprised in the slightest, but glanced at the player in the corner from the Black Dragon Society who was listening with his ears open. Then in a feigned tone of surprise, he asked, "How did you know?" "Ha ha, there are people from our guild in the tavern. So I heard you." Dragon Walker said, "Brother Nyo, we are all acquaintances. This guild token you must not sell to other guilds. How much money I am willing to pay? After all, we are all people in Thunderstorm City. We Black Dragon Club to get the guild house. You also have a light on your face. Acquaintances." Wang Yuan's head was full of black lines. I have to say, Dragon Walker is quite capable of bending and stretching as far as this person is concerned. I don't know how he understands the word acquaintance either. However, the meaning of this kid's words is also very obvious. He wants this guild residence token, and hopes that Wang Yuan won't sell it to someone else. The question is that we all a main city, to have a collective sense of honor. The Black Dragon will make a name for itself, and the other players in Thunderstorm City also have face. This token is not intended to be sold. Wang Yuan directly chose to reject it. Ha, not for sale? Then what are you going to do? Dragon Walker was astonished. In a normal person's mindset, a casual player like Wang Yuan who didn't even have a guild, the only role of getting a guildhouse token was to exchange it for money. Otherwise it's a waste of resources. Make a name for yourself. Wang Yuan sent a smiling emoji and said, I plan to use it myself. Don't worry, old dragon. I'm also from Thunderstorm City. You'll have a light on your face when we take the guildhouse. Ha! Seeing Wang Yuan's message, Dragon Walker froze for half a minute, and only after a long time did he reply with a single word. At this time the Dragonline world has been completely messed up. Not. This grandson in the end, what do you want to do? He has no point of business. A day in the head loaded with what? What is it, boss? Seeing Long Xingwei's expression, the people around him, including one crane in the clouds, curiously said, Did Nyo Dali intimidate you again? Not. Hey, what do you mean threaten me? Also again. What do you mean? Dragon Walker was furious. Ha ha, don't care about these details. Everyone rushed to say, it's just to see you lost in thought. We simply just care. Yes, it's care. Everyone nodded their heads. Boss, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you wanted to buy a guildhouse token? That surname Nyo blackmailed people with his lion's mouth? It would be nice to blackmail. Dragon Walker waved his hand. Ha, what do you mean? Everyone was bewildered. At least there's a price. Dragon Walker said helplessly. This grandson said that he's not selling it. He's going to use it himself. He's going to fight for Thunderstorm City. For yourself? You're looking at it wrong, aren't you? Does this guy have a guild? Everyone was shocked when they heard this from Dragon Walker. It turns out that this guy also has a guild. Thought he was alone. No wonder he can pass the hell difficulty copy. It seems that there are forces behind it. No. You guys heard that he has a guild? Dragon Walker asked rhetorically. No guild? What's he doing with a resident token? Everyone was even more confused. Said he was bringing a few people by himself to bring down the compound. Dragon Walker said truthfully. Crap. The crowd was dumbfounded and looked at Long Xingwei with an unbelievable expression, as if they had heard some unbelievable information. This guy is simply too wild. Does he really think he's invincible? Yes. To think that he wants just a few people to attack the guildhouse. How much does he have to look down on the other big guilds? Or is he looking down on the system? Simply looking for death. That's right. Definitely looking for death. After the surprise, everyone said, this. However, only one crane in the cloud stroked his chin and said, why does this sound so familiar? Did we say this before? Hearing these words from one crane in the cloud, everyone froze, and the next moment their old faces turned red. Don't say it. Don't say it. That's something people have said twice less. The first time was yesterday when this bull vigorously declared war on his guild all by himself. The second time was today when I heard that Nyo Dali was going to play a copy of Hell Difficulty. Yet the results are there for all to see. This horse can be the same? Dragon World said. Yesterday, we fell for that bastard's tricks. Otherwise, how could one of our guilds not be able to defeat him alone? Said here. The Dragon World then said, and playing copies of this thing is also a skill. They may be stuck in what bug to pass the Hell Difficulty copies, but the attack on the guild quarters, that is a siege. Absolutely no trickery possible. Makes sense. Hearing Long Xingwei's words, one crane in the clouds also nodded. Indeed, Dragon Walker was right about that. Yesterday, Wang Yuan used psychological tactics, took the initiative, and seized the psychology of the president of the big guild in order to be barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes, and playing a copy of this kind of thing. It is originally a great deal of skill. As long as you can get stuck in the bug, may not be no possibility of passing. The key is how to find the skills. But attacking a guildhouse is completely different from the previous. This was a proper frontal breach of the fortifications, a siege of the capital. Ancient and modern siege is a very difficult war. Only several times the strength of the enemy, the attacking side dare to attack. Moreover, it was an easily defensible terrain like Thunder Cliff. As the old saying goes, a man can't be defeated by a man. This kind of garrison that occupies the advantage of defending the city has always been a place where soldiers must fight, and the difficulty of attacking it is so high that 10 times the strength of the army may not be able to take it down. That's some serious playing. Even the top big guilds, with tens of thousands of people and supplies, would have to suffer 80% battle losses to take down a guildhouse. Wang Yuan's group of people totaled 7 people. The area of 7 people dare to think about the siege of the city. This is already not the other big guilds in the eyes. This is clearly not the game company in the eyes. What do we do now? One crane in the clouds asked Dragon Walker after a moment of contemplation. What can I do? Watch the fun, Dragon Walker said without a good mood. Should we give them another wave of publicity? A crane in the clouds continued. There's no need. Dragon Walker directly refused. In case they really take it down. Boss, you don't think that's really possible, do you? A crane in the clouds was filled with black lines. Or what? What do you think? Longxing Tianxia squinted at Aha in the clouds. This, that. Hey, I can't guarantee it. Wang Yuan's appearance instantly flashed in Yunzhong Yish's mind. LMAO. Should have said no. This dog is indeed evil. There's uncertainty all over the place. 1 time is fine. 2 times in a row are mind-boggling. This time the guildhouse thing. There is really no fucking guarantee that he will be able to take it down. We don't have any opinions. But I don't think it's very reliable to attack the guildhouse with just 7 of us. At this point in the tavern, the benevolent one and the others also raised their concerns. A siege is not a defense, nor is it a book fight. That's something that takes lives to fill. How can 7 people fill it? No matter how awesome you are, you can't just take down the compound with 7 people. What I said was that this is a guild of 7 of us. I didn't say that only 7 of us are going to attack. Wang Yuan smiled slightly. Ha, you have other friends? Everyone couldn't help but stare. No. Wang Yuan shook his head. So you're going to pay someone to help? Everyone's eyes lit up. Now Wang Yuan is a master of money. With 500,000 gold coins in hand, hiring 1,000 or 800 people to help is not a trivial matter. No need. However, Wang Yuan waved his hand and said, there's no need to spend money. Someone else has to send us money. Everyone was confused when Wang Yuan said this. No bull. What do you mean? Did someone pay to give us a favor? Casual Messy Shot's brain was starting to heat up. And such nonsensical logic made him turn a corner for a moment. A smart guy like Injin was also frowning with some uncertainty. Since ancient times, it is all about spending money to hire people to work, and to attack such a big event as a guildhouse. It is even more important to spend a lot of money in order to find reliable helpers. And the meaning in Wang Yuan's words made it elusive. What's the point of spending money to work for someone else? Isn't that pure bitchiness? Even the 3 skeletons hadn't turned that corner. What did Bull just mean? It seems to be saying that someone specifically spent money to rush up to help him attack the compound. For Brother Nyo to be able to say this, I feel that he is not an ordinary person. Big White's voice trembled. The reason why he was called a peerless old dog was because he was a little bit good at calculating, but he was also good at observing the problem and could find out the key to the problem in the fastest possible time. But at this time, he was unable to figure out Wang Yuan's thinking that was all in an unfathomable state. Hiss, how can he be so confident? Isn't it stimulated by something? Ma Sanner, the newly worshipped junior, was also incredulous at this time when he heard this. They were now all very skeptical of what kind of mental state Wang Yuan was in to be able to say such words that a normal person couldn't say. Working for you and giving you money? That's not making any sense at all. However, in the Black Dragon Guild's office, Dragon Walker was going crazy with tangles. Mud, this thing is just watched? Dragon Walker was then very unconvinced. According to his character, although he didn't dare to provoke Wang Yuan head-on, but if Wang Yuan really wanted to go and attack the guildhouse, he was definitely going to trip up behind his back as he did before, and he couldn't make it so easy for Wang Yuan after all. However, with the last time of lifting a stone and stoning their own feet, this time, not only Dragon Walker, but everyone in the Black Dragon Society had no confidence in their hearts. In terms of normal logic, no matter how strong, powerful, and smart Wang Yuan was, he was 100% unable to challenge a guild group mission like the guild residents. However, the key to the horse is that Dragon Walker has suffered 2 losses in the hands of Wang Yuan. And now Dragon Walker's understanding of Wang Yuan is that this person is not logical in the horse. What is normally logical is not logical when it comes to Wang Yuan. That's why at this point, Dragon Walker was torn. Go and disgust Wang Yuan, fearing that he will turn around and hit his own face again, and then steal the chicken again like last time. do not go. But the psychological twisted very much. Watching the people they hate to pretend. That feeling is really a little difficult. Oops, I know what to do. Just as Dragon Walker was torn, suddenly a crane in the clouds on the side of the room's eyes lit up. Oh, how do I get it? Dragon Walker asked in a hurry. Boss, do we have to mess with that bull dolly? One crane in the clouds asked Dragon Walker. Or what? Could it be that I'm still helping him? Dragon Walker said without a trace of anger. It's not impossible. A crane in the clouds smiled sinisterly. Dragon Walker's head was full of questions. Old Yoon, what do you want? Hey, let's go give Nyo Dolly a hand. A crane in the clouds heatedly smiled and proposed. Giving Nyo Dolly a favor? You're out of your mind, aren't you? Treadmill, you eat your heart out. Dragon Walker sniffed and became furious, pointing at one crane in the clouds and about to start spraying. Boss, you can spray later. Listen to me first. A crane in the clouds hurriedly called for a halt. Fine, I'll listen to how you explain. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll get you killed. Dragon Walker angrily stared at Yoon Jong-yish. This 2/5 boy, do you think that Nyo Dolly can fight down the resident? A crane in the clouds asked. This, reasonably cannot, but it is also impossible to say. Dragon Walker pondered for a moment and said, what about our Black Dragon Society? One crane in the clouds added. The win rate is at least 70%. Dragon Walker said. What's the point of saying that for shit? Do we have a resident token? If we add Nyo Dolly, do you think we have any chance of winning? A crane in the clouds asked again. Dragon Walker said impatiently. Nonsense. Of course there is. Those guys aren't rookies. That's right. A crane in the clouds smiled and said. Actually, whether or not Nyo Dolly can take down the guildhouse has no effect on us. It just puts you in a bad mood. And if we help him take down the guildhouse, it's a good thing no matter who it is for. How? The more Dragon Walker listened, the more confused he became. Think about it, We Black Dragon Society and Ox Power attacked the guild's residents together. According to normal logical thinking, the residents attacked down the other players will think that it is whose credit. Of course it's us, Dragon Walker said. Ha, so you know, as long as we win this time, we'll be the ones who end up profiting. This, Dragon Walker froze. It's not really hard to understand this kind of thing. People are episodically strong, and when they see victory, they basically don't care about the process. They just blindly press the fruits of victory on the heads of the strong. It's like the author and the professional expert together to play volleyball. Even if the author carry full game, the other people cannot see the process, only see the win. Subconscious reaction is that the author is carried away by the professional expert. It's called a first impression. Are Nyo Dolly and his gang strong? Yes, they are. But they only had a few people in the area. And on normal logical thinking, a few of them couldn't take down the guildhouse if they were any good. And the Black Dragon Society was full of 2,000 people, all of whom were elites with an average level of 17 or more. This kind of behemoth guild, how much more vegetable could it be? If you really want to fight a siege, it's still the side with the most people that has the most advantage. So according to common sense, if the Black Dragon Club and Nyo Dolly's group of people go to fight the guild residents, the process is not important, as long as they can take it down. The other players are just naturally putting the fruit of victory on the Black Dragon Club's head. Back up 1,000 steps, even if it is not down, as the first to help the guild. Cattle vigorously more or less must not take a personal favor. Previously there was unpleasant, but with this, in the future, we all in a main city to mix. Low had to see how much not to raise a hand? It's okay, Yoon. Reacting, Dragon Walker's entire body trembled. He was bent on messing with Wang Yuan before, but he never thought that he would be able to go and do Wang Yuan a favor in turn. And now it seems that the benefits of going to help are surprisingly much better than messing up. This is the plan of borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. A crane in the clouds laughed very proudly. I'll contact Nyo Dolly. Dragon Walker hurriedly opened his friend bar and sent a message to Wang Yuan. Brother Nyo, if you want to help with the attack on the guildhouse, just speak up. We're all brothers in one main city, and we're duty-bound to fight for the glory of the main city, the Black Dragon Society. Seeing the message from Dragon Walker, the corner of Wang Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. See, the fish is hooked. Wang Yuan didn't rush back, but after a while he replied, no need, old dragon. Just now some guilds in the other main cities have already contacted me, saying that they want to help us attack the guild quarters. Dragon Walker couldn't help but thump in his heart when he saw the message, and his face instantly darkened. What's wrong, boss? Doesn't he agree? It's too much of a look down on people, isn't it? A crane in the clouds saw the situation and puzzled. It's not. Already been shortchanged. Dragon Walker said bitterly. Scratch that. I can't imagine that there's still someone who's faster than us. It doesn't matter if you start fast. The key is whether or not you have the strength. Whether or not it's convenient. One crane in the clouds said. We don't have any guilds in Thunderstorm City that are stronger than our Black Dragon Society. And the guilds in the other main cities certainly aren't as close to the water as we are. That's true, Dragon Walker said. Listening to Nyo Dolly that way, it seems like the ones helping them are indeed guilds from other main cities. Then hurry up. While you can, let's go to the door and talk. It's better than sending a message about it. A crane in the clouds rushed to come up with an idea. Good point, I'm on my way. Dragon Walker immediately got up and left the office. It had to be said that one crane in the clouds was indeed a very resourceful person. And at a glance he could see where the Black Dragon Society's strengths lay, as well as how to do the optimal solution to this matter. However, just when he decided to let the Black Dragon Society help, he had already entered Wang Yuan's trap. Inside the tavern, Wang Yuan said to Shui Linglong and the others, "Don't talk later, a friend is coming to talk about cooperation in a while." Friends? Cooperation? Shui Linglong's group was at a loss. Bull, you're really here. Just as everyone was unsure, they only saw Dragon Walker walk straight into the tavern and then stride in front of Wang Yuan. Yo, President Long, out of respect. Wang Yuan casually took a bench and gestured for Long Xingwei to sit down. What's wrong with these two? Didn't they fight each other to the death before? Why are they still calling each other brothers now? Seeing this scene, everyone in the tavern was confused. Good lord, wasn't it these two who beat the dog's brains out of the human brain yesterday? Even Shui Linglong and the others were dumbfounded. What the hell? Why is this grandson here? Why is Brother Nyo so enthusiastic about him? Why is President Long here? Wang Yuan asked knowingly. Hey, I didn't hear that you were going to attack the guild house. Dragon Walker said. I came over to see if I need any help. Crap. Everyone froze when they heard this Dragon Walker item. Even the three skeleton soldiers behind Wang Yuan were dumbfounded as a string of question marks popped up on their heads. What the hell? Did someone really come to help? This is not necessary. Just now, I have already been contacted by several presidents of other main city guilds, saying that they want to come and help. Wang Yuan began to babble. The matter of attacking the guildhouse by himself was currently only known to a few core players of the Black Dragon Society such as Dragon Walker and one crane in the clouds. Brother Nyo is confused. Dragon Walker immediately slapped his thigh when he heard this and said, "How can we let others meddle in our Thunderstorm City's affairs? Besides, they are all outsiders. How difficult it is for them to come and go. How can they be so convenient as our brothers?" That's what I said, but I can't help that people are too enthusiastic. Wang Yuan had a helpless expression on his face. Even more enthusiastic, they are outsiders. We are our own people. Dragon Walker's face was gone. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Good lord. I don't know which one of my own people was blocked by Wang Yuan yesterday and killed in the resurrection point. Worthy of being the president, he could really bend and bend. And the thickness of his cheek was comparable to the walls of Thunderstorm City. I've promised. How do you expect me to excuse myself? I've promised people. They are preparing to come over. Trans-regional teleportation costs a lot of money. Wang Yuan spread his hands. It's not just money. Dragon Walker directly patted his chest and said, I'll pay for how much carriage fees. Let them go back. Leave the rest to our Black Dragon Society. But, Wang Yuan still leaked a hard look on his face and said, do you know about Huaxia Dragon? What? That grandson of Long Tang Sihai is coming over as well? Dragon Walker said. You mustn't let him come. And Wang Ding Zhang Yuan, added Wang Yuan. They said that as long as they can let them hang a name, their whole team can be there. Wind Rising Longxi is coming too? Dragon Walker said angrily. Treadmill. These sons of bitches are no good. They're even hitting on our main city. Brother Nyo, you mustn't fall for their tricks. Air. Wang Yuan looked helpless. It's just a name. As far as it goes. As far as it goes. Why not? Seeing Wang Yuan's attitude, Dragon Walker simply said, Brother Nyo, your business is our Black Dragon Society's business. We will help you in this matter, as long as you let us help you. Our Black Dragon Society is willing to pay to help. How about 1,000 gold? It's not good, is it? How embarrassing then. Wang Yuan began to hesitate. 2,000 gold. Bring 100 gold to make up for your carriage fee. Seeing that Wang Yuan was starting to waver, Dragon Walker clenched his teeth fiercely. Still, fame is the most important thing for guilds. It doesn't matter if you can't get it yourself. You definitely can't let other guilds get it. Especially Huaxia Dragon and Wang Ding Zhongyuan. This is a famous big guild in the country. If they get this prestige, it will be more difficult for other new guilds to turn around. Even if we spend money, we can't let another guild take the position this time. Crap, seriously? What kind of statement is that? Shui Linglong and the group of benevolent people were all messed up. Just now when Wang Yuan said that someone would spend money to help, everyone thought that Wang Yuan was bullshitting, but never imagined that someone would really be willing to spend money to be this wrongdoer. Where the hell is this going to go? This is called advertising space for rent. He. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and said back in the team channel, he still has to thank us. After saying that, Wang Yuan helplessly waved his hand and said, since President Long is so sincere, it would be unreasonable for me to refuse. Alright, I'll push all the other guilds. Thank you so much. I'll pay for everything that my brothers and sisters consume today. Dragon Walker waved his hand in an extraordinarily bold manner. All. Big white 2 white horse 3 children 3 skeletons at this time as you look at me. I look at you. Face to face, 1,000 words converge into a sentence. Nima, our cattle brother can be a real talent. Thanks to him is not our enemy. In the future we are still honest with him to mix it. Do not get up what crooked thoughts. Attacking a guild house was not an ordinary small quest. This kind of large guild quest required preparation. Wang Yuan and Dragon Walker set the time for tomorrow. Dragon Walker went on his way with joy after receiving Wang Yuan's approval. Only the group of Shui Linglong who were dumbfounded were left behind. No. I don't think you're a necromancer. You're a sorcerer. Casual Shooting marveled. What kind of compulsion did you use? Cut the bullshit. I never do that kind of thing. Wang Yuan glared at Casual Gone Shooting. See? He didn't deny it. He really does. Casual Messy Shot jumped up and down and yelled. Fuck off you. As soon as the benevolent one yanked Casual Gone Shooting behind him, he was also filled with doubt. I still can't figure out what exactly Dragon Walker is trying to do. Hey! Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed. This is the kind of situation where you have to substitute what they want, as well as what they're afraid of. I know. They want to be the first to take the guild house? Brave and the Bold raised his hand. The fear is that someone else will be the first to take the guild house. Death stroked his chin from the side and said indifferently. That's right. Wang Yuan nodded. The crowd was thoughtful. Then why did he spend all that money to help you? It's logical that he should have paid for the token. Shui Linglong couldn't think of any connection here. If the two of us go to fight the boss, guess who's the main force? Nonsense. Of course it's you. What's the need to ask? Shui Linglong said. That's right. Everyone else thinks the same way. Wang Yuan had a godly expression on his face. Got it. I get it too. The benevolent one and Death looked at each other. Then Brave and the Bold and Hope also had a dazed look on their faces. Casual Messy Shot Casual isn't very intelligible, but it seems to have found some sort of connection. Only Shui Linglong was still cursing with a dumbfounded look on her face. You sons of bitches, can't you make things clearer? Dogs. All. The humble, refined and upright Supreme God Zen Xin Daobon once said that in order to get someone to do something for you, you have to make him feel that he is doing his own thing, and even make think that you are doing it for him. No wonder. It's still bull. That's despicable. Hearing Wang Yuan's explanation, the 3 skeletons became more and more in awe of Wang Yuan. Indeed, in terms of strength, the necromancer in front of him and the 3 of them compared to the Dish and Koan. But the thoughtfulness of this guy's mind, the insidiousness of the means, absolutely no one can be out of its left. Everyone followed him every day, and they didn't even know when he had set up Dragon Walker again. Straight away, I'm going to lasso this big fish over to be a cowboy for myself. The girl is simply a demon, holding everyone's psyche to death, wanting you to do something when you don't even know why. Naturally you can't refuse to do it. How horrible this nympho has to be. No wonder random shots say he compels people. It was already nighttime when Wang Yuan got offline. Taking off his gaming helmet, Wang Yuan casually wiped his oily face and then went to the restroom. Knock knock. Knock knock. Just then, a strange sound was heard outside the living room. A wailing scream rang out next door immediately afterward. It's Ms. Liang next door. Wang Yuan was alarmed at the sound and ran straight to the door. Next door Miss Liang is called Liang Feng. Wang Yuan moved here when the old neighbors, with a daughter, usually rely on live webcasting to support their families, and occasionally send some fans to Wang Yuan, send special products and so on. The relationship is not bad. Wang Yuan is not going to sit back and do nothing. The moment he opened the door, a strong fishy smell greeted him, only to see a small gray-green dwarf in the unit's hallway, dragging a spiked stick with both hands, slamming the door of his next-door neighbor's house. The wooden door panel had been smashed out by the creature. Liang Feng was on the other side of the door, pushing the door of the room hard to prevent the monster from entering, and her expression became distorted. From fear behind her, there was also the cry of a little girl from time to time. Hearing the little girl's cries, the green monster knocked harder. Stick kobolds. Level, LV5. Life value, 100. Magic value, 50. Skill, critical strike. Monster description, a ferocious monster living in the Wraith Forest, with a cruel and despicable temperament. As Wang Yuan swept his gaze over, the little monster's information appeared before Wang Yuan's eyes. Goblins. It's a monster from the game. Seeing the information in front of him, Wang Yuan suddenly froze. Watching the news before, although Wang Yuan believed in 7 or 8 points, he still had a few questions. After all, something like a monster appearing in the real world would take anyone a few days to digest. But now, the monster in the game really appeared in front of him. Wang Yuan's mood was imaginable. It seems that everything is true. The end of the world is really coming. Of course, Wang Yuan was not afraid. After all, Wang Yuan had already prepared himself mentally. Besides, in the game Wang Yuan had seen more monsters than this goblin's ferocity. Small monsters of this level were not even in their eyes. A mere 5th level little monster dares to run wild in front of me. Big white little white, get him for me. Wang Yuan, who had reacted, immediately shouted and gave the order to attack. However, Out Goblin's eyes were drawn to it without the slightest spawn. I'll mess with it. Wang Yuan then remembered that he was not in the game when he stepped on the horse, and the 3 bodyguards were not around. Grrrrrrr. The kobold turned around and saw the tall and strong Wang Yuan, and immediately abandoned Liang Fong behind the door. Apparently in his eyes women, though white and soft, were far less seductive than men with bigger blocks. Wang Yuan couldn't help but be creeped out and couldn't help but curse. You said why did you pick a necromancer? In this case, the warrior will take the kobolds in seconds with 1 slash, and the mage will be able to rub a fireball out, and the necromancer will be a large super soldier without the undead war pet. Nope, I know skills too, don't take a necromancer for a mage. Thinking about this, Wang Yuan murmured in his heart, curse. As Wang Yuan chanted, Wang Yuan clearly felt an inexplicable energy flow through his body, eventually converging in the palm of his hand to form a chaotic air mass. Wang Yuan casually threw his hand at the kobold and the airball landed on the kobold. The kobold slowed down instantly as if it was being pulled. It works! Wang Yuan was overjoyed and was about to use Soul Flame to burn the kobold. But the kobold's wooden stick had already swung over. Without waiting for Wang Yuan to dodge, a pink-colored figure swept past Wang Yuan. A foot wearing Crayola slippers stomped heavily on the kobold's face. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and in the next moment the kobold was kicked straight out of the room, landing heavily against the wall. -57. In Wang Yuan's eyes, a large blood drop number floated up from the kobold's head, and the blood bar plummeted by half. Holy shit, so fierce? Wang Yuan could not help but be shocked and was busy looking up at the visitor. Just a little girl in pink pajamas, her eyes staring intently at the monster in front of her. The little girl was short, with short hair, and although she wore loose pajamas, she revealed an air of competence. Gah! The kobold was kicked in the face and with a strange yelp swung his stick at the little girl. The little girl's expression was calm, and the moment the wooden stick fell, she suddenly dodged the attack with a sidestep, followed by a weird walk to the back of the kobold, and kicked the kobold behind the knee. Put! The kobold was stomped straight to his knees, and the little girl took the kobold's head in both hands behind his back and wrenched it violently. Ka-ching! A sound of bones breaking. The kobold emptied his blood bar on the spot and slumped to the ground. Nima! Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. From dodging the attack, to the kobold being wrung out of its neck, it was only a matter of moments. The set of output of this little girl in front of her could be said to be flowing and silky smooth, leaving Wang Yuan dumbfounded. One must know that Wang Yuan has 3 top experts from the future under his command, and after looking at them for a long time, Wang Yuan has a high vision. The highest level of melee combat among them is none other than Kahaku. That definitely came out fast and hard, but compared to the girl in front of her, for some reason Xiao Bai's level of fighting was obviously all slightly inferior. It could be seen that the girl's level was so high that it had exceeded Wang Yuan's imagination. Is there such a tall man in reality? This girl must be a gamer as well, and she should be a fighter as well. But on second thought, Wang Yuan felt that it was not right. Dawn of the Dawn, this game and the fighter is a very difficult to start the profession. For the time being is still in the sewer. Out of the handsome nothing, and necromancer and known as the 2 major waste profession. Necromancer because it's demanding and gets up later. Fighters then really don't even have a future. That's why there are currently famous game masters who are not fighters at all. What in the hell is this? Just as Wang Yuan was rambling, he only heard the little girl mutter, "It doesn't look like an animal, not a player." Hearing the little girl's words, Wang Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air. Follow your own personal experience. If she was a player, this girl would have had the same monster profile appear in her eyes as she did, and there was no way she wouldn't have known that it was a kobold. In other words, this girl possessed the strength to kill level 5 monsters without having been strengthened by the game at all. Nice guy! Wang Yuan's entire body was confused. It was important to realize that the physical strength of monsters in the game could be much stronger than humans. A normal level 1 gargoyle has more than the strength of an adult human. Level 5 monsters were definitely not something an ordinary person could handle at the moment, even for himself, a level 15 necromancer who had been strengthened by the game. It would take a lot of effort to cope with them without a skeleton. The soft-looking little girl in front of him had whacked a level 5 kobold to death in 2 hits. This is a monster, isn't it? In reality, there really are hidden tigers and dragons. I can't believe there are still such ruthless people. It seems like a kobold, Wang Yuan said as he looked at the already dead kobolds on the ground. Goblins? What the hell is that? Is it a protected animal? I'm not breaking the law, am I? Mud. What kind of world is this? Hitting people is illegal and hitting animals is also illegal. Do I still have to move? The little girl cursed and then raised her head and stared at Wang Yuan. Are you alright? I'm fine. Wang Yuan hurriedly shook his head. From what this chick is saying, she probably moved here to hide because of the beatings. It's fine as long as it's okay. You won't tell, will you? The chick asked again. Won't, never. Wang Yuan shook his head again. It's not that I'm afraid of her. The point is that people are trying to save people, and you have to be blind on your side. That's too unrighteous. Great. The little girl turned her head and glanced again at Liang Feng, who was looking out from inside the doorway. You won't betray me either, right? No. No. Liang Feng shook his head repeatedly. Thanks to the girl who saved us. I'm not even grateful enough. You guys are good people. The little girl extended her hand to Wang Yuan and said, My name is Wang Yujie, just moved in as a neighbor. Wang Yuan said, We have the same surname. We were family 500 years ago. Maybe, luckily you weren't born in my house. Wang Yujie smiled faintly and said, You'd better clean up this place. I'm afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. Okay, call me if something happens. I live in 1102. With that, Wang Yujie turned around and went back to his place. Only Wang Yuan and Liang Feng were left looking at each other. Brother Wang, how to get this? Liang Feng shivered through the door panel. Apparently she was still reeling from the shock of the party. You don't have to care. Wang Yuan waved his hand, signaling her to go back first, then went straight to the kobold corpse. Brush. Just then, the kobold corpse disappeared. Ding! A ring fell from the kobold. Goblin rings. Category, jewelry. Grade, bronze. Attacks, 6. Magic, 3. Strength +3. Agility +1. Goblin illusion, active skill. Transforms into a goblin for 60 seconds. Occupational requirements, none. Level requirement, 5. Item description, a magical ring that can transform into a kobold. It turned out that monsters in reality could also refresh and explode equipment. Wang Yuan had fully accepted the setting and put the goblin ring on his hand. With the ring on his hand, a surge of power was clearly felt pouring into his body. Was this the magic of the equipment? Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. The equipment bonus in reality. That feels much more noticeable than in the game. I also wonder what will become of the two worlds when they merge. Hey, cleaning up so soon? Just as Wang Yuan was about to go home, suddenly Wang Yujie popped up again. Aha! Wang Yuan nodded. That. I want to eat instant noodles. There is no. At home. Wang Yujie suddenly blushed. No hot water, huh? I have it here. Wang Yuan was busy saying. No face. Wang Yujie was embarrassed. Wang Yuan's head was filled with black lines. Why don't you just say you don't have food? I have it here. Tube enough. Wang Yuan greeted. Come if you don't mind. That can't be. Wang Yujie rubbed his hands together and followed. I'm a very good eater. Cut. Wang Yuan looked the little girl up and down and let out a soft laugh. This little girl. The head is only 1 meter 5'8". Looks dry and thin. At most but 80 or 90 pounds. And then can eat than their own can eat? If the old man cannot afford to manage the noodles, then the mix is also too bad. No, sis. You haven't eaten in days. Half an hour later, Wang Yuan looked at Wang Yujie in front of him as well as the bag of instant noodles on the table. Panic written in his eyes. With this bag and a half of instant noodles, Wang Yuan would only eat 2 bags at a meal. And at the most, he would not exceed 3 bags. But in front of her, this little girl whose weight was not even 108 8 packets of noodles in one breath. Not to mention that Wang Yuan was afraid that she would not be full, and gave her 6 eggs, and took a packet of ham sausage along with it. With just these things, Wang Yuan would have to eat for 2 days. God knows how Wang Yujie managed to cram so much stuff into this tiny body. It was not that Wang Yuan was petty and did not give up this point. After all, the human little girl had just saved her life. Now Wang Yuan was crucially afraid that she was starving for a few days and died here in one breath. Hey! Wang Yujie embarrassed, usually cannot eat so much. This is not from last night did not eat. Didn't eat last night? Losing weight? Wang Yuan asked curiously. After renting the house, there is no money. Wang Yujie spread his hands. I haven't found a job yet. Wang Yuan sniffed and couldn't help but sympathize a bit. As an unemployed youth, Wang Yuan knows that it's hard to find a job nowadays. Not to mention a little girl. Even a big old man like him is not wanted. Otherwise, Wang Yuan wouldn't have fallen so low as to move bricks in the game. I see you have this body. And it doesn't look like you're a laborer. Wang Yuan frowned and asked again. From the fight just now, it was not difficult to see that Wang Yujie had definitely practiced. And what she had practiced was not the flowery fist in fist on the market, but the kind that could really be used in actual combat. And the most important thing was that she had practiced a lot. As the old saying goes, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. In today's society can really get in touch with the serious fighting training are certainly not poor. Can be practiced to the real battle kill monsters or so sharp realm? Certainly more is not ordinary people. There's no reason to get a job and mingle. This is not driven out by the family. Wang Yujie spread his hands. Kicked out? What for? Calling for a marriage? Wang Yuan was curious. Look at those YA novels. What with the martial arts family running away from home? It must be the body that is being urged to marry. That's not. Wang Yujie waved his hand and said, beat up a few people and committed a crime. Offense. Wang Yuan was speechless. Then he remembered that Wang Yujie did say something about hitting people is against the law and hitting animals is also against the law. So she really experienced it. That said, that's a much stronger reason than being rushed into marriage. But how big of a crime does it have to be kicked out of the house? Well, 3 people had their arms and legs broken by me, and the leader was directly wasted by me. My father said that I was too vicious in my actions and told me to get out and practice. Wang Yujie said lightly, as if he was talking about an insignificant trifle. Wang Yuan's head was full of black lines. Although I do not know how this wasted is a wasted, but judging from the context of Wang Yujie, it must be much more serious than breaking the arms and legs. So horrible a woman. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of violent woman. Seeing Wang Yuan's face go white, Wang Yujie also knew that he had scared Wang Yuan, and hurriedly clarified himself. I won't make a move if other people don't mess with me. Not to mention that those scums are not ordinary people like you. Ordinary people. Wang Yuan scratched his head. It turned out that he, a mage, was an ordinary person in Wang Yujie's eyes. That said, what is your occupation? Wang Yujie turned his words around and looked around Wang Yuan's room, and was somewhat curious about Wang Yuan's identity. Necromancer. Wang Yuan blurted out. Wang Yujie's head was full of questions. Which? Playing games. Wang Yuan explained. Do you want to come along? Wang Yujie's stance. Wang Yuan had seen it with his own eyes. Don't look at her as a girl, but the strength of her hands was definitely something Wang Yuan had only seen in his life. An ordinary person who hadn't been strengthened by the game's professions. Seconding a level 5 in 2 hits. Just that level was by no means ordinary. If she could be pulled into her team, the team's combat power would definitely be a qualitative increase. And now that she was allowed to enter the game early, she would inevitably be one of her strongest teammates when the end came. Not to mention that the end is near and low-level monsters from the game keep popping up all over the world. And things like today will only become more frequent in the future. In reality, Wang Yuan didn't have 3 bodyguards. The necromancer had that one attack skill and wasn't very strong in combat. With Wang Yujie by his side, the security would definitely be a bit higher. Can you make money even playing games? Wang Yujie was a bit surprised. Obviously this girl should be in a high position is accustomed to, and did not have contact with the bottom of the people to get money industry. Do not know that now playing gold moving brick is also considered to be one of the emerging professions. Of course, some people have even become billionaires playing games. Wang Yuan began to tantalize the little girl. This is not bragging. The esports industry has long been mature, and those experts whose game level reaches the professional level have a certain commercial value. Not to mention the top professional players, even the second-rate players, even those retired live professional players. There are now many who are worth more than $100 million. Far from it. If all the gold coins in Wang Yuan's hand could be exchanged, he would be a billionaire. Really? Wang Yujie sniffed and was obviously a bit touched. The girl is not interested in billionaires or anything else, and her only goal now is to eat a full stomach first. That's a must. The key is that the game world has another benefit. Wang Yuan then added. What's the benefit? Tell me. Wang Yujie's eyes lit up. It's not even illegal to kill people in the game. Killing monsters is more of a daily necessity. The more you kill, the more famous you become. Wang Yuan didn't even know how his current words would affect Wang Yujie in the future. You mean, you can just fight without worrying about the consequences? Even if you kill the other party, it's fine? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Wang Yujie directly jumped up from the sofa. Dude, you take me to play the game. Look at. Wang Yuan then knows how to persuade people. It was clear that he wanted Wang Yujie to come to the game to be his teammate, but he was able to make Wang Yujie beg for a lead. Yeah. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and agreed decisively. But playing the game have to spend money to buy equipment first. The cheapest helmet have to be 5,000. But can installment. I give you a down payment first. Later you earn money, slowly pay me back. Thanks. Thank you. Wang Yujie was thrilled. Under the excited gaze of Wang Yujie, Wang Yuan placed an order for a game helmet online. and $5,000 was divided into 36 installments. Someone must be asking, isn't the end coming in a month? Hey, that's what you're asking. You are such a genuine and kind reader. Unlike Wang Yuan, a piece of trash, the back 35 issues pressed him not to think about paying it back. Remember to add me as a friend when you enter the game. I'm Nyo Dali. After Wang Yuan instructed Wang Yujie, he took a few boxes of instant noodles and a few packs of ham sausages for Wang Yujie. Wang Yujie left Wang Yuan's place with gratitude. After Wang Yujie left, Wang Yuan once again opened the Breaking Dawn forums and searched for the ID called Ocean Infinite. As expected, the guy has posted again. I can't believe I rolled a fireball. It's not as big as in the game, but it did coalesce. Below the post, there is a photo of a fireball coalescing in a hand. The fireball was about the size of an egg, light red in color, with a very loose feel to the cohesion of the fire element. Ha, the young man is very much into it. Make it look real. This fireball has no PS marks. How did dude do that? Below the post, the jeers continued. However, Wang Yuan could see at a glance that this fireball was exactly the same structure as the gray ball of energy that he had coalesced. So it seemed that he was just like this mage called C Infinite, whose physical body and brain domain in reality had been enhanced by the game. Wang Yuan speculated on the current situation that there should be signs of reinforcement in reality after the attributes reached a certain value in the game. As it stands, the top-ranked players in the game should be more or less fortified. The reason why only the High Infinity is posting should be that the vast majority of people haven't realized they've gotten stronger yet. After all, the only major professions in the game with extreme additions are physical professions like warriors. Other professions are more or less primary. For example, an assassin bowman would supplement with strength, which is used to boost attack and judgment. A mage would add agility, which is used to kite, and a priest would add spirit or physique to boost survivability. And the Ocean Infinite is clearly a mage with an all-intelligence bonus. The physical enhancement. Everyone was a four-body nerd and wouldn't feel much of it on weekdays, but the enhancement in the brain area was something that could be felt all the time. As for Wang Yuan himself, although it was an average addition but under the addition of the equipment, Wang Yuan was no better than the extreme addition players in terms of both intelligence and strength, so he was able to coalesce the curse. Closing the game forum, Wang Yuan searched the news of the abnormal creatures again. As Wang Yuan expected, those low-level monsters had already started to invade the real world. Yesterday there was only one incident of monster invasion, while today there were already dozens of similar reports on the news. And that's not even with this one that Wang Yuan encountered. The reported monsters, too, were mostly low-level monsters like kobolds and slimes, and they all happened in public areas, where they were quickly rounded up and killed, and didn't cause any casualties to humans. Of course, it's also possible that casualties don't get a chance to be reported. Everything now is a sign that the end is near. A safe haven is imminent. In reality, it's okay, although the neighborhood Wang Yuan lives in is old and shabby. It's a family home in a military area, and the construction standards are all military. After the former military families moved out, this place became a resettlement house, specializing in resettling the more difficult hobos like Wang Yuan. So far, it's still safe. After all, that kobold smashed the door half a day and merely smashed a hole in the wooden door, which was so sturdy much less a security door. Now that there was another fighter in the form of Wang Yujie, it was still impossible to break through the low-level monsters before the end came. The key is in the game. All the players did not realize the change in reality. Normal people think that the game is a game. Online to fight monsters, offline to sleep is the normal operation. In addition to those big guilds, no one will be in the game to get shelter. When the end comes, ordinary people and players who can't find shelter are bound to be the first to be eliminated. Those guild players who have a residence or office will have escaped the first wave of havoc under the protection of the shelter. Therefore, it was obviously a very wise choice for Wang Yuan to retain that guild resident token. To attack a guild house, you must first have a guild. After coming online the next day, Xu Wei Linglong's group was already waiting for Wang Yuan in the tavern. Once everyone was online, the seven went straight to the city hall to register the guild. Please confirm the establishment of a guild. Please confirm whether to establish a guild accordingly. After Wang Yuan submitted his registration, a line of information flashed in front of all seven of them at the same time. Confirmed. Everyone nodded in unison to be sure. Then the message flashed before his eyes again. Please name your guild. Called what? Wang Yuan looked around. Illuminati. The benevolent one raised his hand. Agreed. Hope expressed support. Ugh, it sounds disgusting. The others had a look of contempt. What a shit Illuminati. Sounds like a fucking cult. I think it should be called the Hot Boys. Casual Messy Shot said. We'll always be teenagers. Screw you. Why does it sound like it's going to be a reunion? Everyone frowned. And the image of Chief Helmsman Chen leading a boxed meal 3 seconds into his appearance couldn't help but appear in their minds. How about Hellraiser? Death asked in a small voice. Hi. The brothers are happy that you can make suggestions, but the name can be grounded, not the house. Shui Linglong was the first to be reluctant. The sea? Wang Yuan raised his eyebrows. You don't know that the Grim Reaper's name is Li Dahai. The name is Dirt. Casual Shooting madly mocked the name of the Grim Reaper. Ha ha. Wang Yuan laughed. The name was indeed very grounded. Why don't we just call it the Livestock Barn? You animals deserve such a name. The Brave and the Bold was just plain brave. Tramp. No one will take you as mute if you don't speak. The crowd rushed forward and pressed Brave Man Unrivaled to the ground with a beating and kicking. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Wang Yuan advised the fight while adding 2 kicks. System alert. The guild miracle from strength has been created successfully. Just as the crowd was fooling around, suddenly a game prompt came to their ears and flashed the message that the guild had been successfully established. Crap. What the hell? The crowd was alarmed. It wasn't me. Is this name bad? Shui Linglong asked rhetorically from the side. Rubbish. Shit. What a shitty name. The crowd broke into a frenzy. What do you think? Old ox? Shui Linglong turned her head to ask Wang Yuan, completely ignoring the dissatisfaction of the others. I think it's okay. Wang Yuan was quite satisfied, especially with the first 2 words of the guild. Which word do you guys think is bad? Wang Yuan asked the others again, full of sincerity. This. Actually, I don't think it's impossible to use. Death scratched his head. Yeah, savor it. The name just rhymes. Casual Gone Shooting agreed. Very good. Mighty Miracle. That's a great name. The benevolent one directly started blowing awkwardly. Others have said the name, too, fits their temperament. Who will be the president? Wang Yuan asked again. There's no need to ask. It's right there in the guild name. Everyone said in unison. So polite? Wang Yuan was surprised that the guild leader took the initiative to give up when this group of guys were fighting over a piece of shit. Just then, another message flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. President confirms, Nyo Dali, please deliver 50 gold coins for the guild creation fee. Rubbish, these sons of bitches. Wang Yuan's head was filled with black lines. Brother Nyo, you're the president. You mustn't buy us a drink? The guild was successfully created, and the crowd gathered around and asked with smiles. Drink shit. Wang Yuan bristled. Having just been pitched 50 gold, Wang Yuan is now depressed. If you don't drink it, then don't drink it. First discount it and write down that you owe us 1 gold coin each. Brave Man Unrivaled pulled out a small calculator somewhere. Support. Agreed. Top. Others chimed in. Wang Yuan was speechless for a moment and said, I've heard that other guilds have to pay fees, so 2 gold coins per person is not too much. Ha, isn't it out of place for Brother Nyo to say that? We're good brothers. That's right. By the way, when do we start applying to attack the compound? The Brave and the Bold. Several people hurriedly changed the topic when they heard that. No hurry. Wait for someone. Wang Yuan waved his hand. Waiting for someone? The crowd wondered. What people? Who else did you contact? Don't you have no friends in the game, Brother Nyo? Friends in reality, Wang Yuan said. Male or female? The angle of Water Lily's attention was just strange. The crowd was also slightly stunned. I'm just asking, Shui Linglong busily said. Hey, let's think about asking too. The casual messy shot several people instantly revealed a bad smile. Ha, I'm curious to know too. Ma Saner also shook his fist in excitement, but was met with her bai's mad contempt. Men and women are none of your business. You don't even have that anymore. Scratch that, you 2 bitches. I'm going to cut you off for 5 minutes. Ma Saner was furious. Is this important? Wang Yuan frowned. Of course, the benevolent one said. The male is definitely an expert, and the female, well, is able to provide a portion of the emotional value, which is equivalent to multiple helpers or adding a buff. It is true that female gamers are generally less useful than male gamers in the normal perception of gamers. After all, not everyone is a super RMB player like Shui Linglong. As long as there is enough money, paraplegic can smash a master. The purpose of grouping female players is also to have a presence on the team that provides emotional value. If you are waiting for a male player, this time there may be more than one powerful master in the team. And if you are a female player, the male player in the team has plus 20% attributes. People will adjust themselves according to their goals. So it still matters quite a bit whether the helpers for waiting are male or female. Female, a high hand. Wang Yuan sniffed, while he just faintly said 4 words. Ha. Female players, and masters. The crowd erupted in laughter. Even Shui Linglong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even she, a female player, had subconsciously agreed with this common sense, or else she wouldn't have mixed with a group of male players. It's really a woman. Ma Saner was so excited that he couldn't stop talking. and one of the skeleton soldiers was grinning in a rampant manner. Female gamers, hey, gee, Big White and Little White, on the other hand, sniffed with a sense of disappointment. What do the brothers mean? Ma Sanner asked in wonder. Let's not talk about the female players in this era. How many strong women were there in our era? Big White asked Ma Sanner rhetorically. Ah, this, Ma Sanner sniffed. It's not that buddies discriminate against women, haha. The key is that fighting this kind of thing should not be a woman's job in the first place, Xiaobai also said on the side. In our time, all the main cities of the Federal East Asia region's first-line combat sequence of female professionals combined, but not more than 1,000 people. Right, now is the attack on the guild residence is not to go on a picnic. How can a woman because of a misunderstanding? Xiaobai was usually emotionally stable, but at this time, the more he spoke, the more angry he became, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with this matter of Wang Yuan waiting for a woman. Ma Sanner was speechless. White wasn't talking nonsense when he said that. There is no attribute gap between men and women in the game, and the gender setting is fairly balanced. By the time the game blends into reality, the fitness gap between men and women becomes apparent. Even the strongest female professionals were only barely able to adapt to the training intensity of third-tier male professionals, and there were almost no women in the first-tier combat sequence. This is only the difference in physical attributes. The battle is not only attributes must be strong, clinical combat, combat play, psychological factors and other aspects. Female professionals are weaker than male professionals. So in the future era, women and children and the elderly are the same as the role of sheltered. Only the light priests and other logistical rescue work is mostly women's profession again to take charge. Attacking the guildhouse was such an important matter, but Wang Yuan had to wait for a woman, so Big White and Little White were quite resistant to it. One must know that in the eyes of the two of them, Wang Yuan was a heaven's destiny who could save all of humanity. The reason why the duo was so submissive to Wang Yuan was not just because Wang Yuan had gotten them equipment, but because Wang Yuan was a very tactful leader in their hearts. A leader with a strategy can't let the little things hold him back from the big things. There will be more than one leader in the coming age who has done bad things because of his lust for women, and that is all to be set on the pillar of shame of mankind. As the commander-in-chief that you identify with, how can you jeopardize the great cause of saving humanity because of a woman? At this time, Big White and Little White were full of disappointment and dissatisfaction with Wang Yuan's emotions. Big White didn't say anything. Little White, such a good-tempered guy, was anxious, so it was evident that this moment was affecting them. Wang Yuan could only let out a bitter laugh at his words, not knowing how to explain. Bull, when do we start? We're ready. On the other hand, Dragonwalker also sent a message. Yesterday, when Dragonwalker went back, he notified all the players of the guild that he was going to attack the guildhouse today, and that no matter what happened today, he had to be online, or else he would be treated as absentee. It was less than 10 o'clock in the morning, and all of the Black Dragon Society's more than 2,700 players were already in place at this point, waiting for Wang Yuan to notify them. There's no hurry, you come to the tavern first. Wang Yuan casually replied back with a message, then returned to the tavern with the benevolent one and the others. What, to wait for a woman? In the tavern, when Dragonwalker arrived with a few people in the clouds and heard that Wang Yuan was going to wait for a woman, his reaction was almost exactly the same as that of Dabai Xiaobai, especially a crane in the clouds. The face is black, brother Nyo. We are fighting the guild quarters, not just playing. Must take out the best state to do so. Why don't we finish the fight and I'll treat you to a foot wash? It's fine to find a few more technicians for brother Nyo. Dragonwalker also proposed from the sidelines. Detailed description of the mechanic. I generally like number 8. A few of the random messy shooters' eyes lit up at that and came over to them. Wang Yuan. Here's where you can see that people have different pursuits. The benevolent few of them are pursuing to find happiness in the game. As long as they are happy, it doesn't matter how they play. Not to mention a woman. Come 10 women can only make them happier. The pursuit of the group of Dragon World is the development of the guild. Fight for the world. Women can naturally have, but cannot be delayed in the business. In this case, not to mention women. Even if the strength cannot keep up with the male players cannot be brought, or when the time comes because of dragging their feet, not to hit the guild quarters, it is time-consuming and costly, and all the efforts will have to be wasted. It's not what you think. This is an expert, Wang Yuan explained. Masters, female players have experts too? Dragonwalker's group looked at Wang Yuan with great surprise, as if asking again, you're not bullshitting. See, what was I saying? Brave and the Bold spread his hands and said, it's basically common sense. In terms of discrimination against female players, the benevolent few and the Dragonwalker few reached a consensus. The authors just never had this kind of thinking. Female readers who want to curse should curse the son of a bitch that is Dragonwalker, not the authors. You'll see when you come. Wang Yuan did not explain much because Wang Yuan knew that all people believed in what they reason to believe. Unless you let them feel it for themselves, they'll think you're farting around no matter how much you say. If they hadn't shown their strength themselves, these people certainly wouldn't have thought that a low-level necromancer could manage to single-handedly take on a guild. Okay, everyone came to attack the guild house because of Wang Yuan. Naturally, Wang Yuan should be the main focus. Now that Wang Yuan was going to wait, no matter how upset the others were in their hearts, they could not show it on their lips, especially the group of Long Xingshi, that had spent money to buy the parking space. And even more so, they could not easily get into an argument with Wang Yuan. One can only curse in private. Tramp. I thought that this Niodali was some kind of hero, but it turns out that he is also a waste. In vain I treat him as a character. Long Xingwei had the biggest opinion of Wang Yuan. Since ancient times, no one who has accomplished great things has ever been a dilettante with a woman. The true masters of the game are people of character, purpose and principle. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, because of a woman, let so many people wait here, living like a loser dog with a sister on the score to find a sense of existence. This life is just like this. The strength of the strongest cannot jump out of the boundaries of waste. Ugh, garbage, loser. At this time, Wang Yuan's image had completely collapsed in the eyes of Dragon Walker. The mysterious and powerful impression shattered, and was replaced by a wasteful loser who looked like licking a woman twice when he saw her. Hey, whether he is a dick dog or not it doesn't matter. A crane in the clouds is full of worry. I am now afraid that someone will pull back. This opportunity to hit the guildhouse was paid for. In order to borrow Wang Yuan as a chicken to lay eggs and use his mission to make the Black Dragon Society famous. If the challenge was successful, the Black Dragon Society would naturally be able to become famous in one battle. If the female players are ripped off, because of the female players, then it is not just a matter of spending money for nothing. The Black Dragon Society is estimated to become the laughingstock of everyone again. A crane in the clouds seems to have seen some people posting on the forums to ridicule the District Black Dragon Society also wants to learn others to challenge the guild residents. Shame on you, the heart is not forced to count. The sight of Shui Linglong and the benevolent ones didn't react so violently as the Black Dragon Society's group, but they were also a bit surprised. I really can't tell. Nyo is still a loser dog who brings girls to score. Yeah, I don't even lick that much at my level, and Bull is surprisingly more of a loser than I am. Out of this world. Out of this world. The crowd was in disbelief. Sub-oh, I'm in the group. Wang Yuan sent a middle finger emoji. Well, let's make a new group and continue. Wang Yuan. He can see. Usually you practice leveling with a girl. This group of guys can be envious of death, but really to the matter, they still distinguish between priority. The two skeleton soldiers were the ones with the biggest opinions at this point. Ma Sainer felt that Wang Yuan and himself were the same, so he would not say anything. Big White and Little White were screaming with righteous indignation. Wang Yuan's ancestors and 18 generations were all rolled up by these two goods. Although Wang Yuan didn't know who his parents were since he was a child, there's no way around it. These two are too far gone psychologically. The two groups of people, Dragon Walker and Benevolent, who had previously felt that Wang Yuan was an expert and now felt that Wang Yuan was a lickspittle, were both able to surprise themselves to the point of cursing. In Erbai's mind, Wang Yuan was a far-sighted and resourceful savior who could lead mankind to defeat the magical beasts and save the world. Now Wang Yuan's behavior had fallen directly from the sky to the ground. It's as if the humble, elegant and upright author in everyone's mind is actually a fat nerd who doesn't even leave the house, which is really hard to accept. Wang Yuan could only endure as he listened to his two little brothers cursing at him from the sidelines. There's something to be done about it. Can't just unsummon these two guys. Let them know later what it means to be outside the sky. And don't think too lowly of modern players. New players in Dawn of the Dead don't upgrade slowly, but they don't do it quickly either. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours, 5 hours. Everyone was already on the verge of sitting down. Just as Dragon Rising World was on the verge of breaking out, a familiar figure appeared in front of the tavern. The person wasn't tall, had short hair, and was warm and sweet looking, wearing a ragged dress issued by the novice village, hand with the wrapped hands issued by the novice village, bare feet. That is a pitiful. This person was no one else but Wang Yujia's classmate who practiced all night last night, and Wang Yuan received her friend request when he came online this morning. That was why Wang Yuan decided to bring her along to attack the guild house. This way. Wang Yuan waved at Wang Yujia. Is this the master you were waiting for? Everyone froze when they saw Wang Yujia. Newbie players rise to level 10. At least a few pieces of white clothing to play a few pieces of white clothing in the evening. It's definitely the first of its kind to rise to level 10 and still have a full-body newbie complimentary outfit. Is this shit considered a master? What's wrong with being an expert? Bull has a good eye. Shouldn't say it's pretty good looking. Brother Nyo is very lucky. Casual messy shooting is very envious that Wang Yuan has such a beautiful friend in reality. Good looking my ass. It's a vase. Lustful trash bull. Dragonwalker secretly despised Wang Yuan as a womanizer. What a shitty place. Why is it so hard to find? By this time, Wang Yujie had also arrived beside the crowd and spat. I've been searching for what must be an hour. When they heard Wang Yujie's words, everyone froze, then looked at Wang Yuan unanimously. No, is this girl blind? In Breaking Dawn, every city has two main streets, Central Avenue and Commercial Street. The tavern was situated in the most prominent location on Commercial Street. Throwing a bone. The dog can find the place. This kid searched for an hour to find it. Is it some IQ defect or something? Wang Yuan was also dumbfounded at this time. Wang Yujie's hands. Wang Yuan has seen it with his own eyes, and knows that this girl is a very strong expert. But he never thought that this girl is an open-eyed blind can't even recognize the road. Hiss. Wang Yuan was a bit skeptical at this moment whether he should take her or not. Didn't you say you had a mission? Why are you still here? Seeing this expression on everyone's face, Wang Yujie asked curiously. It's not waiting for you. Can't open a mission without me? Wang Yujie asked rhetorically. Everyone was once again filled with black lines, and a huge bead of sweat ran down the back of Wang Yuan's head. What kind of top-level understanding is this nifty? No, sis, you haven't played the game before? Shui Linglong was still more tolerant of female players, and when she heard Wang Yujie's words, she couldn't even look at them a little bit. Roadkill is understandable, and some people get 3D sick. To do a quest this basic common sense do not understand. This guy is obviously a little white. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever played a game. I can't imagine it's so much fun. Wang Yujie's tone was very excited. Looks like she's having a very happy novice village life. This is the expert you're looking for, huh? Shui Linglong directly rolled her eyes at Wang Yuan. The others were also speechless. Although he had been prepared to bring a pit before, he didn't expect Wang Yuan to call out or a sinkhole. Alright, everyone's here. Let's hurry up and get going. In the end, it was the benevolent one who was older and had a more mature character, and seeing everyone in this state, he hastened to round off the situation. He had come and was still Wang Yuan's friend, so he definitely couldn't be driven away. Instead of having a problem with Wang Yuan here, it would be better to give Wang Yuan face in front of the girl. Alright. A crane in the clouds also tugged on Dragonwalker. With a few emotions, Dragon World gave the order to gather at Thundercliff on the Black Dragon Guild channel. Wang Yujie was also pulled into the team by Wang Yuan. Coco Girl joins the team. Seeing Wang Yujie's ID, everyone's head was once again filled with black lines. This name sounds like a sinkhole that would only follow his ass and mix points calling his brother. They don't seem very friendly. Wang Yujie was sensitive to the atmosphere around him. It's fine. They're all like that with strangers. Wang Yuan whispered comfortingly. Oh, Wang Yujie nodded, not taking it very seriously. Finally, all the people arrived, and as the president, Wang Yuan submitted the guild residence token in the city hall. After the God-Devil War, Thundercliff was entrenched by undead demons. Are you sure you want to retake the human territory and become the Lord of Thundercliff? Okay. Wang Yuan confirmed with a casual tap. System alert, your guild has taken on the large group guild mission Thunderlord's mission level, S. Mission content, defeat the demons that are entrenched in Thundercliffs and successfully occupy Thundercliffs. Reward, Thundercliff territory. Mission tip, this mission is a large group guild mission. Extremely difficult, and requires a guild resident token to receive it again after failure. As Wang Yuan took the quest, everyone turned on quest sharing. Seeing the quest prompt, the crowd couldn't help but stare. Good lord, this thing is still a one-time mission. In other games, although you also need a guild residence token, after you fail to attack the residence, you can regroup your men and continue the fight until you capture it. I can't imagine that in Dawn of the Dawn, you can't challenge again if you fail a quest. You have to find a second token for a second challenge. In other words, this quest does not give the player a chance to fail or room to cheat. Must win the first battle. This leaves everyone in a panic. After all, this quest had been done by anyone, and the difficulty was so high, who would dare to guarantee success in one go? But now that the mission had been taken, it was too late to regret it. 30 minutes later, Wang Yuan's group led all the players of the Black Dragon Guild to the location marked for the guild quest. Thundercliff. Thundercliff, located at the front of Thunderstorm City. According to records, it was the military fortress of Thunderstorm City, which became the final battlefield in the God-Devil War 3,000 years ago, and it is unknown how many gods and devils fell here and how many human heroes lost their lives here. The spirit of the heroes condensed for a long time. No one dared to live here to guard, and for a long time it became a piece of ruins. Later, under the contamination of the Shadow Castle's death power, those dead people in Thundercliff revived to become powerful undead creatures. entrenched in Thunder Cliff, and became the masters of Thunder Cliff. The Lord of Thunderstorm City had also sent troops to conquer Thunder Cliff, but due to the fact that these undead creatures were not only extremely powerful, but also immortal, the more they fought, and ultimately, the many conquests ended in a crushing defeat. Since then, the Thunder Cliff has become a forbidden place in Thunderstorm City. The Thunder Cliff inside and outside are covered with level 30 or so necromantic creatures. Not only are there witch demons, black warriors, such high-level necromantic undead, there are even ghosts of monsters, and currently the highest level of the players only dare to explore the edges of the area. When Wang Yuan's group arrived in front of the Thunder Cliff, Wang Yuan also finally understood why this place was known as a fortress second only to Ironforge Fortress. Thunder Cliff was backed by the towering Thunder Mountain Range. Thunder Cliff was a flat, circular valley stuck in the mountainside. The road in and out of the valley was extremely narrow, only a dozen or so meters wide, and the sides of the mountain road were towering cliffs. At the end of the mountain road, there was a tens of meters high black stone wall, which was the entrance to Thunder Cliff. The stone wall sealed the entire entrance to Thunder Cliff, leaving only a gate to stand high above. The defending instruments on the walls were weathered, but one could tell that if they hadn't suffered a devastating blow, it would have taken only a single team of men to block the doorway with a single blow. Wang Yuan was almost moved to tears. Nima, what does it mean to be easy to defend? You don't even have to go in. A quick glance at it gives you a sense of how safe it is to hide out here. Having such a place to stay under the end times is nothing short of awesome. This is definitely the refuge of one's dreams. All players of your guild have arrived at the mission territory. Is the siege mission opened? Just as Wang Yuan was lamenting that this Thunder Cliff was a dangerous terrain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, a prompt message flashed in front of his eyes. Is everyone ready? Wang Yuan turned his head and asked the crowd. Long time ago, Dragon Walker said conspiratorially, we'll wait a few hours for you to give the word, Brother Nyo. Then I'll start the mission. Wang Yuan lazily ignored the moody Dragon Walker and directly tapped open quest. System prompt, you have opened the siege task. Preparation time of 10 minutes. 10 minutes after the official opening of the siege battle. Please keep all players online status. Players drop dead are judged to be eliminated. When the task players less than one person, the siege task is judged to have failed. Players break through the Thunder Cliff Fortress and occupy the Fortress Crystal will be judged successful siege. Siege time 24 hours. Every 3 hours have 10 minutes rest time. The task time did not occupy the Fortress Crystal will be declared task failure. System prompt, countdown begins. Players are free to go offline for 10 minutes. I have to say, although this quest is a one-time kinda dud, the design is kinda humanized. After all, what about 24 hours? With 10-minute prep and breaks every 3 hours to allow players to go offline to check the internet, go to the bathroom, and incidentally appease their wives or whatever, just in case. Otherwise, while playing the game no network, no battery, want to go to the toilet. Helmet was removed by his wife. This horse how sad What? You said you don't have a wife? Okay, you're clueless. How do you get into this thing? Looking at the towering walls at the other end of the mountain path directly in front of him and the narrow gates, Ma Saner peered inside. Not to mention the city gates, but this narrow mountain pass, that's a heavenly danger. It's questionable if you can walk across safely. After all, there were nearly 3,000 people on their side now, and they could not take advantage of this narrow mountain pass at all. The biggest difficulty of Thunder Cliff is the gate, Big White said. As long as we can fight our way through the gate, the inside will be spacious. And then so many people can still have a fight. Bam! As soon as Great White's words fell, the gates at the entrance to Thunder Cliff at the end of the mountain path were lowered, and the gates were directly closed. At the same time, uncountable skeleton archers suddenly burrowed out of the Bear City walls. Immediately after that, the ground of the mountain path also began to wriggle, and the next moment densely packed monsters burrowed out of the ground. Skeleton soldier with lance. Level, LV 30. Life value, 4000. Magic value, 400. Skill, basic spike. Monster description, the spirits of the war dead are immortal, transforming into undead creatures to guard their territory. Skeleton soldiers with arrows. Level, LV 30. Life value, 2500. Magic value, 500. Skills, basic shooting. Monster description, the spirits of the war dead are immortal, transforming into undead creatures to guard their territory. Shield skeleton soldier. Level, LV 30. Life value, 5000. Magic value, 500. Skills, basic blocking. Monster description, the spirits of the war dead are immortal, transforming into undead creatures to guard their territory. That's it? Seeing the monster in front of them, everyone was first shocked, but they almost didn't laugh out loud after seeing the monster's attributes. I thought how strong the monsters in the Guildhouse quests had to be, but I couldn't imagine that the attributes were so bad. knowing that the level 20 elite monsters in the replica had blood quantities close to 5,000. These level 30 monsters had attributes that were surprisingly weaker than the elite monsters in the replica. What's even more outrageous is that these skeleton soldiers only have basic skills like burst, shoot, and block. You know, to see whether a monster is strong or not, one looks at the attributes while looking at the skills. There are monsters with poor attributes and ruthless skills, and there are monsters with poor skills and strong attributes, all of which are not easy to deal with. Like in front of these attributes is not good skill is also poor small monster. Simply is just take a pinch of garbage well. Go, let Brother Nyo see the strength of our Black Dragon Society. Before Wang Yuan could order an attack, Dragon Walker had already waved his hand and dozens of players rushed up side by side. Wang Yuan was not at all surprised by Dragon Walker's behavior, as everyone now understood Dragon Walker's mood at this time. If you're here to help, you can't just stand there and watch. You have to be more active to show your attitude. As the leader of a big guild, he could not let Wang Yuan give him a bad name, especially since Dragon World had suffered losses under Wang Yuan, so he had to prove his strength. Holy shit, these guys are going to die. Big White saw this but was shocked. This is not an ordinary small monster. This is the spirit of an army soldier. Wang Yuan froze at his words. Before they could stop them, the 30 or so players from the Black Dragon Society had already rushed to the skeleton soldiers, raising their weapons for a wave of slaughter. Wow! However, at that moment, those shield skeleton soldiers took half a step backward in unison, raising their shields in their hands at the same time and performing basic block. Brush! A black light busy lit up on the shield skeleton soldiers, and the black light connected into a formation, covering all the skeleton soldiers, and a shield wall rose in response. Duong! 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 At the same time, the Black Dragon Society players' attacks landed on the shield skeleton soldier's body. The powerful attack and the black shield wall clashed together with a deafening roar. The shield wall did not move, but the group of players who rushed up to it were shaken, and a mosquito symbol appeared on their heads in unison. They were blocked back. In the combat setting of Dawn of the Dead, using a shield block skill at the moment of an attack triggers a block counter effect that interrupts the target's skill and stuns them for 1 second. Without waiting for the stun state to end, the lance behind him had burst through. Dozens of long spears were inserted in unison into the bodies of the dozen or so players at the front. Brush it off! The white light of death iterated. These lance skeletons' panel attributes were not great, but their attacks were strangely high, and in just one turn, there were 10 more player corpses on the ground. I'm messing with it. What the hell? Everyone was shocked at the sight. Withdraw. Retreat quickly. Long Xing Tianxia hurriedly ordered a retreat. Buzz. The remaining players of the Black Dragon Society turned and ran, and before they could run 2 steps, they only saw arrows falling from the sky like flying locusts. Another flash of white light. The next moment, dozens of humanoid blanks appeared on the ground that was stuck with black bone arrows. That's when the others reacted to what was going on. It's the army formation monster. Scratch that. Naya. A crane in the clouds yelled out directly. Weird army formation. Odd. When the Black Dragon Society's group of players heard this, they all revealed a look of horror. Even the group of experts, the benevolent one, were frowning. The army formation monster is a special type of glitch that is independent of the normal monsters. These gargoyles have undergone rigorous military training in the background setting and possess great discipline and obedience. Although the individual attributes were very trashy, once they formed a military formation, their combat power would skyrocket, and they would also automatically receive military formation buffs. The higher the number of army minions, the stronger the battle. Take the elite monster Shadow Wolf in the Shadow Castle. 1v1. Any Shadow Wolf can beat several skeleton soldiers. 10v10. Both sides can stand even. 100v100. Shadow Wolf will fail miserably. If it's 1000v1000, it's a one-sided massacre. And these little monsters don't even get hurt. That's the difference between a rogue fight and a professional fighting machine. That's why players have the biggest headache in the game with these army monsters. I can't think of this group of trash skeletons in front of me, but it is a military formation. No wonder. If this had the same attributes as a normal level 30 monster, there would be no need to fight it at all. How does this fight? The crowd looked at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan was a master tactician, and if Wang Yuan didn't have a solution in this situation, other people's solutions were even worse. Not a good fight. On the other side, Big White said, there are too many of these skeleton soldier archers to break through the shield formation in front of them, and in this kind of narrow terrain, players will just have to take a beating. Indeed, there were only 2 rows of shield skeletons on the opposite side. Behind them were 2 rows of lance skeletons, and all the rest were skeleton bowmen. This kind of narrow terrain, the fight is who has long hands. The longer the attack distance, the more units can be recruited. therefore the archer with the longest attack range is the main output unit. In comparison, although the attacking players on Wang Yuan's side had strong attributes and their professions were better equipped, they were at a great disadvantage fighting in this kind of terrain. Ha, that's a good one. However, Wang Yuan smiled faintly in the face of the battle formation in front of him. Good job? There was a lot of sidelong glances from the crowd. We all saw that fight just now. With the formation match on the players' side, facing off head-on, the only ones that could really make a difference were the front row tanks, as well as the mages and shooters in the back row. There is no room to even walk and dodge in this narrow terrain. You can only stand in place. In addition to the tanks and gunmen in the front two rows of the opposite side, the back is all archers. Handing up all the output units can play a role. How the hell are we supposed to fight? If you can't even use your tactics, you'll be eaten away in waves. That's it? An absolute advantage is a disadvantage, Wang Yuan said. Formation is their strength and inevitably their weakness. As long as we disrupt their offensive and defensive formations, the battle formation will be unbreakable. This is easy to say. What should I do? Everyone sniffed slightly. This is not a problem. Everyone knows that the powerful thing about the group of skeletons in front of us is the battle formation. Without the battle formation, nothing. But the question is, how do you break the battle formation? Of course it's the assassin cutting the back row. Wang Yuan pointed at the assassin player in his team. Ha! The assassin players couldn't help but be terrified at the sight. Brother Nyo, the warriors can't even rush through. How are we assassins going to rush? The mountain road is only a dozen meters wide. A shot of shield skeleton mortar and pestle blocked there. Once the shield wall was open, there were no dead ends, only frontal charges. If a warrior profession couldn't carry it, wouldn't a brittle profession like an assassin be looking for death? You guys don't need to rush, just find a chance to drill through, Wang Yuan said. Everyone listen to my command later. The Black Dragon Society's assassin players looked at Dragon Walker. In the end, they were players of the Black Dragon Society, and they had to follow the orders of Dragon Walker. It didn't matter if they died once, but they were afraid of being commanded to go to their deaths, and even if they went to their deaths, they had to look at the boss's intentions. After all, Dragon Walker is the one who spends the money. Listen to him. Dragon Walker himself didn't have much to offer, so he could only bite his tongue and choose to trust Wang Yuan, worthy of being President Long, with vigor. Seeing that Dragon Walker trusted himself so much, Wang Yuan suddenly felt that Dragon Walker wasn't so annoying anymore. Good. Warriors step forward and form up. Taking command of the Black Dragon Society, Wang Yuan gave a direct order. Wow! As Wang Yuan gave the order, a group of warriors from the Black Dragon Society stepped out in unison and raised their shields in front of them. Worthy of being a big guild, this discipline and obedience was still very strong. A smaller guild would never have been so neat and tidy. First platoon, charge! Wang Yuan pointed the longsword in his hand, pointing it at the shield skeleton on the opposite side. Charge! Although the Black Dragon Society's warriors were uncertain, they still followed orders very well and opened the charge. Rumble! A dozen warriors, heads down and attached, slammed into the skeleton soldier directly in front of them with their shields raised. Wow! When the skeleton soldiers saw the player charging over, they still raised their shields in front of them as neatly as robots, and the moment the warrior player charged in front of them, they once again used block, at the same time. Duong! In full view of everyone, the front row warriors of the Black Dragon Society were blocked and counter-stunned. The lance skeletons behind the shield skeletons raised their guns and stabbed, while the skeleton archers raised their longbows in their hands diagonally upwards. Brush! Dense arrows once again fell from the sky like a raging storm. It's now! Seeing the skeleton archers shoot their arrows, Wang Yuan directly ordered the assassin player. Charge! Sneak and charge straight through. The assassin players who were already standing by were instructed to go straight to the skeleton army battle formation without saying a word. Ha! When they arrived at the battle formation, they couldn't help but freeze. Just see the shield skeletons between them, full of gaps, better able to rush through. It's impossible to have a battle formation without flaws in this world, and there is no such thing as a mission that cannot be accomplished. How sharp Wang Yuan's observation was. When the first wave of the skeleton battle formation regrouped the Black Dragon Society players, Wang Yuan had already noticed it. Skeleton gunmen are the gaping hole in the battle formation, because the shield skeleton blocking the counter successfully to make way for the back row of gunmen to output. The shield wall formed by the shield will be skill cancelled at that instant. The disappearance of the impenetrable shield wall is an opportunity for players to cut through the back row. Furthermore, even though these skeleton soldiers were battle formation monsters, they were all the lowest level normal monsters, not the elite monsters in the copy, and attacking that target all depended on the first hate. Therefore, Wang Yuan let the front row tanks charge to attract a wave of hatred. and the shield skeletons and lance skeletons in the front row of the battle formation as well as the bow and arrow skeletons in the back would naturally attack the thick-skinned tank players. The assassins slipped by before their eyes, and it was all extremely safe. Not to mention the group of assassins all had sneak on. These skeleton soldiers didn't notice the assassins rushing over at all. They just caught the first wave of front row warrior players and beat them up, letting a bunch of assassins go straight through the gap to the back row archers. Archer as all professions in the lowest blood, the highest agility of the profession. The advantage is long hands and legs. Running fast attack distance is still far. At this point, the skeleton archers were close enough that their hand length advantage directly disappeared. If it's any other situation, the archer can still rely on speed to dodge the target and kite it. But at the moment, under the constraints of the battle formation and the terrain, the advantage of the long legs of these skeleton archers in the back row had also vanished. It was as if it had instantly turned from the great killing weapon of 10,000 arrows just now into a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Black Dragon assassin players rushed into the archer formation. It is called a rampage reckless. Do not have to consider positioning, blocking eye and other skills, carrying a dagger cut on the end, only to see the skeleton army of war suddenly drilled out a group of assassin players. One as a tiger into the flock, carrying a dagger brainless dumping skills. Just a photo. There is a large swath of skeleton archers were killed. As the assassin cut into the back row, the hatred of the skeleton army's battle formation was completely confused. The skeleton archers, who had originally attacked the front row tank players, shifted their hatred to the back row assassins, and for a while, they were in a mess. Losing the superb damage from the back row of archers, the front row of shield skeleton soldiers and lance skeleton soldiers also lost their advantage in output. Without the strong output of the archers, the situation was also immediately reversed. The player's side had the upper hand in no time. Everyone follow. Attack. Seeing the situation reversed, Wang Yuan snapped his fingers and ordered the opening of the general attack. The opposing archers were held and slaughtered by the assassins, and the mages on the player's side lost the threat of the archers, and their powerful output firepower was once again secured. Together with the aura and healing of the back row paladins and priests, the player team was simply crushing the shielded little skeletons that had lost their back row output in battle formation bonus. All the way like destroying the past pushed through. It was just less than 5 minutes. The original still impregnable skeleton battle formation was crushed by the players into a field of broken bones. Hiss. Really let him break the game? Looking at the army of skeletons that had been massacred in front of him, Big White's eyes went straight. As a professional who had helped Zol guard Thunder Cliff in the Thunder Cliff secret realm, no one knew the strength of this skeleton battle formation better than Big White. Once the battle formation was opened, not only did the attributes of the front row shield wall get a qualitative leap, but the attacks of the back row of skeleton archers also got a direct qualitative boost. Although flexibility is almost non-existent, the offense and defense are indestructible, especially when the undead army made this battle formation. It was flawless. After all, humans are also affected by a variety of objective factors such as eating, defecating, replenishing, sleeping, and even psychology. The undead, as undead creatures, were robots that were mindless and only followed the orders of their commanders. Just give them instructions and they can stand there meticulously for the rest of their lives. Back then, Zol was able to hold back the demonic beast army for 16 years thanks to the skeleton battle formation. Although Dabai has also seen Wang Yuan's command ability, and knows that this guy has an extraordinary talent in arranging troops in formations, but he also never thought that Wang Yuan just looked at the battle formation, analyzed the fatal shortcomings of this set of battle formations, and made a targeted breakthrough. What a demon this Nima is! Even though Big White had already made a good mental preparation, at this moment, he was also stunned with his jaw dropping. Xiaobai and Ma San hadn't done the Thunder Cliff secret quest and didn't know the strength of this skeleton battle formation, but they both knew what kind of person Big White was. That was the captain of the Holy Light City's Special Operations Team, the chief instructor of the 17 city's professionals, who had led his squad through high-level decimation missions dozens of times, and was known as a living legend. At this moment, even Big White was shocked by this set of operations by Wang Yuan, so it was evident that Wang Yuan had done something unbelievable. Cow. This bull of yours is the bull of bulls, isn't it? Not only Big White. At this moment, the group of dragon walkers were also completely convinced, especially one crane in the clouds. The way they looked at Wang Yuan had changed. In the Black Dragon Society, the one who was actually most convinced of Wang Yuan was Dragon Walking World, because Dragon Walking World had personally felt Wang Yuan's oppression. And the one who was the most unconvinced was one crane in the clouds, because until now he felt that at that time, the Black Dragon Society had been single-handedly swiped by Wang Yuan because of Wang Yuan's trickery. Even when Wang Yuan later beat the Shadow Castle on Hell difficulty, one crane in the clouds wondered if this guy was stuck in some kind of bug. Anyway, no one followed them, so who knows how the hell they got through the copy. But now that he had witnessed Wang Yuan commanding the crowd to regroup and destroy the skeleton army, one crane in the clouds was directly convinced. He also changed from being unconvinced to respecting Wang Yuan. To know, Yun Zhongyish also boasts of tactical masters, but on the square that kind of situation, he is in any case cannot find a way to break the game. After all, that kind of attack and defense of the battle formation, and is stuck in the narrow mountain reason, absolutely called a unique, occupying all the time and place and people. A crane in the clouds faced the skeleton battle formation with the feeling of a dog biting a hedgehog with nowhere to bite. Who knew that Wang Yuan just looked at it and utilized the hate mechanism of the low-level monsters to open a gap for the assassin and managed to cut the back row, allowing the player's side to reverse the battle. This Nima, whether it is the understanding of the game, or insight and strategy at all levels, a crane in the clouds has seen the gap between himself and Wang Yuan. This man is not to be messed with. Absolutely not. Right now he is still just a necromancer with 3 skeletons, and when he forms an army of undead, one person slaughtering the city and destroying the country is not a problem. How could a guild in the district dare to provoke such a terrifying fellow? On the other hand, the group of benevolent invincibles, although they were also excited but mostly because they managed to break through the block, were not overly surprised that Wang Yuan was able to do so. Dragonwalker and the others were even more terrified. Good lord, is this his regular routine? I'm surprised the minions don't explode anything under the siege quest. Fang had killed at least 500 skeleton soldiers in one wave, and surprisingly, he hadn't even popped out a single hair. Passing through the narrow mountain pass, Wang Yuan and his group led the Black Dragon Society players to the end of the mountain pass below the entrance of Thunder Cliff. According to the quest hints, players needed to go through this stone door in order to enter the interior of Thunder Cliff. The walls above the stone gate were filled with guarding skeleton archers. By now, the bow was already open and aiming at the players below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the players approached the stone door, uncountable arrows fell from the sky. There is an output bonus for attacking from above, and the higher you stand, the higher the bonus. But people didn't take these attacks to heart, because the mountain road was only a dozen meters wide. The place was just so big a throw. The archers on the wall were more, but not more than 100. Not to mention that the ones that could attack the players were only the rows outside, and their output ability was far less than the skeleton battle formation of the party. This level of disruption basically constitutes no effect on players with shield warriors. Raise your shields. In this situation, there was no need for Wang Yuan to even command. The shield warrior player in the front row raised his shield above his head with a loud shout, like a large cover that covered everyone. Ding ding ding. The arrow landed on the shield with a crisp clang. The player under the shield, against the arrows, came under the city gate and slammed at it. Clang, clang, clang. However, after half a day, everyone finally realized that something was wrong. He meow. The player sighed how the sparks flying all over the sky. Weapon durability are almost fall out. This city gate even did not have half a trace of damage. This is outrageous. Seeing this scene, Dragonwalker's head was filled with questions. The group of benevolent invincibles were also baffled. Not. What's up with this gate? It doesn't eat physical attacks? Mage. Dragonwalker yelled. Blow it up for me. Rumble. Magic flew in the sky. Ice cones, fireballs, and colorful streams all smashed on the city gates, but the gate remained motionless. Not even a black dot fell. Do we have to use holy light? The benevolent one's brow furrowed. His logic was also very simple. Since it was the land of the necromantic sacred objects, and holy light was an attribute that restrained the necromantic creatures, physical and magical attacks were ineffective, so he definitely had to use holy light to attack. Thinking of this, the benevolent one casually flung a holy light orb over. Pop! The ball of holy light landed on the gate, and not only did the gate not get damaged, but instead, it bounced back by contaminating the benevolent one's holy light into black, and landed on the ground, corroding the ground into a large pit. Sabo, what the hell? Everyone froze. Not. The quest sets up that you must go through this door to enter Thunder Bluff. How do you wear this unbeatable door? What's wrong with the game company's brain? Stop staring at the gate. At this time, I only heard Wang Yuan say, look around to see if there is any other way. Another way? Brother Nyo got it wrong. Didn't the quest hint say that you have to go through this door to enter Thunder Cliff? How could there be another path? When they heard Wang Yuan's command, everyone was filled with doubt. The game world to do quests. Everything is based on the quest prompts. This is the common sense of the players. Otherwise, even if you complete the mission, if you don't meet the requirements of the mission hints, you may be judged to have failed. For example, in the previous material quest that Wang Yuan did, although Wang Yuan brought higher grade materials, That old thing Clydesdale threatened Wang Yuan with the quest rewards because the materials he messed with weren't the materials in the quest. This is what happens when you don't follow the quest prompts. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Yuan was going to die with Clydesdale, anyone else would have had to eat a dumb loss in that situation. So people are still very compliant with things like quest prompts. Thought it was part of the mandatory conditions for doing the task. Ha! Wang Yuan, on the other hand, laughed and asked the group. The quest prompt told us to go through this door. Did it say that we had to destroy this door? Ah, this. When the crowd heard this, they were all speechless. What should be said or not said? Wang Yuan's words were a bit of bullshit, but they weren't entirely unreasonable. The system prompt does say that you must go through this door, which cannot be destroyed. When these two conditions are put together, isn't that a contradiction in terms? So, what Wang Yuan said might be true, that this door and this door were two concepts, and that the mountain path had to possibly have another way for players to open this door in order to go through it. Mud. It's fucking winding. Everyone, find another entrance. With this in mind, the front row tank professions as well as under the door drew fire from the archers, while the other players began to grope the sides to dodge for a new entrance. As expected, a few moments later only a player not far to the left of the city gate shouted, "There's a vine here. You can climb up the mountain." There really is another way? The crowd looked at the Wang Yuan in front of them and were filled with astonishment. Regarding Wang Yuan's words, everyone was actually just guessing and didn't fully believe in them, and the reason why they listened to Wang Yuan to find another way was also because there was no better way. But I never expected to find it. This Nima system is really a dog. Even playing word games with players, not bad for a cow. I knew Bull wouldn't mess with the cover. The crowd had long been accustomed to seeing Wang Yuan's anticipation of the enemy and had begun to get used to it. And now although they were surprised, they were not as exaggerated as before. Holy shit, this guy is a fortune teller, right? Why does it feel like he's got God's perspective? It's divine. Hey, it's like a fucking half-mortal. It's just divine. Ox half-immortal. You were right. This guy is the Bull half-immortal. In their amazement, the Black Dragon Society crowd gave Wang Yuan a nickname. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yuan already knew that there was another path before he entered the valley, because Big White said before. This door is called Broken Dragonstone, known as the hardest stone in heaven and earth, not to mention the current stage of the players. Even the strongest creatures of the dragon cannot cause damage, so it is called the Broken Dragonstone. To open this door, you must find the hidden way, climb up the mountain to defeat the monsters guarding it, and open the mechanism in order to do so. One of the Black Dragon Club players was not wrong. The current Wang Yuan was really open to God's perspective. Up, Wang Yuan glanced upwards along the vines, then pointed above the cliff face. Okay, casual messy shot was the first to charge. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, pulled him to his feet. Let the fighters go. Just kidding, there are still monsters on the cliff wall. Archers are agile and climb faster, but climbing up and being attacked by monsters unexpectedly, they die fast. Warriors with thick skin can still resist for a while. I'll do it, Dragon Walker volunteered, grabbing the vines and climbing up the web. Soon, Dragon Walker climbed up. However, right at this moment, Dragon Walker's eyes went black. He didn't know what hit him, and a huge force knocked him backward, and he directly fell down from the cliff wall. Ah, snap! With a miserable scream, Dragon Walking World fell from the sky, smashing the ground into a big-shaped pit. Looking at the large pit on the ground, everyone was horrified, especially randomly shooting around with a green face. Nima, there is actually no pain in the game, and player deaths are common. But there's still a fundamental difference between getting your bloodstain emptied and being thrown from a great height. This is like bungee jumping. How many people dare to jump when they know they can't die? Agoo, scared daddy to death. A few moments later, a hand reached out from the large humanoid pit, and the dragon-shaped world sat up from the pit with a face like death. Looking at his appearance, it was easy to see that although your blood bar had only dropped by half, his life might have already fallen out. After a long moment's reprieve, Dragon-shaped world said with hot tears in its eyes, "There's a monster up there. Backed me down. Grass. Row. 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 Tough luck, boss dragon." Wang Yuan hurriedly went up to comfort him. "See how scared the kid is? He's a chicken. Who's going up to take a look?" Wang Yuan turned his head to ask the others. The crowd immediately took a step back in unison at his words. LMAO. Dragon Walker is timid. The others aren't timid either. Only Brave and the Bold stood there and didn't move anywhere. "Okay, Wushuang. You go." "Me, I'm afraid of heights." The Brave and the Bold waved their hands in a hurry. "Then step forward." "I didn't." The Brave and the Bold hurriedly looked around and couldn't help but swear. "Sabo, are you guys not human?" "Brother Wushuang." "Awesome. It's up to you." A few players from the Black Dragon Society, such as one crane in the clouds, were still cheering and gloating from the sidelines. Naya, they punked me, Brave and the Bold yelled. Fuck Nima. Are you ashamed? Waterlinglong was short-tempered and cursed with her mouth open. Then she didn't forget to say, whoever goes up I'll give him 100 gold. Me. What do you mean by heavy reward will be brave up? What do you mean by money is strong? This group of sons of bitches show that a full have grabbed to go up. Even Brave Man Unrivaled yelled from the sidelines. Rob your grandpa, a bunch of goons. Why didn't they come forward just now? Said Brave and the Bold kicked away the others who were surging over and grabbed the vines and climbed up. Bull, you guys have to protect me. Halfway up, Brave and the Bold shouted downwards. Don't worry, you'll be fine. The benevolent one patted his chest. I don't believe you. Okay, so you're not okay now. Reaper, get me a fireball on him. Your sister. With fear on his lips, Brave Man Unrivaled was even faster than Dragonwalker. And in a moment he had climbed to the top of the cliff. Wow! With the sound of a chain. At the same time a tall black humanoid monster lunged at Brave Man Unrivaled. I said, don't you come over, Sigma, mouth, Bujinjian face. Seeing this oncoming guy, Brave Man Unrivaled was so scared that his soul flew out. The brave one was not afraid of monsters gnawing on him. The key was that he had just climbed up and had not yet stabilized himself. And if he were to be attacked by monsters, then he would have to make the same mistake as the Dragonwalker, and be thrown off the top of the cliff. It's one thing if you can fall to your death. That's definitely a feeling no sane person wants to experience. Brush. However, just when Bravely Defiant thought he was going to be pushed down by the monster, a white light suddenly fell from the sky and enveloped Bravely Defiant. Holy Light Shield. Duong. The monster's bucket-sized fist wrapped around a chain landed on Braveheart's face, and Braveheart didn't move a muscle. Invincible, you're really my own brother. Woohoo! The Brave and the Bold looked at the holy light shield on his body and was moved to tears. Get out of here and get out of here. Don't disgust me. That's when the benevolent one climbed up from below. The others followed suit. In addition to the 7 members of the Miracle Makers, there were also several people from Dragon World and one crane in the clouds. There is limited space at the top of the cliff for others to squeeze in. Don't stand on the edge. Spread out. Wan Yuan signaled everyone not to pile up together after climbing to the top of the cliff. Everyone sniffs and scatters. Only the Brave and the Bold was there in tears. Do none of you care if my old man dies or not? Why aren't you dead? Casual Messy Shot asked in dissatisfaction. There are still people who care. Wan Yuan spread his hands and spat. Pee-wee. You wait. Brave Man Unrivaled viciously glared at Casual Messy Shot. Roar. Roar. With a roar, everyone's eyes were drawn to the monster. Everyone also got a good look at the monster on the cliff face, only to see that the monster had a black-brown body, and its body was emitting a black aura that was condensed into substance. It was 2 to 3 meters tall, with 2 chains dragging on both arms. As for the likeness, the appearance could not be seen, for the creature's face was thoroughly decayed, with one eye set in its socket and the other hanging droopily over its face, and its abstraction was only matched by that of a fellow Firebrand Reaper. Corpse King, Gold, Grade, 30, Life Value, 500,000. Magic Value, 10,000. Skills, Evil Spirit Heavy Punch, Evil Spirit Entanglement, Evil Spirit Roar. Background, a former captain of the Thunderstorm City Guard Corps. He died heroically in the war defending Thunder Bluff, and was later awakened by the power of death leaking from Shadow Castle and became a necromancer. It's a necromancer. Seeing the Corpse King in front of them, everyone was stunned. Wang Yuan was also surprised. Just now, everyone fought their way in and encountered all skeletons. Unexpectedly the boss guarding the door was actually a corpse demon. It is well known that undead creatures are divided into 3 categories: skeletons, ghosts, ghouls. One of the skeletons is the lowest level of undead creatures. The player level 1 can be summoned. The lowest skeleton soldier is the F-level warpet, known as the fight group Daredevil, the battlefield cannon fodder. Is anyone can pinch and ravage the low-level warpet. Ghosts are a bit more advanced than skeletons. Necromancers can get summoned ghosts at level 20. The lowest level floater is an E-ranked battle pet that can ignore physical damage but has almost 0 magic resistance. An undead creature that restrains fighters. Compared to skeletons and ghosts, corpse demons were obviously much more powerful. Necromancers can only summon the lowest level of necromancer. The zombie, at level 30. Zombies are not only high armor, magic resistance is also high, and there is not bad output ability. If not moving a little slow, simply can be called the perfect war pet. The Corpse King, as it were, was a monster whose grade was far higher than that of a zombie. Moreover, this Corpse King in front of him was still a gold boss, and its power was self-evident. Roar! The Corpse King's hatred at this time was still on Braveheart unmatched, only to see him roar with rage and swing his left hand at Braveheart unmatched. Wow! The iron chain on the Corpse King's arm suddenly surged like a long snake. binding the brave one unrivaled. Then the necromancer pulled back. Oops! The brave one screamed miserably, and in the next moment, he was yanked to his feet by the Corpse King. Without waiting for the crowd to react to what was going on, the Corpse King lifted his huge fist entangled in chains and smashed it down on Braveheart's head. After all, Brave Unstoppable was an expert. Seeing that he was going to be blown up by a punch, he immediately raised his left hand's shield. Duong! There was a loud bang. The heavy iron fist slammed heavily on the shield of Brave and the Bold. The two forces collided together, and a shockwave spread out in all directions from the feet of the two of them. The shield in the hands of the Brave and the Bold was directly emptied of its durability. I said. Tears fell from Brave and the Bold's eyes. Killing is nothing but a headache. You can still be resurrected later if you die. And if your equipment is played out, then it's really gone. In games, it's always about gear over people. Seeing that Brave Man Unrivaled hadn't been blown away by a single punch, the Corpse King was obviously a bit surprised. So once again the iron fist was raised. If one punch doesn't kill you, then two. Boom! Just then, a large fireball exploded in the Corpse King's face. Great White held his staff in his hand, and the fireballs were just like the ones he had put out. -171. Faint damage floated up from the Corpse King's head. The damage wasn't high, but it managed to interrupt the Corpse King's skill, and Brave Unmatched violently exerted his force to break free from the Corpse King's bonds, rolling backward and leaving the Corpse King's attack range. What's the situation? Seeing the damage done by this one fireball from Great White, everyone froze. Everyone hadn't seen how high Wang Yuan's damage was, but the damage of these few skeletons behind Wang Yuan was still clear to everyone. It's simply counterintuitively high. When we fought Leoric in the Shadow Castle, we all saw it with our own eyes, and the Dark Gold boss was able to forcefully suppress it, especially Big White, who had once killed Dragonwalker with a single burst flame. Such a terrifying output would be difficult for even a level 20 turret mage with a full body of extreme equipment to achieve. At this moment, a fireball smashed on the Corpse King's face. Surprisingly, it only dealt less than 200 damage, which nigh directly shocked everyone. Even Wang Yuan was a bit incredulous. What's going on? Did something go wrong? No way. The magic resistance is too high. It has to be restrained with attributes. The Benevolent One, as a bone-crushing gamer, saw the clue at a glance, then directly shouted, "All priests, use holy light orbs to output." The Corpse King was an undead creature, and the only thing that restrained the undead attribute was the holy light. Fighting this kind of undead creature-dominated monster, the priests one by one that were all towing the line. The output was fiercer than even the mages. Having caught the opportunity at this time, everyone would not let it go easily. Immediately, several balls of holy light were smashed against the Corpse King. Bang! Bang! However, the holy light ball smashed into the Corpse King, just like a water balloon that crashed into a stone wall. Not only did it not deal half a point of damage, instead, it directly transformed into spots of light and dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. Allo? What the hell? This time, it was the Benevolent One's turn to be bewildered. Bug! It's definitely a bug. The priest on the Black Dragon Society's side went towards the light and even pointed at the Corpse King and yelled. It's basic common sense that light magic restrains necromantic creatures as part of the game setting. Monster resistance is high, and using attribute restraint to deal damage is also basic common sense for gamers. Something like a necromancer was undoubtedly definitely undead. The light magic that was completely restrained not only didn't have any restraining effect, but it didn't even deal any damage. So what was this if not a bug? Mr. Wushwang, what's going on? Even Xiaobai and Ma Saner froze. Big White mused for a moment. It seems that this Corpse King might have been a fanatic follower of the Light God cult in his lifetime. As far as I know, the holy light resistance doesn't disappear after a light monster becomes undead. Still, Xiaobai and Ma Saner just as if they were also hearing about this setting for the first time. After all, the magical beasts they would come into contact with in the future were not undead creatures, and it was normal for them to be unaware of this setting. No wonder. Wang Yuan was also instantly enlightened when he heard this. Indeed, this necromancer was originally the captain of the escort, with a fervent belief in light to die in battle, and it was not of his own will to be awakened by the power of death. Although he became undead, his light attributes did not disappear. It's no wonder light magic resistance is so high. Looking at the Corpse King in front of them who didn't eat light magic, everyone was at a loss. After all, the undead creatures themselves have a very high physical defense. Necromancers, this kind of thing cannot be said to be invulnerable to swords and spears. Right. Conventional means of attacking the effect is very general anyway, can only be used with magic and attribute restraints to hit the damage. But this Corpse King not only had high magic resistance, attribute restraint didn't even work. How the hell could he fight? If only I knew thunder magic. Just when everyone didn't know what to do, they only heard Big White say, Thunder magic possesses a demon-subduing attribute. Although it's not as powerful as the Holy Light System's restraint, it also has a strange effect on undead creatures. Thunder magic. Hearing this from Great White, Wang Yuan could not help but stare. Not to mention, there was someone in the team who could. Previously, in the Shadow Castle's armory, Death had gotten a secondary weapon, which came with the Thunderbolt skill. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan immediately sent a private message to Death. Try the Thunderbolt technique. Okay? I'm not sure. Just try it. Wang Yuan Dao. Yes. Death instantly raised his hand. Boom! A heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck the Corpse King's head without bias. Zira. The Corpse King shuddered and froze in place, the already festering skin on his body emitting gusts of blue smoke under the thunderbolt's bombardment. Minus 9,999. A large blood drop number floated up from the Corpse King's head. I second that. What kind of godly output is this? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes flew out. Knowing that Great White's magic attack could only cause less than 200 points of damage to the Corpse King, the Holy Light magic couldn't even break the skin when it hit the Corpse King. Reaper a skill. Directly take away the Corpse King nearly 10,000 points of blood. This Nima. Crap, I got it. It's name restraint. Casual Gon Shot's eyes lit up and started babbling. Still, others believed it. But it's not. The Grim Reaper, the Corpse King, that's a hell of a lot higher. So maybe it's really a name restraint. Bullshit. If it's going to be restrained, it's also the lightning attribute that restrains it. In the end, it was the Ashes level experienced player, Run, who could always spot the end in the first place. Thunder attribute restraint. Right. I remember in the legendary type game I used to play, the thunder attribute restrained the undead. The crowd chimed in with their words, all of which were horseplay. Not bad for a professional mage. The sea is just professional. Vigorously out of the miracle of the crowd have rushed to the god of death thumbs up. Incidentally also stepped on the benevolent invincible foot. Invincible. What the hell are you? But also light grams of the undead. You priests want to hit the output, want to go crazy, right? I say your lordships. The benevolent one gritted his teeth in anger. Lightning magic. Why do these guys have everything? On the Black Dragon Society's side, the crowd was astonished. In Dawn of the Dawn, thunder magic is a very special existence. Normally, the only 4 magical elements at the disposal of a mage in the game are earth, water, fire and wind. Earth's system and wind system belongs to rare magic, so the common skills of magicians are mostly water and fire. Thunder magic, on the other hand, is a magic element above the 4 systems. Not only does it possess the high damage of fire magic, it also possesses the high control of water magic, has the defensiveness of earth magic, and its casting speed is no weaker than that of wind magic, making it the king of the elements. Because of this, the lightning element was also the most difficult element to control in the game. And lightning magic skills were also extremely rare skills. So far, people had only heard of the thunder magic setting, and the market had never seen any thunder skills flowing out. There was even once a tycoon who threw away a lot of money to collect thunder magic skills, and now it's still hanging on the forums with no one responding to it. So much so that the vast majority of players assumed that thunder magic wasn't even open right now. Never would I have thought that in the small guild of Miracle of Power, which only had 8 members, there would be someone who knew this. Not me. The god of death was just about to explain that it was Wang Yuan who reminded him that he was the one who used the lightning magic. Instead, Wang Yuan made a gesture of silence. Although the Reaper didn't know why Wang Yuan was keeping such a low profile, he still didn't say anything. There was no way around it. Wang Yuan was a cautious man. Now that Big White and the others didn't realize that Wang Yuan could hear their hearts. Big White had just said earlier that he had to use thunder magic to restrain it. And Wang Yuan's side suggested that the Grim Reaper should use thunder and lightning, which was too much of a coincidence for this shit. Xiao Bai and Ma Sainer are good at fooling around, but Dabai is not a light, and he will not be exposed on the spot. At the moment, Wang Yuan didn't want to let Dabai and the others know his secret. After all, no one wants a peek into their heart. Not to mention the fact that each of them, Big White, was a son of the dimension who had traveled. If they knew that they didn't have the slightest secret in front of Wang Yuan, wouldn't it be as horrible as going out on the street with their bare asses? These guys might do something. While everyone was surprised, the Corpse King had already lifted the paralysis, roared and used evil spirit entanglement, and the iron rope in his hand flew directly towards the Grim Reaper. Clang! Just as the iron rope was about to fall on the Grim Reaper, Brave Unmatched, with the aura buff that Hope had just enchanted, leapt forward and blocked in front of the Grim Reaper. Wow! The iron ropes once again yanked Gutless through. The Corpse King's right-hand iron fist flashed with black light, smashing head-on towards the Brave Unmatched who was dragged over. At this time, Benevolent One's Holy Light Shield had also finished cooling down, and with a lift of his staff, Holy light enveloped Brave 1. Duong. A punch landed, and Brave and the Bold didn't move a muscle. Whoosh! At the same time, several arrows flew to, inserted in the eyes of the Corpse King. The Corpse King was knocked backward. Let go of the Brave Unrivaled. The Brave Unrivaled followed the trend of a charge. Bang! The Corpse King was knocked back a step. Boom! Death's lightning spell fell again. Minus 9,999. The large blood drop numbers floated up again. The necromancer was once again paralyzed by the lightning spell. Put! A dagger stabbed into the back of the necromancer's waist. The air behind the Corpse King twisted, and Shui Linglong revealed her figure. Minus 745. Blast damage floated up over the necromancer's head. Although Water Linglong's attack wasn't as exaggerated as Death's Thunderbolt, it triggered the 15% chance of ignoring defense from breaking devouring, and struck a bludgeon. With over 700 points of damage, everyone in the Black Dragon Society was dumbfounded by the sight, especially after seeing the dagger in Shui Linglong's hand that was glowing with golden light. She was even more shocked. Nima, is this bitch's attack that high? Holy shit, that's gold equipment in this woman's hand, isn't it? Gold equipment. Sabo, is someone carrying gold equipment already now? The Black Dragon Society's group was even more terrified. We all know firsthand how hard it is to get equipment in Dawn of the Dead, not to mention gold equipment. Dragon Walker, as the president of a big guild like the Black Dragon Society, only had one silver equipment on his body to hold up the scene. Other players are even worse. The golden weapon in Shui Linglong's hand truly amazed everyone. However, just as the crowd of the Black Dragon Society envied Shui Linglong's possession of a golden weapon, Shui Linglong flipped her left hand and another dagger glowing with golden light appeared in her hand, and with a smooth stroke of her hand, she plunged the knife between the Corpse King's two strands. Minus 2,142. The Key Blitz. He. Shui Linglong hemmed and hawed with a satisfied look. I'm sure it's still the most useful trick. I'll mess with. Dog Reiko is still so disgusting. Wang Yuan and the others couldn't help but see this and their heads were filled with black lines. This woman has a wicked sense of humor. 2. This treadmill. Unlike the point that Wang Yuan's group paid attention to, when the Black Dragon Club crowd saw the second golden dagger in Shui Linglong's hand, their jaws directly dropped to the ground, not paying attention to Shui Linglong's attack at all. Not. What's this woman's origin? What the hell did you get 2 gold daggers for? Can't imagine. The crowd of the Black Dragon Society looked at the Shui Linglong in front of them, and they were astonished. Roar! This knife of Water Linglong was extremely damaging and even more insulting. Being stuck in the vitals by Water Linglong's knife, the paralysis on the Corpse King was directly lifted, letting out a furious roar, turning around and about to attack Water Linglong behind him. Duong! The moment the Corpse King turned around, Brave Man Unrivaled took a step forward and slapped the back of the Corpse King's head with a shield strike from his left shield. Shui Linglong took a step back and opened her sneak. Boom! Another thunderbolt fell. It had to be said that the Water Linglong few were worthy of being old friends who had been playing the game together for many years, and the cooperation between the few was perfect. Although the Corpse King had high attack and defense, it couldn't hold up to the attribute restraints of lightning and the assassin's vital blasts that ignored defense by exploding the chrysanthemums. The Corpse King wanted to attack Death and Water Linglong, who had the highest output, but he couldn't break the control of the Brave and the Bold few. This side just grabbed the Brave and Invincible. The benevolent and invincible Holy Light Shield is cooled down, hard against the Corpse King's heavy attack unharmed, not waiting for the Corpse King's second heavy attack. That side of the random shooting shock shot interrupted the Corpse King's skills, as the Corpse King turned his head to attack Shui Linglong. Behind him, the Brave Invincible shield strike slammed the back of his head again, and the Corpse King was just slowing down from the shield strike control when the benevolent Invincible Sacred Light Shield cooled down as well. The three of them worked together as a team. The Corpse King froze and was messed around by a few people, completely unable to get out of the circle of control, creating a perfect output environment for Death and Water Linglong alone. Actually, after figuring out the routine, the Corpse King's strength is not that high. The difficulty lies in his physical defense and magic resistance. Under the Reaper's Thunderbolt technique restraint and Shui Linglong's disgusting attack that ignored defense, the Corpse King was like a beast trapped in a cage. Except for roaring after death, there was no room to fight back at all. The two of them, Water Linglong and Reaper, were able to take away more than 10,000 points of damage from the Corpse King in each wave. The blood bar on the Corpse King's head fell down one by one at a rate visible to the naked eye. Roar! A few minutes later, with a resigned hiss, the blood bar on the Corpse King's head emptied and he lay heavily on the ground. Looking at the corpse of the Corpse King on the ground, as well as the laughing and chatting Shui Linglong several people, the Black Dragon Society people froze. You look at me, I look at you, completely at a loss as to what to say. although the Black Dragon Society was not one of those old guilds that were famous in the national service. However, as the largest guild in Thunderstorm City, the strength of the players who were able to squeeze into the core position was still not weak. Whether it was the level or equipment, they had to be one notch stronger than the ordinary players, and they could even be called first-class experts as well. However, at this time, when I saw the Miracle Group, I immediately felt the gap in strength. Prior to the opening of the Attack Resident quest, the Black Dragon Society's group had not heard of the names of Shui Linglong's several people, and only knew that these guys were lucky enough to follow Wang Yuan's ass and mixed up a first pass for a hell difficulty copy. After seeing a few people, it was even less like a master, a leering kid, a middle-aged man with a ruffled face, a smiling warrior, an ugly mage, a slutty knight, and a pussy. This combination looks like a strawman any way you look at it, but never would I have expected that ugly mage to have lightning magic, and that woman to dual-wield 2 golden weapons. His own group of people, who didn't even have room to intervene, had simply become live spectators of the battle. What do you mean by the kind of things people divided by the group? This cattle vigorously strong. His side of the friends really are all masters. But shouldn't an expert of this level be enjoying abundant resources in a large guild? Why are you organizing a grassroots team to live a hard life? The more the Black Dragon Society crowd thought about it, the more puzzled they became. Dahai, touch the equipment. You're the one who contributed the most this time. On Wang Yuan's side, the crowd pointed at the Corpse King on the ground. I can really touch it. Death rubbed his fists and glanced at Wang Yuan. His own group of friends were no good. Only when they were agreeing with you would they take the initiative to let you touch the equipment. If it were normal, these guys would have already beaten people's brains out of their dog's head over who was going to touch the corpse. Go on. Wang Yuan agreed. Excitedly, Death came to the necromancer and began to feel around. Seeing that they had started touching the corpses, the Black Dragon Society's group was also filled with anticipation. They are the first time to fight the gold boss, or level 30 gold first kill. According to the game set, the first kill must explode the same great equipment. In other words, the Corpse King had to explode at least 1 gold equipment. But the Grim Reaper revealed a puzzled expression after groping the Corpse King for a few moments. What's wrong? What did you touch? The crowd asked in a rush. Only popped this. Death pulled out a blackened pile of mosaic and handed it to the crowd. At the same time, the corpse of the Corpse King disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. What the fuck is this? The crowd could not help but feel a wave of nausea when they saw what was in Death's hand. Despite the mosaic, it wasn't hard to tell that the thing was supposed to be a pile of guts or something, and it was still trembling and jumping. Heart. Death casually opened the attribute display. Guardian's Heart. Category, Special Props. Item description, the heart of the captain of the Thunderstorm City Guards, which has not been corrupted by the power of death due to its fervent beliefs in life. That's it? A gold boss that took so much effort to kill just exploded a pile of this? Sabo, Dahai, don't you ever touch it again. Seeing the attributes, the benevolent few couldn't help but start cursing. Sure enough, ugly people with black hands, Dragonwalkers group whispered, at least it's a gold boss, or the first kill of level 30. Even if you can't touch the high-level gold equipment, at least get something useful. What's the use of touching out a pile of this stuff? Death is directly deprived of the right to touch corpses for life by everyone. Wang Yuan couldn't help but frown as well. Although the Shinigami looks ugly. In fact, the hand is still very red on weekdays. Why is it so tragic today? Touching a prop that does not know how to use it out. What the hell does this thing do? Such a disgusting piece of shit. This is the sacrifice that opens the altar of the spirit of valor. Just as Wang Yuan was also wondering what the hell this thing was for, suddenly Big White yelled again. There is a Yingling altar in Thunder Cliff, and Zul used a pile of corpse entrails to open the altar at that time. An altar? What's that for? Kahaku asked in wonder. It seems like you can summon a designated Yingling through the altar, Dabai said. I'm not sure about the other effects. That means that you can summon the Corpse King soul with this? Ma Sainer asked. In theory. Great White nodded. Summon the corpse. Hearing this from Dabai, Wang Yuan pondered. So, this piece of shit heart is still a treasure. After all, under normal circumstances, a level 30 necromancer could only learn to summon a corpse demon, and a corpse king, as a high-level corpse demon, had to be at least level 40 to summon one. With this pile of heart, one could summon a corpse demon of Corpse King level 20 levels ahead of schedule. Who wants it? Who wants it? If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Death's side is still chasing after the crowd with the heart and asking for that one. Blah blah blah, get away from me. I'm sick of this stuff. Hope covered her nose and stepped back. Shui Linglong took out her dagger and threatened. Go aside. Beware of the dagger my old lady gives you. Casually shooting around ran behind Shui Linglong. I don't want it. The brave and the bold hemmed and hawed. I'll take the money you give me. The benevolent one was even frantically swiping purification at death, mouthing the words, "Blessed be the god of light." The Black Dragon Society crowd also backed away, fearing that death would throw this filthy thing at them. "This is something that boss exploded," Wang Yuan hurriedly said. "Even if you don't know what's there now, who knows if it'll be useful in the future? Don't throw it away. This stuff isn't gross enough to put in a bag." Death was filled with disgust. Anyone in their right mind who holds a pile of hearts has to be guilty of diarrhea. "Give it to me then." Wang Yuan pretended to have a helpless face as he took the heart and casually threw it into his backpack. "Bull. Not bad for a cow." When the crowd saw Wang Yuan calmly put his heart away, they were in awe. This guy is not only strong, the psychological quality is also very strong. The bag is loaded with a pile of heart are not changing color. This guy in reality will not be a splitter demon. These people just don't have much insight. A serious necromancer is one who works with corpses every day, not to mention fresh entrails. Rotting entrails are also a regular prop. This is where it's at. That said, the fact that necromancers are so rare in the future is probably due to this aspect as well. After all, necromancers need corpses to summon the undead. The fact that no one wants their family to be enslaved after they die is one thing. The point is that it's such a disgusting profession that no one really wants to learn it, except for a few guys with strong tastes. Mage, what a noble and rare profession. Running to play with corpses. Think of it all tingling. With the corpse king killed, the soul flames in the eyes of the skeleton archers on the city gates dissipated in unison, turning into piles of white bones scattered on the ground. Rumble. The gates of Thunder Bluff slowly rose at that moment as well. Dragonwalker and the others led the Black Dragon Guild players into the Thunder Cliff Valley in great numbers. Wang Yuan went through the city gate but went straight up the city wall. "Bull, what are you doing?" The others saw this and were very confused. "Is there any treasure above the walls?" "Can't just a bunch of level 30 skeleton soldiers above. This thing can burst how baby?" Just as everyone was wondering, they only saw the skeleton archers, who had already turned into piles of bones in the party, wobbling and standing up beside Wang Yuan, with blue flames glowing in their eyes. "Bull, get out of the way." Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked and hurriedly reminded Wang Yuan. Instead, Wang Yuan gave a slight nod and waved his hand, pointing at the crowd below. "Wow." As Wang Yuan pointed his hand towards the crowd, the skeleton archers behind him neatly aimed their bows and arrows at the crowd below. This time, the crowd was no longer simply surprised. Rather, it was bewilderment, disbelief, and a trifle fear. What a situation. These monsters, why are they suddenly listening to Wang Yuan's command? Can it be that Wang Yuan was possessed by a ghost? While the idea of ghostly possession and such is not in line with materialistic values, it's in a game and in the undead sanctuary, and it's not at all surprising that this could happen. Thinking of this, the crowd pulled out their weapons and aimed them at Wang Yuan, casually shooting randomly or even directly. Focused shot, locking. Wang Yuan shouted, "Whoever you are up there, you've already been targeted by me. Whoever you are, hurry up and get off of my nyo, or I'll shoot." "Are you crazy?" Wang Yuan's head was filled with black lines. "Who's on top of me?" "Ah, you are Brother Nyo?" The crowd's eyes stared straight at Wang Yuan, still in disbelief. "Hey!" Wang Yuan heatedly smiled and displayed the soul extraction skill introduction in the guild channel. "You have practiced a new type of summoning art researched by High Priest Zur that draws on the souls of the dead for soulfire, which can be placed within the undead to make them their undead battle pets. Cooldown, none." That's right. What Wang Yuan used was precisely soul drawl. The soul flame, on the other hand, was the soul flame of the shadow wolf that he had drawn from his previous copy in the Shadow Castle. There were a total of 100, and Fang Yuan used 30 of them to revive 30 skeleton archers. Unfortunately, low-level soul flames could only be used to revive undead creatures, and could not inherit the attributes of the original owner. And the attributes of these skeleton archers had not been strengthened by the souls of the elite-level shadow wolves. But even so, Wang Yuan was satisfied with being able to summon out an additional 30 skeleton archers. Seeing Wang Yuan's skill introduction, the benevolent few people directly froze in place. Shui Linglong, in particular, was jaw-dropped. Shui Linglong was present when Wang Yuan transferred before, and although she also knew that Wang Yuan had helped Zul perfect the summoning technique, turning the ordinary summoning of skeletons into an advanced summoning technique that could summon Ling, she never thought that Wang Yuan would have learned this skill as well, although the necromancer is introduced as being able to summon legions of undead. In fact, according to the setting of Dawn of the Dead, there is a limit to the number of necromancer's undead legions. Level 10 skeleton summoning was just summoning 11 skeletons. Level 10 ghost summoning was at most 11 ghosts, and with the addition of the 11 corpse demons summoned by the level 10 corpse demons, the undead legion's ceiling was just 33 to get to the size of the army. It's impossible to summon 1,000 armies or anything like in the backstory. After all, the main focus is a professional balance. Even the 33 undead war pets composed of the undead army, for other professions is already strong to horrible, so the early half to necromancer has many limitations, weak so that people do not want to play. However, this soul drawing by Wang Yuan completely subverted the necromancer profession on the player level. Theoretically speaking, after having the skill soul draw, Wang Yuan directly broke through the limitations of the number of necromancer undead battle favors. Whether it was summoning skeletons or summoning corpse demons, they were no longer subject to the limitations of the skill, and instead, they were directly able to batch create undead through soul draw, as long as he could draw on soul fire. There was no upper limit to Wang Yuan's undead army establishment. Descriptions such as waving one's hand over 1,000 armies and horses were no longer something in the backstory, and had become a direct reality here in Wang Yuan's place. It could be said that the current Wang Yuan was a necromancer in the true sense of the word. Imagine that other necromancers were still complacent about the undead army formed by dozens of undead when Wang Yuan directly summoned tens of thousands of undead. Other than that, even if it's all the lowest fucking level of skeleton soldiers, that scene could be scary as hell. Low profile, Wang Yuan smiled faintly and put away the 30 skeletal soldiers. These skeleton soldiers were undead created through soul drawing, and were expendable, one less for each death. Unlike Big White who could be immortal as long as their soul flame was still there. Under the enchantment of the heroic history book, good steel should be put to good use. With so many Black Dragon Society players, there was no need to take out these little skeletons as cannon fodder. After collecting the skeletons, Wang Yuan and the others quickly followed the large group. At this moment, the Black Dragon Society players had already arrived at the interior of Thunder Cliff. Nice guy. From the outside, the Thunder Cliff was a narrow valley, and once he came in, it was a wide open view. Everyone froze. The entire Thunder Cliff was a natural huge valley, and the towering mountains were the barriers of the Thunder Cliff. Although the gate was small, only a dozen meters wide, the interior of the Thunder Cliff was very spacious, no more so than Thunderstorm City. One street was extremely wide, while the sides of the street were lined with the remains of various buildings. One could see how prosperous Thunder Cliff was back then as a gateway guarding Thunderstorm City. Dragon Walker was on the verge of crying with envy. You know, in the game the guild house. Although it is something that all the major guilds dream of, but in the end it is still very simple, especially the kind of undeveloped first established guild house, which, to put it nicely, is a residence, but is really just an incredibly sketchy fucking village. The space could only accommodate alchemy rooms, forges, and other basic buildings. Later on, you need guild players to keep doing tasks, brushing contributions and getting resources in order to upgrade the guild quarters little by little, from villages to towns, from towns to cities, from cities to the main city. Has to take tens of thousands of players constantly working hard on quests and doing well for several years before they can be upgraded to the highest level. On the contrary, Thunder Cliff was directly a main city level sized garrison. This Nima. On what grounds? Though Thunder Bluff was now littered with building debris. A shell-shocked look. However, having such a large piece of quarters, the genus makes one's back teeth ache with envy. Rumble. Just as everyone was surprised by the wide space of the Thunder Cliff, suddenly the entire mountain shook. Immediately in front of the crowd, a mound of earth rumbled in the clearing directly in front of them. The next moment, a corpse demon burrowed out of the ground. Within moments, the open space of the Thunder Cliff was filled with corpse demons, and at a glance it was black and extremely terrifying. What makes everyone panic is that these zombie demons are not those unarmed all rely on the claws and teeth of the lowest level of zombie attack, but one by one wearing armor, hand holding a weapon. Just like compared to ordinary zombies do not know where to go. Corpse Demon Warrior, Elite. Grade, 30. Life value, 10,000. Magic value, 5,000. Skills, Charge, Trample, Pound. Background, once the most valiant of warriors, he died in battle defending his homeland, and was resurrected by the leaked power of death, still retaining the will to fight that he had in life. Elite monsters, all of them are elite monsters. Seeing the attributes of these corpse demon warriors, the Black Dragon Club players' faces turned green. Just now, I was laughing at the skeleton attribute trash outside. Now it is kind of like what I want. Really encountered an elite monster. And there's more than one. All the people's eyes are now on the corpse demon warriors. It's no exaggeration to say that there are tens of thousands of them. What was even more terrifying was that these corpse demon warriors were also the resurrection of dead warriors. And it was highly likely that they were all battle formation monsters just like the skeletons outside. What's the concept of a level 30 elite battle formation monster? The average level of Black Dragon Society players was above level 17. Even for these fully equipped veteran players, it was difficult to kill ordinary monsters over level 13, let alone elite monsters that were much stronger than ordinary monsters. With the addition of the battle formation, The district's 2,000 or so players who were less than level 20 were just here to send them to their deaths. Brother Nyo, it's over. We're done. Seeing the uncountable number of corpse demon warriors in front of him, Dragonwalker immediately panicked. I thought that it is not just attacking a guild site. I have more than 2,000 people on my side. Even if the task is more difficult, it is not impossible to get down. But it was only now that a few people from Dragonwalker realized that this was a Nyan pit, whose guildhouse has to fight tens of thousands of elite monsters, or battle formation monsters. Even one crane in the clouds had a pale face. Martyr, what the hell? Is this a guild quest at this stage? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. But they were afraid that Wang Yuan's group would take over the compound. So they decided to come over and borrow a chicken to rub off a reputation. At this time, seeing this formation in front of him, a crane in the clouds realized that he was really superfluous. That's how difficult it is. Not to mention the 8 people in the district. Even if all the top 10 guilds in the national service were invited, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to pass this hurdle. This is the territory of the Eternal Ones, and vile beings are forbidden to set foot on our territory. Just as the crowd was panicking, an empty voice was heard in the sky. Kill. As the voice fell, all the corpse demon warriors neatly raised their weapons in their hands and let out a bellowing cry up to the sky. The voice was like thunder and went straight to the clouds. The aftermath echoed through the valley, sending shivers down one's spine. Great warriors, execute them on the spot. Make them part of us. With that empty voice again, the gazes of the zombie demons in the valley fell in unison on the group of players. Immediately after that, all the corpse demon warriors raised their weapons in their hands and charged towards the players. Pull back, retreat to the entrance of the valley. Don't mess up the formation. Seeing that the corpse demon warriors had already killed, Wang Yuan immediately gave the order to retreat. Seeing this scene, the group of players from the Black Dragon Society were already terrified and had the idea of retreating. At this time, when they heard Wang Yuan's command without saying a word, they immediately backed up and retreated into the narrow mountain path at the entrance of the Thunder Cliff. Boss, can't get out. The door to Thunder Cliff is closed again. As everyone retreated to the door, the player at the end of the line sent a message. Brother Nyo, we can't run away. Dragonwalker hurriedly reported to Wang Yuan. The door is closed. We can't get out. Hiss. These monsters so high AI? Hearing the news from Dragonwalker, one crane in the clouds couldn't help but be shocked. Even the benevolent one in Shui Linglong and the others couldn't help but look at each other. If I'm not mistaken, it seems that the players are now being introduced to the encirclement by the monsters. At this time, everyone's situation was, to put it mildly, like a king's rump in that jar, and there wasn't even a way back. Being given a jar by a monster, this nymphette to spread out. That is not a problem of strength. By the monster played away. This nymphette just like a problem of intelligence. A group of players were counted by the game data. This horse directly disgraced to the maternal grandmother's house. Who said anything about going out? However, Wang Yuan was very calm and said, Formation, defense. Formation? Upon hearing Wang Yuan's command, Dragonwalker was a bit confused. No, Brother Nyo, that's a level 30 elite monster. There are 10 times more than us. How can we defend? You're looking down on us too much, aren't you? Dragonwalker was right about that. Indeed, but all players who have played the Age of Empires, Red Alert, Warcraft and other games know that when the strength is weaker than the opponent, you have to need tactics. What guerrilla assassination? Send a small force to harass the other side of the barracks to destroy the other side of the barracks, or use spies to occupy the other side of the power station. When do you open a defensive formation? Definitely when it's a frontal battle. The sine qua non of head-to-head combat is that you must have equal strength to your opponent. The opposite side was more than 20,000 level 30 elite monsters. Their side only had more than 2,000 level 20 players. How could this be head-on? However, Wang Yuan laughed and said, do you know what it means to use the other's way to return the favor? Dragonwalker was still at a loss, but he listened to Wang Yuan's command and signaled everyone to form up. The Black Dragon Society players were all veterans in the end. And although their discipline was not strong, their execution was still fine. With a command, defensive positions were soon set up. The front row of shield warriors raised their shields. The back row was the Two-Tan warrior paladin. And then the priests, mages, and archers. Oops, I know, it's that luring the wolf to the bridge trick again. When everyone was in formation, casual random shots suddenly screamed in excitement. Now all the players had retreated into the narrow mountain path at the entrance. The formation was lined up. And the front row tanks had just managed to keep all the corpse demon warriors out of the path. And this scene made casual random shot think of the trick Wang Yuan had used to get everyone to go up to the bridge when he had played the duplicate before. This moment is just like the other moment. Ha, isn't this the skeleton battle formation from the party? Hearing the sound of random shooting, Dragon Walker and one crane in the clouds and the others hurriedly looked up. The scene where everyone was blocked in the mountain path by the skeleton soldiers just now appeared in his mind. This is surprisingly similar. It turned out that Wang Yuan had told everyone to retreat, not to run away, but to learn from the first level and use the terrain to set up a formation like the skeleton battle formation to meet the enemy. No wonder Wang Yuan said something about using the other side's methods to return the favor. Hiss. Thinking about this, the Dragon Walker few were once again appalled. A normal person would certainly be helpless in the face of an enemy 10 times as powerful as himself. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, thought of a response strategy in a split second. What kind of thinking adaptability is this? The point is, this coping strategy is still the opponent's. And that's scary. It's like two kung fu masters fighting. You have a flurry of output that doesn't hurt the other guy, and the other guy backhandedly copies a set of your strikes and knocks you out. What kind of concept is that? It is evident that the other party is not only extremely gifted in learning, but also in utilizing it. In your field to deal with you, your moves he brought to use can still be stronger than you. There is a kind of your combat power is only 6,000, his combat power has reached more than 10,000 feeling. I have to say, terrain is a really good thing. The entrance trail was only a dozen meters wide and could only accommodate a dozen people at a time to pass through side by side. If you're charging with weapons, you'll only be able to hold up to 10 people at a time. And lining up in a defensive formation as a static play allows you to take full advantage of the terrain within the mountain passes. A dozen or so shield warriors lined up, directly blocking the mountain path completely, just like the skeleton battle formation of the party. Get on the halo. With the front row of tanks blocking the mountain path, the knight in the center raised his scepter in his hand. Brush. A colorful aura spread out from a group of paladins. Attack aura on, defense aura on, wisdom aura opens, gale aura opens, holy healing aura opens. With the halo enchantment, all players received a substantial increase in their various attributes. At the same time, the corpse demon warriors in the valley rushed to the players. Kill! With another unison cry, the necromantic warriors lowered their heads and possessed themselves, turning on their charge directly at the front row of players and slammed into them. 3, 2, 1, block! Standing on the high ground, Wang Yuan's shoulder corpse demon warrior charged over, and with a command the front row of shield warrior players raised their shields in unison. It wasn't as neat and tidy as the shield skeleton, but it was good enough. Duong! With a loud bang, the two sides crashed together. The first wave of onrushing ghoul warriors were countered by a shield block, triggering a stun attack. In the next moment, the players' arrows and magic had also fallen from the sky. Whoosh, 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 boom 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 boom. Fireballs, arrows, and ice picks fell from the sky, instantly drowning all those stunned corpse demon warriors. Looking at the corpse demon warrior that fell in front of them, the players finally experienced the fun of those skeleton soldiers using the terrain to bully the players in the party. From being bullied to being the bully, the feeling was simply overwhelming. 1,000 words in one sentence. I second that. Yes, ghoul warriors in the valley. All warriors by name. Not only were there no long-range professions like archers or mages, there weren't even any assassins or anything like that. The one word that stands out is rigid. Of course, it was useless even if there was a long-range profession on the opposite side. At this time, the players' defense formation had already been drawn up, and also possessed supporting professions like priests and paladins that restored and added buff. Although there weren't as many long-range archers and their output ability was a bit worse, their survivability was even stronger than the skeleton battle formation in the mountain path before. The defense formation. The fight is not the ability to survive. If you can take a beating, you can stand. And if you can stand, you can counter. If 2,000 players had been surrounded by tens of thousands of corpse demon warriors in the square, everyone might not have been able to carry them by now. But now we are hiding inside the mountain road. With the help of the mountain road terrain advantage, the corpse demon warriors a wave of up to 10 people to pounce on. This is not Holua save grandpa add oil to send death. A wave. 2 waves. Sambo. 10. 20. 30. These corpse demon warriors were like robots without minds, fearlessly launching wave after wave of charges. The player's side isn't used to it either. Blocking, stuns, and fire coverage. Wave after wave of corpse demon warriors fell. Both sides went back and forth, not knowing how long they had been holding out. And as the corpse demon warriors in front of them died more and more, the players realized that something was wrong. Holy shit, I'm running out of blue. The front row tank players were the first to realize something was wrong. After all, blocking was also a skill and required a magic value to release. Tank professions are physique additions, notoriously short on blue, and the first to bottom out in magic value. How come these corpse demon warriors feel more and more resistant? The second person to realize something was wrong was the mage. In the beginning, a wave of magic could take away as a corpse demon. Then a wave of magic could still leave a few remnants of blood. And now it was even more magic plus arrow output. Both had to be 2 waves. It could be seen that these corpse demon attributes were constantly rising. I said, these corpse demons aren't diminishing at all. The third to notice something was wrong was the archer. It is reasonable to say that even if there are tens of thousands of corpse demon warriors, that is also a number, cannot withstand the player's slaughter? So long, how to kill a few thousand. But the archer opened his eagle eye and looked out but found that these corpse demon warriors did not reduce by half, and it seemed that the more they were killed, the more they were killed. Hearing everyone's feedback, Wang Yuan and the others also realized the importance of the problem. A detect spell was casually flung over. Holy shit! When everyone saw the attributes of the corpse demon warrior, they couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. The corpse demon warrior, who was still level 30 just now, had now risen to level 35. Nima, the attributes of this thing are really improving. Mud, it's true that the system is still more despicable. Surprisingly, he was boiling a frog in this warm water, first giving the player the illusion of blocking the corpse demon warrior, and then secretly boosting the corpse demon warrior's attributes. No wonder it gets harder and harder for everyone to fight. This heck how to fight. Continue to fight these guys may have to rise to how many levels. Besides, players are consumed by killing monsters. Not only does it consume magical value, it also consumes arrows as well as weapon durability. With this and that, it's only a matter of time before the players get swarmed at this rate. We're becoming passive again now. Wang Yuan frowned. There must be a resurrection point on the opposite side, or a boss that summons the undead. Let's see. Casual messy shooter glanced off into the distance with his cooler, only to see a guy dressed as a mage standing on the square in the center of the valley, and with a wave of the skeleton staff in that mage's hand, a dozen or so corpse demon warriors climbed up to join the fight. Holy shit, really? Casually shooting around in shock. There's a boss recruiting corpse demons. It's killing more than us at once. Ah, no wonder. The others sniffed in disbelief. This side's killing was not as fast as others recruiting. No wonder the corpse demon warriors not only didn't decrease, but instead killed more and more. What to do? I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out if we continue like this, Dragon Walker said from the side. I can't imagine that after killing for so long, it's all useless, which makes people depressed. Brother Nyo, we won't just be massacred, right? A crane in the clouds was a bit flustered. Bullshit, Brother Nyo is here. How can we possibly be reunited? Casual messy shot gave one crane in the clouds a fierce blank look. That's right, Brother Nyo has the means. The mighty miracle crowd expressed their unconditional trust in Wang Yuan, although they also knew that in this situation, everyone had already entered a dead end and there was no turning back. For some reason, they still had confidence in Wang Yuan. There's no rush. In the face of the questioning of one crane in the clouds, Wang Yuan pondered slightly, then said lightly, since that boss can recruit the undead, let's just kill him. Kill the boss. How? This time, not only the several people from Dragonwalker, even the several people from Shui Linglong were also confused by this comment from Wang Yuan. Everyone was now blocked in the mountain path by the corpse demon warriors, and although it looked like the players had the upper hand, the corpse demon warriors were not only not decreasing, but were instead increasing in number. The player's side, however, has been consumed. Overall, the player is in a passive position at this point. In this situation, everyone merely had the power to defend themselves, and it was unknown how long they could last. But now Wang Yuan said that it would be fine if they killed the boss. That's like someone telling you I'll teach you to box if you can kill Tyson with one punch. Listening to the king is like listening to the king. Who doesn't know that killing the boss is good? The key is how to kill it? People simply can't get out. Well said. At my command, attack. Wang Yuan pointed directly ahead. Ha, big brother, you're not kidding, are you? Offense? Let's get out of the mountain pass and die. Upon hearing Wang Yuan's command, Dragonwalker's group directly became anxious. Why did you hide in the mountain pass just now? It wasn't because there were too many corpse demon warriors on the opposite side. The players simply couldn't fight them. That's why they needed to resist the corpse demon warriors' attack with the help of the terrain. Now Wang Yuan is trying to get everyone to launch an attack. Isn't that fucking bullshit? But all have played the strategy game know that the front battle, the flag is equal to the case can use the defense formation. Want to take the initiative to attack, must be far stronger than the opponent's troops to do well. At this moment, whether it was the number or the attributes of the Black Dragon Society players, they were all vulnerable in front of these level 30 plus corpse demon warriors, and to take the initiative to attack in this situation was not to send them to their deaths. Although the players of the Black Dragon Society were all employees paid by Dragon Walker, they were also the brothers that he had brought up with his own hands. Wang Yuan used to consume the dragon world absolutely cannot say anything. After all, we are now cooperative relationship. But if for no reason was used to send death to amusement, the dragon world is also not willing. Of course, Wang Yuan also knew what Long Xingshi was thinking at this moment, so he pointed to the corpse demon warriors that kept rushing up and said, "There is still a chance to win if we go out of the mountain road, but if we don't go out of the mountain road, we will have to die here, so look at it yourself." This, Dragon Walker was dumbfounded. Indeed, everyone could see that there were more and more corpse demon warriors with stronger and stronger attributes now, and if they continued to be blocked here, it would only be a matter of time before they were massacred. Let go and maybe there's a chance to live. But now Dragon Rising World is afraid that once everyone goes out, they will be directly destroyed by the group. Don't worry, listen to my command and you're guaranteed no problem. Seeing that Dragon Walker started to hesitate, Wang Yuan continued, "Alright, I believe you, brother Nyo. Don't fool me. My brother's life is also a life." Dragon Walker hesitated for a while and finally decided to trust Wang Yuan. After all, compared to himself, Wang Yuan was still more reliable. After saying that, Dragon Walker directly ordered in the guild channel. Everyone listened to Brother Nyo's command. Let's charge out. Punch out? The Black Dragon Club players were filled with confusion when they heard Dragon Walker's words. Boss, won't we die if we rush out? You're not kidding, are you? Everyone is not a fool. When the president can see what can be understood. The following little brother is naturally also very clear about the gap between the two sides now. Go out is basically a death. Don't ask, just listen to the command. Dragon Walker didn't know how to reply and simply forced the order directly. Well, Black Dragon players helpless. Who let everyone is playing workers? But also the boss said what is what. Not to mention let everyone go to death. May day transfer without vacation everyone cannot say anything. You still have to earn your nest egg. Listen to my command. Tank careers advance forward. On the other side, Wang Yuan had already started giving orders. The Black Dragon Guild players received the order and pushed over the top of the corpse demon warriors towards the outside of the mountain path without any hesitation. Exit the mountain path and line up against the mountain wall. Heal and follow. Just as the front row of tank players were about to walk out of the mountain pass, Wang Yuan once again gave the order. Lined up? Lining up for a beating? The Black Dragon Society front row tank players were even more confused when they heard the order. The reason why everyone was able to carry the attack of the corpse demon warriors was because there were very few corpse demon warriors that could attack the front row at the same time in the mountain path. So everyone could spread out the damage and the pressure to take damage was very low. Now lined up one by one. Wouldn't it be the same as directly going one-on-one with the corpse demon warrior head-on? Collecting a large area of attack. The pressure to bear injuries must not be increased linearly. Cut the crap. If you're told to line up, you line up. Don't you want your paycheck? Although all the tank players of the Black Dragon Society pulled back their defense line as ordered even though they did not know what Wang Yuan wanted to do. Back row players forward. Front tanks protect the players behind them. Left and right head to tail in a circular formation. Just then, Wang Yuan gave the third command. With Wang Yuan's command, the other players of the Black Dragon Society in the back row, as well as Wang Yuan and the others, charged straight ahead. Soon it was out of the trail behind Tank Pro. At the same time, the tank professions, under Wang Yuan's command, the left and right heads and tails had been linked together. The original formation, which was drawn out in a single line, turned directly into a circle after the head and tail were connected. The tank professions were protected on the outermost perimeter, while the other professions were circled by the tank professions. All of them froze and rushed out against the attack with the corpse demon warriors blocking the exit of the mountain path. Holy shit, that's even possible? When everyone managed to get all the way out safely from within the mountain pass, everyone froze. Looking at the circular formation in front of them, everyone instantly understood why Wang Yuan wanted the tank professions to be pulled apart in single file. According to normal thinking, if you want to rush out of the mountain pass, the front row tank profession must top the damage and directly charge into the encirclement of the corpse demon warriors, while the back row professions follow, and everyone is like a sword, charging directly into the formation. But in this way, the front row tank players are resisting the damage. The players at the back are definitely not protected. Once surrounded by the corpse demon warriors, they are bound to be instantly annihilated. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, did not follow the usual path. Under his command, everyone was like wrapping dumplings, first letting the front row players line up horizontally, and then wrapping the back row professions in, thus forming a circular formation like an iron bucket. Although the pressure on the front row of tank professions to sustain injury skyrocketed, it ensured the safety of the other players behind them. As long as priests and paladins don't die, the survivability of tank professions can be renewed, and as long as mages and archers don't die, everyone's output ability can be guaranteed. Scratch that, this guy really. Dragonwalker and one crane in the clouds were completely convinced at this point. Reasonably, according to their previous speculation, even if they rushed out everyone would surely die. And it was very likely that everyone would not even be able to rush out of the mountain path. After all, with so many corpse demon warriors blocking the outside, once they were separated from the protection of the front row tank professions, the back row players would definitely not be able to stand. However, he never expected that Wang Yuan's move of forming a circular formation with the head and tail together would pull everyone out of the mountain path unharmed, without even a single casualty. Mad. Sometimes it's so hard to disagree. Advance toward the plaza. Seeing that everyone had safely withdrawn from the mountain pass, Wang Yuan directly gave the fourth command. Brother Nyo, it doesn't work. Can't push it. At that moment, the Black Dragon Society player responded in a hurry. At this time, it was not like the party before. When everyone was in the valley, they only had to face 10 corpse demon warriors, and it was easy to brush them off when they came in a wave. But now, everyone had been surrounded by corpse demon warriors. With such a large encirclement, the number of corpse demon warriors that could attack the players naturally followed suit, skyrocketing from 10 to hundreds. The wound-bearing pressure was directly increased by more than tens of times. Luckily, with the paladin's aura boost and the priest profession healing, the front row professions were able to stand before them. Trying to break forward was out of the question. Not only not enough output, not enough defense, everyone is out. And the situation isn't really much better than it was in the trail. In the mountain passes it's a waiting game, but at least it's relatively safe. Ha! Wang Yuan, on the other hand, smiled gently and directly shouted, Hope, open the halo. Okay. Hope received Wang Yuan's command and immediately pulled out a black scepter switching weapon from his arms. Then the scepter was raised. Brush! A red glow spread out. System alert, you have obtained the Paladin's critical wound aura. Bludgeoning rate increased by 20%. 10% chance that an attack will inflict critical wounds on the target. All attributes of the critical wound state decreased by 20%. Holy shit, it's the serious injury aura. Isn't this a level 40 skill? This guy can really zip. Dragon Walks the World cannot help but look at Hope. Martyr originally thought that this guy is a little white boy. I cannot imagine that the girl even got the Paladin level 40 core output aura. These guys, do they really have no shortcomings? However, even if you add a serious injury aura, it is useless. Just the output is raised a little, cannot carry the same push. However, just as Long Xingwei was imagining things, he only saw Wang Yuan raise the longsword in his hand. A necromancer with a sword is really personalized. Dragonwalker was really a humorous guy and couldn't help but spit when he saw the sword in Wang Yuan's hand. But right at this moment, a crane in the clouds was shocked. This sword, could it be dark gold equipment? Dark gold equipment? Are you kidding? When Long Xingwei heard this, he subconsciously looked at the long sword in Wang Yuan's hand, only to see the king's sword in Wang Yuan's hand. It actually emitted a faint dark golden glow. This, Dragonwalker's entire body was dumbfounded. Dark gold glow. Really dark gold equipment. This guy even has 20 seconds. We only have 20 seconds. Everyone push with all your might. Just as Long Xingwei was marveling, he only heard Wang Yuan shout, and the dark golden light of the king's sword in Wang Yuan's hand suddenly skyrocketed. Immediately after, a golden aura centered around Wang Yuan and spread out to the surroundings. In the next moment, all the players were as if they were clad in a layer of golden armor that shone with a dazzling light. At the same time, everyone's attributes directly doubled. King's command, active skill. Turn on King's command. All your units' attributes are increased by 100%. 5% of max magic value is consumed per second. Cooldown time 3000 seconds. Yet, what's going on? Holy shit, my attributes have doubled. I'm horribly strong now. Where's the boss? I want to take on the boss solo. As Wang Yuan's king's order was added and his attributes doubled, everyone screamed out in excitement. You know, this dead man's call not only enhances the player's basic attributes, but even the aura attributes are doubled. All the paladin aura bonuses on everyone followed suit, and even Hope's critical wound aura was doubled. 40% bludgeoning and 20% chance to critically injure. This nifty. It's no wonder people are so confident when they see their attributes. Several people, including Dragonwalker and one crane in the clouds, cried, treadmill. So he was defeated by this kind of monster before? No injustice. One's loss is not unjust. Anyone else would probably have the same result. From disbelief to skepticism, from skepticism to conviction, from conviction to feeling like you've lost, simply by doing a task together. The state of mind of the several people in Dragonwalker and one crane in the clouds at this time was truly heavenly. It has even begun to fall apart in 3 ways. A guild of more than 2,000 people was brushed by someone else alone. and still said that they did not lose unjustly. Such a tiger and wolf rhetoric simply do not have a face. Kill. After the king's order was added, everyone could not hold back the excitement in their hearts, and immediately began to advance forward at the fastest speed. Although these corpse demon warriors were all level 30 elite monsters, but it's not possible for players to have equipment and skills. Wang Yuan did not turn on the king's command, and everyone could make an even fight with these elite monsters without losing ground with just the paladin's aura. At this point, the attributes and buff attributes were doubled, and the strength was directly qualitatively increased. Under the golden light coverage, the Black Dragon Society players were like real chariots driving into the crowd, destroying the general forward. Wherever they went, the corpse demon warriors actually did not have a single enemy. Looking from the top down, the circular formation of Black Dragon Society players was like a golden gear, unstoppable and rushing straight in the direction of the square. The players swept away the depression of being surrounded by corpse demon warriors, and all of their emotions were vented out at this moment, which was called a sound. After 20 seconds, the golden light of the king's order dispersed. The group advanced all the way across the main road to the square beyond, and at the same time saw the attributes of the boss in the square. Thunder Lord Sarko the Lich King, Dark Gold, Grade 40, Life Value 1,000,000, Magic Value 100,000, Skills, Undead Summoning, Soul Control. Background, once one of the greatest mages in the human empire, the creator of the Mage Tower in Thunderstorm City, sacrificed to protect mankind, a hero sung by bards for many years, corrupted by the power of death leaking from the Shadow Citadel, he degenerated into a necromancer summoning dead spirits. Dark Gold Boss. It's a Dark Gold Boss. Dragonwalker pointed at the Witch Demon King Sako and shouted, See, you're also the president. Not so excited. What a sight. Hearing Dragonwalker's shout, the benevolent one on the side couldn't help but spit out his words. Ah, Dragonwalker was stunned at his words. Did I get excited? You saw me get excited? Boss, you are quite excited. A crane in the clouds whispered. Holy shit, a Dark Gold Boss. Have you guys seen it? Dragonwalker asked rhetorically. No, shook his head in the clouds. To be reasonable, this was definitely the first Dark Gold Boss they had seen. I've seen it before. The benevolent few people, but they look like they are used to it. It's even more obvious that Dragonwalker hasn't seen the light of day. Shit. Long Xingwei skimmed his lips and couldn't help but console himself. I'm a normal person. I can't compare myself to these bitches of theirs. What we need to do now is to kill this Witch Demon King. Wang Yuan then pointed at Sako, the Witch Demon King, who was frantically building troops in the square. Simple. Charge over. Dragonwalker clenched his fist with a winning look. It can't be rushed. Wang Yuan looked around. After the king's order buff ended, everyone's attributes returned to normal. No longer had the rawness of before. Where's your city full of gold armor? Keep driving, a crane in the clouds said. Ha ha, a city full of golden armor? Wang Yuan was amused by this level of naming by one crane in the clouds. Is my move awesome? Bull. Too bullish. A crane in the clouds nodded. Rub, you also know about bullishness. Are bullish skills not to be used casually? Wang Yuan fiercely blanked a glance at one crane in the clouds and said, You're not a newbie, are you? The despised one crane in the cloud had a depressed look on his face. Since we can't push through. What now? Dragonwalker frowned. Just now, Wang Yuan had said that the only way to turn the tide of battle was to kill the Witch Demon King. Now Wang Yuan even used his big move. And as a result, everyone is still dozens of meters away from the Witch King. As long as the Witch King couldn't be resolved, the player side's disadvantage would become more and more obvious. And wouldn't all the efforts made by the party be wasted? Since we can't push through, let's charge through. Wang Yuan glanced at the Witch Demon King and said, We? Dragonwalker pointed at himself and said in surprise, How many of us are fighting a Dark Gold Boss? This is a level 40 Dark Gold Boss. Are you kidding? Player leveling is important in Dawn of the Dead. It's not just the growth in attributes and the limitations on learning skills to wear equipment. The point is, monsters have level suppression on players. Monsters have a 5% bonus to attack and defense judgments if they are 5 levels over the player. And so on. Even if all of the people were level 20, a level 40 Dark Gold Boss had a 20% attack and defense judgment bonus for players. To know that even if it is a level 30 Bronze Boss, the Black Dragon Society will have to gather a few battle teams before they dare to challenge it. And now there are only a dozen or so people who will have to challenge a level 40 Dark Gold Boss. This is really not a joke? Or what? Do we lure him over? Casually messing around with the shot, try to take aim. Don't. Dragonwalker was shocked at the sight. Nice guy. With so many corpse demon warriors, the Black Dragon Society's crowd of players were just barely able to resist. If you really open the boss, you are afraid that you will not die on the spot. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Prepare to rush over. Brave and the bold Mojo. The benevolent one had an excited look on his face. The other people beside Wang Yuan also did not look the slightest bit stressed. Dragonwalker's group looked just a little messed up. Why are these guys so crazy? That's a level 40 dark gold boss, not a level 40 small monster. Looking at them, it seems like they can just casually solve it. I don't know who gave me the courage and confidence to do so. Okay, we are all experts. We are all people who want to have a face. Seeing that Wang Yuan's group of people were like this, naturally, Long Xingshi and the others couldn't show too much of a wimpy behavior. So harden up and get ready. Whoosh one, go! Wang Yuan gave a command, and with a wave of the scepter of hope, he filled up Brave unmatched with an aura. The brave and the bold leaned low and followed up with a charge into the monsters. At the same time, the benevolent one's staff pointed, and the holy light spell enveloped the brave one. Charge was already a highly judged skill, and with the blessing of the holy light technique, Brave Unrivaled directly turned on the invincibility state, and hardened himself to tear a gap in the monster swarm. Follow. As Brave Man Unrivaled broke through the encirclement, Wang Yuan's group followed closely behind, and then broke out of the encirclement. That's okay? Brightness, add invincibility to me. Dragonwalker immediately followed suit when he saw this. There's nothing technical about opening up a road like that, just skill sets. In terms of attributes alone, although Dragonwalker didn't have that much high-level equipment, the equipment on his body wasn't bad, and it was no better than Brave and the Bold. The same Holy Light plus charge skill also crashes right out of the way. Yunzhongish Bald Dragon and the others followed behind Long Xingwei and came through the encirclement to the side of Wang Yuan's several people. At this time, the crowd had already entered the square and was only 5 meters away from Witch King Sacco. Sacco was summoning undead in earnest, and didn't even realize that a few players had circled around to his side. They're coming. Let's go. Seeing that several people from Dragonwalker had also followed, Wang Yuan directly gave the order to attack without saying a word. Okay. Whoosh. Casual Messy Shot instantly opened his bow and arrow. The arrow cut through a white light and shot towards Sacco. Shock shot. I said, you guys are really doing it. Don't you even discuss tactics? Dragonwalker's soul flew out. I've seen recklessness, but I've never seen such recklessness. Level 40 Dark Gold Boss, said Dry. Hesitation does not even bring hesitation. How can we not discuss the play first? Will Strongman work? Dragonwalker was stunned, and the randomly randomized arrows had already flown to Sacco's face. Seeing that Sacco was about to be shot in the head with an arrow, but just then, Sacco raised his staff in his hand. Pop! The arrows that were casually shot randomly were bounced off directly as if they had been shot at a wall. At the same time, Sacco stopped summoning the undead and slowly turned around. Oh, humans? Seeing the group of players in front of him, Sacco was obviously a bit puzzled. You guys actually broke through the undead legion's encirclement to come here, which really surprised me a bit. Speaking of this, Sacco added, this place is full of spirits who died in battle, but there is no wealth that you want, and you beings must pay for daring to disturb the peace of the Eternal Ones. Saying that, Sacco raised his staff in his hand, and a green light emanated out. Slow down, Wang Yuan hurriedly exclaimed when he saw this. Question mark. Sacco froze at his words, stopped casting the spell and stared at Wang Yuan. What? Do you guys still have any last words? Bang! Before Sacco could finish his sentence, Brave and the Bold had already charged over the top and slammed heavily into Sacco. Duong! Sacco was knocked backward, and a mosquito symbol appeared on Sacco's head. No! I just want you to stand firm so that the skill hit rate is high. Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed. All. The mighty miracle group was fine. They knew Wang Yuan's style, and when Wang Yuan shouted slow down just now, they had already received Wang Yuan's instruction for the others to attack. How has the group of people in the dragon world seen this kind of person? Sweat is flowing down. No buddy, you even fooled the boss. Still standing firm on the hits. Is this something a human being could do? Even a few of Wang Yuan's skeleton minions were filled with black lines. Xiaobai, our brother Niu is really getting less and less down. Ma-san, huh? Did he ever? Great White, you really asked me that question. Wang Yuan. Sacco was stunned, but the others weren't idle. Whoosh! Just a moment after Brave Unstoppable Charge had hit Sacco, random arrows had flown in. The Grim Reaper was also in full form. Thunderbolt, Fireball, Explosive Flame, Consecutive Flames, a set of moves poured out. However, just as all the attacks were about to fall on Sacco, suddenly, Brave Man Unrivaled made a turn and raised his shield in his hand, blocking in front of Sacco. The long sword in his right hand was raised in a provocative gesture. In a flash, all of the attacks were all attracted by Brave Man Unrivaled. Rumble rumble rumble. Arrows, magic landed on Gutsy Undisputed, and Gutsy Undisputed was blown up on the spot. I'm yet. Whoosh one. You're crazy. Random shots of great anger. Death also frowned tightly. I don't know. I'm out of control now, Brave Undisputed said in horror. Humph. Sako, who was behind the Brave Unmatched, however, snorted coldly, despicable human. You want to deal with me even with this kind of carving skill? Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight. Brave and the Bold, which is controlled by the boss. Get on, my slave. Sako pointed a finger at Wang Yuan and gave orders to Braveheart. High-level NPCs are equipped with AI, and the hate mechanic doesn't change with damage like low-level bosses, but with emotions. What Wang Yuan had just done had angered Sako, so at this moment, all of Sako's hatred was transferred to Wang Yuan. Beautiful. Wang Yuan, however, had the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and this was the effect he wanted. All get out of the way. I'm going to charge. Brave Unmatched yelled and crashed straight into Wang Yuan, and within moments, he had arrived in front of Wang Yuan. Ox, watch out. Long Xingwei was shocked and hurriedly reminded Wang Yuan. Ha! Wang Yuan, on the other hand, took a step back bashfully and gave instructions to the crowd. With that, Xiaobai had already dashed over diagonally to block in front of Wang Yuan. Raise your shield to block. Blocking counter. Duong, with a loud bang. Gutless is bounced straight away and triggers a stun. Lie down. White follows up with a kick to the leg of Gutless, taking Gutless down. Ho! Without waiting for Gutsy Wuxuan to get up, Xiaobai lifted his foot and his big foot stomped heavily on Gutsy Wuxuan's face. Earth trampling. Say ah. Seeing Brave Man without shares being put down by Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers in a single turn. Not only the group of Dragon World, but even the people on the side of Vigorous Miracle could not help but thump in their hearts. Although they all knew that Wang Yuan was very strong, everyone who fancied themselves as experts could not help but compare Wang Yuan often in their minds. We are all level 20 or so players. Equipment is not too much difference. There is some gap in the hands. Attributes in this limit it. And then strong can be strong to where? But when everyone saw that Brave Man Unrivaled was taken down by a single move, they suddenly felt that comparing themselves to Wang Yuan was a bit unnecessary. Brave Wuxuan is an old friend of the crowd. The guy's several kilograms of people are clear. Brave Wuxuan can't be said to be a top expert, but it is also considered a first-class level. A piece of equipment is even stronger than outrageous. This level of Wang Yuan's men under a round did not go through. The crowd had an approximate mental count of Wang Yuan's strength level. How high I don't know. It's definitely more than enough to kill yourself in seconds. The one who was most depressed at the moment was Brave and the Bold. He was really surprised that he couldn't even carry around in front of Wang Yuan. Being controlled by the boss Bravely Default wasn't even depressing. Being put over by White, Bravely Default was almost EMO. People have to die than people. Ha! Seeing how fierce the skeleton soldiers under Wang Yuan were, Sako froze slightly. It's a Yingling. You, a human, can even summon a Yingling. It's me who underestimated you. Humph. Before the words fell, Sako suddenly shifted and floated straight in Wang Yuan's direction. Sako was in the end a level 40 Dark Gold boss, and although he was a mage, he was surprisingly fast. In a matter of moments, he was already less than 3 meters away from Wang Yuan. Whoosh! Seeing that Sako was going to stick to Wang Yuan, Ma San raised his hand and there were 3 green arrows. Plague? Seeing Ma San's arrow, Sako was shocked and dodged in a panic. Wang Yuan also took the opportunity to take a few steps back again. Sako dodged the arrows and came to where Wang Yuan was standing, only to see a skeleton with a staff showing a weird smile at him. Boom! There was a loud explosion. With a cloud of heat coming head-on, Sako was directly blown away by the intense explosion. Great White's explosive flame was a triple damage with Ring of Fire, Fireball, and Explosion, and its power was unrivaled. Minus 4,145. A huge damage number floated up on Sako's head. Sako's already pale face went even whiter. The moment Sako was hit by the bursting flames, Big White opened the 5 fingers of his left hand and a fire dragon flew out from his palm. Fireballs. Without waiting for Sako to stabilize his stance, 10 fireballs were already following him. Sako spread his arms out. Bo! A black barrier stood in front of himself. Boom boom boom. The fire dragon hit the black barrier and dissipated into fire elements. Sako's pale face became incomparably gloomy as he looked at Wang Yuan in front of him with more than a few scruples in his heart. Releasing skills with both hands. Had this necromancer's maneuvering technique been detailed to this point, let alone a skeleton, even a true mage would have a hard time doing such a highly skilled maneuver, right? What made Sako feel even more marveled was that this streak of fireballs from Dubai was released with his empty hand and had no power at all. While he himself had thrown out his life-saving skills, this necromancer looked young, but his experience was surprisingly so old. On Wang Yuan's side, he was even more surprised than Sako. The left-hand release skill is a great skill of Dubai. In order to hit the highest output in a round, the main hit is a surprise. can be said to be a must-hit skill. Never in a million years. Sako blocked it easily. In the end, it was a level 40 dark gold boss, so it was really extraordinary. The two of them, Sako and Wang Yuan, glanced at each other and both frowned. Sako, watch your back. Suddenly Wang Yuan let out a loud cry. Humph, Sako sniffed and sneered. You think I'm going to fuck you again? Put. Sako was in the middle of his sentence when he felt a coldness between his legs and a dagger plunged in. Minus 2784. Another vital blast floated up. At the same time, the air behind him twisted, and a beautiful woman appeared behind Sako with an extremely lewd smile. Ha ha, I told you I was behind you. Are you pretending to be a ninny? Shui Linglong's right hand holding the dagger turned violently. Her left foot stomped on Sako's back waist and pulled back with force. There was a wave and the dagger was pulled out with blood. Shui Linglong used her strength to roll backward and opened her sneak once again. 2 seconds later, Sako covered his ass and erupted into a wail of pain. Holy shit, the crowd was green in the face. This bitch is really getting tough. It's not enough to stick it in. She has to stir it up a bit. Is she a human being? Is she a human being? Is she human? Even Wang Yuan's 3 skeleton soldiers who had seen great scenes vaguely felt a chill in their crotches. Mud. That's wicked. You can't even find guys this bad in the end times. Take him while he's sick. Wang Yuan reacted extremely quickly and gave a direct order to attack while Sako was in pain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom 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 boom. The crowd of Dragonwalker and Wang Yuan's side of the group of arrows and magic were all thrown over in a brainwave. Sako was strongly controlled by Water Linglong, and the barrier skill was also cheated out by Great White, just like having no means of defense. The crowd's attacks instantly overwhelmed Sako. The blood bar on Sako's head churned down. As the wave of attacks finished, Sako also slowed down, and on the other side, White had charged in front of Sako. Sako also reacted extremely quickly. The staff in his hand was held in front of him. Duong. White's charge was blocked by Sako, but the powerful force still knocked Sako back a step. Reiko, fuck him. Wang Yuan suddenly glanced behind Sako and burst out loudly. Sako was obviously stabbed out of the shadows by Shui Linglong. He froze at the sound and turned his head back in a hurry. Behind him was empty. Mud. Fooled again. Duong. At the same time, White's shield slammed into the back of Sako's head, and Sako was once again charged, and the skills of the others around them were ready. Another wave of attacks landed on Sako's head. Why did Wang Yuan actively attract hate? Because Vigorously Miracle's group of people all knew that Brave Undisputed was just a weapon battle, and the real tank in the team was actually Wang Yuan, or to be exact, Xiaobai under Wang Yuan. The tank profession is the core of the team. As long as the tank can resist, there is no undefeatable boss. Although Xiaobai is only a skeleton soldier, in Wang Yuan's hands, he is stronger than even the strongest tank. Together with the other 2 skeletons, not only could they stand up to the boss, they could even suppress it, which was something everyone had seen with their own eyes. At the moment, Sako was being held by Wang Yuan, and although he wasn't able to completely suppress him, Sako had been steadily pulled down, and the others had room to output. Charge, shield strike, Reiko fuck him. Under Xiaobai's attacks and Wang Yuan's verbal harassment, Sako's blood level was getting lower and his temperature was getting higher. Assholes, you're all going to pay the price. Damn human necromancer, I will not forgive you. Finally, when the blood bar still had 50%, Sako directly turned red, and with an explosive cry, a black light erupted from Sako's body and spread down to the surroundings, instantly covering the entire Thunder Cliff. I said, run, the boss is going to zoom in. Seeing this, the crowd scrambled to disperse and retreat backward. Boss Red Worm Open must be kept away from. It's common sense in the game. At the same time, a black light came from all directions and burrowed into Sako's body. Sako's body kept expanding. The light dispersed. Sako appeared in front of the crowd again. Holy shit! The previous Sako was dressed as a necromancer wearing a mage's long run and carrying a staff in his hand. And at this moment, Sako's body directly swelled to 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging high. The originally pale and handsome face also became hideous and twisted. The staff in his hand had suddenly turned into a spear. The whole thing reeked of death. Thunder Lord Battle Mage Sako, Dark Gold. Grade, 50. Life value, 500,000. Magic value, 100,000. Skills, Fierce Spirit Fire, 10,000 Guiding Force. Talent, Combat Mastery. Background, the ultimate form unlocked by the Witch King Sarko after absorbing the death power of the War Dead Undead. I said, the transfer has been upgraded? Everyone froze at the sight of Sako's second form. Even Wang Yuan's 3 skeletons couldn't help but let out a gasp. Mard. Battle Mage? Isn't that the awakened profession of a mage's second turn? How does this guy even have a leap transformation? Usually, The boss red temperature amplification just opened berserk state. Attack speed increase at the same time and then add a body. The high end a little bit will change the form. It's the first time I've seen a direct leveling up. What's even more outrageous is that this guy even changed professions. From the previous necromancer to a battle mage. This nifty is outrageous. The reason why Sako was whacked by everyone in the party was because he was a necromancer, and desperately lacked combat skills outside of the minions he summoned with his summoning spells. Although it is a level 40 dark gold boss, it only has the ability to move and dodge control, and is extremely weak offensively. That's why everyone was able to squash it. But now that he had directly transferred into a level 50 battle mage, this was a bit of bullshit. One must know that the battle mage was the branch with the strongest combat power within the mage lineage, and it was also a level 50 awakened profession, both in terms of levels and professions as well as skills. In comparison, a level 40 necromancer without a minion was nothing at all. Shameless. The system is not shameless at all. A level 20 quest, but even a level 50 boss, Dragonwalker couldn't help but start greeting the system. The average level of the players attacking the resident is less than level 20. The system pulls out a level 50 boss. This is not purely disgusting. Is it possible that this is actually a level 40 quest? The benevolent one reminded from the side. Dragonwalker was slightly stunned. This is the resident token exploded by Leo Rick on hell difficulty. The benevolent one said. Dragonwalker. The difficulty of the resident quest had little to do with the challenger, but a direct relationship with the boss that popped the token. Level 30 boss popping is definitely a level 30 resident. It actually makes sense for Leo Rick to have a level 50 dark gold boss in his resident quest as a level 40 dark gold boss pop. Not to mention it's a guild quest. It's not unusual for bosses to be high intensity. It's a good thing we're low leveled. If we really had to kill all the way over here, it would have been even harder. At this time, Wang Yuan also said with palpitations. What do you mean? The crowd wondered. Didn't you guys read the boss introduction? This guy transformed by absorbing the undead power of the war dead undead. This. When Wang Yuan said this, everyone could not help but feel a tingle in the back of their spine. Nima. This game designer simply lost his conscience. According to the normal quest process, the boss summoned what to fight. Clean up the stragglers and then fight the boss. That is the common sense way to fight. For this level, the legions of players will also need to top Sarko's summoning of the corpse demon warriors, killing them all the way to the square and then finally the boss. However, the source of power for the boss transformation is the power of death from the undead that the player kills. In other words, the more corpse demon warriors the player kills, the stronger the eventually transformed Sako will be. Thanks to the low level of everyone, had to shrink in the mountain road in a wave of slowly clean up the corpse demon. See the corpse demon more and more, kill more and more. Had to choose to kill the boss first. Knowing that the corpse demon warriors that died in the hands of Wang Yuan's group were actually less than even 1/10 of them, Sako was able to directly raise 10 levels. If everyone cleared the corpse demon warriors before fighting, it was just unimaginable how much Sako could level up at this point. I have to say, the designers of this Dawn of the Dead really have no humanity at all. The girl is afraid that the pit can't kill the players. A pit in a pit. Despicable human. Die for me. As the crowd panicked, Sako had also finished transforming. With a left hand, a ball of green fire flew straight at Wang Yuan. In a matter of moments, it had already flown to Wang Yuan's face. Bang! Seeing that Wang Yuan was going to be hit by the fireball, Xiao Bai raised his shield in front of Wang Yuan. Boom! The fireball exploded. Zira! The green flames landed on the ground, corroding the ground into a deep pit. Holy shit! Wang Yuan could not help but thump in his heart when he saw this. If he hit himself, he was afraid that he would not be gone on the spot. Phew! Yet the fireball was merely a feint. Just in the moment when Xiao Bai blocked the fireball, Sako had already arrived at Wang Yuan's right side and lifted his spear to stab at Wang Yuan's cheek. Wang Yuan hastily rolled backward to dodge Sako's spear, but just then, Sako's left hand made a false grab out of thin air. Wang Yuan, who rolled up, suddenly felt an invisible pull that yanked him towards Sako. Whoosh! Ma-san opened his bow and shot an arrow, shock shot, into the center of Sako's hand. Pop! Sako's skill was interrupted when his hand shifted. Wang Yuan raised his hand and threw a curse in Sako's face, turned around and ran. Sako was just about to give chase. A huge ball of flame suddenly appeared in front of Sako. Humph, is it that trick again? Sako connects with an angled left hand. As if pulled by something, the great white burst of flame swept diagonally over Sako's shoulder and soared into the sky before exploding with a loud bang. Shit, is this guy that far off the mark? All three skeletons looked frozen. This was definitely the strongest expert the trio had encountered since crossing over. First, he feinted and tricked Xiao Bai into blocking. Then he directly spear attacked Wang Yuan. If not for Ma-san's arrow which was just right, Wang Yuan was afraid that he would not be gone by now. What's even scarier is that this guy deflected Great White's skills with a casual wave of his hand. It can be seen that the transformed Seiko has qualitatively improved his attributes, skills, fighting techniques and skill level. Spare 3 and time elites. At this time also feel the powerful oppression of Sako. No way. The level is really too much difference. Reaction may be able to keep up. The attributes are not allowed at all. Together. While Sako and Great White were exchanging blows, Wang Yuan had already distanced himself from Sako, aiming the king's sword in his hand at Sako and giving the order for a group attack. Die for the master. The bald dragon stood closest to Wang Yuan, and at this time had already arrived behind Sako. Receiving Wang Yuan's order, a charge slammed against Sako's back. Ha! Sako sneered and took a diagonal step forward on his feet. The charging bald dragon brushed past. At the same time Sako raised and stabbed the spear in his hand. Put! The bald dragon was directly stuck in the ground with a spear. Just as Sako was killing the bald dragon, the brave and the bold charged over. Sako then spun around, once again dodging brave and the bold's charge. Seeing that the skill fell short, brave man unrivaled immediately cancelled his charge and swung his shield back in his hand, making a shield strike at Sako behind him. Oh, kind of interesting. Sako was a bit surprised to see that Brave One was able to cancel his charge to articulate a shield strike in this situation. After all, the warrior is not what agile profession. The main fight a big open and rampage. Charge state can cancel the skill has been very remarkable. But also back to the head to catch the shield strike. Visible courageous and unmatched reaction of fast. Surprises are surprises. But for Sako, it was simply exceeding his own preconceptions of his opponents. Sako steps back to avoid the shield strike from Bravely Defiant. A spear to the Brave One's exposed head was inserted over. This spear is fast and accurate. Brave One is just like a certain death. Brush. But who knew that just at that moment, a holy light fell down to envelop Brave Man unrivaled. Duong. Sako's spear bounced back. Brave and the bold, on the other hand, stumbled back a few steps from the tremendous force. Dragon Walker diagonally rushed over and protected in front of Braveheart. Griffin. Sako didn't even look at Dragon Walker as he swung the spear in his hand horizontally, sweeping it over Dragon Walker's shoulder. Bang! Dragon Walker was swept away at once, and the blood bar on his head turned red on the spot. I second that. Dragon Walker landed on the ground and tumbled a few times before stabilizing himself. Seeing the blood bar on his head, he was scared out of his wits, thanks to the Dragon Walker's good equipment and stronger attributes. Or else even if Sako hadn't pierced the Dragon Walker this time, the Dragon Walker would have been whirled to death. Dragon Walker was whirled away. Attacks from long-range professions in the back row also flew in. Whoosh! Brush it off. Arrows, magic, flew in front of Sako in moments. Sako wasn't the least bit flustered, still lightly raising his left hand and drawing an arc diagonally. All of the long-range attacks went off course and flew towards the distant Dragon Walker. Before Dragon Walker, who had saved his life, could celebrate, he was blasted to slag on the spot by his teammate's attack. Before Dragon Walker's corpse was cold, Sako suddenly took another step forward, then stomped back with his right foot. Bang! There was a distortion of the air behind Sako, and Shui Linglong was revealed by a kick to the jaw, flying straight back and landing heavily on the ground. Even a super RMB player like Shui Linglong was kicked into red blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. Dude, is this guy still the same Sako who couldn't even fight back when everyone was holding him down and pounding on him? How did you suddenly become so aggressive? It's just as well that the positioning is outrageously windy, and the shot is a second. Long-range attacks are not only ineffective, but he can even hit his teammates by turning the stars, and his strength is unbelievable. Is this a level 50 battle mage? What makes people feel even more horrified is that just now Wang Yuan was able to manipulate the 3 skeletons in Sako to fight back and forth. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yuan was also confused at this moment. Ever since Wang Yuan entered the game and summoned 3 skeleton soldiers, Wang Yuan could say that he had never met an opponent, even if it was a boss that exceeded his level 20. With the blessing of the 3 future spirit skeletons, Wang Yuan would be able to have the ability to defend himself. Once upon a time, Wang Yuan had drifted a bit, thinking that he was already invincible. But at this time, facing the Sako in front of him, Wang Yuan felt for the first time what it meant to be powerful. Even the 3 skeleton bodyguards themselves felt a great deal of pressure in the face of Sako, who had such a strong and bizarre stance. It's not just because of the level 35 level suppression. The point is that Sako's alignment seems to be a setup of some sort to completely dodge melee skills. Sako's left hand, in turn, can evade long-range attacks. As far as setups go, Sako is basically clueless at this point. This evasive boss setup was certainly not infallible. In fact, as long as multiple mages released AoE magic to pave the ground at the same time, not giving Sako the space and time to evade, they could deal damage to him. But the problem was that the skills learned by players at this stage were all low-level skills. and the large range AoE magic Sea of Fire and Earth Ice Spike had to be at least level 30 to learn. Even if they were able to cross over and learn a wide range AoE magic, there weren't enough mages in the group to cause effective output against Sako. Don't rush. You're next. After repelling Shui Linglong, Sako turned back and pointed his finger along with Shui Linglong, giving Shui Linglong a red mark. Then he turned his head and his body shifted to charge at Wang Yuan once again. Wang Yuan's lack of martial virtues, his repeated snubbing of Sako, and his intellectual humiliation of Sako are at this point Sako's number one hatred. Water Linglong took a knife and stuck it in the back of Sako, and also stirred up indelible physical and mental damage to Sako, and was Sako's second hate. Don't even think about running away from them. Seeing Sako charging again, Ma-san immediately shot several arrows in an attempt to block Sako's footsteps. Sako stepped forward quickly but without pause, while shaking his left hand from side to side in front of his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows that were shot at Sako all changed their trajectory and passed by Sako's side. The next moment Sako arrived in front of Wang Yuan and raised his hand to throw another green fireball at Wang Yuan's face. The two of them were less than 3 meters apart, and the fireball was so fast that Wang Yuan could not avoid it. Xiaobai naturally knew that Sako was up to his old tricks again, trying to trick himself into using block and then attacking Wang Yuan on the side. But if he didn't block, Wang Yuan would immediately die. Unable to do anything else, White raised his shield to block again. Bang! The fireball bounced off as expected. Sako also appeared on Wang Yuan's right side as the crowd had guessed, and the spear in his hand was thrust at Wang Yuan's head. Phew! Seeing that Wang Yuan was going to be killed by a spear, Great White jumped in front of Wang Yuan. Kala! With a sound, Great White's head was crushed by a spear. At the same time a fire shot up into the sky, and Sako was pushed backwards by the tremendous force, resisting the ring of fire. Big White released the magician's life-saving skill, Resist Fire Ring, before he was hit. Great White, seeing that Dabai was killed, Wang Yuan could not help but be shocked. It was the first time that the three skeletons had casualties after being with themselves for so long. Although he knew that there was a heroic history book Dabai would not die, Wang Yuan was still a bit reluctant in his heart. Go to hell. At the same time, Sako, who had been pushed away by the ring of resisting fire, threw his right hand violently. The spear came out of his hand and flew straight towards Wang Yuan with Sako's hatred. Dodge! The others saw this and hastened to remind them, but before the words left their mouths, the spear had already flown in front of Wang Yuan. White couldn't even raise his shield in time to block. Bang! Just when everyone thought that Wang Yuan would surely die, suddenly a figure flew from behind Wang Yuan and kicked him. Wang Yuan was kicked forward. The spear grazed the back of Wang Yuan's head. Ha! This sudden kick made everyone freeze. Even Sako gave a surprised look. The crowd was busy looking behind Wang Yuan, only to see a girl standing on Wang Yuan's body. The girl was not tall, looked a bit slender and thin, very gentle and sweet-looking, with a pair of dainty phoenix eyes narrowed. She was looking coldly at Sako who was directly in front of her. Ah, is that? Everyone couldn't help but stare at the appearance of the girl in front of them. This girl is no other than the woman everyone waited for hours before. What's her name? Everyone rushed to pull up the team list and searched for a long time to find the female fighter's name. Well, is called Coco Sweetie? A very typical name for a female gamer who has been taken. How did she suddenly appear behind Wang Yuan? This kick is mundane, right? Seeing that this kick was kicked by Wang Yujie, the crowd's previous surprise instantly turned into questioning. The ones here were basically considered the top group of people in Thunderstorm City, and they could all be called elite players. In any other person's shoes, everyone would think it was the person's good sense to step in at the critical moment and save the day. But at this time, standing in front of everyone's eyes was Wang Yujie, a female player. Everyone instinctively feels that it can't be intentional. The female player can't possibly have this realization. It's definitely a blind cat that's blinded by her. That Coco girl, it's too dangerous, you come back. Don't stand there and influence Brother Cow. One crane in the clouds was still very perceptive. Although he also didn't like this woman who was dragged in to mix the team, he also knew that this was the woman Wang Yuan had dragged in, to be taken care of so well by Wang Yuan. The relationship between the two was definitely extraordinary. Wang Yuan is the core of the whole team, and his pussy is naturally everyone's. Ah bah, naturally take care of it. The benevolent one also hurriedly said, everyone, go protect Miss Coco. Xiaobai even subconsciously raised his shield right in front of Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie. However, Wang Yujie didn't mean to leave, but kicked Wang Yuan in the ass and asked with his head down, are you alright? Chump, didn't get plugged to death by the boss, but almost got kicked to death by you. Wang Yuan rubbed the back of his head. There was actually no damage determination in the group state, but this kick was a solid kick, and the strong sense of impact, even if there was no pain and no damage, almost kicked Wang Yuan out of the concussion. Then you lie down here for a while, I'll avenge you, said Wang Yujie as his gaze turned to Sako. Big sister. I was kicked by you ah. Wang Yuan was lying on the ground and shouted loudly in his heart. This woman is so dull. Hey, how dare you hurt my friend? It's useless even if you apologize now. Wang Yujie stared at Sako and said expressionlessly. When Wang Yujie said this, everyone was shocked. Not. What is this woman talking about? She said it was useless for Sako to even apologize. Ha, is this guy crazy? I do think she seems to have a bit of a brain problem. Hey, you say that like anyone's not in their right mind. So what do you think of her symptoms? Waste of soup even if cured. Hearing Wang Yujie's words, everyone's first reaction was that this woman's brain designation was a bit problematic. Who is Sako? Level 50 Dark Gold Boss. The biggest problem of the team quest. A terrifying creature that everyone here together could not do a single thing to him. Even Wang Yuan, a ruthless character who was far beyond other people by one segment, was almost blown up by a spear just now. Such a powerful existence. Not to mention a little girl. Even if all the top powerhouses in the game came, I'm afraid that they couldn't do anything about him. And this nerdy-looking female fighter in front of him was going to challenge him. This Nima. People can't even believe their ears a little bit. What is the occupation of gladiator? The top 3 losers in the game. Paladin although waste, but the aura skills to play the role of the group is still very big. And later learn the heavy hit aura and other advanced buff. Immediately can take off in place to become a punch Superman. Necromancer although waste, but that's just the early stage. Wait until the late undead army molding. Necromancer is absolutely all professions in the existence of the ceiling level. Dozens of hit you one, let you feel what is called group beating. The fighter is wasted. That is really wasted. Although his hands are short, but his skin is thin ah. Although the skill damage is low, but the judgment is not high ah. Although the PvP is not good, but the PvE is not good ah. And in addition to the skill cooldown period and stance is more flexible. This profession so far cannot see any highlights. Can be said that in addition to handsome nothing, almost all of the fighter careers run on being handsome. So much so that so far not a single fighter can be found within 1,000 masters in the entire service. Not to mention the fact that the fighter in front of him was a woman. There's no need to tell you what the concept of a female gamer is. This is the same guy who threatened to make Sako pay. There was a great sense of Xia Baoqing declaring war on the UN's P5 and Chu Runmei asking to go one-on-one with the Monkey King. If they weren't in over their heads, they wouldn't even be thinking about it. Even the 2 skeleton soldiers that were still alive and Wang Yuan were a bit baffled when they heard Wang Yujie's words at this time. Not buddy. You say that our cattle brother knows people more or less brains are a little problem we also tolerate. This woman is already not a little problem so simple. Envy Nyo. Understand Nyo. Aspire to be Nyo. Ma-san muttered to himself. Ha, look, we've only been with Nyo for a few days, and Nyo already knows 2 pretty girls. If I had this ability back then, I wouldn't be dying or... Roll, you go to hell. White stormed. Oh, on the other side, when Sako heard Wang Yujie's words, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly revealing a contemptuous smile. Griffin, I appreciate your courage. You're the first one who dares to talk to me like this. Fine, then I'll kill you first, then I'll go ahead and kill this brute. And then next up will be the woman who is worse than a brute. Sako hated Wang Yuan and Shui Linglong, but still very mercifully gave a number to the woman who dared to challenge his authority. Cut the crap and get your weapon. Wang Yujie kicked at the spear that stood beside him. Whoosh! The spear flew straight at Sako, and she handed over Sako's weapon. Something is really wrong with this woman. Xiaobai was trembling with anger at the sight. Spears were the exclusive weapons of battle mages, and everyone was personally aware of how fierce Fang Sako was. Big White had used his life to help Wang Yuan block it, only in exchange for the boss weapon coming off. A boss without a weapon is bound to be less powerful, but this asshole woman even returned the weapon. Nima. The success is not enough to defeat. Rubbing. Big sister, don't add to the confusion. The others were even more anxious to see this scene and almost didn't curse. It's so hard to get off the boss's weapon, and you're throwing it back. Isn't this purely handing the boss a knife? Even Wang Yuan couldn't help but frown, not knowing what was going on inside this woman's head. After all, by the player's normal logic, surely they wouldn't do that. Even if Wang Yuan had seen Wang Yujie's strength with his own eyes, he was a bit bewildered at this moment. Arrogant woman. Facing the spear that Wang Yujie kicked back, Sako reached out and grabbed it in his hand and commented on Wang Yujie. However, the moment Sako grabbed the spear, Sako suddenly saw a darkness in front of his eyes, only to see that Wang Yujie had already followed the spear and rushed to him with a long leap. Humph. Sako grunted coldly and instantly took a step back, pulling away and stabbing with his spear. But before Sako's spear could be handed out, Wang Yujie's body shifted to stick in front of Sako's body. Avalanche Fist. A fighter primary skill that allows you to sprint to attack a target and deal damage. It is an initial skill with displacement. A look of surprise appeared on Sako's face when he saw this, and the spear in his hand was hastily crossed. Bang! Wang Yujie slammed his fist on the spear. Ha! The crowd that was screaming for Wang Yujie not to add to the chaos instantly became silent when they saw the scene. It's also masked? The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Uncertainty written in their eyes. Why is Sako difficult? It is because this good set very rogue. Not only fast speed attack high, melee attacks almost 100% dodge, long range attacks chance 100% circumvent. The party had all ganged up on Sako together, and none of them had been able to touch him for a second. At this point, Wang Yujie made a move that forced Sako to block. This nifty is outrageous. If that kick just now was masked, could this punch now also be masked? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? It's not a montage. This woman is not simple. When Benevolent One saw Wang Yujie's punch, his pupils suddenly shrunk violently. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, but insiders look at what's going on. As the leader of the former Water Linglong's group, the strength of the Benevolent One was quite not weak. A glance at this moment revealed Wang Yujie's uncommonness. That was a random punch that accidentally hit the boss. However, Wang Yujie was the one who first interfered with the spear, then quickly stepped and bullied his way in, and waited until the moment the boss pulled away to attack, and then suddenly connected with an avalanche fist, so much so that Sako, who had his dodge points full, didn't have the time to dodge, and could only forcefully block. How can this nifty operation be masked? The speed of its reaction and its adaptability were unheard of even for a bone-crushing player like Injin. Xiaobai behind Wang Yujie even froze directly, incredulously muttering, "What a horrible change of moves. Is this guy really a woman?" Being born in the post-apocalyptic era, the gap between male and female professionals made by have a more serious machismo complex than the group of players here. In his eyes, women were protected by men, and even female professionals on the front line of combat could not be compared to male professionals of the same level. Women are supposed to stay in the back and do support work for men. So for Wang Yujie, both Xiaobai and Debai were very resistant. The post-apocalyptic world is not a game where you can start over if you die. In the post-apocalyptic era, every day everyone puts their heads in their pants and can never be half-hearted. Even a superb equipment of Water Linglong, Xiaobai they are not very much in the eyes. That is, dipped in the light of the game era. If it is the end of the era, Water Linglong that body of equipment I am afraid that cannot see the magical beasts. It was murdered by the people of wealth. A man can't be guilty of anything, but a man can be guilty of anything. Water Linglong was like this in their eyes, let alone Wang Yujie, a fighter with no equipment and no level. Is a fighter a normal person's game? As a female player, play a priest. This error rate is relatively high in the back row of the auxiliary profession also, even if the fighter as a close to the close combat profession not only requires fast reaction, strong consciousness, but also need to have a strong will to fight and self-confidence. Even if it is the end of the world, if some of the strength of the strongest masters do not dare to easily try to play a woman to play this, it is not a natural pit. God well, but never thought that Wang Yujie would be such a delicate operation. Rao Bai, an elite expert, looked dumbfounded and even began to doubt Wang Yujie's authenticity. After all, in his thinking, a woman certainly couldn't do such a subtle maneuver. What an old straight man. Good. Surprisingly, Sako can't help but let out an audible gasp of approval as he's forced to block. However, before the words were finished, Wang Yujie, whose punch was blocked, lifted his foot, straight kick, and kicked it towards Sako's crotch. Sako's half-sentence was interrupted, and he immediately made a turn to dodge Wang Yujie's straight kick. This guy. Wang Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. The authorities are in the dark and the onlookers are in the dark. Just now Wang Yuan was being chased by Sako and didn't see clearly how Sako dodged, but now that he was on the sidelines watching others fight, he immediately saw the signs. This Sako's mechanic apparently automatically turns on the dodge command the moment an opponent attacks, and then completes the dodge maneuver. This is what is called anticipating the enemy, and being the first to act. For normal people, it is definitely not easy to anticipate the enemy's chance to send first, but with the aid of the system, it's much easier to step on the horse. No wonder how people couldn't hit him, combined with the fact that when you were attacking, they were already dodging. But just when Wang Yuan thought that Wang Yujie's kick was going to fall short as well, Wang Yujie's kick was suddenly skill cancelled, and he fiercely took a step forward, stepping on Sako's footprints, while lifting up his elbow, and a elbow strike topped Sako's chest. Bang! Sako took a solid step back as he was toppled. Crap, this time it wasn't just the others, even Wang Yuan froze. That's alright? Sako was a boss with that absolute dodge mechanism. The moment Wang Yujie kicked, Sako had already dodged it, so it is reasonable to say that Wang Yujia's kick should have been dodged. But to my surprise, the guy just cancelled his skills the moment he kicked out and then moved over in a very weird position close to the ground. The moment he landed on his feet, Sako couldn't even dodge in time. Wang Yujie directly connected with an elbow strike and slammed on Sako, not even giving Sako a chance to dodge. The system is going to cry. Surprisingly, there is a player's operation that overrides the system settings. This set of consecutive moves had actually confused Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan had long known that Wang Yujie was a professional practitioner and must be able to fight better than ordinary people. But he didn't expect Wang Yujie to be able to be so strong that he could ignore the boss combat mechanism. How is that possible? No one was more shocked than Sako at this moment. The way he looked at Wang Yujie changed. What was just a moment ago a condescending scorn was now incredulity written all over his eyes. How can you still be hit when you've obviously dodged? What's wrong with this guy? Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. While Sako was surprised, Wang Yujie's right hand suddenly reached forward and grabbed at Sako's throat. Sako instinctively took a step back, dodging out of the range of Wang Yujie's skill. But who knew that Wang Yujie's feet took a step to follow? His body swayed to close in front of Sako, and his right hand directly grabbed Sako's throat. -67. Not waiting for Sako to dodge again, Wang Yujie threw a heavy left hand punch to Sako's face. Boom fist, a fighter's 10th level skill that can force a target to be knocked back. Bang, a muffled sound. Sako was smashed backward. -121. There was too much of a difference in levels, and Wang Yujie's knockback judgment only managed to knock Sako slightly off his feet. And just then, Wang Yujie once again made a move, turned his body around to Sako's side, and kicked, downward kick, at the back of Sako's knee. -126. Sako was already unsteady on his feet from the boom fist, and with this kick, Sako couldn't help but drop to one knee. Wang Yujie throws a right hand that lands with a heavy chop to the back of Sako's head. Bang! -201. Vital strike. A level 10 fighter, after all, only had 3 skills: avalanche fist, boom fist, downward kick, and facing a level 50 dark gold boss. Although Wang Yujie's hand blade attacked the vitals, it didn't deal a particularly high amount of damage. There's no way around it. It's attribute suppression. Despite this, Wang Yujie still hit a 500 plus output with this set of combos. That's the difference between fighters and other professions. Fancy for most of the day, output is the same as scraping. Nima. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone was messed up. No, why did Sako suddenly turn into a vegetable? Why don't you stand up? You were pretty good just now, weren't you? How come you can't do anything when you see a woman? You know, just now, everyone was being rubbed by Sako, and all of them together couldn't touch half of Sako's hair. Instead, Sako was knocked to the ground by 3 punches and 2 kicks from a level 10 fighter. What a visual impact this nifty thing is. It's like a kindergartner fighting Tyson and knocking Tylo over with 1 punch. It's that outrageous. It's that mind-boggling. It's so unreal. People are even starting to wonder at this point if Sako is being restrained by a woman. Isn't my old lady a woman? Shui Linglong protested strongly against this. Hey! The crowd glanced at Shui Linglong, then let out a sigh. Grass, what do you guys mean? Shui Linglong was furious. This woman is really evil. Wang Yuan was even more incredulous when he saw that Sako was knocked to the ground. After all, before this, the others couldn't even touch Sako, and even the 3 skeleton soldiers had to fight for their lives if they wanted to attack Sako for a moment. But Wang Yujie was not only able to attack Sako, but also hit Sako with every attack, and even knocked Sako, a level 50 dark gold boss, to his knees. Was this Tama really just a level 10 player? What kind of garbage attribute is a level 10 player? Wang Yuan is still very clear. Not to mention the level 50 dark gold boss. Level 20 small monsters will have to lose half of their lives if they touch it. Not to mention that Wang Yujie didn't even have any proper equipment on him, and what he wore was all the newbie clothes gifted by the system. Let alone her. Even a level 50 player wearing one of Wang Yuan's high-level equipment couldn't do anything to beat a level 50 dark gold boss to its knees. Of course, besides being surprised, what puzzled Wang Yuan the most was why everyone could not hit Sako in a group beating, but Wang Yujie could not miss with every attack. From the first attack, it allowed Sako to be forced to block. A second attack, a direct elbow to Sako's chest. The third attack, surprisingly, even hit a combo. It's getting more outrageous one at a time. The others wouldn't have to work so hard if they could hit Sako. It's alignment. What a subtle walk. On the other side, Xiaobai also saw the doorway and was surprised. She can actually block Sako's dodge direction based on Sako's dodge alignment. This guy can also anticipate the enemy. Get in position. Hearing Xiaobai say this, Wang Yuan was also stunned. It still seems to be true. Sako's mechanics didn't change just because his opponent was a woman. Every time Wang Yujie attacked, Sako made an evasive maneuver, and it was clear that the system mechanism was still working. But every time Sako dodged, Wang Yujie moved with him. Every time he moved, he could get perfectly close to Sako and block him from his attack range. Hiss. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. The moment a normal player attacked, they were sure to stand still. Even if it was a warrior's charge, the attack would have to stall for a moment when it reached its target. This belongs to his fighting instinct. After all, to hit an opponent, you first have to stabilize your stance, let alone against a highly evasive target like Sako. The difficulty of mobile release skills is no less than shooting arrows on horseback. Shooting a fixed target unusual players are difficult to do. Want to shoot a high-speed dodging moving target such as Sako, almost the same as a pipe dream. But Wang Yujie froze in this situation and used his movement to block Sako's dodge. She was just a level 10 player. Where did she get such terrifying speed? The only explanation was that she had predicted the direction of Sako's dodge ahead of time before he dodged. Made. The more Wang Yuan thought about it, the more shocked he became. At the beginning of the period, Wang Yuan merely saw that Wang Yujie was a practitioner with better than ordinary people behind her, so he decided to pull her in as a helper for himself. Whoever thought that this guy is a Superman? Himself, this is a treasure to pick up. Since Wang Yujie's hand slash was only a normal attack, Sako took a hit that nearly dropped a bit of life value and did not receive a judgment. Sako took the opportunity to roll forward, pulling away from Wang Yujie, then got up, turned his head, and the spear in his hand was about to stab Wang Yujie again. But just a moment before Sako's spear was about to hit, Wang Yujie suddenly posted another avalanche fist in front of Sako. Oops. Once again, the spear in Sako's hand switched from attacking to blocking. Wang Yujie reckons to reapply. Elbow strike, choke hold, booming fist, lower kick, hand knife to the back of the head. Another set of identical combos and Sako is knocked to one knee for the second time. Sako rolled forward once more and turned around to spear Wang Yujie. Wang Yujie, avalanche fist, has bullied his way in. Elbow strike, choke hold, booming fist, lower kick, hand knife to the back of the head. Again. No wonder. No wonder. This girl is so smart. Everyone was numb by now, and finally understood why Wang Yujie had to return the spear to Sark. As a holographic simulation online game, Dawn of the Dead's physics engine is still very realistic, although Sako with a weapon has a higher combat power, and the spear is a long-handled weapon. The attack distance is longer than a sword-type weapon, but again, once the weapon attack distance is long, the most feared thing is to be plastered. Even a melee weapon like a spear could not attack once it was stuck within striking distance. It felt as if an archer had been close-quartered, with his heart in the right place and only barely able to block. And fighters are exactly the profession of close and short fights. Professional combat is characterized by cutting and close combat. This is why fighters are hard to play. An inch is as strong as an inch. Assassins with short hands at least have sneak skills to get in close and go around. With hands shorter than daggers but no stealth skills, it's simply harder for fighters to cut in close. But Wang Yujie froze to take advantage of this, turning his shortcomings into advantages. After all, the longer the opponent's attack distance, the easier it is for the fighter to cut through. So the advantage of Sako's spear's long attack distance, at this point in front of Wang Yujie, became a disadvantage that inhibited his play. Wang Yujie also happened to utilize this to be able to easily take Sako down in close combat. It had to be said that Wang Yujie looked dull, but his combat IQ was breathtaking. This guy was simply born to fight. With Wang Yujie's godlike positioning and the spear binding Sako, Wang Yujie's punches landed on Sako like rain. The damage was certainly only about 100 points, which didn't hurt for Sako. But the insult of being unilaterally slung by a 10th level fighter was too much for Sako to bear. Asshole. Finally, not knowing how many times he had been knocked to the ground by Wang Yujie, Sako also reacted to what was going on and casually threw his spear away, coagulated a fireball in his right hand, grabbed it and smashed it into Wang Yujie's head. Wang Yujie, however, was unperturbed, sidestepping, backing up, and taking a walk to avoid Sako's attack. Sako flung his hand and the fireball in his hand flew after Wang Yujie. In a matter of moments, the fireball flew to Wang Yujie's face. Duong! Wang Yujie was just about to lean back and dodge when suddenly his eyes darkened and a huge shield landed in front of him. Only a skeleton soldier in heavy armor was seen deflecting Sako's attack for himself. Let me help you. At this time, Wang Yuan's voice sounded from the side. Yes, Wang Yujie knew that he and Sako's attributes were far apart. Just now Sako had a spear in his hand, he was able to suppress it by trickery. Now that Sako had thrown the spear, it wouldn't be so easy to suppress it again with his own rank, so he nodded farther at Wang. Whoosh! At the same time, an arrow went straight at the pouncing Sako. Facing the long-range attack, Sako still raised his left hand and deflected the arrow trajectory. However, just in the moment that Sako evaded the arrow, Wang Yujie avalanche fist bullied his way to Sako. Sako pulled back to dodge. Wang Yujie walked to keep up and turned his crashing fist into a booming fist, smashing his fist into Sako's chest. Sako staggers slightly as he takes a shot to the body. Duong. By this time, White had also charged to follow, crashing solidly into Sako. What does it mean to be an elite-level fighter? Although Xiaobai boasted that he couldn't do the magical positioning like Wang Yujie, he was still very confident in his timing. When Wang Yujie's avalanche fist rushes over, Sako will have a dodge mechanism. This time White opened the charge. By the time Wang Yujie had gotten into position to change his stance and blasted his fists to micro-control Sako, White's charge had crashed in. The skills of the two just converged. It's not practiced, but it works together seamlessly. Old King, beautiful. Wang Yujie couldn't help but secretly applaud when he saw Xiaobai's charge come so timely. To be reasonable, don't look at Wang Yujie who only played the game last night, but she already had her own knowledge of the game even after one night. When it came to fighting, Wang Yujie didn't actually like people helping him, because Wang Yujie's fighting style was relatively special. Ordinary people could not intervene at all. The disparity in strength could easily disrupt Wang Yujie's rhythm of attack. To put it bluntly, the song is high and low, and people who don't have the general strength in place can't even keep up with Wang Yujie's rhythm, let alone fight with her. Keep in mind that something like a match is either one side lowering itself to pander downward, or it's of equal strength and similar level. Instead of that, they all practiced on their own. Someone asked why Wang Yujie was able to discover this problem in only one day. Nonsense. Such a beautiful girl. In the novice village will certainly be someone to grab the group a few times. Wang Yujie know that he is not suitable for the group. Because of this, the party everyone all the way to kill in Wang Yujie with a small transparent like, even did not make a move. Aside from the fact that the fighter profession can't plug into the group fight, it's because the others simply can't work with her. Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers were able to keep up with Wang Yujie's tempo, and the genus had also surprised Wang Yujie a bit. Knowing that the skeleton soldiers were all personally controlled by the necromancer, the fact that the skeleton soldiers could keep up with their own rhythm proved that Wang Yuan's manipulation strength could definitely keep up with his own level as well. Ha, where? Wang Yuan couldn't help but blush in his old face when he was complimented by Wang Yujie. He was able to catch Wang Yujie's rhythm himself, and that was because Xiaobai was awesome, while Wang Yujie was the real bull. Taking a charge, Sako was toppled back a step. A level 50 boss with ridiculously strong defense judgments. Knowing that charging into other bosses can hit the knocked away status, but even that was enough. Sako's body is still not stable. Whoosh! Another arrow struck. Sako was busy raising his hands to avoid it. Wang Yujie, however, had already taken the opportunity to walk around and follow up with a downward kick, kicking Sako behind the knee. Bang! Sako was once again stomped to half a knee. Duong! As Sako dropped to his knees, the shield in the hands of the following White slapped heavily on the back of Sako's head. Sako stumbled forward as he was slapped, almost sprawling on his entire body. Mosquito, stun, symbol smashed out of his head. I'll mess with it. Seeing Wang Yujie and Xiaobai, aided by Ma San's interference, one after the other, one attacking and one receiving. Yuck! One attack, one defense. You and me working together perfectly to keep Sako in hard control. Everyone looked dumbfounded. Is this the master? So this is how the best of the best work together? Everyone here who could stand here must be experts. But seeing Wang Yujie and Wang Yuan, of the skeleton soldiers, in front of them, they suddenly realized that the so-called experts also had a difference between high and low, especially the benevolent ones and others. This group of guys don't look like they are all idlers, but one by one, they are also extremely proud people. Their eyes are long in their heads during the week, and they don't put the world's experts in their eyes. But now that he saw the cooperation between Wang Yujie and Wang Yuan, of the skeleton soldiers, he realized what it meant to be a true top-level expert. Also knew the gap between himself and the real masters. Of course, Wang Yuan wouldn't tell them that these few goods couldn't be judged by normal human eyes. After all, the two elites who killed out of the sea of corpses and blood in the future end of the world, and a practitioner who has been practicing martial arts since childhood, are all killing machines that are born for the sake of fighting. Not to mention them ordinary players. Those top professional experts wouldn't dare to say they were professionals in front of the 3A. Can you be more professional than 3 guys who specialize in how to kill people? No. Isn't it a bit unkind of us to watch the battle here? After freezing for a long while, the Black Dragon Society's group suddenly realized that they were not here to watch the fun. It's hard to get through the monsters to come here, not just to fight the boss. Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie, 2 people in that and the boss fight for their lives. Their own next to the paddling. Always feel guilty in the heart. That being said, can we intervene? A crane in the clouds asked rhetorically. Ah, this. You can die if you don't talk. Can't you? One crane in the cloud sentence strike collapsed everyone. Putting aside the group of benevolent invincibles, those on the Black Dragon Society's side who were able to pass through the monsters to fight the boss were all recognized elite experts in the guild. As a result, in the end, you can't even plug in a boss fight. The feeling of being able to only watch, afraid of dragging your feet if you do anything, is simply overwhelming. Genuine is Galen out of Whisper, silent and broken. Attack! However, just as the Black Dragon Society's group of people were depressed, the benevolent one had already rushed up with Waterlinglong and the others. Taking advantage of Sacco being controlled by White, the crowd surrounded him with a wave of output. When Sacco's control was lifted, a few of the men turned and ran without a fight. In this case, although the war between professionals and high-level bosses benevolent several people could not intervene as well, but they, as the ceiling among players, also knew what it meant to see the wood for the trees. Can't you dodge, Sacco? You can't always dodge when you're charged. Other times people cannot intervene. When the boss is stunned, everyone in a row to assist the output is still swimming. You guys are great to be here. Seeing that everyone ran over to help with the output and did not disrupt the rhythm of the battle, Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie could not help but let out a sigh of admiration. This group of teammates is much more reliable than one would think. As the same experts, the Black Dragon Society's group only dared to play soy sauce on the side, while the Benevolent One's group was adept at finding space for output, which showed that this group of teammates were not only extremely strong, but also had a high level of combat literacy. Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie were one level 15 and one level 10. Wang Yuan was okay. The two skeleton soldiers under his command had attributes that were not weaker than a level 20 player, and could completely be used as two people. Wang Yujie that is pure level 10 trumpet. What equipment are not? The duo's strength was too different from Sacco's, and although they could temporarily suppress Sacco, their output certainly couldn't keep up. At this rate, sooner or later, you'll wear yourself out first. The sudden addition of the Benevolent One's group greatly reduced the pressure on the duo's output. Sacco's blood level began to drop as far as the eye could see. We're going too. Seeing that he saw the way the Benevolent Ones fought, he also immediately followed suit and brought a group of people from the Black Dragon Society to follow suit and surrounded them as well. Everyone is a master. Since there is no need to deliberately deliver how to fight, look at it, basically understand what is going on. With the addition of another team, Sacco was thoroughly pressed to death. Ma-san interfered with Sacco by shooting arrows from long range. Wang Yujie took the opportunity to close in and press, while Xiaobai found the right moment to charge and shield attack, controlling and hitting in quick succession. After Sacco was controlled, the others rushed in and began to focus on the output. Everyone has their own division of labor and is becoming more and more proficient at working together. The blood bar on Sacco's head was dropping faster and faster. 50%, 30%, 10%, 0%. Vile human, the great undead king will return. I, Sacco the witch, am immortal. You cannot defeat me. With the concerted efforts of the crowd, Sacco finally wailed and left a last word before his bloodline cleared and he died. As Sacco fell, the black clouds that had coalesced in the air on Thunder Cliff began to dissipate. A golden sunbeam shone down through the clouds, covering the entire valley in gold. Ah! As the sunlight shone, the corpse demon warriors that were besieging the Black Dragon Society's crowd stopped their attacks in unison and raised their heads to the sky to let out a mournful roar. At the same time, all the soul flames in the eyes of the corpse demon warriors collapsed to the ground after dissipating into a cloud of blue smoke in the sunlight. System prompt: after everyone's unremitting efforts, we have successfully killed the witch demon King Sacco, redeeming all the spirits that have risen from the dead and freeing the warriors' souls that were bound to be enslaved in their undead bodies. System alert: defeat Witch King Sacco. Thunder Bluff Fortress Crystal occupation successful. System alert: mission completed. Your team has successfully occupied the Thunder Cliff Fortress and gained the right to reside in Thunder Cliff. System alert: you gained experience, gained reputation, gained main city honor. With a series of messages that flashed before the eyes of the crowd, a golden light burst out on all of them. The abundant experience value directly upgraded everyone on the spot. Wang Yuan had even risen directly to level 20. Wang Yujie had also risen to level 18. The highest leveled casual random shot in the team had even risen to level 24. It is evident that this mission has a great reward of experience. In the end, it was a level 40 resident quest, and the experience rewards were definitely a surprise for players around level 20. Crap, it's really over? Seeing the information in front of them, the Black Dragon Society players who were still under siege by the Corpse Demon army immediately looked incredulous. Only those who had truly experienced the battle would know just how vicious the party was. In the mountain passes, people can still have a definite upper hand with the terrain advantage, but after exiting the mountain pass, all the players were surrounded by the corpse demon warriors. and the pressure was directly pulled full. Combat consumption was even more drastically elevated. Those corpse demon warriors, however, as if they couldn't finish killing a young, wave after wave surged forward and back. The Black Dragon Society's crowd of players had already begun to attenuate, but if they continued to fight, it would only be a matter of time before the Black Dragon Society was exhausted. With such a disadvantage, everyone had even thought that this mission was going to fail. Who would have thought that just when everyone was despairing, they would have won the fight? It's nifty and a bit bizarre. That's right, it's a win. Boss, they killed the boss. Some of the more observant players pointed at Wang Yuan's group in the square, as well as Sako, who was lying on the ground. Ha ha, bull, worthy of being the boss. The crowd was in a state of surprise. I can't imagine that I can really finish Sako off. Just now I thought it was going to be the end of it. Not to mention those uninformed Black Dragon Society players. Even the group of people in the clouds at this time feel that it is unbelievable. We all definitely know firsthand how difficult Sako is to deal with. This guy can't hit from long range, he can't hit from melee, and he's got his mom on dodge hang iron. When Dragon Walk was killed, everyone started to have a mental breakdown. When Wang Yuan's skeleton mage was killed, everyone began to despair. Wan did not expect, at the critical moment, jumped out of the key moment to open an invincible hang. A flurry of punches and kicks to Sako are skeptical of life. It's simply a hangover. Not the strongest, only stronger. Thinking about this, the crowd coincidentally glanced at Wang Yujie. At this moment this group of guys had already put away their previous arrogance and prejudice, and respect was written all over their faces. Anyone who says in the future that female gamers can't do it, good luck meeting this girl on his way out the door. This time it's really thanks to Coco Girl. The benevolent few were also looking at the little girl in front of them with a look of gratitude, and there was also a few moments of respect in their gratitude. There was no way. The game world was weak and strong, and the 4 words "the strongest is honored" were even more pronounced. Previously, when Wang Yuan said that he wanted to wait for a female player to help out, although the group of benevolent people did not resist, when Wang Yuan said that this female player was an expert, they were still very disdainful. After all, some things basically amount to common sense to them. So for female players, their attitude wasn't too far off from the likes of Dragonwalker. But I never expected that a female player would save the day at the critical moment. And they were also very clear in their hearts. Even Wang Yuan's skeleton had died a death. Sako's wanted to regiment the others without the slightest surprise at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Yujie's hand had suppressed Sako, this mission might have really failed. Everyone had been playing the game for so many years, and it was the first time they were shocked by a female player with her strength. Don't say that. Wang Yujie sniffed and quickly waved his hand. If it wasn't for everyone's help, I wouldn't be able to beat him. That said, Wang Yujie wasn't modest. Sako was in the end a level 50 Dark Gold boss. As far as Wang Yujie's attack power was concerned, there was a greater chance that he would wear himself out first. Not to mention that after Sako threw his weapon away, it was obvious that Wang Yujie was out of his depth as well. After saying that, Wang Yujie even glanced at Wang Yuan. I really didn't see that brother Wang is so powerful. At this time, Wang Yujie was also greatly shocked by Wang Yuan's strength. Don't see that it was Wang Yujie who suppressed Sako just now, but she understood in her heart more than anyone else that she was already in a disadvantageous position after Sako threw away his weapon, losing the initiative to suppress. And if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Yuan had manipulated the skeleton soldiers to come out to help him, he certainly wouldn't have been able to resist for too long. Master's vision is extremely poisonous. Wang Yujie glance out. Wang Yuan manipulation. Although the hands of Xiaobai is not as good as their own, but also not far from it. It seems to be a serious fight, ruthless characters. The key is that such a skeleton soldier Wang Yuan can control 2 at a time. This Nima would be quite terrifying. Rao is Wang Yujie this kind of martial arts practitioner. Can't help but be amazed. After all, can at the same time the 2 skeleton soldiers' manipulation to this realm, can be seen that its reflexes and combat skills are top-notch, even more than himself. To know, he is a young martial arts practitioner. So far there are more than 20 years. Wang Yuan is just an ordinary person. If Wang Yuan is also a practicing, its upper limit can't dare to imagine. Ha ha, Wang Yuan laughed and waved his hand. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. I actually didn't do anything. Brother Nyo is just modest. The crowd scared inside. Wang Yuan. These days, no one believes you when you tell the truth. Really so powerful? The already resurrected Great White had already heard what happened at the other 2 skeleton soldiers, and was even more incredulous at this time. How is it better than you? I am far inferior. Xiaobai was already convinced of Wang Yujie. Still far from it? Dabai couldn't help himself. Why don't I believe it? Big White was passed down from the Age of Doom and naturally knew the gap between men and women better than anyone else. After hearing that it was Wang Yujia who knocked Sako down with 3 punches and 2 kicks, Dabai didn't believe it at all. And now that he heard Xiaobai say that this girl was even stronger than Xiaobai, Dabai's skepticism was written all over his face. Love to believe it or not. Don't believe it, pull back. Who let you die early? There will be a time for you to be convinced in the future. Xiaobai was too lazy to argue. Indeed, this kind of thing on anyone, as long as not see with their own eyes, he cannot believe. It is well known that the author is a Taoist priest and often goes to solve things for people in his spare time. But the friends around the author still firmly believe that there is no such nonsense in the world. Even if it is what I say, they still express their skepticism and link the author with brainwashed religious people. There are some unthinkable things that you have to see and feel with your own eyes for someone to believe. What do you think, Saner? Dabai asked Ma-san again. I think she'd be fine if she was taller. Ha, Big White looked confused. I like long-legged, preferably with bigger breasts, Ma-san said as he gestured towards his chest. Get out. Dabai slapped himself so hard, he made himself redundant by asking the bitch. System announcement. After an unprecedented battle, the guild Vigorous Miracle, with the assistance of the guild Black Dragon Society, finally defeated the undead army entrenched in Thunder Cliffs, killed Witch Demon King Sako, and successfully obtained the right to reside in the guild's compound in Thunder Cliffs. Their deeds will be recorded in history forever. While everyone was still immersed in the unexpected surprise of the quest completion, a world announcement also rang out in the sky. The announcement is still swiped 3 times in a row. The moment the announcement rang out, people weren't really shocked. After all, there have been announcements every day for the past 2 days, and people are slowly getting used to it. But when everyone saw the content of the announcement, in that instant, the entire game world was quiet. Not guild houses? The treadmill game has only been open for a week, and you're telling me that someone has taken down the guild house? Naya, what super guild is this? Anyone with a bit of common gaming knowledge knows that the number of quests in a game is basically directly proportional to the difficulty. The higher the maximum number of people who can participate, the more difficult this task will be. As a large-scale guild quest with no limit on the number of people, the guild site is one of the most difficult quests in the game. It's no better than any of those large late-game groups, not to mention that it's only been a week since the opening of the service, and the skills and equipment of the players are still in the developmental stage. Even if it's been a month since the service was opened, the top guilds that can't hit the guild quarters are abound. What kind of super invincible guild could do such a great thing? At that thought, everyone rushed back to take another look at the announcement. Vigorously producing miracles? Is there this guild on the national guild list? Seeing the strange guild name of Vigorous Miracle, everyone fell into deep thought. Many of the large guilds are commercial, so the national guilds have specialized guild rankings. Those big guilds that ranked in the top 100 were all old and top guilds. And this guild, not to mention seeing it, has never even heard of it. Although Powerful Miracle had never heard of it, this Black Dragon Society had heard of it. It is said to be a newly created guild in Thunderstorm City. The strength is also quite not weak. The reason why famous is not because of how strong this guild, but because of this guild a few days ago when the list of points was brushed. Yes, it is the guild that was challenged single-handedly. It is said that the guild more than 2,000 mouths were chopped by people who did not dare to go out on the street, and the guild president was almost brushed with white. Fame, a guild to come. Good things don't go unnoticed, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. Notoriety is also fame. I can't imagine that Vigorous Miracle with such a trash guild can take the guild house. What kind of horrible strength must this be? However, when a curious player, specifically ran to the city hall to search for it vigorously out of the miracle, this guild, directly stupefied, created, 4 hours. Number of guilds, 8. Is this system buggy? Saw the guild profile for miracle workers. Everyone's first reaction was that either they were looking at it wrong or the system was wrong. After all, guilds that were able to accomplish a task like attacking a guild house were either big old guilds or had a lot of people. How could a small guild with only 8 people in the district accomplish such a task? But it was only after they had gone back and forth and looked at it carefully a dozen times that they finally confirmed it. This guild called Powerful Miracle was indeed just created today, and it was only a small guild with 8 people, or even a small group. You know, a standard team of a normal establishment would have to be 10 people. A guild of 8 was not even a standard team, only a small group. So it seems that this mission, the Black Dragon Society, is the main body. This vigorously out of the miracle is obviously to make up the numbers. 80% is to spend money to hire the Black Dragon Society to help. Thinking about this, everyone's impression of the Black Dragon Society directly had a subversive change. A guild being single-handedly swiped. This kind of humiliating record is to be nagged for the rest of one's life. Almost everyone who mentions the name of the Black Dragon Guild, the first thing that comes to mind is, isn't it that guild that was single-handedly blocked in the resurrection point and didn't dare to come out? But at this moment, The Black Dragon Guild had directly turned into a big guild that had helped a newly built guild with only 8 people complete the task of attacking the guild house. Scratch that. In that case, the Black Dragon Society isn't weak either. How is it that people are single-handedly blocked from going out on the street? How powerful does that person who single-handedly swiped the Black Dragon Society have to be? Che, it's highly likely that someone is maliciously blackening the Black Dragon Society. After all, the big guilds, there are too many people who are jealous. For a time, the Black Dragon Society's reputation completed an epic reversal. From the previous clown guild, it had flipped in one fell swoop to become a top guild capable of accomplishing the task of attacking guildhouses. Even before being blocked by Wang Yuan in the resurrection point, that matter also began to flip. Became due to the Thunderstorm City players' jealousy malignant rumors made. Ha ha ha. Inside Thunderstorm City's resurrection point, looking at the posts on the forums, Dragonwalker laughed so hard that his back teeth were exposed. It is true that there is no such thing as money spent in vain. Those 2,000 gold coins really worked. The success of this mission had not only reversed the reputation of the Black Dragon Society, but even the black spots from before had already been washed downwards by someone to help themselves. It was simply a windfall. What does the guild stand for? Naturally, it is word of mouth. With word of mouth, there are masters, and with masters, there are resources. Now that the announcement of the successful attack on the resident quest came out, the Black Dragon Society was considered to have completely climbed out of the abyss. Thanks to the system, thanks to Thunder Bluff, and thanks to Bull Power. Bull, look at the forum. At this time, the benevolent one said glumly, as expected, just as you said. Everyone thought that the Black Dragon Society was the main force. That's right, that's why I made them pay for it. Wang Yuan smiled faintly. But we'll soon have one less chance to be famous. Everyone bristled. This kind of vanity is not important to us. Wang Yuan said indifferently. Guns hit heads, just let the Black Dragon Society do the heading out. If he was actually in the game, Wang Yuan might still consider the matter of being famous. After all, which one of the games he plays is not for pretending? However, Wang Yuan was clear that when the end times came, being a head of state was not that good. A big guild like the Black Dragon Guild was fine. The bigger the reputation, the more experts it might attract. And like vigorously out of the miracle of this guild of only 8 people, that is basically equivalent to a piece of donkey meat. The more high profile staring at you, the more people. Brother Nyo, from what you're saying, you're not pitting the Black Dragon Society again, are you? The benevolent one stroked his chin and thought, how can I? Dragonwalker will probably have to thank me for this. Wang Yuan smiled and said, alright, stop talking nonsense. Touch the equipment. Well, when the crowd heard this, they hurriedly dropped their eyes on Wang Yujie. What are you looking at me for? Wang Yujie was at a loss. Of course you're the one to touch it. Wang Yuan reminded from the side. It's not easy to convince these bastards. After saying that, Wang Yuan asked, do you know how to touch equipment? Nonsense. Wang Yujie gave Wang Yuan a blank look and said, I'm a newbie. I'm not a fool. With that, Wang Yujie came to Sako's body and began to feel around. After a long time, Wang Yujie pulled out a pile of black stuff on Sako's body. Hiss. Seeing what Wang Yujie was holding, everyone mentally thumped. This thing? Not again. As expected, the next moment Wang Yujie displayed the item properties. Heart of the Lich King. Category, Special Props. Item description, after the powerful mage Sako was resurrected by the power of death, his indestructible soul was immortalized and he became the Witch King who rules over a party of necromantic creatures. I'm messing with. Why is this thing again? Brave and the Bold was speechless. The Corpse King popped one of these, and Sako popped one of these. This Thundercliff boss has no serious equipment for everyone, right? Koko-san, you're supposed to have a good hand for a newbie. Casual messy shooting was also a bit taught. What is the purpose of doing quests and fighting bosses? It is not for the equipment and skills to improve their own. 2 consecutive bosses didn't pop a single piece of equipment, a single skill. Everyone's mood has been predictable since, especially since Sako was a level 50 Dark Gold boss that nearly wiped out everyone in the group. There is a complete mismatch between boss difficulty and output. Everyone had an immediate urge to curse. Even the Black Dragon Society's group of people who were watching from the sidelines almost laughed out loud. What a handful of guys. Neither boss touched a single piece of equipment. Didn't wash his hands after going to the toilet, I guess. Ha ha, see, I told you it wasn't my problem. You assholes still won't let me touch it. The happiest person at this time is the death classmate, pointing to the heart in Wang Yujie's hand to make a name for himself. The equipment you can't touch is obviously not your own problem, but a problem with the boss mechanic. Beat him. The crowd is no place to vent it. See the death out of the Arthur. Hold down, this guy is a beating and kicking. But not Wang Yujie still cannot beat you a mage it. That, cow, mission is played out. We will also return first. Seeing that Wang Yuan's side was starting to implode, one crane in the clouds pinched himself and said goodbye to Wang Yuan. Okay. Wang Yuan casually pulled out the 2,000 gold given by Dragon Walker earlier from his pocket and handed it to one crane in the clouds. Thanks to you guys this time. This amount of money is for the brothers to buy medicine. This is not good. A crane in the clouds couldn't help but stare. Don't excuse yourself. I'm a person who has always made a clear distinction between grudges. If you don't take it, you're looking down on me. Wang Yuan had a very serious expression. Okay. Yunzhong Yish nodded solemnly and put the money away. Brother Nyo, why are you doing this? How good was it to not charge before? Seeing Wang Yuan sending back another 2,000 gold, the others couldn't help but spit. You guys know shit. Wang Yuan glanced at the crowd and said, they definitely won't miss you if you don't take the money. But if you take their money and give it to them, that's a huge favor from you. We all understand the reasoning. Is it necessary to befriend a guild like the Black Dragon Society? Water Linglong said in dissatisfaction from the side. This girl had seen Dragon Walker's arrogant and domineering face, and she didn't have half a good feeling about that kind of bully. In the beginning, if it wasn't for Wang Yuan's superior personal strength, now Wang Yuan would have been brushed to the novice village to retrain. So even if the Black Dragon Society had helped with the task of attacking the compound this time, Shui Linglong still didn't have a good feeling towards them. You can't say that. Maybe we will use them in the future. Wang Yuan said. More friends, more roads. Besides, aren't they doing a great favor this time? Still, if this was just a mere game, there was absolutely no need for Wang Yuan to befriend the Black Dragon Society. But Wang Yuan also knew that the future was not an easy game. The moment the magical beasts invaded, all humans would be tied to a single thread. And even a group like the Black Dragon Society would become an important force in resisting the legions of magical beasts. As we are all under the same roof, it is only natural that we will have to use means to pull people together when we are useful to each other. What's more, the Black Dragon Society did contribute a great deal to this mission. If they hadn't attracted the hatred of the Corpse Demon Warrior Legion, Wang Yuan's group wouldn't have been able to kill Witch Demon King Sako so easily. It makes sense, within reason, to reimburse people for some of their medical expenses. If we can bring people together in the meantime, wouldn't that be two birds with one stone? Okay, you're right about that too. We can't owe them a favor. Shui Linglong nodded at his words. Bull power people are actually quite nice. On the other hand, one crane in the clouds had already sent a message to Dragon Walker, telling him about Wang Yuan's medical expenses. I really can't see it. Nyo Dali is really a real person. Dragon Walker couldn't help but sigh when he saw the message. Yes, a crane in the clouds also said, we shouldn't have gone toe-to-toe with him in the first place. Nonsense. He was the one who pressed us to beat us up alright. Dragon Walker said in a depressed voice. To be exact, it's beating me up by myself. It's all in the past. And hasn't our word of mouth this reversed itself? That's right. Thanks to Nyo Dali giving us this opportunity and giving us money. Hey, this guy is really a good guy. Achoo. Meanwhile on the Thunder Cliff, Wang Yuan sneezed fiercely. In Holy Light City, inside the office of the Chinese Dragon Guild, the atmosphere was extremely depressing, and the air was terrifyingly quiet. Sitting in the president's seat, Dragon Totem 4Cs frowned tightly and said, Treadmill, how could an attack on the guild residence quest allow a sidekick like Black Dragon Society to get ahead of the game? Motherfucker, we opened 10,000 gold and didn't even receive the resident token? A guild house is the most important thing for any big guild. Bar none, the guild that could be the first to take the guild house would also be the #1 guild in everyone's mind. As the oldest guild with the longest history and biggest name in the national online gaming circle, Huaxia Dragontang has always been the leader in the industry and is recognized as the #1 guild. For the first guild site is naturally also the ambition, even going so far as to offer a high price for the guild resident token. However, he never expected that the first guild house would just be taken by someone else, and it was still a guild with a poor reputation like the Black Dragon Society. This was simply a slap in the face of Huaxia Longtang. As far as I know, the one who took the guild house wasn't the Black Dragon Guild, but a guild called Vigorous Miracle. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, who was on the side, hurriedly corrected. So what? It wasn't the Black Dragon Society that helped take it down? Long Tang Sihai said in dissatisfaction. The main reason why he was angry was because the Black Dragon Guild had the ability to take the guild houses right now, and secondly because of the false reputation that the Black Dragon Guild had taken the first guild houses. I don't think so. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, on the other hand, laughed coldly and said, the main force this time is obviously not the Black Dragon Society. They're just borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. Jiao Tian, are you crazy? Do you realize what you're saying? Once Phoenix Dancing 9 Heavens said this, the others said, why do you say that? Although Long Tang Sihai didn't retort, he also frowned in uncertainty. do you know that vigorous miracle is only a few people? Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens asked. It seems like there are only 8 people. Long Tangsihai thought for a moment and said, right here lies the problem. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens said, what reputation does the Black Dragon Society have everyone wouldn't be unaware of, right? Rubbish. Scum. The crowd spoke in unison. The bit that the Black Dragon Society had done in Thunderstorm City was still very clear to everyone, as the current Black Dragon Society was the former Chinese dragon totem. Doesn't that make sense? Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens said, not to mention that group of scum from the Black Dragon Society, even if it's us. If we have an 8-member small guild in Holy Light City that has gotten the guild residence token, do you guess if he can dare to take the mission? The office was quiet again. Indeed, what Phoenix Dance 9 Days said made sense. As the saying goes, the piker is not guilty of a crime. A small guild of 8 people, not to mention comparing it to a big guild of the level of the Black Dragon Guild, would be a mole cricket even compared to an ordinary guild. After getting the props such as guild residence token, the normal thinking of the small guild must be the first time is to hang the auction house. Otherwise, those big guilds are bound to come back and trick them. Bigger guilds with higher quality might even offer a low price and force a purchase. The big guilds with low qualities just robbed them in the open. It was self-evident what a guild with a poor reputation like the Black Dragon Society would do. However, this time, the Black Dragon Society was helping this small guild of 8 people to complete the guildhouse quest, which was a complete departure from common sense. There are generally 2 reasons for this situation to occur. Phoenix Dancing 9 Heaven said, either one of these 8 people is very rich and can directly shake up the Black Dragon Society, or one of these 8 people is very powerful and can make the Black Dragon Society suffer. That's why the Black Dragon Society chooses to cooperate with them instead of directly using strong-arm tactics. Then which reason do you think it is? Long Tangsihai asked again. Could it be that someone inside these 8 people is very rich? No, I think it's the latter. Phoenix Dancing 9 Heaven said, this small guild is called Vigor Produces Miracles. Who do you think of when you think of vigor? Bull power. Long Tangsihai immediately said, the guy who blocked the Black Dragon Society and made their 2,000 plus mouths dare not go out on the streets. That's right. Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens said, although I don't know exactly what's going on right now, it looks like the main reason they were able to succeed in attacking the guildhouses this time around is because of those 8 people in the small guilds. Really? A trace of joy flashed across Long Tongue Silk's face as he sniffed. I feel much better in my heart when you say that. That said, this Neo Dolly is definitely a talent that we should pull in. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens said indifferently. Indeed. Longting 4 Seas nodded with certainty at his words and said, District 8 people can sway this kind of large-scale task? Certainly not idle people. If we can pull to our guild quarters are readily available. Shit, boss, you're being too obvious about your purpose. Phoenix Dancing 9 Heavens was filled with black lines, which is not true. Long Tangsihai said righteously, old me just simply has a love for talent. You contact old Zhang and let him handle this. Okay. Inside the Guildhouse of Thunder Cliffs, Miracle from Strength, Wang Yuan's group received a system prompt at this time. Your guild has successfully gained access to the Thunder Cliffs resident. Please go to the Guild Meeting Affairs Hall to bind the Guild's resident and receive the reward. As the Guild's landmark building, the Guild Meeting Hall was situated right in front of the square, with its back against the Thunder Mountain Range and the Valley Gate facing each other. At the entrance to the council chamber was a purple crystal. This purple crystal is the Guild Residence Crystal, which is the core of the Guild Residence. Once the crystal is destroyed, the resident will automatically be unbound from the Guild and be in an ownerless state. And the next guild to occupy the guild crystal will become the owner of the resident. Honorable warriors, congratulations on repelling the undead hordes here and bringing peace back to Thunder Bluff. A few people had just walked into the council hall when suddenly an old man scurried out from behind the door and blocked in front of Wang Yuan and the others. Holy shit, who are you? Seeing the old man in front of them, everyone was startled and thought it was some kind of hidden boss. Random bow and arrow shots were pulled out. I am the administrator of the Thunder Cliffs compound, and the head administrator of your Miracles from Strength Guild. My name is Flare. It is my pleasure to serve you, my warrior. The old man bowed in a hurry. The smile on his face was obscene. Oh ha! The crowd then dropped their hearts. In Dawn of the Dawn, every guild has a chief NPC to help players manage the construction of the guild, responsible for issuing quests to the guild players and so on. Flare, however, upon hearing this name, the soulfire in Great White's eyes jumped a little. What's the matter, Teacher Wushwang? Do you know him? Xiaobai was curious. The Thunder Cliff Secret Realm belonged to a special copy in the future, and as of now, only a few people had participated in it, and Big White happened to be one of them. Apparently, Big White knew this guy. Great White said hatefully, this human traitor, if it wasn't for him and the demons working together inside and outside, Thundercliff wouldn't have lost its defense. Holy shit, so it's a human traitor. A sellout. I'll kill him right now. Masaner was also agitated at the words and pulled out his bow and arrow to give Flare a few arrows. In the future world, humans and magical beasts were life and death opposites. Especially 100 years later, the Great White and their generation. It is the same situation. The relationship between the two camps of life and death. Even an evil person who is normally reviled by millions of people will come forward at critical moments to do his best to surround the human homeland until he dies in battle. But then there are those who, in order to survive, secretly collaborate with the demon race and betray their fellow clansmen. Such people are called human traitors, and are the most disgraceful class of people. It's also the guy that all professionals hate the most. Stop it. Big White hastily stopped it. Slaughtering functional NPCs for no reason. Are you going to expose yourself? This guy hasn't done anything, at least for now, and us attacking him will definitely draw trouble for Brother Neo. Well, Masaner helplessly put down his bow and arrow. Wang Yuan was also shocked and sweating profusely. Great White is right. Right now Flare hasn't defected to the humans yet, and as a functional NPC has the right to protection from the system. Players who attack these functional NPCs for no reason will receive the harshest punishment from the system. A light fine to drop reputation, or a direct guard purge. There was a player who robbed a bank on a whim before, and then was hunted down by the guards of that main city and pressed in a resurrection point to kill him to level 0. That's right, just kill to level 0 in the resurrection point. The resurrection point safe zone effect doesn't work on guards. These guard lords are just so buggy. For a while, the forums were filled with videos of guards massacring humans, and from then on all players were cut off from looting stores. As Wang Yuan's skeleton soldier, Masaner's attack on the NPC was the same as Wang Yuan attacking the NPC. When the time comes, if it really invites the gods to come down, it'll be the end of the line. A level 200 god level boss was killed like a dog in front of the master guard, let alone a tiny level 20 player. But this old man who dared to betray the human race was no good, and if there was a replacement, he should be fired in a hurry. Wang Yuan gave Flare a meaningful look and said, I want to bind the guild residents and receive the reward. Yes, sir. Flare nodded at Wang Yuan, then raised his hands. Only the resident crystal at the entrance burst into a dazzling light. System alert, your guild has bound the guildhouse Thundercliff. You have gained 1000 reputation. System alert, guild residents binding successful. Guild residents free unlock primary buildings, level 1 alchemy room, level 1 forge workshop, level 1 tailor shop, level 1 well, level 1 kitchen. System alert, you have obtained the special reward resident treasure chest. Holy shit, I finally got a weapon. Just then, he only heard Casual Messy Shot yell excitedly. Everyone rushed to look back, only to see Casual Messy Shot holding a golden crossbow that was showing off to the crowd. Thunder Crossbow. Category, Crossbow. Quality, Gold. Attack, 71. Magic, 66. Agility plus 19. Strength plus 15. Deadly Strike, Passive Skill. 20% increase in bludgeoning rate. Long Range Strike, Passive Skill. Range increased by 50%. Thunder Strike, Passive Skill. 20% chance of triggering thunder damage and causing a paralyze effect. The target can't use skills for 3 seconds. Occupation requirement, Archer. Level requirement, 20. Item description, a crossbow forged from meteoric iron by the divine smith Simba. Once tempered and infused with the power of thunder at the top of a snowy mountain. Ouch. Nice one Pee-wee. Seeing the attributes of the crossbow, Wang Yuan could not help but marvel. Archer is agile type of long-range physical output. Attack since it is not as fierce as the power points of the warrior, so the bowmen mainly rely on attack speed to hit the sustained damage. 20% of the blitz directly and significantly enhanced the bowman's output ability. As the profession with the weakest blood quantity among all professions, archer's survivability is also a big problem. Not being close to someone is the first guideline for archers, and the 50% range increase improves the archer's ability to kite, especially that last thunder strike. Magic damage that was secondary. The key was the paralyzing control effect. To know, the game can restrain the master's only archer, and the master's all ability and all in the skills, to the archer to add a paralysis skills, but not to the mage to restrain the death of the mage. Haha, that's a must. By the way, don't call me a pisser. Casual Messy Shot blanked Wang Yuan. Got it poop. Wang Yuan touched his casually shooting head. Random shots. Che, what's there to be proud of? Is it as awesome as this one of mine? Brave Invincible also revealed his equipment. Sword of Thunder. Category, one-handed swords. Quality, Gold. Attack, 77. Magic, 52. Agility plus 14. Strength plus 16. Thunder Slash, a passive skill that has a 20% chance of triggering thunder attunement damage and inflicting a critical wound effect on the target. which reduces the target's movement speed by 30% for 3 seconds, and prevents them from being healed. Thunderbolt, passive skill. Attack determination increased by 20%. Cross Sword of Heaven and Earth, active skill, infused with the power of thunder. Impacts the target and deals 120%/150%/180% triple displacement damage. Immune to attacks while in displacement state. Occupation requirements, warrior, knight. Level requirement, 20. Item description, a one-handed cross sword forged from meteorite iron by the divine smith Simba, once quenched by thunder at the top of a snowy mountain, and later becoming the sword worn by William the Bright Knight. Control, determination plus displacement. This sword can be compared to a crossbow that shoots randomly. Moreover, both weapons were from the same person, and they were both equipment that had been tempered by heavenly thunder, as if they were a series of equipment. Shit, the pearl is not in the right place. Pearls go astray. When the crowd saw the equipment in the hands of Brave Unmatched and Casual Shot, jealousy was written all over their faces. These two pieces of the Thunder series can be considered flagrantly superb. Extreme equipment is a jewel as long as it's not in your hands. Che, trash. Casual Messy Shot had a look of disdain on his face. Bah, you don't want to compete? The Brave unrivaled sword-pointing calculation then shot indiscriminately. Yeah, go out and compete. Casual Messy Shot was not willing to show weakness. Who's going out with you? Brave and the Bold directly pressed Casual Random Shot to the ground. You big shot. You piece of shit. Dare me to get up. Pull away and fight again. Nonsense. Who am I to let you get up? Call out to Grandpa. Ow. Which way do you top? You don't learn anything good from Reiko. None of my business. Shui Linglong was furious. Da hi. What's your reward? Ignoring the two elementary school chickens, Wang Yuan turned his head and asked Death. Hey, Death hemmed and hawed, and the 5 fingers of his left hand opened. Zira. A power grid appeared in front of the crowd. Crap. Thunder skill. The crowd was shocked at the sight. It's a lightning control skill, Death said with a clench of his hand. The power grid collected into a ball of thunder, and then casually waved his hand. Boom. The thunder ball exploded. The crowd was so envious they were on the verge of crying. Thunder system skill, hey, known as the rarest skill. This guy just casually got it. This can be more precious than the equipment. After all, the equipment will be eliminated sooner or later, but the skill can be used until graduation. What about you guys? Death asked the others again. Soul Martyrdom Explosion. The benevolent one displayed the skill with a sad face. Detonate Soul reduces HP to 1 point, dealing lethal blast damage to the target. The higher the HP cap, the more powerful it is. Ha ha, everyone took a look at the attributes and laughed outright. Self-destructive skills. This guy is really unlucky. A priest of the auxiliary profession. Engage in a damage skill even if, or a life for a life skill. If Lousy is so eager to die, why bother to play priests? Hope's Reward is also a skill called Sacrificial Aura. It can force all attacks within the aura's range to be transferred to itself in a split second. I have to say, the two major professions of the light department are not saying how strong they are, and the career settings are still quite high-minded. One self-detonation to fight output, one with life to resist damage. These two people can be said to be self-sacrificing and difficult. Not bad for a follower of the god of light. What about you, Lingzi? Wang Yuan asked Shui Linglong curiously. Women are vain, and according to this woman's character, if she was rewarded with something good, she would show it off without having to ask. Not talking now is definitely not a good thing. All the more reason for people to want to have fun. Scratch that, don't mention it. Shui Linglong was depressed, then pulled out a scroll from her bosom. Scroll of Destiny. Category, Special Props. Use it to get a hidden quest chain. Item description, a mysterious scroll that hides some unknown secret treasure. Ah, this. Seeing the scroll in Shui Linglong's hand, the crowd couldn't help but froze. Wipe. This is something good. Divine Fate Scroll, also known as a hidden quest scroll. It is an extremely rare prop, and the player who opens the scroll can obtain a hidden quest chain, and after completing the quest chain, he can obtain a large number of rewards. This stuff is a dream come true for everyone. Good for nothing, do you think I care? Shui Linglong bristled. Crowd. Indeed. As a super RMB player, Shui Linglong's favorite thing was biasm. Whatever you can pay for, that's what's good. Decryption missions and whatnot are not among her preferences. I'm rare, Wang Yuan said. Here you go. Shui Linglong casually threw it to Wang Yuan. Ah, this. Wang Yuan denied hand and foot said. How much? Ha! Water Linglong laughed coldly. Let's go. My old lady is practicing. Saying that, he pulled out a teleportation scroll and tore it open, disappearing into a ray of light in front of everyone's eyes. The backstory, written with the dullness of a rich man, seems to be saying, money? I'm worse than you for that money. This loser bitch doesn't know that there's a teleportation array at the guild house? Teleportation scrolls have to be dozens of gold coins apiece now, right? How nice to have money for us. The benevolent and the brave cursed. What about you, Bull? What's yours? Everyone's curious gazes all fell on Wang Yuan. Let's see, huh? Wang Yuan casually opened the treasure chest. Brush. A flash of light. A hat carved with a skull appeared in Wang Yuan's hand. Corpse Whisperer. Category, hats. Quality, gold. Defense, 35. Magic, 27. All attributes plus 10. Soul strengthening, passive skill. Undead life value increased by 300 points. Soul mutation, passive skill. 20% chance to summon a mutated skeleton. Corpse Whisperer, passive skill to communicate with undead creatures. Occupation requirement, necromancer. Level requirement, 20. Item description, a mysterious wooden crown with the magical power to communicate with the undead. This hat is a bit generic. Seeing the Corpse Whisperer in Wang Yuan's hand, the crowd couldn't help but dislike it. Generally, that's a euphemism. Trash is what's on everyone's mind. As far as attributes are concerned, this Corpse Whisperer is simply incomparable to the two Thunder series weapons. The additional attributes are also pulling a bunch. A bonus of 300 points of undead lifesteal was merely better than nothing. The 20% chance of skeleton mutation was not much use to a necromancer after level 20. After all, players could learn to summon ghosts after level 20, and ghosts were undead creatures that were a notch above skeleton soldiers. That last one, the Corpse Whisperer, was even more inexplicable. Communicate with undead creatures. Isn't this bullshit? That necromancer can't communicate with undead creatures. This skill is completely drawn out in general. That's all there is to gold gear. However, Wang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the Corpse Whisperer skill. Indeed, this Corpse Whisperer skill might not be of much use to other necromancers because as of now, other than Wang Yuan and Zul, no other necromancer could summon an infernal spirit as their undead battle pet. Moreover, even Zul was only able to transfer souls to undead creatures, and could not directly awaken spirits like Wang Yuan, so there was basically no point in communicating with undead creatures or anything. After all, only engines possess intelligence. Of course, Wang Yuan could hear the voices of the undead without using the Corpse Whisperer skill, but Wang Yuan had to pretend that he couldn't hear them, and Wang Yuan's undead had to pretend that they weren't too intelligent. Otherwise, if Dabai and the others knew that their hearts couldn't escape Wang Yuan's ears, wouldn't they die on the spot socially? Not to mention strangers, even their own father wouldn't be able to do it. Other people don't know. But anyway, if anyone looks at Wang Yuan's browser history, Wang Yuan must kill and exterminate them. Now with the Corpse Whisperer skill, Wang Yuan literally has a medium to communicate with the undead. So everything makes sense. Not only Wang Yuan, even the three skeleton soldiers could not help but get a little excited when they saw the Corpse Whisperer skill. Finally, I don't have to act deliberately, just directly say whatever you want in the future, Xiao Bai said excitedly. Ever since they were summoned, Xiao Bai and the others had a lot of hidden settings to tell Wang Yuan, but since they couldn't speak or show higher intelligence, they could only play dumb as actors and awkwardly buckle their feet. Now that Wang Yuan could communicate with himself through his skills, there would be no need to act in the future. Fart, even if you can communicate, you can't show too much intelligence. Let me know if there's anything in the future. I'll go and communicate with Nyo, Big White said very seriously. A pet with an overly high IQ can be a very scary yes indeed. It's like how horrible it would be if you had a dumber than thou husky that suddenly stopped tearing up the house one day and told you life strategies every day without a clue. Especially you and your daughter-in-law that a little private sexual problems. It also all no. Simply think extremely fear. Of course, you probably don't have a daughter-in-law either. Teacher Wushuang, ask brother Nyo how he can find a girlfriend. Ma Saner hurriedly said. Fuck off, can't you see he's still a single dog? Dabai glared hatefully at Ma Saner. Wang Yuan, Nyo, don't be sad. Next time there is good equipment for you first. Seeing Wang Yuan's silent and upset face, the crowd rushed over to comfort him, especially the courageous and randomly shooting two son of a bitch. But also in fact, our equipment is not so good. The crowd stared angrily at the duo in unison. Martyr, the person who contributed the most effort to take the most garbage equipment, was in the head of anger. These two fools are still there arching fire. Afraid that Wang Yuan is not angry is not it? Ha ha, I'm going to sweep the market. Gutless was glared at by the crowd and hastily found an excuse to leave the council hall. I'll go replenish some arrows. Casual random shooting also hurriedly shrunk his head and slipped away. I'm going to have a couple drinks. I'm going to see if there are any nice fashions. Take me one. Don't wear fashion if you're so ugly, or you'll look even uglier. You go to hell. Several people had made excuses to leave the guildhouse. Soon, only Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie were left in the council hall. Aren't you leaving? Wang Yuan asked Wang Yujie in a puzzled manner. You haven't asked me what equipment I got. There was some dissatisfaction in Wang Yujia's tone. It seemed that being treated as a little transparent, she also had emotions. In fact, cannot blame the other people. If Wang Yujia did not behave so horrible, everyone see her as a girl even if not familiar with will make a joke or something. Now that they've all seen the woman's fists and feet, and we've all just met, who dares to mess with her, and what if they get killed? What gear did you get? No equipment, no skills, and I got a quest too. Wang Yujia said, the quest to transfer a hidden profession. You have to go to Holy Light City. Hidden occupation. Wang Yuan was shocked at his words. What occupation? Don't know yet, I'll go do it now. Wang Yujia turned around and left. Rub, then why didn't you just go with them? Didn't you not ask me yet? Wang Yujia asked back. Wang Yuan was speechless at once. This girl is really a sinew. Wang Yujia left the council hall and Wang Yuan was left alone in the guildhouse. Wang Yuan naturally could not leave the guildhouse at this time because he still had things to do. Wang Yuan casually put on the corpse whisperer helmet, then stared at the three skeletons in front of him and asked in a mocking manner, do you three understand me? ? Hearing Wang Yuan's inquiry, Big White suddenly had a head shake, pretended to be bewildered, took a wooden step forward, and acted superbly as he returned. Lord, man, can you communicate with me? Communicate? Put. Wang Yuan almost laughed out loud. I have to say, this Big White guy can really act. If he hadn't known the truth, he would have really thought that Great White's disfluent way of speaking was real at this moment. Don't call me master, just call brother Nyo, Wang Yuan casually said. Cow, brother. There was a hint of excitement in Big White's tone, like an old peasant under the jurisdiction of a medieval lord who had been given a name by his master. True enough, a few of you have a much higher IQ than the other skeleton soldiers, so it seems to follow me, Wang Yuan boasted. Great White, brother Nyo, I felt a powerful force. Without waiting for Wang Yuan to continue bragging, Big White suddenly changed the topic. Oh, what power? Wang Yuan pretended to be stunned and asked in surprise. It's just up ahead. I'll take you there. With that, Great White walked straight into the depths of the hall. Ha ha ha, worthy of being teacher Wu Shuang. The acting is so realistic. Xiao Bai on the side laughed his head off. Yeah, it's practically identical to those retarded skeleton soldiers. Ma Saner also laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, thanks to the fact that they were skeletons. Or else tears would have come out of their eyes. Do you think there's a possibility that Mr. Wu Shuang isn't acting at all? Get out! Great White was furious. ? Wang Yuan held back his laughter and revealed a puzzled expression. Big White saw this and quickly rolled over. There is a killing aura here. Oh! Wang Yuan laughed bitterly. Ha ha ha! The white duo laughed even more joyfully. Soon, under the leadership of Big White, Wang Yuan arrived at the innermost part of the hall. Just then, Great White pushed away a rock against the wall. Only a dark hole appeared in front of Wang Yuan. Neo, power, is transmitted from here, Big White said truthfully. Is the Yingling altar in here? Xiao Bai and Ma Saner looked at each other. Wang Yuan also scared. I can't imagine that the altar of the Spirit of Valor is right underneath the council chamber, following the cave entrance downwards. Soon Wang Yuan followed Big White to an underground cave. The cave is very wide. The walls were lined with green torches. A black altar stood in the very center of the cave. Wang Yuan could clearly feel a strong undead aura emanating from the altar. Neo went up. There is a treasure. Big White was the first to go, and walked straight up to the altar. Wang Yuan followed closely behind. Walking up to the altar, I saw that on top of the altar was an altar. As expected, a black treasure chest was placed squarely on the altar. Oops, there's a windfall? Seeing the black treasure chest, Wang Yuan could not help but feel happy in his heart and quickly walked over to open it. Swish! A black light flashed and the contents of the treasure chest were presented to Wang Yuan. A box, and a skill book. Soulfire chest, category, special props. Item description, a treasure chest containing 100 level 30 elite soul flames. Corpse driving, category, skill books. Attributes, soul. Occupation requirement, necromancer. Item description, a magical spell that can manipulate corpses. It's soulfire. Seeing the soulfire treasure chest, Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. This stuff is good stuff. The 100 level 30 elite skeleton soldiers in Wang Yuan's history of heroes were created with soulfire. Although the attributes of the skeleton soldiers created with soul flame were far inferior to those summoned with summoned skeletons, as long as there were corpses, they could be created in bulk. What's more, manufactured skeleton soldiers don't take up pet numbers. This is killer level stuff. One should know that an unusual necromancer with a team of 10 undead would dare to say that he had an army of undead, while Wang Yuan used soulfire to make it. There was directly no upper limit on the number. Imagine Wang Yuan summoning an army of 100,000 skeletons with a wave of his hand. It could scare people to death. 100 soul flames, that's 100 undead. The soul flame that Wang Yuan had drawn from his copy earlier had already been used up, and the undead in Thunder Cliff were directly purified, so Wang Yuan didn't have the time to draw from it. Now these 100 soul flames directly replenished Wang Yuan's losses. Compared to Soulfire, the skill, catching corpses, seemed to be a bit of a cockamamie. Manipulate corpses. Isn't this the specialty of necromancers, and still need to specialize in a skill out? It's very much a case of spamming, but since it's a hidden skill, this thing shouldn't suck. After thinking for a while, Wang Yuan clapped his hands together. The corpse catching technique turned into a black light and drilled into Wang Yuan's brow. System alert, you have acquired the skill corpse catching. Corpse catching technique, LV1 can manipulate all corpse units as his subordinates. Consume MP, 15. Cooldown, none. Duration, 120 seconds. Looking at the new skills in the skill bar, Wang Yuan was filled with black lines. Good lord. I was expecting a little surprise, but I can't believe this thing is real garbage. In Breaking Dawn, a body unit is not the same thing as a corpse. That which is left behind after a player kills a monster is called a corpse. But only those corpses that can be used to summon skeletons can be called corpse units. As of now, corpse units only refresh in cemeteries and at fixed refresh points. This is why necromancers are so hard to practice in the early stages. There is a lack of corpses. The determination of the corpse unit of the treadmill is entirely up to the system. It's not like it can be used to summon the undead as long as it's a corpse. The requirement for the corpse catching spell is to summon a unit of corpses. In other words, if you want to use the corpse catching technique, you have to go to a cemetery or a corpse refresh point. This nifty is a crap skill. Catching corpses lasted only 120 seconds, but both the cemetery and the corpse refresh point were 100,000 miles away from the practicing area. He meowed. On the dawn of the dawn, a seamless map that restores the real world 1-to-1. Wang Yuan can't even get out of the city gates when he's catching corpses in the cemetery. What do you mean by junk skills? If this thing is ranked second, Wang Yuan can't find the first one at all. Whether or not to put in an offering. Just when Wang Yuan was depressed because he had learned a garbage skill, a system prompt suddenly flashed before his eyes. Offerings? Wang Yuan saw the prompt and pretended to be puzzled for a moment. It's the innards, Big White warned from the sidelines. Oh, Wang Yuan raised his eyebrows and pulled out the corpse king's heart from his pocket and placed it on the altar, confirming the use of sacrifices? Yes. Wang Yuan casually clicked OK. Nonsense. It's not confirmed that you're using this thing as a work of art, with the king's far point down determined. At the same time, a black hexagram lit up on the altar. A black light erupted from the hexagram formation enveloping the entire altar, and a tall, lanky corpse was summoned. System alert, you have used a sacrifice to summon a high-level corpse, Corpse King's body. Holy shit, that's even possible? Looking at the Corpse King in front of him, Wang Yuan was dumbstruck. This thing was no other than the Corpse King's original corpse that he had killed on the cliff face earlier. In other words, Wang Yuan used the Corpse King's heart to directly summon the already slain Corpse King, a level 30 gold boss. This thing's attributes were more than 10 times higher than even the 3 major skeleton guards. Nima, wouldn't you be directly invincible if you brought one of these with you on the street? Get up, my son. Let father see your majestic figure. Wang Yuan pointed at the Corpse King and gave the order. System alert, lack of soul fire. Corpse King is unable to carry out your orders. This thing is dead? Seeing the hints in front of him, Wang Yuan immediately realized the problem. There is no soul fire in the eye sockets of the Necromancer King that he summoned. Himself is just a corpse. Meow. The system is really a son of a bitch. It turns out that one can only summon a body with this altar, not the Corpse King's soul flame. Together, this thing is like a computer. The body is just the hardware. And to drive the hardware, you have to install the software to make it work. Soulfire. Soulfire. Wang Yuan pulled out a soul flame and was about to place it on the Corpse King. System tip. The grade of the corpse is too high, and it can't be fully matched with the soulfire. Is it to be used? Note, corpses are used as disposable props and cannot be reset after using the soul flame. No. Wang Yuan hurriedly cancelled. This was a gold boss, so it couldn't be wasted with the soulfire of a small monster. I'll have to grab a boss and use it again later. Boss? Speaking of the boss, Wang Yuan was suddenly stunned. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he took out the heart of the Witch King from his pocket and placed it on the altar. The hexagonal star formation lit up again. Sako's corpse and the Corpse King appeared side by side in front of Wang Yuan. Bull is crazy. Ha! What's the point of summoning the Witch Demon King when he can't even find a matching soulfire for the Corpse King? Seeing that Wang Yuan had inexplicably summoned Sako's corpse, a few skeletons could not help but start whispering. However, right at this moment, Wang Yuan shoved his right hand into his arms, followed by a golden light bursting out from his hand. The golden light dispersed, only to see a purple soul fire floating in Wang Yuan's hand. It is! Seeing the soul fire in Wang Yuan's hand, the three skeletons clearly felt a powerful soul force. An imposing presence of a higher power came over him. It should be known that these three skeletons were elite experts of the future end times before they were reborn, and their soul strength was extremely powerful before they could cross the time limit to be awakened and summoned by Wang Yuan. When they encountered Sako before, none of the three of them had felt such terrifying soul power, and the power contained in this soul flame that Wang Yuan had taken out had actually caused all three skeleton soldiers to feel the pressure. Soulfire Archmage Ball, Epic, Grade, 90. Gathering Soul, can infuse undead units up to level 90 and generate new summoned units. Item description, 9-star Archmage Ball has comprehended the power of immortality. His soul will become an immortal spirit, and his spirit will live forever between heaven and earth. Just as the three skeletons were shocked, the attributes of the soul flame appeared in front of the three. Bar, Nima, this is actually the soul fire of that old man ball. The three skeletons couldn't help but be shocked, and instantly remembered that when they were in the Shadow Castle before, Wang Yuan had used the soul drawing technique to draw out Bear's soul to come. Sabo, is this the soul power of a 9-star Archmage? Xiaobai couldn't even say his words properly in shock. Dabai and Masaner were also extremely surprised. Shadow Castle is also the first secret realm of trials that all professionals will come into contact with in the future. So there's an uncanny familiarity with this bar guy. In the eyes of the three skeletons, although the bastard was claimed to be a 9-star mage, he was an old bastard who hid in the crucible and muddled his way through the day. Not only is he weak, but he also has no skills and no equipment, and is known as a 3-less boss. It's also one of the easiest bosses in Shadow Castle. It only grows by cleverly fooling adventurers and then drawing on their strength. The lost careerist apprentice just doesn't get on his bad side and play games with him. This thing is a big super soldier. Even because this guy also circulated a famous terrier, called Reading Useless Theory. The wild dog at the door does not read can bite people to death, and the library bar love to read can make people die of laughter. However, he never expected that this old man's soul power would be able to be so strong. Seeing the three skeletons so surprised, Wang Yuan was smiling faintly. The ball they encountered and the ball in Wang Yuan's hands were clearly not the same thing. The bear that Wang Yuan had freed with his soul drawing technique was the real bear, possessing the true strength of a level 99-star Archmage, and after ball was redeemed, the system automatically updated the copy, which means that right now, even in the Shadow Castle on Hell difficulty, it's just a projection left behind by ball. The three skeleton soldiers were all professionals from more than 100 years later. The Shadow Castle, a secret realm, had been beaten up for who knows how many times, and the bear of their time was naturally just a projection of the real bear. System tip, soul fire grade is too high. It can't match the corpse perfectly. Is it to be used? Note, soul fire is a disposable prop and cannot be reset after use. Use. Wang Yuan directly tapped OK. Kidding aside, what was the concept of a level 90 epic boss? That's basically halfway to being invincible on Earth. Now that he was only level 20, it wouldn't take a monkey's time to get a corpse that matched the soul fire? The world is going to end in 3 weeks. How can I have that time? Furthermore, the corpses of level 50 dark gold bosses are not weak, and with the support of the heroic history book, all of Wang Yuan's undead are capable of upgrading, which is nothing more than just leveling up again. It wasn't as easy for a celestial wizard like Ball to practice leveling as it was for a great god to play a trumpet. Just a moment after Wang Yuan placed the soul fire inside Sako's body, the Yingling altar released a dazzling black light. In the black light, Wang Yuan saw a void world of chaotic death. A glance at the boundless, only a skeleton, zombie, wandering aimlessly. A ray of light shot down from the sky like an illuminating lamp and fell straight to the ground. At the same time, a soul slowly floated up along the light until it disappeared from the sky. The light suddenly disappeared and the world returned to chaos. All the sights in front of Wang Yuan's eyes followed without a trace. The light from the altar dissipated. Then a system prompt appeared in front of Wang Yuan's eyes. System prompt, you have used the epic soul fireball and successfully awakened the sleeping spirit under the sacrifice of the spirit altar. System prompt, whether or not to extract Ball's soul fire and brand the master servant mark. Soul branding, a contract between a necromancer and an undead creature. As the necromancer's level increased, the summoned undead would become more and more powerful, to the point where even with the necromancer's power, he could not harness these powerful undead creatures. That's why Necromancer Razma created soul branding. Undead creatures branded with the master servant mark will unconditionally obey the necromancer who summoned them, and the necromancer can punish disobedient undead through soul branding. Once the necromancer is harmed or dies, the branded undead creature is treated the same way. Branding. Wang Yuan didn't even think about it and directly clicked OK. The undead that were created were no better than the 3 skeleton guards that he had summoned with his skill through summoning skeletons. The 3 skeleton guards were all undead battle pets that Wang Yuan had contracted through the power of his soul, and were born with their own soul contracts. And when Wang Yuan died, his summoned undead would also go up in smoke. And the manufactured undead did not go through a soul contract. They were directly created and regenerated. They belonged to independent undead units that just belonged to Wang Yuan. Those ordinary little monsters didn't think, so naturally they couldn't talk about betrayal. But a 9-star archmage like Bar, who possessed an extremely high level of intelligence as well as self-thought, who dared to let him go. It might not be happy to take its place one day. Soul brand sculpting successful. You gain high undead Witch King Ball. Witch King 9-star Mage Ball, Dark Gold. Grade, 50. Life value, 500,000. Magic value, 100,000. Skills, Necromancy Proficiency. Elemental Magic Proficiency. Talent, Magic Affinity. Background, an ancient mage who was revived with soulfire under the sacrifice of the altar of the spirits. Ha, I came back to life? Where is this? It wouldn't still be in the crucible of Shadow Castle, would it? As the system prompt flashed, Ball on the altar slowly sat up, looking at his newborn body. His eyes were filled with incredulity. Witch demon, how did I become a witch demon? Ball, we meet again. Wang Yuan snorted from the side. Ah, it's you, that little necromancer. Did you resurrect the old man? Hearing Wang Yuan's voice, Bear hastily looked up and instantly recognized Wang Yuan as the same little necromancer who had rescued him from the crucible of Shadow Castle earlier. That's right, Wang Yuan nodded. Ha ha, little brat. Well done, old me really didn't look away. Bear laughed and said, since you are so capable, the old man will make an exception and accept you as his disciple. Passing on 3 moves in 2 styles will be enough for you to be used endlessly. Come over here and kneel down to pay homage to your master. A series of question marks popped up on Wang Yuan's head at the words. Good guy. No, this guy is simply inverting the Big Dipper. Surprisingly, he made himself kneel to him. It seems like this old guy hasn't recognized himself yet. He's much more arrogant than we are. Hearing Bear's words, the 3 of them, Big White, glanced at each other, remembering when they were first summoned by Wang Yuan. At that time, when the 3 big white people were summoned out, the first thing they wanted to do was to slaughter Wang Yuan to regain their freedom and so on. I can't imagine that Bar is more awesome than 3 skeleton soldiers. At most, the 3 skeletons were instinctively trying to get out of Wang Yuan's control. This guy even wanted Wang Yuan to kneel down and follow his command. The girl is at least a 9-star archmage. Doesn't she know what her status is now? What did you say? Wang Yuan frowned. Ha, isn't it too happy so unbelievable? Seeing that Wang Yuan didn't hear his words, Bear once again said, the old man can be reborn and resurrected all thanks to you, and intends to take you as a disciple. How about it? It's not an offense to you, right? Wang Yuan was listening this time, hoping that this old man not only didn't feel that he was being presumptuous, but instead thought that he was repaying a favor. That said, there's actually nothing wrong with Bar's behavior. After all, with his status, accepting a small necromancer like Wang Yuan as a disciple was indeed considered a great favor, and it was not too much to say that it was a repayment of a favor. However, the problem was that the girl was only an undead created by Wang Yuan, so talking to Wang Yuan in this way was simply challenging the authority of Wang Yuan, the master of the necromancer. Wang Yuan naturally would not spoil him and directly returned with an expressionless face. Organize what you know about necromancers for me. I want to read it at this time tomorrow. ? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Bear's face obviously changed. Good guy. As a 9-star magician himself, or a palace imperial archmage, his status is noble to the extreme. Wherever he goes is not admired by 10,000 people. Even the head of a country had to be respectful when he saw himself. In the past, not to mention a 2-star necromancer, even an 8-star magician who wanted to let himself be instructed would have to rush to flatter. Now that he wanted to take this brat in front of him as his disciple, it turned out that this little brat dared to speak to himself in such a commanding tone. Are you talking to the great 9-star archmage Bear? Bear stared at Wang Yuan with a serious face while releasing a powerful pressure. Although at this moment, Bear was only a level 50 dark gold body, but as a former 9-star grand magical instructor, his aura of superiority had not dissipated, and his powerful sense of oppression caused the 3 skeletons to involuntarily take a step back. Not good. This guy is going to come hard. White instantly pulled out his weapon. Masana and Dabai also raised their staffs and opened their bows. However, Wang Yuan did not move in the face of Bear's pressure. Just kidding. The soul brand in the body. Bar again strong in front of Wang Yuan is just a dominated. His pressure natural to Wang Yuan is not the slightest effect. Or what? Who do you think you are? Wang Yuan asked indifferently. Asshole. Don't think I won't kill you just because you resurrected me. Previously in the Shadow Castle, Wang Yuan had contacted Bar. This old dang was not a good person. Not only was he temperamental but also sinister and cunning. Before he was reborn, in order to get out of the Shadow Castle's imprisonment, he had coerced Wang Yuan, and now that he has been reborn, his natural character is even more violent. The dignity of the superior was offended one after another, and Bear directly rose up with murderous intent. Protect Ox. Xiaobai rushed to Wang Yuan with an arrow step. Dabai and Masaner also protected Wang Yuan's left and right. Yoo-hoo-hoo! Seeing Wang Yuan's 3 skeleton soldiers, Bear directly laughed out. Little brat, you don't think that you can flaunt yourself in front of me with just these 3 underlings, do you? Saying that, Bear swept a glance at the big white trio, but when he saw the 3 skeleton soldiers, he suddenly froze. Oh, Ball stroked his chin with interest and said, 3 skeleton soldiers with souls that can summon spirits. No wonder you dare to be so rampant. Being able to tell that the 3 skeleton guards possessed souls, Bale's peak strength conservatively wouldn't be much lower than Zul's. So what if it's an Anjanu? Don't you know that old me is also proficient in necromancy? Humph. Saying that, Bear's eyes suddenly released a green light and his mouth whispered, bind. Oops, I can't move. Immediately afterward, only Masaner could be heard yelling, holy shit, I can't move either. At the same time Xiaobai let out a cry of alarm. On the side, Big White was also alarmed. It's high-level spirit magic. Speech spirit magic. Speech spirit technique? Hearing Big White's words, the little white duo also said in alarm. Could it be the legendary necromancer Zul's stance? Spirit of speech. A high-level soul-based magic that controls the target through a powerful spirit. The target of a spoken word can follow the caster's spell to fulfill the caster's commands. It is altered from the magic used to control the undead, attacking the target's soul directly with mental power. Not only can it control undead creatures, it can also control humans, and it is a horrible magic that is classified as a dark forbidden art by the Illuminati and the Magicians Association. It is said that since the beginning of time, only one person in the world, the necromancer Zul, has been proficient. Dabai had seen Zul use it before when he was doing a quest at Thunder Cliff. I can't imagine that the old man in front of me who used to live in the Crucible would know this skill. Ha ha ha. After fixing the crowd in front of him, Bear laughed out loud. Little brat. See the old man's power, right? That's it? However, just when Bear thought that Wang Yuan was going to be intimidated, Wang Yuan sneered without fear. Ball saw this scene and couldn't help but froze. You're not even controlled by speechcraft? Ha, you just used a skill on me? Wang Yuan pretended to be at a loss. Bar sniffed and was horrified. I can't. The speech spirit technique is my own best skill. I've never missed. How can this guy not be in control? Is Brother Nyo's spiritual power that strong? Ma-san was also a bit incredulous at the sight. Speech and spirit spells only seem to be ineffective against mental powers higher than the casters. I don't know. Big White and Little White were also uncertain. Obviously, the 3 of them didn't know about the existence of the soul brand, and they had seen how Wang Yuan resurrected Bear with their own eyes, and knew that this guy, unlike themselves, hadn't signed a summoning contract with Wang Yuan. The fact that Wang Yuan was able to resist Bear's speech spirit technique made it incredible. Old sir, I think you are overlooking one thing. Seeing Bear's surprised expression, Wang Yuan said indifferently, although you weren't summoned by me, you were also resurrected by me. So naturally, I won't resurrect someone who can suppress me at all times. What do you mean? Bar sniffed and mentally stuttered, suddenly getting a bad feeling. Humph. Wang Yuan snorted coldly. Zip. Bar suddenly felt a piercing current through his body, hitting his soul. Directly the sharp pain and soreness of the piercing bone almost made Bar fall directly to his knees. What's going on here? Wang Yuan's attack that struck directly at his soul caused Bear to be directly worse than death, and his face turned pale and twisted. Wang Yuan smiled faintly. You don't need to know what's going on. You only need to understand one thing. If I can let you live, I can let you die. Understand? Bear shuddered and glanced at Wang Yuan, only to realize that the necromancer in front of him had been extremely calm since the beginning, and did not seem to have ever put himself in his eyes at all. Looking at Wang Yuan's ancient and unperturbed face, in this instant, Bear suddenly realized that the necromancer in front of him, who looked so weak that he could be taken with one finger, was actually that unfathomable. An inexplicable fear arose from the bottom of his heart. It was reasonable to say that as a strong man of his generation, Bar had long since lost his fear. After all, there were arguably very few people in the world who could make him feel fear, but this guy in front of him was definitely more terrifying than he had imagined, and he didn't know what means he had used, but he couldn't even resist his own cultivation level. One must know that he was a 9-star archmage, proficient in all elemental magic and necromancy, but Wang Yuan's means of directly attacking one's soul like this was something he had never even heard of. Although soul branding was invented by Razma, the god of necromancers. The art of creating undead was a secret art, and only two people, necromancer High Priest Zol and Wang Yuan, would be able to do it since the beginning of time. So although Bal was also proficient in necromancy, he hadn't heard of undead branding. At this moment, Bar didn't dare to have the slightest doubt in what Wang Yuan said. Because of that moment just now, Bear clearly felt that his soul was tearing apart, which meant that as long as Wang Yuan wanted to kill himself, he only needed a single thought to make all of his immortal soul go straight to dust. Thinking about it, Bar became more and more alarmed. Previously in the Shadow Castle, despite being eternally imprisoned, at least no one could threaten their lives or enslave them. And now, although resurrected and reborn, they have fallen directly into the hands of others as slaves. And you don't have to worry. Just as Bar was panicking, Wang Yuan then added, "It's natural that I went through so much effort to resurrect you, not to kill you. In fact, I respect you very much. I wouldn't have treated you like this if I hadn't made a move on me. Old Mr. Bar, I think we should get along as friends, don't you think so?" "Friends," Bear muttered, looking at Wang Yuan with suspicion. Since the beginning of time, what kind of necromancer became friends with his own undead? Does this guy know what he's saying? "That's right, you and I met at the Shadow Castle before, and that's why I spent a lot of financial and material resources to bring you back to life. In order to become friends with you," Wang Yuan said. "Do you have to be my enemy?" Bar frowned. In his heart, he said, "This kid said he honored Lao Zi, but turned himself into his undead, and now he's talking about being friends. Fooling the ghost? Old me is not a 3-year-old child." Wang Yuan seemed to have guessed Bear's thoughts and explained. "Old Mr. Bear, you became my undead and it was a desperate move. After all, I, a necromancer, had no other way to resurrect you other than in this way." Speaking of this, Wang Yuan said, "You are now my undead. If I wanted to enslave you, I would just order you directly. If I didn't truly respect you, how would I be saying this to you here?" "Ah." Bar sniffed as his body shuddered slightly. Indeed, with Wang Yuan's means, it was indeed easy to directly enslave one's own undead, and there was no need to bullshit here if he really wanted to make himself a slave to him. Seeing that Bar was already moved, Wang Yuan continued, "My thoughts have been expressed. Are we going to be friends or enemies? It's your choice, Mr. Bear." After saying that, Wang Yuan stopped talking and looked at Bear indifferently. Wang Yuan's words appeared to be light and everywhere was a gesture of goodwill, but the attitude in his words was already very clear. Either you follow me well and get a promotion and a raise later. Everyone benefits. Either that or get down on your knees and be a dog. I have all the means to make you listen. If you don't, big deal. I'll get you killed. Ha ha. Bear is also an old fox. Naturally he would not fail to hear the meaning of Wang Yuan's words, so he laughed and said, "Honorable Sir Nyodali, you are really out of place to say this. From the very beginning, I did not want to be an enemy of you, just want to accept you as a disciple. We are friends, aren't we?" "That's true," Wang Yuan nodded. "Bar is right about that too. This old guy wasn't actually hostile to himself, he just hadn't found his place. Since you are willing to be friends with me, I won't treat you badly," Wang Yuan said. "Although you are an undead that I resurrected, you have your own freedom with me and don't have to follow me step by step like the others." "Really?" Bar couldn't help but sniff. The reason why Bear felt that becoming Wang Yuan's undead was more painful than eternal captivity was because strong men like him possessed the pride of a strong man, a 9-star mage, following a level 20 necromancer as a junior every day. No one else would be willing to do so. It would be better to die. At this moment, Wang Yuan actually gave himself the power to be free, and Bar was thrilled. Of course Wang Yuan had his own little thoughts about not keeping Bar around. This old thing's temperament is not stable. Who knows that his little whim of displeasure and his own to come to the same end. Instead of carrying this time bomb around, it would be better to separate from him and have him do something else. This place has been deserted for so many years. "Are you willing to help me build it?" Wang Yuan asked. "Willing? Of course I'm willing." Bar nodded repeatedly. As long as he didn't follow Wang Yuan as a junior, Bear was willing to do anything. "Okay." Wang Yuan casually opened the guild interface and dismissed Guild Master Flare before appointing Bal as the new guild master. System note, you have appointed Bar to be the new guild master. "This," Bear said excitedly, "Chief Steward, Honorable Nyodali, do you trust me so much? Surprisingly, you have entrusted me with a heavy responsibility. Guild master, but a guild's most important position, and even in the game setting, the guild master is more important than the president. After all, even the president needed to receive the quests issued by the guild master." As soon as Wang Yuan came up and made Bear the chief administrator of Thunder Cliff, Bear's mood was predictable. "We're friends. I don't feel comfortable with anyone else." Wang Yuan smiled. When Bear heard this, he was silent for a long time. Then he bowed deeply to Wang Yuan and saluted. Your Excellency Nyo Dali. Once again, I thank you for resurrecting my subordinate and the trust you have placed in me. I am unable to return the favor and will definitely do my job well. Ha! The corner of Wang Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. Plan pass. Those crowning words of Fawn couldn't do the trick, and it was now that Bar was truly convinced. The Supreme God, Zen Mind Tao Bone, once said, if you want someone to follow you to the death, you must have insight into their needs. His needs, on the other hand, come from his hierarchy. Those skeleton soldiers without thinking, belonging to the lowest level of creatures, just give them life and they will work for you. The needs of social elites like Big White and the others are nothing more than money, cars, houses, which translates to the game world as equipment and gold coins. So as long as you satisfy them in this regard, they will be dead to you. As for Bar, who has been in a high position for a long time, he no longer has the needs of ordinary people, and what he needs is nothing more than the word respect. One is the respect others have for him, and the other is the respect he has for others. Money and equipment don't work against this kind of person. You have to be gracious. First let him feel that you are strong enough to be able to fear and respect you, and then let him feel that you respect him, and in that way he will willingly become your partner. It doesn't matter what you let him do. The key is whether he senses from you that you have a respectful attitude towards him. The main reason why Bar was made the chief steward was because it certainly wasn't a good thing for Flair, the human traitor, to stay here, and it was a matter of course to have Bar replace him. As Wang Yuan's undead, it was logical that Bear had to follow Wang Yuan's left and right just like the other skeletons, following Wang Yuan's orders to become Wang Yuan's minions and fighters. Instead, Wang Yuan gave Bear relative freedom. Not only could he not follow Wang Yuan, but he also had the power to manage the guild's premises. Knowing that Wang Yuan possessed a soul brand and could actually directly enslave Bar, but treated him with such sincerity, Bar's mood at this time was naturally imaginable. I can't say it's as evil as Li Kuei bowing his head when he met Song Jiang. At least at this time, Bar also really regarded Wang Yuan as a friend. The weak to you respect that is normal logic. Control your fate of the strong can still respect you. Who fucking can carry Zhuge so bullish people cannot frame the three Gugwa. It's as if you readers masters control the fate of the author. But every day will also give the author reward voting likes recommended. The author is naturally also moved to the ground. Gathering up the corpse of the Corpse King, Wang Yuan took Bear and the three skeletons back to the council hall. Bal, who had just taken over, was also quickly familiarizing himself with the duties of the guild master. As the head of the guild master needs to manage all the work of the guild. The main responsibility is to give out various guild tasks to guild players to develop the guild as well as build guild houses. Guild players can earn guild contributions by completing guild quests, which will raise the level of the guild, as well as raise the level of the guild residents, strengthen the guild buildings, and so on. Your Excellency the President, should we start building the guild house now? After understanding his accusations, Bar quickly applied to Wang Yuan. Start. Wang Yuan directly chose to confirm. You can now open the guild construction screen to see exactly which building to upgrade. Bal said. Oh, let's see. Wang Yuan casually opened the guild resident interface. Guild name, Miracles from Strength. Guild location, Thunder Cliff. Council Hall, Level 1. Upgrade requirements, Stone * 100. Wood 100. Forge, Level 1. Upgrade requirements, Council Hall, Level 2. Stone 50. Alchemy Room, Level 1. Upgrade requirements, Council Chamber, Level 2. Wood 50. Tailor Shop, Level 1. Upgrade requirements, Council Hall, Level 2. Wood 50. Water Well, Level 1. Upgrade requirements, Council Hall, Level 2. Stone 50. Kitchen, Level 1. Upgrade requirements, Council Chamber, Level 2. Wood 50. Where do I get stone and wood? Seeing the material requirements in the guild interface, Wang Yuan couldn't help but frown and said, this thing won't have to be gotten by players, right? That's right, Bal said. The Council Hall is the most important building in the guild's premises. If you want to upgrade the Council Hall, you only need to talk to me and I can issue guild quests for the guild players to go and collect the materials. And accordingly I'll also credit them with a guild contribution. This, Wang Yuan quickly shook his head. Not really. Wang Yuan knew Shui Linglong and the group of benevolent people too well. This group of guys are typically idle. Let them go to everyone. Go to play copies. Go to do the task. They give you to sell their lives do not matter. Really, if they let them go to do this kind of tedious guild tasks, they will directly choose to explode in place. Otherwise, with the strength of these guys, wouldn't it be a casual matter to join any big guild? Why bother hanging out with you in this little guild? Being able to establish a guild accordingly to Wang Yuan, everyone simply wanted to find a sense of belonging with the friends they played with. It doesn't matter if there's a guild or not. Wang Yuan was the same kind of person, And the reason why he wanted to develop the guildhouse was purely to deal with the upcoming end times. Although we were all friends, Wang Yuan was really embarrassed to say that he would let everyone engage in some guild task like collecting materials. Furthermore, there is a limit to the number of guild missions per day. So how many materials can the 8 members of vigorously producing miracles add up in a day? Upgrading a council hall would take at least a few weeks. That's why big guilds need so many players. More people do more quests. Guilds upgrade faster. His Excellency the President seems to be resistant to doing quests? Bardo was shrewd. He could see Wang Yuan's difficulty at a glance. Aha! Wang Yuan nodded. None of my group of friends are guild quest material. Ha ha. Ball, however, laughed and said, that's fine. Tasks are dead. People are alive. Our thunder cliffs are full of stone and wood. And you also have skeleton soldiers. This kind of basic type of work a command will do. Ha, what do you mean? Hearing Bear's words, Wang Yuan's heart shook. You can leave it to the skeleton soldiers? At this moment, Wang Yuan suddenly felt that his decision to make Bear the guild master was simply too right. It is important to know that the guild master assigned by the system will only issue quests according to the requirements of the president and will not have any suggestions. And not only does Bar have a higher managerial intelligence, he can even come up with better solutions for himself. That's right, Ball said. As a 9-star archmage, I also belong to the high-level NPCs, and I am fully capable of this. But what? But you'll have to issue me the highest authority to build the guild. Ball said. System prompt, you have obtained the highest management authority for guild site construction. As soon as Bear's words fell, Wang Yuan chose full hosting without saying a word. Wang Yuan then summoned 100 more skeleton soldiers and handed them over to Bear. From now on, these skeleton soldiers are under your command, President. Bar looked at the skeleton soldier in front of him with a dazed look in his eyes. He never expected that Wang Yuan would trust himself to this extent. Don't talk so much nonsense. From now on, the guild construction is your business. Wang Yuan waved his hand. He is not a suspect. Not to mention that Bar and himself have soul imprints. And Wang Yuan is absolutely confident that he can control him. Needless to say, compared to players, skeleton soldiers are definitely the best cheap labor. These sticks of bone, which look weak, are actually powerful and have unlimited stamina. While the skeleton soldiers may not be nearly as efficient as the players, they can't help the perpetual motion setting of the thing. Not only are they tireless, but they have no complaints about any of their work due to extremely low AI. Moreover, the skeleton soldiers as eternal undead, have an endless lifespan and do not eat, drink or consume. 24 hours of overtime, even shaft rotation does not matter. What does it mean to be a pedantic wage earner? What does it mean to be a living cow horse? Which player dares to say he can do it? Compared to the skeleton soldiers, the players are just weak, alright. The most important thing is that the players are limited, but the skeleton soldiers can be made in unlimited batches. Even if they are really tired of work injuries, they can be replenished at any time. And if you don't do it, there are plenty of skeletons to do it. With Bear's order, 100 level 30 elite skeleton soldiers scattered in all directions with their weapons, heading straight for the mines of Thunder Cliff, the forest, to extract stone and wood. Nice, not bad. I can't imagine these skeleton soldiers have this kind of use. When Wang Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Even the 3 skeletal guards were stunned by the scene before them. So that's how skeleton soldiers are used? Xiao Bai was shocked. Why didn't I think of that? No wonder. Big White is even more indistinct. No wonder Zol alone has made Thunder Cliff the strongest fortress. So there are so many cheap laborers working for him. Wannabe capitalists. Exploiting our skeleton clan. Ma Sanner was then very substitutive. In everyone's fixed mindset, something like a skeleton soldier is used to fight as cannon fodder. But everyone never thought that these skeleton soldiers could be used in this way. After the guildhouse was completely handed over to Bear for construction, Wang Yuan then left Thunder Cliffs with satisfaction and arrived at Thunderstorm City, heading straight to the cemetery behind the church. Now that Wang Yuan had risen to level 20, he could learn new skills. Before level 20, the player learns only the basic skills of the profession, belonging to the beginner stage, and only after level 20 can he learn advanced skills and formally become a professional of the profession. That's why level 20 is also the beginning of the player's powerhouse. Nyo Dali, my student, it's been a long time. Why do you have time to visit me? Seeing Wang Yuan walk into the cemetery, Zol greeted Wang Yuan from afar. Wang Yuan's head was full of questions. We just met yesterday. Let me see what gifts my students have brought me. Zol then added. Wang Yuan was speechless for a while. This old thing, how did he manage to have the cheek to ask for bribes from players? Came in a hurry, didn't bring a gift. Wang Yuan returned. It's okay, I'm already happy that you came to see me. After all, you're the only student I have. So tell me, What did you come to see me about? Zul's mouth said it was alright, but his face was a look of disappointment. This shitty game has NPCs designed to look like each other, and Zulban is an old man, now standing in the setting sun with a disappointed look on his face, like the widow at the entrance of the village. Seeing Zul in this state, Wang Yuan felt that he was wrong. Indeed, if it was any other necromancer it would be fine. Everyone one career mentor. The cemetery was not as crowded as the Assassins' Union, but there was no shortage of people either. Elder Zul can be his own one and only seedling. This old man has lived for so long. It is not easy to have such a personal disciple like himself, but also empty-handedly come to him to learn skills. This is a bit unkind. Of course, in a game, you don't necessarily have to be so uptight, but if Zul said that, he must have his reasons. After all, with Wang Yuan's understanding of the game designers, these sons of bitches would never design such an inexplicable line for NPCs, especially high AI NPCs, for no reason. But I have a good thing for you. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan suddenly hemmed and hawed. Oh, what's the good stuff? Zul asked curiously. Look, Wang Yuan casually pulled out the Corpse King that he had summoned at the spirit altar. Although the Corpse King was a level 30 gold boss, Wang Yuan had stumbled upon a high-level soul flame and had already resurrected it with Sako's corpse. Resurrecting this Corpse King with ordinary soul flame was a pure waste. By the time Wang Yuan found a soul flame that matched the Corpse King, it might be the year of the monkey, and by that time, he was afraid that even a level 30 gold boss would not be able to keep up with the times. Instead of rotting in your own hands, you can give it away. I have seen those who send gold and silver, but Wang Yuan who sends corpses is definitely the first one. But for a necromancer, you might as well give away gold and silver as a better corpse. That's the kind of romance that's unique to necromancers, I guess. Ha, isn't this Captain Luke? Seeing the body in front of him, Zul couldn't help but stare. No, this you recognize? Wang Yuan was shocked. Good lord, this necromancer looked more abstract than death. It was already completely different, and Zul even recognized him, which was nigh on outrageous. Humph, how could I not recognize that disgusting holy light scent on his body when he died with that stench? Zul snorted coldly. I can't imagine that Luke, a hero for a lifetime, has turned out to be the most disgusting thing he has ever been. Listening to your tone, it seems like you know him well? Wang Yuan frowned. Thunder Bluff is an ancient battlefield. Luke is naturally a person from thousands of years ago. Zul knows him, can he? Crap. Zul said, I'm the High Priestess with eternal life and the person Luke hated the most back then. I see, Wang Yuan realized. It seemed that Zul was also an old demon. Since you found Luke's body, it looks like you've been to the ancient battlefield at Thunder Bluff? Zul asked. Aha, Wang Yuan nodded. Not bad for my students. Done what I've always wanted to do but didn't dare to do. Zul couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he sniffed. That's the battlefield of the ancient gods and demons. I don't know how many powerful spirits and corpses are buried there, and it's no wonder that you were able to bring back Luke's corpse if you were able to go there. Speaking of this, Zul continued, I like your gift very much. In return, I intend to teach you a skill that has been lost. Oh, thanks Mr. Zul. Wang Yuan's heart was delighted at his words and he quickly thanked him. Frustratingly, it's a good idea to step in and know that designers don't create an inexplicable line for no reason. It turns out that you can get hidden rewards for giving gifts to Zul. Saying thank you would be out of place. I like young people like you who dare to break through and fight but are also smart and clever. You as my personal disciple. Naturally I can't treat you poorly. With that, Zul's finger pointed at Wang Yuan's brow. A ray of light drilled into Wang Yuan's body. System alert, you have acquired the skill Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, active skill. Select a corpse unit and make it explode to damage all enemies within a 300 range, dealing 60 to 100% of the corpse's life value. Magic cost, 16. Cooldown, 1. 5 seconds. This skill. Seeing the skills in front of him, Wang Yuan's earlier surprise was suddenly gone. No dude, how can you be a human being? You say you give skills. I'm happy, but you give a this thing is your fault. Dude is not happy. Corpse Explosion. Judging from the skill description, it was indeed a good skill, but the trigger condition directly made the value of this skill go down the drain. This thing was similar to the book of corpse catching techniques that Wang Yuan had gotten at Thunder Cliff. All are skills that require a corpse unit to trigger. Treadmill. Isn't that bullshit? Who doesn't know that a necromancer's weakness is corpse units? Now all the corpse refresh points in each main city are occupied by the big guilds. Summoning a skeleton once will cost 10 silver coins. That is to say, the current game's corpse units that can be bought at a cost. It's usually not enough to summon skeletons. If Wang Yuan didn't have the hero's history book, with its own cemetery that could infinitely resurrect his own undead, he would have to look for corpses everywhere just like the other necromancers. It's a waste to use a corpse unit to catch corpses or to use it as a consumable to blow people up. So far, any skill that requires a corpse unit to trigger is garbage. I thought that the skill given by an NPC of Zul's level would be some kind of bullish and glittering weapon, but I never imagined that it would be such a piece of shit. What, you don't look very happy? Zul wondered. Nonsense, Wang Yuan said in a bad mood. I fed my heart to the dogs, wasting a level 30 gold boss corpse for nothing. You don't understand. This skill is the precursor skill to the necromancer's ultimate skill. Chained corpse explosion, Zul said. How many people want to learn it but never get the chance? Chained corpse explosion? Does it also require a corpse unit to trigger it? Wang Yuan asked. Well, it takes a lot of body units, Zul said. Ugh, garbage. Wang Yuan wildly raised his middle finger. NND. A corpse unit Wang Yuan are not willing to give up. You still need a lot of corpse units. This Nima is not garbage. What is garbage? Hey, Zul sighed, shaking his head. Forget about the bullshit. I'm going to learn level 20 skills. Although he had been set up by Zul, Wang Yuan hadn't forgotten his purpose for being here. Necromancers are categorized as general, summoning, and spiritual depending on the branch. After the 10th level, after the player learns the skill specialization, he can only choose one to practice between summoning and spirit. So other necromancer players at level 20 can only learn two skills: generalization and specialization. However, as a high priest of the necropolis, Wang Yuan ignored the need for specialization and all skills could be learned. Summon Ghost, LV1 summoning active skill. Necromancer uses powerful spiritual power to summon two spirits in the endless void of death to aid in battle. Consumption of magic value, 20. Cooldown time, none. Fear, LV1 spiritual active skill. The necromancer uses powerful spiritual power to inflict spiritual damage on all monsters within 300 range of himself, causing them to flee out of fear. Magical value consumption, 7. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Bone Spear, LV1 generalized active skill. The necromancer summons a deadly bone spear to poke through the enemy. Magical value consumed, 5. Cooldown time, 1 second. Ghosts are high-level undead that can only be summoned by a necromancer after advancing from apprentice. Summoning an apparition does not require a corpse. The apparition ignores physical attacks while not possessing them, can mentally disrupt the target while taking double magical damage, and belongs to the control class of undead compared to skeletons. Fear is the spirit system necromancer's advancement skill, the main one control, although not as powerful as the stun knockout kind of hard control, but the group control skill is still quite strong. Bone Spear, on the other hand, was a necromancer's attack skill that possessed a piercing and defense-breaking physical attack effect, which was much more practical than the level 15 Soulfire. Of course, learning new skills is really all secondary. The most important thing for Wang Yuan was to upgrade Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton, LV3 active skill, consumes 25 magic points to revive the dead as skeleton warriors, with a 10% chance of summoning mutated skeletons. Up to 4. The Skeleton Warrior, as a third-level skeleton soldier, can inherit 90% of the player's attributes, and with a 10% inheritance boost from the summoning specialization, can have 100% of the necromancer's attribute inheritance. Wang Yuan, as a hidden profession necrotic high priestess, had directly reached 130% of his inherited attributes with the equipment. At the same time, after Summon Skeleton was upgraded to level 3, Wang Yuan had 3 more advanced quests in his quest bar. Your Flame Skeleton has met the conditions for advancement, and can evolve into an undead fire controller. Evolution requirement, Flame Robe. Your Shielded Skeleton has met the conditions for evolving into a heavy armor brave. Evolution requirement, Earth Trample. Your Arrowguard Skeleton has met the advancement conditions and can evolve into an undead hunter. Evolution requirement, Eagle Eye Helmet. Seeing the quest prompt in front of him, Wang Yuan was in a trance. Wasn't it straightforward to advance before? Why do we still have to do the evolution quest now? It seemed that these skeletons of his own weren't without drawbacks compared to the ordinary necromancer's skeleton soldiers. At the very least, other necromancers could directly summon skeletons of the appropriate rank as long as their skill level was up. But when you think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. These 3 skeletons weren't just as simple as inheriting the player's attributes. They also had their own growth talents, as well as an upgrade system, and progression was naturally a bit more complicated. These quest items weren't hard to find. They were all ordinary equipment around level 20. Wang Yuan copied the name of the equipment and sent it to Brave Unmatched. This kid's hobby was to taunt at ground stalls, and collecting a few pieces of quest equipment along the way was a matter of course. After upgrading his skills, Wang Yuan bid farewell to Zul, then once again went to the Yingling Temple below the church. Everything else was secondary, and now was Wang Yuan's real purpose, because after Summoning Skeleton had risen to level 3, Wang Yuan would be able to summon a 4th skeleton. This time, There was no telling what kind of spirit would be summoned. The temple of the spirit, as it was. A broken bed lay in the dimly lit basement. There was an unidentified body lying on the bed. Candlelight flickered on the walls, the shifting shadows adding a bit more gloom to the entire temple. The three skeletons were gathered around the bed, the soul fire in their eyes constantly jumping. They were even more excited than Wang Yuan seemed to be. Who is it this time? Ma San'er had an expectant look on his face. I hope it's the god of war in Tian Shao. Xiao Bai had a yearning in his eyes. Fart. Still Dharma god Yi Rufeng. Big White's words were filled with disdain. They've all started fucking dreaming. Why don't they dare to make it bigger? Wouldn't martial god Wang Bufan be even more awesome? Ma San'er rubbed his fists on the side. It was obvious that each of these three people were hero-level experts of their time. And in particular, martial god Wang Bufan seemed to be more powerful than the other two. Alright, stop bullshitting. Big White helplessly brought the duo back to reality. Wang Yuan held the king's sword and recited under his breath. Resuscitate the ancient spirits. I resurrect you and my children in the name of the high priest of the dead, Nyo Dali. Wow! As Wang Yuan recited the incantation, the corpse on the bed shed its flesh and blood. A skeleton with a holy glow sat up from the bed. It is? Seeing the holy light on the skeleton, Wang Yuan was a bit confused. No, aren't skeletons undead creatures? What's with the holy light? Did this guy? Wang Yuan suddenly thought of the corpse king from before. Being an undead creature, it had an extremely high resistance to light attributes. According to the system's explanation is that in life, he had a strong belief in light, and that's why he has a strong attribute of light. It's hard to believe that this skeleton is also, not only Wang Yuan, even the three skeleton soldiers couldn't help but surround the holy light the moment they saw it. The three had been skeletons for a short time, and had never seen a skeleton emitting holy light. Praise be to our Lord, the God of light. Is this the kingdom of heaven? Why is it dark? The holy light skeleton opened its eyes and first praised the God of light. Apparently, this guy is still a true believer in the light. But when he saw the three of them, Big White, he couldn't help but yell out, Amitabha Buddha, where did the undead come from? How can there be such filthy creatures in the kingdom of heaven? Said he was about to reach for his weapon. However, seeing his own hands, he directly froze. I said, how did I become an undead too? Nice guy. When this grandson opened his mouth, he blew up with more information than even Ma San'er did the moment he was first resurrected. Other than that, you believe in quite a variety of awe. A moment of the God of light, a moment of the Buddha, a moment of the Taoist master. So this guy believes in everything, right? Why does the tone of this speech sound so familiar? Hearing the holy light skeleton's voice, Xiao Bai obviously froze for a moment. It's like I've heard it somewhere. Ma San'er scratched his head as well. Is this goddamned? The three of them looked at the holy light skeleton in front of them and suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. Amen Toho great heavenly father, the undead have spoken. There are ghosts. Hearing the trio's voices, the holy light skeleton jumped straight out of bed and ran outside without saying a word with his hands up. A set of moves that flowed with a ridiculously high level of proficiency. Wang Yuan was sweating. Don't they say that those who cross over are the elite? Why is this grandson such a wimp? Holy shit, Uncle Chun! Seeing this scene, the three skeletons screamed out in unison. The holy light skeleton warmed up and stopped in his tracks. You know me? Nonsense. Who doesn't know God Stick Chun? The three men spoke in unison again. Mud. No wonder there's a familiar feeling. So it's this guy. The world of the future isn't all heroic and fearless professionals. There are also a lot of people who are greedy and afraid of death. Among them, the most famous is Ji Chuanxiang, the high priest of the Temple of Light. This person is extremely timid and afraid of death. And every time he goes on a mission, he will give himself a divination. And as long as it is not a lucky fortune, he will be ready to run away. The motto of life is life preservation is paramount. Safety comes first, and death is not the way of the poor. The first reaction to danger is to turn your head and run. You can outrun the wraith, but you must outrun your teammates. In the era when the magical beasts invaded and everyone was at risk, this old thing froze and lived to be more than 50 years old. So it could be seen that his means of preserving his life was high. As the future world's most senior and qualified professional, everyone had to call him a senior, so there was nothing they could do with him. Not to mention that this guy was also a high priest of the Temple of Light, with an extremely high priesthood. So in the future world, people gave Ji Chuanxiang a nickname, called God Stick Chun, also called Chun Run Run. Never would I have expected that this old man, who put life preservation first and safety first, would be teleported over as well. Uncle Chun, I'm Song Wuxuan Ah. We've even gone on a mission together before. Big White introduced himself. Little Song. Hearing Song Wuxuan's name, Ji Chuanxiang was first stunned then pleasantly surprised. You even saved me in the beginning. I can't imagine we can meet here. Uncle Chun, I'm Zhang Yusen, you even raced me. Ma Saner also chimed in. I know. You run faster than me, Ji Chuanxiang said. Why are you here too? Uncle Chun, I'm Yi Dao. You even saved me. Xiao Bai also came up. It's you still owe me a talisman. Ji Chuanxiang froze. No. What happened? How did we become undead? We're Nyo skeletons now. Big White pointed at Wang Yuan. Holy shit. Ji Chuanxiang looked Wang Yuan up and down and said, this guy looks weak. Why haven't you guys slaughtered him yet? I'm yet. Wang Yuan was on the verge of tears. Treadmill. How is it that the first reaction of every skeleton summoned by himself is to kill himself first? These sinful animals. Don't they know who brought them back to life? Kill him? Why kill him? The three skeletons asked rhetorically. Nonsense. If we don't kill him, what if he asks us to get killed? Why don't we do it now and get the hell out of him? Ji Chuanshan became more and more agitated as he spoke, casually drawing his own weapon. Come on. The three of them hurriedly advised. Don't mess around. Brother Nyo is quite nice. Yes? Ji Chuanshan once again began to look Wang Yuan up and down. His eyes filled with hostility. Wang Yuan was also used to it. Anyway, lice do not itch. Want to kill their own skeleton soldiers so much. Do not care about this one more. Seeing as you're covered in holy light, you'll be called Chun. Believe in Chun and get eternal life. Wang Yuan muttered and casually named Ji Chuanxiang. Believe in Chun and get eternal life? That's something I love to hear. Chun sniffed with great satisfaction. As a monk, Chun does not seek great wealth and prosperity, but only longevity. Let you be all kinds of good. I only have one sentence. Can I get long life? After naming it, Wang Yuan also opened Chun's attribute panel. Chun, Pastor. Attribute growth, Strength C. Physique A. Intelligence B. Spirit A. Agility C. Race, Skeleton Abbot. Grade, 20. Life value, 6520. Magic value, 3342. Attack, 107. Magic, 127. Armor, 128. Magic resistance, 177. Skills, Light Salvation, LV3. Holy Light Shield, LV3. Holy Light Art, LV3. Healing Art, LV3. Drawing Talismans, LV3. Swordsmanship, LV3. Burning Incense, LV3. Equipment, Peachwood Sword, Attack +1 Magic +1. Background, a spirit recorded within the heroic history book, with unlimited growth potential. Holy shit, there's something about this guy. Seeing Chun's attributes, Wang Yuan suddenly froze. 2 A's and 1 B. This guy's growth was surprisingly higher than the 3 skeleton guards. Follow the undead growth setting. C-ranked talents have no growth. B-ranked talents grow 1 point per level. A-ranked talents are 2 points, and S-ranked are 3 points. Both Big White and Little White had double a growth, with their attributes increasing by up to 4 points per level. Even for Ma Saner, who had S-rank growth, the total growth was still 4 points. And this old man in front of him, who was greedy for life and fear of death, had a full 5 more points of talent growth. What surprised Wang Yuan even more was that this guy was not only a priest, but even had a skill system that did not belong to priests, just like a hidden profession. Originally, seeing that this guy was so greedy and afraid of death, Wang Yuan thought that the girl was a piece of trash. I can't imagine that this guy is the real deep end. Hidden professions? Wang Yuan stared at Chun and asked, Ha, you can still talk to me? Chun froze slightly. Don't act too smart. You'll scare him and he'll make soup out of your big bones again. The Big White trio warned from the sidelines. Oops. Springer said, visibly startled. Aha, Wang Yuan said. What's your hidden occupation? Dog. Returned Chun, feigning dullness. Daoist. No wonder there is such a weird skill system. Wang Yuan stroked his chin and thought, I can't imagine that there are Eastern professions in the wizarding world system. Okay, from now on, you'll be the professional priest in the team. Wang Yuan nodded and said, if there's anything you need, just tell me and I'll try to fulfill it. Really? Can you fix me a monastery? Springer asked excitedly. Put. Wang Yuan's mouthful of old blood directly sprayed out. Nima. What an outrageous request. Again, it's an infernal skeleton. And the three of them at most want a piece of equipment or something. Although the equipment was scarce, Wang Yuan could still fulfill it with his efforts. A monastery would be a bit beyond Wang Yuan's ability. After all, this kind of thing belonged to the construction category, and in order to unlock a building, not only did you need plots of land, but you also needed drawings, and most importantly, you also needed materials. For the land, Thundercliffs had it, and for materials, the skeleton workers could go mining. The key was the drawings. Architectural drawings, belonging to Tier 1 rare items, are no less rare and precious than guild resident tokens. Moreover, a building like the Abbey was even more of an existence on par with the various career transfer places. Its drawings are a rarity among rarities. Yet asking Wang Yuan for a convent is basically the same as a girlfriend's bride price opening asking you for a hospital. Not only is it outrageous, it's irrational. You wait for me to get the drawings. Wang Yuan's words were all out, and he couldn't swallow them back, so he could only give him a pie first. Cut. Chun rolled his parted eyes and said to the other 3 skeletons, "He didn't fool you guys like that too, did he?" 3 skulls. Seeing Chun's request, the 3 skeletons suddenly realized that their pattern was really small. A few pieces of equipment in the district bought a few people. Look at others. Chun directly ask for a monastery, and then look at themselves, are embarrassed to say how they were bought. Mud. This old dang. Seeing this expression on the faces of the several skeletons, Wang Yuan could not help but curse in his heart. The loyalty that had been pulled up with great difficulty was stirred up by this old den, and the 3 of them, big white, clearly had higher demands. After leaving the Yingling temple with the 4 living daddies, Wang Yuan directly went offline. After a busy day of attacking the quarters and a busy half a day of building them, Wang Yuan was now clearly feeling tired. Crap, what are you doing? Exiting the game and removing his helmet, Wang Yuan was startled by the mold in front of him, only to see Wang Yujie standing in his bedroom, staring straight at himself. Waiting for you to get offline, Wang Yujie said with a smile. How did you get in here? What do you want to do to me? Wang Yuan casually grabbed a pair of pants and put them over his body. Martyr. Wang Yuan has the habit of sleeping naked. Can't say that he's naked. He's only wearing underwear on his body. Wang Yujie, what ability Wang Yuan has also seen. This woman really want to come hard. Wang Yuan is sure that there is no resistance at all. Cut. Who cares like you do? Your door is unlocked. Wang Yujie bristled. Sister Fong wants to invite us for dinner and asked me to call you. Hurry up and get dressed. Wang Yuan was busy putting on another t-shirt. Say, how old are you? Wang Yujie said. 26, said Wang Yuan. Is it that big? Can't see it. Wang Yujie was surprised. Crap, ordinary people can't even tell. Wang Yuan said with great confidence. Years of geek life. So that Wang Yuan's skin is very white. Fat is a little fat, but it looks the same as a small child. Centimeters or millimeters? Wang Yujie frowned. Wang Yuan froze at his words, and beads of sweat dripped down. This woman. She's a little feisty. I don't think it's age that you're asking about. What about you? How big? Wang Yuan glanced at Wang Yujie's chest. As a vindictive guy, Wang Yuan has always had revenge, and it is not polite to come and go. 22, said Wang Yujie. It's not that small, is it? Wang Yuan looked at Wang Yujie with a bad smile. Nonsense. Isn't my mother young? Wang Yujie glared hatefully at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan. Mud. This woman is a real thief. After washing up and coming next door, Liang Fong had already set up a table of dishes. I have to say, a woman with children is just more of a woman than a woman who practices kung fu. Since his career, Wang Yuan had never eaten such a large table of food. Even when he was rich, Wang Yuan's kind of minimalism was instant noodles plus ham. There you are. I have another soup, this will be fine. Hearing the commotion outside, Liang Fong poked out half of her body from the kitchen. Hiss. Seeing Liang Fong in front of them, Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie froze in unison. At this time, Liang Fong was wearing a halter top, revealing a piece of snow white, especially the deep career line, which directly sucked Wang Yuan's eyes over. Hey! After glancing at Wang Yujie, Wang Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. What do you mean? Wang Yujie became furious. What's wrong? At this time Liang Fong also walked out with the soup. Nothing. How old are you? Sister Fong? Wang Yujie, the female rascal, opened her mouth to ask. Oops. Liang Fong said. 34 up. Said Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie in unison as they looked at each other. Bah! Liang Fong spat lightly and guffawed. Young woman, prancing around in the clouds. Confucius is true to his word. They hadn't even had the chance to talk in depth before, so today a few of them chatted while eating, and sort of got to know each other in general. Wang Yujie is still the same. That is, he misses and injures someone and is forced to escape to hide from the wind. Liang Fong was then curious as to what a girl's family could actually do to someone. Liang Fong is divorced for 2 years, living with her daughter, usually live on the internet what to earn some money, because not too flattering big brother, and now many people are addicted to the game, but also cannot earn much money. Day sloppy. When asked about work, Liang Fong asked in a puzzled manner, don't you two go to work too? Play the game, Wang Yuan said. You can make money playing games too? Liang Fong was surprised. Can I play? I'm afraid I can't. Wang Yuan shook his head. As far as strength was concerned, although Wang Yuan did not discriminate against female players as much as others, in the vast majority of cases female players were not really suited for fighting. and there was still not one in a million women as tough as Wang Yujie. Liang Fong is soft and weak. She doesn't even speak loudly, so she can't play shit. At most, she'll be a nanny. Nurse. Well, it does have a bit of talent. Excessive chapters. However, when he thought of this, Wang Yuan suddenly froze. It was true that Liang Fong was not a person who was good at playing games, and her personality was more suited to being a housewife with children. But then again, all of these determinations by Wang Yuan are for an MMO, yet now Dawn of the Dead is more than just a game. It's another world that's coming. According to Big White and the others, the players who created their characters in the game before the end times came were the first professionals of this world. That is to say, right now, Dawn of the Dawn is an awakening superpower strength machine for humans, and the game world, a training ground for the first professionals. Once the end times arrive, it doesn't matter if you are a man, woman or housewife. Everything will change as the world changes. Those who are not capable of defending themselves will simply be eliminated from the end times. Although Liang Fong wasn't suited to playing games, she really didn't have a choice in this situation. Whether to sit at home as an ordinary person waiting to die, or to go to the game world as a rookie professional with a low level. This choice question is not difficult. Even if she becomes a priest, it would be somewhat useful if the end really did come, and in the event of a situation like the last time she was knocked on the door by a kobold, at least she would be able to protect herself and her daughters. Even if they couldn't be their teammates, they could at least be slightly helpful when the end times came. Still, Wang Yuan doesn't think he is a good person, but he is also not a person without half a bit of kindness. Whether it's the boss of the supermarket, or Liang Fong, they are the only people Wang Yuan socializes with on weekdays, and they are also considered friends. At critical moments, they can pull a hand, just like Xiao Zhang who opened a supermarket. Although he didn't have time to play the game, Wang Yuan still reminded him to stock up on some supplies. Don't resent anyone's ability to help you. They may be able to help you at some point. I think you can still do it, Wang Yuan said. But the game helmet is a bit expensive. You can install it in installments. Wang Yuan still has the trick of buying equipment with a down payment. The end is coming anyway, and the back loans don't even need to be paid. Really? Liang Fong sniffed in surprise. Is there any zero down payment? This. Wang Yuan sniffed. Yeah, there should be zero down payment. This woman is not simple. What's wrong? Liang Fong asked. Nothing. Wang Yuan was chagrined in his heart and secretly said, why didn't I think of it with zero down payment? When the time comes, Jie, you'll go to the novice village and bring Sister Fong. Wang Yuan commanded Wang Yujie. The two of them are both girls and have a more common language. Besides, Wang Yujie's hands are so good. When the time comes, it can also save a lot of trouble. How can I be free? I just took a quest to go to Holy Light City. Wang Yujie surprisingly refused outright, then asked rhetorically, why don't you go? I also have a mission. Wang Yuan stammered. He did have a task in his hand. Shui Linglong let him have it. It's okay, I can play by myself, Liang Fong said in a hurry. You two don't have to worry about no one accompanying you. Wang Yujie smiled and said, there are quite a few eager brothers in the novice village. He. Speaking here, Wang Yujie also swept a glance towards Liang Fong's chest. His mouth made a tisk sound, his eyes full of envy. Wang Yuan. He kind of saw Wang Yujie, this guy on the surface of the dumb and soft, but inside is very tough, a female hooligan, and also with a little violent tendencies. To put it bluntly, Yuri just a jerk. No wonder they cripple people. How did a martial arts family raise such a thing out of it? After eating and returning to his residence, Wang Yuan first glanced at the international news and searched for the monster invasion incident. The reports were surprisingly gone. Even the reports from the previous days could not be searched. It looks like the authorities have stepped in. It's still the same old story. If you can't solve the problem, solve the person who raised it. Then Wang Yuan opened the forum and searched for, the sea is infinite. This guy also stopped. Did not say that he rubbed out the fireball thing? Before the post is gone. Wang Yuan opened the girl avatar panel to look at it. The original is because of the suspected release of illegal speech to the ban of 7 days. Erase. Wang Yuan felt a wave of powerlessness. Returning to the game again, Wang Yuan appeared outside the Temple of Light. The 4 skeletons also followed and appeared behind Wang Yuan. Nyo, you found what you wanted. At this time, Brave Unmatched sent a message stating that he had found the equipment that Wang Yuan was looking for. Come to the tavern. Wang Yuan casually returned the message. Soon, Brave and the Bold arrived at the tavern and pulled out 3 level 20 white plate equipment from his arms. A red robe, a pair of black boots and a green pointy hat. It is the 3 skeletons that need the fiery robe, Earth Trample and Eagle Eye helmet for their advancement. Submit the 3 quest items. Golden light erupted from the 3 skeletons in unison. Your flame skeleton has evolved into an undead fire controller, acquiring the skills Flame Reinforcement and Firewall. Your shield skeleton evolves into a heavy armor brave, acquiring the skills Armor Reinforcement and Trample. Your arrow guard skeleton evolves into an undead hunter, acquiring the skills Sniper Enhancement and Explosive Arrow. As the system prompt flashed before his eyes again, the three skeleton images changed once more. The vestments on Great White turned red, and a cloak hung behind him with golden flame inscriptions embroidered on it. The hood covered the skull, and the soul fire in the eye sockets flickered, and at a glance it looked like a high-level magician. Xiao Bai was even more lanky and sturdy. The shield hanging behind him was nearly 2 meters high, and his right hand, a huge black sword, exuded a black aura of death, and standing there gave people a feeling of being as stable as Mount Taishan. Ma San'er did not change much, just the original naked body wore a green leather armor, outside wearing a gray cloak, worn-out straw hat into a green pointed hat. The hole in the Legend of Zelda in Link-like look very funny, but the green oily longbow behind him, but it is to give a person an extremely dangerous feeling. In addition to a more handsome change in appearance, the three skeleton soldiers had also comprehended new skills. Flame Enhancement, a generalized talent for fire mages at level 20, boosts fire magic damage by 20%. Wall of Fire, on the other hand, is the first AoE skill of the Fire Wizard, creating a 400 range wall of fire that deals ranged damage to the target and continuously burns. AoE Magic, a sign that the wizard is officially starting to be powerful. Armor Enhancement and Sniper Enhancement are also similar in that they are both professionally gifted skills. The former boosts armor magic resistance and the latter boosts long-range damage and range, which are regular skills. Explosive Arrows, on the other hand, is a powerful output skill of the archer, can cause a small range of explosive output to the target, is the main output skill of the archer after level 20, which is also considered moderate. Ma San was grumbling about the hat on his head and didn't pay much attention to the newly learned skills. One of the happiest is Xiao Bai. This guy when fighting habitually put people down, and then fierce make up a foot shouted trample. This habit is from the trample skill. Now he was finally learning the skill of the heart. Said, "Brother Bull, what's going on with your skeleton?" Seeing Wang Yuan's three skeletons in front of him suddenly turn into this heroic appearance, Brave Man Unrivaled was dumbfounded. What's a skeleton? It is one of the lowest, most inferior species of undead creatures. It's also a trash baby that a necromancer can summon at level 1. Low attack, low defense, and slow. Also a pet carrying profession. The hunter could only carry one before level 40, but it was much more useful than the necromancer's skeleton soldier. Usually in a team, the skeleton soldier serves as the general cannon fodder for the top monsters. This shows the status of skeletons in the eyes of ordinary players, especially in appearance. Skeletons are no ornamental to speak of. Fragile skeletons of flesh and garbage. A first-order skeleton soldier, not to mention equipment, was completely naked, with only a rusty iron sword-like contraption in his hand. Second-order skeleton warrior, just with a new weapon. Even a third-order skeleton like the skeleton warrior that had some fighting ability was merely wearing a tattered half-body armor and carrying a two-handed long axe, which could be said to be rudimentary to the extreme. But Wang Yuan's look with these skeletons is simply amazing. Not to mention Big White's red cloak with flaming inscriptions or Little White's heavy black armor like a mech warrior. Even Ma San'er's tight green leather armor with a comical green hat was much more pulled together than any of the skeleton soldiers. It's dressed as a high-end monster. In the game, powerful monsters don't necessarily have to be stylized to pull off, but the monsters that pull off are certainly not too weak. After all, with limited funds, the designers won't use those high-end special effects on insignificant little monsters. And compared to these skeletons behind Wang Yuan and the skeletons of other necromancers, they were simply two species. Although Braveheart had seen Wang Yuan's skeleton long ago and knew that Wang Yuan's skeleton could wear equipment, but at this time, the shape of the skeleton that had advanced to the third order had really shocked Braveheart. Another advancement. Wang Yuan spoke gently. Bull, Brave Man Unrivaled couldn't help but give a thumbs up. This is only the third rank and it's already so drawn out. If it rises to the full rank, there's no telling what it might evolve into. Practicing together? Brave Unmatched handed Wang Yuan a group invitation. He now desperately wanted to see how much the strength of these skeletons had increased after their advancement. Nah, I still have a mission I haven't done. Wang Yuan waved his hand. Okay, then you get busy first. The Brave and the Bull didn't waste any time and left the tavern with a greeting to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, unhurriedly drew out from his arms the scroll of heavenly fate that Shui Linglong had given him. Whether to use the scroll of destiny? At this moment, a system prompt flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. Use. Wang Yuan used it directly without thinking. Joking. Not use waiting for the new year. There are still 20 days to the end of the world will come. This thing may not be able to use. Use it while you can. Brush. As Wang Yuan clicked OK, the Heavenly Fate scroll transformed into a small black token that appeared in Wang Yuan's hand. System note: you have used the scroll of Heavenly Fate and obtained a bounty order from the Assassins Union. Please go to the Assassins Union and look for the King of Assassins, Wilson, to receive your quest. Assassins. Bounty missions. Seeing the system prompt, Wang Yuan was speechless for a while. Apparently this scroll was really specifically rewarded to Shui Linglong, although it was Wang Yuan, a necromancer, who used the scroll and received the Still Assassin quest. Assassins and necromancers are two schools of thought entirely. The former sneaks around and accomplishes all sorts of difficult assassinations by sneaking in stealth. Necromancers, on the other hand, are the type that completely rely on the number of babies to fight their opponents hard. A necromancer getting a bounty quest from an assassin is a bit of a force to be reckoned with, but the Scroll of Heaven's Destiny is after all a rare prop, and the mission received is also a hidden mission, although it feels very difficult to get, but it's a bit of a waste to give up just like that. Wang Yuan thought about it, but he still walked towards the Assassins Union without any hesitation. The Assassins Union is also the home base for assassin players, where they can not only learn skills, but also receive the unique bounty missions of the assassin profession, making it the most important place for assassin players. Yet just such a place is located in an alleyway on the most inconspicuous corner of Central Avenue and is very difficult to find. You should know that assassin players are the most numerous in all professions, and this broken setting has not been cursed by assassin players. The official reply is very emotional. The base camp of each profession needs to meet the characteristics of each profession. Assassins, such a low-profile profession. The transfer place should naturally be hidden, which appears to be our assassin players are different. Assassin players satisfied, necromancer players and anxious. Stepping horse, this is not the reason you put our necromancer players base camp in the cemetery. We also want to live like a magician magic tower. Dog said cannot be occupation discrimination. Necromancers are so small and insignificant that they can't create the kind of storm that assassin players do. And the officials didn't even take a look at them. So the matter ended up being a non-issue. After walking around the alley 3 times, Wang Yuan was able to find an extremely inconspicuous small wooden door under the command of Shui Linglong, then pushed the door and walked in. As soon as I walked in the door, goodness gracious, it was wide open, only to see that inside was a spacious hall, where densely packed assassin players were learning skills and receiving quests. In the end is the game world. Obviously there are so many people. The door is cold and surprising. Even a shadow cannot see. Also do not know how to set. Seeing Wang Yuan come in, the assassin players around him cast surprised gazes. What's a necromancer doing in the land of assassins? Is he going to learn to sneak? Oh, and guess why it smells rotten? It turns out to be a filthy necromancer. Just when Wang Yuan was looking around, he only heard a conspiratorial voice coming from the side. Wang Yuan hurriedly followed the voice and saw an NPC wearing a cloak pinching his nose and looking at Wang Yuan with a disgusted face. What are you looking at me for? This is no place for you, the NPC said in disgust. Wang Yuan didn't get angry, but walked straight over, playing the laws of the game. Not all NPCs have quests, but the ones that actively seek you out definitely have NPCs. Could this guy be Wilson? I'm looking for someone. Wang Yuan pulled out a copper plate from his pocket and handed it over. Humph, are you insulting me? The NPC said coldly. Do you know where Wilson is? Wang Yuan pulled out another copper plate. I don't know. The NPC put away his companion and said viciously. For the amount of money you're paying, you'll never get any news from me. Oh, then how much do you want to say? Wang Yuan smiled faintly. These NPCs, it is true that every one of them is money-minded. Not afraid of his price. Afraid that he does not love money. As long as the price is proof that it can be solved with money. Anything that can be solved with money is trivial. 10 gold coins, the NPC said. Holy shit, are you crazy? Hearing that NPC's opening price, Wang Yuan almost didn't jump up. Good lord, this dog has the nerve to ask for it, haha. 10 gold coins, that's $10,000. I'm just asking for information and she wants 10,000. Have you never seen money before? What the hell was the game designer thinking? I didn't say I couldn't bargain, the NPC said. 1 gold. Wang Yuan blackened his face and directly cut it tenfold. One rambles, the other sits. Deal, the NPC agreed readily. Wang Yuan froze, and in his heart, he called for regret. Treading on the horse, a gold coin is considered to be overpaying. Pulling out a gold coin and handing it over, the NPC's head then surfaced with the name. My name is Henry, still a trainee assassin now. The NPC introduced himself. The Wilson you're looking for is a friend of mine. He sent me here to wait for someone, and it looks like it's you. That's right, it's me. Wang Yuan nodded his head and displayed the bounty in his hand. Aha, come with me. Henry led Wang Yuan straight to the back of the hall. Through a long corridor the two of them came to a small dark room. The room was very simply furnished, with only a broken wooden table with an oil lamp on it, and a mediocre middle-aged man was sitting on the bed reading a book. "You're here?" Seeing Wang Yuan follow Henry into the room, the middle-aged man put down the book in his hand and looked Wang Yuan up and down. Wang Yuan also saw the middle-aged man's appearance. Common, extremely ordinary, ordinary, extremely ordinary. There was absolutely nothing to be found in the looks, and if one were to describe it, one could only say that it was 2 eyes, 1 nose and 1 mouth. The kind of average guy you couldn't find if you threw him in a pile. Who would have thought that this man was the legendary assassin Wilson? Surprisingly, it's a necromancer. Upon seeing Wang Yuan, Wilson frowned and said, "This mission of mine is issued to assassins. I'm afraid that necromancers are not up to the task." "Don't uncle. How can we know if we don't try?" Wang Yuan sniffed and hurriedly said, "NND. His own money are spent. The task scroll is also used." The result of the girl said that it is not appropriate. How can Wang Yuan just give up? Money or no money is one thing. The point is not to get screwed like that. "Great, you passed my exam." Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Wilson nodded and said, "Assassin. It's all about persistence. You are very talented. Why don't you learn to be an assassin? I will personally teach you. In the future you will definitely become a generation of master assassins." "Assassin?" Hearing Wilson's words, Wang Yuan was obviously happy in his heart. Who doesn't like to hear people praise themselves? Moreover, the assassin, the game's hottest profession, is not one of them. The game 10 players, at least 3 people are assassins. It's not too much to say that it's the #1 profession. This shows the weight of the assassin profession. Wilson, as a master assassin, would definitely be 1 level above the other assassins if he could personally teach himself. He himself had taken Water Lily's chance. Nope. Just as Wang Yuan was about to agree, Wang Yuan suddenly sensed that something was wrong. According to the urine of the designers of Breaking Dawn, how can there be such a cheap thing? I'm afraid that there is not a fraud in it. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan pondered for a moment and asked Wilson, "At the risk of asking, if I learn assassin, can I still be a necromancer?" "Naturally you can't," Wilson said. "No one can be both professions at the same time." "I knew it." Wang Yuan's heart cried out in celebration at the words, "Tap." Thanks to his own vigilance, or else he would have been fooled by this grandson by now. Wang Yuan is a self-aware person, although his strength is not bad, but the real strength is just about the same as a few of the benevolent people. The reason why he can mix in the game, invincible, is not because of a few skeleton minions behind him. If this is a confused transfer, the minions will be lost. Without Big White and the others, it doesn't matter how this game is played. The key is that once the end of the world is not strong enough, it's fatal. Ha! Faced with Wilson's answer, Wang Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind words, but as soon as I am a necromancer, I have to be loyal to my profession. It is enough for a person to make one good choice in this life." Wang Yuan said this in a grandiose manner. In fact, he also knew in his heart, but where he didn't have the heroic history book as well as Big White and a few of them, he would definitely have to choose to accept it. Grandmaster personally transmitted, "Hey, this was much better than a regular career tutor trained in a career that anyone else would have chosen to accept. Good, very good, you passed the second trial as well." Wilson once again revealed a satisfied smile. Loyalty to one's choice. It is also the most precious virtue of an assassin. By the way, do you have money? How much? Wang Yuan frowned. 9 gold coins. This is also a trial? Wang Yuan pulled out 9 gold coins and handed them over. No, Wilson shook his head. I told Henry he would get 10 gold coins if he helped me find the destined one. And didn't you already give him one? With that, Wilson handed the gold coin to Henry, who was on the sidelines. In passing, "Ha ha, old man, you really keep your word. Thanks, see you later. Miss Julia has been waiting for me for days." Henry received the gold coins and left the room with joy and encouragement. Keeping one's word is also an assassin's virtue, Wilson said. Wang Yuan, martyr. He had shelled out 10 gold coins after all. These 2 guys aren't working together on a scam. Miss Julia? Could it be that Julia? Hearing Henry's words, Chun asked a few others curiously. Oh, Wang Yuan's expression tightened as he heard the words. Good lord, another update? Could it be that there's still a worldly master hiding in this marketplace? Is there a hidden NPC in the hidden quest? Which Julia? Big White and Little White both said they had never heard of it. Could it be Kyoka? Ma Saner said. Oops, a soulmate. You even recognize it. Chun was thrilled to see that Ma San knew him. That's right, who doesn't know her? I've collected her numbers. Turn around and send me a couple. What's the point of sending you? Can you read it? Even if you can read it, can you use it? Wipe. Chun took a look at his own skeleton and cursed under his breath. It's all because of this Neo Dolly, turning us into this. Sabo. Wang Yuan was so angry. Wang Yuan is hurt out. also thought that there are any new clues. Together with this, Julia is actually a yellow. This horse, and the purpose of the book is completely contrary to the spring seeing this old thing, in addition to greedy and afraid of death, or colorful people. What's even more irritating is that yet even threw the pot of everyone turning into skeletons onto Wang Yuan. If it wasn't for the fact that the other few skeletons knew this old guy, in regards to this kind of harmony-destroying guy, Wang Yuan would have cancelled the summoning on him right now, letting him continue to be a lone ghost. Something big has happened. Just when Wang Yuan was depressed, Wilson suddenly said, "The demon race's people have infiltrated the Illuminati, and since I learned of this secret, I am now being hunted down by the Illuminati, and I hope that you can help me to find evidence to prove my innocence. System alert, you have triggered the second stage of the hidden quest chain evidence, quest level S. Do you accept?" At the same time, a system prompt popped up in front of Wang Yuan's eyes. The so-called quest chains are large hidden quests consisting of multiple hidden quests. Finding Wilson just now was the first stage of the mission chain, and helping Wilson find evidence at this time is the second stage. Looking for evidence? What evidence? Wang Yuan's head turned big when he heard about this mission. Finding items is one of the nastiest quests in the game, bar none. The Holy See is so big, who knows where the evidence that can prove Wilson's innocence is? At the very least, tell yourself what that evidence looks like. It's a secret letter, Wilson said. It's in the hands of St. Peter, the executive officer of the Papal Court of Heresy, and I hope you can retrieve it for me so I can clear my name. The Inquisition of Heresy? St. Peter's? Let's hurry up and pack up and disperse. Surname Ox won't live long. Hearing Wilson's words, before Wang Yuan had time to think, suddenly Chun, who was on the side, suddenly yelled, "This Wilson, isn't he letting Bull go to his death?" Big White also froze when he heard those two words. Ma San and Xiaobai were also appalled. This Wilson, how did he even mess with St. Peter? In the historical fragments of the future secret realm, the Illuminati was the biggest faith in this world, possessing the power to communicate with the gods, and was the most powerful organization without a doubt. The Inquisition of Heresy, on the other hand, is a violent institution with the highest executive powers of the Illuminati, specializing in judging the existence of heretics. The armed Knights Templar under his command, known as the strongest guard of the Illuminati, terrorized all heretics. St. Peter, the executive officer of the Heretics Inquisition, is moreover the head of the 12 apostles of the God of Light, as well as the elder brother of the current Pope, St. Andrew. Cold-blooded and ruthless, he is a fanatic follower of the God of Light, and once went so far as to martyr himself. In the face of heresy, the Lord strikes an iron fist, preferring to kill the wrong person. The future Illuminati propaganda brochure highlighted the punishment of the Inquisition of Heresy's treatment of those who betrayed the faith of the God of Light, which was used to deter the faithful. Big White was once the leader of the Holy Light City's Special Operations Team, and his superiors were the Knights Templar of the Heretic Judgment Institute. Chun, as a high priest of the Illuminati and one of Pope Andre's disciples, the two knew the weight of the name St. Peter. Even Xiaobai and Ma San, who were far away from Holy Light City, had heard of this name and were well aware of the prestige of the heretical Inquisition. Wang Yuan is only a level 20 necromancer, but he received the mission to steal St. Peter from the heretical Inquisition. This is nasty. Isn't it forcing Wang Yuan to go to his death? One must know that the Illuminati had always disliked necromancers, and in the future world, there was no longer even a legacy of necromancers. In addition to the fact that necromancers originally had a small inheritance, the main thing was that the Illuminati and necromancers did not deal with each other. Don't say Wang Yuan is going to steal from St. Peter's. Even if Wang Yuan stood in front of St. Peter, St. Peter would have to purify him as a heretic. No, buddy, aren't you looking down on me a bit too much? Hearing the words of the big white few, Wang Yuan couldn't help but frown. Although he didn't know why they were so afraid of the Heretic Inquisition and St. Peter's, with Wang Yuan's understanding of them, these guys were all born to die, and a place that could make them all feel fear was bound to be extremely dangerous. I can't help it. Wilson saw that Wang Yuan was in a difficult situation and couldn't help but say, this quest was originally an infiltration and theft quest done by an assassin. Who knew that it was received by you, a necromancer? Wang Yuan was speechless. Indeed, this quest was originally Shui Linglong's. It was only because she didn't want to do it that she threw it to herself. A quest that could only be done by relying mainly on sneaking skills, being received by a necromancer who couldn't sneak. The difficulty was directly elevated by more than one level. Can I cancel it? Wang Yuan asked after thinking about it. Big White and the few of them were Wang Yuan's bottom card, as well as Wang Yuan's measuring instrument for judging the difficulty of the mission. Now that Big White and a few of them were a bit scared, the difficulty of this mission was self-evident. It wasn't that Wang Yuan was afraid. The key was that the cost-effectiveness of this mission was too low. First of all, this is an assassin's quest with too much of a difficulty level boost. Secondly, the target was the Illuminati, a huge, massive powerhouse that would be entrenched for the next 100 years or so, and there was nothing to be gained by offending them. In the end, the thing reward was and is the assassin's reward. So wouldn't it be a fucking wasted trip? In short, this mission is worthless. If you wanted Wang Yuan to do this mission, you had to make him feel valued. The biggest beneficiary of this mission at this point was Wilson, and Wang Yuan wouldn't do it without knocking something out of him. Cancel? As expected, when he heard Wang Yuan say that he wanted to cancel the mission, Wilson visibly froze for a moment and said, "Young man, sticking to the end is an assassin's virtue. I'm not an assassin." Wang Yuan spread his hands and said, "I'm a filthy necromancer, a bedbug who lives in the shadows, and a despicable and shameless corpse drover. You asked me to steal something from the Papal Heresy Inquisition. I really don't know how to oblige you." Speaking of which, Wang Yuan also finally realized why his own skeleton soldiers were saying that Wilson was letting himself die. Treadmill. A necromancer going to the Holy City Heresy Inquisition to steal a letter is basically the same as letting a thief go to the Ministry of Public Security in broad daylight to steal a redhead document. Just tell me how black this Wilson B is. Is there really no room for consideration? Wilson asked with a prayerful face. Not for nothing. Wang Yuan smiled slightly and said, "The least you can do is not let me go on a mission so empty-handed." Erase. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the big white several people were full of black lines. "I told you, how can our ox brother be afraid of waiting here? Oops, this kid is a bit interesting." Chun, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. Suddenly he doesn't feel so annoying anymore. The big white guys looked at Chun with their heads full of questions. Well, Wilson also saw at this time that Wang Yuan was not afraid. He wanted to take the opportunity to knock a sum of money. After pondering for a long time, Wilson pulled out a box from his arms and said, "This is a smoke bomb. It's a prop I made with my own hands. Use it in case of danger and it will allow you to escape." Smokescreen. Category, expendable props. Number, 12. Item description, a special prop that releases a large amount of smoke and blinds the opponent. Nice, good stuff. Seeing the introduction of the smoke bomb, Wang Yuan was very satisfied and casually stuffed it into his arms and continued. "Any more? That's not enough?" Wilson said angrily. "This thing is consumable. It's gone when it runs out." Wang Yuan said, "You can't fool me with this. No more." Wilson shook his head. "That's fine. You can give some funding and I'll go buy it myself." Wang Yuan smiled and said, Well, I'll teach you another skill. This is an advanced skill that only assassins can learn. Now make an exception and pass it on to you." Wilson helplessly said. "They're more willing to pass on skills than make NPCs shell out money." With that, Wilson pointed his finger towards Wang Yuan's brow. "System alert, you have learned the skill Disguise. Disguise, max active skill. Disguise as designated target. Duration, 600 seconds. Cooldown, 3600 seconds. Holy shit, that's an interesting skill." Seeing the introduction of transfiguration in the skill bar, Wang Yuan could not help but get excited. Transfiguration, as the name suggests, is the technique of changing one's looks. This skill may not sound as strong as an attack skill, but when you think about it, this nifty skill is simply divine. Imagine changing your appearance at any time. It's basically the equivalent of welding beauty effects to your face. And just imagine if your girlfriend knew disguise. Wouldn't you? Hiss. Of course, these were everyday uses. And the main reason why Wang Yuan felt that this skill was a divine skill was because in the game, transfiguration could not only change looks, but could even change identities. That is, one is perfectly capable of taking on the likeness of other people to do bad things. Look, this is how scummy a guy. Others get the disguise. The first reaction is at most to play role-playing with their girlfriends. Wang Yuan's first reaction is to use other people's identity to do bad things. Most importantly, with this skill, Wang Yuan was equivalent to having a second identity. That would make it easy to sneak into the Temple of Light even without the sneak technique. Directly, the difficulty of the task has been reduced. But then again, this skill is surprisingly advanced for an assassin. I have to say that the assassin profession is really a bit perverted. The world's three major wondrous arts, time-stopping art, invisibility, and transformation. The assassin profession directly accounted for two. No wonder so many people play assassins. There really is a reason for more. Closing the skill bar, Wang Yuan asked again, "Is there anything else you want to send me?" As the saying goes, bringing a toad to clutch the powder of the group, Wang Yuan is resolutely trying to squeeze the last drop out of Wilson. "No more, there's really no more," Wilson said, spreading his hands. "It's a virtue of the assassin to take what he can get." Okay. Wang Yuan looked at Wilson's appearance and knew that he couldn't squeeze anything more out of him. so he directly got up and said, "Alright, then this task of yours will be given to me." After saying that, Wang Yuan left Wilson's place and went straight to the harbor. Dawn of the Dawn has no global zone yet, and the national service that Wang Yuan is in is divided into 5 major zones: the Endless Sea in the east, the Deadly Desert in the west, the Eternal Glacier in the north, the Lost Forest in the south, and the Illuminati in the center. For each region, there are 100 main cities of all shapes and sizes. Although the main cities were all seamless large maps and could be teleported with a teleportation array within the same region, inter-region teleportation would require a space blimp. Thunderstorm City, where Wang Yuan was located, belonged to the southern Lost Forest region, while Holy Light City, as the capital, belonged to the Illuminati region. So if you wanted to travel to Holy Light City, you would have to take a Zeppelin to teleport across the region. Before, the Benevolent and the others, they had teleported from other regions by airship. Holy Light City, the capital of the empire, was established by the 12 apostles of the God of Light in the central continent, and is the largest main city in the game without one. Holy Light City had upwards of 2 million players, which was more than 10 times that of Thunderstorm City. The scale of the main city also far exceeds that of an ordinary main city, and is the continent's only level 10 main city. Half an hour later, Wang Yuan arrived at Holy Light City. The walls of Holy Light City were dozens of feet high, and the entire body was made of clean white boulders, holy and noble, intimidating, so that people couldn't help but feel an urge to worship. Holy Light City. Old man is back again. Chun stood behind Wang Yuan with tears of excitement. "I only hate that I am incompetent and have failed to protect my hometown," said Big White, remembering the loss of Sacred Light City. "Also sad. I don't know if we can still hold it this time." Xiao Bai also clenched his fists, recalling what happened before he was reborn. Big White and Little White were the first batch of skeleton soldiers summoned by Wang Yuan. Even though they were reliving in a new life, their hearts were always loaded with family and country. No matter what, they were thinking about how to change the course of history, so that mankind could win the 100 Years' War. In contrast, Ma Sanner and Chun didn't have that much baggage on them, and lived their lives heavily as if they had come back for a trip. "Geez, is this the capital? I'm still the first to come. There must be a lot of beautiful women in the capital," Ma San asked excitedly. "That is, especially the nuns in the Temple of Light. Ho, those legs, those breasts, those looks. TSK TSK TSK. Chun was even more excited at the thought of women. "Introduce me to one someday." "Of course, what do you like?" "Big and round. Good boy. Classy. Wang Yuan. These 2 lewd fellows. They're all bones and still stepping out of the way. Stop her, don't let her get away." Just as Wang Yuan was about to enter the city, suddenly a shout came from directly in front of him. Wang Yuan looked up, only to see a team of players rushing headlong with their weapons, and in front of that team was a girl in blue magic robes. Whoosh! With a cracking sound, several arrows with light had flown behind that mage. The mage heard the wind behind him and swung his staff in his hand, a blue light covering his entire body. The next moment, a layer of ice armor covered his body. Ice armor technique. Snap! The arrow landed on the mage's back and the ice armor shattered, leaving the mage unharmed. Just then, the player in front of them had also caught up to the wizard. Swooping low and opening a direct charge, the mage turned and took a step back, his staff slamming down. Brush! A blue aura spread out from that mage. Frost Nova. Wow! The group of players who chased after the girl were instantly cloaked in a layer of blue frost. Their movement speed instantly slowed down. Even the charging warrior had his skills interrupted and was fixed in place. Oops! Although he had only thrown 2 skills, Wang Yuan, who was not far away, could not help but stare. This girl, it's a master, and a pretty notable one at that. Evaluation of a player's strength? Not to see how many high-level skills he has, but to look at the use of his low-level skills. After all, brainless throwing skills who will? But in the battle to master the timing of throwing skills in order to judge the level of a player, the ice armor technique, like the ring of fire resistance, was an instantaneous low-level magic that could create an ice armor to counteract damage for a brief period of time, somewhat similar to a tanking profession's block counter. This is the type of skill that tests the player's reflexes and timing the most. It was never easy for an ordinary player to have a perfect shield counter. Not to mention that magic skills needed to be chanted. And what was even more impressive was that this magician resisted damage 3 times with 1 skill. You know, instantaneous blocking and countering defense skills are very short. 1-time blocking and countering an attack is a basic operation, and 2 attacks is even a master operation. Resisting 3 attacks shows its ability to control the timing of the skill. It had gotten to the point where it was so indistinguishable that a second earlier, or a second later, one of the attacks could be missed. On top of that, what surprised Wang Yuan the most was that the girl's Frost Nova judgment was even higher than a warrior's charge. This is outrageous. As we all know, before level 30, charging belongs to the hard control skills, and is the highest judged skill for warriors, and also the highest judged skill for all professions. The only thing that could counter it was the warrior's other hard control skill, Shield Strike. Frost Nova is just a soft control that slows you down and stacks 3 times to trigger the strong control freeze. The difference between the two skills' judgments was a full 2 levels. Interrupting a charge with Frost Nova was simply ignoring the system settings. It was evident that this woman was not only at a high level, but she might also have high-level equipment on her body. Even behind Wang Yuan, Big White, who possessed the soul of an elite mage, couldn't help but praise the situation. Oops, the little girl's timing is good. Well, it's awesome, White agreed, rubbing his chin. Not bad looking. Ma Sainer never puts the point of the question in the proper context. It's okay, it's quite alright for a girl to be at this level. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful woman. Chun also sighed with emotion when he saw this. That's because you haven't seen anything better, Ma Sainer said. More powerful? How much more powerful? Chun sniffed a little questioningly. Ha, I'll know when I see you. Could rip your head off. Wang Yuan. When Wang Yuan was surprised, the magician had already turned around and turned his head to continue running. Phew! Just then, a ball of fire flew past Wang Yuan and smashed straight into the magician's face. The wizard was shocked at the sight and pulled with both hands. Bo! A blue barrier stood in front of him. Boom! The fireball exploded. The barrier shattered and the wizard was blown back a few steps. Immediately behind him, his pursuers followed and surrounded him. Wang Yuan looked back and saw a paladin wearing white armor glowing with blue light carrying a golden scepter coming from the back. The paladin was followed by a warrior and a mage. The warrior was clad in black armor and had a blue glow about him. The mage wore a set of gray vestments that also glowed with a dazzling blue light. The 3 of them walked past Wang Yuan without even glancing at him, as if there was no such person as Wang Yuan in their eyes. Seeing these 3 people, Wang Yuan on the other hand could not help but frown. According to the equipment settings of Dawn of the Dawn, only silver-level equipment could emit a blue light effect. At this stage of the game, only copies can have a certain chance to produce silver armor, and only the elite group of high-level big guilds and some expert player teams have the ability to pass the copies. That's why silver equipment is in the hands of those big guilds, and the vast majority of ordinary players can't even put together a set of bronze clothing. As for these 3 guys, they had a silver outfit in hand, and there was even someone with a gold-level equipment. It was evident that these guys were obviously players from the top big guilds. I don't know how this girl has messed with this group of big guilds. Is it robbing their equipment to be seeking revenge? This is familiar to me. The big guilds are not good things. Wang Yuan secretly guessed and even substituted himself with the Black Dragon Society. Forget it, who cares? Doing the mission is important. Of course, Wang Yuan was not a person who was indiscriminately kind, nor did he have the idea of pulling out his sword and meddling in other people's business. Right now, he only wanted to do his task smoothly. Although he admired this expert, Wang Yuan didn't have the idea of making trouble. Seeing that the female mage had already been surrounded by people, and guessing what would happen to that mage, he stopped watching the fun and was about to leave straight away to continue to do the quest. But just then, that paladin's words drew Wang Yuan in. The sea is limitless. I told you, don't do this with respect. Now let's see where you're going to run. When he heard the name Ocean Infinite, Wang Yuan couldn't help but be shaken. The sea is limitless. Is this mage the same sea that is limitless on the forums? Ha, the ocean is limitless? However, right at this moment, Chun suddenly froze and said, could it be that Dahai Infinite who was the first to discover supernatural abilities and transferred before the end of the world? No way, the Great Sea of Infinity is a woman? The Great White Few were a bit incredulous. According to future historical records, the real world and the game world had an overlapping effect before the end times came. A portion of the low-level demon race came from the game world to the real world. At the same time, the game's professional energy is leaking out in the temporal overlap. One of the players, called Dahai Infinity, was the first and only human hero to discover supernatural abilities and successfully transmogrify when the 2 worlds were not fused. She had posted about supernatural abilities in the forums, only to have it deleted as a rumor along with the news of those low-level magical beasts, and it was said that Dahai Wulin herself was even called in for criticism and education. Unfortunately, later on, and for some reason, after the world merged, the player disappeared as if he had never been heard from again. Never in a million years did everyone expect to meet that legendary first human hero here. Hearing the conversation of a few skeletons, Wang Yuan also got some information. It turned out that this Dahai Infinite was also someone who had left a name in future history, and was also the first human professional. I can't imagine that this number 1 human being is now blocked at the door. Bah, I'll run wherever I like. What do you care? Facing the paladin, Dahai Wuliang spat and said with a defiant face. Jun Yunjong, kill me if you can. Ha! The paladin who was called the Cloud Gentleman but did not get angry, but laughed and said, see girl, how can I bear to kill you? Our chairman is a person who loves talent. You have this body of skills when a casual player is really talented. How about joining us in Huaxia Dragon Totem? Absolutely give you the best resources. You if you promise me, before robbing our boss account. How about a one-off write-off? I just like to play alone. Don't like any of your bullshit guilds, Dahai Infinite said. Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Ha ha, Miss Hai. You have to think carefully. You know what level guild our Huaxia Dragon Totem is? We don't want everyone. We will only come to invite you if we give you face. Do you really want to go against our Huaxia Dragon Totem? Yun Zhengjuan said once again. Holy shit, so shameless? Hearing Yun Zhengjuan's words, Wang Yuan couldn't help but skim his mouth. Black Dragon Society bad. At least bad in the open. From top to bottom are a group of simple-minded guys. Disobedience to do. Be scolded also recognized. It doesn't matter if the reputation stinks. The main fight is a head iron. But this guy in front of him was disgusting. Obviously doing pretty much the same thing as the Black Dragon Society, but standing on the moral high ground, with a grandiose appearance of I am respecting you. In fact, the meaning of the words was very obvious. That is, forcing other people to join the Huaxia Dragon, especially the condescending, non-refusable tone of I'm giving you face if I come to you, and you're against us if you don't join us is really a bit nauseating. If it was anyone else, Wang Yuan might have just left. The Sea of Infinity. On the other hand, was someone Wang Yuan had been following on the forums? And so far, the only person other than Wang Yuan who had been strengthened by the game. Wang Yuan has long wanted to contact her to discuss her condition. At this point in time in this situation encountered how it is possible to sit back and do nothing. What's more, the faces of these Chinese dragon guys are so hateful. Miss Hai, I've said my words here, don't give me a face. At this time, Yun Zhengjuan's words were getting harder and harder to hear, especially when it came to Shameless. The other players from the surrounding Huaxia Dragon Tang surrounded up and surrounded Dahai Limitless in the center. What do you want? Seeing that he was surrounded by the people of Huaxia Dragon Totem with no way to retreat, stubborn as the great sea immeasurable like this also could not help but be a little panicked. As an expert, she knew all too well what would happen if she offended a big guild like China Dragon. Killing yourself once would be easy. At this time, the Holy Light City resurrection point had definitely been blocked by the players of Huaxia Dragon Tang. The big guild have always been along with me Chang against me die. Do not join them, also do not want to join others. Waiting for the sea is bound to be the sea infinite village of the end of the wheel back to the novice. Hey! Yun Zhengjuan hemmed and hawed and said, it's just what you think. After saying that, Yun Zhongjun said to the others, everyone don't use weapons huh? We can't let her die so painfully. Look at her. She looks strangely beautiful and has such a good figure. Don't hit her face oh. What if we accidentally hit it? The warrior beside Yun Zhongjuan asked with a smile. Then there's nothing we can do. Who made us careless ha? Yun Zhongjuan laughed out loud. Asshole. Hearing Jun Yunzhong's words, Dahai Immeasurable's little face turned red with anger. Wang Yuan was also frowning. In the game, killing is nothing but a headache, and you can still be resurrected when you die. Even if you are killed as a blank slate, you can only blame yourself for your own incompetence. But to take the opportunity to humiliate and torment someone else is obviously a bit unseemly. Especially if the other person is a girl. You know, Dawn of the Dawn is a combat game. Players PK certainly have physical contact. It is inevitable. If it is a substantial harassment, there will certainly be boundaries, but touch a little bit to rub a little bit and so on the rubbing system has no way to stop. These guys even took off their weapons and moved their hands on a girl with their bare hands, the nature of which was so bad that even a murderous guy like Wang Yuan could not stand to look at it a bit. The big white guys were even more righteously indignant. Rubbish, so shameless? Scum! Scum! I don't even do that. Ha ha, the more you scold me, the happier I am all little sister. Yun Zhongjuan laughed evilly and reached out to touch Dahai Limitless' face. Dahai Limitless was so scared that he backed away, only to retreat into the arms of a warrior player. Yun Zhongjuan followed and took a step forward, his salty piggy hand reaching out at Dahai Wulong. Whoosh! Seeing that Dahai Wulian was about to be grabbed by the Cloud Lord, an arrow suddenly flew over from the side with the sound of wind. This sudden arrow startled Yun Zhongjuan and he was busy dodging back. The arrow grazed his body. Seeing this, the people of Huaxia Dragon Tang subconsciously looked in the direction where the arrows flew from, only to see that the necromancer who was watching from the sidelines just now was standing not far away looking at his group. Dude, what do you mean? Yun Zhongjuan drew out his scepter with a black face and stared at Wang Yuan. Going out on a limb, are you? A bunch of big men bullying a little girl here. Is it a shame? Wang Yuan asked with a look of disgust. You who? You're something, gonna teach us how to do things? Before Yun Zhongjuan could say anything, the magician next to Yun Zhongjuan called Samadhi Trueflame directly yelled at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan sneered. My name is One Crane in the Clouds. Just can't stand to see you scum. A crane in the clouds? Samsara glanced back at Cloud Cuculander and said, Boss, your own family. Fuck you. Yun Zhongjuan blankly glanced at Samsara and said, Buddy, this is Sacred Light City, and we're from Huaxia Dragontang, I hope you don't mind your own business. Saying that, Yun Zhongjuan pointed to the guild badge on his chest. Yun Zhongjuan's meaning was obvious, I'm from Huaxia Dragontang, get lost if you know what's good for you. Huaxia Dragon is nothing. Wang Yuan sniffed with a disdainful face. What kind of bullshit China Dragontang? But also big guilds do not mind shame. You still have the nerve to act like a pussy here. The moment Wang Yuan said this, the crowd of Huaxia Dragon Totem directly froze. Huaxia Dragon is not a freshly minted guild like the Black Dragon Society. As the #1 guild in the country, Huaxia Dragon has been established for more than 30 years so far. With a deep heritage, it is an old guild that has existed since the ancient times. There are many honors from various competitions at home and abroad, so it can be said that the battle is a great success. But anyone who plays the game, there is no one who does not know the name of Huaxia Dragon, which can be said to be the industry benchmark. When Huaxia Dragontang did something, the other players, not to mention coming out to stop them, would even rush to help, just to squeeze their heads to join Huaxia Dragontang. Yun Zhongjuan had thought that after reporting the name of Huaxia Dragontang, this guy in front of him would be very sensible and roll aside. But whoever thought, this guy not only did not like the clouds and the June imagine that the role, but instead is a face of contempt to say what Huaxia Longting counts a chicken hair. What do you mean by arrogant? On this ground in Sacred Light City, it was the first time that Yun Zhongjuan's group had heard someone dare to say this. Even the besieged High Limitless showed a look of surprise and looked at Wang Yuan with a little more admiration. Grass mud horse, get dead. Grumpy as Samsara, he directly raised his staff and a fireball slammed against Wang Yuan. However, facing the oncoming fireball, Wang Yuan did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Duong! Seeing that the fireball flew to Wang Yuan's face, suddenly a black shadow with a big figure appeared in front of Wang Yuan, and the huge shield in his hand slammed to the ground. Bang! The fireball landed on the shield and exploded with a loud bang, turning into bits of fire. Put! At the same time, an oily green arrow had already flown in front of the Samsara fire at an unknown time, and shot into the Samsara fire's mouth with unparalleled precision. Boom! Without waiting for Samsara to react to what was going on, the arrow had already exploded. Samsara was originally a brittle mage with a low blood count. This arrow from Masaner exploded in its mouth, directly hitting the vital blast. With a bang, Samsara was shot in the head on the spot and fell to the ground with his bloodstain empty. Yun Zhongjuan was all confused at the sight. Looking at the corpse of Samsara on the ground and then at Wang Yuan, he immediately said angrily, Treadmill, how dare you kill someone? Give me on, not one less than him. With Yun Zhongjuan's order, several warriors of Huaxia Dragontang who had originally surrounded the High Limitless immediately adjusted their angle, bypassed Xiaobai who was holding his shield in front of Wang Yuan, lowered his head and attached himself, and turned on the charge and slammed it against Wang Yuan. At the same time, the mages and archers at the back started chanting their skills, opened their bows and arrows, and the magical arrows smashed over at Wang Yuan. This is when you can see the level of the veteran guild players. These sons of bitches, despite their shitty character, are extremely experienced in combat. The same big guilds, the players of the Black Dragon Guild, would fight group battles in a flurry, and at most, they would put up a basic front tank and back output formation. And this group of guys from Huaxia Dragontang were clearly more than a notch stronger in this regard. First, the four warriors adjusted their direction, bypassing Xiaobai's shield from four angles and directly slicing Wang Yuan in the back row. Meanwhile, the output professions output against the front row of White who was holding up his shield. In this situation, White was instantly held back. If Xiaobai didn't block the warrior's charge, the four warriors had already blocked all of Wang Yuan's dodging angles and would definitely attack Wang Yuan. If Xiaobai blocked the warrior's charge, the opposite side's long-range professional output would hit Wang Yuan. It's not a good idea to block or not to block. Anyone else in this situation would have their hands full and wouldn't know how to react anymore. This is the strength of the top guilds. Even the lowest tier of ordinary players possessed an extremely high level of combat literacy. Unfortunately, the person they met was not a normal person, but Wang Yuan. Facing the four warriors of the Chinese Dragon Totem who charged and crashed into him, White doesn't have any blocking moves. Wang Yuan also did not have the slightest intention of dodging, and even Wang Yuan's face did not have the slightest expression, as if the opposite warrior's target was not himself. Wang Yuan had spoken out in front of Huaxia Dragontang and killed a Huaxia Dragontang player. So naturally, the Huaxia Dragontang crowd would not be spoiled. In a matter of moments, The four warriors had charged to a position less than 3 meters beside Wang Yuan. Duck you. Seeing this, the Dahai Infinite on the side couldn't help but warn loudly. Is this guy scared silly? This idiot himself dishes into such why still want to save people ah. The more Dahai Infinity thought about it, the more urgent it became. From the equipment on his body, it was easy to see that Wang Yuan was also a mage. Mage this kind of brittle skin profession. Not to mention 4 warriors charge at the same time. A warrior charge top can want mage half a life right. However, just when Dahai Immeasurable thought that Wang Yuan was going to be run over by the 4 warriors, the moment the 4 warriors hit Wang Yuan suddenly smiled faintly and gently raised the king's sword in his hand. Brush! A black light spread out from Wang Yuan's body. The 4 warriors' ears resounded with a mournful hiss, while at the same time a black skull floated up on each of their heads. Fear! Why are the undead legions so strong and there are still necromancers who choose the spirit system? Because of the spirit class control skills, is not with the judgment, as long as the shot will certainly be able to control, even if the other party is using the charge of this hard control. With the skull floating up, the 4 warriors' charge was interrupted on the spot, and they began to spin in place like flies without heads. Phew! The moment the 4 warriors were controlled, a crimson flame rose under Wang Yuan's feet. The blood bars on the heads of the 4 fighters were burned so hard that they plummeted downwards, and then began to drop blood continuously. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, took a step back, and behind him, Great White came to Wang Yuan's position. No good. Seeing this, Yun Zhongjuan raised his scepter and was about to dispel the fear state for several people. Pop! Yun Zhongjuan's scepter on his side had just been raised when Ma Sanner's arrow had shot at Yun Zhongjuan's wrist. Cloud's hand shook as the skill was interrupted. Yun Zhongjuan hurriedly raised a round shield to block Ma Sanner's arrows. The others also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to help, but Xiao Bai's shield was there to pestle it. The attacks of several people of long-distance professions in front of Xiao Bai's shield were completely ineffective, and they could only watch the 4 warriors being burned. Wang Yuan's fear only lasted 5 seconds. Soon, the skulls on the heads of the 4 warriors disappeared, but the blood bars also dropped by nearly a third. It can't be helped. The warrior's magic resistance is low, and the mage is supposed to be a warrior, not to mention a violent mage like Big White. Sabo, you seek death. The 4 warriors' fear had just ended, and without saying a word, they carried their swords and slashed at Great White, who had already switched places with Wang Yuan. The soul flames in the Great White's eyes shifted slightly, and the staff in his hand plunged towards the ground. Boom! A dazzling ball of fire erupted from Great White, instantly engulfing the 4 warriors. Exploding flame. Although the bursting flame is a mage 10th level spell, but has explosive damage, the output is very horrible. Is the main output skills of the mage player before level 30, with the firewall is simply not too terrible. And as an elite mage, Great White also possessed a handful of triple damage burst flame techniques. The moment the 4 warriors surrounded him, Great White's 3 damage stages instantly filled up, before the 4 warriors could react to what was going on. The next moment they had appeared in the resurrection point. Everyone looked confused. That's 4 fighters. Although he was not a shield warrior and his profession was restrained by mages, a warrior was a warrior in the end. Synonymous with thick blood and high defense. The result was that the red-robed mage in front of me was all seconded by a single skill. This Nima, what's the situation? At this time, there was no one who was more confused than the Cloud Lord. After all, as the captain, the level of those 4 fighters he is still clear. To the Chinese dragon is also one of the best. The body equipment is also bronze with silver. To the guild outside also belongs to the ranks of experts. It turned out to be an instant second. This damn, Yun Zhongjuan was in a bit of a trance, unable to believe that this was true. The Boundless Sea on the side was also shocked by this hand of 3-stage bursting flames from Great White, also an expert mage. Although the Sea Infinite was not a pyromancer, it could also see that this high damage from Great White was a bit off. Bursting flames don't supposedly deal this much damage. How did this guy do it? Could it be that he hit 3 outputs with protective flame? Holy shit, why didn't I think of that? Looking at the Big White in front of him, the sea is immeasurably dumbfounded. This guy is simply a talent. Just as the crowd was shocked, Xiao Bai had also rushed towards the nearest Cloud Lord with his shield raised. Before Yun Zhongjuan could slow down, Xiao Bai's shield had already smashed into Yun Zhongjuan's head. Bang! Yun Zhongjuan's body swayed and lost his balance. Xiao Bai slashed his sword on the back of Yun Zhongjuan's knee, and Yun Zhongjuan was cut down to his knees. Xiao Bai's shield pushed forward, pushing Yun Zhongjuan to the ground, followed by a trample to Yun Zhongjuan's head. Duong! Yun Zhongjuan directly spilled his hand. Not good run. When the others saw that all of the Cloud Monarchs had been killed, they turned their heads and ran without saying a word. Want to run? How can it be that easy? But before they could run out a few steps, a sudden cloud of ice fog enveloped everyone in it. Several people immediately slowed down. Frost mist. Not bad. Wang Yuan and Dahai Wuwei glanced at each other and snapped their fingers at Dabai and Masaner. In a blink of an eye, a string of fireballs as well as several arrows drowned the crowd of Huaxia Dragontang, who had been slowed down by the sea's immensity. With that damage from Great White, a warrior can take seconds, and a long-range profession can't even carry it. Only one wave went down, and it knocked everyone into flying dust. Yes, you can, little girl. At this time, Wang Yuan came forward and couldn't help but praise the Great Sea Infinite. This was not a deliberate compliment from Wang Yuan. Each of these players from Huaxia Dragontang had a fairly high level of combat literacy. Seeing that Yun Zhongjuan and the warrior player had been killed, the others were immediately able to judge that the win rate was almost zero, and then turned around and ran, not dragging their feet in the slightest, thinking that they could fight back to kill, and that they had to put up a fight in order to recognize the reality. So at that time, Wang Yuan didn't even expect these guys to run away so dryly, and didn't grasp that all the remaining players of Huaxia Dragontang would be left behind. Who would have thought that the Sea of Infinite had already waited there with a frost mist? The timing of this is not to be taken lightly. You guys are better. The Great Sea of Infinite Harmlessness hurriedly said at his words. Players who were able to join Huaxia Dragon Totem, not to mention putting them among the ordinary people, even if they were put into other guilds, they were all elite level experts, especially a captain like Yun Zhongjuan, who possessed the strength of the core experts of other guilds. As a result, in a single round, they were all killed by these guys in front of them. What kind of strength was this, Nima? As an expert, the Great Sea Infinite was naturally very discerning. The timing of Wang Yuan's fear move was definitely better than his own. White's little silky headbutt combo was even cleaner, especially the burst of flame of the big white triple damage. Both output and skills are directly beyond the knowledge of the Sea Infinite. Either one of these three people was only stronger than himself. This time, I'm really thankful to you all, big brother one crane in the clouds. The Great Sea Infinite then said. This group of people is not simple. You have offended them because of me. I really don't know how to thank you. Ha ha. Wang Yuan sniffed but laughed and said. It's fine. They can't find me. They can find it, Dahai Limitless said. There's an NPC in the Temple of Light that can probe the coordinates of a specified target. The Great Sea of Limitlessness has been entangled by the Chinese dragon for so long, and it is as if it has suffered greatly. Then it's even more difficult to find me. Wang Yuan said. It's not like my name is a crane in the clouds. The Great Sea Immeasurable froze at his words, then instantly understood what was going on, hoping that the guy in front of him who had reported his name so loudly was actually reporting someone else's name. This guy is really. Thinking of this, Dahai Wulong froze for a full 3 seconds, then covered his mouth and burst out laughing. Ha ha, you're such a detrimental fellow. The other side is the first big guild of the National Service China Dragon. Offended them can have a good day? This is called a crane in the clouds. Do not know the future to be tossed into what kind of it. I do not know how much hatred in the clouds and a crane in him. I have to say, the guy in front of me has a real brain. He. Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed and said, soldiers are not afraid of deception. I'm not a fool to report my own name when I know who the other party is. That's true. Dahai Limitless nodded his head repeatedly, then said to Wang Yuan, my name is Dahai Limitless. And you? With that, he threw a friend request to Wang Yuan. Nyo Dali. Wang Yuan casually passed. Nyo Dali. Hiss. Why is this name so familiar? Upon hearing Wang Yuan's name, Dahai Infinite frowned, then said in surprise. I remember. You're that Nyo Dali who cleared the Hell Level Shadow Castle. No wonder. Where? I've heard a lot about you as well. Wang Yuan smiled. Me? Where do I have any fame? Dahai Wulian was dumbfounded. Don't you compliment me? I'm not the kind of woman who loves to hear good words. On the forum, Wang Yuan smiled and said, I've admired you for a long time. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Dahai Wulong blushed and said, are you here to mock me too? No, I believe you, Wang Yuan said. Really? The Great Sea Infinite looked skeptical. Of course, because I'm just like you, Wang Yuan said indifferently. The Great Sea Immeasurable was shocked at his words and immediately pulled Wang Yuan and said, really? You really felt it too? I'm going crazy with this. I can't imagine that I can still meet someone like me here. It was obvious that Dahai Infinite was very excited. After all, this kind of thing is so metaphysical that it's hard for anyone to accept it. And it's even harder on the heart when it's posted online and not understood. Dahai Infinite was wondering if he had some kind of mental illness and couldn't figure out the game and reality. And he was self-doubting every day. At this moment, suddenly seeing a kindred spirit with the same symptoms as himself, Dahai Wulong's mood was imaginable. At that moment it was like meeting a confidant in eternal loneliness. The sea was limitless for an instant. There were many words and grievances that he wanted to pour out to Wang Yuan. I understand your feelings, Wang Yuan said. do you know what's going on? Dahai Infinity asked again. I don't know, but I feel that this world is changing. Maybe when it suddenly becomes another world. Wang Yuan said. Gee, not bad for a cow. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, several skeletons were surprised. The four of them had never mentioned the coming of the end times to Wang Yuan, but Wang Yuan had guessed what was about to happen because of some changes in reality, which did shock everyone. Another world? Dahai Infinite's head was full of questions, and she was already confused, but now she was even more confused. Not another world. Is this a novel? Forget it, I can't tell anyway, just take it as a gift from nature. Wang Yuan saw that Dahai Wuliang still couldn't accept that the end of the world was coming, so he simply stopped talking about it in detail. These days everyone reads books and has a mind of their own. As long as you're not stupid, who's going to believe strangers telling you the world is coming to an end? Thanks to the great sea, immeasurable man himself had some feelings, or else he would have had to call the police to arrest Wang Yuan as a cultist at this moment. Hint, but all those preachers who tell you that the end of the world is coming are, without exception, cults. This was also the reason why Wang Yuan had this secret in his heart for so long and did not even tell Shui Linglong and the others. That's bullshit. By the way, are these big brothers your friends? They don't seem to be talkative. Dahai Limitless also felt embarrassed and hurriedly changed the topic to Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers. See girl, my name is Ma Sanner, about it or not? Ma Sanner sniffed, and couldn't wait to go up and shake hands with the Great Sea Infinite. It was tugged to death by Big White and Little White. Chun was also dumbfounded at the side. These two beasts were more excited to see a woman than they were to see Wang Yuan as their father. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, glanced back at the several skeletal soldiers and said, they are my undead. I am actually a necromancer. They are your undead? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the Great Sea Immeasurable directly froze. Disbelief was written all over his face as he looked at the few skeleton soldiers in front of him. Have never eaten pork, also seen pigs running. Although the necromancer is rare, but at least it is also one of the 8 professions. The Sea of Infinite is still seen. Aren't all necromancer skeletons a rudimentary rack of bones? And behind Wang Yuan these, each dressed in equipment, imposing and powerful, which is like a skeleton soldier, more like a group of well-equipped masters. If they were undead, wouldn't that mean that it was actually Wang Yuan alone who had regrouped and destroyed Hua Xiaolong's group in the party? The disbelief on the Great Sea Immeasurable's face turned directly into horror. One must know that in the eyes of Dahai Limitless, whether it was Wang Yuan or Dabai and the few of them, their strength was above his own. Now Wang Yuan told the Sea Immeasurable, all is his own one-person manipulation. Nice guy. The shock that the Great Sea Infinite felt at this moment was beyond words. Don't look at Dahai Limitless as just a girl. Her strength was still quite proud to have reached this level. But at this moment, Dahai Wulin couldn't describe his feelings. After all, the human mind is limited and one mind cannot be used for 2 purposes. Not only did Wang Yuan himself display operating skills that exceeded the limitlessness of the sea, but he was also able to operate his undead and display skills that exceeded the limitlessness of the sea. The fact that one person can control 2 characters is breathtaking. A person who can control 3 characters is definitely an ancient and modern wonder. Being able to control 4 characters at the same time can be overwhelming. And Wang Yuan not only controlled, but also controlled all the characters to show a level that exceeded the level of an expert like Dahai Wulin. Is this nifty? Or a person? Dahai Infinity couldn't even believe it a little. This was even more metaphysical than her rubbing out fireballs in reality. Seeing this look of the Great Sea Infinite, Wang Yuan scratched the back of his head. Of course he knew what the Great Sea Infinite was thinking at this time. After all, this kind of misunderstanding was not once. Wang Yuan could not explain to people that his skeleton soldiers were actually all the children of the dimension who had traveled through the world. Right? Anyway, you can think what you like. The old man is mainlining one without explanation. It's up to others to imagine how strong Lao Tzu is. What are you going to do next? Wang Yuan interrupted Dahai Limitless thoughts. Of course it is to run away. The sea is limitless said. Before just being entangled by Huaxia Dragontang, now killing their people. I am afraid that the days in the future will not be easy. I have to change a main city. In the face of a large guild, other than Wang Yuan, normal people and even experts like the Sea Immeasurables would have to run away. What about you? Dahai Infinite asked back. Want to come with me? I have a job to do. Wang Yuan waved his hand to refuse. Oh, what mission? Want to take me on one? As soon as Dahai Limitless heard about the mission, he immediately became interested. A quest chain. It doesn't seem like it can be shared. Wang Yuan glanced at the quest requirements. It's okay. I can do that for you. I know Holy Light City well. Where are you going? The Temple of Light. I'll take you there, Dahai Limitless said excitedly. With Dahai Limitless, a local, leading the way, Wang Yuan soon arrived at the entrance of the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light was the iconic building of Holy Light City, equivalent to the mage towers of other main cities. However, at this time, the entrance to the Temple of Light was filled with players, blocking the entrance to the Temple of Light tightly. One of the players stood at the front and loudly repelled the players who were near the entrance of the temple. Huaxia Dragon Tang is doing a quest. Idle people evade. Hearing the 4 words Huaxia Long Tang, passing players retreated. It was evident that Huaxia Dragon Tang was famous in Holy Light City. What's wrong with these guys? Why don't they let people in? Looking at the group of people in front of him, Wang Yuan frowned. I heard that they received a hidden quest to guard the Temple of Light. Dahai Limitless said. They've been guarding here since yesterday. Know your enemy and know yourself and you will not be in danger in 100 battles. The Great Sea of Immeasurability and the Chinese Dragon Totem circled around for so long, and the things of the opponents were often inquired about. Hidden mission? Wang Yuan's heart thumped at the words. Treadmill. I'm afraid this isn't a collision course with myself, is it? If it's a two-way mission, it's disgusting. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and a good man can't stand up to a crowd. There were hundreds of Huaxia Dragon Tang players at the entrance, so it was not easy for Wang Yuan to get in even if he was on fire. Not to mention that Wang Yuan was here to do a mission, so naturally he couldn't just barge in. Otherwise, with a bunch of hunters following behind your ass, the mission is still not done at all. But the problem was that the target of the quest was inside the temple, so if we didn't go in, could we just wait here? How long would we have to wait? No way. Have to think of a way. Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he began to think. Ha, it's useless for him to go in there. Just then, a lewd laugh came from Wang Yuan's mind, and it was none other than Chun. For what? Ma Saner and Xiaobai asked curiously. Because there are still holy Templars guarding the temple, Big White said. Even if Neo could get rid of these players in front of him, he'd be blasted out by this group of Templars when he entered the temple. The Templar, is the hiss. The Templar we remember? Xiaobai and Ma Saner sniffed in shock. I'm not sure. The game shouldn't be so scary, Big White said. Anyway, it's definitely not good to be messed with. With our current attributes, I guess it's hard to deal with. It's a pity that Neo doesn't know how to sneak, or else we just need to get rid of these players. Erase. Hearing the conversation of several skeletons, Wang Yuan secretly spat. If I know how to sneak, I still need to wait here, and this group of players can't find me, so I'm just saying useless bullshit. Treadmill. This mission is really disgusting too. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan didn't forget to curse the system for being a pit bull. There are player guards outside and NPC guards inside. Is it necessary to make this damn quest so difficult? Rubbish. What's wrong with me just wanting to go in? Wang Yuan was pondering how he could get in when suddenly a familiar voice rang in Wang Yuan's ears. Looking around he only saw a girl dressed as a fighter giving the middle finger to a player from China Dragon. I'll rub it in. Isn't this Wang Yujie? It's fitting that she came to Holy Light City to do a quest, but she also needed to enter the Temple of Light. Asshole. Don't think I won't kill you just because you're a woman. Get lost. The leading Huaxia Dragon Tang player was quite atmospheric when he saw that Wang Yujie was a girl, and didn't make a direct move like he did with the other players. But Wang Yujie's temper is not so good to be dispatched. I came to do a mission and you won't let me in and you're cursing. It's clear that you don't put me, Wang Yujie, the Thunder Runner, in your eyes. Immediately, he took a step forward and slammed his fist into the player's face. The player was shocked and quickly blocked. Wang Yujie, however, circled around and slapped a palm on the back of the player's heart to knock him off his feet, then knocked him over with a foot, followed by his torso, pressed his left hand against his head, and grabbed his chin with his right hand with a fierce force. Ka-ching, a click. That player was instantly broken by Wang Yujie's neck, and his bloodstain was emptied. 1 round, just 1 round. In less than 2 seconds, the guy with all the superb equipment had his neck broken by Wang Yujie. The speed was so fast and the strike was so hard that even the poor unlucky guy was already dead before anyone could react to what was going on. Seeing this scene, everyone froze, whether it was the players from Huaxia Dragon Totem or the Ocean Infinite. Even Wang Yuan, who had seen Wang Yujie's methods, wiped a cold sweat with palpitations. NND, this crazy bitch, she's still scary. What kind of woman can't move to screw with someone's head? The Great Sea of Limitlessness was even more dumbfounded as he looked at Wang Yujie with straight eyes. To be reasonable, Dahai Infinite was also an extremely strong player with great confidence in his own stance. But today, the Great Sea of Limitlessness suffered 2 consecutive heavy psychological blows. I don't know what's going on today. How come the people I met are all more terrifying than one another? First, he encountered a necromancer with 1 control of 4, and still managed to have strong hands. Picking out any one of them was completely unbeatable. The other one is even more outrageous. Necromancer. The Great Sea Immeasurable can still see that this guy is well as under the skeleton fighting level to be higher than some of their own. But the difference will not be too far. but in front of the eyes of this fighter, is simply strong ridiculously, and even the great sea immeasurable have not been able to see her shot. That's right, even the other party couldn't see the other party's strike, so it was obvious that the other party was already strong to a point far beyond his imagination. Even Chun, a skeleton soldier who had seen a great deal of wind and waves, was horrified at this moment. Holy shit, there's such a thing? As a veteran who had survived for many years in the last days, Chun did not know how many experts he had seen, and it was the first time that Chun had seen a strong woman like Wang Yujie. Ha, let's just say you've seen less, Ma-san hemmed and hawed. But then again, this woman is surprisingly even more perverted than last time. Yeah, maybe it's because the opponent is too weak. Kahaku nodded. Only the Great White was silent by default. After all, before he was in a state of death, only Xiaobai and Ma-san have seen Wang Yujie's power. And later the two described the battle with Dabai. Dabai was still full of doubts, very unbelieving, and now he has seen it with his own eyes, and he has really been surprised. It's not like I've never seen one this strong, but such a woman is really unseen. Facing Ma-san's mockery, Chun said indifferently, blow it out your ass. Who can be better than this woman? Ma-san expressed his disbelief. We are all the elite from the end of the world. All have the strength and vision of the Lord. Who does not know Hua? Even if it is the future of the end of the world of the professional, we all dare to say that they are placed in the current world as also a first-class master. But Wang Yujie's two strokes were obviously much stronger than himself. A few people had never really seen anyone who could be this strong. Wang Bufan, Chun said. Hearing those three words, Ma-san's trio was instantly dumbfounded. Chun, you know the martial god? Big White asked curiously. Of course, that's my brother, Chun said smugly. Blow at you. The others made despicable noises. Martial god Wang Bufan, that is what kind of character? How back and a greedy and fearful of death of the people to make friends of. Cut. Don't believe me, Chun didn't explain. That woman killed Brother Tiger. Kill that woman and avenge Brother Tiger. Just as the crowd was surprised by Wang Yujie's strength, the Huaxia Dragontang players also slowed down, and immediately dozens of players rushed towards Wang Yujie with their weapons raised. You want to arrest me? Wang Yujie see Huaxia Dragontang players rushed forward, laughed and turned around and leaped, a foot on the wall, and then stepped on the wall miso up a few steps, and finally jumped again, easily jumped on the roof. What the hell? Seeing Wang Yujie flying up to the roof, the eyes of the Huaxia Dragontown crowd flew out. Is this even possible? Even Wang Yuan was shocked. I have long known that the practitioner to play the game must be stronger than ordinary people. At least the hands to be much stronger than ordinary people. I did not expect to be strong so comprehensive, but also his or her ability to fly over the wall. Archers, release the arrows. Of course, Chinese dragon players weren't taken lightly. As Wang Yujie went up to the room, the archers of Huaxia Dragontang immediately opened their bows and arrows aimed at Wang Yujie on the roof. Bang! Just when everyone was ready to release arrows to shoot Wang Yujie, suddenly a white smoke rose up, enveloping all of China Dragontang, and at the same time, all of China Dragontang's players lost their vision and were judged to be blinded. Ha! Who let out such a big fart? Wang Yujie looked at the cloud of white mist below and was a little confused. That's when I heard a voice from not far away. Hey! Over here! ? Wang Yujie followed the sound, only to see a familiar treacherous smiling face appearing in the alleyway on the other side of the house, as well as several exaggerated skeletal bodyguards beside Wang Yuan. Hey, old king! Seeing Wang Yuan, Wang Yujie couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise and immediately jumped down. Why are you here? Did you specially come to help me? Wang Yujie took a few steps to Wang Yuan's side, in a surprisingly good mood. It was a completely different face from the demoness who had twisted someone's head just now. Brother Nyo, you know this sister? Seeing Wang Yujie and Wang Yuan so familiar with each other, Dahai Limitless could not help but exclaim. Turns out these two guys are still acquaintances. ? Wang Yujie turned back at the words, glanced at the sea of immensity behind him, and then glanced at Wang Yuan, and the smile that was still all over his face just now disappeared. Then Wang Yujie changed to a conspiratorial tone. Yo-ho, surnamed Wang, your kid is not blessed with good looks. Every time I see you there are good-looking pussy around you. Ha ha. Wang Yuan awkwardly scratched the back of his head and laughed out loud. You look good too. That's 1,000 times worn. A horse's ass is not worn. Wang Yujie was very happy to be praised and asked, this is another girl you abducted somewhere. My name is Dahai Limitless. I just met Brother Nyo. Dahai Limitless was busy introducing himself. Sister, you're the most powerful person I've ever met, Dahai Infinite said, and stars began to appear in his eyes. It seems that just now Wang Yujie directly polluted Dahai Wulin with that one. Ha ha, Stretching his hand does not hit a smiling person. The sea is so measureless that it will shoot. Wang Yujie is even happier. My name is Coco, little sweet sister. You call me Coco on the line. Saying that, Wang Yujie threw a friend request over to Dahai Wulong. Coco sweetie. When he heard this ID of Wang Yujie, beads of sweat flowed down the cheeks of the great sea immeasurable. Well, wringing someone's head like a cucumber. How can you call it such a soft name? Let's sneak out. The bastards will be after us in a minute. After handing over the friend request, Wang Yujie dragged Dahai Wulong to run. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, said indifferently, there is no need to run, they are not going to chase. Ha, how do you know? Wang Yujie was puzzled. He had obviously killed their boss. How could he just let it go? Because it's not like they're stupid. Wang Yuan said, don't chase, don't pursue. On the other side, the Huaxia Dragontang players were about to fetch and chase after Wang Yujie, who had already run away, when suddenly a message came through the guild channel. It was the player whose neck had been broken by Wang Yujie just now. That player was no one else, but the third leader of the Dragon Guild of China, Tiger Whistling Mountain River. The Tiger Whistling Mountains in the Resurrection Point was also confused at this point. What's going on? Is this a spike for yourself? You can't? Isn't that a fighter? Or a female gamer? How is that possible? The tiger whistled at the mountains and rivers in 100 different ways. What the hell is a fighter? But all the players in the game know. This profession low attack, low defense, hand is also short, is a typical hexagonal shortboard profession, especially the attack power. Compared to the auxiliary department to get the priest is only slightly strong a throw. Can be said that in addition to handsome nothing, Tiger Whistling Mountain River is China Dragon Tongue Chief Big Warrior. Hand strength aside, a body of equipment is absolutely within the game to get top stream. If the one who killed himself in seconds was an assassin, a burst profession like a magician, Tiger Whistling Mountain River would not have said anything. What is the right of a fighter to give himself a second? What is more outrageous is that it is still a female fighter. This Nike Air Max 90 Posh Air, if it is spread out, a world of fame will be ruined. Why don't you let us go after them? Of course, the thing that most puzzled Tiger Whistling Mountain River was why this Phoenix Dancing Nine Heavens fellow didn't let the female fighter be hunted down and killed. After sending the guild message, Tiger Whistling Mountain River pulled out Phoenix Dance 9 Heaven and started questioning. Nonsense, that woman killed you and ran away. There must be companions. People are tuning the tiger away from the mountain UF***Cur. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens directly disliked it. Ah, tuned in. The tiger whistled at the mountain river. Mud, almost fell for it. No matter what happens, don't take half a step away from the entrance of the divine hall. Do you hear me? Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens solemnly instructed. Understood, Tiger Whistling Mountain River nodded. These guys, they're quite brainy. Closing the chat box, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens said to Dragon Totem 4Cs on the side. Has the target already appeared? Long Teng Sihai sniffed. Aha, it's a female fighter who whacked Lao San to death and then ran away. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens said truthfully. What? Long Teng Sihai somewhat doubted his ears. Lao San was hammered to death? Or was it a fighter who whacked him to death? Or a female player? As the vice president of Huaxia Dragontang and the number 3 core expert of Huaxia Dragontang, Tiger Whistling Mountain River was basically the strongest in the entire guild, both in terms of strength and the equipment on his body. Even Dragon Rising 4Cs, the president, wasn't sure that he could beat Tiger's roar. As a result, it was unbelievable that Tiger Tsunami Shanha was killed, or by a female fighter. There must be help. How can a fighter have the ability to kill a warrior? Phoenix Dance 9 Heaven said, 80% have snipers. What was the name of the person who killed him? Long Teng Sihai asked cautiously. It seems to be called something like Coco Little Sweet Sister. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens thought about it. I haven't heard of it. Listening to the name doesn't sound like an expert. It seems that there are bound to be snipers. Long Teng Sihai stroked his chin and said, is the guarding work over there secure? Don't worry, steady as she goes. Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens said confidently, as long as Lao San doesn't leave the place, unless there are other guilds that come specifically to cause trouble. The other party definitely won't be able to enter the temple. What if the other guilds really mess up? Long Teng Sihai said, this one concerns Lao San's hidden profession. Can't be careless. Ha ha ha. Phoenix Dance 9 Heaven laughed. I've set up a few streets around the Church of Light to endure. Absolutely no one dares to come and make trouble. Besides, speaking here, Phoenix Dancing 9 Heavens paused for a moment and said, even if the target goes in, so what? There is a Holy Church Warrior Regiment inside. A hallowed Holy Church Warrior Regiment. It still can't stop them, and if we put them in, we can catch a turtle in a jar as well. That's good, that's good. It's still you who do the work, I'm relieved. Long Teng Sihai was very satisfied. Ha ha, it's bound to be foolproof. At this moment, Wang Yuan in the alleyway also said to Wang Yujie and Dahai Limitless, their mission is to guard the temple, not to kill people. So if they are lured away by others so easily, then they won't be lack of heart? Huaxia Dragon Tang is a top-tier guild. It definitely won't make this kind of low-level mistake. What then? Wang Yujie frowned. With so many of them blocking the door, it's not easy for me to enter. It's no use going in there. Wang Yuan said. There must still be NPC guards inside. You're just sending yourself to death if you go in. Unless you can sneak. Ah, can it still be like this? This garbage game. What garbage quests are given? Wang Yujie was furious. It's not completely out of the question. Wang Yuan then added. Oh, tell me? Wang Yujie's eyes lit up. As long as I can do it, you're covered. It would be good if someone fought them. Wang Yuan asked Dahai Limitless beside him. In Sacred Light City, does the Chinese Dragon Tang have any nemesis or anything? No. Dahai Limitless solemnly shook his head and said, this is Huaxia Dragon Tang He, the #1 guild in the country. Who would dare to go against them? The ocean is limitless is also right. The name of a man is the shadow of a tree. As the #1 guild in the national service, Huaxia Dragon Tang's heritage was definitely deeper than imagined. By the time they were stationed in the game, they were all bound to have become established. But no one in their right mind would go against such a behemoth. Even the Black Dragon Society guys, no one dares to mess with them in Thunderstorm City. Not to mention a far-famed veteran guild like Huaxia Dragon Tang. Are you people from Holy Light City so wimpy? Kill if you don't serve. Wang Yujie had a rampant face. That's it, just kill them if you can't stand it. Wang Yuan chimed in. Killing them is just like playing. Oh, how many did you kill? Wang Yujie asked. 10. Wang Yuan said. Cowardly brother. Wang Yujie had a face of admiration. Modest sister. Wang Yuan said. The one you killed was obviously of higher quality. All bull. All bull. The great sea of infinity. Good man. These two tough guys are still competing here. I wonder how the players of Huaxia Dragon will feel when they see this scene. Why don't we just go ahead and charge a wave? Wang Yujie said. And started to head up. Stupidly trying to kill everyone in the Chinese Dragon solo. Sneaking. Killing everyone is sneaking. It's not good. So many people. Wang Yuan said. With the combat quality of Huaxia Dragon Tang, other players will definitely support us very quickly. By then if we are blocked in the temple by tens of thousands of people, we will be the king of the tank. Then what should NIA do? Wang Yujie said. Should we just stare? Wait for them to go to bed? That won't be necessary. We just need to find some people who aren't afraid of them. Someone who isn't afraid of them. Who? Wang Yujie said. Hey! Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed. How about the Templars in the temple? Are you kidding me? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, a series of question marks popped up in unison on the heads of Wang Yujie and Dahai Limitless. Paladin. That's a guard in the Temple of Light. Why should they listen to you? A player. Not to mention that Wang Yuan was a dirty necromancer of unknown origin. The 4 skeletal bodyguards were also confused when they heard Wang Yuan's words. Holy shit, Brother Nyo's mad cow disease is back. Ma Saner was stunned. Let the Templars help him fight. He thinks the Templars are all us? White was also filled with doubt. Is he going to kill all the Templars, and then turn into us? Great White also helped Wang Yuan with a bad idea in passing. The Templars? Those were high-ranking guards who were directly under the orders of the Heretic Inquisition, and no one other than S.A. Peter and the Pope could order them at all. Wang Yuan, however, said something about getting the Templars to help him fight, and other than turning them into undead, Dabai couldn't think of anything else to do. If he has that kind of ability, he would just kill directly into it and be done with it. Chun was older in the end, belonging to the calm type, and said thoughtfully, this guy should be trying to lure the Templars out to fight with those players from Huaxia Dragon Totem. This guy should be trying to lure the Hallowed Warriors out to kill each other with those players from China Dragon Tang. Kill each other? The 3 of them, Big White, fell into deep thought in unison. Well, Wang Yuan couldn't help but quietly skim Chun at his words. There's something about this old guy. Chun was right. That's what Wang Yuan thought. Because as it stood now, there were 2 lines of defense that wanted to enter the Temple of Light to relieve S.A. Peter. One being the players from Dragon Tang in China, but the Templars. So even if Wang Yuan was lucky enough to get through the first line of defense, the Templars inside would be difficult to deal with. Once the commotion was made, the players outside would immediately be able to support them, and even the other players of Huaxia Dragon Tang would flock to them, and they would definitely die a death that could not be repeated at that time. Instead of solving the problem yourself, let the problem be solved. As long as the Templars and the Chinese Dragon Totems fought, the problem of the 2 lines of defense would then be solved. No kidding, Wang Yuan said with certainty. The problem now is how to get the Templars out of the Temple of Light. As long as they are lured out, everything is fine. But as you can see, Huaxia Dragon Tang's people are blocking the door there. so ordinary people can't break in. Wang Yuan then added, it would be good if Shui Linglong was there. I'll send her a message now. Shui Linglong had sneak-enhanced equipment, and even the bosses couldn't gain insight into her sneak technique. This situation is still really water lingering to come. Che, don't you underestimate people. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Wang Yujie was directly unconvinced. What's the point of bothering people? Let me try. Don't send yourself to death. Wang Yuan frowned as he looked at Wang Yujie in front of him. There are too many people in this group of Huaxia Dragon Tang. How can you fight 1 against 100 even if you are more powerful? 1 beating 10 is sick enough. 1 beating 100. Can this game still be played? Mustn't people say the author is full of shit? You look down on me? Wang Yujie was directly anxious. I'm going to show you. Well, since you have to go, then you bring this. Wang Yuan saw that the fire was almost ready, and casually pulled out a smoke bomb from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yujie. Humph. Wang Yujie coldly grunted, taking the smoke bomb with him as he leaped up to the room. Shit. This guy is a real bitch. To provoke a little girl. Seeing the smoke bomb that Wang Yuan passed over, the 4 skeleton guards sweated down. Having seen the shameless ones, they had never seen Wang Yuan so shameless. Even Dahai Limitless couldn't help but spit out. Brother Nyo, you're such a badass. It can't be helped. The 2 of us can't run as fast as her. Wang Yuan spread his hands. Alright, let's hurry up and follow her. When Wang Yuan and his duo followed around the alley, Wang Yujie was already at the entrance of the Temple of Light. Hey! Only Wang Yujie gave a shout. The eyes of the opposite side of the Chinese Dragon Totem players were instantly attracted. Holy shit, Tiger, that woman is back. Don't let him get away this time. Get him. Seeing that it was Wang Yujie, the crowd of Huaxia Dragon Tang players immediately boiled over. Good guy. I just let you go and didn't chase you, but you came back, just looking for death. As they spoke, the crowd aimed at Wang Yujie and began to open their bows and chant their skills. Just now, he received orders that he could not pursue, fearing that he would be mobilized. But now that his enemy was right in front of him, he naturally could not let go. Ha! Wang Yujie laughed and pulled out a smoke bomb and slammed it into the crowd. Bang! The smoke spread out, directly enveloping the Huaxia Dragon Tang players once again. Holy shit! Not this again! I can't see. Not good. She's going to take the opportunity to break into the temple. Stop her. Stop her. In the end, he was a player from a top-tier major guild, and he had gained insight into Wang Yujie's intentions in the first instance. They were backing up, closing their formation, raising their shields to block the gate of the temple. Defensive tactical movements. It was a clean cut. Watching Wang Yuan sighed in awe. Worthy of being a top-tier big guild, the Black Dragon Society was nothing but a straw man compared to it. There was no comparison. No wonder all those experts wanted to join a big guild of the level of Huaxia Dragon. However, facing the defense of the Huaxia Dragon Tang crowd, Wang Yujie charged straight into the crowd. Only Wang Yujie's figure swayed, stepped left, stepped forward, made a turn, and then took another step forward while striking various bizarre poses to avoid all of the Huaxia Dragon Tang players. The Huaxia Dragon players lost their vision and couldn't see anyone in front of them at all. Like a ghost, Wang Yujie passed through the crowd in a matter of moments. I'll mess with it. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuan could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This woman. She just gets sicker and sicker every time she looks at herself. Terrible. Too terrifying. The big white few were also shocked. Like, it's too similar. This step. Chun felt deja vu. Sister Coco is too awesome. The great sea of limitlessness was once again starry-eyed, as if she had become a die-hard fan of Wang Yujie. What kind of person dare to trespass on the Temple of Light? Wang Yujie had just rushed into the Temple of Light when he heard an explosive shout. Looking up, a row of tin cans dressed in holy light armor walked towards him with a neat pace, and in a moment, they arrived in front of him. Hey! Without saying a word, Wang Yujie stomped on the holy light knight in front of him, and then stomped violently, using the force to roll backward. System alert, you have attacked the holy light knight, guard of the Temple of Light. Without waiting for the prompt to flash by, Wang Yujie quickly got up, turned around, and ran outside the temple. Cunning villain, how dare you provoke the majesty of the God of Light? Charge! For justice! It didn't matter that Wang Yujie's kick went over. It directly activated the Templars' hatred, only to see the crowd of Holy Church warriors let out an explosive cry in unison, and lifted the cross-holy sword upwards in their hands. An aura spread out, and then the crowd of Sanctum Knights raised their shields and headed out after them. Outside the door of the temple, the blinding of the Huaxia Dragon Tang players had ended. Wang Yujie just happened to come out of the temple. We're here to help you. Kill them all together. At this time, Wang Yuan also came to the front of the Huaxia Dragon Tang player formation and threw a smokescreen bomb at Wang Yujie with a loud shout. Bang! The white mist filled the air again. Smoke bombs fell. and the crowd of Huaxia dragons was once again blinded. I said, "This bitch has help." Upon hearing Wang Yuan's voice, the people from Huaxia Dragon Tang panicked. At the same time, the Templars rushed out of the temple after Wang Yujie. Wang Yujie once again performed her godlike stance. Spinning and jumping, I closed my eyes. Threw the Huaxia Dragon Tang players to Wang Yuan's side. For justice, punish the wicked. The God of Light is not to be blasphemed. Although the Templars have strong attributes and strength, the uniform characteristic of escort NPCs is that they have no brain, are simply retarded NPCs. Seeing Wang Yujie pass through the crowd, the group of Templars ignored the obstacles in front of them and rushed into the crowd, shouting slogans. Not good. They're hitting us. Why are you still shouting slogans? Whatever. Counterattack, counterattack. China Dragon Tang player side cannot see anything. Only feel a group of players charge crashed over. Immediately, without saying a word, he began to fight back. Clank, 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 clank. Various attacks indiscriminately began to smash indiscriminately, and the scene directly became a mess. Players have teammates to protect them and are not afraid to hurt each other. Anyway, just do it. This fight back doesn't matter. A system prompt flashed in front of everyone's eyes at that moment. System note, you have attacked the Holy Light Knights, guards of the Temple of Light. Your Holy Light City reputation -50. You will be sanctioned by the Templar Order in half an hour. Me Nima? As the system alert prompt flashed, the blinding time of the smoke grenade had also ended. Looking at the Holy Templars in front of them that were the same as tin cans, the scalps of all of Huaxia Dragon Tang's people tingled, and a bleak chill extended from the back of their heads to the heels of their feet. For justice, cunning villain, the light shall prevail. Crossed holy swords were raised in the hands of the Templars and their bodies shone with light. Run! The Huaxia dragon player didn't even think about it, and instantly turned around and ran. There is no way. How much shaft this group of hallowed warriors has, no one knows better than the players of Huaxia Dragon Tang. If you offend them, they are truly immortal and play hard to get. Even if you die and resurrect, they have to run into the resurrection point and hack you for half an hour. That's a real wheel of white. The point is, you can't fight back. This group of Templars represents the authority of the God of Light. In the city of Holy Light, the God of Light is the supreme God. If you dare to attack the Templars, you are offending the God of Light. Chasing you for half an hour is just a small punishment. Dodge that half hour and you'll be fine. If you were to kill the Templar in return, sorry, you'll be on the Temple of Light's blacklist. The next wave will be the Knights of Light. Then the next wave will be the Guard of Light. Then the next wave will be the City of Light Guard. Wave after wave. Like the fucking Terminator, there's always one to end you. Can't afford to fight. Can't afford to hide. Just run. In a flash, the Huaxia dragon players scattered. The Templars followed suit. As for Wang Yuan's few people, they had long since taken the opportunity to come inside the Light God's temple. Entering the Temple of Light, the space was extremely wide. A huge idol stood directly in front of Wang Yuan's few people, which was the legendary God of Light. Why does this place look so familiar? Wang Yujie looked around and always felt a sense of déjà vu. Yes, Dahai Limitless also nodded. It seems like I've seen it somewhere before. Crap, it was this shrine when we entered the game to create our characters, Wang Yuan said. Right, that's right. When Wang Yuan said this, Dahai Wuliang and Wang Yujie instantly remembered. So the Temple of Light and the Temple of Us creating characters are actually the same temple? Wang Yuan was also secretly pondering, always feeling that there was some connection here. By the way, what is your mission? Wang Yujie suddenly asked Wang Yuan. Looking for a guy named Estei. Peter. Coincidence, me too. Wang Yujie was pleasantly surprised. Are you also here to find him to take the mission? Take a mission? Wang Yuan shook his head. No, I'm here to do a mission. At the same time Wang Yuan's heart thumped. Doing the mission himself, Wang Yujie took the mission. This obviously has a point of contradiction. It will not be another crash mission. If it's a crash mission, one is bound to take a loss. It was Wang Yujie who lured the Templars out just now. You can't be unkind. St. Peter, where are you? Just as Wang Yuan was messing with each other's thoughts, suddenly Wang Yujie shouted loudly. Holy shit, what are you yelling about, big sister? Hearing Wang Yujie's voice, Wang Yuan was directly shocked into a cold sweat. Come on, I'm here to steal. Why are you shouting so loud? There's no such thing as a high-profile thief. Looking for someone. To be polite, know it. Wang Yujie justified. Angry Wang Yuan wanted to rip her head off. Ha ha. The Great Sea Infinite is watching the fun and laughing. Sister Coco, I'm still the first to see, so find someone. This is the game. What happened to the game? Wang Yujie asked rhetorically. The game's NPCs are all triggered. You can't shout them out. This is the game's common sense. don't you know? Dahai Infinite was a bit surprised. Yeah, Wang Yujie said. It's my first time playing a game. Ah, this. The Great Sea Infinite was confused. Brother Nyo, what about you? I don't play much. Wang Yuan scratched the back of his head. Wang Yuan when he went to school is indeed an addicted to the game of teenagers. After graduation when the social animal which have time to play games really fast starving to death before the desperate. The Great Sea Infinite looked at the two of them with a complex mood. Nima, these two guys, one is more perverted than the other. Surprisingly, one is a newbie and the other is a semi-newbie. Who would believe it when they say it? What are you shouting about? The Temple of Light has to keep quiet, don't you know? Just as a few people were bullshitting. Suddenly an empty voice rang in the ears of the three. The next moment the scene in front of the three of them turned, and they came into a space with no visible edges. Immediately after that, a figure came from far away and came in front of the three. The man wore a white robe and had a majestic look, clutching a book in his left hand. He carried a lightsaber in his right, with the IDST, Peter on his head. Seeing the NPC in front of them, Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie looked at Dahai Limitless in unison, triggering out of bugs, I guess. Dahai Infinity blushed. It shouldn't be. NPCs can really shout it out? God is omnipresent, and their apostles, naturally, can be reached by the mind. St. Peter seemed to know what Wang Yuan and the others were thinking. St. Peter's voice, instead of being as majestic as imagined, gave a feeling of peace and tranquility. As he spoke, St. Peter had already arrived in front of the three. His eyes flickered over the three and finally his gaze landed on Wang Yuan. The divine fate. This one reincarnation's heaven's destined one is actually a filthy necromancer? The diviners? Wang Yujie and Dahai Wulong glanced at Wang Yuan at his words. Is this guy's title such a stretch? Hey old man, your dirty three words are purely redundant carrot. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, was very dissatisfied with St. Peter's address. Necromancers don't know who they're inviting, and anyone who sees them has to trash them a few times. So death magic isn't magic? Revolutionary division of labor is different. All occupations are equal. We all have a bright future. How can there be occupational discrimination? Humph. St. Peter sneered and said, young man, if you weren't a heavenly ordained, there's no way you could have appeared before me alive. Now that you've brought the filthy undead into the Temple of Light, it's simply blasphemy against God. As he spoke, a dazzling holy light suddenly erupted from St. Peter's body. The powerful blow seemed to melt everyone. Ocean Infinite reacted quickly, and with a lift of his staff, he put an ice seal on himself. Wang Yujie also spread his arms and a golden light shield covered him. Nian Chi shield. The holy light also seemed to have no intention of attacking them, bypassing the duo and heading straight for Wang Yuan. Duong. Seeing that Wang Yuan was going to be hit by the holy light, Xiaobai took a step forward and the huge shield in his hand slammed heavily on the ground, protecting Wang Yuan behind him. Zira. When the blackened shield came into contact with the holy light, only a smoke rose up and melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good. Seeing this scene, not only Wang Yuan, but even Big White and a few of them were shocked. We're undead now. We can't carry such strong holy light. In the worldview of Dawn of the Dead, the holy light of heaven has to be a death-defying undead. Any undead creature would be reduced to flying dust under the illumination of the holy light. Although the necromancer's skeleton soldiers had signed a contract with the player, the restraint was not as obvious as it was on the setting, and the Great White was more resistant to them than the average undead. But it couldn't be helped that the bastard in front of him was the head of the 12 saints. St. Peter's sudden use of holy light was clearly intended to destroy all of Wang Yuan's skeleton soldiers and give Wang Yuan a kick in the pants. Wang Yuan was also startled and panicked as he was about to retrieve the skeleton. What pure holy light! However, right at this moment, Chun, who was standing at the very back of Wang Yuan, suddenly let out a surprised yell and then rushed directly in front of Xiaobai. Immediately after that something weird happened. One could only see a skeleton of the lowest level of the death lineage bathed in holy light, and instead of destroying it, the holy light was absorbed by the skeleton at an extremely terrifying speed. The original skeleton's blackened skeleton had actually turned a radiant silver color after absorbing the holy light. Wang Yuan was busy opening Chun's attributes and took a look, only to see that all of Chun's original professions had changed, from skeleton abbot to sacred skeleton abbot, as well as an additional 50% magic resistance, and a skill, sacred, passive skill, divine skill effect and resistance increased by 20%. Wang Yujie was okay, she currently couldn't tell the difference between the attribute restraints in the game. But Dahai Wulin was a bit confused. Looking at Chun in front of him, his face filled with disbelief. Nima, what the hell is wrong with this guy? How come there's evil everywhere on her? Once or twice, the Great Sea of Infinity put up with it. After all, Masters have their own crushing skills, and it's not surprising that they do some mind-boggling things. But the problem is that the opponent in front of Wang Yuan now is Peter's the head of the 12 disciples, the most powerful NPC in the Illuminati without a doubt. In the backstory, his holy light is enough to melt and destroy any opponent. But this necromancer in front of him was clearly a profession that was completely restrained by holy light. And as a result, not only did his skeleton not fear holy light, it was absorbing it instead. This treadmill literally rubs the game setting on the ground. Even when Peter saw that Chun was absorbing his own holy light, his eyes instantly flashed with a trace of shock, and he hastily withdrew the holy light from his body, staring straight at Chun with eyes full of incredulity. District skeleton monsters. In the undead are the bottom of the mole. This kind of thing encountered their own holy light directly. Ash fly to ash is only right. How will? Lao Tzu has elevated. After absorbing the holy light, Chun was in a good mood and yelled with unfulfilled intentions. Peter. This old man is so stingy. Won't he give more? Rubbish. What a rascal. The three big white people were so envious and jealous. Also undead. None of the three were priesthood in life, so they were still restrained to death against Peter's holy light. While Chun, as a high priest of the Illuminati and one of the Pope's disciples, didn't know whether his faith was pious or not. The power of the holy light in his body was genuine. And not only was it not restrained in the face of Peter's holy light, but it was also a good fit. It's so nifty that the skeletons are more angry than the skeletons. I can feel the familiar soul fluctuations of your undead. High-ranked powerhouses were able to feel the presence of the inferno. Peter just took one look at Chun and instantly understood what was going on. It's a Yingling, and it's a Yingling with the power of light. It's unbelievable that you guys have summoned a Yingling. Speaking of this, Peter muttered. It shouldn't be. After the last god-demon war, the entrance to the other world was closed and they all returned to their own worlds. So how could someone summon their souls back? Otherworldly portals closed to their own world? The words are not meant to be heard. Hearing Peter's words, Wang Yuan always felt that something was wrong. This guy even knows about the existence of other worlds? And from Peter's mouth, the engines are actually the souls of otherworldly people. But in Wang Yuan's perception, these Yingling were all from the future. Could it be that during the last God-Devil War, those powerful people also came from Earth? Wang Yuan frowned and began to ponder the relationship. Very well, I recognize you, Destined One. Peter blandly said. Speak, the purpose of your visit here. Will you kill me to silence me if I say it? Wang Yuan asked carefully. Can killing you really silence you? Peter laughed. I'm the one who survived the last God-Demon War, and I know that you're all warriors of the God race, from the other world, with unlimited growth power, and that you call yourselves players, and that in this world you're immortal and indestructible. Wang Yuan. Well, this guy even knows the players. What makes Wang Yuan even more surprised is that the original Last God and Devil War, the God's warrior, is also a player. After the game was shut down, after the Otherworld gate was closed, all players returned to their world and became the gods that everyone in the world's backstory believed in. I was asked by Wilson. The strength of this NPC in front of him was too inscrutable, and Wang Yuan knew that he was not a match for Peter no matter what. So he simply told the truth. He said that he was wrongly accused, and asked me to come and find evidence to clear his name. Wilson, that damnable assassin. Upon hearing the name Wilson, Peter was visibly angered. He's the one who assassinated Murphy, my disciple, and now he even says that he was wrongly accused. What an abomination. Oh, Wilson killed your protege. Did. Hearing Peter's words, Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. With the quests in the game, every word could be a clue. According to Wilson, he was wrongly accused and hunted down as a heretic because he had discovered a demonic race that had infiltrated the inner workings of the Illuminati. And Peter says again that his own disciple, Murphy, was assassinated by Wilson. If Wilson wasn't lying, then this Murphy was most likely a demon who had infiltrated the church. But the question came again. Peter is one of the 12 saints of the God of Light. Is the world's premier powerhouse today? Could such a powerful guy not notice that Murphy is a demon? Surprisingly, he even took him on as a disciple. Looks like we have to find Murphy before we can do that. Thinking of this, so Wang Yuan asked, that Murphy you mentioned, where is he now? He was stabbed in the back, but thanks to the protection of the God of Light, it was not life-threatening, and he is now recuperating at his residence. Peter said. Okay, got it. Wang Yuan nodded, then turned his head and asked Wang Yujie, your turn. I'm here to take over the mission. Wang Yujie fished out a token from his pocket and handed it over. Question mark. A question mark popped up on Peter's head. Why are you attacking the temple guards when you're here to take on a mission? Wang Yujie is different from Wang Yuan. People came to give St. Peter a hand. So not only were they innocent, they were also in the same camp as St. Peter. And only because they were blocked by Chinese dragon players, they didn't make it into the temple. According to the setting, as long as Wang Yujie took out the token in her hand, even if she entered the temple, the Templars in the temple would not do anything to her. As a result, she kicked up without saying a word at the instigation of Wang Yuan, directly kicked himself from the light camp to the opposite side of the temple guard. Wang Yujie was stunned by the question, then turned back to look angrily at Wang Yuan. It was fitting that he had been punked by Wang Yuan. Ha ha. Wang Yuan smiled awkwardly and hurriedly pretended to look at the scenery. Although this necromancer is a divine orderer, it must be said that his mind is as dirty as his profession. St. Peter guessed what had happened when he saw the expressions on the duo's faces and educated Wang Yujie in a serious tone. Wang Yuan sweated profusely. This NPC, how can you even stir up trouble anymore? What do you mean by dirty? At that time, that kind of situation, without himself Wang Yujie cannot enter the temple. We all clearly help each other out. Don't ever be compelled by him, Wang Yuan hurriedly said. A girl as smart as you can't be provoked by such low-level words, right? Humph. Wang Yujie coldly snorted and gave Wang Yuan a blank look. Ha! St. Peter lightly smiled, ignoring Wang Yuan on the side, and asked Wang Yujie directly, "Are you the disciple chosen by Xavier?" "Aha!" Wang Yujie said. "She gave this to me, saying that I could take her place if I fulfill your mandate." "Yes." St. Peter nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not long ago an assassin infiltrated the Holy See and assassinated my disciple, and is now listed as the most wanted man by the Temple of Light. If you can kill him, it will prove that you possess the ability to succeed." Sivir. System alert, you picked up. As soon as St. Peter's words fell, Wang Yujie received a new mission. Hey, the assassin you're talking about wouldn't be Wilson, would it? Hearing St. Peter's words, Wang Yuan was startled and quickly asked aloud, "That's right, it's him." St. Peter nodded. "What, you want to help too? Rubbish, you old den." On purpose, Wang Yuan's head was suddenly big. Who's Wilson? That's Wang Yuan's task publisher, and also Wang Yuan's client. Now that Wang Yuan had this task on him, he all had to find Wilson in order to receive the reward. As a result, he had just said in front of him that he would help Wilson find evidence to clear his name, only to have St. Peter issue a mission in the back foot, asking Wang Yujie to kill Wilson, one to protect Wilson and one to assassinate Wilson. Originally, Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie's missions didn't have any intersections, but now that St. Peter messed it up so much, the two of them had directly become opposing two-way missions. Treadmill. This old thing is clearly having a hard time with himself. Right, do you have any comments? In the face of Wang Yuan's questioning, St. Peter did not hide it in the slightest. How many levels are you? Wang Yuan asked hatefully. Level 100. Humph, no comment. Wang Yuan clenched his fists into a clacking sound. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you so angry? Wang Yujie asked in bewilderment. Although Wang Yujie is usually quite a rogue, but she has not played the game. She does not know the rules very well. Her brain will turn slower, and now she has not reacted to what is going on. Now we're enemies. Wang Yuan indignantly described the current situation. Oh, how much of a shit. Then I won't do it. Wang Yujie spread his hands. Ha! Hearing Wang Yujie's words, Wang Yuan was obviously stunned for a moment. Want you to take this task? Obviously a hidden career transfer task. Hidden career, hey, how many people begged for it? This girl, even because they want to give up directly. Even if Wang Yuan was thick-skinned, he was a bit embarrassed at this moment. You're stupid. You're not transferring, are you? Wang Yuan asked. Cut, a true martial artist. What is strong is always the self. Wang Yujie said with great confidence. With my strength, regardless of whether I specialize or not, it's me that's strong, not the profession. Crap. Wang Yujie's words caused Wang Yuan and the Dahai Wulong on the side to directly look sideways. Wang Yuan was not expecting that this rascal could still say such philosophical words. Dahai Limitless was not expecting that Wang Yujie was so confident that he didn't even look at the hidden professions. Of course. Wang Yujie then added, I also want to become stronger, but because this makes me and you enemies, I refuse to. Sister, Wang Yuan was moved to tears. Brother, Wang Yujie was also affectionate. I'm out of instant noodles, so you can make me 2 more boxes. Okay, 10 boxes are no problem. Wang Yuan said excitedly. This child is really righteous. In the future one must not treat her badly. Sister Coco, don't give up on the mission yet. Just as Wang Yujie was about to cancel the mission, The ever-silent Dahai Wulin suddenly spoke up and asked St. Peter, Your Excellency St. Peter, are you going to kill Wilson? Or are you going to kill the enemies of the Illuminati? Is there a difference? St. Peter asked with a frown at his words. What if Wilson really was wrongly accused? The sea was limitless. That must be to kill the enemies of the Illuminati. St. Peter said. It is those who turn their backs on justice and light who are my enemies. Ha! Hearing St. Peter's words, Wang Yuan immediately brightened up and gave the great sea immeasurable a glance with an appreciative expression. Dahai Limitless also smiled faintly at Wang Yuan. It had to be said that the girl, Dahai Infinity, was indeed a very precise person, both in her control of timing during the battle and in seeing the problem now. With that statement, she went straight to the point. Killing Wilson or getting rid of the Illuminati's enemies were two concepts in a nutshell, because so far, no one even knows if Wilson is really innocent. Even St. Peter and Wang Yuan can't confirm it. So that means there's a 50-50 chance that Wilson was wrongly accused. If Wilson was wrongly accused, then Wang Yujia's mission target would not be Wilson. It would also be impossible to be a two-way mission with Wang Yuan. If Wilson was wrongly accused, then Murphy was most likely the demon who Wilson said had infiltrated the Illuminati. In this way, Wang Yujia's mission was likely to become the same mission as Wang Yuan. That's the benefit of having a teammate with extremely accurate observation. A single question directly reverses the mission characteristics, turning what was a two-way mission into another one. What's wrong? What's wrong? Wang Yujie, the fool, obviously hadn't reacted to what was going on, and was on the sidelines with a foggy head. St. Peter, however, carefully sized up the great sea immeasurable and said, Elemental Envoy, I was the one who looked away and didn't even notice you. What's your name? Elemental Envoy? Wang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly at the words. It seems that this Dahai Infinite is also a guy with a story. Elemental Envoy. Although he didn't know what kind of hidden profession it was, but from the name, he could sense that it must have an extremely strong perception of magic. No wonder magic fluctuations could be perceived in reality. My name is Dahai Limitless. Dahai Limitless returned. Very well, I'll remember you guys. St. Peter nodded. Alright, you guys go back. And that necromancer. I don't want to see you in the temple again. With that said, St. Peter suddenly disappeared. The space where the three of them were also wanted to shatter like glass. And the scene turned and Wang Yuan appeared on the street outside the temple. Wang Yujie and Dahai Limitless also walked out in the Divine Hall. Tramp! Wang Yuan was directly exasperated. What the heck? An NPC, you're dragging your horse. Customers are the Jade Emperor. Understand? Players are gods. Who are you pretending to be? I can enter the Temple of Light whenever I want. What do you care? I'm going in. I'm going in. I'm still pissing at the door. Wang Yuan is actually quite calm on weekdays. Is very calm a guy. Cannot say that the joy and anger cannot be with the color of it, but also a guy with a city. But I don't know why. But this St. Peter always managed to make Wang Yuan get angry for no reason. Because Wang Yuan could feel it. This old wall lamp was targeting himself all the time. Even if he suddenly attacked himself, he also made it deliberately difficult on the mission, deliberately arranging for Wang Yujie and himself to kill each other. Even when he left, he still said something about not letting Wang Yuan enter the Temple of Light, and even threw himself out. Wang Yuan couldn't hold back that fire. Seeing Wang Yuan in this state, the two of them, Wang Yujie and Dahai Limitless, stood side by side and stared at Wang Yuan without saying a word. What are you looking at me for? Wang Yuan's body was furious at being looked at. The two of them looked at the temple in unison and signaled Wang Yuan to casually enter. Forget it, and I don't want to be general with the old undead. I still have to do the mission. Right, Miss Hai? Where is Murphy? Wang Yuan hurriedly changed the topic. 52, Hope Street. Dahai Infinity precisely gives the address. Cowardly. You know all this? Wang Yuan was surprised. Who doesn't know about Holy Light City? Dahai Limitless said. Murphy is a famous quest NPC in Sacred Light City, often releasing quests to Sacred Light City players. Exploration mission. Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed. Why would an NPC from Holy Light City issue a quest to a player from Holy Light City? This Murphy, indeed, seems to have a big problem. A few moments later, Wang Yuan's trio arrived at No. 52, Hope Street. After arriving at his destination, Wang Yuan couldn't help but get a little lost in thought. Here, it was an alchemy workshop, also known as a pharmacy, and many players from Holy Light City were coming in and out here. Very busy. Didn't they say that the alchemists were banished by the Illuminati? How is it that St. Peter's disciple is still an alchemist? This is a pharmacy? Wang Yuan asked Dahai Wulong. Right, this is the only pharmacy in Holy Light City, the Great Sea of Limitlessness said. Wang Yuan, It's hard to believe that this guy had something to do with the destruction of the Alchemy Association. Thinking, Wang Yuan walked into the alchemy workshop, only to see a tall, handsome-looking young man standing there smiling and receiving players who came to sell medicines. This guy was already handsome, and he was wearing a white ceremonial robe, giving off a holy and unstainable feeling, especially when he smiles. It's almost like a breath of fresh air. Although Wang Yuan is a straight man, seeing this guy in front of him has already given birth to a hint of intimacy. No wonder St. Peter was so trusting of Murphy, the disciple, and didn't believe that he was a demon at all. If not for Wang Yuan's mental preparation in advance, Wang Yuan wouldn't have half questioned him now. He is Murphy. The High Limitless pointed at the handsome man in front of him, then asked with starry eyes, "Isn't he handsome? The kid's good at everything, but he's always a nymphomaniac." Yes, Wang Yuan nodded. This can't be denied. With Murphy's face, the only people who can match it are you, the reader lords. Cut, little white boy. No good intentions. Wang Yujie, however, had a disdainful face. Oops, it's still this girl who has vision. Hearing Wang Yujie's words, Ma Satter on the side was thrilled. That's right, Chun chimed in. All dudes are our enemies. We have to go against him even if we don't have a conflict to create one. Holy shit, brother Chun. Then wouldn't I be your enemy in life and death? Ma Satter was shocked. Fuck that, Chun despised. Wang Yuan also secretly guessed. No wonder Chun is so unfriendly to himself. So he still judges people by their appearance. There's nothing wrong with the scent on this guy. It's human and there's plenty of light energy. In the end, it was still Big White and Little White who had their hearts in the right place and were more serious. And the first time they had already started to feel the aura on Murphy's body. To Wang Yuan's surprise, Great White did not sense the slightest bit of demonic aura on Murphy. I didn't notice, either. White chimed in. It seems like the problem should be with Wilson. Could Wilson really be an assassin? Hearing these words from Big White and Little White, Wang Yuan also started to falter. After all, these two skeleton soldiers had followed him from the beginning, and Wang Yuan had absolutely unconditional information about them both. However, right at this moment, Chun suddenly laughed coldly. Can't you guys perceive that there is a dangerous aura emanating from him in addition to the power of light? An aura of danger? Is there? Big White and Little White sniffed. Nonsense. Are you guys questioning my decades of greed for life? Avoiding death and prolonging life perception ability? Chun asked rhetorically. Although this guy is well hidden, the dangerous aura is underneath the power of light. I suspect that it's his wounds that are leaking out. If you don't believe me, let's take a look at his wounds. This, Big White and Little White were as silent as they could be. Indeed, if it was about strength, the future world was full of experts. There were strong people and there were even stronger people. And there were plenty of experts who were stronger than Chun. But if we talk about the perception of danger, if Chun dares to say first, absolutely no one dares to say second. After all, this one's escape ability is world famous. As an old dog with 40 years of career as a professional, participated in dozens of battles, went out on nearly 100 dangerous missions, and every time he was able to lead the team to escape at the edge of death, Chun relied on that ability to perceive danger keenly. Although there were a few hints of jealousy in what he said at this point, Big White and Little White didn't dare to disbelieve him when he said he sensed danger, because there's no grass on the grave of anyone who doesn't believe in Chunky in the future. Seeing that both Big White and Little White stopped talking, Wang Yuan was also immediately alert. Wang Yuan wasn't familiar with Chun, but he was familiar with Dabai Xiaobai, and it was the first time he had seen these two people like this. It was thought that this Chun must have his unique ability, not simply just a lustful old den who was greedy for life and afraid of death. That being said, will he let us see it? Great White was a bit worried. Murphy was a high-level NPC in the end, or a disciple of St. Peter, while Wang Yuan was nothing more than a necromancer, an ordinary player in Murphy's eyes, so how could he possibly allow Wang Yuan to view the wound? Then it has nothing to do with me, Chun said. Let the one surnamed Neo figure it out. Well, Big White pondered for a moment, then walked behind Wang Yuan and tugged on him. Wang Yuan's heart is secretly happy. What do you mean by the son of the dimension? Look at this skeleton of ours. We don't even need to ask. They all started to take the initiative to send information. What? Wang Yuan turned on Corpse Whisperer and asked Great White. Wounds. Great White spat out two words faintly. Wounds? Wang Yuan pretended to think for a moment and said, understood. Hello, what do you need to buy? Just as Wang Yuan stood in the doorway observing Murphy, Murphy also noticed Wang Yuan's group in the doorway and greeted Wang Yuan with a smile. I'm not buying anything. Wang Yuan walked past a few people. Oh, that means you want to help me do something, right? Murphy still said in a very amiable manner. I've recently suffered some injuries. Can you help me go to Lake Wanyu to pick some herbs? We're not here to take on a mission either. Wang Yuan waved his hand. So what are you guys here for? Murphy's expression turned suddenly serious, and there was more than a little caution in his eyes. Don't be nervous, we are adventurers sent by Inquisitor St. Peter. He said that you were sneak attacked by demonic assassins, so I've come to take a look at you. Wang Yuan turned on his lulling technique and was full of words. Mr. St. Peter? Murphy sniffed in bewilderment for a moment. Can there be any proof? Of course. Wang Yuan casually pulled Wang Yujie over to him and said, she's the adventurer that His Excellency St. Peter sent to take care of that demonic assassin. With that, Wang Yuan said to Wang Yujie, come, show him your mission seal. Imprint? Wang Yujie was filled with confusion. It's just showing your mission. Wang Yuan said, NPCs can't share player quests in the same way as players, but when players show quests to NPCs, the NPCs can see the special quest imprint. Ooh-hoo. Wang Yujie was busy displaying the mission, so it's an adventurer sent by Mr. St. Peter. Seeing Wang Yujie's quest seal, Murphy slightly lowered his guard. The highest form of flimflam is to flimflam with the truth. Although Wang Yuan was fooling Murphy, there really wasn't half a lie in what he said. Said Murphy was sneak attacked by a demon assassin. Truth be told, I came to see you. Honestly, Yujie Wang is the player St. Peter sent to kill Wilson. And truthfully so. All the truths put together are precisely the words that fool people. Still, Murphy asked suspiciously, why did you come to me if you didn't go after that demon assassin named Wilson? Because he's going to depose you for a bit. Wang Yuan said from the sidelines. Forensics? It's just asking about Wilson's looks, figure, and his weapons. Knowing one's enemy is better than fighting 100 battles. Wang Yuan looked very professional as soon as he opened his mouth. Murphy bluffed, pondered for a moment and said, Wilson is of ordinary stature, ordinary looking, and dressed in ordinary. As to what weapon, I did not see. You mean Wilson is just a regular guy? Ah yes. You're shelving it here? Wang Yuan was speechless. Why don't you show us your wound? Why are you looking at the wound? Murphy was wary again. He. Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed. Don't get it you. We can deduce our opponent's weapon based on the wounds. But, why should I show you? Murphy came across as a bit emotional, let alone him being a high-level NPC. Even a low-level NPC wouldn't be fooled so easily. It's really too much of a downgrade of intelligence to just show the player wounds. Excellency Murphy, we are sent by St. Peter the Great to help you take revenge. You have to cooperate. When Wang Yuan saw Murphy's appearance, he immediately stopped pretending as well, and his tone became grave. Your Excellency Murphy, you are the most trusted disciple of St. Peter the Great, and St. Peter the Great is very attentive to this matter. Do you have any hard feelings? When Wang Yuan said this, Murphy directly froze. Crap, this guy turned out to be waiting here? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Chun's few people were also suddenly dumbstruck, especially Chun. The way he looked at Wang Yuan began to soften. It wasn't just Big White and the others. Even Chun thought that Wang Yuan was fooling Murphy at first, using low-level deception to trick NPCs. However, he never thought that these words in front of him were not Wang Yuan's real purpose at all. Wang Yuan's real purpose was to dig a pit with words to pave the way, and then finally come back with an overwhelming sentence, so that Murphy could not refuse. In the previous words, Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie had already confirmed their identity as St. Peter's dispensers. Murphy subconsciously acquiesced as well. From the moment Murphy acquiesced, he fell into Wang Yuan's trap. At this point Murphy was in a direct dilemma. These people in front of me are St. Peter's people. Letting them look at the wounds that is to cooperate with the work of the papal dispensers. It is the Illuminati disciples' share of the work. If you don't let me see the wound. The meaning of Wang Yuan's words is obvious. Do you not trust St. Peter, or you're just being vain? Why don't you let me see it? Now Wang Yuan was close to pointing his nose and telling Murphy that you don't have much of a problem if you let the wound be seen, and that you don't let it be seen directly proves that you have a problem. Murphy froze for a moment at his words, then looked Wang Yuan up and down. What can a 20-level necromancer, mole-like guy see? Then he nodded and said, since it is someone sent by St. Peter's teacher, I should indeed cooperate. With that, Murphy turned around and lifted up his ceremonial robe, revealing the wound in his back. It's so white. Seeing Murphy's snow-white back, the High Woolian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and even wanted to reach out and touch it, but still withdrew it. Wang Yuan, Yujie Wang, this big sister, there's no time for nymphomania. Murphy's wound was on his backside, and by now it had turned pitch black, an extreme departure from his skin color. For some reason Wang Yuan could vaguely see a hint of blackness. What a strange smell. Wang Yujie also frowned. It's now, hold him down. However, just then, suddenly Chun burst out and gave orders to Big White and Little White. Although Big White and Little White didn't know why Chun gave himself an order, they also knew that Chun would never do something he wasn't sure of. So they didn't think about it and directly rushed forward to one side and pressed Murphy to the ground. "What do you want?" Murphy exclaimed. Wang Yuan was also startled. Wang Yujie and Dahai Wuwei were even more horrified as they looked at Wang Yuan, not knowing what kind of tawdry maneuver Wang Yuan had up his sleeve. At the same time, Chun had rushed forward, and the middle finger of the index finger of his left hand came together to make a sword finger on the wooden sword of his right hand. Zira! With an eerie sound, the wooden sword in Chun's hand was wrapped in a holy light. Immediately after that, Chun grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands and stabbed it down at Murphy's wound from top to bottom. Just a pft, a sound. The wooden sword in Chun's hand seemed to have stabbed at the tofu, plunging into Murphy's wound without any obstruction, right down to the hilt. Roar! Murphy threw back his head and let out a miserable hiss. Not good. Someone robbed the pharmacy. The players in the alchemy workshop were all terrified at the sight of the scene and fled in all directions. Wang Yuan and a few others also pulled out their weapons. "Asshole! How dare you hurt me?" That's when Murphy bellowed, his voice changing. The voice before couldn't be described as euphonious, I guess, but one couldn't help but sound like they wanted to be close. The sound at this time was indeed like metal rubbing together, and everyone's scalp was numb from listening to it. In the sound of the burst, Murphy fiercely exerted himself to directly stand up straight from the ground, and Big White was directly bounced out. Strong as by, he was also thrown back several steps. Rising to his feet, Murphy throws a right hand that goes straight for Springer's face. Put! A bloody light floated up, and Chun's head was cut in half. Chun! Wang Yuan's face went white when he saw Chun killed. Although Chun was a skeleton that had just been summoned, and was not very friendly to himself, and lovingly tried to knife himself, he was after all a skeleton that he had raised, or a skeleton that was known to be greedy and afraid of death, and as a result of a single photo being cut off by the boss, Wang Yuan was inevitably shocked in his heart. However, in the next moment a question mark suddenly popped up on Wang Yuan's head. That's not right. Isn't Chun a skeleton soldier? It's reasonable to say that when he dies, he'll turn into a white bone. Why is he still spilling blood? Snort! Just as Wang Yuan was wondering, the blood that erupted from Chun's head landed on Murphy. As the blood fell on his body, Murphy's body rose in a puff of smoke as if he had been broken through acid, the light smoke dispersing to reveal dark brown skin. Ha! Demon! Master Chun's black dog blood tastes good, doesn't it? A short distance directly in front of Murphy, Springer revealed himself. Black dog blood. Wang Yuan was in a bit of a trance. Is this guy a serious priest? Why is he even using this? Your skeleton can still split? Dahai Limitless pointed at Chun in amazement. It's a substitute talisman, Wang Yuan corrected. Wang Yuan specially checked the battle log, and Chun had used the prop substitute charm. Demon, don't show your original form yet. Chun's left hand once again crossed the peachwood sword, which was once again imbued with holy light. Again, Chun's holy light felt significantly more real. Everyone felt the difference at this point as well. Murphy's holy light is too peaceful and pure, and even gives people a kind of false illusion. Not at all like Chun's easygoing feeling. Chun is just greedy for life, but not incapable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the future world, the Pope's own disciple, and the High Priest of the Illuminati. I don't dare to say anything else, but I'm definitely the most professional in the field of demon slaying. Just as soon as he entered, Chun sensed that the holy light on Murphy's body was permeated with an aura of danger. The moment Murphy was lulled by Wang Yuan into lifting his clothes to reveal his wounds, Chun directly saw the demonic aura emanating from Murphy's wounds. That's right, the black gas that Wang Yuan saw was precisely Chun's perception. As a necromancer, Wang Yuan could share 6 senses with the undead, the most commonly used of which was vision. So Chun didn't even think about it, and immediately rushed up and struck a sword of holy light into Murphy's body, sealing Murphy's ability to use the holy light. And then there was the use of the substitution talisman to sprinkle out the black dog's blood, breaking Murphy's holy light. At the same time, it also allowed Wang Yuan and Dabai, a few of them, to see the toughness of this veteran professional. Is this the strength of the Illuminati High Priest? Is Uncle Chun so fierce? Nima, Uncle Chun isn't just good at running away. Seeing this scene in front of them, the soul fire in the eyes of the 3 big white people was about to fly out. It was important to know that Chun was known in the future as a spring runner, a greedy and fearful person, a priesthood holder known for his life preservation, and he didn't know how many people scoffed at him. The reason why young people liked him was solely because when they did missions with him, the mission might not be completed, but their lives were definitely guaranteed. Over time, everyone thought Chun was a scrapper who was good at running away. And seeing Chun so fierce at this moment directly turned several people's perceptions upside down. Ma Saner, in particular, had gained a bit of respect for Chun. He thought that Chun was a simple womanizer like him, but it turned out to be strong to this extent. Maintaining respect for the strong is the basic quality of the future professional. This is the kind of thing you can do without, but you definitely can't do without. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Just as several skeletons were shocked at Chun's strength, Murphy, who had been sprinkled with Black Dog's blood and whose skin was corroded all over his body, suddenly let out a strange laugh. Immediately after that, a crack suddenly opened up in Murphy's back. Snort! A pair of wings stretched out from the slit, and then Murphy's body was peeled back like a cicada molt, and a black monster ripped through Murphy's body and out of it. The creature exuded blackness, with 2 goat horns on its head, horseshoes for feet, and a pair of ragged black bat wings on its back. He. The monster hammed and hawed and grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, worthy of being sent by a stay. Peter, I can't believe that you guys really recognized it. You are. That's when several skeletons said in unison in horror. Mephisto. He's the Mephisto who overthrew the entire Alchemy Association. Mephisto, an upper-class demon, one of the 7 demons of hell. It is also the most hated demon race by humans in the future end times, because he would overthrow the entire Alchemy Association in a year's time, making human magical pharmacology a dusty part of history, and humanity will start going downhill in the 100 Years' War because of the demise of magic pharmacy. From there, the human and demonic attacks reversed, going from an advantage to a disadvantage. If Mephisto hadn't destroyed magic pharmacy, with human creativity and tenacity, the 100 Years' War might have ended a long time ago, and at the very least, humanity wouldn't have been suppressed by the demons. And Mephisto, too, went down in human historiography as a victor. His iconic goat horns and horse hooves had been engraved in the hearts of all the professionals. Wang Yuan froze at his words. As expected, this guy was really connected to the overthrow of the group from the Alchemy Association. And even this guy was the culprit that directly caused the disappearance of magic pharmacology. Mad. Luckily, I have Chun. Wang Yuan was secretly glad. In the previous life, the reason why the Alchemy Society was overthrown and magic pharmacy disappeared must be that the player who took this quest failed to make the right choice and instead chose to believe that Murphy had killed Wilson. This leads to the success of Mephisto's infiltration program, which cuts off humanity's drug supply in one fell swoop and sends the human race into defeat. Instead, Wang Yuan firmly believes in Wilson and, with a flourish from Chun, manages to uncover Mephisto's disguise and interrupt his plans. Otherwise the human tragedy will repeat itself again. Although Wang Yuan had magic pharmacy alchemy in his hands, he could make a fortune in the end times with his exclusive technology. But to be honest, even someone like Wang Yuan knew that personal interests really counted for nothing in front of the survival of humanity. It's bad enough to make a fortune out of a national tragedy, let alone an opportunity to make a fortune at a time when the race is dying. This is the bottom line for Wang Yuan. Damnable humans, my plan is down to the last step. I couldn't imagine that it would be disrupted by a few of you. Feel the wrath of Lord Mephisto. Mephisto bellowed, and the black aura on his body became even more intense. At the same time, Mephisto's message appeared. Hell's Demon Mephisto, Legend. Grade, 20. Life value, 500,000. Magic value, 100,000. Skill, Heavenly Demon Finger. Talent, Demon God Undying. Background, one of the 7 demons of the fiery hell, not only possessing great power, but also synonymous with treachery and the most evil of all demons. Ouch, it's a legendary monster. Seeing Mephisto's rank, the Great Sea Infinite was shocked to the point of losing its color. Wang Yuan was also appalled. Legendary monsters. That was basically already the top big monsters. How could one's own virtue and ability, a mere level 20 player doing a broken quest, even have to fight with legendary monsters? Is this game designer crazy? Or are they trying to drive players crazy? On the contrary, Wang Yujie was very calm, because this guy hadn't known what the concept of a legendary level monster was so far. Hey, what's wrong? But when Wang Yuan saw Mephisto's rank, he froze. Level 20? This legendary demon was surprisingly only level 20. Is there really an error in the system? Chun, is this guy's level that low? Not only Wang Yuan, but Big White and a few of them were also puzzled. The higher the level, the stronger the strength, both in the game and in the future post-apocalyptic world, was common knowledge among players and professionals. Legendary level monsters, that was the top group of powerhouses, an existence that ranked high all over the world. How can it be only level 20? That's bullshit, isn't it? Crap. However, Chun faced everyone's doubts and directly disliked them back. Don't you know where this is? He doesn't dare to unleash his full power. No wonder. Wang Yuan drifted off. This was the Holy Light City, the stronghold of the Illuminati and the capital of mankind. Highly skilled and powerful, especially the Church of Light. 4 of the 12 Apostles of Light were in the city of Holy Light. Nst. Peter, the strongest of them all, was a constant guard here. With Mephisto's powerful demonic aura, if he really released it completely, he would definitely be detected by the experts of Holy Light City. It would not be Wang Yuan and the few of them who would be in danger at that time. No matter how awesome you are, running to the enemy's base camp belongs to the act of sending death. To be in the company of corpses, foul-smelling and dirty mage, your heart is vile too. Mephisto's first target was no other than Wang Yuan. Mephisto infiltrated the human capital and infiltrated the Illuminati to become a Say Peter's protege in order to preemptively cut off the human race's guarantee of survival when war comes. As a result, Wang Yuan broke the plan, and even forced Mephisto to show his original form with extremely dirty and disgusting means. Mephisto's hatred towards Wang Yuan was imaginable. Heaven and earth. Wang Yuan could swear to God that he didn't do this himself, and he didn't even expect Chun to do this. Of course, then again, Chun is Wang Yuan's undead. And what Chun does is what Wang Yuan does. Before the words of Mephisto's personal attack fell, he had already dodged to Wang Yuan, and with his right hand, he pointed forward and stabbed at Wang Yuan's chest. Duong! At this time, Xiaobai also jumped over with his shield raised, and a huge shield blocked in front of Wang Yuan. Yet White had clearly underestimated Mephisto. A level 20 legendary boss? That's still a legendary boss. He only had his attributes shrunk, not just level 20. The combat experience and skills of a top-tier big boss were still there. It's the equivalent of the Great White and a few of them crossing over. And it can't be measured in terms of rank at all. Seeing Xiaobai protecting Wang Yuan, Mephisto suddenly made a horizontal shift, bypassing Xiaobai and pointing one finger forward on Wang Yuan's temple. Ding! Just when Mephisto thought that Wang Yuan was going to have his head blown off by his own finger, suddenly there was a pain in his fingertips, pointing at a piece of ice. Freeze! The staff in the hands of the great infinite sea pointed at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan had been frozen into ice by now. A mage's freeze spell, also known as the Great Fridge, leaves the frozen target incapacitated, but also in a state of invincibility. Whoosh! Couldn't Mephisto come back to his senses? Ma San's arrow had already flown in front of Mephisto. Mephisto raised his left hand and reached out. The arrow was grasped in one hand. Then Mephisto threw it back, and the arrow flew straight towards the sea of immensity. Not good. Dodge! Wang Yuan in the ice reminded loudly. But Mephisto threw the arrow faster than Ma San shot it out? It felt a bit evil, even faster. And the High Infinite was another magician with little agility. When she saw the arrow, it was already less than a meter away from her. It was too late to either block or dodge. Just as the High Infinite closed his eyes and waited for death, a hand suddenly reached out diagonally and yanked the arrow into his hand. It's Wang Yujie. Sister Coco. The great sea of limitlessness cried out in surprise. Mephisto frowned slightly at the sight, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Wang Yuan also secretly lamented. What a perverted woman. As a holographic simulation online game, the game's physics engine can be said to completely restore the real world. The difficulty of catching arrows with bare hands in reality is self-evident. Although the players in the game were all enhanced versions of humans, the vast majority of players could only fight hard against the arrows. A few players were able to block, and top-tier experts could dodge. Catching an arrow with one's hand was basically in the inhuman range, and at the very least, the attributes of players at this stage couldn't reach it. What's more, the arrow Wang Yujie caught was still thrown out by Mephisto, and it was much faster than the one shot out by Ma San. Wang Yujie, however, caught it with his bare hands, and its shock to Wang Yuan was completely no less than catching a bullet with his bare hands. While it lasts, shoot him. Just as Mephisto froze in his tracks, Wang Yuan directly gave Xiaobai the command to sneak attack. White took a step forward and slapped the shield in his hand at Mephisto's head. Shield strike. Mephisto heard the wind behind him and took a diagonal step back. White's shield strike directly fell short. Mephisto pointed a finger with his left hand at White's temple. Xiaobai reacted extremely quickly, and the moment the shield strike landed, he immediately lunged forward to catch a roll. Brush! Mephisto's fingers grazed the back of White's head and White rolled to Mephisto's right. And at that moment Mephisto's right hand poked over, heading straight for White's brow. Clang! When it was too late, before his eyes, Xiaobai was going to be poked to death with a finger. Xiaobai raised his shield upwards in his hand and made block. Mephisto dug a finger into White's shield. The shield was poked right through the hole. Crap! White's eyes went straight. Wang Yuan was also in a cold sweat behind his back. What kind of goddamn attack power is this? Xiaobai's shield was something that Wang Yuan had gotten for him, so Wang Yuan naturally knew the properties of that set shield. A full 500 points of defense value. Together with Xiaobai's own attributes, as well as blocking skills, he could block at least 2,000 points of damage at a time, only to be poked and prodded by Mephisto's finger. That's right, it's poking and popping. When the shield defense reaches its limit, It will consume durability, and it will only be destroyed when durability is bottomed out. In other words, the power of Mephisto's finger not only directly broke through Xiao Bai's block, but even emptied the durability of Xiao Bai's shield. This Nima, Wang Yuan's heart was palpitating. Thanks to the C Infinite Party to put a refrigerator for himself. Otherwise Mephisto a finger poke over his own death cannot be more dead. Treadmill. This one is merely level 20. Facing a level 50 boss, White was able to carry it, and as a result, he was poked and blown out of his shield by a level 20 Mephisto. Worthy of being a legendary boss? God knows how terrifying this guy's peak strength must be. Although Bai blocked Mephisto's attack this time, because Mephisto directly broke the shield. The system ruled, block failure, and the shield counter effect was not triggered. Without the slightest pause, Mephisto raised his foot and stomped on the shield, and White was sent flying backwards by the stomp. White's shield was damaged and could no longer be used, and Mephisto took a step forward about to mop up and kill White. Wall of fire, rise. At that moment, the staff in Great White's hand slashed at the ground. Phew! A wall of fire responded, blocked in front of Mephisto. Whoosh! At the same time several arrows flew through the wall of fire to Mephisto's face. With a shake of his hand, Mephisto grabbed as many arrows as he could in his hand and sneered, "Humph, with you also want to." Boom! Before the words were finished, the arrow exploded. Explosive arrow. Awesome! The Great Sea Infinite shook his fist in excitement at the sight. 1 Control 3. Cowardly. Wang Yujie also gave Wang Yuan a thumbs up with a look of amazement. She had seen Wang Yuan control 2 and 1 before, but she couldn't imagine that controlling 2 and 1 wasn't even Wang Yuan's limit, and this guy could control 3 with such ease. Wang Yuan. It seems that he belongs to the kind that is forced to become a god-level expert, and how strong he is in the end all depends on other people's imagination. Taking this hit from Ma Sainer, Mephisto's already not-so-white face was blasted even blacker. Asshole! Mephisto was furious and aimed his right hand at Ma San, his 5 fingers opening and closing. Ouch my ass! Ma San screamed miserably as his entire body flew up and involuntarily towards Mephisto. Duong! Just as Ma San was about to be caught in Mephisto's hands, a big foot stomped on the back of Mephisto's head. Mephisto stumbles forward as he takes a head kick and breaks his right hand skill, landing Ma San on the ground. At the same time White slammed headlong into Mephisto's body with a solid charge. Bang! Mephisto, who had lost his balance, was knocked straight to the ground by White. Ma San took the opportunity to get up with a roll backward, and ran backwards with a crawl. Earth trample. After knocking Mephisto over, White instinctively raised his leg and connected with trample. And with that, Morpheus reached upwards with his right hand and held the sole of White's foot, then clutched it and flung it back. Ouch! Xiaobai's large body was thrown out at once, and smashed straight into Wang Yujie who was about to come up to help. Wang Yujie hurriedly made a dodge to avoid the oncoming Xiaobai. In that moment of dodging, Mephisto tapped the ground and rose to his feet. At the same time, Great White's explosive flame and Ma Sainer's focused shot had flown to Mephisto's side. Humph! Mephisto grabbed Ma Sainer's arrow with a wave of his left hand, then flung it. Whoosh! The arrow stuck in Great White's explosive flame without missing a beat. Boom! Bursting flames were detonated by the arrow. Die for your mother. Wang Yujie had also bullied his way to Mephisto's front and slammed a avalanche fist into Mephisto. Mephisto's eyes tightened and he immediately raised his hand to block. But at that moment, Wang Yujie's collapsing fist suddenly cancelled. His arm curled, and his foot fiercely stepped forward, elbowing Mephisto in the chest. Bang! The muffled sound. Mephisto was hard-pressed against the top and took several steps backward. Wang Yujie also used the force of the recoil to do a backward flip and gently landed and Mephisto pulled away. For a moment, the entire alchemy workshop was silent. The several people of Great White stared at Mephisto, their hearts shaken, and their hands holding their weapons began to tremble. Is this the strength of the upper demon race? Big White several people since crossing over that can have been unbeatable, facing a variety of boss, are one-sided abuse, even the 50-level Sako, also have the power of a battle. But at this time in front of Mephisto just a few rounds of exchanges, let a few people feel a sense of oppression like suffocation. Even White's shield was blown right off. Looking at Wang Yujie again, this chick was also trembling. Unlike Xiao Bai and the others, Wang Yujie was not fearful, but excited, with an uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. Masterful. What a master. Over the top. Too much. Wang Yujie is a martial arts family heirloom, practicing martial arts since childhood. The biggest hobby is fighting and brawling, is an uncompromising fighting maniac, once out of the tyrannical abnormal. So much so that he was banished after beating the crap out of people. Harmonious society is not more than the martial arts circle. In the martial arts circle, we are all in the circle. Then the martial arts skilled people are not rare, although now popular point to point, at least really hit the bad people also move lynching, will not be public. out of this circle. That can be the legal system society. Ordinary people fight a slap 50,000, a foot 100,000. Wan Yuje is such a practitioner to go down non-death or injury. No 180 million cannot afford to pay. The key is to face the disaster of imprisonment. What? Did someone say assault? Very good. People who have this idea chain themselves up before it is too late. Martial arts is no more bullish. You can't compare with Uncle Hat taking a biobiubiu in his hand, assaulting a police officer, living tired of it. Since leaving home, Wan Yuje but has always been converged, never dared to fight with people, and occasionally encountered practitioners are far from her, completely uninterested. It's been a long time, but it's been a long time to hold this chick back. After entering the game, it is only a big kill, but those monsters are too low grade. Now that he had met a strong person like Mephisto, Wan Yuje was so excited that he almost didn't scream out. This is what is called the opponent The body is good and fast. The move is fatal. The reaction is a little slower will be hit. Any move out of the wrong will be killed. This is the limit of Wan Yuje pursuit of the fight. Mephisto's expression was also very grave at this time. He had thought that these three guys were just 3 level 20 ants that could be casually dispatched, but he had never expected these guys to be so terrifying. That mage aside, this grunt and necromancer are simply more perverted than one another. The fighter's hands were extremely agile and her reflexes were frighteningly fast, sparing a legendary boss like herself, but she was almost unable to keep up and was even hit by her a few times. That necromancer is even more evil. It was amazing that one person could control so many undead fighting at the same time. Moreover, each of these undead had extraordinary strength under his control, and even the one that looked a bit lewd had given himself a small loss. His original form revealed. Is this a fucking necromancer fight? Shouldn't a necromancer be summoning a bunch of useless trash to pile cannon fodder on top of? How can they still have such strong combat power? Do you really want to make an enemy of me? Mephisto suddenly didn't want to fight, because he knew that this was Sacred Light City. The strength shown by a high-level demon was even weaker. It was also a demon's breath. Not to mention the fact that these players in front of him were a bit ridiculously strong, and in case they accidentally boosted their power during the battle, they would definitely be noticed by the experts who were entrenched in Sacred Light City. You won't be able to run away even if you want to buy then. Cut the crap. How am I going to finish the mission without killing yours? Wan Yuje rolled up his sleeves and went up to continue to do. Slow down. Just then, Wan Yuan yanked on Wan Yuje's collar. Swell. Wan Yuje was full of doubts. Hey. Wan Yuan hemmed and hawed and smiled and said, Old Mo has said this. There must be something to talk about. We are all readers. Try not to make a move if we can talk properly. What about my mission? Wan Yuje wondered. Don't worry, it can definitely be accomplished. Wan Yuan waved his hand to pacify Wan Yuje. The key is whether there are any benefits to take now. Benefits? You want benefits from the boss? The Great Sea Infinite looked at Wan Yuan in surprise. Good guy. How did this grandson come up with? Kachu na tua this is. Big White and the others were also shocked. Holy shit, is Brother Nyo really going to release Mephisto? This guy can't be released. I can't imagine that this guy is still an animal. Chun was even angrier. And the little bit of goodwill that he had just mentioned to Wang Yuan was gone. After all, in the future post-apocalyptic world, humans and demons were at loggerheads, and even someone like Chun, who was greedy for life and fear of death, would never make a deal with the demons. Wang Yuan, however, wanted to let Mephisto go because of a little favor, and the mood of several people was predictable. You're the first one who dares to ask me for favors. Mephisto was also shocked by Wang Yuan's words and stared at him viciously. Who am I to give you favors? Old Mo, you have to understand your situation. Wang Yuan smirked. Do you realize where this is? Ah, the city of Holy Light. Mephisto said. Then do you know how many strong people are here? Wang Yuan asked again. Mephisto's eyes flickered visibly for a moment, then settled down and said, if I don't take the initiative to reveal myself, can't you still mobilize them? Of course you can't, Wang Yuan said. Do you think you can walk away? Ha ha. Mephisto laughed out loud and said, do you guys alone want to stop me? It wasn't that Mephisto looked down on Wang Yuan's few people, although Wang Yuan's people were strong, based on strength alone. Even if it was the level 20 Mephisto, for a moment Wang Yuan's people couldn't take it, and with Mephisto's skills, it wasn't difficult to leave. Of course we can't stop it. Wang Yuan smiled and said, but you know, the Holy Light City is the biggest main city in this world, and there are millions of people like me. Do you think you can escape? Speaking here, Wang Yuan then added, do you think I can't command them? That's right, Mephisto nodded. I don't need to command them, Wang Yuan said. I just need to tell them that the boss here can explode artifacts. You farted. I didn't, Mephisto raged. Whether I fart or not you can't say it. Look, Isn't this a divine weapon? Do you think they believe you or me? Wang Yuan took out the heroic history book in his hand and shook it. Mephisto fell silent. Okay, what favor do you want? Mephisto asked Wang Yuan after a moment of contemplation. You're really going to come to favors? The Great Sea Limitless looked at Wang Yuan as if he was looking at a god. This guy also really from the boss hand mouth out of the benefits, which if you let the other players to see may not be angry to death. To know that we are tired to death to get boss dead. Do not see to burst out of what good things. Okay, then I'll say it. Wang Yuan casually removed the shield from Bai's hand and handed it to Mephisto. Pay up. Mephisto's head was full of questions. How can I pay for this? I don't care how you pay for it. Wang Yuan said. This is only the first condition. If you can't even fulfill this, I'm going to shout. With that, Wang Yuan pulled out a horn from his arms. Main city speakers, 10 gold apiece, can shout throughout the city. Wang Yuan had put in enough effort to scare Mephisto. What an asshole! Mephisto cursed hatefully, then pulled out a small bottle from his arms and threw it to Wang Yuan. Receiving the bottle, Wang Yuan glanced at the properties. Heavenly Demon Blood. Category, Special Props. Item description. It is said that the blood of the gods and demons possesses the special effect of repairing equipment, and the blood of the higher demons is even better. Oh wow! Seeing the attributes of the Heavenly Demon Blood, Wang Yuan could not help but feel happy. A few of the great white people were also flabbergasted. It's Heavenly Demon Blood. Surprisingly, it's Heavenly Demon Blood. The knowledgeable Chun recognized the Heavenly Demon Blood and was shocked in his heart. As future elites, everyone was well aware of the role of this Heavenly Demon Blood. Mephisto's outburst is really generous. Xiao Bai also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, although Xiao Bai's shield was a set, it was not of a high grade, just bronze level, and the most common blood of the gods or demons would be able to repair it. As a result, Mephisto directly took out the Heavenly Demon Blood of the upper demon race. Humph, broad-minded my ass. A demon race at his level likely doesn't have anything lower, Big White said from the side. It makes sense, it makes sense. The crowd nodded in unison. Indeed, Mephisto was an upper-level demon race anyways, running to the holy city to do a quest. Naturally he wouldn't carry some trash on him. There's more. Collecting the Heavenly Demon Blood, Wang Yuan continued to reach out. Question mark. Mephisto froze. What more do you want when you've been given all the Heavenly Demon Blood? Big brother, we also have to turn in our mission. If we just let you go, what about our mission? Wang Yuan said. This is the most important thing. You. Mephisto gritted his teeth, then pulled out another black horn and handed it to Wang Yuan. Mephisto's corner. Category, Mission Items. Item description, the Horn of Mephisto, the Elder Demon. Not bad, not bad. Wang Yuan casually handed it over to Wang Yujie who was on the side. Although this horn is not as practical as the Heavenly Demon Blood, but it is also considered a part of Mephisto's body. With this thing can prove that Murphy's identity is in fact a demon. And at the same time there will be evidence to prove Wilson's innocence. Can I go now? Mephisto stared at Wang Yuan. Last one. Wang Yuan waved his index finger. Vile human, you're greedier than a demon. Mephisto looked at Wang Yuan, his eyes filled with murderous anger. As the saying goes, both are born with a bright light, and with such goods amongst the humans, Mephisto, who was a demon, would have to bow down to them. Brother Nil really isn't done yet. The three of them, Big White, had black lines all over their heads. This is Mephisto, the devil of all devils. Aren't you afraid he'll fight to the death if you hit him like that? Humph, this traitor, human traitor. Chun, on the other hand, couldn't express his contempt for Wang Yuan's behavior. On the side, Dahai Infinite was already in a trance. In her gaming career, this was the first time she had seen someone extorting a boss, and a legendary boss at that, and even repeatedly jumping sideways on the boss's bottom line, causing the boss to lose its temper. It's a real step up. It's a long time coming. It's really a long time coming. The Great Sea of Infinity marveled. On the other hand, Wang Yujie, this new recruit didn't realize how heavenly Wang Yuan's operation was. Instead, he put Mephisto's horn in his mouth and bit it, then revealed an expression of unpalatable. There's no one she doesn't dare to fight, no thing she doesn't dare to taste. This chick is truly against the odds. No way. Wang Yuan spread his hands and said, this thing is related to the survival of mankind. If you don't give it to me I can't sleep or eat. What the hell? Mephisto said angrily. I don't know, Wang Yuan said, but you must have a special prop if you can lurk under St. Peter's eyes, in order to prevent you from appearing in Holy Light City again. This prop must be given to me. What if I don't give? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Mephisto was completely enraged. Then I'm sorry, you can't leave, Wang Yuan said. Of course, we'll be able to explode as usual if we kill you. Saying this, Wang Yuan once again took out his horn and prepared to shout throughout. and by the way, he also intercepted the heavenly demon blood. Mephisto's fingers trembled as he pointed at Wang Yuan, and finally helplessly pulled out a cross from his arms and threw it to Wang Yuan. Holy Cross. Category, necklaces. Grade, bronze. Attack, 20. Magic, 20. Spirit plus 11. Physical fitness plus 9. Heart of Sacred Light, passive skill. By wearing this trinket, you will become the most devout fanatic believer of the God of Light. Occupation requirement, priesthood. Level requirement, none. Item description, a trinket containing mystical power, said to have been blessed by the God of Light himself, and can only be worn by his most faithful followers. That's it? You're not lying to me, are you? Wang Yuan was a little disappointed when he saw the attributes of the necklace. Well, I thought there was no trash in the hands of the elder demons. A legendary boss gives a bronze necklace. Shame on you. It's only fair to at least give an artifact. Lying to you? You're not worthy. Mephisto turned his face away with extreme contempt, showing his disdain for Wang Yuan with his actions. Holy shit, so it's the Holy Light Cross. No wonder even St. Peter couldn't see his crack. However, just as Wang Yuan disliked the necklace in his hand, he only heard Chun yell out, "This is one of the 10 holy artifacts blessed by the God of Light." 10 great sacred artifacts? The three big white people sniffed and wondered. Sounds pretty awesome. What is that thing? It's the 10 pieces of equipment that the God of Light has blessed. Chun said, I've seen records in the ancient books of the temple that the God of Light had infused his divine power into 10 pieces of equipment and gifted them to 10 of his fervent believers. And these 10 pieces of equipment are known as the 10 holy weapons. And those who possess the holy weapons can catalyze the power of the God of Light for their own use. And because the holy weapons contain the purest power of light from the God of Light, those who possess the holy weapons who cultivate divine system magic will also have unexpected effects. No wonder. Speaking here, Chun paused for a moment and added, no wonder Mephisto, as an upper demon, possesses a power of light that is even purer than St. Peter's, so it turns out that he carries a holy weapon on him and uses the power of light from the God of Light. It can still be like this. How did this thing end up in Mephisto's hands? The big white trio said in disbelief. Chun said, the 10 great sacred artifacts were lost 1,000 years ago. It's not surprising that they have fallen into the hands of the demon race. So it is, the crowd realized. Wang Yuan sniffed and also looked at the broken necklace in his hand with some incredulity. I can't imagine that this broken bronze necklace is still an extraordinary treasure. I'm glad I didn't throw it away. If I had this holy weapon, I probably wouldn't have died, and wouldn't have traveled here, and wouldn't have become someone else's slave. Especially this guy is still. Chun muttered as he stared dead at the necklace in Wang Yuan's hand. Before Chun's words fell, Wang Yuan smiled faintly and casually equipped the necklace on Chun. Chun's tirade came to an abrupt end. Looking at the holy light cross on his body, the always eloquent Chun suddenly stuttered, no longer able to organize his words. It still seems a bit dreamlike. It felt even more unreal than when he had just been summoned to become Wang Yuan's undead. Or what? The three of them, big white, couldn't help but ask when they saw Chun's face. Or a handsome, suave, all-seeing and admired big handsome man. Chun was extremely unprofitable and started licking furiously. Praise my Lord Nyodali. May Buddha be with Nyodali. Immeasurable compassion. Crap, I thought I was disgusting enough. But I can't imagine that Uncle Chun is even more disgusting than me. If Ma-san had a mouth, it would have been skimmed to the back of his head by now. Big White and Little White must have thrown up all over the place if they could. This old shameless one. He was the one who screamed the loudest before. Not only did he want to do Wang Yuan, but he also abetted everyone to join him in opposing Wang Yuan. Just 10 minutes ago, this guy was still despising Wang Yuan. I can't imagine that a bronze necklace would have gotten rid of him by now. With such an outrageous lick on the treadmill. No talent. Shameless. Xiaobai that called a contemptuous thought when he was still a set of equipment before buying. Big White was even more pleased with himself because the equipment that Wang Yuan used to bribe Big White was of the highest grade, and it was also a weapon. Chun sniffed and was not at all moved. Instead he snorted coldly and said, don't allow you guys to be jealous of my relationship with my Lord Nyodali. I'm yet. Hearing these shameless words from Chun, the three of them almost couldn't hold back from punching Chun on the ground. Hey, Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed. Sometimes it's so easy to buy people's hearts and minds. You just need to know what the other person needs. It is better to have money to give indiscriminately than not to give at all, and to send gifts to the point in order to achieve the best results. I've already given you the benefit of the doubt. Get out of the way now. At that moment, Mephisto urged Wang Yuan to dodge away. Okay. Wang Yuan signaled everyone to move aside and let Mephisto out. Although the big white guys were reluctant, they had no way to disobey Wang Yuan's order and had to move out of the way of the exit. However, just as Mephisto had reached the doorway, He only saw that the doorway was blocked tightly by players. Seeing this scene, Mephisto was shocked and immediately retreated back, pointing at Wang Yuan. You play tricks. No. Wang Yuan spread his hands. It was they who came on their own, not me who shouted. It's not my fault. What's going on here? The great sea of limitlessness was also in a daze. I didn't see Wang Yuan shaking people in the main city channel. How did so many people suddenly come? Hey, Wang Yuan. However, hammed and hawed and whispered. NPCs are being robbed. Don't you want to come and watch the fun? Look at the forums. Forum? Dahai Infinite panicked and opened the forum, only to see a thread floating on the front page of Holy Light City. Big event. The pharmacy in Holy Light City was robbed. An NPC Holy Sun Murphy was besieged by a group of players of unknown origin. Whether it's a fall of morality or a lack of humanity, let's go into Holy Light City and explore. Holy shit. Seeing the post on the front page of the forum, Ocean Infinity instantly understood what was going on. When the big white few heard Wang Yuan's words, even though they couldn't see the post on the forum, they suddenly reacted. LMAO. Hoping the bitch is counting here. No wonder this guy dared to make a deal with Mephisto. It turned out that Wang Yuan had known that there would be players coming around. That's why he took the opportunity to ask Mephisto for favors. When Wang Yuan's benefits were about to arrive, the players from Holy Light City had also blocked the entrance. Not only did Wang Yuan's side extort what he wanted without expending half the effort, but he also didn't break his promise of letting Mephisto go. As for Mephisto's ability to walk, it's all up to him. Of course, it wasn't just anyone who wanted to make a deal with Mephisto. First of all, you have to have the strength to make Mephisto feel the pressure. At the very least, you have to let him know that it's not easy to solve you. And if you want to negotiate, you must first have the strength to go to the negotiation table. Secondly, you have to know what Mephisto is afraid of in order to take him down. Wang Yuan, with the help of a few skeletons, as well as Wang Yujie and Dahai Limitless, first had the strength to negotiate with Mephisto. Then again, based on Mephisto's psychology, he deduced what he feared. That's what it takes to have leverage to negotiate with Mephisto. Either of these 2 points aside, one is not qualified to stand before Mephisto and talk about favors. Bull, worthy of being ox. I knew he wouldn't defect to the humans. Xiaobai burst into tears of excitement. Marred. This one is such a bitch. Scared dad to death. Big White's heart palpitated. He really did not know what he would do if Wang Yuan rebelled against humanity. Expected. Ma San wiped his sweat and pretended to be calm. Praise be to our Lord. The ox power. Chun was still basking in the joy of the Holy Cross not having slowed down. Old M.O. You can kill your way out. I definitely won't interfere. Wang Yuan smiled and abetted from the side. This is a typical case of uproarious racket and watching the fun. Anyway, his own quest items have already arrived. How many people died in the Holy Light City has nothing to do with his own business. The more players who die, the greater Mephisto's sins. The more it can prove that the quest items in his hand contain gold. Well, humph. Mephisto snorted coldly. You think I'm stupid? Mephisto naturally wasn't afraid of these mole-like players. What he was afraid of were the high-level NPCs of Holy Light City. In the alchemy workshop, Mephisto and Wang Yuan, a few people's brains beat the dog's brains out. As long as Mephisto does not raise his breath, will not alarm the people of the Holy Light City. But if you commit murder on the street, it will directly expose your identity. Moreover, the players outside are tens of millions. Mephisto's attributes of 20 levels are certainly not able to carry. So many people chasing and killing Wantaran also cannot run away. When the time will inevitably alarm the high-level NPCs. If caught by an NPC of St. Peter's level, it wouldn't be as simple as being killed. Kill me. Thinking of this, Mephisto stared at Wang Yuan and ordered loudly. Ha, are you crazy? Wang Yuan was confused by Mephisto's order. There is no madness. You hurry up and kill me, Mephisto demanded again. He said, and glanced at the door, as if in fear of something. Oh, I see, you are afraid of being captured alive. Wang Yuan smiled even more deviously. So what if it is? Mephisto said sharply. Old M.O.A. The corner of Wang Yuan's mouth was slightly raised, and he smiled and said, You know, I am the most merciful person, never indiscriminately kill innocents. Even if it is a demon like you, I can't bear to lay my hands on it. I'm a no good guy. Mephisto rushed to explain that he was not a good person. It's none of my business. I'm merciful anyway. Don't you get it? Wang Yuan rubbed his fingers at Mephisto. You've got your hand in my pocket. Can I not understand? Mephisto gritted his teeth and pulled out a box from his pocket and threw it to Wang Yuan. Very well. You sinful beasts do no evil. I will do justice for heaven. Wang Yuan took the box with his left hand and grabbed it in the air with his right hand, and a bone spear leaped into his hand. Slow down. What's your name? Mephisto asked Wang Yuan viciously. My name is Yun Zhengjuan. It's someone from Chinese Dragon. Right here in Sacred Light City. Let's be friends. You can always come find me when you refresh. With those words, Wang Yuan poked Mephisto in the chest with a spear. Mephisto moves forwards. Put. The bone spear plunged into his heart, and Mephisto suddenly turned into a black smoke. System alert. You have killed the legendary boss Upper Demon Mephisto Soul Split. Reputation plus 1000. Holy Light City honor plus 200. Experience plus 1 million. System alert. You have killed the soul of Mephisto, an upper level demon, and have earned the achievement titled Demon Slayer. As Mephisto was poked to death by Wang Yuan's spear, a golden light erupted from Wang Yuan's trio. Although Mephisto was only level 20, but in the end, he was a legendary boss, and the richness of his experience was no better than even level 50 Sako. Wang Yuan directly rose to level 23. The Great Sea of Infinity has risen to level 25. Wang Yujie even went from level 15 to level 20. It's like riding a rocket. At the same time, the three of them received a system prompt and obtained the title of Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Category, Title, Grade, Legend. All attributes plus 10. Demon Slayer, plus 10 to demon damage. Not suppressed by demonic monsters. Title description, only the strongest warriors can slay the mighty upper demon. The title of Demon Slayer comes with a Demon Slayer trait in addition to attribute bonuses. Demon damage plus 10 while still being unsuppressed by demonic monsters. It was important to realize that high-level monsters were suppressed against low-level players, and the higher the level, the higher the suppression attribute bonus. After possessing this trait, Wang Yuan's few people would not be subjected to level suppression in the future. So it's just a diversion. Seeing the system prompt, Wang Yuan skimmed his lips, thought I had really taken out an upper-level demon, and picked up on the fact that it wasn't even the original body. Hey, Bull is so ignorant. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Big White couldn't help but spit out. He doesn't even know what a soul split is, so he's just smacking around. Soul splitting is different from ordinary splitting. Although the ordinary bilocation is also made by the main body, after it is made, it has nothing to do with the main body. Whether it is dead or alive has nothing to do with the main body. Soul doppelgangers, on the other hand, are doppelgangers made by the split soul of the main body, and are basically indistinguishable from the main body, which also possesses a soul, except for the question of how much of the soul is accounted for. Wang Yuan had killed Mephisto's soul doppelganger, which was the same as injuring Mephisto's soul. Even if Mephisto's main body wasn't killed, his strength cultivation would be reduced. This was why Mephisto would rather be killed by Wang Yuan than be captured by the experts of Holy Light City, because once he was captured, those top experts in Holy Light City had 100 ways to make him go up in smoke, and if he was killed by Wang Yuan, at most, his soul would only suffer some damage. It is envy of the ignorant. White chimed in. Ma-san chimed in. No surprise Mephisto's going to have to recuperate for at least a couple years before he can slow down. Don't you guys talk about my brother Nyo. Chun angrily scolded the three. He's still a kid. Won't you teach him? From now on, show some respect to my brother Nyo. Naya. The three of them sniffed their heads full of black lines. This spring dog was a fucking lick. Wang Yuan. System prompt. You have killed a legendary boss. A service-wide announcement is about to be made. Whether to open anonymity or not. Turn it on. Wang Yuan didn't even think about it and directly chose to remain anonymous. System announcement. The holy light of the God of Light shines on his people. The lowly brave man has defied the odds and finally killed the legendary boss Mephisto. His deeds will be recorded in history forever. As soon as the system announcement came out, the entire game world went quiet. What the hell? Legendary boss? Mephisto? Sabo. After a long time, the game world boiled right over. Good man. What's the fuss? The system must be buggy. A stepping stone to a legendary class boss. What kind of concept is that? The game opened 10 days. The vast majority of players have not even seen what kind of boss. Even if you've seen it, the upper limit for normal players is just a bronze level boss. And even then you'd have to have a full configuration of 10-person squads to barely push through. As for the silver boss, only those who can pass the shadow castle of the elite players of the big guilds can access, and also have to be a full complement of elite team to be fully prepared to pass. Bosses above the silver level were rarely touched even by players from large guilds, and now there was actually someone who could cross gold, dark gold, epic, and kill a legendary boss. This is nifty, and everyone's mood has been predictable since. You know, boss a grade of difficulty. The higher the grade the higher the difficulty, especially after the epic boss collectively known as the god level, with high AI top skills and a variety of bizarre settings. It's basically an existence that players look up to at this stage. Even the tactics of a sea of people could not work when put in front of a boss of epic level or higher. Now the system was telling everyone that someone had killed the legendary boss, or the upper demon race, Mephisto. one of the 7 great demon kings. That was basically the same as telling everyone that when everyone was still in the Stone Age, there were already people who had passed through Earth to start StarCraft, which was so outrageous and bullshit that people couldn't think of a third word that could describe this announcement. Mud. It's not April Fool's Day, is it? Inside the Huaxia Dragon's office, Long Tangsihai was about to vomit blood. No. Is playing a game so abstract these days? A few days ago, the one called Nyo Dali was already jumping out of the box enough, singling out guilds and hellish copies, and taking down a piece of guild residents. What he did completely jumped out of the imagination of normal players. Now another guy has run out and directly slaughtered the top-tier big boss. This is a horse. Let people still not let people play the game. Are there so many perverts these days? Or is the game bugged in some way? Nyo, did you do it? On Wang Yuan's side, several people from the Benevolent had already sent messages. In the eyes of the group of miracle makers, apart from Wang Yuan, the troublemaker who could cause trouble wherever he went, there was no one else who could kill a legendary boss. It's not. Wang Yuan flatly denied. Really? Seeing Wang Yuan's message, the crowd screamed out in excitement as vigor produces miracles. Finally something this guy can't do. You guys hurry up and pay up. Casual messy shooting is even yelling. Willing to gamble to admit defeat Al. No one want to renege on the bill. I'm not easy to win once. These guys, they even bet on it. Exactly, the 3 of us did it. Wang Yuan then added, Coco and I, and another player. Ah. The smug expression on Casual Messy Shot's face instantly froze. Ha ha ha, piss. Out of pocket. The others laughed out loud. Casual Messy Shot is on the verge of crying. Brother Nyo, you're hurting me. Who is that expert? The benevolent one then asked again. Wang Yuan's strength was clear in everyone's mind, and Wang Yuji's level was something everyone had seen with their own eyes. So they didn't know what kind of expert could kill Mephisto with the 2 of them. A girl, Wang Yuan said indifferently. Sub-oh. The crowd's mind is broken. This beast. Shui Linglong clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Several other people were also filled with jealousy. Tap. This livestock house so have women's love ah. Everywhere you go there are pussy follow. We're back. That protege of yours, Murphy, was the demonic spy. His name was Mephisto, and now he has been killed by us. At this time, Wang Yuan's few people had already returned to the Temple of Light and met Say Peter once again. Wang Yuan recounted what had happened in the party roughly. I told you, don't set foot in the Temple of Light again. St. Peter coldly glared at Wang Yuan and said, do you have any evidence when you say that Murphy is a demonic spy? Ha ha, I knew you would say that. Wang Yuan hemmed and hawed, looked back at Wang Yujie and said, get on the evidence. Wang Yujie pulled Mephisto's horn out of his pocket and handed it to Say Peter. It is. Seeing Mephisto's horns, St. Peter's pupils visibly shrank. The expression on his face was extremely complicated. After a long time, St. Peter sighed and said, I can't imagine that I failed to see through a demon's disguise. I almost killed a good person by mistake. Speaking of this, St. Peter pulled out a badge from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yujie. Little girl, you've done a good job with your mission. You'll be a great man in the future. Give my regards to your teacher. Thanks. Wang Yujie's eyes narrowed into a line as he received the coveted badge. With this badge, Wang Yujie would be able to successfully complete her transfer quest. After handing over the badge to Wang Yukai, St. Peter's gaze fell on Dahai Wulin. Little girl, you are a good seedling. It's a pity that you've gone astray. Do you want to follow me to practice white magic? Murphy was killed, and the position of St. Peter's protege was left open. Hidden missions? Hearing St. Peter's words, Wang Yuan could not help but stare. The NPC has no words, so there must be a quest. St. Peter's words mean that he wants to take the Great Sea of Infinity as his disciple. Miss Hai, you've earned a lot. Wang Yuan was excited on the side for Dahai Limitless. St. Peter is one of the few top NPCs in the game, and his personal acceptance of disciples is bound to be a hidden profession, an opportunity that many people look forward to. No, but who knew that Dahai Wulin waved his hand and rejected it outright? Oh, Wang Yuan once again froze at his words. This chick, she's got character. She can even turn down a hidden profession. Why? St. Peter's face darkened directly at the rejection. Obviously with his status he rarely accepts disciples, and there is never a shortage of people who want to worship him as a teacher. But he never expected this girl in front of him to be so ungrateful. Because I don't like being a priest, Dahai Infinite said. If I wanted to be a priest, I would have picked priest when I chose my profession in the first place. Interesting. Hearing these words from Dahai Limitless, Wang Yuan appreciated it even more. So many people nowadays don't know what they want, and when they see a bargain, they want to take advantage of it, and in the end, they get themselves into a situation where they don't even know what they're doing. For example, in this situation now, if you were a different person, I'm afraid that you would have directly switched, and definitely wouldn't have hesitated for a second. Instead, the Great Sea of Infinity is clear about its goals and knows what it wants. It didn't give up what he wanted just because a high-level NPC like Stay. Peter wanted to take him as his disciple. You can see that although this girl is in love with her head, her heart is still quite clear. Okay. Seeing that Dahai Wulin's words were firm, St. Peter shook his head helplessly and finally his gaze fell on Wang Yuan. Hey, that filthy necromancer. What? Pretentious old dang. Wang Yuan had always been vindictive. Humph, articulate little brat, St. Peter said. I'm going to ask you something, and you must answer me truthfully. Is there a benefit? Wang Yuan returned directly without thinking. Question mark. A big question mark popped up on St. Peter's head. Oh, okay, not bad for you. Catch whoever comes along. You want favors from me? St. Peter was a little incredulous. How refreshing. There's no such thing as a free lunch and dinner or snack under the sky. You have to have a begging attitude when you ask for favors. Get it? Wang Yuan said. In our place, it's considered a skill if you can give away favors. Sometimes you don't even have a door to give gifts. You, St. Peter's head bulged with crossbuns when he was snubbed by Wang Yuan. Of course, I take your favors to do your business as well. Wang Yuan then added. Humph, what do you want? St. Peter asked. Give me Mephisto's horn, Wang Yuan said. This thing is proof of Mephisto's identity and proof of Wilson's innocence. St. Peter had absolutely no intention of returning the horn to Wang Yuan at this point, so of course Wang Yuan had to keep an eye out. What do you want this for? St. Peter frowned. Give it to Wilson otherwise if you continue to chase him, won't my mission be yellow? You despicable old den. Wang Yuan said truthfully. St. Peter was stunned for a moment at his words, then returned the horn to Wang Yuan. Shoot, what's your problem? Wang Yuan asked after getting the horn. I am a disciple of the God of Light and possess the discerning eye that discerns all the powers of light. So why can't I see Murphy's demonic identity while you can? St. Peter asked solemnly. Obviously, the fact that Murphy was a demon hit him hard. It's leading the wolf into the house. As the boss of the Heresy Inquisition, St. Peter is a professional at heresy. As a result of his own discipleship as a heresy, this nasty if spread out. St. Peter will not be the world's first big joke. What made St. Peter's heart twist even more was that the necromancer in front of him, whom he had completely looked down on, had seen Murphy's demonic identity and even revealed it. Was he a disciple of the God of Light, even inferior to a lowly mage who lived with corpses in filth and stench? Ha ha, so you're torn here. Wang Yuan laughed and said, because we judge by different standards. You judge by whether his power of light is pure or not, while I judge by whether he looks like a human or not. A force of light as pure as Murphy's is definitely not human. Hearing Wang Yuan's reply, St. Peter fell into deep thought. Indeed, St. Peter's criterion for judging whether the other person is a believer in the God of Light is to look at his power of light. The purer the power of light, the purer the faith must be. That's why St. Peter couldn't see Murphy's crack at all. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, is precisely because Murphy's power of light is too pure to feel abnormal. After all, normal people even St. Peter's power of light is not so pure, but his disciple is so pure, there is bound to be something fishy. Why does he, a demon, have such a power of pure light? St. Peter asked again. Second question now. Wang Yuan rubbed his fingers together. What else do you want? St. Peter asked with a dark look on his face. I want an architectural drawing of a church. Wang Yuan said. Asshole, you're blaspheming the God of Light. St. Peter became furious. Don't you know what you are? Oh, Wang Yuan asked rhetorically. The God of Light said that you can't have a necromancer as a believer? The God said that all things are equal. Why are you still using your status to measure high and low? You should be touched by the fact that I, as a necromancer, never forget the gift of the holy light. Holy shit, he's got some nerve. Worthy of the bull. I'm convinced he's this kind of justified nonsense. The necromancer looks up to the holy light. What does he think? The three of them, Big White, looked at each other in dismay. But whoever is a serious gamer, who doesn't know that light magic and death magic are completely opposed to each other, and that necromancers believe in light, and aren't afraid of being struck by lightning for saying that? How did this guy say that without changing his face? What, you guys have a problem with that? Only Chun was unimpressed, and even thought a few of the others were underestimating the situation. Are you educating me? St. Peter looked straight at Wang Yuan, somewhat incredulous. After living for so many years, This was the first time someone had spoken to him or her like this. And this person was also a necromancer that he or she usually hated. What made St. Peter feel even more furious was that he hadn't been able to find a break in Wang Yuan. I'm not educating you. I'm correcting you. Wang Yuan said. Do you know why you always fall short? Do you know why you can't be the Pope? It's because you still have a separate mind. You don't treat everyone equally. You even think that we necromancers don't deserve to believe in the holy light. Don't you know that those who are in the darkness are more eager for the light? Almost. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, St. Peter was shaken. Back then, the god of light had told St. Peter in a heartfelt way that he was still a little bit short of being a pope. I can't imagine a necromancer saying the same thing nowadays. Those who are in darkness yearn for light more. St. Peter repeated Wang Yuan's words thoughtfully. You're right, but how do you prove it? Chun, perform a holy light technique for His Excellency St. Peter. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Chun took a few steps forward and came in front of St. Peter's and casually used a holy light. The holy light came on, shining Chun in a glowing light. Everything looks so unbelievable. My undead can bathe in holy light, and you're still questioning me? Wang Yuan sneered. Looking at Springer in front of him, St. Peter was completely dumbfounded. Alright, St. Peter, personally grant you the power to build a church. With that, St. Peter casually pointed his hand and a holy light enveloped Wang Yuan. At the same time, a drawing appeared in Wang Yuan's hand. System alert, you've gained access to the Temple of Light. System alert, you've obtained the building plan church. Church drawings, category, building props. Grade, level 1. Item description, drawings used to build the Temple of Light. Beautiful. Seeing the drawings in his hand, the corner of Wang Yuan's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. Plan pass. To be reasonable, at the beginning, Wang Yuan did not have the idea of building a light temple in the guild residence. After all, light temples are everywhere. Every main city and even every small town and village has a light temple in it, so there is no need for him to build it additionally. But Chun's appearance reminded Wang Yuan of the importance of the Temple of Light. It wasn't just that Chun needed the shrine to cultivate. The key was that the Yingling shrine that Wang Yuan used to summon the Yingling spirits linked to all the basements of the Light Shrine. The Thunder Cliffs are again the place where the spirits of the heroes are buried. It would obviously be much more convenient to have a Temple of Light of one's own. The drawings for the Temple of Light, on the other hand, are only available at the priesthood NPC. Wang Yuan happened to take this opportunity to get his hands on the drawings, and he really got it. Is a bunch of undead really going to believe in the holy light? Outrageous! It's outrageous! Shao by several people were stunned at Wang Yuan's clear and strange brain circuits. This is not Brother Nyo. It's simply Righteous Father. Righteous Father is above to be worshipped by little Chun-Zi. Chun was so excited that he was about to kneel down, but he forced himself to hold back due to his status at this time. You've been given the drawings. You've been given the access. So tell me, why does Murphy have pure light power? St. Peter then asked. Because he has another necklace on him. The power of holy light is from the necklace. Wang Yuan answered truthfully. As for what holy weapons and such, that was all said by Chun. Wang Yuan pretended not to know. The necklace? Could it be? St. Peter exclaimed. Can I have the necklace? Chun sniffed. It's over. Chun, you can't keep your necklace. The big white Fu began to gloat. Although Chun knows that the necklace is a holy weapon, Wang Yuan does not know. In Wang Yuan's eyes is a trash bronze chain. The opposite side was St. Peter, a god-level boss. Any random thing he could get would be 180 times stronger than the bronze necklace. With Wang Yuan's character of only taking advantage of the situation, it would be better to just take it out and exchange it for something good. It can't be. Nyo will not give out the things that were given out and asking for them back. Chun got a little scared. Human words may not, but you are a skeleton soldier. It is the private property of Nyo. You are all Nyo's. Removal of a broken necklace is not a casual thing? The crowd laughed. Chun's tone was starting to panic, and he looked at Wang Yuan with a thirsty face. Third question now. Wang Yuan glanced at St. Peter and said, what do you want again? St. Peter was furious. This guy really wanted a favor for a question. Don't want anything. Wang Yuan said. You don't have anything I want on you either. I just want you to promise one thing. What is it? No hands on us. Wang Yuan said. Nonsense. What am I? And are you worthy to let me do it to you? St. Peter agreed outright. Very good. Wang Yuan laughed. You can't have the necklace. St. Peter sniffed. Why? Because I've given it away. Wang Yuan spread his hands. My day. Cow. Nope. Grandpa Nyo. Chun directly transformed into Big Ears Tutu, and Wang Yuan's generation was variously doubled. You dare to give away the sacred artifact of light. Aren't you afraid that I will purge you? St. Peter's 5 fingers spread out, and a crossed holy sword leaped into his hand. Seeing the crossed holy sword in St. Peter's hand, Xiao Bai and Wang Yujie simultaneously took a step forward to block in front of Wang Yuan. No fear. Wang Yuan smiled and said, just now you have promised that you won't harm us. You are the disciple of the God of Light, 100-leveled divine NPC. You won't be ungrateful, right? You, St. Peter's gas not, pointed at Wang Yuan half a day without saying anything. It was only now that he realized that he was within Wang Yuan's calculations every step of the way. However, as the head of the 12 disciples of the God of Light, St. Peter was one of the highest status people in the Church of Light, representing the law enforcement power of the God of Light on Earth, and one of the most powerful human NPCs. So naturally, he could not fail to keep his word. Though furious, St. Peter put back his holy sword. Alright, old saint, we still have a mission to do. Let's not bullshit with you first. Seeing St. Peter's deflated look, Wang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. You can look for me again in the future. As long as the benefits are in place, I'll stay with you for as long as you want to talk. After saying that, Wang Yuan winked at Wang Yujie and Dahai Wuwei, and the 3 of them swaggered out of the Temple of Light. Run! After exiting the Temple of Light, Wang Yuan greeted Wang Yujie and the 2 of them pulled their legs and ran. Run for what? Wang Yujie was then puzzled. If we don't run, we won't be able to run. That old dang is not a person who suffers. Wang Yuan said. Didn't he say he wouldn't hurt us? The child of the great sea of limitlessness was as simple as his words. Nonsense. If he doesn't hurt us, won't he send a mission? Wang Yuan said. Let's run before he reacts or we won't be able to leave if we want to. Cut. I'm afraid of nothing. I'll kill as many as come. Wang Yujie shook his fist. You big-headed, brainless woman. Wang Yuan was speechless. Why is this kid's brain full of muscles? One person's power is limited. And how can you beat 100 of them? Moreover, the quality of experts in this place, Holy Light City, can be much higher than other main cities. With St. Peter's character, really want to engage in a guild mission or the whole wanted or something. Spare Wang Yuan's undead army are here, but also a bunch of cannon fodder ribs. What are you going to do? Sister Hai? Wang Yujie turned his head to ask Dahai Infinite. In the past, the Great Sea Infinite did not have a positive conflict with the Chinese dragon, and was still able to hide in the Sacred Light City. The dragon foresees is a person who wants to face, and will not superficially go through with a woman, much less make a big deal out of this to let people poke their spines. But now that Wang Yuan had slaughtered a team of Huaxia Dragon Tang players, the debt would have to be counted on Dahai Wumi, which just gave Huaxia Dragon Tang a reason to mess with Dahai Wumi. This Holy Light City just couldn't stay any longer. Let's go together. We don't have many friends here anyway. Dahai Limitless glanced at Wang Yuan and said, I'll follow Brother Niel from now on. Great. Wang Yujie was excited. Welcome. Wang Yuan was also very happy. The girl, Dahai Wulin, was still very good, strong, good character, opinionated, and she definitely shared a common language with the likes of the benevolent one. What's more, the Great Sea Infinite was the only known existence other than Wang Yuan that felt magical energy in reality, or the first professional in the history of the future end times. It's natural to keep this kind of expert around. Holy Light City, Temple of Light. Just as Wang Yuan had predicted, the 3 of them had just arrived at the harbor on their side and boarded the airship to Thunderstorm City, when the group of Dragon Rising and Phoenix Dancing 9 Heavens arrived at the Light God's Temple. Lord St. Peter, you are looking for us? Long Tang Sihai looked at the majestic and with a hint of anger St. Peter in front of him and took a step forward to ask. At the same time, he was secretly muttering in his mind. Before the Guardian Temple is indeed China Dragon Tang's core players Tiger Tsunami Mountain River to take the guild task. Dragon Foresees thought that with the strength of the China Dragon Tang players, guarding the temple is not a handful of handfuls 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 of handfuls. But who would have thought that a couple of unorthodox bitches would come along and seduce the Templars, then created a mess to get the Chinese dragon and the Templars into a head-on conflict. As a result, it directly triggered the Templar Guard revenge mechanism, and was hunted by the Templar Order all over the city for half an hour. The mission naturally failed. You know, the ultimate reward for this quest is a hidden profession. Huaxiao Longting several people are here depressed, but the result is that the already failed mission appeared a mission change. Let Longting foresees several people to come to the Temple of Light to find St. Peter. Could it be that you want to be punished to your face? It's not so bad, is it? Longting Sihai glanced at St. Peter. His heart was a bit drummed. This was the most powerful NPC in Holy Light City besides the Pope. Humph. St. Peter snorted coldly. You guys are really disappointing me in your work. I'm really sorry. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens sniffed and quickly took over. We've tried our best, but we can't do anything about the Holy Hall warriors suddenly chasing after us. This guy was worthy of being the doghead of Huaxia Dragantang, and he blithely shifted the blame to the temple guards. Oh, you mean it's our Templars' fault? St. Peter asked with a frown, his tone turning cold. Of course it's not. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens hurriedly said. We also have a responsibility and shouldn't have fallen for it. There. St. Peter waved his hand and said, and I didn't come to you to hold you accountable. Really? Hearing St. Peter's words, several people from the Dragon Forces couldn't help but feel joy in their hearts. What's done is done, and it has to be remedied. St. Peter said. How about I give you a chance to remedy the situation? Remedy? Is it possible? Tiger Whistling Mountain River asked excitedly. This quest was one that he had a direct interest in, as Tiger's whistle was the one who triggered the quest. That's right, St. Peter said. Have you heard of the Holy Cross? One of the sacred weapons of light? No. A few people shook their heads. This is a holy relic of our Temple of Light, and now it has been stolen, so I hope you can retrieve it. St. Peter said. If you recover the Holy Cross of Light. Speaking here, St. Peter paused for a moment and said, not only do I get a reward for my mission, but I now have an extra spot for a disciple, if you know what I mean. Disciple. Upon hearing these two words, the few people from Dragon Forces immediately looked at me, with expressions of surprise written all over their faces. As expert players, several people naturally would not be unaware of the meaning of the word disciple. To put it another way, it's a pro-disciple, and a personal disciple of St. Peter. What is St. Peter? Head of the 12 disciples of the God of Light, Grand Knight of the Protector of the Temple of Light, head of the Heresy Judgment Corps, and personal brother of the current Pope. Not only was his power monstrous, second only to the Pope, but his strength was as high as 100 levels, one of the most powerful human NPCs in the game. Become his personal disciple, that is the disciple of the God of Light. Good guy. This can be higher than the hidden career attraction to know where to go. No player can resist this temptation. Don't worry, His Excellency St. Peter, we'll go and get the Holy Cross back for you. The glory of God cannot be desecrated. Long Tang Sihai patted his chest in assurance. Exactly, we are not in it for the so-called rewards, but simply for light and justice. The heart of justice prevents us from condoning their behavior. Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens had a thicker skin than Dragon Totem 4Cs. Me too. The tiger's words were snatched up, so he could only echo them. Great. Seeing the few people in front of him, St. Peter nodded his head in satisfaction and began to babble as well. I see in you the heart of light and justice. May the God of Light be with you and protect you forever. Who is that guy who stole the Holy Light Cross? After the crowning words were said, Long Tang Sihai went straight to the point. That's a vile, dirty, lowly and shameless necromancer, St. Peter said. His name is Nyo Dali, and I'm afraid he's left Holy Light City now. Bull power. Upon hearing this name, the several people from the Dragon Forces couldn't help but glance at each other. The expression on his face, it was a complex one. Sabo, how come it's this guy again? What's been going on the last couple days? How is it that you always feel like you're living under the shadow of this bull vigorously? One person single-handedly challenged an entire guild, challenged the hell difficulty copy, attacked the guild quarters. Every single thing was what they imagined themselves to be and what they dreamed of wanting to do in the dragon. Now it was even more outrageous. This guy had even robbed the Illuminati's light sacred weapon of light. Nima, is there anything this grandson wouldn't dare to do? Look at all those adjectives St. Peter gave Wang Yuan. It's vile and dirty and nasty. With St. Peter's training, that was pretty much the worst word he could think of. How much evil did this grandson have to have done to make an NPC of St. Peter's level go out of his way to insult him? Say something to hurt your pride. In an unusual situation, it would be extremely difficult to piss off an NPC of St. Peter's level like this. What? Is it difficult? St. Peter's expression was clearly a bit irritated when he saw this look on several people. That's not true. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens hurriedly said. As far as I know, this Nyo Dali has left Holy Light City now. We need to gather some manpower. Please Lord St. Peter, give us some preparation time. To be reasonable, with the volume of the Huaxia Dragon Guild, it definitely wouldn't be afraid of Wang Yuan. After all, as Wang Yuan said, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and it's not easy for you to be more bullish and want to beat 100 with 1. Not to mention that Huaxia Dragantang also has the title of the first guild in the national service, and its masters are like clouds, so it can't be said that it's invincible, but at least at this stage the game can't find any rivals at all. The main reason why Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens didn't directly accept the mission was because Huaxia Dragantang had already noticed Wang Yuan as a talent. People have now been sent to recruit Wang Yuan as the top big guild. Huaxia Dragon is the most lack of talent. It can be said that the thirst for money, especially Wang Yuan, this kind of ruthless, that is even more, cannot wait to recruit to their own guild. Although St. Peter's offer was generous, giving not only hidden professions but also discipleship positions. However, the value of being able to recruit Wang Yuan to Huaxia Longteng could be much stronger than the so-called hidden profession. First of all, Wang Yuan is a top expert. Secondly, Wang Yuan is likely to have a lot of big guilds don't know the game cheats. And last but not least, that is, Wang Yuan also has a guild residence. Either point taken alone is more attractive than the so-called hidden professions. What kind of person was Phoenix Dancing Nine Heavens? He naturally knew how to make a trade-off. Of course, Phoenix Dancing Nine Heavens was also an extremely smart person and did not say the words to death because he was not sure if he could recruit Wang Yuan into his hands or not. Instead of being a direct enemy, we should wait and see what happens first. At that time, if Wang Yuan refuses to do so, then he will come back hard, and he can also give St. Peter a favor. One for all. Okay, St. Peter naturally knew how difficult Wang Yuan was to deal with. He himself was able to suffer in the Temple of Light, and now that the bastard had left the Holy Light City, he was definitely even more difficult to deal with. So he nodded and said, "There's no rush, I'll wait for your replies." At the same time, several people from Wang Yuan had returned to Thunderstorm City. Crap, bull. Seeing Wang Yuan strutting his process with two chicks on his side, the roadside players had sideways glances. Female players are still relatively rare in the game. Male players who are able to find a date are even rarer. And Wang Yuan sat two chicks by himself. The blow to the other players was imaginable. The key is that these two chicks are still talking and laughing as if they were sisters, simply envious of each other. There were already people on the side of the road who were dumb enough to want to kneel down and worship the master and dive into the art of picking up girls. No way. That grandson isn't as good looking as me. Why should he bring two chicks? I have to go get a contact. There were even players who wanted to cross the line and were convinced that they had a good hoe dance. Bastard. Aren't you? Do you know who this is? Who? Bull power. Crap. Hearing Nyo Dali's name, most of the players were shocked. Some people are curious. What happened to Nyo Dali? By the way, who is Nyo Dali? You new to this? I was just playing a game yesterday. What's up? Play a few more days and you'll see. Of course, there were unsuspecting bitchy players who abetted. You'll know who he is when you go up and kick him in the ass. I'm going to turn in my assignment. Arriving at Central Avenue, Wang Yujie greeted and parted ways with Wang Yuan. Now she also can't wait to learn about her hidden profession. Sister Coco, wait for me. I'm going to go to a hotel account. The Great Sea of Limitlessness also hurriedly chased after her. Okay, yell for me later. Wang Yuan said goodbye to the two girls and went straight to Wilson's place. You're finally back. How did things go? Seeing Wang Yuan return, Wilson had an expectant look on his face. Touché. Wang Yuan casually handed over Mephisto's horn and said, that grandson is really a demon spy. This is his horn. Great, I'm finally innocent. Listening to Wang Yuan briefly recount what happened, Wilson was thrilled and in tears. Actually, I should have transferred you to a hidden profession. After being moved, Wilson said seriously, but I didn't expect the person who took my mission to be a necromancer. So I didn't give you the ability to transfer. The quest scroll was from Shui Linglong, who was an assassin herself. Ha, then wouldn't I have worked for nothing? Wang Yuan sniffed in displeasure. Of course I won't let you work for nothing, Wilson hurriedly said, although I can't give you a transfer. I do have something else for you. Saying that, Wilson pulled out a black box from his pocket and said, this is a gemstone that I happened to get when I traveled the continent before. I hope it can be useful to you. Gems? I'm not a girl. What do I need this for? Wang Yuan mumbled to himself as he took the box and opened it. Inside was a deep black gemstone. It was black as ink, so deep it seemed to suck the soul in. It is? Wang Yuan immediately tapped on the gemstone properties. Death gems. Category, special props. Item description, one of the 7 jewels condensed by the rules of the Great Tao at the time of the opening of heaven and earth, and has magical effects when set on equipment. Crap. Seeing the gemstone properties, Wang Yuan's eyes went straight. The gem data attributes were not shown, but the item description was extremely bullish. The opening of the heavens and the earth, the rule of the way, one of the 7 jewels. Good lord, this cheesy and earthy setting made Wang Yuan directly shake his tiger, especially the last one, which had a strange effect when inlaid on equipment, made Wang Yuan look forward to it. Anything else? Wang Yuan put away the gems and tentatively asked Wilson. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Wilson was directly anxious. Buddy, but wherever I have a little way, I definitely won't let you do my mission. You can't go too far. I'm just this bit of my family's wealth has been emptied out by you. What else do you want? What else do you want? You simply kill me. Your experience is okay. But you are no longer wanted by the Illuminati. Killing you is not worth it. Wang Yuan stroked his chin and said, "Get out of here. I don't want to see you again." Wilson was furious, hoping that this grandson really wanted to kill himself. No, just no. Why that thing hit me. After being smashed out of the door by Wilson with only tables, chairs, and benches, Wang Yuan couldn't help but skim his lips and cursed Wilson for being ungrateful before drilling straight into the teleportation array. As soon as the scene changed, Wang Yuan returned to the Thunder Cliff Guild residence. Ding ding ding. When he came to Thunder Cliff, the sounds of mining ore were endless. Those tireless skeleton soldiers are chopping down trees and digging. Under Bar's command, everything was in order. Skeleton soldiers weren't very efficient, but they couldn't help but be outnumbered. Wang Yuan casually opened the inventory list of the guildhouse. Timber 98, or 99. It was just a day's work. The ore and timber in the guildhouse had almost reached the standard for upgrading the guild hall. For the other buildings, you can get them all to level 2 in 2 days at most. If given to the players to do, vigorously out of the miracle a total of 8 people. 10 tasks a day. A task a material. A single guild hall. 8 people will have to do at least 3 days of the task. It's still got to be an army of the undead. No food, no drink and no money. Also do not have to consider their emotional value. Play hard to exploit it, most will fall apart. For a skeleton can still continue to sell their lives. What a good value for money labor. When he arrived at the guild hall, Wang Yuan took out the bottle of heavenly demon blood that Mephisto had given him. "White, give me the shield for a second." Then Wang Yuan took out Xiao Bai's shield. Carefully opening the bottle, Wang Yuan dripped the heavenly demon blood on it. Brush. As the black and red blood dripped onto the shield, a black glow lit up, followed by the holes in the shield repairing and healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was only a few seconds. The damaged shield was then completely repaired, and there was no hint that it had ever been destroyed. System alert, you have used heavenly demon blood. The shield has been successfully repaired and strengthened. The system prompt flashed before Wang Yuan's eyes. Wang Yuan subconsciously tapped on the shield attribute. Celestial Demon Shaun's Guardian, set 1/3. Quality, silver. Defense value, 2000. Strength plus 20. Physical fitness plus 20. Guardian's Heart, passive skill. Armor magic resistance increased by 20%. Heavenly Devil's Guardian, passive skill. Defense value is increased by 100%. After the defense value is cleared, you gain the Heavenly Devil's Shield, which can completely resist 1 damage. Occupation requirements, Warrior, Knight. Level requirement, 20. Item description, equipment that blacksmith Shaun spent his life forging in order to avenge his wife and son, and was blessed by the Heavenly Devil after being repaired by the Heavenly Devil's blood. Seeing the shield attributes, Wang Yuan was slightly stunned. Wang Yuan only knew that the blood of gods and demons possessed the property of repairing equipment, but he never expected that this heavenly demon blood would have such a strong aftertaste that not only did it completely repair Xiao Bai's shield, but it even directly upgraded the shield by a grade. Not only did the shield's attributes directly double in size, it also had an additional special attribute that completely resisted damage. Wouldn't that mean that other equipment could be upgraded as well? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan directly pulled out the heroic history book. System prompt, does it defile your equipment? However, right at this moment, a system prompt appeared in front of Wang Yuan's eyes. Sullying? Wang Yuan was startled. Good lord, this has sobered Wang Yuan up. Defilement and blessing were opposing terms. Blessing allowed equipment to add an attribute or raise a grade, while defilement caused equipment to lose its attributes or lower its grade, or even turn it directly into a blank slate. The heroic history book is Wang Yuan's most important card, so he doesn't dare to gamble on it. Never mind, it's better to play it safe. Wang Yuan took a look at the other equipment on his body. Either the grade was too high to gamble on, or the grade was too low to be worth a bet, and finally landed his eyes on Xiao Bai's other 2 pieces of equipment. After all, it had already been tested with the shield, and with similar sets, the shield was not tarnished, and there was a high probability that the rest of the equipment would not be tarnished either. A moment later, all of the heavenly demon blood in Wang Yuan's hand was used on Xiao Bai's equipment. At the same time, the other 2 pieces of equipment had all received the Heavenly Devil's blessing as Wang Yuan had expected. The Wrath of Shaun of the Heavenly Devil, set 1/3. Quality, silver. Attack, 60. Magic, 60. Strength plus 20. Physical fitness plus 20. Vengeful Fire, passive skill. Damage increased by 20%. Heavenly Devil's Rage, passive skill that adds an additional 20% Heavenly Devil Flame burning damage. Occupation requirements, Warrior, Knight. Level requirement, 20. Item description, equipment that blacksmith Shaun spent his life forging in order to avenge his wife and son, and was blessed by the Heavenly Devil after being repaired by the Heavenly Devil's blood. Sean's persistence, set of 1/3. Quality, silver. Armor, 60. Magic resistance, 60. Strength plus 20. Physical fitness plus 20. Soul of perseverance, passive skill, 20% increase in life cap. Soul of heavenly devil, passive skill. Automatically triggered when life value drops to 30%. MP will be converted to blood at a ratio of 0. May 1st. Occupation requirements, warrior. Knight. Level requirement, 20. Item description, equipment that blacksmith Shaun spent his life forging in order to avenge his wife and son, and was blessed by the heavenly devil after being repaired by the heavenly devil's blood. Set properties. Shaun's revenge, passive skill. For every 1% reduction in blood volume, the player's attack and defense attributes will be increased by 2%, and when the blood volume drops to 30%, the blood rage attribute will be activated, restoring 2% of the player's life value every second during the battle. Wrath of the Heavenly Devil, passive skill increases attack and defense equal to 2% of the player's maximum life value cap. Holy shit, holy shit. When Xiao Bai saw the attributes of his equipment after upgrading, he was directly confused, and froze for a full 5 seconds before stifling a sentence. Brother Nyo, you are really my real brother. Not right, you are my real father. Say when will our dad get me a set too? I only have a broken bronze bow. Ma Sanner's eyes glowed red with jealousy. Big White is also envious, too eccentric. I only have a broken staff. Once upon a time, this silver staff was Big White's pride and joy, the best piece of equipment between the four of them, and now after seeing Little White's set, Den felt that it didn't smell good anymore. Brother Nyo even built the Temple of Light for me. Even if I rank them, I'm still the boss, the most favored one. Chun was defiant. Cut. It's not your turn. You youngest. The three skeletons gave Chun the middle finger in unison. It had to be said that the strengthened Shaun set was definitely stronger than the original set by more than one level. Not only did the attributes get an all-around boost, but the additional characteristics were also strengthened at an epic level, especially the suit attributes, but also directly break through the original level. The original attributes to enhance at the same time, but also increased the Heavenly Devil's Wrath. The higher the blood volume, the higher the attack and defense attributes increased by Heavenly Devil's Wrath. There are three types of tank careers: Blood Bull, Steel Plate, Dodge Monster, Blood Cow. As the name suggests is stacked blood, Steel Plate is stacked defense, Dodge belongs to the sword, stacked Agile belongs to non-mainstream tank. The mainstays are the blood and defense tanks. Who is higher and who is lower has been inconclusive. After all, the Blood Titan feels that the Defense Titan is afraid of penetration, and the Defense Titan feels that the Blood Titan is not resistant to beatings. Now with the Wrath of the Devil attribute, the player's blood can be converted into defense and attack attributes. That is to say, from now on White only needed to stack blood to have a defense comparable to a Berserker's attack defendable tank. What a supermodel. After equipping the upgraded Shaun suit to Bai, everyone looked dumbfounded. Even Wang Yuan looked stunned. Originally, Xiao Bai was a tall and sturdy figure covered in heavy black armor, carrying a huge shield, and giving people a bursting sense of security just by standing there. After the suit was upgraded by the heavenly demon blood, the armor on Xiao Bai's body was darker in color, and there were also some vague magical inscriptions flashing brightly and dimly on his body. Black aura surrounded Xiao Bai's body, and especially behind his back, a set of disembodied and hidden black wings coalesced. At a glance, it really did look just like a demon warrior. Day, I hate it so much. Why am I not a warrior? Ma San pounded his chest. What a crap burning stick. Big White held up his staff in tears. Chun even muttered, I have to say, this image has to be stressful even when the old man was young. This is the reward for White's desperate efforts to protect me. So everyone do well. It'll all be there later. Wang Yuan cheerfully waved his hand, opened the Corpse Whisperer skill, and drew a big cake for several people. The current Wang Yuan had quite the air of being a boss. With that, Wang Yuan fished out another small box from his arms. This box was thrown to Wang Yuan by Mephisto before. At that time, the situation was urgent. Wang Yuan did not have time to look at it, and the back was handing over the task and running away also did not think about it. It was only when he was looking for the heavenly demon blood just now that Wang Yuan saw this. This was a treasure that Mephisto had thrown out in the heat of the moment before he died, so it was clear how important this thing was to him. Must be a good one. Wang Yuan opened the box with excitement. However, when he saw what was in the box, Wang Yuan was like being doused with cold water. Just inside the box was a ring, gray and dull, without the slightest light effect. It was exactly the same as the wooden ring that popped from the little monster in the fucking novice village. As we all know, the equipment in the game, the higher the grade, the more gorgeous the special effects, the more exaggerated the modeling. Senior equipment in which to let a glance can be seen senior. Low-level equipment. Basically, has no special effects. After all, it's not like this crap is worth the designer's time to create special effects for him. There is not a single good thing in the demon race. How could I trust him? Examining the ring in front of him, Wang Yuan couldn't help but secretly spit. But on second thought, there's nothing wrong with it. It's definitely too late to take more than one look in that situation. And if you were in his place, you'd probably take the garbage and lie about it. Not to mention that Mephisto is still a despicable and cunning demonic race. Casually tapped the equipment properties. The properties of the ring appeared in front of Wang Yuan. Space ring, category, rings, grade, unknown. Interdimensional space, passive skill that comes with one compartment of storage space. Occupational requirements, general purpose. Level requirement, none. Item description, an unassuming ring. Rub. Seeing the ring attributes, Wang Yuan almost gave an angry laugh. A compartment for storage. It really amused the master. While space equipment is relatively rare in the game, it's not particularly rare. Common belts, rings, all have a certain chance of carrying spatial attributes. Usually the minimum is 4 compartments of storage space to start with, and the more advanced ones have 8 and 16 compartments, which players use to store potions and whatnot. A compartment of storage space is basically that much better than nothing. What makes Wang Yuan feel most ridiculous is that this piece of shit is even called a space ring. The attributes are not even worthy of the name. Garbage, pure garbage. Wang Yuan spat and put the ring on his left hand. Dawn of the Dawn players can bring 2 rings. If not for Wang Yuan still empty a frame of equipment, certainly will not even bring this thing. The dog does not bring. Grandma, disgusting to the core. This gem can't be junk too, can it? Finally, Wang Yuan took out the death gem. I thought this stuff was good before, but now I'm suddenly starting to get weak. The NPC stepping horse in this game does not have a good thing. One by one, they see the money and would rather die than take a loss of the Lord. The space ring can give you a whole compartment of storage space junk. This death gem might be another item. And with the morality level of this group of NPCs in Dawn of the 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 Dawn, it is not guaranteed to be another piece of junk. Thinking, Wang Yuan casually pulled out the king's sword. Although the jewel of death may be fake, it may not be real. Put on the garbage equipment. Wang Yuan is still a little reluctant, but put on the heroic history book. Wang Yuan and afraid of their own bottom of the treasure to play bad. So simply take out the weapon to do experiments. First of all, the weapon is the most important equipment for the player. And the king's sword is still the equipment that enhances the attributes of the battle pet in all aspects. And it looks like it goes better with the death gem. Secondly, this thing is not so bad for Wang Yuan to hurt his foundation even if it is gone. The last thing was that this was a dark gold equipment. And if it was really successfully upgraded, it would be another artifact. System alert, do you want to use the gem of death on the king's sword? Yes. Wang Yuan directly clicked OK. System alert, your equipment is not strong enough to withstand the power of the death gem. There is a certain chance of damage. Do you want to continue? Seeing the system prompt, Wang Yuan hurriedly tapped no. Good lord, the king's sword is a dark gold level equipment. When put on the market, it's considered one of the best artifacts. Even the king's sword can't withstand the power of this jewel of death. So it seems that this thing should be real. Since the king's sword cannot, Wang Yuan took out the holy ring of the undead. This is a divine weapon. Should be able to withstand it. However, just when Wang Yuan thought that he could upgrade successfully, the system sent another alert. System prompt, upgrade materials do not match and cannot be used. Error. Wang Yuan took a look at the upgrade requirements for the undead holy ring, which requires the monarch's bone and the prophet's heart. It seems that although this gemstone can upgrade equipment, it can't upgrade equipment that has a fixed upgrade program. It seems that although this gem can upgrade equipment, it cannot upgrade equipment that has a fixed upgrade program. Okay, in that case, Wang Yuan gritted his teeth and directly took out the heroic history book. Since the gems are real, there's no fear of him failing. System alert is yes. Without waiting for the system prompt to flash by, Wang Yuan decisively clicked OK without thinking. System alert, upgrade successful. Your heroic history book is inlaid with the death gem and has gained the power of death. System alert, you have obtained Hero's History Book Reincarnation, Death Gem. Hero's History Book Reincarnation, Gem of Death. Category, Deputy. Grade, Dark Gold, Upgradable. All attributes plus 20. Evolution passive skill, equipment level with the player level up. Every level up. All attributes plus 2. Graveyard, passive skill. Open up independent undead space. Player death or offline summoned units automatically return to the graveyard. Summoned units will no longer disappear and resurrected in the graveyard. Past life, passive skill. Player summoned units will gain the ability to use equipment and learn skills. Death, passive skill. Fused with the power of death. All targets killed by their own units will be transformed into corpses. Current item level, LV23. Current status, recognized. Holding player, Nyo Dali. Utilization level, 1. Required profession, exclusive to necromancers. Item description, the ultimate artifact held by the hero Sag. Possessing it will gain the power to turn the tide. This. Looking at the attributes of the heroic history book in his hand, Wang Yuan's pupils contracted violently and he was too excited to speak. The heroic history book was originally a secondary weapon, and the role of the secondary weapon was mainly the characteristics. So even though it was raised from gold to dark gold, the original attributes of the heroic history book didn't change much. It's just that the +1 to all attributes per level up becomes +2. However, the extra death feature after inlaying the death gem directly raises the value of this equipment to another level. What is the most basic thing a necromancer can do? The body. The profession of necromancer, especially the summoning stream necromancer, almost all of its skills were related to corpses. Whether it's summoning skeletons or, later on, zombies, the necessity needed is corpses. However, in the background setting of the broken game Dawn of the Dawn, the wraiths belong to the demon race, and when they die, their souls will return directly to the demon realm, and their corpses do not have the death characteristic of becoming undead. So the wraiths that the player kills can't be the corpses of the necromancers. A player's soul can be resurrected indefinitely and does not have the death attribute. So a player cannot become a necromancer's corpse even after being killed. Only when a human NPC in the main city who believes in the Illuminati dies can his soul be guided and redeemed to the world of the dead. And such a corpse possesses the characteristics of a true death. So far, the corpses used by necromancers in the game have been the corpses of human NPCs brushed from corpse refresh points. However, all the corpse refresh points in the main city were now controlled by the big guilds, and ordinary players had to pay money to use the corpses. Other than that, the only way for a necromancer to get a corpse is to slaughter civilian NPCs. This was an experience summarized by a high-level necromancer on the forums, and an undisclosed secret of all necromancers. Now the high-level necromancer who discovered the setting has deleted his number and retrained. Not because of the setting, of course, but because he took the law into his own hands and actually ran off to kill a civilian NPC. He summarized it correctly. It was true that one could successfully summon skeleton soldiers with the corpses of human civilian NPCs, but he also told all necromancers from personal experience that civilian NPCs should not be touched. This grandson's end is tragic. Not only are all the prestige values and contribution values of the main city zeroed out, all kinds of stores in the main city refuse to trade with him. And even learning a skill from a vocational tutor is 10 times more expensive than others. The most pathetic thing was that as soon as they stepped into the boundaries of the main city, they would be hunted down by the main city guards, ended up alive being pressed by guards at the resurrection point and hacked down to level 1, then still desperately abusing corpses unable to stand up, had no choice but to delete my number and start over. This shows how hard it is for the average necromancer to get bodies in the early game. This is also a limitation for necromancers. After all, after the necromancer's level 20, the attributes of the skeleton warriors under his command were no weaker than those of players of other professions. And if he didn't limit the necromancer on corpses, the professions would lose their balance, really waiting for the necromancer undead army to take shape. Other professions basically have no way to live. It's natural for a big late career to try their best to limit it in the early stages. Wang Yuan belonged to the extremely lucky necromancers. With the heroic history book in hand, Wang Yuan's skeleton has the attribute of unlimited resurrection. And Wang Yuan can also go to the Yingling temple to summon the Yingling. And there aren't many corpses used in the skill of summoning skeletons. But necromancers didn't just have the only skill of summoning skeletons to use corpses. For example, Wang Yuan's corpse catching technique, corpse explosion technique, and even the most elementary necromancer's return to life technique are all spells that require a corpse to use. However, it was because of the lack of corpses that the two seemingly strong skills, corpse catching and corpse explosion, essentially turned straight into garbage. Skills that are awesome are chicken feed if you can't unleash them. However, the hero's history book gained the power of death when it was inlaid with the gem of death. Without the guidance of the Temple of Light, any target that died under Wang Yuan and Wang Yuan's teammates would be extradited to the world of death by the power of death, thus becoming corpses that the necromancer could use to summon skeletons. Even players who can be revived indefinitely will become corpses after being killed. In this way, Wang Yuan could create corpses whenever and wherever he wanted. This was not insignificant to Wang Yuan. It was important to know that the corpse catching skill had a time limit. Even if Wang Yuan was able to catch the corpse at the corpse refresh point, it would be in vain once the time was up. Now with the power of death, Wang Yuan can use the corpse driving technique anytime, anywhere, and manipulate the target corpse to fight for him. Most importantly, the corpse explosion skill would also be strengthened at an epic level. A normal corpse explosion was equal to a targeted landmine. And with the corpse explosion of the corpse catching technique, it would be a walking self-exploding truck. Imagine how terrifying it would be. It seems like Wilson is still the most real. Looking at the heroic history book in his hand, Wang Yuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Among the NPCs he knew, there were the old and cunning ones like Zul, the cheeky ones like Clydesdale, the pitiful ones like Mephisto, and the brutal and unreasonable ones like Estee, Peter. All sorts of big shots that aren't nearly as nice as Wilson. A man who's a hitman. Sure enough, you can't judge people by their careers. After re-equipping the heroic history book, Wang Yuan went offline in the same place. Taking off his gaming helmet, Wang Yuan made himself an instant noodle. When I opened the forums, almost all of them were discussing the post of the nameless expert who killed the legendary boss. Some say it's a bug in the system, while others say the person is a trustee of treadmill games. More people thought that this nameless expert was actually someone from the game company or a relative of Boss Ma. Anyway, there are so many different opinions that people can't get over the conclusions they want to believe. What's more, some even pulled Wang Yuan out for comparison. You guys say, who is more awesome, Nyo Dali or the Nameless Master? Nonsense. Of course it's Nyo Dali. That's an existence that can single-handedly take on a guild. Who has the ability to pass a hell difficulty copy? Of course, there are those who retort, Nyo Dali is your father, blowing him off so much. Do you know what a legendary boss is? At first, people were posting data and reasoning. The personal attacks on each other started later. It eventually devolved into a boring scolding. Wang Yuan shook his head straight as he watched. God knows how these people would look after realizing that the one who killed the legendary boss was also Nyo Dali. Closing the forum, Wang Yuan glanced out the window, only to see that the moon outside had turned red, illuminating the dark night. The moonlight shone on Wang Yuan's body, and Wang Yuan clearly felt a trace of aura was penetrating through his skin. This moon, feeling the aura of the moonlight, Wang Yuan's heart thumped. Could it be that this red moon is also a precursor to the end times? Otherwise, how come the moonlight has an aura? With a thought in his mind, Wang Yuan silently chanted Bone Spear. Wow! A 1-meter-long gray scaled-down version of the Bone Spear jumped above his left hand. Wang Yuan glanced down at the Bone Spear in his hand and suddenly his eyes tightened. Looking at the gray ring on the middle finger of his left hand suddenly froze. This ring is exactly the same space ring that Mephisto gave to Wang Yuan. Sub-oh, isn't this thing an in-game outfit? How? Wang Yuan froze. Feeling the magic fluctuation, Wang Yuan can understand. After all, the game is a brainwave access. Can be far-fetched interpretation that the brain is strengthened by the game so that it can condense magic, monster invasion of the real world. Wang Yuan can also accept, because he has long been psychologically prepared to know that the game world and the fusion with the real world, there will be spatial cracks around the world. Those low-strength monsters run out is also normal, but the equipment in the game was brought out. This makes Wang Yuan feel weird. It's not scientific. Could a space rift even appear on its own? Picking up the ring, Wang Yuan examined it for a moment. Properties are also mirrored, just like in the game. This spatial ring's attributes were too trashy to look at, with no attribute bonuses and only one storage space. Not even as good as the goblin's ring that he had popped out earlier. However, this storage space caught Wang Yuan's attention. It was known that this space ring was brought out from the game. So wouldn't that mean that the space attached to this ring could also travel between the two worlds? If that's the case, that means the ring could theoretically bring back game world stuff as well. Wang Yuan immediately entered the game again. After entering the game, Wang Yuan glanced at his left hand, and as expected, the space ring was still there. After thinking for a while, Wang Yuan took out 10 gold coins and put them into his ring storage compartment before quickly going offline. Open the storage space again when you return to reality. In the next moment, 10 yellow, golden, heavy gold coins appeared in Wang Yuan's hand. Seeing the gold coins in his hand, Wang Yuan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Surprisingly, it really can. Items in the game could actually be transferred to the real world through this ring. Mud, I'm going to be rich. Ha, that's not right. Sub-oh, soon the two worlds will merge. What's the point of giving a this thing at this time? Soon Wang Yuan calmed down again. Meow. Although this ring can theoretically carry items to travel between the game and the real world, but 20 days later the game world and the real world is going to become one world. Now with this skill can be trampled for 45 years as a trader. What are the two differences? So this thing is a 20-day smuggling experience card. Nima. Wang Yuan's head was full of black lines, and the feeling was simply overwhelming. Just like the protagonist in the novel, holding back for decades. It's not easy to have a hang-up, but it turns out to be a limited time. Genus makes it difficult. It's better to have none rather than a brief experience, but gold can be really good. However, when Wang Yuan saw the gold coins in his hand again, he suddenly thought again. A 20-day hangout is a hangout. 2. Better than nothing. Other than that, these 10 gold coins are real money. To be reasonable, don't look at Wang Yuan's scenery in the game. In fact, in reality, he is still very short of money. The food was instant noodles, and they lived in the old family home. Because he knew that 20 days later would be the end of the world. The gold coins in the game Wang Yuan didn't even bother to exchange them for cash. After all, once the end of the world came, gold was the hard currency. Now with this space ring, gold coins can be brought directly from the game world. Going straight to selling gold can be a lot more cost-effective than in-game currency exchange. A gold coin is conservatively 50 grams. A gram of gold is $600. A gold coin that's $30,000. Keep in mind that the exchange rate for game currency to cash is now down to $900. And throw in the paperwork and taxes, and you're looking at 800 or so bucks in hand. Take the gold coins and sell them directly. That's dozens of times more. Wang Yuan was sitting on 500,000 gold, and was an absolute gold coin powerhouse. Naturally, he would not begrudge a mere gold coin to improve his present life. Besides, supplies are extremely important when the end is near, especially food and water. Those are necessities, and with a large amount of cash, you can be well prepared before the end comes again. This thing isn't all bad. Thinking of this, the corner of Wang Yuan's mouth lifted slightly. The mind is already made up. After washing his face, Wang Yuan put on his clothes and walked out of the house. What are you doing? Just as he went out the door, he heard a familiar voice from behind him. It's none other than Wang Yujie. Sneak around and buy something. Wang Yuan said. Do you have anything you need to bring? There's no to bring. Wang Yujie hemmed and hawed. But you can take me. He. It had been more than a week since he came to this city, and Wang Yujie hadn't gone out for a stroll yet. At this moment, when he saw that Wang Yuan was going out, he directly posted up without any hesitation. Hey, do you have money you just go shopping? Wang Yuan skimmed his mouth. This girl's game helmet down payment or their own take it. Foam noodles are rubbing their own. Yesterday this stupid dog also stole their own pot of boiling water. Now you want to go out shopping with yourself. You don't want me to buy her something. No, you have it on the line. Wang Yujie is worthy of being a female hooligan. And such a shameless thing is said so casually. Ugh, you still owe me money. Give me back my hot water pot. Wang Yuan's face darkened. People who hold grudges are careful. Wang Yuan was one of those people who were vindictive. Though not ambiguous on the big stuff, he can mind if you try to take a small advantage of him. You're a big old man. Why are you so petty? Wait for me to have money to pay you back tenfold. Wang Yujie had a look of contempt. Cut. Wang Yuan muttered. You have money? Will there be that day? Money is nothing. Sitting around watching the sky, asshole. Wang Yujie hatefully kicked Wang Yuan, then reached over with both hands and wrapped them around Wang Yuan's arm. Wang Yuan's cold sweat directly flowed down when he saw this. This bitch is not going to twist her arm off, right? He had seen how ferocious Wang Yujie was. Immediately after that, Wang Yujie's head rubbed over. Wang Yuan's heart thumped and instinctively took a step back, and Wang Yujie's head rubbed against the ground. You're sick, Wang Yujie cursed. Girls put their heads together and you come up and hide. You're going to die. No. Wang Yuan wiped his sweat. I thought you were going to bite me to death. NNDs. Who wouldn't be irritated at the sight of this ferocious gadget? Dog man. Wang Yujie was furious. Directly a flip arm left hand yanked Wang Yuan's arm. Right hand pressed Wang Yuan's head against the wall and asked, take me or not? Bring. Wang Yuan begged for mercy in a hurry. 3 minutes later, Wang Yuan arrived downstairs, followed by a pretty girl in a tracksuit. Do not really say. Wang Yujie just character is not like a woman. As long as you do not open your mouth to speak, do not hit people or very like a woman. It was dark and the neighborhood was clear. Isn't this brother Wang? Is this sister-in-law? Passing by the downstairs supermarket, Xiao Zhang is moving things to the house. Seeing Wang Yuan greeted from a distance, but also could not help but look at Wang Yujie a few more eyes. The hazy light comes with a beautiful face, and the already good-looking Wang Yujie adds a few more points. Netflix. Wang Yuan quickly waved his hand. Hiss. That's great. Chang gave an I get it look. That's the way it is when you meet online. I can't believe you're having fun playing that game. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but lament. Wang Yuan. Looks like the kid has brainstormed a love story between two internet-addicted youths. By the way, are you using that cooler yet? Suddenly Wang Yuan thought of something and asked in a hurry. Don't mention it. Thanks to you, brother Wang. Xiao Zhang said. Recently, the goods came down too fast. Prices are also rising. Thanks to my early storage of a warehouse of goods made a small profit. But now half of the warehouse is empty. Brother Wang, you calculate. But also to continue to stockpile? Empty half? Then rent it to me. Wang Yuan was busy saying. Chang sniffed in bewilderment. Wang Yujie is also full of questions. What are you doing renting a warehouse for nothing? Exactly. Xiao Zhang also conformed. Sister-in-law can't even stand to watch. Stock up on food and drinks. Wang Yuan said. Not buddy. Xiao Zhang froze. You want to open a supermarket too? That's not true. It's just for my own use. Wang Yuan said. According to Big White and the others, all of the real world was completely paralyzed when the end came. Water, food, and energy are the things most lacking in the end times. It had to be at least 3 years before the surviving players stabilized to establish shelters, build cities, and return to production. That means that within 3 years, everyone will have to find food and water and energy in the ruins of Armageddon. Those things that Wang Yuan had hoarded at home would last for a month at most, and now with Wang Yujie as a dabbler, they wouldn't last for half a month. Why not just rent a cold storage unit and stock up on supplies for a couple years at a time? For yourself? Chang was even more confused. She's more able to eat. Wang Yuan pointed at Wang Yujie. Xiao Zhang head full of black question mark. Again can eat. Not to rent half a cold storage stockpiling things home refrigerator is not enough to use? In the end, Xiao Zhang simply waved his hand. If you don't want to say it, forget it, but let's be honest with our own brothers. $20,000 a year rent can't be less. That's a must. Wang Yuan said. Tomorrow you pack up and I'll have someone move the goods over. Okay, Xiao Zhang readily agreed. Can't see you people also strange good Lu. Leaving the neighborhood. Wang Yujie smiled and said. Where's the good? Specialize in renting me a cold storage Wang Yujie said. Wang Yuan. Is it true that you can't hear a good word or a bad word? Aren't you broke? Wang Yujie added. That's why I came out. Wang Yuan said. Oh, come out in the middle of the night to look for money. Are you? Wang Yujie with a bad smile on his face. That's right. Wang Yuan nodded. Can't tell. You're still selling in. Wang Yujie had a surprising tone. Silver coins aren't worth much. Wang Yuan said. I'll sell gold coins. With that, Wang Yuan pulled out a gold coin from his pocket. Wang Yujie had even seen a kobold. And Wang Yuan wasn't going to hide the fact that the game world and the real world were about to merge from her. This thing. Hey, seeing the gold coin in Wang Yuan's hand, Wang Yujie had déjà vu. It's gold coins from the game, Wang Yuan said. No wonder it looks familiar. I've seen others use it before. Wang Yujie suddenly realized. Poor woman. Poor in the game and in reality. There are already game peripherals online? Wang Yujie took the gold coin and took a bite. Surprised. Yoo-hoo. It's still real gold. It was brought out of the game. Wang Yuan said. Brought out of the game? Wang Yujie said breathlessly. What are you pulling at? The world is going to end. Wang Yuan said. In 3 weeks, the game world will have to merge with the real world. Wang Yuan told Wang Yujie roughly what he knew. Are you making up stories? Or do you think I don't have enough brains? Although Wang Yujie was stupid, he knew what was believable and what was not. I can believe you, but don't take me for a fool. Really, Wang Yuan said solemnly. Do you remember the dwarf you killed when we first met? Remember, that midget. It's so ugly looking. Wang Yujie nodded. That thing is called a goblin. It's a monster that ran out of the game. Wang Yuan said. Now the game world and the real world have started to intersect. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Wang Yujie was also stunned. What then? You believe me? Nonsense. I've killed the monster myself. Can I not believe it? Wang Yujie said. I said how that kid ran so fast that day. It's because the corpse was refreshed. Get money, get supplies, live well. Wang Yuan said. How do you get money? Sell the gold. Why don't you sell silver? The conversation circled back around. Silver coins are worthless. It's you that's worthless, isn't it? Get out. Regular readers who sell gold know that you don't go to a gold store to sell gold. The gold store not only has a low recycling price, there are all kinds of discount fees as well as taxes. The key is that people like Wang Yuan who are involved in huge amounts of gold of unknown origin will also be investigated by Uncle Hat's store. A private silversmith's store is the preferred choice for selling gold. Walking through the streets and alleys. I don't know how many streets were bypassed. Wang Yuan finally brought Wang Yujie to a hutong. At this time a small store was still lit. An old man was sitting under a lamp clanking something in his hand. Something wrong this late? The old man looked up at Wang Yuan. Sell something. Wang Yuan placed the gold coins on the table. Oh, when the boss saw the gold coins on the table, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up and hurriedly put on a pair of eyes and picked up Wang Yuan's gold coins to examine them under the light. Top quality color. It's good stuff. Did it come from the right place? The boss asked Wang Yuan Dao. A hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Nonsense. It's passed down from my ancestors. If I wasn't short of money to spend, I wouldn't be willing to sell it. Wang Yuan tugged on Wang Yujie by his side. Oh. The boss nodded thoughtfully and said, young people are really willing to put down money. $1,000 can solve things. Put out all the family heirlooms for sale. Little brother, do you want to think about it? I just considered it before I came. Wang Yuan said. Will you take it or not? Collect. Of course. The boss was busy smiling and said, is this the only one? There's more at home. Depends on what price you give. Wang Yuan said. I'll sell them all to you if the price is right. 580 a gram. Now that the gold price is transparent, I'll make you 20 a gram. The boss was open. Okay. Wang Yuan's heart price was 30,000 for a single piece. But this was a private transaction, not through the public. It was normal for the boss to earn some. 29,000 a piece is not a bad price. How much did you bring? The boss asked again. 10. Wang Yuan placed all the gold coins on the counter. With 290,000 in cash in hand, Wang Yuan left the silversmith store with Wang Yujie. Looking at Wang Yuan's back as he left, that boss's face darkened as he picked up his cell phone and dialed. Xia-san, come over here, there's a big deal. How many can you fight alone? On the way home from the silversmith store, Wang Yuan suddenly asked Wang Yujie. Ha? Wang Yujie was stunned by the question, then thought for a moment and said, can you beat it to death? Is there a difference? Wang Yuan was also stunned by the question. This woman's words were always out of Wang Yuan's expectation. Of course, Wang Yujie said with certainty. If it's just a uniform, it'll just beat 7 or 8. What about beating to death? Wang Yuan asked again. Humph. Wang Yujie sneered, his eyes suddenly becoming icy cold. As long as there is still stamina, you can keep fighting. Hoping that it's harder to subdue than to beat to death? Wang Yuan wondered. Nonsense. Beaten to death without having to stay. One move at a time. Subdued words. I can't reach the realm of sending and receiving freely. Wang Yujie said. Can anyone reach it? Of course, my dad and my mom can all reach the realm of sending and receiving freely. Wang Yujie excitedly said. My grandfather's cultivation is even higher, especially my great-grandfather. Known as the #1 expert in the ancient world, no one has been able to surpass his cultivation so far. Really? Wang Yuan was a bit disbelieving. In his eyes, Wang Yujie was already perverted enough, but listening to her, she was still the weakest one in her family. Of course it's true. I know why you were kicked out, Wang Yuan realized. Because you were too weak. Pretty much, Wang Yujie said. If I could reach the realm of sending and receiving as I please, I wouldn't have crippled someone. Right. Why are you suddenly asking this? Ha! Wang Yuan smiled at his words and said, because we are being watched. Really? Wang Yujie was full of questions. Hey, you too. Just as Wang Yujie was half believing Wang Yuan's words, suddenly a rough voice came from not far away. Immediately afterward, several punks with dyed yellow hair and baseball bats and katana knives appeared in the dim streetlight. Wang Yuan looked back. The road behind was also blocked by a couple of punks. Surround them! With a wave of the hand of a flower-shirted young man in the lead, the gangsters approached Wang Yuan and the two of them step by step, surrounding the two of them in the center. This group of gangsters had a total of 6 or 7 people. The flowery shirt should be their boss. At this time, holding a cigarette, was looking at Wang Yuan with a cold smile. Humph, where do you want to run? After surrounding Wang Yuan and the two of them, the flower shirt guy came over with a katana and pointed at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan and Wang Yujie glanced at each other and smiled slightly, as if to say, see, I didn't lie to you. Wang Yujie, however, was all agitated. Luckily, I came out today. Do you guys have something going on? Wang Yuan asked knowingly. Nothing, Flower Shirt said. It's just that I'm short-handed and want to borrow some money to spend. Saying that, the flower shirt glanced at the handbag containing money in Wang Yuan's hand. Dude is so rich, he won't be reluctant to part with it. Oh, robbery, Wang Yuan said in realization. Now that the streets are full of cameras, you still dare to do this? That's why I followed you all the way here before I blocked you in. Flower shirt grinned. Dude specifically found a place where the cameras couldn't get a shot. No cameras, hey. Wang Yujie sniffed and his tone began to tremble with excitement. Ha! Flower shirt turned his head to look at Wang Yujie at the sound of his voice. And after seeing Wang Yujie's face, he obviously froze for a moment, and then laughed lewdly with a lewd face and said, Yo ho, this bitch looks pretty good, hee hee. It's really a windfall. After saying this, Flower Shirt added to Wang Yuan, your mother-in-law is nice. Let her go have fun with us later. It's guaranteed to be more enjoyable than following you. Wang Yuan, this guy really doesn't know what he's doing. To die or to live? Wang Yujie's body began to shiver, and he couldn't suppress the exuberance in his eyes. Of course it's alive. We only seek wealth and sex. We don't kill. The Flower Shirt thought that Wang Yujie was talking to himself and smiled. Don't be afraid, little sister. We are all very gentle. We will definitely make you happy. Ha ha ha, third brother is mighty. A group of punks in the back sniffed and started to raise a ruckus. Okay, no killing. You've kind of said something human. You should still be able to keep alive today. Wang Yuan took a step back holding his arms. Question mark. The flowered shirt sniffed. Haven't reacted to what's going on. Only to hear a click. His own elbow has been broken to the shoulder. A moment later, a sharp pain hit him head on. Ah! With a mournful scream, the floral shirt fell straight to his knees. His grip on the knife loosened, and the katana fell off. Wang Yujie smoothly fished for the knife and grabbed it in his hand. Wang Yuan's hair stood on end as he watched. Watching Wang Yujie fight in the game and watching Wang Yujie fight in reality were simply two concepts, and that visual impact was incomparable. This woman really is just like she said. She won't hold back, and when she strikes, it's to kill. Sango. The others froze for a moment when they saw that a little girl dared to fight back, then rushed forward with the weapons in their hands. Wang Yujie did not see the slightest panic in this situation, just not slow back a step. Then his right hand stretched forward. Katana out. Wrist flick. The katana in his hand pulled out a few sword blades as did the long sword. Everyone only felt a sharp pain coming from their wrists, and their grip on their weapons couldn't help but loosen. Immediately followed by the sound of clank, clank, clank. The sound of clank, clank, clank was immediately followed by the sound of everyone's weapons falling to the ground. The crowd looked down, only to see that all of them had a 2-inch long slit cut into their wrists, with the exact same shape, location, size, and depth. For a moment, everyone froze. Looking at the little girl in front of him, her eyes were filled with incredulity. These guys have been doing this kind of thing for more than a day or two, and this is the first time they've encountered something so bizarre. Spare them any more every insight. Also instantly realized that this is to meet cannot afford to mess with the ruthless character. One by one you look at me. I look at you, do not dare to step forward again. Also do not dare to retreat half a step. It was as if he had been shocked by Wang Yujie at this very moment. Not to mention them, even Wang Yuan, who knew Wang Yujie's strength, was dumbfounded by this scene. It said that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and a good man can't beat a crowd. Wang Yujie unloaded 6 people's weapons in one shot. Was this still a human performance? Is this what you mean by not being able to send and receive as you please? Wang Yuan bristled. Aha! Wang Yujie said. If it had been my father, they wouldn't even have suffered any superficial injuries, and if it had been my great-grandfather, they would have died without anyone finding out how. Wang Yuan. What a family. Well, it's better not to fight and kill in a civilized society. Wang Yuan waved his hand, took the katana in Wang Yujie's hand, and kicked the flowery shirt to the ground. Say it, who are you and who sent you? The flower shirt hurriedly said. I am called Xia-san. It is to see you carrying something in your hand, so I came to. It's, pop. Xia-san didn't finish his sentence. Wang Yuan slapped a knife on Xia-san's mouth, and then kicked Xia-san's head a few times. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. That's the truth. It really is the truth. Xia-san panicked. Forget it. You shouldn't torture him either. Wang Yujie couldn't watch anymore. Sister. Or you. I'm really telling the truth. Simply kill it. Wang Yujie's eyes flashed ferociously. Reaching out, he yanked the knife from Wang Yuan's hand and was about to stab at Xia-san's neck. Xia-san was so scared that he pissed himself. I say, it's old Gua. Old Gua? Wang Yujie frowned. It's that old man who sells silver. Wang Yuan said. Yeah. Xia-san nodded frantically. It's him. He's usually the one responsible for introducing the business, and we split it 50-50. Tramp. Wang Yuan kicked Xia-san again and said. In a society where the rule of law prevails, you still dare to stop and rob? It's too lawless, isn't it? Not. Xia-3 busy explaining, old Gua said. Go to his place or running to sell stolen goods to go. No one is able to see the light things. So was robbed. Also do not dare to report to the police. He also said that we are called for the people to get rid of the harm, and then get rich by the way. It is a good thing to do. Shit, so shameless? Wang Yuan gave a laugh. I am shameless enough, but I can't imagine that this old Gua who sells silver is even more shameless than myself. For the people to get rid of the harm. Stepping horse, so shameless words can also say out. But Lagua does have no problem with this line of thinking. But anything that can see the light of day will not go to him to realize, together with this old thing to take himself as a fly on the wall guy. Didn't the old thing tell you that 80% of the people who dare to sell stolen goods also have human lives in their hands? Wang Yuan asked with a smirk. Blackmailed himself. Big brother, this is a civilized society. You can't kill people. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, Xia-san had a jolt, and cool air went straight from the back of his head to his heels. Anyone who sells stolen goods is certainly not a good person. Especially Wang Yuan was completely different from the people he had seen before. In the past, Xia San robbed some local thieves and petty thieves, taking a knife and scaring them. But in front of these two people, one more than one ferocious, the male is not to say, the female casually a hand can be all their brothers to deal with. At a glance is not ordinary people. This kind of person naturally wouldn't be one of the usual Cockney types. It's not likely that it's some kind of super bandit, international thief, the head of a terrorist organization or something. Killing someone isn't as easy as eating. The more Xia San thought about it, the more horrified he became, and he quickly blurted out, "You can't go down the path of crime because of trash like me." "It's fine." Wang Yuan followed Xia San's tone. "There are no cameras here." Xia San sniffed with tears streaming down his face. "Say it, do you want to die or live?" Wang Yuan saw that Xia San had been scared out of his wits and asked indifferently. "Want to live, want to live." Xia San kowtowed like garlic. "Good then, follow me to see old Gua." Wang Yuan swept a glance at the crowd and said, "You guys follow over as well." Well. The crowd hurriedly nodded their heads and went forward to help Xia San up. Lao Gua. A few moments later, Wang Yuan returned to the silver store. "Oh, why are you guys back again? Is it regret?" Old Gua didn't seem surprised. "It's common to sell something and regret it. But you go out, the goods will have to be two prices. Less than 300,000 is not for sale." Lao Gua then added. "That's not true." Wang Yuan sneered and pointed to the door. "Do you recognize these people?" Lao Gua looked up at the door and couldn't help but be shocked, then calmly said, "I don't know." "Why? Gua Yu Kai, how dare you say you don't recognize me? I have something on you in my hand. Don't try to trick me." Hearing Lao Gua's words, Xia San shouted and cursed loudly in excitement. "Stupid." Gua Yu Kai sighed helplessly at his words. "Have you forgotten what I told you?" Before Gua Yu Kai said to Xia San, "Something happened as long as they do not know, even if the defendant to find no evidence. I can't imagine the dumbass turned his head and forgot about it." "No, but this guy really kills people," Xia San said with a sobbing voice. "I don't want to die yet." "Murder?" Gua Yu Kai sniffed and gave Wang Yuan a horrified look. "Don't listen to him. How could I kill anyone? We're just running a small business," Wang Yuan said with a smile. "Smuggling? Artifacts? International business?" Gua Yu Kai frowned. Those few gold coins, obviously not domestic stuff, were clearly artifacts that came in from abroad. It can be seen that Wang Yuan should be engaged in the smuggling of cultural relics, and it is also an international thief. "It's a bit bigger than that," Wang Yuan said. "It's also best if you don't ask too many questions. I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it when I say it. More than international all across the realm." Well, Wang Yuan did not brag at all. "I understand." Old Gua drooped his head and said, "I can't imagine that I also have times when I look away." "Brother, how do you want to solve it? As long as it doesn't hurt the lives of these brothers of mine, how much money is fine?" "Good point, just give me back my gold coins," Wang Yuan said indifferently. "Just, gold coins back?" Gua Yu Kai kind of couldn't believe his ears. He dared to go dark, so naturally he knew the rules of darkness. "Why Don? I hear things you see. What? Pick one back?" Gua Yu Kai said almost pleadingly. Regular readers of Blackout know that once they are countered, they are the absolutely vulnerable party, and the more the other party does not want anything, the less they will be in their hearts. If he doesn't want your stuff, he'll have to take your life. Especially Wang Yuan. This level of transnational cultural relic smuggling gangs that is more than selling powder is even more heartless organization. Now Wang Yuan just lets you go. He might want to do something to you later. There should never be an overnight relationship in this case. Even if you hemorrhage money, you have to get rid of him that day. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about it. "Oh, what do you have here?" Originally, Wang Yuan was thinking of getting the gold coins back and wasting money with empty gloves. But when he heard this request from Gua Yu Kai, Wang Yuan was also a bit moved. This Gua Yu Kai is not only a silversmith, but also often give people some cultural relics and jewelry appraisal. Store good things are really quite a lot. Take your pick. Take your pick. Gua Yu Kai led Wang Yuan to the shelves. Wang Yuan swept over with a glance, and the attributes of all the things on the shelves appeared in the form of text in front of Wang Yuan's eyes. This was the first ability Wang Yuan obtained after sensing the magic fluctuation. During the reign of Emperor Renzong of the Song dynasty, the Wanli years of the Ming dynasty, the Yongzheng years of the Qing dynasty, you have a lot of good stuff here. Wang Yuan swept over with a glance, as if he were counting his treasures. Gua Yu Kai was more fearful in his heart, and at the same time, he also brought a few points of admiration, and he was more convinced of the identity of Wang Yuan's cultural relics smuggling gang. How else could you have such a precise vision? However, Wang Yuan could not look at any of these things, but finally landed his eyes on the last blackened stone block. "This one?" Seeing the blackened stone, Wang Yuan visibly froze for a moment. "This is yesterday my friend in the field mailed me to let me identify," Gua Yu Kai busily said. Can't see the road. It shouldn't be anything good. I'll take this one. Wang Yuan casually grabbed the stone in his hand. Seeing Wang Yuan naming a stone, Gui Yukai was still a little unsure in his heart. There were so many things in his house, and this guy took the least valuable one. It looks like he still doesn't want to forgive himself. Alright, that's it. Keep your eyes open in the future. It's a good thing you guys met me today. Wang Yuan put the stones away, greeted Gui Yukai and a few others, and led Wang Yujie out of the silver store. Looking at the departing back of Wang Yuan and his duo, Gui Yukai came back to his senses after a long time. Seems a little hard to believe that this is over for the day. Xia-san was even sitting on his butt on the ground, his body still shaking, as if he had escaped from death. Doggone old Gua. You almost got me killed, Xia-san cursed. I also didn't know that this shitty place of ours, Jiangbei, still had this figure. Gui Yukai also had palpitations. Just let them go? Leaving the silversmith store, Wang Yujie was a bit unfulfilled. Blacky to their own head. This kind of thing once in a lifetime, just so put them to let go. Simply waste such a good opportunity. Or what? Wang Yuan asked rhetorically. Do we kill them? Wang Yujie was stunned by the question. Killing. This word from the modern civilized society seems to be a bit far away. Railing Wang Yujie, such lawless maniacs. Hear the word murder, but also heart-thumping. Think not to. Only to say resentfully, at least beat them up. That's not the purpose. Our purpose is just to seek wealth. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and glanced at the handbag containing the cash. Only seeking wealth? Listening to you, it's as if it's all in your calculations. Wang Yujie frowned slightly. I thought you had seen it earlier. Wang Yuan said. I had to go halfway around the city to find such a fishing silversmith store. Hearing Wang Yuan say this, Wang Yujie immediately froze, followed by a clear understanding. All the doubts in his heart were solved. No wonder Wang Yuan dragged himself all over the city in the middle of the night and ended up in a small, out-of-the-way store to sell gold coins. No wonder not long after leaving the silversmith store, Wang Yuan said that someone was following him. No wonder after capturing Xia-san, Wang Yuan directly pressed him to ask who ordered him. Hopefully, this is all within Wang Yuan's calculations. Its purpose, to fish. Those gold coins are the bait. The cash in hand is the catch of the day. Nima, the bitch. Thinking of this, even a ruthless character like Wang Yujie, who was not afraid of the world, could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Looking at Wang Yuan in front of him, his eyes were filled with shock. She was never expecting that this harmless-looking guy in front of her would be so treacherous. Rub, you bad man. Wang Yujie froze for a full 5 seconds, 1,000 words converging into one sentence. Cut. You know shit, I'm really doing the people a favor, Wang Yuan said. That said, how do you know he'll go black? Wang Yujie was curious. You'll know later. Wang Yuan laughed. In fact, there is nothing mysterious. It is because the current Wang Yuan is an awakened person. In his eyes anything is like a boss, and equipment in the game has an attribute panel. Wei Youcai's panel is labeled black on black. Of course, Wang Yuan merely wanted to use empty gloves to cash out some cash with gold coins, but who knew that there would be unexpected gains? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan glanced at the stone fragment in his hand. Broken gemstone fragments. Category, special props, broken. Item description, a fragment of a gemstone from an otherworldly world that exudes a mysterious aura of energy. Otherworldly gem fragments. It also gave off a mysterious energy aura. It was clear that the stone didn't belong to the real world, but something from the game world, although he didn't know exactly what it was. To Wang Yuan, this gemstone fragment of Doomsday will come could be more valuable than those antiques. With hundreds of thousands of cash in hand, Wang Yuan was a little more confident in doing things. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan came downstairs and spent $20,000 to rent Xiao Zhang's cold storage. Xiao Zhang was happy and said that he knew where the goods were cheap and had to be a guide for Wang Yuan. The duo then went to the market to make a big purchase. The main items purchased are rice and white flour and water. At this point in time, the basic supplies of Doomsday resources are not only cheap, but they also have a long shelf life, making them extremely cost-effective. Next is sugar, salt and other seasonings, which are not used much but are essential. Only last are cigarettes, snacks. These things are the last consolations of the lonely end times. Soon, the cash in Wang Yuan's hand was squandered like running water, and the sheer amount of supplies procured shocked Xiao Zhang. Wang brother, you get so many things, really not want to open a supermarket? Seeing Wang Yuan spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy goods, Xiao Zhang is on the verge of tears. Our neighborhood is originally less people, cannot earn much money. No, I'm using this all by myself, Wang Yuan said very seriously. I don't believe it. If you buy so many things, you still have to use them until the end of the world. Xiao Zhang was skeptical. Ha ha, Wang Yuan laughed and asked, "What would you save up for if the end times came?" "Rice, flour, grain and oil." Xiao Zhang rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not a fool. I naturally know that food is the most important thing. Right. I also need to save some seeds. There are seeds to be self-sufficient." "Makes sense." Wang Yuan brightened up and said, "Let's go. Let's procure some seeds." "Hey brother Wang, it's not really going to be the end of the world, is it?" Xiao Zhan was dumbfounded. After a full morning's work, all the supplies were finally procured. After this matter of entering the barn was handed over to Xiao Zhang, Wang Yuan returned home and entered the game. While Wang Yuan was purchasing supplies, the guild channel of vigorously producing miracles suddenly sent a message. "Crap, there's a pretty girl in the tavern." "Oh, really?" Injin bubbled for a second. "These two could be said to stink." Fine. The brave and the bold also coaxed from the sidelines. "Ask for contact information, then pull a meeting for everyone to enjoy together." "Fuck Nima. I'll hang you and chop you up if you talk like that again." Shui Linglong was furious. She was most annoyed with people who disrespected women. Pee-wee Kid hasn't seen much of the world either. Anything crooked is beautiful in his eyes. Hope also came out and laughed. "It makes sense. Everyone chimed in. Casually shooting this little colorful billet is perennially in a state of starvation. And when he sees the NPC ants selling fruits on Commercial Street, he says that the beauty in his mouth is definitely watered down. Cheating is for puppies." Casual Gone Shooting said. "I've never seen one so square. How positive." Death couldn't help but come out of the woodwork. "None of your business. Tasho has nothing to do with you either." Random Messy Shot sent a middle finger emoji. "Reaper. I'll bet a gold coin." "It's an older woman." The brave and the bold was thinking about making money all the time. "I'll bet 10 gold coins." "It's an ugly one." Hope Fortune has been generous lately. Take me one." The benevolent one also applied to join. "Tramp. If it's a pretty girl you guys will pay me." Casual Messy Shot was furious. Buy it. "Brother Nyo, come to the tavern. I'll buy you a drink." As soon as Wang Yuan went online, he received a message from Dahai Wulin. Dahai Wulin is a very serious girl, and she was really relieved when she said earlier that she would have the opportunity to treat Wang Yuan to a drink. "It's coming." Wang Yuan casually returned a message. Thunderstorm City, Han's Tavern. At the most conspicuous table, a group of extremely lewd-looking guys were staring at a female player in the corner and pointing. These guys, naturally, are the miracle workers? Crap, what a beauty. The benevolent one stared at the girl with two eyes. "Nima, when did Pee-wee's vision get so good?" Brave Man Unrivaled frowned. Unbelievable. Shui Linglong lamented. "Say your grandpa's? Hurry up and pay up." Pee-wee got excited and reached for the money. "Hopefully, go get a contact." The crowd turned their heads to look at Hope as they pulled out their money. Being one of the most flirtatious in the guild, everyone had put all their hopes on Hope's beauty plan already. "Ask your lordships. It's all about people asking me for it. I've never initiated it from anyone." Hope indicated that she had no experience in initiating. "I'll go." Death volunteered to get up with a serious face. "I have experience." "Forget it." The crowd pulled at Death to persuade him. "People are just better looking. The offense is not so bad. I'll fuck you all." Death gritted his teeth. Squeak. Just as a few people were scratching their heads, suddenly the door to the tavern opened. Only a familiar figure walked in. "Nyo, it's Nyo." Seeing the player who came in, the crowd burst with excitement. "Are you here to see the beauty too? Come on, let's rock paper scissors. Whoever loses gets the contact info." Casual Messy Shot could be considered talented in this regard. Wang Yuan's head was full of questions. "Nyo, this way." However, right at this moment, the female player in the corner suddenly waved at Wang Yuan. In a flash, the entire tavern went silent. "Not, bull you. No?" Powerful miracle. The crowd looked up at Wang Yuan in front of them, already respecting him as if he were a heavenly being. What a situation. This guy isn't handsome either. How come every decent-looking woman knows him? What kind of tactics are you using? Anan, my friend, specially invited me to drink. Wang Yuan nodded and walked over, specializing in buying bull a drink. "I rub it in." The crowd was on the verge of tears. Hope, in particular, sked, drinking hay. When a woman buys a man a drink, that's giving him a chance. "Shit, I'm envious." Injin was excited. "Worship, Brother Ox. Take me." Brave Man Unrivaled envied. "Uncle Nyo, from now on you're my only idol." Casual Messy Shots of obeisance. "By what right? On what grounds?" Death shook his fist and slammed the table. "This." The crowd looked at Death and fell silent. "Tramp. There is not a single good thing about men." Shui Linglong sat on the side, staring at Wang Yuan with a deadly stare. Her mood was very unattractive. "You recognize those odd shapes?" Seeing Wang Yuan chatting with the group of benevolent one, Dahai Limitless frowned and asked, "These guys? They've been staring at me unsuspectingly there ever since they came in, and I thought they were the people from Huaxia Dragontang." "Ha ha," Wang Yuan laughed and said, "They are all my friends. No offense. Staring at you just want to be friends with you." Oh, the great sea of limitlessness then breathed a long sigh of relief. This unlucky kid. He was harassed out of his shadow by those bastards from Huaxia Longting in Holy Light City. Of course it's okay to make friends. Dahai Limitless smiled. All of Brother Nyo's friends are definitely not bad people. Ha ha. I don't even know if you were scolding me. Wang Yuan looked embarrassed, then waved at the crowd and said, "Come here. I'll introduce you to a new friend." Crap, Shirley, righteous father? When they heard that Wang Yuan was going to introduce the girl to them, the crowd's voices trembled with excitement. Worthy of being Brother Nyo, never leaves us behind when there are favors. From now on, I'll be Brother Nyo's pawn, saddling up for him. This old den is benevolent. After the miracle of great power, few people came over. Wang Yuan introduced them one by one. Unmarried, the benevolent one was busy adding, "The kid is shooting randomly. I'm single too. This handsome man is hopeful. Hello beautiful." Hope struck what she thought was a handsome pose. "This sister is called Shui Linglong. What about this one?" After Wang Yuan finished introducing everyone, Dahai Wulin suddenly glanced at Death, who had his head down and hung his mask on his face. "He's a reaper, also a mage. Guess you don't want to know." Casual Gon Shooting said, "Hello." Ignoring the random shooting, Dahai Limitless reached out his hand at Death. "My name is Dahai Limitless. The Great. Sea is limitless?" Everyone froze when they heard the name Dahai Infinite, and looked at Death to cover their mouths and snicker. "What's wrong?" The Great Sea of Infinity looked puzzled. "His name is Dahai," Wang Yuan explained. "Such a coincidence?" Dahai Limitless said excitedly. "Add a friend." Ah. Death's eyes were as wide as bells, full of disbelief. He has lived for decades, but there is a girl who takes the initiative to add her friend, and is still a beautiful girl. Shit. On what grounds? In the guild channel, the crowd's mindset collapsed. This woman has no vision, right? So many handsome guys, picking the ugliest one. Neo, I'll buy you guys a drink. Death excitedly pulled out his money bag. Really? The eyes of the mighty miracle crowd lit up, ready to take out their frustrations on Death's wallet and slaughter him hard. "I'll kill whoever orders the most expensive." Death was full of murderous rage. "Okay, we'll order the second most expensive. Would you guys just go to hell?" Death was depressed. Ha ha, Dahai Infinite laughed his ass off when he saw these guys making such a mess. This group of living babies got even more excited. A bunch of bitches. Shui Linglong held her forehead inside. System alert, the righteous man requests to add you as a friend. Wang Yuan had just picked up his wine glass when suddenly a friend request appeared. A note was added below the application, "Would like to work with you." Cooperation? Wang Yuan froze slightly and casually passed the friend request. Bull. Where is it? The next moment there was a message from across the room. "Where's the tavern?" Wang Yuan said. "What do you want to work together? Playing a copy or a boss?" "There's something else. Let's talk in person." Masato closed the message board after that. 10 minutes later, a player dressed as an assassin appeared in the tavern. "Which one of you is Bull Power?" the assassin asked directly after walking into the tavern. The crowd looked at Wang Yuan. "I am. Is there something wrong with you?" Wang Yuan raised his hand, signaling the assassin to come over and talk. "My name is Zhangren. You can call me Old Zhang," the assassin said. "I'm the agent of Huaxia Dragon Totem, and I'm here specifically to tattle on you. You're in big trouble. What's going on?" Wang Yuan's head was full of questions. When the group of benevolent people heard this from the righteous man, they also quieted down and looked at the righteous man as if they were looking at a fool again. "Good guy. Who is this guy?" He came up and said that the master in front of him is going to be in big trouble. "Don't you know who this master is?" "With him, only other people are in big trouble. Okay. NND, how come this grandson is more of a godly man than I am?" Behind Wang Yuan, Chun heard this from the righteous man and even revealed a disdainful tone. "Yeah, next is not to say that Nyo's seal is black. It's hard to say." The other three skeletons had stony expressions. "Really?" Seeing the disdain and skepticism on the faces of Wang Yuan and the others, the righteous man hurriedly said, "You are being targeted by the Temple of Light. St. Peter is sending a mission to hunt you down." 6. Chun was dumbfounded. "I used to only dare to say that other people's recent destiny is a calamity." The dog said that he even directly moved the Temple of Light. "Really is the Yangtze River's back wave pushes the front wave ah. Chun, you're the back wave." Ma Saner hurriedly corrected. "Yeah, it's true that the front wave pushes the back wave." Chun couldn't help but lament. "Who do you mean?" As soon as the righteous man said this, the benevolent and the others immediately made their way out of their seats in excitement. Temple of Light. Archdeacon St. Peter of the Heresy Judgment Order. Seeing this excited look on the crowd's faces, the righteous man said with a serious expression while secretly rejoicing in his heart. He was looking for an effect that would scare the other side into a better recruitment. Crap, bull. However, just when the righteous man thought that Ren Ren and Wang Yuan's group were frightened by the news they had brought, who knew that Ren Ren and a few others were looking at Wang Yuan with a face of admiration yelling, "Brother Bull is powerful and domineering. Come, let's toast to the bullish Brother Nyo. Brother Nyo, are you a shit? How come everywhere you go someone steps on it? Mud. Directly by the heretic judgment group under the hunting order. Not worthy of you. Not worthy of you. What the hell did you do again?" Everyone was also convinced of Wang Yuan. This guy doesn't know what his attributes are. He destroys everything wherever he goes. And he can make a big news story at any time. In Thunderstorm City, all sorts of demonic behavior is even possible. Yesterday, I went to the Holy Light City to sneak around, and when I came back, I was given a hunting order by the Heretical Judgment Corps, the highest violent institution of the Temple of Light. This is a horse. The Mighty Miracles gang was in awe. How can an ordinary person poke such a big basket? Where? That old dog of St. Peter is just trying to rob my equipment. Wang Yuan had a humble face, and his low profile was disgusting. St. Peter robbing you of your equipment? Such a shameless thing to say. It's still the ox. Once again, everyone was incoherent with excitement. Look at people. What do you mean by laughing and talking? St. Peter's gear can rob him of his equipment. This is what people can say? Looking at the excited group of people in front of him, the righteous man froze. What kind of guys are these? Anyone else who had been ordered to hunt down and kill by the Heretical Judgment Corps of the Temple of Light would have long panicked by now. But the group of guys in front of them not only didn't have half a bit of panic, but instead, they were still full of excitement. Don't these guys know what the Heretic Inquisition does? Everyone, listen carefully. It's a hunting order sent by the Heretic Judgment Corps. The righteous man thought that people didn't understand what was going on. Got it. Thanks for reporting the news. Come have a drink. Wang Yuan handed over a glass of wine. Hiss. At the sight of the wine glass, the righteous man couldn't help but stare. Good guy. Red Inferno Imperial Shadow. 1 gold coin a cup. The righteous man hurriedly sucked greedily. Good wine. Thanks, Ox. No need to thank me. It's not my treat anyway. Wang Yuan spread his hands. Reaper. Brother Nyo. The quest has been sent to our guild. Our president didn't pick it up and specifically asked me to notify you, to discuss countermeasures with you. The righteous man said. Your president? Who? Wang Yuan wondered. Dragons taking to the 4 seas, the righteous man said. Everyone knows about the dragon of China, right? Huaxia Dragon Tang? Brother Nyo, you still know the president of Huaxia Dragon Tang? The benevolent crowd was once again shocked. But all the old players who play the game, who has not heard of Huaxia Dragon? That is the world's first big guild. In the National Service Online Gaming Circle as the boss for more than 20 years, is deservedly the top stream hegemony. Everyone was really surprised that Wang Yuan had even crossed paths with the boss of Huaxia Dragon Tang, Longtang Sihai, and had even sent someone specifically to tattle on Wang Yuan. Seeing this shocked expression on everyone's face, the righteous man's mood was then relieved a bit. Don't recognize it. Wang Yuan shook his head and laughed lightly. Oh, I'm sorry for President Longtang's concern. Since he asked you to come, surely he has already prepared a countermeasure? Ha ha. The righteous man laughed and said, Brother Nyo, you're an expert. We won't beat around the bush. As of now, this mission has only been assigned to our Huaxia Dragon Totem. That's why our president sent me to find you in the hope that you'll be able to cooperate with our Huaxia Dragon Totem. Cooperation? How to cooperate? Wang Yuan looked at the righteous man with a smile and said. The benevolent one's group of people also pricked up their ears, curious as to what unseemly deal Longtang Sihai was going to make with Wang Yuan. It's easy, the righteous man said. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses a tree to live in. A great expert like you shouldn't be harboring in such a shithole of a place, staying in a trashy little guild. Birds of a feather? Trashy little guild? A good bird chooses a tree? As soon as the gentleman spoke, the faces of all the people at Miracle Workers darkened. Dude, from what you're saying, you're trying to pry a corner. Injin stared at Masamune. Everyone is an old player, and all are still experts. Naturally none of them is a dumbass who can't carry his own weight. The meaning of the words of the righteous man is clear enough. To pull Wang Yuan into Huaxia Dragon, the mood of the group of benevolent ones was self-evident. Being dug up in front of the face of the wall, even if it's not enough, stepping on the horse dug up or the guild leader. It's not like the miracle workers are human beings, or what? However, in the face of the questioning of the benevolent one, the righteous gentleman did not cover up at all but instead raised his eyebrows and justified. You are all friends of Brother Nyo. You should also think about Brother Nyo. You may also know that the experts are piled up with resources. We, Huaxia Dragon Tang, as the No. 1 guild in the national service, have the resources, but what is missing is the masters such as Brother Nyo. Nyo and you are together with you as have no future. Only by joining our Huaxia Dragon Tang, both of us can benefit from each other and get better and better, instead of being buried by a small group of talents. Hearing these words from the righteous man, the benevolent few looked at me and me at you, and were suddenly quiet. The words of the righteous are hard to hear, but they are not without merit. That's right, the real pro-level experts are piled up by the big guilds with resources. Regular players play the game the same way. They do everything they can to get resources. Resources, so to speak, are the number one need for players to play the game. As the number 1 guild in the national service, Huaxia Dragon Tang held absolute access to resources. Once you join Huaxia Dragon, you can't say that from now on the game resources are inexhaustible. Right, but compared to the absolute freedom of resources, there is more time to improve themselves. This was also the reason why so many experts were squeezing their heads to join the Chinese Dragon. Being able to join China Dragon is also the ideal of almost every gamer. The benevolent few were different. They preferred freedom over abundant resources, so they didn't like being bound by the guild. But just because they didn't like it didn't mean Wang Yuan didn't like it either. It is important to know that the guild Miracle from Strength was created by Wang Yuan. It was evident that Wang Yuan also liked the guild. Now a big guild like Huaxia Dragon Tang came to invite Wang Yuan. Why is it not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Wang Yuan? As the righteous man said, if he really treats Wang Yuan as a friend, he should make him better. And this situation is all the more reason to support Wang Yuan and be happy for him instead of being hostile to the people who come to invite Wang Yuan. For a moment, the crowd fell silent, not at all sure what to say against decent people. However, right at this moment, Wang Yuan was laughing. The Grand Guild is indeed good, but I may be a good bird, and you Huaxia Dragon Tang may not be the piece of what I want. Bull, what do you mean? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the righteous man froze for a moment and said, we, Huaxia Dragon Tang, are the number 1 guild in the national service? If we are not suitable for you, that guild is suitable for you? Of course it's our own trash guild. Wang Yuan glanced at the benevolent crowd and said, I'd rather be with my friends than some big guild. Zhang Run and Huaxia Longting had thought of Wang Yuan's pattern as a bit small. Wang Yuan's purpose of creating the guild was not to obtain resources like them, but to have a shelter to live in during the future end times. Something like shelter is naturally better with one's most trusted friends. Wang Yuan doesn't have any friends in reality, and the only ones he trusts in the game are the Miracle of Might group of animals. How could Wang Yuan's character be lulled away by a single word from Huaxia Longtung? What's more, this retard dared to say in front of Wang Yuan that vigorously produces miracles was a trash guild. Tramp. To know, vigorously out of the miracle of the president is Wang Yuan. The girl in front of Wang Yuan said that Wang Yuan's guild is garbage. This is not a brain disease. Bull. Hearing Wang Yuan's words, the group of vigorously producing miracles were moved to tears. Brother Nyo is righteous. He didn't leave us poor brothers behind even after he became rich. Actually, you could have left us alone. Everyone then added, ugh, do you want to be the boss when I'm gone? Wang Yuan gave several people the middle finger. That makes sense. Who are we going to be the president when Nyo leaves? Casual Messy Shot's eyes lit up. I think we should rank them by face value. Hope proposed with her hand raised. Fuck off you. You pay for your own drinks. Death was furious. The benevolent one hurriedly made peace with the situation. Whoever has the greatest face-killing power will be the boss. You're no good either. Death was even more depressed. Wang Yuan. He hadn't even left yet. And these guys were already discussing who was going to be the boss. This group of unconscious things, could he leave them behind? Brother Nyo, you won't think about it anymore? The righteous man asked with some reluctance. There's no need to consider this. Wang Yuan waved his hand. Not considering it at all. Actually, you can bring a few of them along as well. The righteous man thought about it and made an even bigger concession. As long as Wang Yuan can join Huaxia Dragon Totem, it's fine even if he brings along the Miracle of Might group of guys as a gift. As the agent of Huaxia Longtang, the righteous man still has this power. Fuck off. Do I look like a sidekick to you? Looking down on who? The incorruptible do not eat food handed out in contempt. Hearing these words from the righteous man, the benevolent few instantly burst into a rage. That's a clear-cut condescending handout. How have people ever been so insulted? Humph. Wang Yuan, however, smiled coldly and said, your Huaxia Dragontang is offering such generous conditions not just to recruit me, right? Ha ha. The righteous man laughed and said, Brother Nyo is not saying anything. Our Huaxia Dragontang is sincere. Yes? What if I transfer the guildhouse to someone else? Wang Yuan asked with a smile. The The righteous gentleman's face changed when he heard this, and he panicked. The guild residence is something that we all took down with great difficulty. How can we just transfer it to someone else? Holy shit! Powerful miracle, the crowd froze directly at the words. It was only after being reminded by Wang Yuan that everyone slowed down. The righteous man took so much trouble to persuade Wang Yuan, and even had to pack his own group of people away. So the purpose is not a person, but vigorously out of the miracle of the guild premises. This behavior instantly reminded the crowd of the old social era of eating the extinct. Once you are not able to protect your property, there are so-called good Samaritans who will embezzle your property in the name of helping you to be in charge. Nima, it's the 22nd century and there's still this kind of behavior. How sinister are the intentions of the Grand Guild? Brother Nyo, we are cooperating. Of course you guys have to show your sincerity too. Seeing that Wang Yuan had already sensed his purpose, the righteous man simply didn't hide it anymore. That's why we don't want to cooperate with you. Wang Yuan said. Are you sure? The righteous man's expression, which was still smiling, suddenly became sinister. Brother Nyo, I'm here to help you. You're now on the Heretic Judgment Corps kill order. Cooperating with us is the only way out. What if I don't cooperate? Wang Yuan asked rhetorically. Then don't blame our Huaxia Dragontang for taking the mission. The righteous man said. If you really took the mission, you can't cancel it. Got it? Wang Yuan snapped his fingers and said. What you're saying is that if you want to live, you should bring your guild house and join Huaxia Dragontang, and if you don't cooperate, you'll be an enemy of Huaxia Dragontang in the next moment, right? That's right, our rules are the rules. The righteous man looked around the crowd and said, Brother Nyo, you must not give up such a good, because of these crooked people. Put. Before the righteous man could finish his words, suddenly there was a coldness in his back, and a dagger was plunged deep into the righteous man's back. The righteous man suddenly felt like his entire body had been drained, and his blood bar instantly returned to zero. Before he died, he only heard a girl's voice ringing in his ears. Grass mud horse, you're so slow like a pussy. Bull. Seeing that Shui Linglong stabbed this pretender to death, Da Hai Wulong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Eyes started to star again. This girl likes tough characters, and she looked like this when she saw Wang Yujie before. Great job. Reiko is so handsome. The others also applauded. Worthy of being the one with the most explosive temper in the guild. Facing a self-righteous fool like the righteous man, Shui Linglong couldn't tolerate it at all. This chick can do it. I like it. Even Chun couldn't help but feel. I just love women with this kind of temper. Me too. You can't steal from me. Chun, Ma Saner exclaimed. You two rob your asses off. Too white that called us speechless. All fucking bones, but also want to think of those things that do not have it. At this moment, in the resurrection point of Holy Light City, the righteous man was filled with questions. Shocked disbelief as well as disbelief was written all over his face. Don't look at the gentleman of the goods and Wang Yuan polite. That's because Huaxia Longting coveted vigorously out of the miracle of the guild premises, so to try to say good words to cajole. However, after being exposed by Wang Yuan, the righteous gentleman immediately changed as if he was a different person, and his tone became very hard. Why is that? Because by nature the righteous man is also a very arrogant man. After all, he is the manager of China Dragon. It was the person who had the power of speech in the top level of the #1 guild in the country, which was basically equivalent to one of the several leaders at the top level of the top stream internet company in the country. Its status was so high that Wang Yuan and the others might not be able to feel it, but for others, it was definitely an existence to look up to. To be reasonable, with the identity of the righteous man, want to pull people into the club simply can't use him. The reason why he will personally go to Thunderstorm City to find Wang Yuan. One is the Dragon Forces Attache's extra importance to Wang Yuan, and secondly is that Wang Yuan has the only piece of guild quarters in the entire game in his hands. In fact, Wang Yuan himself was not particularly despised by the righteous. There are many masters in the game. Huaxia Longting does not lack of one or two. Wang Yuan only let him feel valuable places to have a guild residence, not to mention vigorously out of the miracle other people. Therefore, in the eyes of the righteous, the status of himself and Wang Yuan's group was extremely disparate. A status like his own. Wherever he went he wasn't always being rushed to flatter, and now he personally condescended to come to Thunderstorm City to pull in a few idle clouds. As a result, his own side of the words have not yet finished, was directly stabbed. This Nima, the emotions of the righteous man at this moment were self-evident. First, he couldn't believe that a person of his status and position would be treated like this, and secondly, he was filled with anger and shock. I look up to you to personally come to pull you in. You even killed me without saying a word. Times 1,000 words converge into one sentence. Surname Nyo, what do you mean? I'm sorry, that's how we do things. Wang Yuan laughed. Just be glad that she even stayed her hand. She didn't even stab her waist before. Good, very good. Is that your attitude? The righteous man said angrily. Then you'll wait. Dare to go against our Chinese dragon totem. Definitely the biggest mistake of your life. Oh. Wang Yuan returned the word oh and then casually pulled the righteous man into the blacklist. Seeing the message returned by Wang Yuan, the righteous man, who was already full of anger, had his fire rubbed off on his head. What does oh mean? I have used the name of China Dragon Tang to threaten you. The result is that you just oh. A simple word, from top to bottom filled with disdain and contempt. When had the Chinese dragon ever been looked down upon like this? However, when the righteous man sent the message over again, the system humorously replied back, sorry, you've been blackmailed. My day, me day, my day. The righteous man froze for a full 3 seconds, then threw himself up to the sky to let out a roar of stifled grief. From friending Wang Yuan, to being killed, to being despised, and finally being blackmailed. The gentleman's mind is now exploding. He has been in this line of work for so many years, or the first time to be treated like this, but also directly hit a set of combinations of punches. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Resurrection point. The other players see the angry decent people have retreated. The heart secretly said, Agu, this child has to be how horny ah. The game does not forget that thing. Do not know what game opened this kind of business. Say, Ox, are you really not thinking about it? There's no need to go and make a choice for us. At this moment, in the tavern of Thunderstorm City, the benevolent one came up to Wang Yuan with a glass of wine. The benevolent one was the oldest one among all of them, and he was also among the more mature ones, so he was naturally clear about the benefits of Wang Yuan joining Huaxia Dragon at this time. Although Huaxia Dragon Tang wanted guildhouses, honestly, luxuries like guildhouses didn't mean anything to a small guild with only 7 or 8 people. Can't even do guild quests, let alone develop the guild. Actually, joining Huaxia Dragon with a guildhouse may not be a bad thing. Moreover, what treatment of Huaxia Dragon Tang ah? Ordinary players are monthly salary of 20,000 plus, to Wang Yuan's strength or with capital into the stock, at least must also be the core of the senior management. The treatment of the rich nature is not now comparable. At the very least, from now on Wang Yuan would definitely not worry about his livelihood. Ha ha. Upon hearing this from the benevolent one, Wang Yuan laughed and said, it's just a game, why take it seriously? Besides, isn't having fun the essence of the game? The benevolent one was slightly stunned. Indeed, the essence of playing games is to have fun, but with the popularity of online games, the market is getting bigger and more utilitarian things. Many people have lost their heart. If a person plays a game as if he were working, is it still a game? It's only a game if you make it fun for yourself. The way the benevolent one looked at Wang Yuan instantly gained a few more points of respect. Previously, the benevolent one thought that Wang Yuan was merely strong and tricky, but now he realized that Wang Yuan's gaming realm was not ordinary. You are all players who aim to have fun. I prefer to play with you guys. It's easier for everyone to be together. Wang Yuan said, don't you think so? The benevolent one nodded. We're the ones who are in the same category. Forcibly integrating into other people's lives won't necessarily make us happy even if we can improve our own material life. That's right, Wang Yuan said. Plus, the world is changing, and it's likely that the next moment you'll be ushered into a new world. A new world? The benevolent one was puzzled and even a bit baffled. Suddenly he felt that he could no longer understand Wang Yuan's words. Brother Nyo, this old Zhang is a core senior member of the Chinese Dragon Totem. If we kill him, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble. At this time, Dahai Wulian also came over. Dahai Limitless was from Sacred Light City and had once been invited by Huaxia Dragon as well. Naturally, he knew better than anyone else what would happen after rejecting Huaxia Dragon. When Wang Yuan met her earlier, she was being harassed by the people from Huaxia Dragon Tang. That was still just some ordinary players who had made it impossible for an expert like the Sea of Limitlessness to even hang around in Holy Light City. The righteous man was one of the core senior members of the Chinese Dragon. The consequences of being stabbed to death at this point are simply unimaginable. However, when Wang Yuan heard these words from Dahai Infinite, he laughed. The others had smiles on their faces as well. You guys. Seeing the smiles of the crowd, Dahai Infinite couldn't help but stare. These guys, they didn't seem to look half as intimidated. Little sister, you're nice. The benevolent one's favorability towards Dahai Limitless skyrocketed. That is the core players of China Dragon, who all know what happens when you offend China Dragon, especially the Great Sea of Immeasurable or the Holy Light City to understand more about the people of China Dragon. This is something to do with other people, long ago in Wang Yuan's group of people to get rid of, but the Great Sea of Immeasurable said we instead of you guys. It's clear that while she was scared, fearful and knew she was in trouble, she didn't put herself out of her misery, but don't look down on us either. What is a mere Chinese dragon totem? The benevolent one picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one go, then threw it on the ground. That is, China dragon is nothing. What's wrong with offending them? Can he come along the net to beat me up? We're not made of dough either. As long as they dare to come, we'll bite off a piece of their flesh even in death. That's right. The crowd was in a flurry. For a while the atmosphere at the table was feverish, and the crowd toasted in unison. Then followed the example of the benevolent one and slammed their glasses on the floor. You guys. The great C Infinite looked at the crowd in front of him and was moved to tears. That's what friends are for. That's what brotherhood is for. That's what playing the game is for. Dahai Limitless is not a wimp, and is even a very daring person to resist, or else she would have been forced to join Huaxia Dragon when she was in Sacred Light City. And the reason why she would be so miserable is precisely because of Wang Yuan's group of friends who dared to fight to the death for their own sake. That's right, are playing the game. Why should I be afraid of you? Your first guild is very awesome, but my sword is not unfavorable. Definitely not going to let your so-called big guilds bully you. With a sudden feeling of having found a place to belong, the Great Sea of Infinity also picked up a glass of wine and drank it all in one go, before dropping it right on the floor. I also want to join you, Dahai Limitless said excitedly. You're so welcome. From now on, we're all boobies. The crowd became even more excited. At this time, a cold voice came from the bar, only to hear the tavern owner, Uncle Hans, faintly say, this store is a small business. 1 gold coin for a glass of wine. The crowd froze at the words and looked at Death in unison. Grass. Death was in tears. They're not my brothers. Wang Yuan. Just as Elder Hans broke up the brotherhood of several Wang Yuan people with a few gold coins, the righteous man also returned to the office of Huaxia Dragon. Manager Zhang, how did things go? What did Niu Dali say? Seeing the righteous man return, several people from Longtang Sihai eagerly surrounded them. In their eyes, Wang Yuan wasn't just an expert, he was also the only expert with a territory. Being able to pull Wang Yuan into the meeting would definitely be a big gain for Huaxia Dragon. Grass. Longtang Sihai did not ask okay. This question, the righteous gentleman fired directly up to the brain. Open mouth is dirty words. He didn't agree? Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens frowned slightly. He made a condition? Longtang Sihai was also very puzzled. The righteous man. Listen to the name to know what kind of person is usually. Cannot say it is gentle, at least a reader. At this time to hear the name of Wang Yuan open mouth on the swear words. Visible this trip is not very successful. He's not going to hit you, is he? Tiger Whistling Mountain River was even more exaggerated. No. The decent man shook his head. Crap, I told you it wouldn't be so. The several people of Dragon Totem 4 Seas were busy wiping their sweat. He killed me. The righteous man gritted his teeth. What? Put you? Kill? Once the righteous man said this, the expressions of the several people from the Dragon Totem 4 Seas could be said to be exactly the same as the righteous man's expression when he was first resurrected. First shock, then disbelief, and finally full-blown anger. The two countries are still at war but they don't chop off the envoys. The Chinese dragon side sent someone to invite Wang Yuan to join the guild to work together, and the girl even slaughtered the invitee. This nymphette is simply too rude. Not only did he kill, the dog said that he also insulted me. The righteous man told the matter of Wang Yuan pulling his own black again. Sabo, this guy is really shameless. Tiger Whistling Mountain River directly slammed the table and said, Old Zhang, don't worry, I'll go and chop his dog's head off right now. Damn it. Longtang Sihai was also furious. In fact, in the Chinese dragon, the highest in terms of status was not the several presidents of the Dragon 4 Seas, but rather old Zhang. Although the gentleman is not strong, but he is the general manager of Huaxia Dragon. Huaxia Dragon can get so big, the investment is the gentleman single-handedly to pull. It can be said that without decent people, there would be no Chinese dragon. In the eyes of the several people in the Dragon 4 Seas, the righteous man that was the single most important core of this guild. It was also because of this that when it came to such important matters that needed to be negotiated, the several people of Dragon Totem 4 Seas would leave it to the righteous people, and this was also a tacit understanding between them. But who would have thought that the righteous man who used to be invincible had suffered such a big loss at Wang Yuan's place? Not only were they ripped off but they were shamed and blackmailed. This Nima, simply unbearable. Rather, it fits his style. Phoenix Dancing 9 Heavens stroked his chin and said, even St. Peters dared to rob him. Killing old Zhang is probably not a big deal to him. So what now? Should we go get him now? Tiger Whistling Mountain River had already pressed on. I'll code people here. Tramp's Chinese dragon totem has never suffered this loss. Tramp, you're a cheeky bastard. He had to wait for me to kill him. Only then will he kneel down like a dog. Longtang Sihai was also furious. Don't get excited and don't mess around. You guys. Phoenix Dancing 9 Heavens frowned. It's best not to make a big deal out of this. Lao Gio. What do you mean, afraid? Tiger Whistling Mountain River said angrily. Scared my ass, when I said I wouldn't let things get out of hand. It's not like I'm not going to clean them up. Phoenix Dance 9 Heaven said. I mean, it's not appropriate to bring so many people there.